Would leave my high school crush stunned, covering her mouth in shock when she saw me in my bright yellow delivery uniform, her eyes hiding a trace of disdain. They could never have imagined that a poor guy like me, who failed the college entrance exam and rides a cheap electric scooter worth 1,000 yuan. I've just activated a billionaire system. When the notification in my head said, 10 meters covered, 10 yuan cash credited, I slammed on the brakes, realizing that for every kilometer I run, $1,000 gets added to my account. From now on, my food delivery journey is destined to be a golden highway to billionaire status. My name is Bai Zhou, a 19-year-old food delivery rider who just went through the college entrance examination. When a female customer snatched away the takeout and complained about the hardships and low income of food delivery work, suddenly, a voice that could change my fate rang in my mind. Ding! The godly tycoon choice system has finished loading. This sudden voice made me, struggling with a 410-point college entrance exam score and a future filled with uncertainty, instantly realize, I have awakened a system. The system claims to offer divine-level choices and rewards, dedicated to transforming me into a true tycoon. Soon, the first option was issued. Option 1, obtain the title of an unmarried lady of the household, exempt from work. Option 2, continue with food delivery work and receive the blessing of the god of takeout. For the sake of a man's dignity, I chose the second option, even though the title sounded somewhat resigned. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received the blessing of the takeaway god. Just put on the helmet and hopped onto my little electric moped that's over 5 years old, ready to set off. Ding! Host has traveled 10 meters on the food delivery path, and a 10 yuan cash reward has been credited. I slammed on the brakes abruptly, nearly crashing into a trash bin. Checking the phone confirmed the money, so the blessing from the god of takeout was simply sending cash. As long as it's on the food delivery route, every 10 meters I walk earns me 10 yuan. A gleam of excitement shines in my eyes. This single 5-kilometer delivery, I can earn 5,000 yuan. Who cares about the few bucks from the food itself? I want to deliver takeout. Delivering takeout makes me happy. No one can stop me from delivering takeout. I rushed like the wind to lose braised bone rice to pick up the order, eagerly urging the boss, is order number 23 ready? Hurry up! Making money is what matters. The middle-aged boss looked at me strangely and asked as he handed over the meal, how much can you really earn from delivering takeout? What's the rush for? Without turning my head, I snatched the takeaway and blurted out, not much, just 5,000 bucks. The boss stood there dumbfounded. What kind of food delivery pays you 5,000 per order? In the elevator lobby of the Shengshe Huoding residential complex, I was staring at the power outage-stricken elevator in frustration when a familiar voice called out to me, Bai Zhou? How are you here? Turning around, it was my high school deskmate, the class goddess Chen Yueying. She looked at me in surprise, eyeing my kangaroo uniform. You're delivering food? She covered her mouth. I didn't have time to say much and stopped her. I'm about to be late. I dialed the customer's number. Hello, kangaroo delivery, 30th floor, right? The power's out in the complex. The elevator isn't working. Where should I leave your takeout? The voice on the other end of the line drawled matter-of-factly, bring it up. Otherwise, what takeout would I order? Right. And while you're at it, grab me 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of cola. If you're late, I'll report you. 30th floor? You're running errands to buy cigarettes too? My anger flared up instantly. Just as I was about to rage, the system chimed again, emergency detected, triggering a random option. Option 1, scold the unreasonable customer. Win a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship motorcycle. Option 2, diligently and uncomplainingly fulfill the requirements to earn the title of hardworking happy buffalo. What the heck is a happy buffalo? With a smirk, I roared into the phone without hesitation. Am I your father? Do you want me to personally chew the takeout and feed it to you? Both the person on the phone and Chen Yueying beside were stunned. You dare scold me? I'm going to report you. Suit yourself. I'll just leave your takeout on top of the trash can and walk away. I left your takeout on the first floor, eat it or not, I don't care. I turned away with ease, while Chen Yueying stood frozen in place, stunned by my complete disregard for the job. She ran out and called me, reminding me that there's still a thank you banquet for teachers to attend tomorrow. Only then did I remember. However, right now I just want to know what my reward, the Harley Davidson CosmicStarship, is all about. What the heck? Just as I hopped onto the electric scooter, the system alert chimed, ding. Host has completed option 1 detected. The Harley Davidson CosmicStarship has been delivered to the host's doorstep. Host, please check and receive. I fished a car key out of my pocket. Although the key looked pretty low-end, I still turned around and headed home. Downstairs, I directly abandoned my little electric scooter. Before me stood a motorcycle nearly 2.5 meters long, incredibly imposing, with a fully relaxed genuine leather seat. Like an iron-blooded war chariot. I searched with my phone's image recognition. Holy crap, 10.29 million? This bike is one of the top 10 most expensive motorcycles in the world. I delivered one takeout order and ended up with a 10 million level ride. The system triggered another random option. Option 1, collect the Harley, continue riding the small electric scooter, and earn the title of ultimate collector. Option 2, use the latest ride to deliver takeout and gain top-tier driving skills. Option 3, sell the Harley and earn 10 million along with the title of second-hand dealer expert.
Delivering takeout on this thing?
An image flashed through my mind of a helmet with enormous kangaroo ears. The scene of someone riding a luxury car worth millions shouting downstairs that your takeout has arrived. A smile curled at the corner of my mouth. I choose the second option.
Ding!
Top-tier driving skills have been delivered. A surge of heat coursed through my body. It wasn't just about riding a motorcycle. I had gained mastery over operating all forms of transportation. I took out the meal box and noticed there was just enough space on the back platform of the Harley motorcycle to place it.
Put on the helmet, insert the key, and twist the throttle. Vroom. The exhaust pipe violently trembles. Let's go. Time to deliver the food.
The roar of the engine didn't feel noisy at all. Instead, it was drowned out by the constant ding.
You've earned 10 yuan in cash reward, ringing in my head.
All along the way, passers-by kept stopping to stare, unsure whether they were looking at the $1 million Harley or the kangaroo ears on my helmet. I stopped at the red light, and on the bike lane next to me, the electric scooters and bicycles also stopped, staring intently at me.
Wow, is this guy a food delivery guy? He totally looks like a reckless young punk.
At that moment, a motorcycle pulled up beside me. It was a traffic police officer. He curiously examined my bike and my food delivery uniform. "Hey buddy, you delivering takeout?" the mounted police officer asked. I touched the ears on my helmet. "Kangaroo delivery, fastest delivery around."
He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "So your kangaroo delivery staff are all riding such flashy rides now?"
"No such perks, I set it up myself."
I waved my hand. "Not very expensive, just a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. That's just over 10 million renminbi.
Holy shit,
what did you say?" The motorcycle cop instantly lost his cool. Crash.
On the adjacent non-motorized lane, two cars inexplicably collided. As the light turned green, I twisted the throttle and shot forward instantly. The mounted police and pedestrians around were stunned on the spot. After I disappeared, they all took out their phones to search.
Holy crap, this damn bike really costs over 10 million? My god, he's just a delivery guy.
A group of people were disheveled in the wind, while the mounted police officer stared blankly ahead.
Damn, is this some rich kid out here slumming it for the experience?
I've come to lose braised bone rice again to pick up my order, number 74. This time it was the bald chef, sweating profusely, telling me, "Too many orders, can't keep up, and another chef quit this morning."
The chef ran away?
I was astonished. Percent the bald, burly man complained.
Yeah, he insisted on delivering takeout, saying each order would earn him 5,000 yuan. Isn't that just a pipe dream? I instantly understood. If you think about it, it seems like I'm the one responsible for this.
But that $5,000, only I could earn it.
Step aside, all four of you, it's time to show what I'm really made of.
Bai Zhou shook his head, a strange thought crossing his mind.
Would the god of delivery thank me for adding a new member to the glorious ranks of delivery workers?
Shaking his head to banish the unrealistic thoughts, he tapped his forehead and shouted.
How many orders are ahead of me? Is mine fast or not?
Just then, a delivery guy who'd been sitting inside the shop playing with his phone stood up and tapped Bai Zhou on the shoulder.
Bro, chill out. I've been here 10 minutes already. This is gonna be late, and my order still hasn't come up. Ha!
Bai Zhou glanced back at the other delivery drivers waiting inside the shop.
His order was clearly at the very end of the queue. What should he do?
But Bai Zhou's worries were different from theirs.
He wasn't worried about the time limit at all.
He was just losing his own time. If he missed one more ride, that meant thousands of yuan from those few kilometers would be gone.
Just then, the system alert sounded in Bai Zhou's mind. Ding!
Detected unexpected event.
Triggering random options. Options?
Bai Zhou froze at the system's voice.
Options at a time like this? What was this about? Abandon the order?
Option 1, due to insufficient chefs, a force majeure host may wait with peace of mind. After all, host doesn't care about late penalties.
Reward, wait in wait helmet. Option 2, as a glorious delivery rider, how could you dishonor the wall can do image of delivery riders?
Please personally stir fry the order's ingredients.
Reward, peak level culinary mastery. Put.
Bai Zhou nearly choked on his spit upon seeing these options.
What the hell was that helmet thing?
And what was most infuriating was that when the system presented this option, it immediately projected an image of the helmet into Bai Zhou's mind. A blue motorcycle helmet with a vertical rod protruding from its center, just like the Silver Horn King from Journey to the West. Hanging from the rod was a sign bearing a single character.
How utterly humiliating was that?
Bai Zhou was certain that if he wore this helmet out, it would turn heads way more than those kangaroo ears.
I choose option 2. Ding!
A flash of white light seemed to streak through Bai Zhou's mind, instantly adding something new. Clearly, the system's selection reward had been credited. A faint smile touched Bai Zhou's lips as he turned to his fellow brothers and declared, "You guys wait here. This job's urgent." With that, he flicked open the kitchen curtain and stepped inside.
Hey! Where's he going?
Several waiting delivery riders stared blankly at Bai Zhou's actions, then instantly sprang to their feet and rushed toward the kitchen. The customers dining inside exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in confusion. The moment Bai Zhou stepped inside, a chorus of exclamations erupted. This is the back kitchen. How can you delivery guys come in here? Bai Zhou surveyed the vast kitchen space. Only 3 chefs were stir-frying dishes, while another person dressed in waitstaff attire wearing an apron was also cooking. It was clear they were severely understaffed. The one who had spoken to him was the bald chef. Bai Zhou frowned at him. Hand me order number 74. I'll cook it myself. What the hell? Not only did the chefs currently cooking pause mid-motion, staring at Bai Zhou in astonishment, but even the fellow chefs gathered behind them gasped in shock. But Bai Zhou paid them no mind. He pulled on an oil-stained apron, rolled up his sleeves, and barked. Hurry up! You guys aren't in a rush, but I am. I need to make money. The group exchanged glances. Who wasn't here to make money? But making money didn't mean the delivery guy should be cooking. What kind of system was this? Are you that desperate for money? The bald chef shook his head urgently. No way. You're not a chef. We need to ensure our restaurant's food is perfect. What if you ruin our reputation? Bai Zhou waved his hand dismissively. I'll explain to the customers myself. I won't damage your reputation. Besides, with all these takeout orders piling up, your slow service is what's really hurting your reputation. This. Bai Zhou had a point that was exactly the issue. The bald chef was stumped. Hand him the order. Let him handle it. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice came from nearby. A neatly dressed man wearing an apron and holding a wok spatula gave Bai Zhou a deep look before turning back to his work. Got it, boss. That guy was actually the owner of this place? The owner was personally manning the wok? The bald chef acknowledged the call, pulled an order slip from the stack beside him, and handed it to Bai Zhou. Can you handle this? Bai Zhou chuckled softly without responding. Could he handle it? With the rewards the system had given him, what do you think? He took the order and arranged the ingredients before him. In that moment, he felt as if he had been born for the kitchen. The bald chef watched Bai Zhou with lingering doubt, pursing his lips. He then turned to the delivery guys who'd followed in to gawk. You guys want to cook too? If not, this is a restricted area, no unauthorized personnel allowed. He promptly shooed the delivery guys out, but they all clung to the doorway, peeking through the curtain to watch secretly. Bai Zhou's hands moved swiftly. His left hand gripped the pot handle while his right held a ladle. With practiced ease, he scooped water to rinse the pot, then turned up the heat and added oil. Once the oil reached the right temperature, he poured it out. With the hot pan and cool oil ready, he tossed the marinated pork ribs straight into the wok. Sizzle! The pot erupted with the fierce clash of bone and oil. Bai Zhou deftly flipped the spoon, exposing the oil to the flames. A fiery dragon shot skyward with a roaring boom. Enveloped in flames, Bai Zhou continuously tossed the ingredients. Every pair of eyes in the kitchen turned toward him, especially the middle-aged owner, whose eyes flashed with profound astonishment and admiration. The other 2 chefs froze, especially the bald one, who stared at Bai Zhou with a mix of shock and disbelief. Holy crap, this kid's technique is so polished. That takes at least 10 years of experience. Could he have been a chef before delivering takeout? No way. The next moment, he dismissed the thought entirely. Bai Zhou was far too young, clearly just a teenager, not even 20 years old. Unless he started cooking as a child, it's absolutely impossible. 5 please, stay. Holy crap. Is he that good? Peering through the door curtain, several fellow young chefs watched Bai Zhou calmly letting the flames illuminate his handsome face, and they couldn't help but gasp aloud. Seriously, who doesn't know how to stir fry in this day and age? We all cook at home. But just watching him, you could tell the gap between him and us. Those fancy moves, could they pull them off? One slip up and the flames would be licking at their faces. This guy is seriously skilled. They all crouched down, peering into the kitchen with their heads poking out, their mouths constantly bursting with gasps of amazement. This had already piqued the curiosity of many customers in the shop. Some were already itching to stand up and investigate. Bai Zhou had no idea how many eyes were fixed on him. All he knew was he had to get cooking fast. He lifted the pan, thickened the sauce, reduced the liquid, and poured it into the meal box, his movements flowing like water, seamless and effortless. Not a single drop of sauce spilled. Good. The middle-aged owner from earlier had even unconsciously praised Bai Zhou in his mind. Just then, a gasp echoed from outside the kitchen. Come see. There's a delivery guy cooking in there. At his call, whoosh. A crowd sprang to their feet, faces alight with excitement, rushing over to investigate. What's so interesting about stir-frying? But it was Bai Zhou. He was just a delivery guy, not a chef. A chef stir-frying? That's their job, nothing to get excited about. But a delivery guy? People never associate delivery guys with cooking. Next dish up, golden-edged Chinese cabbage. Bai Zhou looked at the dishes on the order and a thought flashed through his mind. Golden-edged cabbage is just an ordinary dish, but it's quick and delicious. There's a stir-frying technique that's absolutely perfect for it. A spark lit up in his eyes. Flour strikes 4 gates. Bai Zhou blurted it out instinctively, but those 4 words reached the middle-aged owner's ears directly.
Clang! The plate in his hand crashed to the floor. But with his years of experience, how could he make such a rookie mistake? His gaze locked onto Bai Zhou, his eyes blazing with intensity so intense he'd forgotten he was even stir-frying. Indeed, hua de si meant a supreme stir-frying technique from a northern province of the Celestial Empire. Most crucially, this technique was nearly extinct. Younger chefs today simply didn't possess this skill. As the restaurant owner, he simply couldn't believe that someone as young as Bai Zhou could possibly master hua de si men. But the next instant, the restaurant owner clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. As Bai Zhou poured the cabbage into the wok, his wrist flickered lightly and a raging fire erupted across the entire surface of the wok. Then, holding the wok with one hand, he flipped it up and down. The flames danced in perfect harmony with his movements, making the cabbage inside seem to soar through the fire. Wow! So dazzling! So spectacular! Outside the kitchen, a crowd that had gathered earlier erupted in gasps. What are you doing? Just standing there? In an instant, many in the front row pulled out their phones, the firelight reflecting off their excited faces. They'd never witnessed such a spectacular cooking technique. But just as they pulled out their phones, Bai Zhou swiftly removed the pot and served the dish. A bowl of golden-edged cabbage appeared in the takeout box. That fast? Was it even a minute? No way! Could it even be cooked? The group eyed the bowl of golden-edged cabbage with skepticism. Bai Zhou, unaware of their reactions, just stared awkwardly at the pot. Oh no, I accidentally overcooked it, the lunchbox won't hold it all. Glancing around, he grabbed a plate and dumped the remaining golden-edged cabbage into it. He turned to grab the lunchbox, ready to scoop out the main dish and pack up to leave. The restaurant owner, who had been acting like he'd been injected with adrenaline, suddenly lunged forward. Completely disregarding whether the freshly cooked golden-edged cabbage was too hot to handle, he grabbed a piece and shoved it straight into his mouth. Sizzle! The moment the cabbage touched his tongue, the owner froze. The onlookers around him, seeing the owner's expression, erupted in chatter. So? Is it good or not? Was it even cooked through? Judging by the owner's reaction, it was probably undercooked. Amidst their chatter, Bai Zhou had already packed up his order. Alright. I'm outta here. He turned and started heading for the door. Wait a minute. The boss suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, sprinting straight to block Bai Zhou's path. He nearly crashed through the kitchen door, startling the crowd outside the curtain into a collective stumble. Bai Zhou slammed on the brakes, staring at the owner in astonishment. What are you doing? Don't delay my delivery. Big shot. The boss clasped his hands together, his eyes shining with sincerity as he looked at Bai Zhou. Stop delivering food. Come work as a chef in my restaurant. I'll pay you 30,000 yuan a month. What? Not just the chefs in the kitchen, but even the customers and delivery guys outside erupted in gasps. Of course. This restaurant wasn't huge, and none of the patrons were big shots. A 30,000 yuan salary was like hitting the jackpot for them. But amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, Bai Zhou didn't even hesitate before shaking his head. I refuse. Who cares about your measly 30,000 yuan monthly salary? What? The surrounding crowd gasped again. The bald chef inside nearly choked on his food. Is that even human speech? Bai Zhou ignored them and turned to leave. But the boss grabbed Bai Zhou's arm. Don't go. I'll raise your salary 50 grand. Please stop delivering takeout, I beg you. The boss was actually begging Bai Zhou pitifully. How could Bai Zhou possibly agree? Even if you were on your knees, it wouldn't stop him from becoming a proud delivery guy. Get off me. Let go. I'm going to deliver food. No one can stop me from delivering food. With that, Bai Zhou violently wrenched free from the boss's death grip and bolted out the door in one swift stride. Snap! A loud crack echoed. Bai Zhou didn't know what had broken. But he had no time to care. He bolted out the door, revved the engine, and vanished. Left alone, the restaurant owner stood tearfully clutching a severed kangaroo ear, a pitiful sight at the shop entrance. That earlier snap had actually torn off one of the kangaroo ears from Bai Zhou's helmet, yet Bai Zhou hadn't even noticed. He was already immersed in the system notification. Ding! Earned a 10-yuan cash reward. His brain buzzed incessantly. As for those still lingering inside Lou's braised pork ribs restaurant, the customers who'd been debating whether the golden-edged cabbage was cooked through. Didn't the restaurant owner's reaction just now make everything crystal clear? The crowd immediately pulled out their phones, flooding social feeds like WeChat Moments and Weibo with posts. Dragon City's all-purpose delivery guy. Shocking. What could possibly drive a delivery guy to do such a thing? Bai Zhou had no idea the video of him casually stir-frying 2 dishes had already gone viral online. He now found himself at the entrance of an upscale residential complex. Upon reaching the entrance, Bai Zhou instinctively prepared to park his motorcycle and walk inside. After all, delivery riders' electric scooters weren't allowed inside these gated communities. But just as he was about to turn off the engine, the electric gate ahead suddenly opened. Without a second thought, Bai Zhou twisted the throttle and sped right in.
As he passed through the gate, he even heard the security guard who had opened it for him say respectfully,
"Welcome home, resident." Put.
Bai Zhou nearly burst out laughing at that. Honestly, this guard must have seen the imposing car he was sitting in and subconsciously assumed he was a homeowner who could afford a place here. Only after Bai Zhou had driven in did the guard snap back to reality.
Ha! Wait a minute, I've never seen that guy before?
He slammed the gate shut and sprinted back to the guardhouse to check the surveillance feed.
Holy crap! He was just a delivery guy. Oh no, my bonus for this month is gone.
The moment he saw the footage, he gasped in shock.
But the next second. Wait, when did delivery bikes switch to this kind of vehicle? Whoa, what kind of bike is this?
The high-definition camera zoomed in.
When in doubt, ask Baidu. Image search. Holy crap. Old Lou, I just went to the bathroom. Why are you cursing at me now? A chubby security guard pushed open the door and walked in.
The bewildered guard stiffly turned his head and croaked.
I let in a delivery guy. Ha! Old Lou. They specifically instructed us not to let.
Before he could finish, a phone was thrust in his face.
This is the bike that delivery guy was riding. 1029, and there's a goddamn 10,000 after it? Holy.
The security guard joined the ranks of the stunned.
Bai Zhou followed the navigation to the entrance of a building.
This upscale neighborhood has quite the vibe, but how can the management be so terrible?
Sure enough, the path leading to the building was completely blocked by a bunch of bicycles and scooters.
With no other choice, Bai Zhou turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and walked to the building entrance, carrying the insulated lunchbox strapped to the back seat. He dialed the customer's number.
Hello, come downstairs to pick up your takeout.
Since even the elevator in this complex required an access card, Bai Zhou couldn't get inside. Before Bai Zhou could finish his sentence, a shrill female voice snapped back.
You again? Just you wait. Me again?
Bai Zhou froze upon hearing the voice on the other end.
What was going on? Delivery riders couldn't see customer information, but customers could see the rider's details.
Right now, in a unit on the 30th floor, a woman in pajamas and slippers slammed down the phone in a rage. Yes, this was the very same woman who had rushed out and snatched the delivery while Bai Zhou was playing chess earlier. She clearly had no idea what she was doing, not coming down to pick up the order for over 20 minutes, and then turning around and accusing Bai Zhou. Fuming, she shoved open a room door. Inside, a man around her age was intensely engrossed in playing PUBG on his computer.
Hurry! Come downstairs with me, your wife is being bullied. Downstairs? Bullied?
The man looked up, utterly bewildered. He glanced at the woman, then back at his computer screen.
But me. Am I more important than the game? Smack!
The man slammed his hand on the desk and stood up.
Let's go.
I'll see who dares to mess with my woman. Though he said that, the man's mind was still on his game, worried his teammates would call him a friend who prioritizes women over gaming if he returned. Standing in the elevator, the man cautiously addressed his fierce wife.
Honey, we should let bygones be bygones. We can't. The woman immediately shot him a death glare. Mark my words. If you don't help me today, next month, you won't get a single penny for gas for your motorcycle.
Hearing this, the man froze in place, panic-stricken.
I'll get it done.
Though they called each other husband and wife, they were actually just boyfriend and girlfriend. Bai Zhou waited patiently at the apartment entrance, glancing back at his motorcycle gleaming in the sunlight. Honestly, without that insulated box on it, this bike really is a looker.
Creak. The apartment door swung open.
The moment it swung open, Bai Zhou understood the meaning behind that line from the phone call.
You?
Bai Zhou looked at the person, then glanced at his insulated lunchbox.
Damn it. I should have never bothered cooking this dish for that unreasonable woman.
Before Bai Zhou could speak, the woman gave him a cold sneer and said to the man beside her.
Honey, it's him.
That stinking delivery guy who bullied me this morning.
What? You filthy delivery guy dared to bully my woman?
The man followed the direction of her finger and looked over. His gaze lifted, and he instinctively froze for a moment, thinking to himself.
That's a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship?
Indeed, following Bai Zhou's gaze, he spotted the delivery bike parked nearby. His mind went blank.
Holy!
The man blurted out in shock.
Hearing the curse, the woman assumed her man was cursing Bai Zhou.
With a triumphant smirk, she strode forward 2 steps, looking down on Bai Zhou from above.
You stinking delivery guy! You took my food and went off to play chess with someone else? Mark my words. I've already filed a complaint against you. Just wait for your punishment. 7 Sorry, I really am a god.
Bai Zhou shot the woman a contemptuous glance.
Did he care about the money deducted from his pay due to the complaint? Do whatever you want.
It's your own fault for biting the hand that feeds you. Poof. Bai Zhou sneered coldly, pulled her meal out of the insulated box, tossed it onto the building steps, and waved dismissively.
Guests like you? I'm not serving you anymore.
With that, Bai Zhou turned to leave. The woman had been waiting for this stinking delivery guy to beg her to withdraw the complaint, to give him a way out.
But who knew the stinking delivery guy would have such a rotten attitude? He even threw her meal on the ground. The woman felt like a volcano was about to erupt inside her. "Ah!" she screamed, turning to her man. "You're just standing there watching, you big man? Look at what this stinking delivery guy has done." Bai Zhou's meticulously prepared golden-edged cabbage was nearly spilled entirely into the delivery bag. Only upon hearing his wife's scream did the man reluctantly tear his gaze away from Bai Zhou's car. Seeing his wife nearly crying with rage, he immediately shouted at Bai Zhou's retreating back. "You better stop right there, you bastard." Bai Zhou slowly turned around, his gaze growing cold. "Is there something else?" "You." The man saw it clearly in Bai Zhou's eyes. He didn't give him the time of day. With his woman right beside him, he couldn't let himself lose face. Rage boiling over, he lunged forward 2 steps and bellowed. "You lowly delivery guy, who gave you the right to act like this? What the hell do you think you are? You dead broke bastard, how dare you talk to us like this? Have you had enough of living? Do you know that with just a little pull of my strings, your job would be smashed to pieces on the ground, trampled under my feet?" The man was just talking out of his ass. Sure, he had some money, but he couldn't just snap his fingers and get some random company to fire an employee. Bai Zhou watched the self-important man and felt like he was watching a clown perform. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What the hell are you laughing at?" The man pointed angrily at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou slowly lifted his gaze, studying the man with an amused look that seemed tinged with pity. "So you're loaded, huh?" "Of course I am." The man seemed to feel a surge of pride, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest. His peripheral vision caught sight of the Harley Davidson CosmicStarship, and his heart skipped a beat. He pointed straight over there and declared, "See that? That motorcycle? That's mine." Bai Zhou glanced back, his expression instantly turning peculiar. Because the bike this kid was pointing at was the very one he used for his delivery rounds. "You bought another motorcycle? Holy crap, that bike is so badass. I'm gonna show my girlfriends this. See if they still dare call you a ghost fire boy?" Cough. The man cleared his throat awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. He knew that bike wasn't his, he just brought it out to show off, but his woman didn't know that. Still, given the current situation, he'd explain it later. He puffed out his chest again. "Listen up, you delivery guy, you've never seen a bike like this in your life, have you? This is a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. A friend gifted it to me, you know? Just the price tag alone tops 10 million. 10 million, kid. Have you ever seen that much money in your life? Oh my god. Honey, is that true? You're so awesome." Before Bai Zhou could say anything, the woman, as if stung by a bee, jumped up and planted a kiss on his cheek. Now the way she looked at her boyfriend was like staring at a money tree. She had no idea her boyfriend even knew such a big shot who could drop 10 million like that. She felt like she'd landed herself a golden goose. Bolstered by his girlfriend's affectionate encouragement, the man's scrawny chest puffed out even more as he looked at Bai Zhou with unabashed arrogance. "You stinking delivery guy, are you stupid? Are you scared? Now you know you've messed with the wrong person, huh?" The woman also stiffened her neck. "Apologize immediately and beg for my forgiveness, or else my husband will make you regret this." Indeed, Bai Zhou's astonished expression did give him that impression. But what truly astonished Bai Zhou was this: could there really be someone this stupid in the world? This man was dumb, but this woman was even dumber. Bai Zhou now felt that if he exchanged even a few more words with these two, his own intelligence might become infected. Bai Zhou stared at them with a mix of bewilderment, pity, and disbelief. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a remote key fob. "Sorry, but I really am the key god." Then, glancing at the two of them, he casually pressed a button behind him. 2 low beeps sounded, and the 4-turn signals on the Harley Davidson CosmicStarship behind him flashed 3 times simultaneously. Indeed, this motorcycle came with a remote control, otherwise, why would it cost so much? After completing all this, Bai Zhou withdrew his pitying gaze and turned to leave. The man and woman standing by the building entrance now seemed suspended in a vacuum, their 4 eyes wide with terror. Their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow a fist. Bai Zhou didn't glance back at them once. He secured the insulated box back onto the rear seat, inserted the key into the ignition, and twisted the throttle. Roar! The engine roared to life. The roar felt like a punch to the chest for the braggart, whose legs buckled and sent him crashing to the ground. Thud! He landed squarely on the takeout box discarded on the steps. Ah! A shrill scream erupted as the man's butt felt like it had been scalded, sending him leaping to his feet. But the sting on his butt couldn't compare to the burning heat on his face. Indeed, Bai Zhou's pitying gaze and that shrimp and pork heart-like gesture instantly flushed every boastful word he'd ever uttered down the toilet. And it wasn't just him, his girlfriend's face was now covered in bruises. Didn't she get it yet? Everything her boyfriend had bragged about earlier was pure bull. But they also knew that bike was worth over 10 million. How could a delivery guy afford a motorcycle like that? They'd just been looking down on him as a lowly delivery guy. Now, how could they still call him that? They wanted to slap themselves right now. This cancer must be eradicated. After confronting that couple, Bai Zhou felt refreshed and continued his deliveries. After completing a delivery, Bai Zhou rode his motorcycle past a park. His gaze suddenly lit up when he spotted two familiar figures sitting in the park pavilion. He stopped his bike and walked over. "Hey! Old dragon, playing chess with my big brother Long?" Bai Zhou approached, glanced at the chessboard, and chuckled. "Big brother Long, you should cut my grandpa some slack. If he could actually hold his own against you, he wouldn't get crushed so badly by me." Grandpa Long puffed out his cheeks and glared. "Hey! Little Bai, you brat. What do you mean he's letting me win? Couldn't it be that your old man here has improved? Jianqin, move aside. Let this kid play me. I'll see if he can beat me in this game." "Ha? How could you play there? Ugh, every single move you make is torturing this old man. I lost. I lost. One more time, one more time." 60 or 70-year-old Grandpa Long, his hair as white as snow, was now drenched in sweat, scratching his head and pulling at his beard as he stared at the board. Behind him, the middle-aged man watched silently, his eyes crinkling with amusement at his childish father. Bai Zhou, meanwhile, stood up with a triumphant grin, patting his butt. "Grandpa Long, it's been a week since we last played, right? How come your skills haven't improved at all? I'm done with you. It's getting late and I still have deliveries to make." The middle-aged man behind the old man smiled and thanked Bai Zhou. His voice carried an air of natural authority. "Young Bai, you go ahead with your work. Thank you for taking the time to keep my father company." "It's nothing, brother Long. Just a small favor." Bai Zhou didn't turn around, just waved casually. Bai Zhou rode his beloved little motorcycle, happily cruising along the delivery route. By evening, Bai Zhou's delivery mileage had reached 100 kilometers. His daily earnings in the wealth app had soared to 100,000 yuan. That's right, 100,000 yuan. Bai Zhou felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Just what does earning 100,000 yuan daily even mean? That annual income would amount to 36,500,000 yuan. What a terrifying income. Bai Zhou could even skip that damn university altogether and just announce to the world, "I'm a big shot now, making 36 million a year." But everyone knows money is never enough. This amount would barely buy 3 of his current motorcycles, nothing more. As dusk fell, Bai Zhou was just about to take another delivery order when a group message suddenly popped up in his work WeChat chat. Opening it, he saw a message from his delivery team leader. "Meeting tonight at 8 p.m. sharp at the Sanlong Alley intersection. Everyone must be on time. Latecomers will have all performance bonuses deducted. Absentees will be fired immediately." What the hell? Bai Zhou read the message. "This meeting is going to cost me money." If any of his fellow delivery riders heard that, they'd probably spit blood and drop dead. Is one order really worth more than your entire performance bonus? Truth be told, for Bai Zhou, it really was worth more than his performance bonus. He glanced at the time displayed on his phone screen. 7:50. 10 more minutes, one more order. No one can stop me from delivering food. Right, let them dock his performance bonus. A few thousand yuan in performance pay? Bai Zhou could earn that back just by completing half the delivery route. Why bother caring about it? But getting fired would really suck. After all, he still had the blessing of the food delivery god. 10 minutes later, a wall of yellow had formed at the corner of the Three Dragons Alley intersection in Longchang. 9 electric scooters, each with a large insulated food box on the back seat, were parked side by side in the non-motorized vehicle zone. Behind these scooters stood 9 riders, all wearing identical dye-style ear flap helmets, now chatting away with great enthusiasm. "Hey, old Lu, have you saved up enough for that motorcycle yet?" The man suddenly called out was a young man in his late 20s. Lu Ming had been a veteran employee here for over a year. The mention of motorcycles brought a glimmer of hope back to his face. "Almost there. Once I get my next paycheck, you'll see me delivering on a Yamaha motorcycle, guys. I really don't get you motorcycle enthusiasts. What's so great about them? They're loud and dangerous." Lu Ming gave a mysterious wave of his hand and said, "You just don't get it. It's a man's romance." Put. The people around him scoffed dismissively, but there was no malice in it. They all knew Lu Ming was crazy about motorcycles and loved tinkering with them. He'd been scrimping and saving every paycheck from his delivery job just to buy a Yamaha NMAX 155. That bike costs over 25,000 yuan. He'd been saving for half a year and was finally about to succeed. "Everyone, stand at attention." Just then, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from the side. Instinctively, everyone stepped away from their electric scooters and lined up in a neat row. "Good morning, team leader." Is everyone here?" This man was the team leader of Bai Zhou's delivery group, and also the one who had called this impromptu meeting. A man standing at the far right glanced around and called out, "Team leader, the new guy isn't here yet." "What?" Hearing this, the team leader instantly flashed a look of furious rage. "Damn it! This meeting was called because of that kid. And he dares to be late? A meeting for him?" The 9 people present exchanged confused glances, none understanding what the team leader meant. "Lu Ming." The team leader snapped at Lu Ming. "Bai Zhou is the new hire, you're responsible for mentoring, right?" "Yes, team leader."
Lu Ming had no idea what was going on and could only agree on the spot. You're the best employee in our team. I was actually considering promoting you to deputy team leader. But with the new hire you're responsible for turning out like this, how can I possibly promote you? Lu Ming's heart leapt at the mention of promotion, but he immediately cursed Bai Zhou under his breath. What had that kid done to make the team leader so furious? Bai Zhou had just finished his last delivery of the day and was speeding toward the entrance of Sanlong Alley. He wasn't worried about being late at all, a look of delight on his face. This last order was a whopping 7 kilometers, plus the 3 kilometers to pick up the food. This single delivery netted me 10,000 yuan. Totally worth it. Indeed, Bai Zhou now secretly wished every order he received would be a long-distance one. Meanwhile, the team leader at Sanlong Alley stood with hands on hips, spit flying as he exposed Bai Zhou's alleged misdeeds. You know what? That kid got 2 negative reviews and complaints in a single day. And both complainants were adamant, demanding severe punishment for Bai Zhou. That was only because those 2 from the afternoon order were too stunned to complain again, otherwise it would have been 3 complaints. Headquarters called me directly. Do you know what he did? The team leader grew angrier as he spoke, his voice rising louder and louder until passers-by began to stare. The 9 team members listening could only swallow hard. Though somewhat exaggerated, that's exactly how it went down. They never imagined Bai Zhou would take a customer's takeout to play chess with someone. But the even more shocking second thing? He actually went downstairs and started yelling at the customer. This kid is a complete monster. That thought formed in everyone's mind. Bai Zhou's actions were utterly outrageous. A cancer like this, I absolutely won't tolerate him staying in our team any longer. And now he dares to be late for the meeting? It's already 10 minutes in and he still hasn't shown up. This bastard actually dares to disregard the boss's orders. If that punk is still working under me tomorrow, I'll change my name from Wang Jigang. It was clear team leader Wang Jigang was now completely enraged, determined to expel Bai Zhou from his team. Wang Jigang turned to Lu Ming. Call him. Find out where he is and tell him to get his ass over here immediately. Startled, Lu Ming quickly pulled out his phone. As he dialed, he thought to himself. That Bai Zhou. He's got some nerve. Don't drag me down with you. Before the call connected, a deep, lion-like roar of engines erupted from the distant intersection. 9 Bai Zhou, this one's especially for you. Everyone instinctively looked ahead at the sound of that roar. The streetlights were already bright, so everyone saw it clearly. Holy crap! What kind of car is that? That sound is insane. Indeed, every rider who heard that sound felt an exhilaration deep within their bones. The motorcycle drew nearer, yet its blinding glare obscured the rider's features. Whoa! This bike looks seriously badass. Old Lu. You're the one who studies this stuff. What kind of bike is this? Everyone noticed Lu Ming's hands had gone stiff while holding the phone. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, gleaming with excitement, and his breathing had grown slightly ragged. It was clear this man truly loved motorcycles. They were practically his life. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. How could such a motorcycle possibly appear in China? The words burst out of his mouth in astonishment. Wang Jigang, hearing Lu Ming's exclamation, turned around. Didn't I tell you to make the call? What are you staring at? How could it not exist in China? Here it is, right in front of you. It's just a motorcycle, after all. Wang Jigang's words seemed to stab Lu Ming right in the heart. Motorcycles were his absolute passion. He immediately stepped forward, disregarding Wang Jigang's position as his superior. You have no idea. What? Wang Jigang, furious that the employee he just praised dared speak to him this way, was about to explode, but Lu Ming cut him off. This is one of the world's top 10 motorcycles. For years, it consistently ranked number 1 globally. Its full-body electroplated titanium alloy frame shimmers brilliantly whenever light hits it. Originally, the body art was painted by the renowned artist Jack Armstrong. Both front and rear wheels passed ballistic testing for large displacement exhaust pipes. The engine's performance rivals modern F1 race cars. Plus an automatic alarm system. A bike like this transcends monetary value. What? Wang Jigang could only feel his throat grow dry and uncomfortable. He never imagined motorcycles could reach such heights of excellence. Both are two-wheelers, yet compare his humble electric scooter to this superbike. Even if this were a car, established giants like BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi would be crushed under its shadow. They all knew Lu Ming was a motorcycle enthusiast. If he said it, they had to believe it. With specs like this, it was definitely a luxury vehicle only a super wealthy individual could afford. Everyone stared intently, desperate to catch a glimpse of this mysterious tycoon's face. Is it Bai Zhou? A voice like a duck's quack echoed from the far right. Indeed, Bai Zhou rode his Harley Davidson CosmicStarship to a slow stop at the intersection, parking it alongside the row of small electric scooters. He turned off the engine and walked over slowly. But the moment he approached, he sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were wide as saucers, staring fixedly at him, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit 3 eggs. Especially his delivery mentor, Lu Ming. His eyes were now completely bloodshot. Wang Jigang gasped for breath, his eyes darting around in disbelief. His mind was in turmoil. How could this be? There's no way the writer was Bai Zhou. He had just threatened to fire him, but if Lu Ming was telling the truth, how could he possibly fire him now? That's right, Bai Zhou had just graduated high school and was waiting to start college. Anyone who could afford a motorcycle like this must be a rich kid, right? And which of today's rich kids would a delivery team leader like him dare to provoke? What's going on here? Weren't we supposed to have a meeting? Bai Zhou found the varied expressions on their faces somewhat amusing. He knew he was late, but honestly, who cares about that perfect attendance bonus anyway? Hearing Bai Zhou speak, the others still felt a lump in their throats, but Wang Jigang cautiously asked. Bai Zhou, why'd you switch bikes? Bai Zhou glanced back and replied nonchalantly. Oh, just got it today. My old one was too slow, a real-time waster. He shrugged his shoulders as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Wang Jigang's heart skipped a beat. Did you buy it yourself? That car isn't cheap, is it? Still testing the waters, yes, he couldn't be certain yet. Bai Zhou pondered briefly. Over 10 million yuan for his former self, that was an astronomical sum he couldn't have afforded even by selling a kidney or his very soul. But now? He'd just earned 110,000 in a single day. He waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile. Not much, not worth much at all. What? All 10 people present, except for Lu Ming, sucked in a sharp breath. What do you mean it's not worth much? Since they'd chosen to trust Lu Ming, the motorcycle enthusiast, the bike's value was undoubtedly beyond their wildest imagination. Especially now, under the dim streetlight, the chrome body still shimmered silver, highlighting its prestige. And yet, in Bai Zhou's words, this bike was supposedly worth next to nothing? In that instant, Lu Ming felt his entire world crumble. He had always claimed to be a devoted motorcycle enthusiast. Yet, while he had scrimped and saved for half a year just to afford a Yamaha, here someone was casually offering a super bike that supposedly wasn't worth much. In that moment, he even felt that without money, he simply wasn't worthy of riding motorcycles. Seeing their reactions, Bai Zhou found it rather amusing. He waved his hand and said, Team Leader Wang, weren't we supposed to have a meeting today? Did something happen? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, the others slowly snapped back to reality, many of them giving him strange looks. Regardless of whether he was some super-rich second-generation heir, today's meeting agenda was entirely about him. Suddenly, it dawned on them why Bai Zhou treated customers the way he did and why he'd even risk losing perfect attendance by showing up late. Because, damn it, he simply didn't give a damn. Everyone maintained a spectator's stance as they watched Wang Jigang before them. After all, he had just declared. Such a cancer. He must be purged from our team. Feeling the stares around him, Wang Jigang felt a bit awkward inside. But he was the team leader, what he wanted to do was up to him. Wang Jigang cleared his throat and looked at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou, this meeting today is all about you. Wait, that's not what you just said. This meeting is specifically for you. For me? Bai Zhou looked at Wang Jigang in confusion. The other team members watched Wang Jigang, impressed that he remained unfazed in the presence of a super-rich second-generation heir. They gave him a thumbs up. Facing such a presence, he still remained true to his original aspirations. Even if someone is powerful and influential, what can they do? When you make a mistake in front of your superiors, you'll still get scolded. What an upright and principled leader. Right. Wang Jigang, unaware of others' thoughts, nodded vigorously. Headquarters called to say you received 2 complaints today. They claim your attitude toward customers was extremely poor and demand severe punishment. Bai Zhou shrugged his shoulders. He knew exactly where these 2 complaints were coming from and remarked nonchalantly. They deserve it, and there's nothing I can do about it. Damn it. The others felt a chill run down their spines at Bai Zhou's words. Does having money really mean you can do whatever you want? All eyes turned to Wang Jigang, waiting for their upright leader to erupt in fury, pointing an accusing finger at Bai Zhou and unleashing a torrent of rage. Wang Jigang stared at Bai Zhou, his eyes flickering. He took a deep breath. Others watched Wang Jigang's movements, clenching their fists excitedly, even harboring a glimmer of hope. Ha! So what if you're rich? You're still going to get chewed out by the boss. Wang Jigang looked at Bai Zhou and suddenly smiled. Alright, Bai Zhou, I understand. Next time you encounter customers like this, you can transfer the order to your colleagues. No need to get angry with them. Ha! Everyone around them instantly felt as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their throats. Seriously, how the hell did the mood shift so fast? They all wanted to rush over, grab Wang Jigang by the collar, and yell. Did you just time travel or something? You didn't just say that a moment ago? Even Lu Ming tore his gaze away from the Harley Davidson CosmicStarship, staring at Wang Jigang in utter shock. This is ing backtracking on his own words. And he's slapping himself so hard. Bai Zhou watched the reactions around him. Couldn't he figure out what was going on? Maybe this kid was waiting to scold me, only to suddenly realize I'd leveled up. He changed his mind on the spot. Bai Zhou kept his insight to himself, simply nodding to show he understood. Wang Jigang breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He was almost glad his chameleon skill was maxed out, otherwise he'd be in deep trouble after today. He'd assumed Bai Zhou was just some super rich second generation heir, obviously here to experience real life. Who else would spend over 10 million on a motorcycle just to deliver takeout? Noticing the puzzled and shocked looks on the others' faces, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Bai Zhou, were you late today because you got held up delivering food? Huh? Yeah, why? Bai Zhou thought, what the hell is this old guy talking about? Did he actually guess right? Great. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Wang Jigang actually said good 3 times in a row. Then he turned to the remaining 9 people and said, look at Bai Zhou. What an outstanding employee, working tirelessly to complete his tasks. He even skips meetings to ensure customers get their meals on time. He upgraded to such an expensive motorcycle just to deliver faster. Such a model employee, you must all learn from Bai Zhou. What the hell? Hearing Wang Jigang's words, the 9 instinctively took a step back. Seeing his awkwardly smiling face, they felt a wave of disgust, even revulsion welling up inside. Damn it! Who was it who called Bai Zhou a cancer? Who demanded he be purged? I announce. The team leader actually stood tall and declared. Effective immediately, Bai Zhou is the deputy team leader of Longqing District Team 17. Everyone must learn diligently from our deputy team leader. Now, the remaining 9 members had no idea how to react to Wang Jigang. No doubt about it, they'd instantly formed their opinion of Wang Jigang. Lu Ming felt the same way. He wasn't angry that Bai Zhou had snatched the deputy team leader position from him. Instead, his heart was filled with boundless contempt for Wang Jigang. As for Bai Zhou, he should be groveling at Wang Jigang's feet. How could he possibly resent him? If he could just touch that Harley Davidson CosmicStarship, he probably wouldn't wash his hands for a month. Wang Jigang couldn't care less about others' opinions. With a wave of his hand. Alright, meeting adjourned. It's not even 8:30 yet, get out there and deliver a few more orders to boost your performance. Then he turned to Bai Zhou with a warm, auntie-like smile. Bai Zhou, care to join me for tea in my office? You've worked hard today. Oomph. Disgusting. Finally, someone couldn't hold back, muttering under their breath before turning and speeding off on their electric scooter. Bai Zhou stared at Wang Jigang in front of him, nearly bursting out laughing. Still, he waved his hand. No need. I'm heading home. Alright, Bai Zhou, drive safely on your way home. Get some rest early, we need model employees like you here. Model my ass. Everyone knows what you're really thinking, Wang Jigang. Bai Zhou ignored Wang Jigang, hopped on his motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped off. Leaving behind Wang Jigang's pensive gaze and Lu Ming's gleaming eyes of envy. He'd earned 110,000 yuan today, but Bai Zhou wasn't the type to bite off more than he could chew. Seriously, how many delivery guys make over 100,000 a day? Back at his apartment complex, Bai Zhou parked his motorcycle in the designated storage area. As for his trusty little electric scooter, that fickle soul had already ditched it at the entrance of the building. As Bai Zhou walked past his electric scooter, he didn't even hear its mournful lament. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. The moment Bai Zhou opened his door, his mother's piercing voice echoed through the hallway. You good for nothing. What time do you think it is? Have you checked your grades yet? His mother's lion's roar left Bai Zhou feeling helpless. After all, in most families, it's the mother who's kind and the father who's strict. But in Bai Zhou's family, his father was the one who played the strict role. In the past, Bai Zhou might have agonized over his college entrance exam results, but now, he checked 410 points. Good enough for a third-tier university. Whether it's a Tier 1, Tier 2, or even a Tier 2 Class C university, as long as it doesn't interfere with his delivery job, it's a good school. A middle-aged woman in an apron, her face etched with the marks of time, emerged from the kitchen. Wiping her hands, she looked at Bai Zhou. Look at you. If you tried a bit harder, you could have gotten into a second-tier university. Though she said that, Bai Zhou's mother, Li Hui, was genuinely pleased. After all, Bai Zhou was the first college student in the Bai family. 11. What do you mean by that title, system? Though their family wasn't well off, now that Bai Zhou had gotten into university, Li Hui was determined to sell everything they owned to fund her son's education. Not seeing his father, Bai Zhou walked onto the master bedroom balcony with a faint smile. His father, Bai Jianjun, was always banished to the balcony by Li Hui whenever his cigarette cravings kicked in. Bai Zhou had an exceptionally close relationship with his father, often addressing him familiarly as brother. Old Bai, put that cigarette down, it's bad for your health. Here, have a Huazi instead. Saying this, he pulled out a pack of soft Huazhong cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to his father. You little brat. When did you start smoking? Bai Jianjun gave Bai Zhou a sharp slap. Still, he gladly accepted a cigarette and slipped it between his lips. After all, his son was an adult now. He smoked himself. What right did he have to tell his son not to? Still, he should definitely cut back. Zhou, so you've made some money and can afford these cigarettes now? Even if you have money, you still need to spend it wisely. Bai Zhou just smiled without saying anything. He couldn't very well tell his old man.
"Son, I made 110,000 yuan today." If he said that, his dad would probably drag him straight to the police station. Because without stealing or robbing, how could a delivery guy earn that much? He pulled a cigarette from the pack and placed it between his lips, handing the entire remaining carton to his father. He savored the numbing sensation of the smoke. "Dad, I'm afraid I'll only be able to get into a third-tier university. Have you decided where you'll go?" Bai Jianjun's approach to parenting was very laid back, so he never imposed strict demands on Bai Zhou. "I've decided." Bai Zhou nodded. "I found a pretty good independent college in Jiangxia. I want to check it out." Exactly. After all, he could only choose second-tier category C universities now, so the city was the most crucial factor. As a second-tier city, has a cost of living far below top-tier cities like Shanghai or Beijing. Tuition fees at the very least for the first year will definitely be covered by his parents, who also provide him with monthly living expenses. Bai Zhou couldn't very well tell his parents about the system he possesses, could he? Choosing this place meant the burden on his parents wouldn't be too heavy in the first year. Moreover, this environment was precisely where Bai Zhou could thrive best. Just as Bai Zhou was enjoying his cozy family life, a trending topic online exploded across the entire internet. Shocking. Flower-patterned 4-door appears in Longcheng created by a food delivery guy. Indeed, this afternoon, a video of Bai Zhou cooking at Lu's braised bone rice had already surfaced online. After a day of buffering, the video's view count had reached terrifying levels, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Holy crap! This delivery guy actually cooks for customers? Truly an all-purpose delivery guy. Wow! That delivery guy looks so cool. Stir-frying, is that flame a video effect? Though those kangaroo ears kinda break the illusion. Hey, upstairs. What special effects? That's the nearly lost culinary skill of Hua de Seamen. The topic of the all-purpose delivery guy has once again been pushed to the peak of trending. Meanwhile, in a study in Shaanxi City, a glass display case overflowed with gleaming gold trophies and certificates of honor. Before this sea of trophies, an elderly man was intently studying a cookbook. Though his temples were now streaked with gray, his eyes still burned with intensity. Thump! A hurried knock sounded from outside. The old man's brow furrowed slightly as his resonant voice boomed. "Come in." A man dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform and wearing a chef's hat burst in, panting heavily. "Master! Master! You have to see this." The chef, in his 30s, thrust his phone toward the old man. "You were playing with your phone just now? Tonight's extra practice, 1,000 tosses." The man's face instantly clouded over with worry, but he dared not utter a word of complaint. Though the old man spoke harshly, he took the phone, tapped play on the video, and muttered instinctively. "He's a delivery guy?" Before he could finish, whoosh! He shot straight up from his chair. His eyes blazed with disbelief, and a misty glaze mixed with intense emotion welled up in his normally sharp gaze. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving up and down. This state startled the man in front of him, who hurriedly stepped forward to support the old man. "Master! Master! What's wrong?" "I'm fine," the old man snapped, abruptly turning and grabbing the man's shoulders with both hands. "Where did you get this video? Who is this cook? Where is he?" The old man fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. The man shook his head blankly. "I only know he should be in Longcheng. I don't know who he is." "Longcheng?" The old man pondered for a moment. "Quick, book me a ticket. I'm going to Longcheng to find him. I must find him." The chef watched as his master's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Though puzzled, he hurriedly agreed. "Yes. Yes, master." After the chef left with a puzzled look, the old man tremblingly pulled a yellowed black and white photograph from the drawer. Tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. "Master, I've finally found someone who can recreate your signature dish from back then." A night of warm family life passed quickly. Early the next morning, Bai Zhou was awakened by the alarm clock he had set in advance. After washing up, he stood on the balcony facing the rising sun. Another great day to make money. Ding! Just as Bai Zhou was preparing to replicate yesterday's feat of earning 110,000 yuan, the system alert suddenly sounded. System detected an unexpected event, triggering a random option. Option 1, the host declines today's teacher appreciation banquet. After all, the host knows full well what such banquets truly entail. Refusing the banquet rewards the host with 50,000 yuan in cash and the title of Master Turtle. Put. Upon hearing the first reward in option 1, Bai Zhou almost instinctively chose it. 50,000 yuan, that was the equivalent of 50 kilometers of delivery mileage. But the second reward was a title? And Turtle Master? Bai Zhou had no idea what Master Turtle meant, but the title alone sounded unbearably cringeworthy. Option 2, the host, fully aware of the nature of the teacher appreciation banquet, still chooses to attend punctually, reconnecting with former classmates. Selecting this option rewards the host with a 3-bedroom apartment in Phoenix City, Biguanyuan. 12. Whoa, did I just become a landlord? Bai Zhou nearly yanked the curtains off the window in his haste. No kidding, that's a property in Phoenix City.
While opinions on properties in this area vary, a 3-bedroom unit easily fetches around 1.5 million.
Comparing these options, which is more important? The answer was obvious, wasn't it? Need I say more? The system's voice fell silent, waiting for Bai Zhou's decision. I choose the second option.
Indeed, Bai Zhou held an absolute advantage over the 50,000 yuan option.
Ding! Host selection complete. Rewards dispersed. Property deed and door keys will be mailed to your registered address.
The moment the system's voice faded, Bai Zhou felt a flash of white light streak through his mind. It was as if something new had settled within his body and brain. But he couldn't sense any changes, so Bai Zhou didn't dwell on it. The class group chat announced a gathering at Longcheng restaurant at 11 a.m. today. He decided to use the scattered free time in the morning to deliver a few more takeout orders. Bai Zhou noticed someone had yanked one of the kangaroo ears off his helmet, definitely the owner of Lou's braised pork ribs. But he wasn't about to confront him about it now. Hell no, what if he tried to force him to stay on as a chef? In several hours, Bai Zhou had only managed 9 deliveries, far slower than during peak hours. His phone buzzed with another delivery request.
Phoenix City at Biguanyuan? Isn't that where my new place is? Perfect, I can check it out.
Indeed, Bai Zhou received the latest order delivery to Biguanyuan, which wasn't too far from Longcheng restaurant either. He calculated the time after finishing this delivery. It should be almost time to head back to the hub. Arriving at Biguanyuan, Phoenix City, Bai Zhou gazed at the towering skyscrapers surrounding him, feeling a flutter of excitement.
Don't be fooled by the 30-story facades. Each building actually only has 15 floors. This place is entirely made up of duplex apartments. The neighborhood environment was exceptionally beautiful. He had to admit, this place was really quite nice. The only issue was that the security here was a bit too diligent. Even his motorcycle for delivering food wasn't allowed into the complex. Of course, it was also possible the security guard simply didn't recognize Bai Zhou's motorcycle. After delivering the order, Bai Zhou stepped out of the complex gates, ready to push his beloved little motorcycle when a familiar figure appeared ahead. Chen Yueying? What was she doing here? Didn't she live in Shangshi Huoding?
Yep, it was the same delivery that had provided Bai Zhou with this motorcycle, and now he'd run into his goddess classmate, Chen Yueying. Chen Yueying's flowing long hair gently cascaded down her back, swaying lightly in the summer breeze. A light green, form-fitting dress hugged her toned figure.
Her straight legs shimmered with a milky white glow, crystal clear. Her delicate feet were adorned with pale blue strappy high-heeled sandals, radiating an undeniable goddess-like aura. Watching from behind, Bai Zhou couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being my goddess classmate. Just as he was about to step forward to greet her, a pristine white BMW 7 Series pulled up slowly in front of Chen Yueying. He instinctively assumed the car had come to pick her up, shrugged his shoulders without comment, and walked toward his motorcycle. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. 10:30? If we're meeting at 11, maybe I should take one more ride?
Just as Bai Zhou had this thought, the system's voice chimed in.
Ding!
Host, don't forget you previously chose to arrive punctually for the teacher appreciation banquet. If you're late, the system will revoke all previously issued rewards.
What the hell?
Bai Zhou cursed the damn system in his mind.
He thought the choices were final, but who knew there'd be a foreman supervising? No choice.
He'd already completed 10 deliveries this morning, covering roughly 30 kilometers and earning 30,000 yuan, not a bad haul. Just as Bai Zhou was about to twist the throttle and take off, the system's voice sounded again.
Ding! Detected unexpected event. Triggering random option. The host's goddess classmate is in a bind. Please make a choice. Option 1, host, ride your beloved scooter with your high school desk mate to the farewell banquet. Reward, Sovereign's Tower office building. Option 2, the host declines to give their old classmate a ride to the banquet, earning the title Steel Straight Male Young Master and the honor of being a lifelong bachelor. Damn it! You're the one who's never dated before. My first love was long gone, okay?
Indeed, Bai Zhou seemed stung by the system's second reward option, suddenly recalling his kindergarten sweetheart.
But enough about that.
Bai Zhou looked up and sure enough, Chen Yueying was frowning with a troubled expression as she stared at the BMW Chishi with its window rolled down. But Bai Zhou had no intention of being a clueless love-struck fool. Sure, Chen Yueying was stunningly beautiful, but with his current earning pace, did he really need to worry about not having gorgeous girls chasing after him in the future? System, what exactly is this Junlin Tianxia office tower? Exactly, he needed to see if this reward was worth letting Chen Yueying ride his beloved little motorcycle. Ding! Reply to host, the Junlin skyscraper office building on Provincial Government Street in Longcheng will become your private property. Upon acquiring this building, you will shoulder the deadbeat task of collecting monthly rent. Hearing the system's words, a gleam flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes. He twisted the throttle and sped straight toward Chen Yueying. No doubt about it, Provincial Government Street was the heart of Longcheng CBD. The 48-story Junlin skyscraper housed well over 100 companies. The rental rates for CBD office space? You can imagine. I choose the first option. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Junlin skyscraper office building.
The contract will be delivered to your location via courier. A smile played on Bai Zhou's lips as he watched Chen Yueying grow closer. He thought to himself. Worth it. Riding a motorcycle with a girl, then living off the rent like a slacker, isn't that worth it? Up ahead, Chen Yueying frowned and addressed the person in the car with a hint of coldness. Mr. Chao Zhangcheng, thank you for your kindness, but I've already called a ride-hailing service. I won't trouble you. A flippant voice came from inside the car. Just cancel the ride-hailing service. Chen Yueying's voice sounded cool and distant. Then there's no need for Mr. Chao Zhangcheng to go out of his way. Old classmate. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? 13 ride-hailing? Just cancel it, right? Chen Yueying, who had been biting her pearly teeth and looking troubled, froze upon hearing that familiar voice. Turning her head, she found her old desk mate grinning at her, wearing a helmet with kangaroo ears. For some reason, a flicker of delight shot through Chen Yueying. She blurted out. Bai Zhou. What a coincidence. Are you here delivering food? As she spoke, she turned and took 2 quick steps toward him. The driver of the BMW 7 Series, seeing Chen Yueying completely ignore him, flashed a cold look in his eyes. Still, he quickly reversed and followed her pace. Through the window, he couldn't see Bai Zhou's motorcycle, but he could clearly make out his deliveryman uniform. He froze for a moment. Why is she talking to a delivery guy? But then, as if something tickled her funny bone, a mocking smile spread across her face. Leaning out the window, she called out loudly. Hey! Isn't this Bai Zhou? So you didn't do well on the college entrance exam and started delivering food now? Ha! Hearing the mocking voice, Bai Zhou's brow furrowed slightly as she turned to look. Chao Zhangcheng? Chao Zhangcheng, also Bai Zhou's high school classmate, was attending the teacher appreciation banquet today. Rumor had it his dad was the factory director of some electronics plant, and the family had a bit of money. Chao Zhangcheng stared at Bai Zhou, his smirk unabated, and said, Bai Zhou, how broke are you? Delivering takeout? Come on, we're old classmates. If you're in a bind, just ask your bro Chang. I can lend you some cash. The contempt in his tone made it clear he wasn't being sincere, he was just showing off in front of Chen Yueying. Given Bai Zhou's temperament, he'd definitely give Chao Zhangcheng a look that said, Are you stupid? And retort, Are you a little idiot? But before Bai Zhou could speak, Chen Yueying beat him to it. Bai Zhou, is this your delivery bike? Looks pretty cool. Chen Yueying's words stirred something within Bai Zhou, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. You bet. If I didn't make it look good, my parents would have wasted their time raising me. Chen Yueying covered her mouth and giggled at his self-deprecating remark. She suddenly realized that while Bai Zhou still spoke with his usual style, there seemed to be a certain shift in his demeanor. Before, when Bai Zhou joked around, he seemed like a mischievous student. Now, however, his jokes carried a certain calmness, a distinct aura that even Chen Yueying couldn't quite put her finger on. Chen Yueying's smile was as radiant as a flower, leaving Chao Zhangcheng momentarily dazed. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. But the next instant, Chao Zhangcheng's expression darkened instantly. Chen Yueying never smiled like that at me. Why does she smile like that at Bai Zhou? That stinking delivery guy. Chen Yueying continued with a smile, echoing Bai Zhou's words. I've never seen a ghost fire boy willing to deliver takeout. Bai Zhou waved his hand with a smile and got straight to the point. So, old classmate, how about I take you to the farewell banquet in this car? Ha! Chen Yueying and Chao Zhangcheng, who was in the car, both froze at Bai Zhou's words. Ha! Then, Chao Zhangcheng leaned back in his seat and burst into exaggerated laughter. Did I hear that right? Bai Zhou, your beat-up delivery bike? Do you really think it matches Chen Yueying's class? You might as well just give up. He then turned to Chen Yueying and said. Chen Yueying, ignore him. Let's hurry up and go, we'll be late. As Chao Zhangcheng's voice reached her ears, a wave of intense disgust washed over Chen Yueying. She thought to herself. Perfect, I can finally get rid of this annoying Chao Zhangcheng. She immediately smiled and nodded at Bai Zhou. Then I'm going to thoroughly enjoy this ride in your stylish ride. What? Chao Zhangcheng froze upon hearing Chen Yueying's words. She'd pass up his BMW 7 Series to ride in some delivery guy's beat-up old car? Chen Yueying, he didn't know what to say, but he couldn't let her know what he was thinking. Adhering to his principle of refusing to ride in Bai Zhou's car if she wouldn't take his, he retorted. Didn't you already call a ride-hailing car? At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Yueying's eyes. Just cancel the ride-hailing order. You! Chao Zhangcheng's face instantly darkened. That was exactly what he just said to Chen Yueying, yet her response was, none of your business. And now, Chen Yueying was actually saying it herself for Bai Zhou's sake. Damn it! Chao Zhangcheng's face darkened as he slammed his fist hard against the steering wheel. But no one paid attention to his outburst. He turned and shot a venomous glare at Bai Zhou, who was wearing a kangaroo uniform. Just you wait. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped off. He felt staying any longer would be utterly humiliating. A wealthy BMW driver losing to a delivery guy? How embarrassing was that? Chen Yueying watched Xiao Zhengcheng speed away and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as she was about to thank Bai Zhou and resume waiting for her ride-hailing car, a kangaroo helmet with only one ear suddenly appeared before her. Bai Zhou had already slung the insulated box over his back and handed his helmet to Chen Yueying, saying, "I only have one helmet for now. You can use mine." Sure, thanks." Chen Yueying found herself nodding in agreement, as if she'd forgotten her original plan to take a ride-hailing car. "Look down." For the first time, Bai Zhou's voice sounded so gentle against her ear. Chen Yueying tilted her head back slightly, letting Bai Zhou fasten the helmet himself. As he adjusted the straps, his hand inevitably brushed lightly against her cheek. Her face flushed instantly. Watching Bai Zhou, who was now mere inches away, adjusting the helmet straps, she suddenly felt her heart racing wildly. She hadn't noticed before, but Bai Zhou was so handsome. Suddenly, a hand waved in front of her face. "What are you spacing out for? Get in the car." "Ah." Chen Yueying jolted awake at the startling sound, her cheeks flushing crimson like two little apples. "Oh." She nodded her head and murmured a quiet response before walking to the front of the back seat of Bai Zhou's car. Wearing a short dress, she couldn't make any awkward movements, so she sat sideways on the back seat. Her small hands gripped the handlebars at the back of the motorcycle tightly. Bai Zhou felt Chen Yueying settle in and started the engine. "Hold on tight." As she twisted the throttle, Chen Yueying's body tilted sideways. Losing her balance, she let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped both arms around Bai Zhou's waist. Keep in mind, the rear seat of Bai Zhou's motorcycle had almost no separation from the front seat. The two of them were practically pressed tightly together. 14. Running into an acquaintance, the chairman of Longfor Group? The faint fragrance from Chen Yueying's body drifted clearly to Bai Zhou's nose. Feeling the warmth behind him, his heart fluttered slightly. But Bai Zhou's self-control was second to none. With a faint smile on his lips, he sped toward Longcheng Hotel. Once the ride stabilized, Chen Yueying suddenly realized she had unconsciously wrapped her arms around Bai Zhou. Embarrassed, she quickly withdrew one hand. Yet her other arm, whether for safety or some other reason, remained gently wrapped around his waist. The two of them looked like a couple out on a date, enjoying the cool breeze brought by the motorcycle's speed under the scorching summer sun. The distance to Longcheng Hotel wasn't far, and Bai Zhou soon brought the bike to a stop. The moment the bike came to a stop, Chen Yueying leaped off the back seat, removed her helmet, and handed it to Bai Zhou. "Why your helmet?" Bai Zhou took the helmet and leaned forward curiously, looking at Chen Yueying. "Why are you blushing so much?" Chen Yueying felt Bai Zhou's breath nearly hitting her own nostrils. She quickly took a step back, held up one finger with both hands, and nodded in front of her. It's because. She racked her brain for a moment before her eyes lit up. "It's because I got sunburned. Yes, it's because the summer sun is too strong." She felt she'd found the perfect answer, wearing a triumphant smile. Bai Zhou chuckled inwardly, but he didn't call her out. He parked his motorcycle in the restaurant's lot and walked into the hotel lobby alongside Chen Yueying. The hotel staff didn't stop Bai Zhou just because he was wearing a delivery uniform. It wasn't that the place offered indiscriminate service, it was probably because Chen Yueying was by his side. Clothes make the man, and this outfit suited Chen Yueying perfectly. Wherever she went now, she was the center of attention. Reaching the private room entrance, Bai Zhou waved to Chen Yueying and said, "You go ahead. Aren't you coming in?" Chen Yueying stopped and looked at Bai Zhou in confusion. A strange look flashed across Bai Zhou's face. "What? Old classmate, if I go open the floodgates, are you going to follow?" "Open the floodgates?" Chen Yueying froze for a moment before snapping to attention, her cheeks flushing crimson. "You jerk, Bai Zhou. When did you become such a scoundrel? I'm ignoring you." With that, she stamped her foot lightly and strode into the private room. Watching the little girl's reaction, Bai Zhou found it rather amusing. But after delivering takeout all morning, he desperately needed to use the restroom. He was starting to worry he might develop some kind of urological problem. He dashed to the restroom only to run into an acquaintance there. "Big Brother Long? What a coincidence. You're eating here too?" Bai Zhou had barely pulled down his pants when he spotted him. Unavoidable circumstances. "Brother Bai? What brings you here today?" Indeed, this Long fellow hadn't expected to run into Bai Zhou at Longcheng Restaurant. Could it be that Longcheng Restaurant had started offering delivery services? Bai Zhou said helplessly while relieving himself. "We just graduated high school, right? The class is hosting a farewell dinner for our teachers, and they booked it here." "Are you here for dinner today, Brother Long?" "Yeah. Someone else is treating me." Was he showing off? Bai Zhou glanced at him, but realized this seemed like an ordinary affair for Brother Long. Moreover, he sensed that Brother Long didn't seem particularly fond of this dinner gathering. After all, it was someone else's business, so Bai Zhou had no reason to interfere. Both emerged from the restroom simultaneously. Bai Zhou greeted him and headed first into his class's private room. Little did he know, Brother Long had actually entered the adjacent room. The two were quite close together. Upon entering, Bai Zhou discovered that Chao Xingqing's BMW 7 Series hadn't arrived yet.
Nearly all 30 students from their class had arrived, with their homeroom teacher seated at the central table.
But that wasn't what caught his attention.
There were 3 tables in total. Except for the central one, each table had a single seat, but the seating arrangement was odd. Rice porridge. You're here. A cheerful voice rang out from nearby as 3 boys who had already arrived stood up to greet Bai Zhou.
Wazy.
Old devil.
Little Leo.
You 3 got here pretty early.
Ha, you're right on time.
We just got here too. The 3 men before him were Bai Zhou's close friends from high school, especially Wei Zhangwei. He lived in the same neighborhood as Bai Zhou, a childhood buddy who'd grown up playing together since they were little kids. As for old devil, Chen Fingza, he was practically a model worker. Probably had OCD, he always kept their shared desk spotless and organized. Xiao Lizi, Li Zheyu, often ran errands for them, so naturally he became known as Xiao Lizi. As for Demi Zhou, Bai Zhou, and Bai Zhou, it's simple.
The burly Zhang Wei slung his arm around Bai Zhou's neck.
Old Bai, I'm so jealous of you. The seating arrangement for today's farewell banquet was based on our school days, meaning you get to sit right next to your old deskmate.
Damn, even at the farewell dinner you get to sit with the goddess.
Now Bai Zhou understood why the seating arrangements across these 3 tables felt so peculiar. This was the reason. He turned to look in Chen Yueying's direction, catching her gaze just as their eyes met. Chen Yueying immediately looked away, pretending to chat with a girl beside her. Whoa! At that moment, old devil beside him suddenly spoke thoughtfully. Bai Zhou, I can't shake this feeling that Chen Yueying's looking at you kinda weird, huh?
Are you too,
Seeing the suggestive looks exchanged between the 3, Bai Zhou snapped irritably. Cut the crap. Get those filthy thoughts out of your heads. Shaking off Zhang Wei's arm, Bai Zhou walked over to Chen Yueying and plopped down beside her. The instant he sat down, the private room door was violently flung open. Xiao Zhengcheng burst in with an excited look on his face.
Hey, everyone. Guess who I just saw? His urgent voice instantly grabbed everyone's attention.
Who?
Yeah.
Xiao Zhengcheng, stop teasing us, just tell us already. The moment Xiao Zhengcheng entered, he spotted Bai Zhou sitting with Chen Yueying. His heart sank, but he still said mysteriously. I saw Long Jianxin.
Long Jianxin? Who's that? It was clearly a name, yet many classmates wore puzzled expressions.
At that moment, the bespectacled, middle-aged homeroom teacher in the center suddenly spoke up.
Long Jianxin? You mean Long Jianxin, the chairman of Longhu Group? 15, let's party. Mr. Chao's treating. The chairman of Longfu Group, Long Jianxin? The students in the private room instantly recognized who Xiao Zhengcheng was referring to upon hearing their homeroom teacher's words. Longfu Group was Longqing's largest locally listed company. 5 years ago, it had already announced its IPO and gone global. The most iconic landmark in Longcheng is the villa complex along the shores of Black Dragon Lake in the city center Longhu Biyuan. Longhu Courtyard is the most luxurious villa district in all of Longcheng, no contest. Even after a decade since its completion, Longhu Courtyard remains far from fully occupied. The reason? They're simply too expensive. How many people in Longcheng could possibly afford a villa there? Long Jianxin? That name sounds familiar. Bai Zhou, leisurely sipping his tea, suddenly murmured thoughtfully. Chen Yueying, sitting beside him, overheard and whispered in his ear. Of course you've heard of him. He's the chairman of Long Lake Group, you must have seen him on TV. Bai Zhou was tempted to retort that he hadn't watched TV in years except for the Spring Festival Gala, of course. Xiao Zhengcheng glanced around at his classmates, who were staring wide-eyed at each other. For some reason, he felt a surge of vanity, as if they were amazed by his very presence. It's perfectly normal if you don't recognize him. Chairman Long rarely appears on the streets. He's always chauffeured wherever he goes. Seeing him at Longcheng Hotel today is quite a stroke of luck for us. So you know Chairman Long Jianxin, Xiao Zhengcheng? A question drifted over from one of the tables. A flicker of delight actually crossed Xiao Zhengcheng's eyes, as if he'd been waiting for this very line. He straightened his neck and declared. Of course. As he spoke, he found a seat and sat down. The moment he settled, his expression stiffened deliberately and he furrowed his brow. Then he stood up, dramatically pulling out the keys to his BMW 7 Series from his pocket and slowly placing them on the table. The motion was painfully slow, as if he feared his classmates couldn't see what he was holding. All the while, he muttered loudly. These keys are digging into my leg. Whoosh! Instantly, several boys jumped up in surprise and crowded around. Holy crap! Xiao Zhengcheng, is that a 7 Series key? Wow, Xiao Zhengcheng, your dad actually splurged on such an expensive car for you? Wow, Xiao Zhengcheng, I'm so jealous. You've hit the peak of life right after high school. As Xiao Zhengcheng basked in his classmates' praise, the glow on his face radiated pure bliss. He even shot Bai Zhou a defiant glance before turning his gaze to Chen Yueying, as if to say, what makes that stinky delivery guy better than me? But Xiao Zhengcheng wasn't done showing off yet. He waved his hand dismissively and said, that's beside the point. As for Chairman Long, my dad has some business ties with Longhu Group. So, he occasionally has dinner with Chairman Long. Through that back and forth, we just got to know each other, right?
His tone was nothing short of humble and utterly self-assured.
Don't ask, it's all an act. Wow. Really? His showboating worked like a charm.
Immediately, several classmates looked at Chao Zhangcheng in awe, murmuring. No wonder Chao Zhangcheng has the clout to open a 7 Series shop right after graduation. Truly worthy of Chao Zhangcheng.
Wow, so impressive.
His dad gets to dine with Chairman Long regularly, so jealous.
Not at all, not at all.
Chao Zhangcheng listened to his classmates' praise, his face flushed with color as he waved his hands modestly.
My father just occasionally invites Chairman Long to dinner. It's not like it happens often, not often.
This time, he was telling the truth. Chao Zhangcheng wasn't stupid. While his earlier boasts had some exaggeration, he knew his limits. After all, Long Jianxin's status was too high, push it too far, and people wouldn't buy it. Still, he waved his hand generously. Today is our farewell banquet for our teacher. I'll cover the bill for everyone. Yay! Long live young Master Chao. Of course. Free food? Why pass it up? Amidst Chao Zhangcheng's grandstanding, the farewell banquet finally commenced. The group toasted their homeroom teacher first. After all, at a farewell banquet, the teacher is the star. But throughout the banquet, all sorts of people kept standing up to suck up to Chao Zhangcheng. Of course. With his vast family fortune and influence, he's bound to become a powerful network resource in the future. Chao Zhangcheng basked in the adoration, his face beaming with delight. Then, he suddenly stood up and declared. Enough about me. On my way here today, I actually spotted our classmate Bai Zhou. Here it comes. Bai Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Even before Chao Zhangcheng began showing off, Bai Zhou had sensed it. This Chao Zhangcheng was definitely targeting him. Chen Yueying's eyes flashed with a cold glint upon hearing Chao Zhangcheng's words. She then looked at Bai Zhou, seated beside her, with a hint of concern. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Zhou, you're working hard delivering takeout every day now, right? Where's your uniform? Weren't you wearing it just a moment ago? What? Hearing Chao Zhangcheng's words, several people turned their gaze toward Bai Zhou. Delivering takeout? No way. How did he end up doing that kind of work? That's way too low class. Bai Zhou lifted his head, his expression serene as still water. He met Chao Zhangcheng's gaze calmly. It's too hot, so I took it off. Wasn't Bai Zhou just admitting outright that he was a delivery guy? You're really delivering food? No way. Immediately, Chao Zhangcheng's sycophants chimed in with mocking tones. Did you fail your college entrance exams so badly you had to start working early? Ha! Chen Yueying's fists clenched lightly. She didn't know why they weren't mocking her, yet she felt an unexpected surge of anger. Hey! What are you guys saying? Zhang Wei, Chen Fengzi, and Li Ziyu, seated on the other side, all stood up angrily at the same time. Zhang Wei pointed directly at them and snapped. What are you laughing at? It's just a few extra years of growing old. You! Zhang Wei was about to retort angrily. Wei! Enough! Two voices cut him off simultaneously, the first from Bai Zhou, the second naturally from the homeroom teacher. How could the homeroom teacher stand by and watch her students argue right in front of her? Especially during a farewell banquet. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses. You've been classmates all this time. This is your last meal together, cherish the time you have left. Wasn't that just bull? Bai Zhou smiled and said to Zhang Wei. Wei, he's right. I really bombed the college entrance exam this year. 16, don't break the bank, we've got other suckers to milk today. Hey! Chao Zhangcheng, hearing Bai Zhou's words, showed no sign of letting him off the hook. He walked straight toward Bai Zhou with his wineglass raised. Bai Zhou, we were classmates after all. Seeing you in such a mess, don't I have an obligation to help you out? Come on. Down this glass. Later, I'll talk to my dad about getting you a job at his company, maybe as a security team leader or something. With that, Chao Zhangcheng shoved his business card into Bai Zhou's pants pocket and pushed a glass of baijiu toward him. Keep it safe. Don't lose it. This isn't a cup, it's clearly a soup tureen. Chao Zhangcheng even looked up at the surrounding classmates and said, Everyone, if you ever run into trouble, you can come find me. What a generous gesture from Mr. Chao. Young Master Chao is so loyal. From now on, I'm sticking with young Master Chao. With all the praise heaped upon him, Chao Zhangcheng instantly established himself as a positive role model in the eyes of his classmates. Chao Zhangcheng, you. Zhang Wei stormed over, ready to confront Chao Zhangcheng, but Bai Zhou waved him off. Wei, calm down. The teacher's here. Then, Bai Zhou sat back in his seat, picking up peanuts from the front and popping them into his mouth without looking up. I rode my bike here and still have deliveries to make after lunch. I appreciate your offer, but you can keep that drink for yourself. Ha! Chao Zhangcheng didn't get angry at Bai Zhou's nonchalant response. Instead, he laughed wildly and said, Bai Zhou, with your beat-up delivery bike, the traffic cops wouldn't care if you drove drunk. Besides, you're still making deliveries at a teacher's farewell banquet? That barely makes any money. You're not so broke now that you can't even afford to give up a few bucks, are you? You! Chao Zhangcheng, you've gone too far. Finally, Chen Yueying couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up abruptly, pointing at Chao Zhangcheng and snapping at him.
Whoa! Everyone was stunned by Chen Yueying's sudden outburst. They looked from Chen Yueying to Bai Zhou. Could they be having an affair? Why is Chen Yueying reacting so intensely?
Chao Zhangcheng, glaring at Chen Yueying, felt resentment surge within him.
His eyes locked onto Bai Zhou.
Slowly, Bai Zhou reached out his hand. Right before everyone's eyes, he took Chen Yueying's small hand and guided her to sit down.
Bai Zhou.
You! In Chao Zhangcheng's mind, Bai Zhou's action was pure provocation. Chen Yueying was his goddess, someone he dared only admire from afar.
And you damn delivery guy, what gives you the right to hold Chen Yueying's hand?
Bai Zhou couldn't care less about Chao Zhangcheng's thoughts. Waving his hand dismissively, he said,
"Cut it out. No one can stop me from delivering food. And as for how much I make?
It's definitely more than you earn from your big talk."
"What did you say?"
"You."
Chao Zhangcheng's rage boiled over.
Bai Zhou had just belittled him to the point of being worse than a delivery guy. How could he possibly tolerate that? Just as he was about to explode, the door to the private room was suddenly knocked upon, and then a staff member from Longcheng Hotel pushed the door open.
"Excuse me, everyone."
The students and their homeroom teacher in the private room all turned their curious gazes toward the doorway. Even Chao Zhangcheng swiveled his head, eager to see who had interrupted his moment of glory. It turned out to be the private room manager from Longcheng Hotel. Completely unaware of the commotion inside, he simply carried out the task assigned to him.
"Excuse me, who might be Mr. Bai Zhou?"
"Me?" Bai Zhou set down his chopsticks and pushed aside Chao Zhangcheng, who was blocking his view.
"That's me. What's up?" Chao Zhangcheng was already seething with rage.
Being shoved again made him instantly want to lunge forward, grab Bai Zhou by the collar, and yank him up. But the next moment, his furious figure seemed to collide with an invisible wall, halting abruptly in place.
"Mr. Bai, hello? Mr. Long Jianxin from next door asked me to pass on a message." "Gah."
Hearing this, everyone present froze instantly, like coughing caught in a chokehold.
Who was Long Jianxin? They'd just been discussing him. Who was Bai Zhou? A classmate of theirs, and a delivery guy at that. Why would the chairman of Longfor Group send a message through a delivery guy? Long Jianxin? It was in that very instant that Bai Zhou suddenly realized. Could Long Jianxin be Big Brother Long?
The image of that middle-aged man who had accompanied him to the restroom earlier flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Bai Zhou found it rather amusing and shook his head helplessly.
How could I have gone this long without knowing what kind of person Brother Long really is? Unaware of the situation, the restaurant staff continued.
Mr. Long said he's about to go abroad and won't be able to treat Mr. Bai Zhou to a meal anytime soon. So, Mr. Long said he'll cover the entire bill for this private room today.
What? Clatter. Clatter. Crash. The sound of chairs being violently kicked over as people leapt to their feet erupted in a frantic chorus.
Nearly every student in the private room stood up, even their homeroom teacher jumped to his feet.
What on earth was going on?
The hotel staff stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Bai Zhou was also taken aback by the news. Long Jianxin had indeed mentioned inviting Bai Zhou to dinner before, specifically so he could keep his father company by playing chess to relieve his boredom.
Bai Zhou had assumed Long Jianxin was just talking, but he hadn't expected him to be so serious?
But then Bai Zhou suddenly recalled what Chao Zhangcheng had said earlier: all expenses today will be covered by young Master Chao. Why would Chao Zhangcheng, who loved showing off so much, give his big brother Long the chance to be the sucker? Without rising from his seat, Bai Zhou addressed the staff member. Go tell Long Jianxin this: if he genuinely wants to treat me to a meal, he can wait until he returns from abroad.
Someone else is picking up the tab for today. The staff member looked utterly bewildered but nodded in agreement before retreating.
The private room door closed again, yet inside, the silence remained deafening. Especially Chao Zhangcheng, his face twisted in fury yet deathly pale. Clenching his fists, he stared at Bai Zhou in utter disbelief. Even Chen Yueying covered her small mouth as she watched Bai Zhou. Everyone knew exactly what had just happened. Chao Zhangcheng drove a BMW 7 Series, and even his father only occasionally treated Long Jianxin to a meal.
But now, Long Jianxin himself was personally inviting delivery guy Bai Zhou to dinner? Is he really just a delivery guy? Holy crap!
Rice porridge.
You're too awesome? Even Chairman Long Jianxin wants to treat you to a meal? What the hell is your background?
17 wants to stay low-key, but the system won't let him.
Holy crap!
Rice porridge.
You're too awesome? Even Chairman Long Jianxin wants to treat you to a meal? What the heck is your deal?
That scatterbrained Zhang Wei finally snapped out of it and plopped down right next to Bai Zhou, staring at him with pure excitement.
Bai Zhou, however, nonchalantly munched on peanuts. Not to mention Longcheng Restaurant's fried peanuts, they were just a bit different. He glanced up at Zhang Wei, shrugged casually, and said, "What status could I possibly have? I'm just a delivery guy.
I just happen to play chess with Long Jianxin's dad every now and then."
What? Crack. Zhang Wei, who was already sitting unsteadily, landed flat on his butt on the floor. The students in the private room were utterly dumbfounded.
No wonder the way he delivered Long Jianxin's message earlier had that vibe of equals interacting.
He's the guy who plays chess with Chairman Long's father? Holy crap! Could Bai Zhou's delivery guy identity be a cover? Could he be some super rich second-generation heir, or the CEO of some company? He just graduated high school, how could he possibly be a company CEO? Then why did Long Jianxin invite Bai Zhou to dinner?
Indeed, endless speculations were now erupting in the minds of these classmates. They even recalled what Bai Zhou had said earlier.
I make more delivering food than you do. No kidding. If the chairman of Longfor Group personally invited him to dinner, could Bai Zhou be one of those people who rake in millions every minute?
Yes, these classmates had already jumped to the wrong conclusions. But even if Bai Zhou knew what they were thinking, he wouldn't go out of his way to say, I really just played a few games of chess with old Master Long. If Bai Zhou actually said that, it would probably just make things worse. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying their imaginations could be. Especially that kid Chao Zhengcheng. Every single one of his past taunts toward Bai Zhou was now being replayed over and over in his own mind. Every word he'd ever uttered felt like a giant slap, repeatedly smacking him in the face. He couldn't fathom how this situation had unfolded. It was impossible. Bai Zhou was just a delivery guy. There was no way he could possibly know Long Jianxin. Ha! Chao Zhengcheng burst into laughter at this thought. Bai Zhou, you really thought this through to the last detail. You knew Chairman Long was dining next door, so you had the staff here act out a little play for you, right? Bai Zhou turned to look at Chao Zhengcheng in astonishment, thinking to himself. How does this guy's brain work? It's so bizarre. Boring. Bai Zhou curled his lip and turned away, resuming his peanut snacking. But Chao Zhengcheng's words had genuinely shaken the students' astonishment. After all, didn't they know Bai Zhou? He'd been their classmate for 3 years. And in 3 years, Bai Zhou hadn't developed any air of wealth or privilege. Come to think of it, Chao Zhengcheng's words actually sounded plausible. Chao Zhengcheng, you're not an idiot, are you? Zhang Wei, who had just gotten up from the floor, sneered at Chao Zhengcheng and shouted. Bai Zhou entered the VIP room before you did. You were the last one to get in, and after that, Bai Zhou never left the room. Besides, you were the one who told us about seeing Long Jianxin. If anyone's suspicious about casting actors, it's you, right? The surrounding classmates were acting like a bunch of fence-sitters. Now, hearing Zhang Wei's words, they suddenly felt. Zhang Wei had a point. Just as Chao Zhengcheng pointed at Zhang Wei, ready to unleash his wrath once more, he was interrupted again. Thump! The door to the private room was knocked on again. The staff member from earlier returned. Just as Bai Zhou thought Long Jianxin was bound to be the sucker, the staff member urgently announced. Mr. Bai Zhou, a courier says there's an urgent express delivery for you. It must be signed for in person with your ID, and it seems quite time sensitive, so... Express delivery? Bai Zhou asked in confusion. I didn't order anything. What package? And it's urgent? But since they insisted on ID verification, Bai Zhou saw no reason to refuse. Soon, a postman dressed in a bright green uniform walked in. Are you Mr. Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou looked at the man and nodded. The man promptly pulled 2 thick document envelopes from his mailbag. Mr. Bai Zhou, there are 2 deliveries for this address. He bowed his head to confirm the first one. This is the property deed for the home you just purchased in Phoenix City. Mr. Bai Zhou, please present your ID so I may verify your identity. in Phoenix City? Hearing this, the people around him abruptly turned their gaze back to Bai Zhou. The house he just bought? No way. He really is a super rich second-generation heir? But Bai Zhou's reaction was even more intense than theirs. Why did you deliver this here? Bai Zhou immediately stood up, blocking the delivery person. Why was he reacting so strongly? Bai Zhou wasn't like Chao Zhengcheng, someone who loved to brag. He just didn't want his classmates to know he was rich. What if some classmate he'd barely spoken to in 3 years came asking for help when they got into trouble? Would he help or not? Bai Zhou had no desire to become someone else's resource. He could just refuse outright, but wouldn't that require explaining himself? Bai Zhou even vented directly to the system. System, what the hell are you doing? Why did you send this thing here? Ding! The system chimed in immediately. Host, the system detected that Chao Zhengcheng's showboating brought you immense inner comfort and satisfaction. In your human world, I believe this is called vanity? Host, wouldn't you like to experience that feeling? Put. Bai Zhou rolled his eyes at the system. Chao Zhengcheng is an idiot. You think I'm an idiot too? Understood, host. The system seemed to grasp something. System detected that what the host desires is low-key. The human world is so complicated. Complicated my ass. Bai Zhou muttered this complaint inwardly as the postal worker across from him began speaking. It's because the sender, the one mailing the package, said it's a transfer contract in duplicate. They want you to sign it first, then I'll return it. That's why it's so urgent. Oh, I see. Bai Zhou glanced at the stunned expressions of his classmates surrounding him and shook his head helplessly. At this point, what else could he do? 18-year-old deskmate, now neighbors? Bai Zhou sat back down, pulled out his ID, and after the information was verified, the bright red booklet was handed to him. Mr. Bai, since it's a valuable item, I suggest you open it and check, the courier kindly advised.
Bai Zhou nodded. He trusted the system implicitly, so he instinctively handed it to the person beside him. Could you check it for me? Oh. Ha?
Chen Yueying stared blankly at Bai Zhou's action.
Checking something this important?
She was about to refuse when Bai Zhou turned to the mail carrier.
Hand over the contract. I'll sign it right away so you can get it done. The mail carrier didn't think twice, pulling out another document, 2 copies, and placing them before Bai Zhou. The moment he finished this action, the mailman froze in place. Clearly written on the contract, Junlin Tianxia Property Transfer Agreement. Thump. Thump.
The mailman stumbled back 2 steps. He didn't have the habit of breaking into customers' mail packages before delivery. Now, seeing such an impressive contract right before his eyes, complete with an official seal, he stared at the young man before him. No doubt about it, Bai Zhou was far too young, probably not even 20 yet. And he was the new owner of Junlin Skyscraper, a prime CBD office tower? Gulp. The mailman swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with envy as he stared at Bai Zhou. How enviable their life must be, just coasting by collecting rent. While Bai Zhou signed the contract, Chen Yueying was also completing her task. She carefully opened the mailbag and slowly pulled out the large red certificate inside. Opening the first page, the property owner was listed as Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou. You bought this place yourself? The words slipped out before she could stop them. Whoa. The surrounding classmates gasped sharply. Bai Zhou signed the document while looking up and smiling, saying, If not me, then who else would buy it for me? Chen Yueying stared at Bai Zhou, her chest heaving. She felt as if her entire worldview had just collapsed. Bai Zhou swiftly signed both contracts, handing one to the mailman and the other to Chen Yueying, instructing her to place it in the postal envelope. The mail carrier stepped forward cautiously, carefully taking one contract from Bai Zhou's hand. He placed it in his envelope with reverence and weight, then looked up, his voice slightly dry. You're the head of Junlin Tianxia? Ahem. Bai Zhou cleared his throat twice to interrupt the mail carrier, waving his hand. Aren't you in a hurry? Get this delivered back to its recipient. All right. The postman retreated nervously a few steps before leaving the private room. Silence fell over the private room once more. When Chen Yueying had placed the contract inside earlier, she had clearly seen the cover labeled Junlin Tianxia Property Transfer Contract. She nearly dropped Bai Zhou's crucial documents right into the multi-treasure fish dish in front of her. Now she was the only one who understood why the mailman had looked the way he did. While her worldview was being shaken to its core, Chen Yueying found herself increasingly curious about Bai Zhou. He's my deskmate. How could I have failed to notice such terrifying connections behind him all this time? Or had Bai Zhou's life undergone a complete upheaval in the 10 days since the college entrance exams ended? Is this really Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou had no idea what Chen Yueying was thinking beside him, but the frustration etched on his face was impossible to hide. Of course. He had already gone along with Chao Jingqing's story, claiming he was a delivery guy. But now, all these unexpected events have unfolded. Who would believe him if he tried to claim he was a delivery guy now? Damn this system. When the system said to deliver to the host's location, Bai Zhou had assumed it meant his own home. Who knew it would be delivered with such precision? And that reign over the skyscraper contract such an important deal. Why not just find a time to sign it in person? Why use courier services for signing? Don't ask, just say the system arranged it. Bai Zhou clearly felt Chen Yueying's piercing stare beside him, and the other classmates were doing the same. No choice, he quickly picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and placed it on the plate in front of Chen Yueying. Old deskmate, try this, it tastes great. His sole purpose in doing this was to break the awkward silence. What else could she do? If she kept staring at Bai Zhou like this, she'd never get to eat her meal today. Chen Yueying flushed slightly at Bai Zhou's gesture, but the quick-witted girl understood his intent perfectly. She obliged, picking up the food and popping it into her mouth. One by one, the classmates finally snapped out of their trance. The crowd, which had been frozen like statues, slowly began to stir, each person gradually returning to their own seat. As for Chao Zhangcheng, no one paid him any mind. His face was now utterly dejected. He understood he had lost. He had lost completely. Thinking back now, accusing others of hiring actors had been utterly ridiculous. Wasn't that just slapping himself in the face? He strode back to his seat with a grand air and plopped down. His gaze fell upon the BMW 7 Series keys resting on the table. Suddenly, this once prized status symbol felt utterly worthless. He awkwardly tucked the keys away, probably never to feel them jabbing his pocket again. Slowly, the atmosphere in the private room began to warm up. The classmates had had a few more drinks and were loosening up. Take right now, for instance, Zhang Wei, Bai Zhou's childhood friend, had his arm draped over Bai Zhou's shoulder. Bro! From now on, you're my big brother, Zhang Wei. You've been hiding it way too well. We've been friends since childhood and I never had a clue. The other guys, Old Devil and Little Leo, were also getting pretty tipsy. Brother Zhou.
From now on, you're our big brother too. But let's be clear, Brother Zhou, we're not hanging with you for the money. Don't mistake us for those sycophants. Bai Zhou knew his 3 little brothers were genuinely loyal to him. Especially Zhang Wei, they'd been inseparable since childhood, their bond never wavering. Chen Yueying had sipped a little red wine, her cheeks flushed with an alluring blush. Bai Zhou, does this mean we're neighbors starting today? Neighbors? Bai Zhou looked at Chen Yueying. Old classmate, I recall you were living in Shangshi Huoding last time? I was just visiting relatives that day. Visiting relatives. Bai Zhou nodded silently to himself. Chen Yueying's family must be well off, huh? Her family lives in a duplex in Phoenix City, and her relatives reside in high-end communities like Shangshi Huoding. Perhaps Chen Yueying was the real deal, a genuine rich kid, a spoiled princess? 19. The choice: make money or save my classmate? Bai Zhou, don't you think we should have a drink? Chen Yueying whispered softly to Bai Zhou. 3 rounds of drinks had already been served, and the atmosphere at the farewell banquet was heating up. Everyone except Bai Zhou had been drinking, and the shock he had caused earlier had faded considerably. Look, someone's already standing on a stool singing my deskmate. Bai Zhou turned to look at Chen Yueying, her face flushed and eyes slightly unfocused. Hey, deskmate, you're already this tipsy. You really should cut back. Bai Zhou, we've been deskmates for 2 years, won't you even share a glass with me? Besides, even if I get drunk, I've still got you, right? What the hell? Is this girl talking nonsense from being drunk? The double meaning in that line was becoming more and more obvious. Chen Yueying's face seemed to grow even redder than before. When it comes to alcohol, girls really shouldn't be drinking it out in public. Bai Zhou picked up a bottle of fruit punch and poured Chen Yueying a glass. I'm riding my bike, so I can't drink. Let me toast you with juice instead. All right. A faint trace of disappointment flickered in Chen Yueying's eyes for some reason. She then picked up the juice in front of her, gently clinked glasses with Bai Zhou, and sipped it slowly until it was finished. After finishing, she slowly stood up, intending to use the restroom. But as soon as she took her first step, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her body to stagger forward. And right in front of her was Bai Zhou's seat. Her entire body crashed straight into Bai Zhou. Fortunately, Chen Yueying grabbed the back of the chair and immediately regained her footing. I'm so sorry. She murmured an apology to Bai Zhou, steadied herself, and stepped out of the private room, presumably heading to the restroom. But Bai Zhou now watched Chen Yueying's retreating figure, a peculiar curve playing at the corners of his mouth. She probably didn't notice, did she? Even if Bai Zhou was inexperienced, he wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what that sensation on his nose, mouth, and face had been. And in this sweltering summer heat, beneath Chen Yueying's light green dress, she was wearing the thinnest fabric possible. Who'd have thought attending a teacher appreciation banquet could bring such unexpected rewards? Bai Zhou was still savoring the sensation from moments ago, while on the other side, Zhao Jingcheng clenched his fists tightly. Damn that despicable Bai Zhou. He'd had a few drinks, but he wasn't so drunk as to lose his mind. Though he dared not confront Bai Zhou openly now, Chen Yueying had been his goddess for 3 years, a woman he, young Master Chao, had long considered his own. Now Bai Zhou was getting so intimate with his goddess? 1,000 curses raced through his mind. But then again, if he saw exactly which body parts those two were touching, would he spit blood and drop dead on the spot? Yet after the venom in Zhao Jingcheng's eyes faded, a flicker of delight appeared. Chen Yueying was drunk? This was an opportunity he couldn't let slip away. Unaware she was being set up, Chen Yueying stood transfixed before the large bathroom mirror. Her gaze drifted lightly, fixated on the spot on her left breast in the reflection. The flush on her cheeks, was it the gentle buzz of alcohol or something else? Clearly, she sensed the unusual occurrence that had just happened. For any girl, regardless of the cause, the first reaction when her precious space is violated would be to fly into a rage. Yet she felt none of it. Not a single flicker of anger or fury surfaced, only a faint blush of embarrassment. She couldn't even explain why. No one knew how long Chen Yueying stood alone in the restroom before finally calming down and returning to the private room. Where'd you go? What took so long? Bai Zhou asked casually, merely out of politeness. Yet upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, Chen Yueying seemed to startle. Ever since entering the room, she'd been avoiding his gaze, trying to prevent any awkwardness between them. Yet Bai Zhou spoke to her as if nothing had happened. Didn't he notice? The girl even instinctively glanced down. Not exactly small either. Cough cough, Chen Yueying, what are you thinking? Her face flushed crimson as she muttered under her breath, refusing to answer Bai Zhou's question. Bai Zhou glanced at her, chuckled softly, shook his head, and said nothing. A little while later, Chen Yueying drank 2 more glasses of red wine. Though her mind was still relatively clear, the effects of the alcohol were inevitably starting to creep in. Just then, today's sucker, Zhao Zhengcheng, suddenly stood up. Guys, how can we possibly have a good time with just this simple lunch today? I propose we all go sing at a KTV together. How about it? Yes. No problem. Zhao Jingcheng's proposal was immediately endorsed by most of the students. Even their homeroom teacher, who hadn't let loose like this in ages, agreed to the idea. But just then, Bai Zhou stood up and waved his hand, saying, Since we're done eating, I need to go deliver takeout. My schedule is tight.
If this had been earlier, someone would have jumped in to mock him.
What the hell kind of tight schedule does a lousy delivery guy have?
You won't lose much money skipping a day of deliveries.
But now.
Bai Zhou had once told Xiao Zhengcheng, I make more delivering food than you do, a remark that had been met with scorn.
But then what happened?
Long Jianxin, the guy even Xiao Zhengcheng's dad wanted to treat to dinner, actually invited Bai Zhou out to eat.
And don't even get me started on that penthouse in Phoenix City. What kind of status must Bai Zhou possess to warrant a personal invitation from the chairman of Longfor Group? The entire private room fell silent as all eyes followed Bai Zhou's weary figure walking toward the exit. Brother Zhou. Don't rush, we'll go with you.
Zhang Wei, followed closely by Li Ziyu and Chen Fengzi, scurried after him. They knew that the suggestion to go to the KTV had come from that annoying Xiao Zhengcheng. They certainly didn't want to spend any more time in the same room with him.
Ding!
The instant Bai Zhou grasped the door handle, a system notification echoed in his mind.
System detected unexpected event. Activating random options.
Option 1, refuse to attend the KTV event and leave alone, triggering irreversible event consequences.
Reward title perished in fragrance, master of standing by and watching people die.
Option 2, attend the KTV event. Has a chance to avoid irreversible consequences.
Reward 88,888 yuan cash. 20C? This is what family status looks like. 88,000? Bai Zhou's eyebrow shot up at the task reward. Just as he was about to investigate what this fragile beauty title meant, the system's voice hadn't even finished. Option 3, refuse to attend the KTV event, take Qin Yueying, the person responsible for the incident, and leave. Reward 1 random lottery chance. This. Upon hearing the third option, Bai Zhou found himself in a dilemma. True, choosing option 2 would net him over 80,000 yuan, equivalent to delivering over 80 kilometers worth of takeout. But choosing the third option, this reward had never appeared before. At that moment, Bai Zhou recalled the system's words when it first activated. Nothing is beyond the system's capabilities, only beyond imagination. Bai Zhou instantly made up his mind. I choose the third option. Ding! System reward has been issued. Awaiting host to activate random draw at any time. Actually, Bai Zhou had another reason for choosing the third option. He had already told everyone he was going to deliver food. If he suddenly went to the KTV instead, wouldn't that be completely contradicting himself? Hearing the system's prompt, he blurted out without hesitation. Start the random draw. He'd probably forgotten he was standing right at the door of the private room waiting for it to open. Seeing Bai Zhou abruptly freeze, the three people following him also halted, staring at him with puzzled expressions. But before Bai Zhou's eyes was no longer the private room door, instead, a massive spinning wheel filled with so many items it was impossible to make them out clearly. The wheel spun rapidly before coming to a halt on a tiny segment, which instantly glowed golden. Ding! The system's voice followed immediately. Congratulations, host. You have received benevolent care from the big shot. The benevolent care of a powerful figure? What on earth is this? Before Bai Zhou could even ask, the system continued. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've been showered with a red envelope rain during the lottery and won a cash reward of 150,000 yuan. WTF? Upon hearing the system's second announcement, Bai Zhou instantly forgot all about whatever care it had mentioned. That's right, option 2 offered over 80,000 yuan, but Bai Zhou had bet everything on option 3. Forget whatever this care was about, just look at this 150,000. It's nearly double that 80,000. Worth it. Totally worth it. Bro? What are you doing? Aren't we leaving? Zhang Wei's puzzled voice snapped Bai Zhou out of his thoughts. Snapping out of his elation, Bai Zhou remembered he still had to fulfill the conditions of his chosen option, otherwise, the reward would be revoked. He waved his hand, about to speak, when his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Ding ding ding. Wealth treasure account credited, 150,000 yuan. Put. The homeroom teacher sitting across from him, who was sipping tea to soothe his throat and ease his hangover, immediately spit it out. The half-eaten dishes on the table were now completely ruined. Whoa. Everyone's gaze, already fixed blankly on Bai Zhou's retreating figure, instantly trembled again as they sucked in a sharp breath. The three people beside Bai Zhou instinctively took 2 steps back. That's right. Even before this, things like Long Jianxin or Phoenix City were lofty and unreachable. But who didn't have a wealth treasure app? That familiar notification sound, and it starts at 150,000? Holy. Someone at the table muttered a low curse under their breath. Couldn't help it. No one thought this was some pretentious ringtone. Bai Zhou's persona had long been cemented by that aloof, unapproachable aura. If it weren't for the previous incidents involving Long Jianxin or Phoenix City, people might have questioned it. But even if Bai Zhou claimed it was fake now, no one would believe him. Even Bai Zhou froze upon hearing that notification sound, instantly starting to rant internally. Why didn't it alert me when it was $10? Now it's 15 grand and suddenly it beeps? Don't ask, just know the system did it. Bai Zhou could only curse the damn system inwardly. He cleared his throat and addressed Chen Yueying across the table. Hey, classmate, are you in or not? Huh? Everyone instinctively turned to look. Who was Bai Zhou's desk partner? It was Chen Yueying, the undisputed class goddess. What was he playing at? If he wasn't going to the KTV, why was he asking about Chen Yueying's plans? What's your relationship? Instinctively, everyone's gaze turned to scrutinize Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying. In an instant, everyone began to speculate. Could they be dating? Chen Yueying has always been Bai Zhou's deskmate. Could she have known about his true identity all along? Exactly how could they possibly know Bai Zhou had only awakened his system 2 days ago? Everyone thought Bai Zhou was a hidden super-rich second-generation heir. Just as Chen Yueying was about to speak, a girl beside her tugged her arm and said, Xiaoying, come with us. Mr. Chao is treating us. Who knows when we'll meet again? I'll miss you, Xiaoying. The girl pleaded pitifully, her eyes drifting toward Chao Zhengcheng. And there it was, a flicker of admiration in Chao Zhengcheng's eyes as he returned the glance. Just as expected. Bai Zhou instantly understood. Remember option 1 from the system? If Chen Yueying went, she'd likely face danger. Though Bai Zhou didn't know what kind of danger she'd face, the fact that the system used the idiom perish in a flash meant it was definitely no small matter. His gaze locked onto Chao Zhengcheng and he froze. Setting aside his own relationship with Chen Yueying, the fact that Chao Zhengcheng would do something so reckless to his own classmate instantly plummeted him to rock bottom in Bai Zhou's estimation. Chen Yueying was clearly swayed by the girl's persuasion. She turned and glanced at Bai Zhou with a look of hesitation. I should still go. Before she could finish, Bai Zhou cut her off. Go to hell. Grab your bag and go home. Holy. Everyone around them was stunned. How dare Bai Zhou talk to the goddess like that? Even if they're deskmates or maybe even dating, where's your survival instinct? Talking to a girl like that in public? Where's your survival instinct? Are you planning to kneel on a washboard at home? Just because you have a little money? Does having money give you free rein to do whatever you want? Hearing this, even Chao Zhengcheng flashed a smug look. Exactly just like everyone else, he was waiting for Chen Yueying to fiercely confront Bai Zhou and cut ties with him. But the next moment, Chen Yueying actually pouted, her face showing a hint of hurt. She let out a low "oh" and actually picked up the bag hanging on the back of the chair, then walked toward Bai Zhou with her little head bowed. Holy. What the hell kind of family status is this? 21 calling her sister-in-law? Did you even ask me? Holy. What the hell kind of family status is this? And those words actually came out of their homeroom teacher's mouth. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of himself. If he ever dared utter such words in front of that tigress at home, his knees would probably be pierced to the bone by durian shells. Because of Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying's entire series of actions at today's teacher appreciation banquet, everyone subconsciously assumed they were a couple. Now Bai Zhou was actually speaking to Chen Yueying in this tone, and she wasn't putting up any resistance at all. What the hell was going on here? To be honest, even Bai Zhou hadn't anticipated this. Watching Chen Yueying, whose face showed a hint of grievance but whose body language betrayed complete compliance, he couldn't help but think strangely. Could this girl be craving my body? Regardless of whether Chen Yueying fancied Bai Zhou's body or not, Chao Zhengcheng's gaze toward Bai Zhou was practically dripping with that kind of desire. But Chao Zhengcheng's desire for Bai Zhou's body was so intense, he genuinely wanted to chop him up and eat him. His mind was practically warped. Damn it! Why? Why is Chen Yueying acting so submissive in front of this bastard? Chen Yueying should be kneeling at my feet. Just because Bai Zhou has money? Impossible. Exactly, impossible. Don't forget, Bai Zhou has already confirmed that Chen Yueying is a spoiled rich girl. Her father must be a prominent figure in Longcheng, though he pales in comparison to Long Jianqin. The more Chao Zhengcheng thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't care what kind of relationship Bai Zhou and Long Jianqin had anymore. He stepped forward and said, Bai Zhou, what right do you have to interfere in Chen Yueying's life? Whoa! Hearing Chao Zhengcheng's blunt words, the surrounding students fell silent. Chao Zhengcheng was going head-to-head with Bai Zhou. An overtly wealthy second-generation heir versus a covertly wealthy one. Were they about to clash head-on? Many adopted an attitude of watching the show unfold. Before Bai Zhou could speak, Chen Yueying suddenly turned to Chao Zhengcheng and said coldly, Mr. Chao Zhengcheng, this is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Holy crap! Is this a couple taking on the homewrecker? This is the scoop of the century. Many people scooped up the melon seeds on the table, watching the scene unfold with rapt attention. Bai Zhou glanced at Chen Yueying with surprise, while the three buddies behind him who'd been ready to back him up froze in shock. Then each of them exchanged a knowing look. Bro Zhou said it wasn't true, but judging by this reaction, it looks like Goddess Chen really is our sister-in-law now. Bro, you're awesome. Awesome my ass. Bai Zhou glanced back at the three whispering figures. Is he the boss? How come I didn't know? Did anyone even ask me? You. Chao Zhengcheng, standing ahead, heard Chen Yueying's cold words and felt like he'd really screwed up today. His face instantly turned as purple as a pickled eggplant. Bai Zhou looked at Chao Zhengcheng before him, growing impatient.
He stepped forward lightly, and an aura he'd never possessed before surged forth. The three people behind him, who had been standing there with ambiguous expressions, froze instantly. Even Xin Yueying, who had just walked over, stared blankly at Bai Zhou. Only Bai Zhou seemed unaffected. He looked at Chao Zhengcheng with disdain and said flatly, "Kid, you think I don't know what you're scheming?" Though Bai Zhou believed his tone was perfectly neutral, Chao Zhengcheng instinctively took a step back, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. How could he? Chao Zhengcheng sensed an aura emanating from Bai Zhou, an aura he'd only ever felt when fawning over his own father, Long Jianqin. That very same oppressive presence was now bearing down on him. He actually sensed an aura of superiority emanating from Bai Zhou. Awe is something indescribable, inexplicable. It was like back in school the moment the homeroom teacher entered, the entire class fell silent. But when some substitute teacher came in, the classroom buzzed with chatter even during class. This phenomenon stemmed from a single word, fear. Even Chao Zhengcheng himself couldn't fathom why Bai Zhou evoked such a sensation within him. He blurted out instinctively, "I'm sorry?" Apologized? This move left Bai Zhou completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this kid actually being so savvy? It wasn't just Chao Zhengcheng. Bai Zhou soon realized everyone in the private room was staring at him with an unprecedented intensity. Even his usually demanding homeroom teacher now looked at him as if he were the principal himself. Scratching his head in confusion, he muttered, "What the hell is going on?" Never mind him. Since Chao Zhengcheng had shown such good sense, Bai Zhou saw no reason to stir up trouble himself. He turned on his heel, opened the private room door, and walked out. Chen Yueying was the first to snap out of it. A look of suspicion flashed across her face as she hurried after him. Zhang Wei and the other two exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and stepped out as well. After they left, the private room remained shrouded in silence. After an unknown amount of time, their homeroom teacher murmured to himself, no wonder Long Jianqin invited him to dinner. No wonder what? No wonder. A simple aura had kept them guessing for so long, and what was most infuriating was that Bai Zhou had no idea. Stepping out of the Longcheng Hotel lobby, Chen Yueying finally blurted out after holding it in. Bai Zhou, what was that all about just now? Huh? What do you mean, what was that? Bai Zhou was baffled by Chen Yueying's abrupt, out-of-the-blue question. I don't know how to explain it. It was just this aura, I can't even describe the feeling. A presence? A flash of insight suddenly lit up Bai Zhou's mind. The benevolent care of a big shot. Holy crap. This big shot's blessing had given him the aura of a gangster boss. Now Bai Zhou understood why that group of people had been looking at him like that. Big shot? Underworld boss? This is getting interesting. For some reason, Bai Zhou suddenly recalled a TV drama from the early 2000s. That scene with Brother Huaxiang asking, "Is this watermelon ripe?" Even when Brother Huaxiang wrote his little Mulan, no one dared to say a word. Of course, Bai Zhou's big shot status isn't just about fighting, it's all about social grace. Zhang Wei and the others didn't react as strongly after all, they were good buddies. The three of them exchanged knowing glances at Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying, grinning as they said, "Brother Zhou, we three are heading out now. We won't disturb your alone time with your wife." Hearing this, Chen Yueying's face flushed instantly. She waved her hands hurriedly. "No. I'm not. Stop saying that. Bai Zhou and I." Chen Yueying didn't know how to explain herself and was already stumbling over her words. Bai Zhou watched the three of them grinning like idiots, then kicked Zhang Wei's but with a sigh. Get lost. 22 This was a complete reversal. Chen Yueying sat sideways on Bai Zhou's back seat. After all, wearing a short skirt, she couldn't sit straight like that, could she? Having had a few too many drinks, the cool breeze made her head spin. Without thinking, she instinctively wrapped her arms lightly around Bai Zhou's waist. Chao Zhengcheng, however, was missing out on this enviable scene. He was currently frowning as he endured a KTV session without his goddess. Bai Zhou dropped Chen Yueying off at Phoenix City before leaving. Though his new apartment was in this area, viewing it could wait. Did he really have to sacrifice his delivery time for it? It was 1:30 p.m. now. He could still catch the tail end of the peak delivery period. Even though he'd wasted 2 hours at lunch, today's delivery business was exceptionally good. From when he started taking orders at 1:30 p.m. until now, it was already 5:30 p.m., and he'd racked up nearly 100 kilometers. Bai Zhou glanced at the latest order on his phone. Junlin skyscraper? Wasn't that his own property? The key point was that Bai Zhou was currently in the northern part of the city, while Junlin skyscraper was in the city center. Both locations were right at the edges of his service area. Completing this order would definitely push him over the 100-kilometer mark. According to the system, he was now responsible for collecting rent from the tenants in the Junlin skyscraper office building. The rent structure here was interesting. It was paid quarterly. That meant the rent for July, August, and September, the third quarter of this year, hadn't been collected yet. Should he collect rent today while he's at it? The thought crossed his mind, and Bai Zhou pulled out his phone. The rent for Junlin skyscraper had always been collected by the property management. After they collected it, the commission he received just covered his own rent. Of course, it wasn't tens of thousands of yuan. The previous owner didn't care, so Bai Zhou certainly didn't either. The property manager's phone number had long been automatically added to his contacts by the system. Bai Zhou's phone rang as he sat in his second-floor office at Junlin skyscraper. A man with a receding hairline heard his phone buzz on the desk. Food delivery call? I just paid for my order and they're already calling me? Yep, marked as food delivery by the phone manager. Without much thought, he answered the call. Hello? Is this the delivery? You're already here? Food delivery? Hearing the question on the other end, Bai Zhou hesitated for a moment, but he quickly caught on. Who still labels every call on their smartphone these days? Bai Zhou chuckled and got straight to the point, introducing himself. This is Bai Zhou. You're Bai Zhou? The man with the receding hairline froze upon hearing Bai Zhou's words, thinking to himself, who cares who you are? Aren't you just a delivery guy? Just as he was about to reply, a name suddenly surfaced in his memory. Mediterranean stiffened instantly, standing up reflexively. His eyes filled with shock and caution as he asked. Excuse me, you just said you're Bai Zhou? Mr. Bai? The asset transfer contract had been mailed from his hands. Just moments ago, he'd been speculating about the identity of Bai Zhou, the new owner of the Imperial Sky Tower. Now, he'd actually heard that name. What? Bai Zhou heard the other person's reply, a hint of amusement in his tone. Has someone been impersonating me? No, the Mediterranean man hurriedly replied. My deepest apologies, Mr. Bai. My phone assistant flagged a food delivery notification. I genuinely didn't recognize your voice. I'm so sorry, I'll uninstall the assistant immediately. No need. Bai Zhou found the man's words utterly amusing. I'm just a delivery guy. Ha? Bai Zhou revealed his true identity outright, but this left the Mediterranean-looking man frozen in place. What was going on? A delivery guy? The man's brain seemed to freeze completely. How could a delivery guy possibly be the property owner of the Junlin Tianxia office tower? You gotta be kidding me? Before he could process it, Bai Zhou continued over the phone. Get ready. I'll be over shortly to deliver the food and collect this quarter's rent. Yes. Yes. Mr. Bai, we've already collected most of this quarter's rent, we were just waiting for you. Mr. Bai, please drive safely on your way here. Bai Zhou ignored the flattery that followed and hung up immediately. He hopped on his beloved little motorcycle, ready to pick up the takeout. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, the man with the receding hairline still hadn't processed what had just happened, looking utterly bewildered. Could Mr. Bai be experiencing life firsthand? The thought processes of today's wealthy were beyond the imagination of ordinary workers like him. As for why someone like Mr. Bai would deliver takeout, he couldn't begin to guess. Snapping out of his daze, Mediterranean slapped his forehead and grabbed the desk phone. Hurry up! Everyone put on your uniforms and get to your posts. Pass it on, have the property management executives meet me at the building entrance. The new owner of the Skyline Tower is coming to collect rent. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered something and added. Make sure every single delivery person who shows up gets treated with the utmost respect and attention. After hanging up, he grabbed his uniform from the back of his chair, threw it on, and dashed out. The supervisor who answered the call was utterly baffled. The building owner collecting rent? Nothing unusual, they'd seen that countless times. But treating delivery guys with utmost respect? What the hell was that about? I told you, this is a high-end office building. Our policy is that delivery people aren't allowed upstairs. Just leave it at the front desk and have them come down to pick it up themselves. The supervisor was still reeling when he spotted his own staff at the nearby front desk, frowning and gesturing at a delivery guy. The man's face drained of color. He rushed over, pointed at his subordinate's nose, and snapped. You idiot! How dare you speak like that? Is that how you address people at the front desk? The front desk staff member was left dumbfounded by the scolding. But it's always been like this. He tried to explain, but the supervisor had no time for that. He turned quickly to the delivery guy, plastering on a friendly smile. Sir, are you going up to deliver that order? The elevator is on the right. Please be careful getting on and off, and stay safe. Holy crap. Now not only was the receptionist dumbfounded, but even the delivery guy was completely baffled. Honestly, the delivery guy was used to being barred from upscale office buildings. He'd already prepared to leave the order at the front desk. But suddenly this manager-looking person rushed out and was being so polite to him? Was this a complete reversal? He nodded skeptically and headed toward the elevator on the right. 23 enthusiast? Trying to strike up a conversation? Manager, what's going on? The receptionist stared blankly at their supervisor and asked. The supervisor turned back, shrugged helplessly, and said. I have no idea. That's what I said. The voice of the man with the receding hairline came from nearby, followed by several other executives. Good morning, Mr. Song. The supervisor and receptionist both snapped to attention upon seeing Mr. Mediterranean, bowing respectfully in greeting. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had just arrived at the restaurant for that takeout order, waiting to pick it up.
Of course, it's not like Bai Zhou personally cooks every single takeout order, right? If Bai Zhou kept this up, he'd have to switch careers and become a chef. After picking up the order, Bai Zhou sped straight toward his own property, the Junlin skyscraper. As the constant chime of incoming monetary rewards filled his ears, Bai Zhou did a quick mental calculation. Delivering food these past 2 days had netted him 200,000 yuan. Add the 150,000 yuan from the system earlier, plus some scattered smaller sums, it should total around 400,000 yuan by now, right? He wondered how much rent he'd collect today. Feeling the cool evening breeze on his face, Bai Zhou couldn't help but feel a sense of ease. Within 10 minutes, Bai Zhou arrived at the parking lot outside the Junlin skyscraper. It was just past 6 in the evening, the peak time for office workers to leave work. Parking his car, Bai Zhou carried the food orders inside. Hey! This is weird, they never let delivery guys upstairs before, but today I saw a bunch of them taking orders up to the floors. Groups of employees chatted about their day as they headed home. Yeah. Did you see? The property manager from the second floor is standing right at the entrance. Wonder who everyone's waiting for. Could it be some big shot from above coming for an inspection today? But if it's an inspection, shouldn't they be letting delivery guys in? Who knows? Never mind him. Let's grab a drink tonight. The property manager is standing at the entrance, waiting for someone? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Well, duh. Obviously waiting for me. This didn't surprise Bai Zhou. For property management like this, the person they feared most was the owner of the entire building, not the ordinary residents. They couldn't care less about the residents. But the owner of Junlin skyscraper was Bai Zhou, the sole owner. If Bai Zhou was displeased, he could replace this property management company at any time, without consulting anyone. Unlike residents in other complexes who complained to management only to get nowhere unless you owned the entire place, no one feared you. Bai Zhou took a couple more steps forward when a familiar figure appeared before him, a fellow enthusiast, Lu Ming, the motorcycle lover. He looked just as surprised to see Bai Zhou, but instantly leaned in. Deputy team leader? What a coincidence. You got an assignment here too? After all, many employees in these office buildings chose to work overtime, and ordering takeout at night was perfectly normal. Bai Zhou recognized this man as a motorcycle enthusiast. As his senior, Lu Ming usually only spoke to him when assigning tasks. Today, he approached Bai Zhou of his own accord. No doubt, it was because he'd spotted Bai Zhou's motorcycle at the last meeting. Though Bai Zhou understood this, he still smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you're my mentor in the delivery business. Just call me Bai Zhou." "No way. You're the deputy team leader. You can call me Little Lu." It was pure flattery, anyone could tell. Bai Zhou knew it well and said nothing. But Lu Ming seemed to be looking for something to say as he continued. "Deputy team leader, this is my second delivery to this place tonight. It's really strange Junlin skyscraper isn't blocking delivery guys today, and they're actually being polite to us." "Oh?" Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. He'd overheard a bit of this earlier but hadn't given it much thought. "Yeah, I just delivered the last order 15 minutes ago, and the property manager here actually invited me to sit down and have a cup of tea. How weird is that? When have delivery guys ever gotten that kind of treatment?" "Deputy team leader, you're in for a real treat later." Bai Zhou caught on halfway through Lu Ming's explanation. "This property manager isn't being polite to the delivery guy, he's being polite to me." The property manager hadn't seen him before, only knowing he was a delivery guy. "Well, that's definitely a case of better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through the cracks, cough cough." Standing there by the Mediterranean, his legs were already aching. The supervisor beside him leaned in with a fawning expression. "Mr. Son, why don't you go inside and rest for a bit? We'll handle things out here." The bald guy whipped around and glared at him. "Cut the crap and mind your own business." The supervisor, having stepped on a landmine with his flattery, promptly shut up. The balding man, however, clutched his phone anxiously. "My delivery notification just popped up, it's already at the door. Why hasn't Mr. Bai shown up yet? Could he be skipping today?" No sooner had he muttered this than 2 kangaroo delivery couriers appeared before him. He waved them over. "Go greet them and ask if it's Mr. Bai." Saying this, he dashed down the stairs first. Lu Ming and Bai Zhou both witnessed this scene. Lu Ming leaned close to Bai Zhou's ear and whispered, "Deputy team leader, that guy leading the way is the boss of Junlin Tianxia Property Management. He's the second in command at Junlin Tianxia, all the rent goes through him. He's a big shot. Judging by his current demeanor, he'll surely greet us just like he did earlier. Deputy team leader, let's just sit back and enjoy the show." As he spoke, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The property boss, accompanied by several subordinates, rushed over to Bai Zhou and Lu Ming. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Lu Ming as one of the delivery guys he'd just served earlier. His surname was Lu, but surely it couldn't be him. In that instant, Bai Zhou, who had arrived with Lu Ming, was also automatically dismissed as not being Bai Zhou. But better safe than sorry. So he maintained his usual demeanor. "Are you two here to deliver food? Which unit number? Would you like our staff to take it up for you?" Why don't you sit down and have some tea?
Lu Ming looked at Bai Zhou with a smile, implying,
See? I told you so.
Bai Zhou chuckled inwardly, glancing at the name tag on the middle-aged man's chest.
Wasn't this his very own client?
He looked up at the man with the receding hairline.
Your Song Jia?
Ha? Song Jia froze at the question, then nodded instinctively. Bai Zhou held up the takeout box.
Your takeout. 24 years of income, 20 million.
Right. This only reinforced his suspicion that Bai Zhou wasn't who he seemed, especially since the person before him looked so young, definitely not over 20.
So young, how could he be a big boss? Could he be some super rich second-generation heir? He took the takeout, thanks.
Then he immediately shifted his focus to Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming showing up twice in a row did make it seem a little possible. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Zhou cut him off.
I'm in a hurry. How much rent have you collected? Transfer it to me. Can you use wealth treasure?
Song Jia's turning motion froze for an instant before he spun around sharply, creating a slight whoosh of air. He stared intently at the delivery guy standing before him, who couldn't be much older than 19.
He asked cautiously, almost instinctively. Mr. Bai? MHM. Bai Zhou nodded. That's me. Didn't we just talk on the phone? It really is Mr. Bai? Song Jia took a step back and bowed to Bai Zhou.
Welcome to Junlin Skyscraper, Mr. Bai.
Holy.
Lu Ming beside him couldn't contain himself and blurted out in shock. The property management staff behind Song Jia instantly caught on to their boss's gesture. They hurriedly followed suit, bowing in unison. Welcome, Mr. Bai, to your new workplace here. This. Lu Ming stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene before him. Passing employees on their way home from work also stopped in their tracks, gawking at the spectacle. Holy crap! Look! That's Mr. Wu, the property manager, bowing to a delivery guy.
Mr. Bai? Honored to be here? What's going on? Could that be the leader inspecting their work? Deputy team leader, what the hell is going on here?
Lu Ming stood there like a stuttering fool. If not for the insulated box strapped to his back, the customer's food would have spilled onto the ground. Bai Zhou glanced back at Lu Ming, as if suddenly remembering something.
Oh. Right, this Junlin skyscraper is mine. I just came to deliver takeout and collect rent on the way. Hurry up and deliver your food. If you're late, you'll get docked pay. With that, Bai Zhou strode straight into the Junlin skyscraper following Song Jia's lead. But even after he left, the vast plaza before the towering Junlin skyscraper remained eerily quiet, broken only by the distant hum of traffic from the streets outside. Lu Ming watched Bai Zhou's retreating figure, his throat tightening as if something had lodged there, making it impossible to swallow. He knew Bai Zhou also owned a motorcycle worth over 10 million. Bai Zhou actually rode a motorcycle worth over 10 million yuan to deliver takeout. But no matter how expensive a motorcycle was, could it ever be as staggering as owning an entire skyscraper? Owning a car worth over 10 million yuan might label you a second-generation rich kid at best. But owning an entire office tower on the edge of the CBD? That couldn't possibly be described as a rich kid. Even calling him a super rich kid would fall short. He lifted his head to gaze at the towering skyscraper in the distance. Lu Ming thought to himself, feeling a bit silly. This building must be worth hundreds of millions. He suddenly understood why his team leader, Wang Jigang, had been sucking up to that guy. With someone like that, if you didn't kiss up, how could someone of his status even survive in this world? Of course, he was just a delivery guy, so that was the extent of his understanding. Not every delivery guy was out here just to experience life. Watching everyone follow Bai Zhou out, he finally understood the preferential treatment all the delivery guys received tonight at the Junlin skyscraper was entirely thanks to Bai Zhou. Escorted by Song Jia and a group of senior property managers, Bai Zhou arrived at Song Jia's office. Song Jia, ever observant, promptly offered Bai Zhou his executive chair. Bai Zhou sat down naturally, though a quiet thought stirred within him. When will I ever get to sit in a chair like this and be a big boss myself? Can you believe this? Is this even something a human being should say? If Song Jia had heard those words, he'd have been so shocked he'd have dropped to his knees. Mr. Bai. If you weren't the big boss, I wouldn't even be a fart. Of course, Bai Zhou's thoughts were far beyond their comprehension. Bai Zhou leaned back in his chair and waved his hand. I'm pressed for time. Let's get straight to business. Yes, Mr. Bai. Ever since Bai Zhou introduced himself, Song Jia had already sent people to verify his identity. Indeed, this young man before him, not yet 20, was the new master of Junlin skyscraper. So when Bai Zhou mentioned business, he was ready to handle it immediately. Mr. Bai, due to the large transfer amount for the rent, we recommend using a bank card. If you require funds in your wealth treasure account, we can transfer a small amount into it. Alright. Bai Zhou nodded and provided Song Jia with the ICBC bank card number linked to his payroll account. Understood, Mr. Bai. Most companies and businesses in Junlin skyscraper have already paid their third quarter rent. Only 6 companies remain, and we're actively following up with them. Only 6 left? It's almost August already. I thought third quarter rent was due in early July.
Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow, looking at Song Jia as he asked in a flat tone. To Bai Zhou, however, his tone was perfectly neutral, betraying no emotion. Yet the instant he spoke, an almost imperceptible aura emanated from his entire being, exuding an intimidating presence without a hint of anger. Moreover, the way he said it made Song Jia feel a chill run down his spine. Exactly, don't ask. Asking just means the big boss's benevolent care has arrived again. Song Jia swallowed hard as he met Bai Zhou's gaze, thinking to himself. How come I sense an aura about him that doesn't belong to someone his age at all? Seeing Song Jia neither answer nor press further, Bai Zhou knew he'd handle it otherwise, he'd never last at Junlin skyscraper. Still, he felt compelled to add. Inform those 6 families, full payment must be made within 3 days. If they can't pay, Junlin skyscraper won't welcome them. Understood, Mr. Bai. Song Jia discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat. For that brief moment, he had actually felt a sense of oppression emanating from Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou didn't linger, as if his visit today had been solely for collecting rent. 15 minutes later, surrounded by a crowd, Bai Zhou rode away from Junlin skyscraper on his delivery scooter. The expression on Bai Zhou's face now was indescribable. 6 tenants still hadn't paid rent, but I'd already received over 4 million yuan. That's right, just from collecting this rent, Bai Zhou's ICBC account had suddenly gained 4,200,000 yuan. Add in those 6 households, and it would reach around 5 million. And this was just 1 quarter. With 4 quarters in a year, that meant Bai Zhou could rake in 20 million yuan annually without lifting a finger, just by collecting rent. What a terrifying income this is. Seriously, what 19-year-old high school graduate has ever pulled in 20 million a year? No, make the 23,600,000 and that's just the base figure. 25, damn it, his wealthy identity can't be hidden anymore. Bai Zhou had also set up a wealth treasure account for Song Jia, instructing him to transfer any amounts under 500,000 directly into it whenever needed. Because once transferred to the Wealth Builder account, it had a feature where the interest earned was many times higher than what banks offered. After all, Bai Zhou had grown up in modest circumstances and had developed this habit long ago. Plus, Bai Zhou had heard somewhere that if your bank account frequently received large deposits, some peculiar organization might come investigating you. Of course, Bai Zhou wasn't afraid of scrutiny. The system provided him with absolutely foolproof methods. He simply preferred to avoid the hassle. Though it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, he'd already hit his small goal of earning 100,000 yuan from deliveries today. So Bai Zhou hopped on his bike and headed straight back to his apartment complex. Parking his bike, he hoisted the insulated box and headed upstairs. As he entered, his mother, Li Hui, was still in the kitchen preparing dinner. Xiao Zhou, you're back so early today? Yeah. I was tired, so I left work early. Bai Zhou offered a casual excuse. Just as he finished washing his hands and stepped out to wait for his mom's delicious cooking, his dad, Bai Jianjun, opened the door and walked in. But his eyes sparkled with the excitement of sharing gossip. Honey, guess what I saw downstairs? Li Hui carried the last dish back into the living room. What was it? There's a motorcycle downstairs, it's so cool. The whole thing looks like it's chrome-plated and it's reflecting light. Oh, I see what it is. I spotted it this morning when I went downstairs to take out the trash. That thing looks like it cost a fortune. Bai Jianjun nodded in agreement. Yeah, just that chrome plating alone must cost over 10,000. Probably some kid who went away to work has made something of himself and come home. Mom Li Hui's face also showed a hint of longing. It's okay. I believe our son will achieve even greater things in the future, right, son? What could Bai Zhou say? All he could do now was bury his head in his food, keeping himself detached from the conversation. Hearing his mother's words, he simply nodded without adding anything else. After a simple dinner for the family of 3, Bai Zhou stood up to stretch his arms and called out to his father. Old Bai, come on out to the balcony to wet your whistle? Let's go. Bai Jianjun had been waiting for this moment. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal is better than being a living god. Li Hui couldn't control the 2 men in her household. She merely reminded them to smoke less before clearing the table. Parents were surprisingly open-minded about it. Most parents would be furious smoking at 19 before even going to college. That's a whole different ballgame. But the heavens weren't cooperating. Yep, the heavens just weren't cooperating. Bai Zhou and his old man had barely taken a few steps when... Ding dong! Alipay received 180,000 yuan. The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes dead silent. That's right, not just Bai Jianjun and Li Hui, but Bai Zhou's entire body froze solid. He had calculated every possible scenario, but never anticipated Song Jia would transfer the money at this exact moment. Zhou, was that sound just now coming from your phone? Bai Jianjun stared directly at Bai Zhou as he asked. Li Hui dropped her chopsticks and bowl, rushing over to stand before Bai Zhou, her eyes fixed on him. Bai Zhou's eyes flickered as he met his parents' gaze mere inches away. He was genuinely flustered now. What should he do now? He forced a smile. Haha, that's the ringtone I just set up on my phone. Pretty cool, huh? Ha ha. Hand over your phone, let me see it.
Li Hui knew her son so well. With that look on his face, would she really buy his story?
Oh, this. Whether you're some big shot or not, in front of your own mom, you've just gotta behave.
Oh no!
The thought barely flashed through Bai Zhou's mind when a familiar voice echoed in his head.
Ding!
Detected unexpected event.
Triggering random options.
Option 1, find ways to dodge your parents' questions, conceal your newfound wealth, and receive a 150,000 cash reward plus the title Keep Your Mouth Shut, starting with me. Option 2, disclose to your parents that you're now wealthy while avoiding mentioning the system to receive 1 liquor purchase rebate voucher multiplier random and 1 luxury goods 1:1 rebate voucher. Host, please make your choice immediately.
This 150,000 yuan is undeniably tempting, but
Bai Zhou could earn that much by delivering food just 1 extra day.
As for the cashback vouchers, the second one is no big deal. A 1-to-1 ratio means whatever you spend, the system reimburses you in full. The random multiplier is where it gets interesting.
For example, if Bai Zhou buys a soda for 2 yuan and it multiplies 10 million times, he'd get 20 million yuan.
Of course, such high multipliers aren't easy to come by.
After weighing the options, Bai Zhou made his choice immediately.
I choose the second option. Ding! 2 cashback vouchers have been credited. Contact the system when you're ready to use them.
No sooner had the system's voice faded than his mother, Li Hui, let out a startled cry.
Xiao Zhou, how did you get 600,000 in your wealth treasure account?
No way around it in this high-tech era. Facial recognition unlock meant that while Bai Zhou was momentarily stunned, his wealth treasure had already been thoroughly inspected by his mother. Of course, this couldn't really be considered an invasion of Bai Zhou's privacy.
How could you discuss such things with your own parents? What?
Bai Jianjun snatched the phone right out of Li Hui's hands.
Bai Zhou, what on earth have you done? Yep, Dad actually used a stern, accusatory tone.
Bai Jianjun wasn't one to micromanage his son, but when it came to serious matters, he was unwavering. That 600,000 yuan balance was several times more than the savings their small family had accumulated over half a lifetime. After all, 99% of the most lucrative ventures were written into the criminal code.
How could he not be worried?
Since Bai Zhou had made his choice, and since he knew he'd eventually have to tell his parents about his money, he took a moment to calm down, his mind racing.
Mom and Dad, please don't panic. Sit down, and I'll explain everything to you. How could we not be anxious? Shocked, Li Hui's eyes welled up with tears. Do you realize this is more money than we've ever seen in our entire lives?
Bai Zhou felt utterly helpless at his parents' reaction. Clearing his throat, he steeled himself to speak.
Actually, I wanted to surprise you both. I didn't expect you to find out.
I'll come clean, I bought a lottery ticket and won 2 million.
What? Cough cough.
The system actually cleared its throat twice at this moment.
Host, this excuse of yours.
Shut up.
Bai Zhou knew this excuse was legit, but what else could he say now? Surprise number 26, the whole family gets to see the new house. Regardless, it took Bai Zhou a full hour to finally explain his lottery win.
As for why he received only 180,000 yuan earlier, Bai Zhou brushed it off by claiming the payment was being made in installments. As for why it was only 600,000 perfect.
Now he had a reason for the Phoenix City property.
Indeed, Bai Zhou had been fretting over how to explain the Phoenix City property to his parents, how to convince them to move there. Now, it was a win-win situation. After all that talking, Bai Zhou was parched. He grabbed a drink of water and locked himself in his room to avoid his parents' relentless, excited barrage of questions. Without a second thought, Bai Zhou transferred the entire 500,000 yuan from his payment wallet to his mother. It wasn't because Li Hui insisted Bai Zhou did it willingly.
How could he earn money and not spend it on the parents who raised him? That just didn't make sense. Of course, it took considerable persuasion to dissuade his parents from visiting the Phoenix City property that very night. Still, a family outing over the weekend seemed inevitable. At least he'd explained it clearly to his parents. Now, no matter how much money he made in the future, he'd have a solid reason. He wouldn't claim it was lottery winnings every time. Now that he had money, Bai Zhou could say it came from investments, stock trading, or similar ventures. Didn't he still have that 100,000 yuan set aside? That was his safety net. After delivering food for 2 more days, the balance in his wealth treasure account had climbed back to over 300,000 yuan. At 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, just as the sun was beginning to peak above the horizon, Bai Zhou was roused from sleep. Son, get up. It's the weekend. We're going to Phoenix. Sigh.
That sleepy sigh from Bai Zhou truly expressed the endless hardships of life. After washing up and grabbing a quick breakfast, his parents were already busy checking their phones to find the right bus to Phoenix. That's right, even though the family's shared funds had mysteriously increased by 600,000 yuan, they hadn't considered hailing a cab. After all, the couple had lived frugally their entire lives. Bai Zhou stood up and waved his hand.
Alright, old Bai, just hop on my little electric scooter. It's not far. Me?
Bai Jianjun pointed at himself.
What about you two? Electric bikes can't carry passengers now. Bai Zhou waved it off.
I'll just take my mom on my motorcycle.
When did you buy a motorcycle? Li Hui's grasp of keywords never quite matched Bai Zhou's train of thought. Li Hui and Bai Jianjun exchanged a knowing glance. The motorcycle we've been talking about these past few days is actually yours? Bai Zhou shrugged and nodded. You. Seeing his mother about to explode, Bai Zhou cut straight to the point. Alright, Mom. I know that motorcycle isn't worth much. Don't get so worked up. What's more important, the house or the motorcycle? Of course the house is more important. Bai Jianjun leaned in instead. Hey, my good son, how about letting your old man take that motorcycle for a spin? Bai Zhou shot him a look. Dad, do you even have a motorcycle license? All the way there, Bai Jianjun glared resentfully at Bai Zhou as he rode the sleek motorcycle on the motor vehicle lane, with Li Hui trailing behind looking like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden. He even made up his mind. No way. I absolutely must get that motorcycle license. Phoenix City wasn't too far from the old residential complex where Bai Zhou lived. In about half an hour, the Bai family had already arrived at the main gate of Phoenix City. Bai Jianjun no longer had time to envy Bai Zhou. Like his wife Li Hui, he craned his neck to gaze at the towering buildings inside. Li Hui's eyes glistened with emotion. We used to ride the bus past Phoenix City all the time. Never imagined we'd actually get to live here one day. Bai Jianjun felt a surge of emotion too. Yeah, we're all riding on our son's coattails. Li Hui gazed at the two towering skyscrapers in the distance. How many stories tall are those? Bai Zhou smiled at his parents and said. Mom and Dad, don't be fooled by the height. Each building actually has only 15 floors, with just 2 units per floor. These are duplexes with 3 bedrooms. Duplexes? Bai Jianjun and Li Hui's faces lit up with delight. Then it's practically like a villa. What? Bai Zhou waved his hand helplessly. It's nowhere near the same. Bai Zhou naturally had a Phoenix City access card, but no outside vehicles were permitted on the premises. Therefore, he had to register at the security gate. No wonder they call this a high-end community. They've set up a dedicated guard post at the entrance. The guard stood ramrod straight in the middle of the booth, unlike those in other neighborhoods who sipped tea while swiping through their phones. Bai Zhou rode his bike up, while his dad pushed his bike and his mom followed behind. Sir, please stop. Non-resident vehicles are prohibited from entering this community. Visitors must register. The guard even saluted Bai Zhou with a stern expression. Bai Zhou smiled, pulling out the Phoenix Car's signature access card from his pocket and stated. I'm a resident here. Hearing those words and seeing the access card in Bai Zhou's hand, a symbol of status. The guard's expression instantly shifted, replaced by a smile. Welcome home, owner. What brings you here? Though he spoke politely, he couldn't help but size up Bai Zhou and the couple standing behind him. He made a quick mental calculation. Residents of Phoenix City were typically either wealthy or influential. A few rode electric scooters, but that was merely one of their many modes of transportation. Were these 3 truly residents here? But the exclusive access card was definitely genuine. Bai Zhou nodded, fully aware of the security guard's shifting expression. I just moved in today, so I came to register my vehicle. Otherwise, I'd have to park it outside every time. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Though the guard wore a smile and guided Bai Zhou to the security office, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. A motorcycle and a beat-up electric bike? They could just as well stay outside. Of course, the professional training in upscale communities was thorough. When it came to maintaining appearances, this guard did a decent job. Once inside the guardhouse, the guard walked straight to the computer and sat down. Sir, please present your property deed and ID card. Of course. Just because you say you're an owner doesn't make it so. These are standard verification documents. What if your access card was stolen? 27. What a coincidence. The goddess lives next door? Bai Zhou naturally had no objection to the guard's request. He understood it was standard procedure. He prepared these documents long ago, pulling them from the bag he carried and handing them over. The guard flipped open the property deed and ID card. Full payment for the property. Owner Bai Zhou's ID matches the name on the deed. Wait, 19 years old? Whoosh. The guard snapped his head up, his eyes widening in obvious shock as he stared at Bai Zhou before him. Bai Zhou being 19 wasn't the issue. The owner being Bai Zhou wasn't the issue either. Paying cash for the property wasn't the issue. Wealthy people could buy however they pleased. But when these 3 things were connected, that was something else entirely. A 19-year-old youth bought a Phoenix City property outright? You're Bai Zhou? The question slipped out before he could stop himself. Bai Zhou smiled and nodded matter-of-factly. What's the matter? Does the photo on my ID not resemble me? No. My apologies, Mr. Bai, I was out of line. The security guard quickly composed himself, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the motorcycle parked outside. This man before him was wealthy. Either he himself was rich or his father was. Is that his father behind him? But in this state. The property deed he saw listed that apartment building A, Unit 0802. A duplex 3-bedroom in prime real estate. That place must be worth at least $2.5 million. Could it be he bought the apartment but couldn't afford a car? That's why he's riding a small motorcycle? That was his guess, but he couldn't very well ask outright, could he? Sir, please provide the vehicle registration information you submitted. Bai Zhou nodded. That electric bike, Bai Zhou brand, license plate number, launching 25,417. The guard scribbled on a piece of paper and looked up. What's the price for it? Price? You charge for registering this thing? Bai Zhou asked directly upon hearing this. The guard nodded. We need to implement regional management based on the value of registered vehicles for enhanced security. Bai Zhou was itching to retort, isn't this just a social hierarchy? But the real problem now was that his car was worth over 10 million. If his parents found out, they'd explode. He steadied himself and said, electric bikes? Let's say 500. All right, sir. Please provide your motorcycle's information. Hold on a second. Bai Zhou raised his hand to stop him and asked. The electric bike's registered now, so we can go in, right? Of course. After receiving the answer, Bai Zhou turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, you go ahead inside first. Take a look at the neighborhood and see if you like it. Truthfully, Bai Jianjun and Li Hui couldn't wait any longer. Since Bai Zhou had offered, they immediately agreed. Pushing their electric bike, they walked straight through the gate which, of course, the security guard opened for them. The moment they stepped inside, they couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. Wow! Is this where the wealthy live? Honey, look ahead, there's even an artificial lake. The security guard, who had witnessed this scene, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Oof. They don't look like the type who could shell out over 2 million for a cash-only home. Sir, your motorcycle information. Seeing his parents go inside, Bai Zhou relaxed and said. Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. What? What? Bai Zhou snatched the pen right from the guard's hand and wrote down his motorcycle's name himself. The guard glanced at the name on the paper and curled his lip. Why give a motorcycle such a flashy name? May I ask its value? Let's say 10,290,000. All right, 1 million. The guard, who had been registering the details, froze in place. His head snapped up again. How much? His voice shot up 8 octaves, he practically yelled it out. Bai Zhou frowned and dug into his ear. 10,290,000. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Gulp. The guard swallowed hard, his eyes wide in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring at the chrome-plated motorcycle outside, frozen in shock. Thump. Bai Zhou tapped the table with a frown. I'm in a hurry. The guard snapped back to reality and awkwardly replied. My apologies, sir. Please wait a moment while I verify the details. Their vehicle registration system had a lookup function specifically to prevent people from inflating the value of their vehicles to request special services. His hands trembled slightly as he typed the name Bai Zhou had written on the paper into the search box. Immediately, a message popped up on the screen. Vehicle, Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. Market price, no accurate quote available, estimated to exceed 10 million yuan. This. Staring at the words displayed on the computer screen, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could scarcely believe his eyes. With a sudden jolt, he sprang to his feet, staring intently at the motorcycle parked outside. It was identical to the picture, except the picture didn't show the chrome plating. Is this real? He was momentarily dumbfounded. Earlier, at 19, he'd bought a house worth over 2 million in cash. He'd assumed the buyer couldn't afford a car, so they'd settled for a motorcycle. Turns out this guy's motorcycle alone costs over 10 million yuan? Holy, how many luxury cars could that outclass? Those BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis parked in the second garage? Total junk compared to this. Mr. Xian's voice sounded a bit dry as he spoke. My sincere apologies for the delay. Your vehicle registration is complete. Please proceed to your residence. Wishing you a pleasant stay. After saying this, the guard didn't even bother with formalities. He immediately gave Bai Zhou a 90-degree bow. Bai Zhou said nothing, merely nodded, then turned and left the guardhouse. Before leaving, the guard informed him that his motorcycle could be parked in Garage 1. Naturally, that little 500 yuan electric scooter also got to park in Garage 1 thanks to Bai Zhou. Thus, in the underground Garage 1 of Phoenix City Tower A, alongside a handful of flashy supercars and luxury vehicles, sat a Taiwanese electric scooter. The family of 3 parked their motorcycle and electric scooter, then took the elevator directly from the garage to their floor. Phoenix City's elevators were fast yet remarkably smooth. Ding! 8th floor, welcome home, residents. The elevator even featured intelligent voice guidance. As the Bai family stepped out, the doors of the adjacent elevator slid open. This building featured 2 elevators serving 2 units per floor, quite the luxury. The moment the doors opened, a voice filled with surprise echoed from inside. Bai Zhou? You've moved in? Bai Zhou turned to see a girl with shoulder-length hair, her face free of makeup, wearing a pale pink nightgown and summer slippers that revealed her delicate little toes. Wasn't this Chen Yueying, his goddess and deskmate? 28. No more pretending I'm actually a culinary genius. Yep, old classmate. Just moved in today.
Bai Zhou smiled and said, then turned to his parents. Dad, Mom, this is my high school classmate and former deskmate, Chen Yueying.
Hello, Miss Chen. What a lovely young lady. Our Xiao Zhou has often spoken of you. We've been wanting to meet you for ages. What a wonderful coincidence today. Li Hui stepped forward, took Chen Yueying's hand, and said with a smile. Chen Yueying blushed.
She thought to herself, he really does talk about me at home. Mom, don't scare her off.
Let's look at the apartment first.
We're neighbors now, we can meet anytime.
Bai Zhou said to Li Hui while opening the door. Exactly, dear. Let's look at the house first. Bai Jianjun addressed Li Hui first, then turned to Chen Yueying. Miss Chen, why don't you join us for lunch?
Bai Zhou said this place is fully furnished and equipped.
Let's take a look inside, then grab some groceries on the way back. Wouldn't that be too much trouble?
Chen Yueying lowered her head, twisting the hem of her skirt.
Old classmate, what's the trouble in that? It's settled then. Today I'll let you taste the skills of Chef Bai.
Bai Zhou winked at Chen Yueying and chuckled.
Chen Yueying asked curiously. Huh? Bai Zhou, you can cook?
Bai Zhou lowered his head, propping his right elbow on his left hand. With his right ring and middle fingers pressed against his forehead in a sword-point gesture, he adopted a solemn tone. Had heaven not birthed me, Bai Zhou, the culinary arts would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness.
Stop bragging. Chen Yueying burst into laughter at Bai Zhou's comical expression. She then bowed to Bai Jianjun and Li Hui, saying, Uncle and Aunt, we'll be taking up your time for lunch today. The Bai family of three stepped into their new home, and Bai Jianjun and Li Hui were immediately stunned by the luxurious decor that greeted them. No wonder it cost over $1 million. The decor and furnishings are absolutely stunning. Son, your taste is truly exceptional. Bai Zhou chuckled inwardly. This is all thanks to the system. He then addressed his parents. Dad, Mom, no need to look around. This place is our home now.
We'll stay here tonight and hire movers tomorrow to bring over the essentials from the old house.
It's already past 10. Let's get ready to cook. We're inviting people over for lunch, right? Bai Jianjun and Li Hui snapped back to reality.
Li Hui smacked her lips and remarked, rich people's homes are just different.
This decor, it feels so good just looking at it. Bai Jianjun reluctantly pulled his gaze away from the room and said to Li Hui.
Yeah, I never dreamed I'd live in a place like this. But Xiao Zhou's right, we can do whatever we want with this house later.
It's getting late. Let's get lunch ready. We'll go shopping. We agreed to let that little rascal cook today. I'm curious to see if he can pull it off.
Turning to Bai Zhou, he added.
My standards aren't high, just edible will do.
If you really mess it up, I'll take your mom and your classmates out to a restaurant. Facing his father's skepticism, Bai Zhou offered no defense. He simply smiled and replied. Dad, relax. I wouldn't take on this job if I didn't have the skills to handle it.
You little rascal.
Bai Jianjun chuckled and shook his head, then motioned for Li Hui and the others to head downstairs to buy groceries. Left alone at home, Bai Zhou sat on the sofa for a moment before standing up, stepping outside, and arriving at Chen Yueying's door.
He knocked. Ding dong, ding dong. Coming.
Hearing Chen Yueying's crisp voice from inside, Bai Zhou's lips curved into a slight smile.
Bai Zhou. What's up? Did you decide not to cook and plan to treat me to a meal out?
Chen Yueying recognized Bai Zhou at the door and teased him with a mischievous smile.
You don't trust me that much?
Old classmate, your words are really hurting my feelings. Bai Zhou placed his right hand over his chest, feigning hurt.
Cut the crap. Like I don't know you? Chen Yueying said with a laugh. Alright, no more jokes. I came to ask if your uncle and aunt are home.
If they are, let's all come over for lunch at my place. Bai Zhou stepped forward, leaning his left hand against the doorframe as he lowered his gaze to Chen Yueying. From this angle, he could clearly see the subtle curves of her figure beneath her pink nightgown and catch the faint, unique fragrance of a young girl. Facing Bai Zhou at such close proximity, Chen Yueying felt the intense youthful energy radiating from him. Her smiling face flushed crimson instantly, but instead of stepping back, she lowered her head and murmured softly.
My mom's home too. I'll tell her in a bit, she'd be happy to go. My dad hasn't gotten off work yet. I'll text him.
Watching the lovely girl's bashful expression, Bai Zhou couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly.
Then, it's settled.
Chen Yueying's lashes fluttered slightly as she felt the young man's breath against her ear. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed.
She nodded faintly and replied to Bai Zhou. Okay, I'll go tell my parents now.
With that, Chen Yueying darted away like a startled little rabbit, heading toward her mother who was reading in the study.
That girl? Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head. So nervous she didn't even close the door? Bai Zhou didn't enter Chen Yueying's home without permission.
Instead, he gently closed the door behind him and turned back to his own house.
An hour passed in the blink of an eye.
Bai Jianjun and Li Hui had already purchased all the necessary ingredients.
The couple now sat on the sofa, watching TV while waiting for their guests to arrive.
Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was busy cleaning the ingredients in the kitchen.
Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang.
Li Hui stood up and called out to Bai Zhou, who was busy in the kitchen. Your friends are here. Hurry up with the cooking, don't keep them waiting too long. Without looking up, Bai Zhou replied. Don't worry, Mom. I'll make sure you're eating on time. That kid, where does he get that confidence? Li Hui shook her head and went to open the door. As soon as it swung open, Chen Yueying and her mother Wang Ning stood smiling at the doorway. Li Hui warmly invited them inside. Oh my, Chen, this must be your mother. She looks so young, you two could be sisters. Come on in. We just moved in today and haven't prepared much. Please don't mind the simplicity. Chen Yueying smiled back. Not at all, not at all. We're so grateful just to be your guests. And to have Bai Zhou cook for us, it's us who should be apologizing for imposing. Wang Ning chimed in with a smile. That's right, Mrs. Bai. Today is your housewarming celebration. As guests, we didn't have time to prepare gifts, that was our oversight. Now you're even treating us to dinner. We're truly imposing on you. Li Hui welcomed them inside while smiling and responding. Not at all. Our Xiao Zhou has always talked about Xiao Chun, saying how much he helped him at school. Jian Jun and I have wanted to thank Xiao Chun for ages. Never imagined we'd become neighbors. This is the perfect chance to properly host your family. While Li Hui and Wang Ning exchanged pleasantries, Chen Yueying approached Bai Jianjun and asked. Uncle Bai, is Bai Zhou in the kitchen? May I go see him? Bai Jianjun chuckled, gesturing toward the kitchen. He went in earlier, he told Chen Yueying. He wouldn't let us help, insisting on doing it himself. The kitchen. He went in ages ago and wouldn't let us help. Said he wanted to do it all himself. The kitchen's over there. Actually, his mom and I are a bit worried about him. Let's go check on him together. With that, the four of them approached the kitchen doorway. Each peered inside to watch Bai Zhou cooking. Just then, Bai Zhou was about to slice some vegetables. As his right hand lifted the cleaver, an aura of masterful presence, profound and commanding, suddenly emanated from him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he raised the blade. Whoa, that feeling. It's like the aura of a supreme martial arts master in those wuxia movies. Chen Yueying found herself utterly captivated. A true master's touch is unmistakable. Just by watching how Xiao Zhou holds that knife, I can tell his culinary skills are extraordinary. He reminds me of how your father took me to watch a state banquet chef prepare dishes back in the day. Wang Ning murmured his admiration. Then, the next scene made his jaw drop involuntarily. There stood Bai Zhou, blade rising and falling. His body moved with a rhythm that seemed to merge with the heavens. The cadence of the cleaver striking the cutting board rose and fell like the melody of an ancient symphony. This knife work is pure artistry. Just watching Xiao Zhou's movements felt like a therapeutic massage for the soul. Perfect. Flawless technique. She turned to Li Hui, who was equally stunned, and said. Sis Hui, honestly, with Bai Zhou's divine knife skills alone, he could earn at least $1 million a year. This is the kind of technique only the absolute top chefs possess. Bai Zhou remained oblivious to the praise outside the kitchen, his focus intensely fixed on the task at hand. Suddenly, he paused his knife work. With his left hand, he lifted the lid of a nearby pot. Inside simmered a milky white broth. Bai Zhou swung his knife in a diagonal arc, like a crescent moon. With one swift motion, the pre-cut tofu block on the cutting board landed in the pot, quietly unfurling into a delicate white daisy. As the daisy blossomed, a refreshingly sweet fragrance spread through the air, only to vanish in an instant. It was night-blooming jasmine. Good heavens! Wasn't this technique lost to history a decade ago? To witness it again in my lifetime. Wang Ning, a lifelong food enthusiast, had sampled countless delicacies since marrying Chen Yueying's father. Yet today, faced with Bai Zhou's god-tier culinary skills, she completely lost her composure, exclaiming in astonishment. Is Xiao Zhou really the same age as you? He's only 18 today? This is truly miraculous. Chen Yueying beside her was equally stunned. But her awe wasn't solely for Bai Zhou's flawless cooking, it was also for the intense focus radiating from him, as if he were glowing. Her eyes locked on his face, completely oblivious to her mother's cries. Only one thought filled her mind. He's so handsome. Finally, Bai Zhou completed the dish. He turned to face the four people at the kitchen entrance, gently brushing a strand of hair from his forehead with his right hand before flashing a bright smile. So? Didn't I tell you? My cooking skills aren't half bad, right? Wang Ning clutched her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Zhou, your cooking isn't just okay, it's nothing short of a miracle. Chen Yueying's cheeks flushed red, yet she couldn't tear her gaze away from Bai Zhou's face. Unaware of how intensely she was staring, she simply nodded. Mom was right. Bai Zhou met Chen Yueying's intense gaze, his smile widening. He whispered softly. Yueying, I'll let you in on a secret, I'm actually the culinary god. 29, the truth is out. The Sky Palace is mine. Time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, it was past 11:40 when the Bai family's doorbell rang again. Must be my husband coming home. We told him earlier that our new neighbors invited us over for dinner, so he could come straight to us when he got back. I'll answer the door. Wang Ning stood up and said to Li Hui. The door opened. Standing at the doorway was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a sharp suit. His hair was slicked back and shiny, he wore gold-rimmed glasses, and on his wrist was a green submariner watch. The man carried an air of someone accustomed to being in a position of authority. Upon seeing his wife open the door, the stern expression that had been there without any anger instantly softened.
"Honey, come in quickly. Let me introduce you."
Wang Ning ushered the man inside and introduced him to Bai Zhou and Li Hui, who had risen to their feet.
"Sister Hui, brother Jianjun, this is my husband, Chen Yaohui. Husband, this is sister Li Hui, and this is brother Bai Jianjun. Brother Bai, sister-in-law, thank you both for hosting us today. I extend my family's gratitude on behalf of everyone." Chen Yaohui smiled and bowed slightly.
Bai Jianjun and Li Hui hurriedly bowed in return, saying,
"Not at all, brother Yaohui, you're too kind.
We'll be neighbors from now on, so we'll inevitably need your help.
Let's keep in touch, keep in touch.
It's only natural, only natural.
A good neighbor is better than a distant relative. Let's all live in harmony from now on."
Chen Yaohui laughed heartily, his long tenure in high office lending him an air of approachability that instantly warmed the living room atmosphere. For a moment, both hosts and guests were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chen Yaohui turned to his wife beside him and asked,
"Oh, where's Yingying? Where did she go?" Wang Ning smiled and replied, "Oh, she's in the kitchen helping serve the dishes." Chen Yaohui glanced toward the kitchen, only to catch sight of.
It turned out that Bai Zhou had already finished preparing the meal and was now serving dishes alongside Chen Yingying. Chen Yingying had intended to help Bai Zhou with the serving to ease his workload, but the young man was anything but well behaved. He kept taking advantage of the moment while arranging the dishes to make unwanted advances. Just then, after setting down a plate of golden-edged cabbage, her small hand somehow slipped into Bai Zhou's grasp, where it was now being playfully teased. Chen Yueying felt both embarrassed and flustered. She tried to pull her hand away, but strangely, she couldn't muster the strength. Afraid to scold Bai Zhou in case the adults in the living room saw, she could only let him continue his advances. Little did she know, this scene was witnessed by Chen Yaohui. White Zhou, who had been fondling Chen Yueying's soft little hand, suddenly sensed a chill in the air. He turned his head toward the living room and met Chen Yaohui's icy gaze. White Zhou's neck jerked back and he thought to himself, "Oh no. The most awkward thing in the world is flirting with a girl in front of her father." Caught red-handed, Bai Zhou instantly felt a pang of guilt. Glancing at the charming beauty beside him, he sighed inwardly. "Chen Yueying, oh Chen Yueying. I've barely held your hand and you've already put me in this awkward spot. What am I supposed to do from here on out?" Chen Yaohui withdrew his gaze without a flicker of emotion, turning his attention to scrutinize by Jianjun and Li Hui. Who would have thought such honest, upright parents could raise such an irresponsible son? Judging by his practiced manner, Yingying surely wasn't the first girl he'd led astray. No way. I absolutely won't let Yingying fall into this rotten kid's clutches. As Chen Yaohui fell silent, the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Wang Ning nudged him with her elbow and asked, "What's wrong, honey? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Chen Yaohui looked at his wife with a complex expression and sighed inwardly. Our silly girl is about to be lured away by that rotten kid, and you still have the heart to chat with people? True mother and daughter both equally foolish. He quickly composed himself, hiding his emotions, and shifted the topic. Nothing. Just got distracted thinking about some work issues. But inwardly, he was plotting how to deal with that scoundrel who'd made advances toward his daughter. Soon, everything was ready. Chen Yueying ran into the living room to call everyone to dinner. Chen Yaohui watched his daughter's unusually happy smile today and couldn't help but frown slightly. What kind of love potion did that good-for-nothing give Yingying to make her this happy? The thought filled Chen Yaohui with anger. His precious daughter was absolutely off limits to someone as unscrupulous as Bai Zhou. As everyone took their seats, Wang Ning and Chen Yueying, who had already witnessed Bai Zhou's god-tier culinary skills, could hardly wait. Wang Ning spoke rapidly to Chen Yaohui. "Honey, you've got to try today's dishes, they'll blow your mind." Chen Yaohui raised an eyebrow at the remark. "Oh? Today's dishes have earned such high praise from you, a seasoned foodie? Very well, I'll give them a try." With that, he picked up his chopsticks, plucked a piece of tofu, and popped it into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, Chen Yaohui felt something burst open in his mouth. The savory broth from the tofu enveloped his taste buds, delivering an exquisite sensory experience. He then gently pressed his tongue against his upper palate, causing the tofu to shatter, revealing the tender minced meat inside. Chen Yaohui's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in admiration. "Delicious. What skill? Who prepared this dish? Such mastery. Did brother Bai and sister-in-law invite a master chef? Might you introduce them?" Hearing this, Wang Ning covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Bai and his wife wouldn't need to hire any master chef. "Honey, you won't believe it, every dish on the table tonight was made by brother Bai's son, Bai Zhou." "What?" Chen Yaohui blurted out, then realized his outburst. He composed himself, set down his chopsticks, and looked at Bai Zhou expressionlessly. "I never knew you possessed such skill. I underestimated you.
But remember, diligence refines craftsmanship while idleness ruins it.
You're still young, this is precisely the time to hone your skills.
Put aside those distractions you shouldn't be entertaining. Understand?
Bai Zhou gave a wry smile. He'd anticipated Chen Yaohui's reprimand, though he hadn't expected it to come so swiftly. Truth be told, he was at fault here, flirting with someone else's daughter in front of her father. Anyone would have lost their temper, so Bai Zhou didn't feel angry.
Honey, what's gotten into you today? Did you swallow gunpowder? Why are you being so harsh? Wang Ning couldn't understand why Chen Yaohui was acting this way. Instead, she defended Bai Zhou. Xiao Zhou is such a good kid.
He's handsome, has amazing cooking skills, and is polite to everyone.
What did he ever do to you that you're talking about him like this? Chen Yaohui stared speechless at Wang Ning's betrayal, thinking to himself.
They say mothers-in-law grow fonder of their sons-in-law the more they see them, but you haven't even gotten started yet and you're already acting like this.
What if she finds out about him and Ying?
He then waved his hand at Wang Ning and said,
You don't understand. Let me finish.
Then he turned to Qin Yueying and said, Ying, even though you've graduated high school, your studies aren't over.
College knowledge demands even more dedication.
And you're still so young you can't yet discern matters of the heart. You must protect yourself and be careful not to get hurt by people with ulterior motives.
Chen Yueying was completely baffled.
She'd been focused on savoring the food and had no idea why her dad was suddenly lecturing her like this, much less how the topic had abruptly shifted to her romantic life. But out of habit formed since childhood, she quickly replied,
Okay, Dad. Got it.
The awkwardness at the table was palpable. Having already achieved his goal of warning Bai Zhou, Chen Yaohui once again demonstrated his leadership presence and big-picture perspective. He stood up, holding his wine glass, gave a self-deprecating smile, and addressed the group.
My apologies, everyone.
The company has been facing a major crisis lately, and it's been affecting my mood. That earlier outburst was influenced by this situation.
I sincerely apologize.
With that, he downed the wine in his glass. Bai Jianjun and Li Hui promptly raised their own glasses, and the mood at the table gradually warmed again.
Wang Ning set down her chopsticks and asked Chen Yaohui with concern. Honey, what happened at the company? Is it serious? Chen Yaohui shook his head and sighed. Sigh, you know we've been expanding recently, right? We've added a lot of new staff and equipment, and our current office space just isn't big enough anymore. So we thought about moving to a new CBD location.
But I can't stand most of the places out there, either they're too small or the facilities are terrible.
The ones I do like are just way too expensive. Which place did you like? Wang Ning inquired curiously. Junlin Skyscraper. That place meets every need of mine and the company's. The only problem is the price, they won't budge. They say they have a new CEO and want me to negotiate with him. If I knew the CEO of Junlin Skyscraper, would I be so worried? Sigh.
Chen Yaohui said with a bitter smile.
Beep. System task triggered. Task options.
1. Deny ownership of Junlin Skyscraper, claiming it's merely a coincidence of names to muddle through.
Reward, title Cowardly Fraudster.
100,000 yuan cash reward.
2. Boldly admit you are the owner of Junlin Skyscraper and offer Chen Yaohui a discounted rent to showcase your divine tycoon aura. Reward, your parents' understanding.
Bai Zhou was startled by the sudden task, then grew excited not for the title or cash reward, but for his parents' understanding. If this reward truly worked as he imagined, it would be immensely helpful. Just telling his parents he'd won a 2 million yuan lottery ticket had them ecstatic, let alone if they discovered he owned the billion yuan CBD tower, Sky Rain.
How would that unfold? Crucially, he couldn't offer them a plausible explanation. Moreover, as his wealth grew, the truth would inevitably come out.
If this reward was real, it would truly solve Bai Zhou's biggest problem.
System. Is this reward about my parents understanding the kind I'm thinking of? Bai Zhou couldn't wait to ask the system. Answer, host, yes, this reward is exactly as you imagined. Yes. Awesome. System, you're amazing. I love you.
Bai Zhou pumped his fist excitedly.
I choose option 2. Just as Bai Zhou was secretly celebrating the system's reward, Wang Ning asked Chen Yaohui. So, honey, what's the name of the new CEO of Junlin Tianxia? Ah, I think it's Bai Zhou? Chen Yaohui recognized the familiar name, then shook his head and looked at Bai Zhou. How about that? The new boss of Junlin Skyscraper is also named Bai Zhou.
See, same name, but he owns a CBD tower worth billions, raking in 20 million just in rent every year. You need to work harder too, stop always trying to hit on girls, got it? Bai Zhou had already decided to reveal his identity as the new CEO of Junlin Skyscraper. Standing up with confidence, he smiled lightly. Uncle Chen, the truth is, the new CEO of Junlin Skyscraper and I share more than just a name. Bai Zhou pulled a contract from his bag and handed it to Chen Yaohui, continuing.
The new CEO of Junlin Skyscraper is me. Chen Yaohui gasped in shock. What? It's you?
He took the contract Bai Zhou handed him.
It read, Junlin Skyscraper Property Transfer Contract.
He skimmed through the contract text rapidly, muttering unconsciously.
How could this be? After reading it, Chen Yaoi slumped into his chair, his gaze fixed blankly on Bai Zhou. It really is you.
Suddenly, he recalled his previous unkind attitude toward Bai Zhou, and endless regret flooded his heart.
Oh no. I never imagined he'd become the new CEO of Junlin Skyscraper. I treated him so poorly before. Now it seems the company will never be able to move there. But other locations just aren't suitable. Sigh, what on earth am I supposed to do? Gazing at Bai Zhou's youthful face, Chen Yaoi smiled bitterly. Never underestimate the young and poor. The ancients were right. Before today, if someone told me the new CEO of Junlin Skyscraper was a young man under 20, I never would have believed it. I've wronged you greatly before, please don't hold it against me, CEO Bai. Bai Zhou smiled gently, bowed his hands to Chen Yaoi, and said, Uncle Chen, you're too kind. Please just call me Xiao Zhou.
Ignorance is no excuse, but I understand why you spoke as you did earlier.
I never intended to blame you.
Hearing this, Chen Yaoi seemed to gain new strength, his eyes instantly filling with hope.
So you're saying I can still lease a floor in the Imperial Tower?
Bai Zhou waved his hand decisively.
Absolutely.
Not only can you rent it, Uncle Chen, but for Yue Ying's sake, I'll give you a 50% discount on the rent.
I can also promise you this, the rent will never increase. Chen Yaoi understood the implication perfectly.
He glanced at his daughter beside him, recalling the happy smile that had blossomed on her face whenever Bai Zhou was around. Sighing, he finally relented. I was blind to your true worth before. I never imagined Xiao Zhou was such an outstanding young man.
Ying, your father was wrong to doubt you.
You should spend more time with Xiao Zhou and learn from him.
Chen Ying flushed and nodded in agreement. Got it. 30 think you're so cool?
I'll slap you silly. Though this lunch had its hiccups, it ended with both host and guest thoroughly satisfied. After lunch, Bai Zhou was about to take Chen Yaoi to Junlin Skyscraper to sign the contract.
As they reached the door, he noticed Chen Yueying looking hesitant and about to speak, so he asked, Xiaoying, what's wrong?
Chen Yueying fidgeted with her fingers, hesitating before saying, well, I'd like to go with you to see your Junlin Skyscraper. I've always passed by there, but never had the chance to go inside. Bai Zhou smiled gently at her words and said, sure, come with me. We can pick out a good floor for your dad while we're at it. And have the staff get to know you, let them understand your status. Then you can visit anytime you like. Bai Zhou deliberately emphasized the word status.
Chen Yueying blushed deeply upon hearing this, stammering, what status? I don't have any status.
Bai Zhou, you shouldn't say things like that. Watching Chen Yueying's bashful expression, Bai Zhou chuckled inwardly. Ha, such an innocent girl, just a little teasing and she's blushing. Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying walked downstairs together. Chen Yaoi watched his daughter chatting and laughing with Bai Zhou, then smiled and said, Zhou, I'll head out first to prepare the materials needed for the contract signing.
You and Ying take your time. Drive safely. Bai Zhou took Chen Yueying's delicate hand. Sure, Uncle Chen. I'll be careful.
Chen Yueying, her small hand held, stood behind Bai Zhou, not daring to lift her head. Be careful on the road, Dad. Seeing his daughter's bashful expression, Chen Yaoi chuckled softly before bidding Bai Zhou farewell and departing. Bai Zhou led the head down Chen Yueying to his Harley, then turned to her.
Alright, no one's around. Stop being shy and lift your head.
Chen Yueying slowly raised her head. What met her eyes was Bai Zhou's face, radiant with gentle warmth. A flutter of emotion stirred within her, and her body instinctively drew closer to him. But then she remembered how she'd embarrassed herself in front of her father. Overcome with both panic and shame, she threw herself into Bai Zhou's arms. Her tiny fists pounded lightly against his chest as she pouted. It's all your fault. You made me look like that in front of Dad.
You're so mean, so mean.
Bai Zhou effortlessly gathered Chen Yueying into his embrace, his right hand gently stroking her back while his left cradled her head against his chest. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear.
Alright, let's get going. Here, I'll help you with your helmet.
After soothing the bashful Chen Yueying, Bai Zhou retrieved the helmet and gently secured it on her head. He lightly tickled her nose and smiled.
Hop in. Big brother will take you for a spin.
Mr. Chow, this car worth over $1 million really is something else. Chow Jingqing sat in the passenger seat, a young man with a sleazy appearance, excitedly examining the car's interior. He shifted his hips. This seat feels nothing like my dad's beat-up old car. Chow Zhengcheng shot him a disgusted look.
Skinny monkey, stop touching everything with your filthy hands. That thing in my car costs tens of thousands. Can you even afford to replace it if you break it? And how much is your dad's junk car worth anyway? Can it even compare to my 7 Series?
Skinny Monkey instantly withdrew his wandering hands, pulled a tissue from his pocket, and began meticulously wiping the areas he touched, his face plastered with a fawning smile. As he wiped, he said, Yes, young Master Chow is absolutely right. Young Master Chow, where are we headed? Chow Zhengcheng waved his hand dismissively, his expression haughty as he declared, Young Master Chow, today I'm taking you to see the world. Ever heard of Junlin Skyscraper?
I've got a friend whose dad runs the place. Next to the CEO, his dad's the top dog there. Right now, I'm taking you to hang out with my buddy.
Seated on the motorcycle's backseat, Chen Yueying listened to the howling wind and watched the streetscape rush by. The thrill of speed made her tighten her arms around Bai Zhou's waist, feeling his youthful vigor more distinctly. Unconsciously, she pressed her body closer to his back.
Feeling the delicate curves pressed against him, Bai Zhou's smile broadened.
As the saying goes, riding high on success, he savored the moment of her affection. Filled with triumph, he pressed the throttle.
Amid the roar of the engine and Chen Yueying's startled shriek, their destination came into view.
After parking, Bai Zhou wrapped his arm around Chen Yueying's waist to help her out. Still shaken, she patted her chest and pouted playfully.
You rascal! Why did you drive so fast? You scared the life out of me.
She then realized how close she was pressed against Bai Zhou, his arm still wrapped around her waist. She gently pushed him away, blushing as she said,
"Let go. There are people all around us."
But Bai Zhou only tightened his embrace, wearing a look of utter recklessness.
What's there to fear? Our parents don't oppose us dating. What else is there to worry about?
Chen Yueying struggled slightly, but seeing Bai Zhou still holding her tight, she said nothing more. She let him wrap his arm around her waist as they walked toward the lobby of the Junlin Tianxia. Yet her flushed cheeks and slightly trembling body spoke volumes about the nervousness and shyness filling her heart. As Bai Zhou held the beauty in his arms, this scene was already being observed by Chao Jingcheng from a short distance away. His expression now resembled that of a baboon on the African savanna, his face flushed crimson, his breath coming in ragged gasps as if he were desperately suppressing his rage. The scrawny monkey beside him, seeing Chao Jingcheng's state, swallowed the words he had been about to speak, fearing the wrath might land on his head. His gaze shifted to the man standing opposite Chao Jingcheng, who appeared to be around the same age. This man was Chao Jingcheng's friend, Song Xiaofeng, whose father was none other than Song Jie, the second in command at Julin Tianxia. Noticing Chao Jingcheng's agitated expression, Song Xiaofeng followed his gaze to Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying.
Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he asked the skinny guy with keen interest. Who are those two? Why's Chao so pissed off just seeing them? Skinny monkey quickly replied. Young Master Song, they're both our classmates. The guy is Bai Zhou, who now delivers takeout. The girl is our class beauty, Chen Yueying. Oh. That's the woman Chao Xiao likes, right? Huh, interesting. Has Chao Xiao's charm really declined that much? How come this woman chose a stinking delivery guy? Song Xiaofeng's family background was comparable to Chao Jingcheng's, so he didn't mince words as he teased.
Though Chao Jingcheng harbored some fear toward Bai Zhou due to past events, he didn't want to lose face in front of young Master Song. He forced himself to remain calm.
Bull. What woman wouldn't want me, Chao Jingcheng?
It's just that this delivery guy's sharp-tongued. I, the young master, don't want to stoop to his level.
Who knows what kind of love potion he slipped that? He's got her completely under his spell. Song Xiaofeng perked up at this. Oh? Sounds like you got played by that kid? Heh, well today's your lucky day they've stepped onto my turf. What do you say? Want me to help you get some payback? Chao Jingcheng snapped back to reality. Right, Song Xiaofeng's dad was second only to the boss at Junlin Skyscraper.
Whatever Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were here for, once Song Xiaofeng stepped in, those two would be rolling out with their tails between their legs. Then he could just show up, exchange a few words with Song Xiaofeng, and send Bai Zhou packing.
While keeping Chen Yueying behind. Wouldn't that make Chen Yueying re-evaluate his capabilities? Maybe.
What's more, this time he wouldn't even have to confront Bai Zhou directly. With this thought, Chao Jingcheng felt completely at ease. Patting Song Xiaofeng on the shoulder, he said, Young Master Song, this matter is yours to handle.
Just get me my revenge, and I'll cover your expenses for a whole week. Seeing Chao Jingcheng's generosity, Song Xiaofeng's smile broadened. Deal? Deal.
Just as Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were about to step into the lobby of the Imperial Tower, two security guards at the entrance suddenly reached out to block them.
Sorry, but you're not welcome here. Bai Zhou froze, thinking, huh? What's going on? How can I not be welcome in my own place? Don't these guys recognize me?
Then it dawned on him the last time he'd been here, he'd been wearing a delivery uniform and a helmet. It made sense they wouldn't recognize him now, but
why? Bai Zhou asked calmly.
The security guard shot Bai Zhou a dismissive look, his tone flippant.
You're asking why? Don't you know who you've crossed?
As he spoke, the guard clasped his hands together and raised them toward the sky before continuing. Young Master Song personally ordered us to keep you scum outside these doors. Heh, I don't know how you crossed him, but mark my words at Junlin Skyscraper, anyone who shows disrespect to young Master Song gets kicked out the moment they step in. Bai Zhou's expression turned icy, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes.
Young Master Song?
The last person who dared call himself young master in my presence doesn't show his face around me anymore. Who exactly is this young Master Song you speak of? The security guard was intimidated by Bai Zhou's glare and stammered, about to speak, when he spotted Song Xiaofeng approaching from behind Bai Zhou.
As if finding their anchor, they bowed and said, Hey, Song.
I wouldn't call myself a divine young master, but in the realm of the celestial palace, there's nothing I can't accomplish.
If I, Song Xiaofeng, say you can't enter, then you simply can't enter. A haughty voice echoed behind Bai Zhou.
Turning, he saw a man whose manner was frivolous, his expression arrogant, his complexion pale, clearly someone hollowed out by wine and women. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Bai Zhou's lips as he asked softly.
So, Song Xiaofeng, you're that Song young master?
Song Xiaofeng abruptly halted in his tracks, suddenly struck by an inexplicable feeling that Bai Zhou had him in his sights. It was like being stared down by an untamed tiger in the zoo. He took a quiet step back, swallowed hard, and forced out.
Yes. That's me.
The words had barely left his mouth when Bai Zhou lunged forward in a single stride. He swung his arm wide and delivered a resounding slap across Song Xiaofeng's face.
Everyone around was stunned by Bai Zhou's action, gaping as Song Xiaofeng took the blow.
Even Song Xiaofeng himself didn't register what happened at first. Only when tears streamed down his face, leaving a clear handprint, did he clasp his stinging cheek and scream hoarsely.
You dare hit me. Dare slap my face. You're finished. I'm telling you. You're done for. Do you know who I am? My father is Song Jia.
He's the head of Junlin Tianxia. Bai Zhou ignored Song Xiaofeng's rant, delivering another kick straight to his gut.
The force was immense, sending Song Xiaofeng flying 3 meters backward. He landed face down on the ground, retching violently. I'm hitting you. Your dad can't save you now.
The security guards watching the scene felt like they were in a dream.
Usually, it was Song Xiaofeng beating others. How had he become the one getting beaten today?
The two guards exchanged glances. One said to the other, "Go notify Manager Song. Tell him his son's been beaten. I'll hold down the fort here." He had intended to say he'd go stop Bai Zhou, but when he saw the look Bai Zhou shot their way, the guard swallowed hard and chickened out. One security guard dashed into the lobby at top speed, while the other cowered behind the door, trembling as he watched Bai Zhou beat Song Xiaofeng.
Stop it. Who dares beat my son at the entrance of Junlin Tianxi? Where are the security guards? Are you all useless? Moments later, a furious shout echoed from inside the lobby.
A middle-aged man in his 40s stormed out, followed by a large group of security guards and other staff.
Are you all blind? Get that asshole pinned down now. What the hell are you standing around for?
Song Jia had just arrived to see his son pinned to the ground, being slapped in the face by someone straddling him. The assailant had his back turned, completely ignoring Song Jia's demands. Just as Song Jia was about to order his men to intervene, the assailant turned around. Song Jia saw that face filled with murderous intent and was instantly stunned.
Mr. Bai, what's going on? Aye. Song Jia couldn't believe his new boss was the one attacking his son. He stood there utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. Bai Zhou noticed Song Jia approaching.
He rose from Song Xiaofeng, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, and walked over to Song Jia. Wiping the blood from his hands onto Song Jia's suit, he spoke softly. "Manager Song, you've raised quite the son. I've never even met him, yet he dares tell me Junlin Skyscraper isn't welcoming to me, trying to kick me out of here. And according to him, there's nothing he can't accomplish in Junlin Skyscraper. Is that correct?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on Song Jia's brow. He took a sharp step back and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Bai Zhou. "My deepest apologies, Mr. Bai. I failed to discipline him properly. Only you, Mr. Bai, hold absolute authority at Junlin Tianxia. Please disregard his nonsense. He's immature and must be punished. Punish him." With that, Song Jia strode swiftly to Song Xiaofeng's side, yanked him up from the floor, and barked harshly. "You good-for-nothing brat. Slap yourself. Keep slapping until Mr. Bai is satisfied. Slap. If you don't start, I'll do it myself." With that, he made to strike Song Xiaofeng. Terrified, Song Xiaofeng began slapping his own face, wailing as he did so. Smack. "Mr. Bai, I was wrong." Smack. "Mr. Bai, please forgive me." "Not hard enough. Hit harder. Did you even eat today?" Smack. 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 "Alright, now tell me why you're targeting me." After a moment, Bai Zhou impatiently ordered Song Xiaofeng to stop and questioned him. Song Jiaru, as if granted a reprieve, quickly grabbed Song Xiaofeng and shoved him toward Bai Zhou. Song Xiaofeng dared not look at Bai Zhou, instead keeping his head down and stammering timidly. "It was all Chao Jingqing's idea. He saw you, Mr. Bai, with this young lady and schemed to make me cause trouble for you." Hearing Chao Jingqing's name again, Bai Zhou's eyes narrowed. He sneered coldly. "Chao Jingqing, you're asking for death. What do you have to compare with Mr. Bai?" After learning from Song Xiaofeng that Chao Jingqing was in his 23rd floor office, Bai Zhou and his group headed straight for him. Song Xiaofeng was sent to the hospital by Song Jia's men. Having been set up by Chao Jingqing, Song Xiaofeng naturally didn't tip him off. He hated not only Bai Zhou, but even more so Chao Jingqing, who had dragged him into this mess. At that moment, Chao Jingqing was drinking beer with Skinny Monkey in a 23rd floor office. He was unaware of the chaos unfolding below and had no inkling of the fate awaiting him. Chao Jingqing had drunk his fill and was feeling the effects.
Clutching a beer bottle, he declared arrogantly to Shouho beside him. Bai Zhou is dead meat today. Not even Jesus could save him. Mark my words. His expression suddenly hardened and he snarled. When the time comes, I'll make him kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. I'll make him pay for every single one of those humiliations he put me through. The more he spoke, the more enraged Chao Zhengcheng became. Tenfold, 100-fold. I'll make him understand the consequences of crossing me. Chao Zhengcheng's wild, flailing gestures startled the skinny monkey beside him. It seemed Chao Zhengcheng was genuinely furious. This was the first time I'd ever seen him this enraged. Not even when he was scammed last time did he react this strongly. Thinking this, skinny monkey flattered him. Of course. Bai Zhou is just a penniless delivery boy. What right does he have to challenge a gentleman like you? Last time you let him off easy, yet he still dared to pursue Chen Yueying. He's clearly blinded by lust. His brain must have been eaten by a dog. Skinny monkey lit a cigarette for Chao Zhengcheng and continued. This time, young Master Chao, if you take it seriously, dealing with Bai Zhou will be a piece of cake. I'm wishing you victory in advance. Crush Bai Zhou's arrogance once and for all. Win back Chen Yueying's heart. Chao Zhengcheng burst out laughing. You know how to talk, skinny monkey. Ha! That's music to my ears. Once I deal with Bai Zhou, Chen Yueying will see the difference between him and me. She'll come back to me for sure. Heh, then that wild thing will be mine to toy with. As he spoke, Chao Zhengcheng made a rubbing motion with his palm. Wonder if she feels as good as I imagine. As he spoke, Chao Zhengcheng practically drooled. Heh, soon I'll have to call Chen Yueying sister-in-law. Honestly, it feels kinda weird. Skinny monkey joined in with lewd winks and a suggestive grin, their sleazy laughter echoing through the office. Ha! Just as the two were lost in their lewd fantasies, Bai Zhou and his group arrived outside the office door. Hearing the unbearable laughter coming from inside, Bai Zhou frowned and told Chen Yueying to wait outside while he went in. At that moment, Song Jia bent his body and quickly walked to Bai Zhou's side, whispering. Mr. Bai, how do you plan to handle Chao Zhengcheng? His father happens to have some business dealings with us. Oh? Are you suggesting I let Chao Zhengcheng off the hook? Bai Zhou shot Song Jia a cold, expressionless glance. Song Jia instantly felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, a chill running down his spine. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, he hurriedly explained. Of course not. I meant that the Chao family's business dealings with us are actually insignificant. It's just that the Chaos have operated in Longqing for years and wield some influence. I'm concerned they might resort to desperate measures if cornered, which could endanger you, Mr. Bai. As for Chao Zhengcheng, he incited Xiaofeng to target you. I'd gladly see him meet a miserable end. Bai Zhou withdrew his gaze, waving dismissively with an air of indifference. What power could the Chao family possibly wield, he declared imperiously. They run nothing more than a shabby electronics. Poof. How much clout could the Chaos possibly have? They run a measly little electronics factory. Do you really think I need to fear them? With that, Bai Zhou signaled Song Jia to open the door. Song Jia understood and stepped forward, flinging the door open. When the time comes, I'll smash a beer bottle right over his head. I'll make him understand why the flowers bloom so red. I will. Chao Zhengcheng was waving a beer bottle around, cursing Bai Zhou in his office, when suddenly the door burst open. Seeing Song Jia enter, he quickly dropped the bottle, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and addressed Song Jia respectfully. Uncle Song, why did you come? You could have at least given me a heads up, or had Xiaofeng notify me. Look at the state of my office now. Before he could finish, Chao Zhengcheng spotted the skinny monkey still sitting in his chair. He kicked him and snapped. Get up. Bow to Uncle Song. Not necessary. Song Jia refused the gesture, interrupting Chao Zhengcheng with a cold expression. I'll deal with you and Xiaofeng later. Right now, it's Mr. Bai who wants to settle accounts with you. Mr. Bai? What Mr. Bai? Which Mr. Bai? Hearing this, Chao Zhengcheng startled. Just as he pondered when he might have offended a big shot surnamed Bai, he saw a familiar face walk in through the door. Young Master Chao, you really are, well connected, and forgetful. Bai Zhou entered and slowly approached Chao Zhengcheng. As Bai Zhou drew nearer, Chao Zhengcheng felt each step wasn't on the office floor but directly on his heart. His breathing grew ragged, panic spreading across his face like he'd seen a nightmare. Bai Zhou, what do you want? What business do you have here? You. Bai Zhou stood before Chao Zhengcheng, expressionless, radiating an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. He spoke to him, enunciating each word clearly. I am the Bai Zhou Song Jia mentioned. Tell me, what do you think I'm here for? Beside them, Skinny Monkey trembled violently, overwhelmed by Bai Zhou's aura. Never before had he encountered someone with such an intense presence. Feeling suffocated, he edged backward unnoticed, like someone who'd stumbled upon a king cobra in the forest, moving cautiously to avoid drawing attention. Meanwhile, Chao Zhengcheng, facing Bai Zhou directly, had unconsciously wet his pants under the overwhelming pressure of his aura. Trembling, he glanced at Song Jia beside him, hoping to hear a different answer from him. Yet, he only saw a pair of cold eyes staring intently at him. Despair washed over Chao Zhengcheng, his voice cracking with the edge of tears. Bai Zhou, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Bai Zhou ignored him completely, his voice icy. You want me to know why the flowers are so red? Well, I want you to know too. With that, Bai Zhou grabbed an empty liquor bottle from the table and smashed it into Chao Jingqing's forehead with lightning speed. In an instant, a loud crash echoed as the wine bottle shattered into pieces. Blood from Chao Jingqing's forehead mixed with tears and snot, flowing into his mouth as he wailed. Stunned by the blow, Chao Jingqing froze in place, utterly unresponsive. Only when he tasted the metallic iron flavor in his mouth did he snap back to reality. Yet, instinctively paralyzed by his fear of Bai Zhou, he could only continue his meaningless wailing. Seeing his pathetic state, Bai Zhou felt a bit bored. Chao Jingqing, don't ever show your face in my vicinity again. Or else, I hope you'll regret it. With that, Bai Zhou stepped outside, took Qin Yueying's hand, and turned back to Song Jie. Oh, and send someone with me to sign the lease agreement. You handle wrapping things up here. Song Jie immediately bowed to Bai Zhou, replying with utmost respect. Yes, Mr. Bai. Rest assured, I'll handle this properly. Li, assist Mr. Bai promptly. After Bai Zhou left, Song Jie slowly straightened his posture, his expression utterly calm. He looked down at Chao Zhangcheng, who was lying on the ground wailing, and spoke slowly. Chao Zhangcheng, you're nothing but a useless parasite living off your father's coattails, waiting to die. Why not just quietly play the rich kid? What gives you the nerve to target Mr. Bai? Ha? Who gave you the courage? Mr. Bai rakes in 20 million a year from this CBD building alone. How much does your father's crappy electronics factory even make? Ha? With that, Song Jie stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Chao Jingqing's face as he snarled. It's bad enough you're overreaching yourself, but dragging Xiaofang down with you? You useless piece of trash. Good for nothing. What gives you the right to compare yourself to Mr. Bai? Ha? Tell me. Song Jie demanded loudly. Chao Zhangcheng. What do you have to compare with Mr. Bai? Chao Zhangcheng was stunned by Song Jie's words. His wailing gradually subsided as Bai Zhou's face seemed to reappear before his eyes. Clutching himself tightly, he screamed like a madman. Don't come near me. Bai Zhou, I'm sorry. Why, don't come near me. I'll never dare again. I'll never dare again. Please let me go. His hands flailed wildly as if resisting something, while a pool of liquid slowly seeped between his legs. Chao Zhangcheng had actually pissed himself in fear. Watching Chao Jingqing's pathetic spectacle, Song Jie spat in his direction. The expressions of the surrounding staff were all filled with utter disgust. He always looked so respectable, but who knew he was such a useless piece of work? Exactly. Utterly embarrassing. Disgusting. And he had the nerve to try and steal our boss Bai's woman? He should take a good look at himself in the pee. He already did. Ha! For a moment, the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Song Jie waved his hand, quieting the staff. He then ordered. Get 2 people to carry this useless piece of trash out. Then notify his family to come pick him up. If they have anything to say, tell them to come find me, Song Jie. The rest of you, tidy up the office. With that, Song Jie walked out without looking back. 32, see? Delivering food is still the happiest job. Ah, it's already 8 o'clock. Bai Zhou woke up on the bed in his new apartment and stretched lazily. After sleeping soundly until dawn, Bai Zhou felt refreshed. He pulled out his phone, opened the wealth app, and glanced at his balance. He grimaced. The top priority now is still making money. Today I'm going out to deliver food, aiming to earn at least 300,000 or 500,000 yuan in pocket money first. With that thought, Bai Zhou leapt off the bed, quickly dressed and washed up. He grabbed 2 steamed buns from the dining table for breakfast, said goodbye to Li Hui, and headed out. As he reached the door, Bai Zhou suddenly felt something poking him in his pants pocket. He reached in and pulled out a business card. He glanced at it, gave a careless smile, and let go. The card fell to the ground. A gust of wind flipped it over, revealing 3 gold embossed characters. Chao Zhangcheng. Then, the wind carried the card into the sewer. The weather was pleasant today. Though sunny, the sun wasn't too harsh, and the temperature wasn't high. Bai Zhou cheerfully walked to his motorcycle, retrieved his helmet and delivery uniform, dressed properly, started the engine, and began his day's delivery work. Bai Zhou rode out the community gate and swiftly vanished at the road's end. The security guard at the entrance recognized the familiar yellow uniform and startled, thinking some delivery guy had slipped in unnoticed. Worried about getting caught by his supervisor and having his wages docked, he checked the surveillance feed and spotted the familiar motorcycle. So it was this guy who bought his place outright. Rich people these days are beyond comprehension, riding a motorcycle worth over 10 million to deliver food. Does he even make enough to cover the gas? I just don't get it. The security guard pondered in confusion. Bai Zhou had no idea what the security guard was thinking. He'd just received an order and was utterly absorbed in the satisfying beep of the payment notification. That feeling of money flying toward him like little wings was pure bliss. The morning flew by in a flurry of happy deliveries, and soon, Bai Zhou hit the lunch rush, the peak time for food orders. Beep. Time detected, 12 p.m. sharp.
To enhance the host's delivery capabilities, the system issues a mandatory task: complete 10 food deliveries before 1 p.m. Rewards as follows. 1. A strong body is a delivery rider's most valuable asset. The host is rewarded with God-tier physical attributes, including superhuman stamina, endurance, strength, reflexes, speed, coordination, balance, and immunity. 2. A cash reward of 10 million yuan. Task failure penalty: the effect of the god of delivery's favor is halved for 1 week. Bai Zhou was taken aback upon hearing the system's command. This was his first mandatory task, complete with failure penalties. Yet after a moment of surprise, wild excitement surged through him. God-tier physical prowess. Compared to this reward, a measly million was nothing. System: I choose option 1. Confirmed. Host has selected reward 1. Host is urged to complete the task promptly. Bai Zhou pumped his fist excitedly, thinking, delivering 10 orders during peak hours? Though challenging, it's not impossible. Some veterans do this daily. This reward is mine. Bai Zhou opened his phone and swiftly accepted 10 orders. Scanning the details, he exhaled deeply. Phew, thank goodness. The locations aren't too scattered. While this might limit the blessings of the food delivery god, it's a small price to pay for this reward. These 2 orders are together head there first. After mapping out his route, Bai Zhou twisted the throttle. With the powerful roar of his Harley engine, he shot out like an arrow, drawing stares from passers-by. West River 5th Hospital. Bai Zhou was now panting as he climbed the stairs. This was his final delivery. With 16 minutes left until 1 p.m., completing this last order would grant him the reward he'd been dreaming of: God-tier physical fitness. Man, this old building doesn't even have an elevator, and I live on the 7th floor. Climbing these stairs kills me every day. If I got that reward right now, forget 7 floors, I'd climb 27 floors for you. Ha! I'm dead tired. Bai Zhou finally reached the 7th floor. He bent over at the door, hands on knees, gasping for breath. It took him a while to catch his breath before glancing at his phone. Phew. 12:52 p.m. Plenty of time. Reward, here I come. With that thought racing through his mind, Bai Zhou's hands moved swiftly. He knocked on the final door leading to his reward. Hello, delivery. Coming right up. A seductive female voice drifted from inside. Just hearing it, Bai Zhou could picture a mature, alluring woman, the kind of charm no young girl could possess. The door opened, and the first thing that caught Bai Zhou's eye were a pair of delicate, white hands. What kind of hands were these? Skin like solidified cream, fingers like slender green onions. Following the hands upward, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared before Bai Zhou. For a moment, he was utterly transfixed. Almond-shaped eyes glistening with watery waves, a crystal-clear nose standing proudly, and a pair of moist, glossy red lips. Her hair flowed like a waterfall of black silk. Her slender frame, curved and graceful, leaned against the door, draped in a wine-red gown. The most captivating features were the majestic peaks at her chest and the slender waist beneath them. Merely standing there, she radiated an indescribable charm. The woman looked at Bai Zhou before her and smiled sweetly. Young man, where's my takeout? Bai Zhou snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied. Ah, here it is. Here you go. Just as she reached for the food, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. Still, she answered with resignation. Gao Tianshu, how many times do I have to tell you? It's impossible between us. That blind date last time was entirely orchestrated by my parents. I had no idea. Please stop bothering me, okay? Bai Zhou stood there holding her takeout, unable to move forward or back, forced to wait until she finished the call. Isn't it obvious? I don't like you at all. My parents tricked me into going on that blind date with you, and all our conversations since then have just been to appease them. Do you get it? As she spoke, the woman's beautiful eyes glanced at Bai Zhou standing beside her, and suddenly an idea struck her. And to be completely honest, I have a boyfriend now. We live together. Yeah, we made it official last month. Don't believe me? Want me to have him say a few words to you? She covered the phone receiver, leaning forward slightly. Her large, watery eyes pleaded with Bai Zhou as she spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Big brother, could you do me a favor? Help me deal with this pest? Watching her movements, Bai Zhou suddenly felt like teasing her. He smiled faintly. Big sis. Bai Zhou deliberately emphasized the word sister. I've never been in a relationship before. Be your boyfriend? The woman caught his meaning and shot him a look. I'm not really asking you to be my boyfriend. Just pretend, okay? Bai Zhou thought to himself. Whoa, she's a real vixen, even her eye rolling is sexy. Then he raised his right hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. No, you misunderstood. What I meant was, it'll cost extra. The woman froze at his words, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. She shot Bai Zhou a fierce glare, pulled out a 100-yuan bill from her pocket, and handed it to him along with her phone. Bai Zhou smiled as he took the phone, cleared his throat, and spoke in a deep voice to the person on the other end. Hey, kid. If I catch you harassing my girlfriend again, you'll regret it. With that, Bai Zhou hung up, tucked the money into his pocket, and handed the phone and takeout back to the woman.
Task completed. Reward dispersed.
Please check your inbox, host. The moment the delivery reached the woman's hands, Bai Zhou heard the system's voice in his mind.
The god-tier physical prowess he'd longed for was finally his, and he couldn't help but exhale deeply. What's the matter? Is pretending to be my boyfriend that stressful? The woman watched Bai Zhou exhale and teased him playfully.
Bai Zhou snapped back to reality, glancing at the woman leaning against the doorframe, her figure perfectly accentuated. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he replied.
Not really.
Just climbing up to your 7th floor apartment left me a bit exhausted. Hearing this, the woman stepped aside from the doorway, her smile still in place as she said to Bai Zhou.
You must be exhausted, young man. Would you like to come in and rest for a bit? Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback. Could this girl really be interested in him? But then he thought, even if she looked 3 or 5 years older than him, with that figure and that face, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Stealing his resolve, Bai Zhou resolutely stepped through the woman's door. What's your name, young man?
The woman leaned back on the sofa, her legs crossed elegantly, a cup of coffee in hand, asking in a sweet voice. Bai Zhou removed his helmet and shed his delivery uniform. The system's divine tier physical enhancement was now active, amplifying his vision, hearing, sense of smell, coordination, agility, and more. While he'd grown accustomed to these internal changes with the system's assistance, the external transformation, specifically his physique, was far more dramatic. His previously loose-fitting t-shirt now clung to his body like a second skin, accentuating the pronounced contours of his pectoral muscles and the sharp definition of his back. Feeling the changes in his body, Bai Zhou couldn't resist teasing.
My name is Bai Zhou. What about you, big sister?
Her face flushed slightly at his words, her eyes narrowing as she murmured softly.
You never stop with these jokes, do you? My name is Zhou Fan. I'm a university professor. Thank you for today.
Bai Zhou chuckled.
Not at all. I did get paid, didn't I?
University professor, great job.
Just the summer and winter breaks alone would make someone like me die of envy.
Zhou Fan looked at Bai Zhou, feeling a bit puzzled.
Who knew he'd be so handsome without his helmet?
And he seems to have a great physique too. Those pecs must feel amazing to the touch.
Wonder if he has abs? AV line? Oh my, Zhou Fan, what nonsense are you thinking?
The thought made Zhou Fan's cheeks flush. She quickly averted her gaze to avoid giving herself away, changing the subject.
Bai Zhou, how old are you?
Bai Zhou, of course, noticed Zhou Fan's unusual behavior and chuckled inwardly.
So it seems a great physique isn't just admired by men, women can't resist it either. He replied to Zhou Fan. Ah, Sister Zhou, I'm 18 this year, just graduated from high school. And you? Zhou Fan didn't look at Bai Zhou again.
She stared at her cup and said.
Only 18? You'll be heading off to university in the second half of the year, right? Make sure to study hard then. As for me, I'm 24 this year. You're already a university professor at 24? Wow, Sister Zhou, you're amazing. Bai Zhou exclaimed admiringly. Zhou Fan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Bai Zhou. Unexpectedly, their eyes met.
Zhou Fan quickly looked away like a startled little rabbit, the blush on her cheeks deepening. She took a sip of water and said.
And nothing.
I started school 2 years early and stayed on as faculty after finishing my master's.
Zhou Fan wanted to calm her flustered emotions, so she stood up and said to Bai Zhou. I'll just get a cup of water.
The words barely left her mouth when she stumbled, her body lurching forward uncontrollably toward the seated Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou quickly reached out to steady her shoulders, but the coffee in Zhou Fan's hand still spilled onto his clothes.
Zhou Fan straightened up immediately and asked Bai Zhou. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Did it burn you?
I'm so sorry, I lost my balance. Bai Zhou waved his hand to interrupt Zhou Fan. He stood up, removed his coffee-soaked t-shirt, and said.
It's fine. The coffee wasn't that hot. Just my shirt is ruined. Could you grab a towel?
I need to wipe up the coffee. While fiddling with his shirt, Bai Zhou didn't hear Zhou Fan's response. Surprised, he looked down at her. Zhou Fan was staring intently at Bai Zhou's upper body, her gaze almost dazed. She instinctively reached out, touching Bai Zhou's perfectly symmetrical 8-pack abs, murmuring.
Wow, is this real? Zhou Fan's hands covered Bai Zhou's abs.
He felt a slight chill on his stomach as her incredibly soft hands slowly glided across his muscles. As her hands threatened to venture into more dangerous territory, Bai Zhou quickly grabbed them with both hands. He gently shook Zhou Fan's body and whispered. Sis Zhou, if you keep touching me like this, I'll have to charge you.
Zhou Fan jolted awake, finally snapping back to reality.
Her face flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp, steam seemed to rise from her head, and her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Utterly embarrassed, she shrieked loudly, trying to drown out Bai Zhou's words, then shoved him out the door. Behind the door, Zhou Fan knelt on the floor, her pretty face completely flushed with embarrassment. Her hands clutched her trembling chest as she thought in frustration.
Zhou Fan, what's wrong with you? He's just a man. It's not like you've never seen one before. So what if he's a bit handsome and has a good physique? Why are you making such a fool of yourself? If one and the others find out, just imagine how they'll mock you. You're such a disappointment. Staring at the tightly shut door, Bai Zhou sighed. At least give me a towel to wipe myself off. Then a faint smile touched his lips as he thought. Guess only delivering food brings such delightful surprises. 33 Rising to fame, the strongman appears in Longcheng. Back home, Bai Zhou had a general understanding of his body's changes, but there was one thing he urgently needed to confirm. He headed to the neighborhood gym to test his current strength. Without a solid grasp of this new attribute, he wouldn't be able to control his power if unexpected situations arose later. It was the weekend, and the gym was bustling with people working out. Bai Zhou headed straight for the weight training area. Looking at the row of dumbbells with varying weights, he wondered to himself. Which weight should I start with? Going straight for the heaviest might be a bit too cocky. Yeah, I'll begin with the 40-kilogram one. I could lift that before, though it was a struggle. Now, it shouldn't be a problem. Making up his mind, Bai Zhou lifted a 40-kilogram dumbbell with one hand, swinging it up and down. It felt absurdly light, not the slightest bit taxing. Feeling slightly more confident, he set it down and turned his gaze to the heaviest pair of dumbbells in the gym. This pair had barely been touched, still looking brand new with no wear whatsoever. Their weight was a staggering 80 kilograms. As Bai Zhou approached the weights, others lifting nearby chuckled and remarked to their companions. Look, another clueless rookie. The last guy who tried these pulled a muscle so badly he was out for 2 weeks. Guess how long this kid will be down. The last guy had been training for a while. I've never seen this one before, probably a newbie. He might not even be able to lift it. How's he gonna pull a muscle? Makes sense. Bai Zhou ignored their mockery, thinking to himself. That 40 kilograms dumbbell felt like nothing earlier. This 80 kilograms one should require some effort. With that thought, Bai Zhou flexed his arms. The 80 kilogram dumbbell shot effortlessly into the air, just like the 40 kilogram one had moments before. Stunned, Bai Zhou thought. Is my strength really this absurd now? This 80 kilograms feels only slightly heavier than the 40 kilograms? As Bai Zhou stood there in a daze, the weightlifters in the equipment area were already gawking in astonishment. They watched Bai Zhou, expressionless though internally bewildered, swing the dumbbell up and down as if it were merely a 5-kilogram toy. Am I seeing things? Holy, is he even human? That's 80 kilograms, he weighs more than I do. He could lift you with one hand and do windmills. Bai Zhou set down the dumbbells with a sigh, scanning the entire weight room for equipment that could test his strength limits. Though he wasn't deliberately staring at anyone his gaze touched immediately lowered their heads, afraid he'd remember their earlier mockery. Just then, a lanky young man swallowed hard and addressed Bai Zhou. Big guy, could you teach us how to build strength? Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. Right. Since Bai Zhou was so strong, able to lift dumbbells that most people couldn't even manage if they could just learn from him, even a little bit, their own strength would skyrocket. Boss. Teach us. Yeah, boss. We're all in the same gym. I'll cover all your water here from now on. Just teach me, boss. Boss. Boss, teach us. Boss, I'm begging you on my knees. Please take us under your wing. Amid the crowd's enthusiastic pleas, Bai Zhou frowned. This is too noisy. The previously boisterous scene instantly fell silent. Any heavy equipment here? I want to test my strength. Surrounded like a moon among stars, Bai Zhou made his way to the barbell. The lanky young man who'd spoken first quickly offered. Boss, the heaviest dumbbells in this gym max out at 80 kilograms. But if you're looking for a real challenge, why not try the barbell? We can load it up to 255 kilograms here. Bai Zhou understood. He had the weight loaded to 120 kilograms, grabbed the barbell firmly in the middle with one hand, and lifted it effortlessly. Feeling the weight in his grip, he mused. I'm starting to feel it, but I'm not at my limit yet. Keep adding weight. The onlookers were dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at Bai Zhou's effortless expression, questioning their own perceptions. Is that really 120 kilograms? Did I see that correctly? No, you're not seeing things. Holy crap, this guy's strength is terrifying. Yeah, he doesn't even look like a typical muscle-bound guy. How can he be this strong? This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. No way, I gotta film this. Yeah, this would totally go viral online. So everyone pulled out their phones, crowding around Bai Zhou as he added weight to film him. Most could only capture his back due to angle issues, and they dared not move freely, afraid of disturbing him. Only the lanky young man was quick-witted enough to secure a prime spot early on, getting a clear shot of Bai Zhou's front. Bai Zhou paid no attention to their actions. All he wanted to know was his maximum weight. Silently, he loaded the barbell to 180 kilograms, a weight he felt should be about right. Feeling the explosive power building in his arms, he took a deep breath and grabbed the barbell with one hand. Look! The legend is about to grab a 180 kilogram barbell with one hand. Don't blink. Watch closely. What defines a true strongman? This defines a true strongman. A one-handed snatch of a 180 kilogram barbell. Who else can do that? He lifted it. The legend lifted it.
Your strength is nothing compared to his.
Who could possibly match the might of Longqing strongman? Lifting 180 kilograms with one hand without even flinching. Longqing strongman, YYDS.
As Bai Zhou lifted the barbell, the crowd filming him nearly went wild, their excited shouts drowning out the video. Bai Zhou carefully felt the weight in his hand, already gauging his strength. At his limit, he could lift over 210 kilograms with one hand. Gently lowering the barbell, Bai Zhou surveyed the frenzied crowd. Their gazes were filled with reverence and admiration. They felt honored to witness a legend being born.
Seeing he wasn't adding more weight, someone cautiously asked, "Champion, aren't you going to continue?" Bai Zhou clenched his fist lightly and shook his head. "No, I've got things to do. I'll be heading out now." "Master, can I post this video on Douyin?" A lanky young man spoke up.
Bai Zhou turned to look at him. After a moment's thought, he decided one video wouldn't hurt. Let him post it if he wanted.
"Alright," he said. "Alright, go ahead."
With that, Bai Zhou began walking toward the gym exit.
The crowd surrounding him instinctively parted to make way. Everyone held their breath, watching him leave until he vanished from sight. Only then did they exhale in unison. "Holy crap, today I saw a god. When did Longqing produce such a beast? I'd love to learn from the master. How does he train? He's just too incredible. Hurry up and post the video on Douyin. I have a feeling this one's going to go viral." Within just 1 hour, short video enthusiasts were flooded with this headline on their feeds. Dragon City Strongman successfully lifts 180 kilograms with one hand. Curiosity got the better of most viewers, who clicked on the video. They watched Bai Zhou effortlessly lift the barbell, which looked terrifyingly heavy, his expression not fierce at all, but rather relaxed and composed. Most instinctively thought the video was fake and commented, "This is way too fake. 180 kilograms? He just lifted it like that? No acting at all? The blogger must think we're idiots. A bag of flour weighs 25 kilograms. Lifting one bag with one hand is impressive enough. He lifts 7 bags with one hand and still has 5 kilograms to spare? If I had that strength, I'd be working on a construction site lifting bricks. I'd be making 1,000 or 2 every single day." The barbell plates are made of foam plastic. Case closed. Even if it looks fake, the guy in the video is so handsome. And he's got such a great physique. Give me 3 minutes, I want all the info on that guy in the video. Forget lifting barbells, lift me, honey. The video quickly shot to the top of the trending list, racking up over 10,000 comments. Most questioned its authenticity, while fangirls and fanboys squealed over Bai Zhou. But when a second video of Bai Zhou lifting weights today also trended, all doubts vanished. What remained was mere mortal worship of a god, and even more shameless confessions from the girls and boys. The second video was simple, Bai Zhou adding weight to a barbell. As he selected plates, he casually tossed aside any that didn't meet his standards. The effortless ease with which he handled them made it seem like he wasn't gripping barbell plates at all, but rather slices of sashimi. Hearing the dull thud of the plates hitting the floor, those who had previously questioned the video's authenticity fell silent. Covering their flushed faces, they slunk away from the comments section. "This guy is the real deal. Oh my god. My husband is so strong. I want a princess carry. He doesn't even look like the muscle-bound type, yet his strength is terrifying. Oh, and you upstairs wipe your drool before it hits the floor. Disgusted face. I'm placing a chicken coop here. Don't wander off." Funny. Unsurprisingly, Bai Zhou went viral online once more. The difference this time was that his face was clearly captured, and a whole new batch of starstruck girls and boys had become his fans, frantically scouring the internet for every scrap of information about him. 34, reading 3 books? So what? Time flew by. Throughout July, Bai Zhou spent most of his days either delivering food or cozying up with Chen Yuanying, living a blissfully comfortable life. Just from food delivery alone, he raked in a staggering 4.87 million yuan. Combined with the 5 million yuan sitting in his bank account this quarter's rent from the Junlin Tianxia building, Bai Zhou's cash holdings were nearing the 10 million yuan mark. Had he not taken those few days off last month, he would have surpassed 10 million long ago. Right now, Bai Zhou was on his delivery route. The system's monotonous notification sound of funds arriving felt like heavenly music to him, bringing immense joy. As he sped along, he pondered. At this point, I wonder how much longer it'll take for the acceptance letter to arrive. Chen Yuanying also applied to a school in Jiangxia. While we won't be classmates, I hope our schools aren't too far apart. At this thought, Bai Zhou chuckled happily, twisting the throttle with his right hand to accelerate toward his destination. Finally delivering the last order, Bai Zhou tallied his earnings for the day. His wealth treasure account had received 230,000 yuan today. Combined with the funds already in his account, Bai Zhou's total earnings had now surpassed the 10 million yuan mark. Phew! Bai Zhou exhaled deeply, suddenly feeling as if he were in a dream. Who could have imagined that just a month ago, he was a penniless young man with no prospects, yet in the span of a single month, he had become a wealthy individual sitting on hundreds of millions in assets.
His rental income alone brought in 20 million annually, and each month, he could easily earn over 5 million just by delivering food.
Beep. Host account funds exceed 10 million. Triggering system random reward. Options below.
1. Ignore college entrance exam scores. Choose any university in Jiangxia.
2. 10 commercial properties anywhere in Jiangxia. Ha! Rewards can actually be triggered? Looks like it's tied to my account balance.
Bai Zhou found this purely reward-based system trigger somewhat novel at first, then carefully examined the two options.
Both options are pretty awesome. But with my current skills, university wouldn't do much for me. Even if I graduated from Wodaeku or Zhongguancun Applied Arts Sciences College, I'd still end up delivering takeout.
The only perk would be attending the same school as Chen Yuanying. The thought made Bai Zhou's heart flutter. But then he caught himself.
Wait, the system's comprehension bonus only affects my parents.
If Chen Yuanying figures something out later, I'd have no way to explain it to her. Anyway, her grades are better than mine. With my third-tier university admission, if it really doesn't work out, I can always pay my way into a school closer to hers. Bai Zhou made his choice and told the system.
System, I choose Reward 2. Beep. Reward 2 has been issued. Host, please confirm the shop location promptly.
Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Jiangxia in the next few days. Just as he was thinking this, his phone rang. Bai Zhou stopped his car, pulled out his phone, and saw a delivery driver on the screen.
Suddenly, it dawned on him his acceptance letter must have arrived. Hello, this is Bai Zhou. Mr. Bai, I have your admission letter here. I'm at the entrance of your residential complex. Please come out to collect it. Alright, please hold on a moment. I'll be right back.
After hanging up, Bai Zhou twisted the throttle, and the Harley beneath him roared to life, surging forward with a rush of air. Back at the entrance, Bai Zhou had barely stopped when he spotted a familiar figure.
Bai Zhou? You're back. Did your letter arrive?
Chen Yuanying, wearing a pink and white dress, waved at Bai Zhou from afar. Bai Zhou walked toward her with a smile.
It's here. What about yours? Did you get accepted to Jiangxia Normal University? Yes. Come find yours. Seeing Chen Yuanying more anxious than himself, a warm wave washed over Bai Zhou. He found his acceptance letter from the delivery person and opened it. North Hubei Business College. It's so close to my school. Less than 2 kilometers away. Yeah, what luck. I was thinking if my school was far from yours, I'd pay to switch to one closer. What's the big deal? A little farther away is fine. Are you worried I'll get lost?
Hearing Bai Zhou say this, Chen Yuanying couldn't help but feel a little shy.
Exactly.
If it were farther away, how could I possibly feel at ease with you being such a hopeless directionally challenged person? Bai Zhou said matter-of-factly. Chen Yuanying lowered her head to hide her flushed cheeks, but a wave of intoxicating sweetness surged through her heart. The delivery guy beside them watched the pair with a speechless expression, feeling like he'd been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Looks like dinner was off the table tonight. Bai Zhou returned home with the admission notice. Both Bai Jianjun and Li Hui were there, along with Aunt Lu, Li Hui's colleague, who happened to be visiting. He handed the notice to Bai Jianjun and greeted the guest first.
Aunt Lu, you're here.
Then he turned to Bai Jianjun and said,
Dad, my acceptance letter is here. It's for the logistics management program at North Hubei Business College. Before Bai Jianjun could respond, Aunt Lu sighed regretfully. Oh dear, that's a third-tier university, isn't it? How could such a bright child like Xiao Zhou only get into a third-tier school? What a pity. You two really shouldn't just focus on making money and neglect your child's education. Look at your new house, it's beautiful, spacious, and grand, but what good is that? Your child's future is what truly matters. A flash of envy flickered in Sister Lu's eyes as she surveyed Bai Zhou's home. She continued in a tone that masked her own achievements as she offered advice. Look at my son, just graduated from Capital University of Technology less than a year ago, and he's already pulling in over 20,000 yuan a month. He'll earn even more in the future. What good is a third-tier university degree? With so many college graduates out there, how can they compete? After they graduate, they earn less than a fraction of what my son makes in a month. Just then, Sister Lu's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and smiled at Li Hui. See? Just as we were talking about him, my son's calling. Without waiting for Li Hui or Bai Jianjun's reaction, she answered the call. Hello, son. What do you need, Mom? Ha? I'm at Aunt Li Hui's place. You know she just moved into a new home. I came to take a look. Ha? Something up? Okay, then come over. I'll send you the address. After hanging up, Sister Lu tapped on her phone for a moment before looking up and continuing to Li Hui. Third-tier universities? They're useless nowadays. What can you do with a non-double first-class degree? No one will even hire you to clean toilets. Not like my son, such a promising young man. Li Hui felt a twinge of discomfort at those words. So what if it's a third-tier university? My son is far more capable than yours. With that thought, she stood up, went back to the bedroom to retrieve the property deed, and said to Sister Lu. Sister Lu, you're mistaken. It's a Class C second-tier university, not a third-tier one.
She handed the deed to Sister Lu to prove her point. Besides, this house wasn't bought by me and old Bai. We couldn't afford such a nice place with the little money we saved. Xiao Zhou bought it for us because he saw how hard we were working.
Ah, people's energy is limited after all. Xiao Zhou managed to earn money while also getting into college. Even if it's a Class C second-tier university, we're already perfectly satisfied. What? Xiao Zhou bought this house for you? An invoice slipped out from the property deed. Aunt Lu picked it up and examined it. And it was paid in full? Sister Lu stared at Li Hui in disbelief.
Li Hui, wearing a contented smile, laughed heartily.
Oh, that's nothing. Just a little over $1 million. Xiao Zhou's got talent. He fiddled around and somehow managed to get himself a house. Oh, and that motorcycle he rides now, what's it called? Lao Bai? You tell her. Such good fortune couldn't be kept to themselves. Li Hui pulled Bai Jianjun over to show off their son to Sister Lu.
Oh, it's nothing, just a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship.
Only costs a little over 10 million. Ha, nothing to brag about, really.
Bai Jianjun wore an expression that said it was no big deal, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide.
Aunt Lu was dumbfounded.
She only registered the over 10 million part.
After that, she couldn't process a single word Bai Jianjun or Li Hui said.
Her mind was racing, calculating how many years it would take her son to save up that 10 million. Earning 20,000 a month, he'd have to live without eating, drinking, or spending a single penny for 41.5 years. Aunt Lu murmured absent-mindedly, mentally comparing her son's prospects to Bai Zhou's. She was overwhelmed by the vast gap, unable to fathom how her son could ever bridge it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Bai Zhou got up to answer it, finding a portly man in a business suit standing outside, looking thoroughly impatient. Spotting Bai Zhou, he tugged at his tie, shot him a dismissive glance, and asked,
Bai Zhou? Is my mom in there? Bai Zhou recognized the man immediately.
Ever since he was a child, Li Hui had constantly compared him to this very man, a comparison that had long since grown tiresome.
Yes. The man immediately walked in.
Bai Zhou closed the door and followed slowly behind. The moment he entered the living room, he plopped down on the sofa, grumbling under his breath.
Damn it, Mom, what were you thinking? Running around like that? I couldn't find you anywhere. Can't you just stay home? Now I have to spend $20 on a cab.
Wiping sweat from his face, he spotted Bai Zhou's acceptance letter on the coffee table. He sneered coldly and continued.
Is this Bai Zhou's acceptance letter? Third-tier university?
Pfft, what's the point of going to some crappy third-tier school? Oh, Mom, I lost my entire month's salary in the stock market.
Give me 10,000 for living expenses. Aunt Lu exploded instantly. What? 10,000? Your dad and I only make 9,000 combined. You want 10,000? You lost this month's pay. What about your previous wages? Not a single penny left? Fatso didn't back down, shouting. You don't know. My previous paychecks were all in the stock market. To make money, you understand? That money can't be touched.
Mom, don't think I don't know you and Dad have secretly saved a lot of money. Give me 10,000 now, I'll use it, and pay you back when I have the money. Aunt Lu was nearly in tears, her trembling finger pointing at the fat boy.
You animal. That's your father's and my retirement money. You've been working for so long, have you ever brought home a single penny? Look at Bai Zhou, he just graduated high school and already bought Aunt Li Hui and Uncle Bai Jianjun a new house. Over 1 million yuan. Paid in full. Have you ever earned that much since you started working? The fatso froze on the sofa. What? Bai Zhou? He bought that house? And in full? He has that much money? Isn't he just some third-rate college student? Li Hui couldn't stand hearing that and immediately retorted. So what if it's a third-tier university? My son is still leagues ahead of you. Not only did he buy us an apartment, he also bought a motorcycle worth over 10 million. My son earns so much, who cares if he went to a third-tier university? 10 million? Fatso immediately jumped up and turned to Bai Zhou, his earlier arrogance and impatience completely replaced by a face of flattery and obsequiousness. Young Master Zhou. No, Mr. Bai. Where's the money rolling in, Mr. Bai? Give your little brother a cut. Bai Zhou grimaced with disgust and said. Did you hear what your mother called you? I don't work with animals. The fat man started to protest, but Sister Lu smacked him hard across the face. She then dragged him toward the door, yelling as she went. Is this not embarrassing enough for you? Get out of here. Go back home. You've brought shame upon my old face. Li Hui quickly stood up, opening the door while soothingly saying. Auntie Lu, don't be too upset. The kid's still young and doesn't know any better. Just give him a good talking to when you get home. After all, not everyone is as outstanding as my Bai Zhou. After seeing Sister Lu off, Bai Zhou watched Li Hui's face, which couldn't hide her pride and satisfaction. He strode back into the living room like a rooster triumphant over its rival and couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing her son's laughter, Li Hui turned back and said proudly. What? Can I be happy?
For over a decade, Sister Lu has been bragging about how accomplished her son is. Today we saw how far he falls short compared to our little Zhou.
Bai Zhou chimed in. Exactly.
It's like comparing a firefly to the moon, one in the heavens, the other on earth. Seeing the proud expressions on his parents' faces, Bai Zhou couldn't help but smile happily too. In the living room, Bai Zhou was discussing with his parents. Mom and Dad, I plan to head to Jiangxia in the next few days to check things out and get a feel for the situation.
I'll handle some business while I'm there.
I can go alone, no need for you to come with me just yet. We can travel together when I officially register.
Li Hui expressed concern. You're going to Jiangxia alone? It's so far.
Li Hui was a bit worried.
Enough.
Our son has his own business to attend to.
Besides, transportation is so convenient these days. It's just a short flight. He'll be fine.
Li Hui seemed to remember something.
She nodded toward the doorway and asked Bai Zhou. Oh, son, did you know which university our neighbor's daughter got into?
Bai Zhou replied with a faint smile.
She got into Jiangxia 2 Jiangxia Normal University.
Wow.
A double first-class university. Chen's daughter is amazing. That's great, you two can look out for each other in Jiangxia.
Exactly. Since we're still neighbors, Xiao Zhou, you're a boy, once you're in Jiangxia, you should look out for Chen's daughter.
Bai Zhou added with a reminder.
Bai Zhou replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation.
Mom, Dad, we haven't even started school yet. Let's talk about this later. Don't you think your son knows what's what? Just relax. I've got it all figured out. 35 journey to Jiangxia, a campus encounter?
After dinner, Bai Zhou booked his flight to Jiangxia for the next day on his phone. Lying in bed, he began pondering where to locate his 10 shops.
His own school was too small. Both in student numbers and environment, it lagged far behind Jiangxia Normal University. Other locations, like commercial districts, were too far from campus.
Managing them would be inconvenient and waste a lot of time on deliveries.
Better to put them all on the Jiangxia Normal University campus. Close proximity meant fewer hassles when renting them out, convenient and hassle-free.
After figuring out the shop locations, Bai Zhou started looking forward to his upcoming college life.
They say college life is wonderful. I wonder what mine will be like. What kind of people will I meet? What experiences will I have?
Holding on to his anticipation for the new life ahead, Bai Zhou gradually drifted off to sleep.
Bai Zhou's biological clock was precise. He woke up early and found Li Hui in the living room packing his belongings.
He hurriedly stopped her.
Mom, don't pack. I'm just going to handle some business and scout things out.
I won't be gone long, no need to prepare luggage.
We can discuss it when I head to school.
Besides, with how advanced shipping is nowadays, I don't think I'll need to bring much to campus. I can just have things shipped directly from home to Jiangxia.
If worst comes to worst, I can always buy things there.
You really don't need to go to all this trouble. Hearing this, Li Hui slapped her forehead and stopped what she was doing.
You're right. I was just panicking.
With transportation so convenient these days, there's no need to rush packing.
And you have money, you can buy whatever you need when you get there. Oh dear, I just wasn't thinking straight for a moment.
I completely forgot how capable my son is now.
Ha!
Bai Zhou took Li Hui's hand and sat down on the sofa. Mom, after I start school, you and Dad should come with me to Jiangxia.
You two can take a little trip and enjoy yourselves. Sure. I've never been to Jiangxia before. This time we'll really take our time exploring. Oh my son is so thoughtful. Ha! Wait, I need to call Aunt Lu and ask if she wants to join us. Ha!
Watching Li Hui's excited expression as she went to call Aunt Lu, Bai Zhou smiled and shook his head. Parents, when they see their child succeeding, they can't help but brag to their friends.
It's not vanity.
The old couple had lived a life of hardship for half their lives. Now that he had the means, of course he wanted to give them a better life. After lunch, Bai Zhou left the compound wearing only a t-shirt and shorts, sunglasses on, carrying just his phone, wallet, and charger. Since he'd be staying in Jiangxia for 3 to 5 days, he didn't bother with his motorcycle. Instead, he hailed a ride-hailing car and headed straight for the airport. The ride passed without incident. By the time he boarded the plane 2 hours later, Bai Zhou had purchased a first-class ticket. Now that he had money, he certainly wouldn't skimp on such things. The moment Bai Zhou stepped into the cabin, the flight attendant standing by the door's eyes lit up instantly. Her face lit up with an almost palpable look of delight.
So handsome. And such a great physique. Plus, he's so young. Wow, what a lucky day. To have such a premium passenger.
The flight attendant thought to herself as she gently guided Bai Zhou to his seat. After Bai Zhou sat down, the flight attendant retrieved a blanket, crouched down, tilted her face upward, and said softly to him, "Sir, the cabin temperature may feel a bit cool. We've prepared this blanket for you." She slowly placed the blanket over his knees. Bai Zhou looked down, catching a glimpse of her obturned face and the hint of fair skin peeking from her collar.
Noticing Bai Zhou's gaze, the flight attendant didn't hide it.
Instead, she straightened her posture, gave him a flirtatious wink, then slowly extended her legs. Leaning forward, she plugged noise-canceling headphones into the device and placed it in his hand. As she did so, her fingertips lightly brushed his palm, and she murmured, "Sir, you may call me Xiao Yu. I'll attend to other passengers now, but please don't hesitate to call me if you need anything." She deliberately emphasized the word anything, her implication clear. Bai Zhou merely smiled politely and said, "All right, thank you." The flight attendant turned away with a hint of reluctance, swaying her slender waist as she made her way toward the cabin door. A moment later, she returned with another first-class passenger, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a paunch. The flight attendant now wore only a professional smile, her tone far less gentle than with Bai Zhou, instead sounding somewhat listless. Once the balding man was seated, the flight attendant hurried back to Bai Zhou. "Sir, is there anything else you require? We've prepared magazines and newspapers for your journey. After takeoff, we'll offer beverages and meals. Please let me know in advance if you need anything so I can prepare it for you." Bai Zhou nodded and murmured softly, "All right, I understand. I'll call you if I need anything." Just then, the bald man beside him, his large belly protruding, spoke up with an impatient tone. "Hey! Why is he covered with a blanket? What about mine? Stewardess! Hurry up and get me a blanket." A hint of irritation flashed across the flight attendant's face, but she quickly turned away and replaced it with a professional smile, continuing in her emotionless tone. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." After saying this, the flight attendant retrieved a blanket and handed it to the man. He persisted. "Handing it over is all you're going to do? Cover me up properly." The flight attendant, resigned, complied. She shook out the blanket and draped it over the bald man's greasy belly, keeping her hands over her collar throughout the process. This didn't sit well with the bald man. "Hey! Take your hands off. What are you doing with them there? Do you think I'd look?" After swallowing hard, the middle-aged man continued. "You, give me better service. Got it? Oh, and what's your name?" The bald man wore a look that screamed "I'm loaded" as he addressed the flight attendant. "I'm sorry, sir, we have regulations prohibiting us from disclosing flight attendant names." "Put. Who cares about those stupid rules? Come on, give me your contact info. I've got money to burn. Once we land, I'll take you out. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. I can even take you to stay at a luxury hotel, hey." The bald man ignored the flight attendant's refusal, instead grinning lewdly at her. The flight attendant forced a smile, struggling to hide her discomfort. "I'm sorry, sir, we have regulations." Before she could finish, the bald man cut her off loudly. "Rules? What damn rules? Keep talking about rules and I'll file a complaint against you. What's wrong with asking for your contact info? Don't push your luck. You should consider yourself lucky I even noticed you." The man snapped angrily. At that moment, Bai Zhou, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was annoyed by the bald man. He opened his eyes and said with disgust, "Could you please stop yelling? Forget the rules. Even if there weren't any, why should he tell you? Just because you have money, you think you can force him? Have you no manners?" Hearing this, the bald man immediately stood up, pointing at Bai Zhou and bellowing, "Who the hell do you think you are, you little punk? Mind your own damn business. Looking for trouble? You know who I am? Xu Baojia. If you dare interfere, I'll make sure I get this chick's number today, damn it." He then turned to the flight attendant and snarled, "If you don't give it to me today, I'll call your company and file a complaint right now. I'll see how your company treats me, a VIP customer. Believe me, one call to your manager and he'll fire you on the spot." The flight attendant was on the verge of tears. Just as she was about to give in, she heard Bai Zhou speak in a detached tone. "Never heard of Zhu Baojia, but I know Zhu Baogua. What's your relationship to him?" Zhu Baojia froze, disbelief in his voice. "You know my big brother? You, a greenhorn? You're pulling my leg. My brother's company makes 2 million a year. How could you possibly know him?" Bai Zhou leaned back in his seat, propping his face with his left hand as he glanced at Zhu Baojia. "I don't know how much Zhu Baogua makes annually, but he pays me 500,000 yuan every year. What kind of bull are you spouting? Why would my big brother pay you anything? 500,000 a year? You think you're the boss of Junlin Skyscraper or something?" As he spoke, Zhu Baojia recalled his boss mentioning earlier that Junlin Skyscraper had a new owner, a surprisingly young guy. Could this man before him be? His gaze shifted toward Bai Zhou, his tone laced with doubt, trepidation, and a hint of flattery. You're Bai Zhou? You're the owner of Junlin Skyscraper?" Bai Zhou nodded, meeting Zhu Baojia's gaze. "Oh? You've heard of me?" Zhu Baojia's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. His tone instantly became warm and enthusiastic. He hurriedly bowed to Bai Zhou, fawning. "Oh my! Heard of me? How could I not have heard of you? Your name, Mr. Bai, is known throughout Longchen. I've long heard of you, but never had the chance to meet you. Who would have thought we'd have this opportunity today? It's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. I beg your forgiveness, Mr. Bai. You're a magnanimous man, please don't hold it against me." Finishing his speech, he turned to the stunned flight attendant beside him and grinned sheepishly.
Oh, miss, I was just joking earlier. How could I possibly complain about you? Your service is so excellent. Bai Zhou waved his hand, cutting Zhu Baojia off. Apologize to the flight attendant, then shut your mouth and sit quietly for the flight. Without another word, Zhu Baojia bowed deeply to the flight attendant. That bow was quite the sight. With his enormous belly, he looked like a rolling ball. I'm sorry, I was out of my mind to offend you, Mississippi. I apologize. He then returned to his seat, sitting quietly and obediently. The flight attendant, just recovering from her shock, looked at Bai Zhou with eyes full of admiration. Such a handsome, wealthy, and well-built young man was practically a dream prince. Though her job exposed her to many people, someone as outstanding as Bai Zhou was rare. At least, she'd never encountered anyone like him in her entire career. The flight attendant wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Her service toward Bai Zhou grew increasingly attentive. Soon, lulled by her attentive care, Bai Zhou drifted off to sleep. When he awoke to her gentle voice, they had already reached their destination. Stretching lazily, he inadvertently revealed his toned abs. The flight attendant saw this, her heart fluttering with springtime warmth. Her gaze toward Bai Zhou seemed almost liquid. She bent down, gently lifting the blanket from his lap, and made one final, tentative move, slipping a note into his hand. Straightening up, she winked at him, bit her lip, mimed dialing a phone, then turned and walked away. Staring at the note bearing her name and phone number, Bai Zhou sighed with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Damn this charm of mine, it's impossible to contain. He stuffed the note into his pocket and walked off the plane. Stepping out of the airport, Bai Zhou hailed a cab and headed straight for Jiangxia Normal University. Upon arrival, he paid the fare and eagerly entered the double first-class university. System. I want to select a shop location within this university. Any recommendations? Beep. Based on the host's request and comprehensive analysis, a suitable location has been detected. Please follow the system's guidance to proceed to the site. The system is reliable. Let's go. Following the system's guidance, Bai Zhou quickly reached his destination. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, noting that the 10 shops the system had selected for him were conveniently located nearby. Each shop was quite spacious, surrounded by student dormitories. Even though it was vacation time, some 3rd and 4th year students who had stayed on campus were steadily emerging from the buildings. It was clear that once classes resumed, foot traffic here would be substantial. Bai Zhou's 10 shops occupied an absolutely prime location, and with their generous size, the annual rent would be no small sum. Bai Zhou was thoroughly satisfied with the conditions here. He immediately confirmed his selection with the system. Almost instantly, someone emerged from one of the shops to sign the contract with him. Bai Zhou was puzzled by the unusually swift processing of this reward. The system explained that since Bai Zhou had delayed claiming it for so long, the system had already prepared everything and was just waiting for his confirmation. With this matter settled, a weight lifted from Bai Zhou's shoulders. Only then did he find the time to carefully observe the school where Chen Yueying would spend the next 4 years of her life. Strolling through the campus, he curiously scanned his surroundings and noticed something he hadn't observed before. There were so many girls at this school. As far as the eye could see, the majority of people were girls, with only a few scattered boys here and there. The sight of countless pairs of long, white legs swaying about made Bai Zhou's eyes go a little dizzy. While admiring the girls' freely displayed beauty, he began to calculate. Well, the shop's already set up here, and with so many students, takeout orders are bound to come in. Looks like I'll be making frequent trips here from now on. Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice called his name from behind. Hey, Bai Zhou? Is that you? At first, Bai Zhou thought he must have misheard. After all, he had only just arrived in Jiangxia. How could anyone recognize him? Bai Zhou. It's me, Bai Zhou. Realizing it wasn't a mistake, Bai Zhou turned around. Standing behind him were 2 women, each with a distinct beauty. Both were exceptionally attractive, but the one on the left, waving at him, stood out even more. Staring at that somewhat familiar pretty face, Bai Zhou still couldn't place her. Seeming to sense his confusion, the woman casually reminded him. Thanks for bringing me lunch last time. Delivery? What delivery? Oh, I remember now. Food delivery. She's Zhou Fan, the one who asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend last time. Bai Zhou's eyes lit up with realization. He smiled and replied. No need to thank me, it was the least I could do. But Zhou Fan, what are you doing here? Zhou Fan stood there, her radiant charm alone enough to outshine most girls around her. She flashed a sly smile. Did you forget what I do? Bai Zhou froze for a second before snapping back. You're a university professor? You teach here? Correct. Too bad there's no reward. What brings you here? Checking out the school? Zhou Fan assumed Bai Zhou had gotten into Jiangxia Normal University. Recalling how flustered she'd been when they first met, if Bai Zhou really attended this school, Zhou Fan would have plenty of chances to redeem herself. The thought made Zhou Fan inwardly gloat. I'm a teacher, you know. Better start buttering me up, or else I'll make your life miserable. Zhou Fan pretended to brandish a tiny fist and growled at Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou instantly understood Zhou Fan's meaning and burst out laughing.
Haha, I'd love for teacher Zhou to teach me personally, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not a student here. I told you I'm terrible at studying. With my grades, I can only attend the neighboring Abe Business College. Looks like teacher Zhou won't be able to give me a hard time. After speaking, Bai Zhou tilted his head and spread his hands, looking genuinely regretful. Zhou Fan watched Bai Zhou's expression and realized his little schemes had been seen through. He felt both embarrassed and annoyed, thinking to himself, why do I always trip up with him? This is infuriating. He gritted his teeth silently. No way. I'm gonna get my revenge. Just you wait, Bai Zhou. Just then, Zhou Fan's best friend teased her. Wow, Fan, when did you meet such a hottie? Not only is he ripped, but he personally delivers meals to you? Seriously. What a sweetheart. But how come I never heard about this? Trying to keep him all to yourself? Zhou Fan instantly felt a headache coming on. This bestie of hers was great in every way except for her inability to keep her mouth shut. Despite her quiet, delicate appearance, once she opened her mouth, it was all sharp, cutting remarks. Anyone unaware would think she was a seasoned veteran. Only Zhou Fan knew that, like herself, she was all talk and no action. She absolutely couldn't find out what I did in front of Bai Zhou back then, otherwise she'd mock me for the rest of my life. Zhou Fan reaffirmed this resolve. To hide her unease from her friend, she mimicked her tone. Right, let me introduce you. This is the cute guy I met at home earlier. His name is Bai Zhou. What do you think? Pretty good taste, huh? True to form, Zhou Fan's best friend didn't notice her unease and teased on. No wonder you turned down both Gao Tianshu and Gao Degongzi, Fan. Turns out you already had someone special in mind all along. And you kept it from me this whole time? No way. Today, I'm making your sweetheart treat us. Treat us. Treat us. Zhou Fan was utterly worn down by her friend's relentless teasing. She could only turn to Bai Zhou with a pleading look, as if saying, please, help me out one more time. Bai Zhou understood Zhou Fan's meaning and found it rather amusing. Why does she always need me to pretend to be her boyfriend whenever we meet? If we keep this up, won't it end up becoming real? With that thought, Bai Zhou stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Fan's hand, and pulled her out of her best friend's encirclement. Standing in front of Zhou Fan, he smiled at her friend and said, sis is right. I owe you a meal. Thanks to you looking out for Fan here, I could relax over there. I was the one who told Fan to keep it from you earlier. I owe you an apology. Choose whatever you want to eat today, I'll make sure you get it. Wow. So he's not a puppy but a wolf. Fan, I get you now. With a boyfriend like this, forget about some Mr. Gao or whatever. If I were you, I'd choose him too. Hey, handsome, wanna ditch Fan and give me a shot? I'm no worse than Fan, you know? Any position you want. Watching her besties get more and more out of control, Zhou Fan couldn't even feel embarrassed about Bai Zhou holding her hand anymore. She rushed over to cover her friends' mouths with her hands, awkwardly explaining to Bai Zhou. She's always been a bit wild. Don't mind her, okay? After that, Zhou Fan leaned close to her friend's ear and whispered threateningly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Keep it in check, sis. No wonder no one dares to take you who could stand this mouth of yours? Oh, Fan, so you betrayed our revolutionary friendship now that you have a boyfriend, huh? Forgot how you were drooling over some video yourself? Worse yet, you wouldn't even let us watch it or tell us the title. Handsome guy, your fan sister has been obsessed with watching this one video lately, dripping over the guy in it every single day. You better watch out. Bai Zhou watched the chaotic scene unfold before him, nodding with a wry smile. Yet he couldn't help but feel curious about the video Zhou Fan's best friend mentioned. It wasn't the right moment to ask Zhou Fan directly, so he resolved to find another opportunity later. Zhou Fan felt a bit helpless. Her best friend was just like this, and there was nothing she could do about it. So, she took advantage of her friend's distraction to slip Bai Zhou a business card and said, Bai Zhou, how about this? We were rushing out earlier. My friend and I will go back and pack up first. Wait for us a bit, then call me in half an hour. Bai Zhou took the card without showing any emotion, his face still wearing a gentle smile as he replied to Zhou Fan. Sure, Sister Fan. You two go ahead. I'll wait for you. After speaking, Bai Zhou watched as Zhou Fan dragged her best friend away until they disappeared from sight. Only after they vanished completely from sight did Bai Zhou shake her head and chuckle. Girl friendships can be such a scary thing sometimes. 36 got it? She likes me. An hour later, Zhou Fan and her best friend reappeared before Bai Zhou, transformed. Zhou Fan had tied her shoulder-length hair into a ponytail. She wore a beige short-sleeve top with a cat head printed on the front and denim shorts that fully showcased her fair, long, straight legs. Her friend wore a long blue dress, standing beside Zhou Fan with a quiet smile as she watched Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou stepped forward, extending his hand toward Zhou Fan. Decided where we're grabbing dinner yet? Just so you know, I'm new here, counting on you two to lead the way. Zhou Fan rolled her eyes at Bai Zhou from an angle her friend couldn't see, then took his hand. The instant Bai Zhou grasped her hand, Zhou Fan's body trembled slightly, as if electrified. Her friend didn't notice, but Bai Zhou sensed something off and gave her a teasing glance. Zhou Fan inwardly fumed, squeezing Bai Zhou's hand slightly in response.
But it didn't budge. Bai Zhou chuckled softly and shook his head. Oh right, Fan, you haven't introduced me yet. What should I call this lady?
Bai Zhou spoke up, shifting Zhou Fan's focus to prevent her from giving herself away in front of her best friend.
Oh, right. Her name is Zhang Shiwen. You can just call her Sister Wen. Alright, Sister Wen. You mentioned wanting me to treat you before. What would you like to eat?
Zhang Shiwen covered her mouth and giggled, teasingly.
Oh, don't call me Sister Wen, it makes me sound so old. Just call me Wen. As for dinner, I know a place nearby with amazing fish. I'm craving that.
Bai Zhou laughed heartily and waved his hand.
Let's go.
All the way there, since they had to pretend to be a couple in front of her best friend, Zhou Fan and Bai Zhou walked very close together. Bai Zhou held Zhou Fan's hand, which felt a bit awkward for Zhou Fan on campus. As they walked, Zhou Fan stumbled slightly. Bai Zhou reacted quickly, wrapping an arm around Zhou Fan's waist to steady her. Zhang Shiwen watched their intimate display and teased softly.
Oh my Fan, already getting weak in the knees?
Shut it, Wen. Zhou Fan retorted indignantly, shooting Bai Zhou a glare over his shoulder.
It's all your fault. Bai Zhou looked utterly innocent. What did I do? If I hadn't helped you, wouldn't you have fallen flat on your face? Black person ? JPG.
This scene was witnessed by a slender boy in the distance. He stared in disbelief as Zhou Fan walked hand in hand with Bai Zhou. When he saw Bai Zhou wrap his arm around Zhou Fan's waist to steady her, he looked utterly shocked. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Mr. Gao. It's over. Teacher Zhou Fan seems to have been taken. Really? They're at the school right now. I saw Teacher Zhou Fan walking hand in hand with that guy. He even hugged her. They look like they're about to leave.
After finishing, the boy listened intently to the voice on the other end of the line. Got it, young Master Gao. I'll tell them discreetly to see where they're headed and send you the address.
Don't worry. They won't spot me.
Hanging up, the slight boy scanned his surroundings. Seeing no one paying him attention, he stealthily followed Bai Zhou and his group.
Soon, led by Zhang Shiwen, Bai Zhou and his two companions entered the restaurant.
Sitting down at a table, Bai Zhou took the menu handed to him by the owner. Without even glancing at it, he passed it straight to Zhou Fan.
Sis Fan, see what you'd like to eat.
He then picked up the tableware and began washing the utensils for Zhou Fan beside him and Zhang Shiwen across the table. Watching Bai Zhou's actions, Zhang Shiwen gave Zhou Fan a mischievous smile.
Wow, Fan, you're in for a treat.
Your little boyfriend sure knows how to take care of you. Then she turned to Bai Zhou and asked.
Bai Zhou, do you have any brothers or younger siblings at home? Someone around your age would be perfect. Introduce one to your sister?
Bai Zhou chuckled at her question.
Sis One, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm an only child.
I do have a cousin, but he's only 3 this year.
Want to give him a shot?
Zhang Shiwen pretended to ponder for a moment, then said regretfully. I wouldn't mind, but I suspect your cousin might have something to say about it when he grows up.
Zhou Fan couldn't resist giving Zhang Shiwen a playful punch on the leg, laughing and scolding. Wen, cut it out. If you want a boyfriend, rein in your attitude. Stop messing around and be serious.
If it weren't for your big mouth, the guys chasing you would line up from our school all the way to Luojia Mountain.
No way. This is the real me. If you can accept it, come chase me. If not, crawl. Crawl for this lady.
Zhang Shiwen tilted her head back, adopting a I couldn't care less expression.
Amidst the laughter, dishes began arriving.
As the three ate and chatted, Bai Zhou suddenly felt something odd. When he first met Zhou Fan, he thought she was just a teasing older woman who liked to play with him. Knowing she was a university professor, he assumed she'd be more composed in private. Little did he know that when she was with her best friend, the two acted more like children. Lost in thought, Bai Zhou overheard Zhang Shiwen ask Zhou Fan.
Hey Fan, has Gao Tianshu tried to bother you again since then?
Zhou Fan gave a wry smile, her voice tinged with irritation.
Of course he has. Who else do you think sends flowers to my doorstep every single day? Huh? He's still sending flowers? Doesn't he know about you and Bai Zhou?
Hearing himself mentioned, Bai Zhou thought to himself, I'm innocent.
I'm just an actor.
Zhou Fan stammered, stuffing a piece of fish into his mouth and mumbled.
He knows.
Bai Zhou even called him to tell him to stop bothering me. Bai Zhou picked up where Zhou Fan left off.
That's true. I didn't realize he was still bothering you.
What's this Gao something or other all about? Zhang Shiwen, seeing Bai Zhou was unaware, asked in confusion.
Huh? Didn't Fan tell you? That guy's name is Gao Tianshu.
He's a distant relative of Fan's department chair in Chinese language and literature.
Apparently his family runs a business and is pretty wealthy.
Ever since he met Fan once, he's been clinging to her like a dog's ass, plaster impossible to shake off.
Oh, I see. Bai Zhou understood immediately and nodded.
Just as he was about to say something, an angry voice rang out from ahead.
Fan, who are you having dinner with?
Bai Zhou looked up to see a young man dressed in sharp business attire standing behind him. His hair was slicked back with a glossy sheen, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses. His face was twisted in anger as he confronted Zhou Fan.
Zhou Fan's smile vanished instantly upon seeing this man.
His face turned cold as he said,
"Mind your place, Gao Tianshu. Just call me Zhou Fan. And who I'm having dinner with is none of your business. Don't speak to me in that accusatory tone."
After speaking, Zhou Fan glanced at Bai Zhou beside her. Seeing Bai Zhou smiling back at her, she suddenly felt bolder. She leaned into Bai Zhou, wrapped her arms around his neck, and addressed Gao Tianshu. "Besides, I'm having dinner with my boyfriend." Bai Zhou felt Zhou Fan's delicate arms tighten around his neck, his entire right side pressed firmly against her chest. Sensing the surging warmth and softness, a smile curved Bai Zhou's lips. He'd take this as a reward for pretending to be her boyfriend. Watching Zhou Fan actively draw close to Bai Zhou, Gao Tianshu was now furious beyond belief. All pretense of decorum vanished as he pointed at Bai Zhou, raging.
"Let her go. Who the hell are you, you low-life scum? Stay away from my Fan.
Bai Zhou tilted her head, her forehead brushing against Zhou Fan's as he held her close. He pulled her into his embrace and retorted to Gao Tianshu.
"Why should I let go of my own girlfriend? Besides, didn't you hear what she said?
She never gave you permission to call her Fan. Gao Tianshu was already on the verge of losing control. His eyes red, he advanced step by step toward Bai Zhou and the others, shouting,
"Stop lying, you worthless loser. Get your filthy hands off Fan. How could she possibly like a broke bum like you? You can only afford to eat at these Thai street stalls. You couldn't buy Fan one set of cosmetics with your entire month's salary. What gives you the right? Only I can make Fan happy. Fan, don't you understand? Only I can make you happy." Watching Gao Tianshu draw nearer, Bai Zhou gently patted Zhou Fan's back. Zhou Fan obediently released the arms wrapped around Bai Zhou's neck.
Bai Zhou suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura, as if capable of determining life or death, and rose to his feet. The first to feel its impact was Gao Tianshu, who had been blinded by rage. The moment Bai Zhou's eyes locked onto him, Gao Tianshu shuddered violently and instantly sobered up. He stared at Bai Zhou in astonishment as the latter fixed him with a piercing gaze and declared,
"Zhou Fan is my girlfriend. Her happiness isn't something you get to decide, understand? The person she loves is me. This is my final warning if I ever find out you're still harassing Zhou Fan."
As he spoke, Bai Zhou picked up a small porcelain dish from the table. Without flinching, he used his fingers to break it into pieces one by one, tossing the shards at Gao Tianshu's feet.
He continued, "I'll break your legs piece by piece. Get out of here." Gao Tianshu was so terrified by the scene that his legs went weak.
He scrambled away, crawling and rolling until he reached his car. Once inside, he regained his composure, his eyes darkening with malice as he slammed his fist hard against the steering wheel.
"Damn it! She actually hooked up with some lowlife. What makes him better than me? That blind. And that guy? Just knows a couple martial arts moves. What's so great about that? I'll make her regret messing with me."
Inside the restaurant, after Gao Tianshu's hasty retreat, Bai Zhou and the other two remained silent for a long while.
After a moment of quiet, Zhou Fan finally gathered his courage and spoke to Bai Zhou. "Bai Zhou, today, thank you."
Bai Zhou glanced at Zhou Fan. Seeing her timid expression, he didn't say much more, only replying,
"No problem." Zhang Sherwin noticed the awkward atmosphere between them and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what's going on with you two? It can't be that one Gao Tianshu is ruining your mood, right?" Zhou Fan fell silent for a moment before deciding to be honest. "It's not because of him. It's because..." Zhou Fan took a deep breath and continued. Actually. Bai Zhou isn't really my boyfriend.
He's just pretending to be my boyfriend at my request." After saying this, Zhou Fan felt like she'd woken from a dream. Unbeknownst to her, she'd unconsciously developed the illusion that Bai Zhou was truly her boyfriend today. Especially when facing Gao Tianshu, the sense of security Bai Zhou gave her had made her severely dependent on him.
Unfortunately, it wasn't real. Zhang Sherwin gasped. "What? You were pretending? How did you make it seem so real?" 37. Delivering food and running into a fan?
That evening, at Zhou Fan's home. After confessing the truth about her relationship with Bai Zhou to Zhang Sherwin, Zhou Fan remained subdued. Concerned for her friend, Zhang Sherwin accompanied her back to Zhou Fan's place.
Zhou Fan was staring blankly at her phone. Zhang Sherwin asked curiously, Fan, are you watching that video again?" Zhou Fan ignored her, still staring blankly at her phone.
Zhang Sherwin stood up and walked behind her. Normally, Zhou Fan would immediately shut off her phone if Sherwin did this, but today, for some reason, she didn't react. Zhang Sherwin saw the video on Zhou Fan's phone and gasped in shock. It was the footage Bai Zhou had been filmed lifting barbells at the gym earlier. In the video, Bai Zhou was intently loading weight plates onto the barbell, his expression focused and absorbed.
Zhang Sherwin quickly shook Zhou Fan's body, snapping him back to reality, then asked urgently, Fan, don't tell me you've actually fallen for Bai Zhou? Aren't you two just pretending?"
Zhou Fan saw the video playing on the phone and flushed bright red at Zhang Sherwin's words. He looked at her helplessly and said,
I don't know.
At first, he helped me out, and I was just grateful.
I'd think about him occasionally, remember his face. Then I saw him in the video. He looked completely different from when I first met him. That serious expression every time I see it, I can't help but wonder what he's thinking. Zhou Fan recounted slowly.
When I saw his back today, I thought it was a mistake at first. But when I realized it was really him, I couldn't help but call out his name. When he turned to look at me, I felt this overwhelming sense of a dream becoming reality. Zhou Fan covered his increasingly flushed cheeks with both hands, as if trying to cool them down.
Seeing him makes me want to talk to him.
Being near him makes me want to be close to him. When he takes my hand, I feel like my heart might just fly right out of my chest.
Zhou Fan looked up and asked Zhang Shirwen. Wen, do you think this means I like him?
Zhang Shirwen pressed her hand to her forehead, giving Zhou Fan a look that said, "You're hopeless. Fan, I know you've never dated before, but surely you haven't gone your whole life without ever liking anyone."
If this isn't liking him, what is it? Craving his body? If you didn't like him, why would you crave his body? Are you stupid or something?
Then, exasperated, she added,
"Listen to yourself. Your heart's practically tied to Bai Zhou's.
Pull yourself together, Fan. You're the only campus beauty at Normal University who isn't even a student. Use your charm. Snagging Bai Zhou should be a piece of cake."
Zhou Fan squirmed awkwardly. It's not that simple. I don't know what to do around Bai Zhou.
Zhang Shirwen patted her chest and declared with righteous conviction,
"Don't worry. I'll help you. With us sisters united, what man could resist?"
Unbeknownst to Bai Zhou, who was currently lying in bed at the hotel preparing for sleep, Zhou Fan had been galvanized by Zhang Shirwen's encouragement. She was now determined to win him over. 2 days later, Bai Zhou returned to Longqing satisfied after exploring Jiangxia on his own. The first thing he did upon arriving home was deliver takeout. No choice, though he'd secured a shop during his trip, he hadn't earned a single penny. That's precisely why he'd rushed back so early to deliver takeout. Mounting his familiar motorcycle, slipping into his familiar kangaroo logo delivery uniform, and securing his helmet, Bai Zhou could almost feel the small change beckoning to him. As he twisted the throttle, the long-awaited system notification of a new order echoed in his mind once more. Bai Zhou quickly arrived at his first delivery destination, a bustling commercial street packed with pedestrians. Riding his sleek motorcycle, the delivery guy instantly drew a wave of attention. Parking his bike, Bai Zhou hurried into a building, taking the elevator to deliver the customer's bubble tea. Descending the stairs, Bai Zhou scanned his phone for other orders, finding today's luck was decent. Most orders were relatively far apart. Calculating how much he could earn today, he pulled out his keys to unlock his bike. Just as he stepped out of the building, he saw a crowd gathered around his motorcycle, arguing loudly. Puzzled, Bai Zhou approached and realized they were discussing his very motorcycle. "Xiao-Qi, you see? This is the coolest motorcycle in the world. Everything you mentioned before is nothing compared to this bike. Let me tell you, anyone who rides this kind of bike is definitely loaded and knows how to have fun. Forget everything else, just look at the artwork on this thing. You know who painted it? Jack Armstrong. Each piece of this sells for $3 million. Wow. This bike is insane. It's not just a motorcycle, it's a work of art. Yeah, I'm dying to know who owns this thing. I'd love to meet them. Dream on. What makes us think we'd ever meet someone like that?" Bai Zhou listened to their chatter, finding it rather amusing. Clearing his throat, he said, Make way. Don't block my path." Hearing someone behind them, the crowd parted to make a path and turned to look. There stood Bai Zhou, clad in his delivery uniform and helmet. The crowd snorted dismissively. "Scared me. Thought the owner was coming over, but it's just a delivery guy. Hey, buddy, what's the rush? Deliveries can wait. Check out this bike, ever seen one like it? Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. Just getting a good look at this thing today is worth more than any delivery you'll make. You have any idea how much this thing costs?" Bai Zhou chuckled and replied, "Oh, I know. Just over 10 million, right? A little over 10 million? Nothing much? You're really putting on airs, kid. Do you even know what a little over 10 million means?" A bald guy in the crowd sneered. Bai Zhou ignored the guy entirely, pulled the keys from his pocket, and pressed a button. Beep beep. The Harley before them unlocked instantly. Without a word, Bai Zhou swung himself onto the seat. Glancing at the stunned crowd, he said, "Move aside, I'm leaving. Don't hold me up from delivering my food. Wait, pinch me, see if I'm dreaming." The short, stocky guy next to the bald guy dumbly reached out and pinched the bald guy's arm. "Ah. How the hell can you squeeze so hard? You've got me bleeding, damn it. Hey, bro, you told me to pinch it. I never told you to use that much force." After snapping back to his senses, the bald-headed boss cursed his subordinate a couple of times. Still unable to believe what he was seeing, he stared in disbelief. Riding this thing to deliver food? Was he just out of touch with the times? Was this the new trend among the rich now? The bald guy swallowed hard, rubbing his arm where the kid had grabbed him, and whispered to Bai Zhou. Boss, are you experiencing life?
Bai Zhou shot the bald man a surprised look and replied. No, I deliver food to make money. This bike is what I earned from delivering food. The bald guy looked utterly incredulous. What? You earn that much delivering food? Then he grabbed his short, stocky sidekick and pushed through the crowd, shouting as they ran. Let's go! Follow the boss delivering food. We'll get a bike like this to deliver food too. Meanwhile, a round-faced girl who'd been silently watching Bai Zhou asked timidly. Excuse me, are you the Dragon City Strongman? Bai Zhou was puzzled by the words Dragon City Strongman. What? What the heck? What strongman? Who's that? Someone actually goes by such an old-fashioned name? The girl pulled out her phone, opened a video, and held it up high for Bai Zhou to see. It's this. Bai Zhou glanced at the video the girl showed him and his mouth twitched. It was footage of him lifting a barbell at the gym to test his strength. He sighed and explained to the round-faced girl. That's me in the video, but I need to clarify something. My name is Bai Zhou, not some Dragon City strongman. Please don't call me that anymore. The round-faced girl perked up instantly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Zhou. Ah. Strongman, wait, no, Bai Zhou the Great. Could I take a photo with you? I'm your biggest fan. Bai Zhou was puzzled. Huh? Fan? When did I get fans? The people nearby finally caught on. Ah. Right. It's him. He's the Dragon City Strongman. The Strongman. Our idol. Can we take a photo with you? Yeah, Hercules. I'm your fan, Hercules. Bai Zhou listened to the waves of Mighty One echoing around him, his embarrassment so intense that veins bulged on his forehead. He wished he could dig out a 2-bedroom apartment with his feet. He desperately wanted to know which genius had given him this nickname. If he ever found out, he swore he wouldn't beat the person to death. Bai Zhou couldn't take it anymore. He bellowed. Shut up. Stop calling me Hercules. I'm not Hercules. My name is Bai Zhou. Anyone who calls me Hercules again won't get a photo. The crowd instantly fell silent. Moments later, the scattered murmurs transformed into a unified chorus. Great Bai Zhou. Can we take a photo with you? Quiet. One at a time, in order. Resigned, Bai Zhou obliged. The first to step forward was the round-faced girl. He removed his helmet, sat on the motorcycle, and she stood before him. 1, 2, 3, cheese. The delighted girl fiddled with her phone, editing the caption before posting it everywhere. Weibo, moments, you name it. She even set the photo as her phone wallpaper before turning to thank Bai Zhou. This was Bai Zhou's first time taking photos with fans. Seeing the round-faced girl's excited expression, he found it somewhat amusing, though that feeling quickly faded. After satisfying the photo requests of this enthusiastic group of fans, Bai Zhou, drenched in sweat, finally pushed his way out of the crowd. Glancing at his watch, he realized an hour had passed. For the first time, he felt that taking photos could be such exhausting work. Still, he never imagined a single video could make so many people recognize and like him. The internet really was something else. Shaking his head, Bai Zhou dismissed those trivial thoughts. Making money was the priority. 38 new reward. King Kelman. Bai Zhou continued delivering food. The summer sun in Longcheng was brutal, especially at midday. Though he sped along on his motorcycle, Bai Zhou couldn't escape the sun's relentless glare. His arms and upper arms were already showing signs of uneven tanning. The exposed skin looked noticeably darker. And it was indeed hot. Bai Zhou sped down the road on his motorcycle. This particular delivery was over 10 kilometers away, exactly the kind of long-distance order he loved most, though it was his first time taking one exceeding 10 kilometers. Soon, Bai Zhou arrived at the destination residential complex. As soon as he arrived, he spotted another kangaroo delivery guy who had just parked and was carrying a bunch of stuff, preparing to walk into the complex. Bai Zhou asked. Hey, bro, isn't this complex off limits to vehicles? The other delivery guy glanced at Bai Zhou and his motorcycle, then raised the bags of food he was carrying and replied with a wry smile. If they let vehicles in, I wouldn't be lugging this stuff on foot. You should hop off your bike too. But Bai Zhou's customer was located deep inside the complex. Walking all the way in would be too far. Glancing at the entrance, he saw no one around. So he simply twisted the throttle. His Harley roared to life with a deep rumble. In the split second the delivery guy blinked, Bai Zhou had already sped into the compound. Ha! You can do that? Bai Zhou quickly delivered the order to the customer, a woman in her 50s. After seeing him, she struck up a casual conversation. Oh, thank you so much. You delivery guys have to go out in this heat, it must be so hard. Bai Zhou gave a simple, earnest smile. Just trying to make a living. After finishing the delivery, Bai Zhou was about to take a break when he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind again. Beep. Host has completed first long-distance delivery exceeding 10 kilometers. Considering extreme heat and sun exposure, rewarding host with 114 million Karaman King SUV. Bai Zhou froze. What? The system rewarded me with what? He felt something poking him in his pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a key he'd never seen before. Is this the key to that King Karaman?
But where is the car? The system has arranged for the vehicle to be parked in a nearby spot in your residential complex. Please retrieve it promptly. Hearing this, Bai Zhou immediately hopped on his motorcycle and sped home with eager anticipation. If his Harley could speak, it would surely utter two bitter words at that moment. Jerk.
Soon, Bai Zhou arrived home.
Where his motorcycle had once been parked now stood a sleek, futuristic SUV. Bai Zhou pressed the key fob with a thrill, and the headlights flashed on instantly. Holy crap!
This car is awesome.
Indeed, the Caravan King was eye-catching just from its exterior. Its faceted surfaces created sharp, commanding lines that screamed ruggedness. Inside, it was even more extravagant. Powered by a 6.8-liter V10 engine, it delivered ample horsepower. The interior was unapologetically extravagant: ambient lighting, a gaming console, a retractable widescreen TV, a refrigerator, an espresso machine, and an electric pop-up table. Crucially, only 10 units exist globally, priced at 14 million yuan by the manufacturer. Yet all were pre-ordered by wealthy individuals long ago, making it utterly unattainable for ordinary buyers. The one before Bai Zhou would fetch at least 30 million yuan if ever offered for sale. Ugh, even though I have top-tier driving skills, I don't have a license. Staring at the luxury car before him, Bai Zhou felt a bitter frustration akin to having a beautiful woman lying in bed yet being unable to get it up. Be at ease, host. In line with our user-centric service philosophy, this system has already issued you a driver's license. It's right here in the storage compartment of this King Caravan. Faced with such considerate support, what else could Bai Zhou say? He quickly parked his motorcycle and walked over to the King Caravan. As soon as he approached, the side of the car began to flip open, revealing a footrest. Bai Zhou placed his hand near the door, and without any further action, it opened automatically. Awesome! I'll use this for food delivery from now on, no more dealing with wind and sun. Saying this, Bai Zhou opened the onboard refrigerator, where drinks were chilling. And a place to rest when I'm tired. Awesome. After getting acquainted with the King of Kalman, Bai Zhou, his initial excitement subsiding, sat in the car and began to think calmly. Given today's traffic conditions, driving a car for deliveries would actually be slower than riding a motorcycle. While driving is certainly more comfortable, efficiency would definitely suffer. That would mean earning significantly less money. But if I don't drive it, wouldn't that be a waste of such a great car? To Bai Zhou, the only way not to waste the mighty King Caravan was to use it for food delivery. Fine, I'll give it a try tomorrow. See how it goes. If it doesn't work out, I'll just ride the Harley back. Oh, and Dad always seemed to love motorcycles. I'll just give him some cash to buy one. With his mind made up, Bai Zhou grabbed his driver's license, got off the car, and headed back home. Mom, where's Dad? Opening the door, he saw Li Hui eating fruit on the living room sofa and asked. Your dad's in the bathroom. What's up? Need him for something? Li Hui replied while munching on fruit. Bai Zhou sat down on the sofa, picked up a piece of apple, took a bite, and said. Ah, nothing much. My dad's always wanted to ride my Harley, but I still need it for delivering food. But now that I've made some money, I figured I'd just buy him another one. Li Hui spit out the apple she hadn't swallowed yet with a puff, staring at Bai Zhou in shock. What? Buy your dad a motorcycle? Just then, Bai Jianjun emerged from the bathroom waving his hands. He caught Li Hui's last three words and asked. What? A motorcycle? What's up with the motorcycle? Bai Zhou patted Li Hui's back and turned to Bai Jianjun. Nothing much, Dad. I was just thinking, now that I'm earning money and have over 10 million yuan saved up in my account, it's just sitting there. Since you like motorcycles, I figured I'd buy you one to ride. But first, you need to get your motorcycle license. Bai Jianjun's eyes grew brighter as Bai Zhou spoke, and by the end, he was so overjoyed he could scarcely believe it. With a hint of disbelief, he asked again. Huh? What did you say? Buy me a motorcycle? Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Bai Zhou shrugged at Bai Jianjun's astonished expression and said. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? As long as you get your motorcycle license. With that, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan each to Bai Jianjun and Li Hui via mobile banking. He continued. I'm sending you 1 million yuan. Once you get your license, go buy whatever bike you like. Mom, I transferred you 1 million too. Same deal, buy whatever you want. Don't hold back. Your son's got plenty of cash. Yay. Son, you know me so well. Honey. Let's go. We're going to look at bikes. And you've always wanted that cosmetic set over 20,000 yuan, go ahead and buy it. Bai Jianjun cheered excitedly. Li Hui shot him a disapproving look and poured cold water on his enthusiasm. What cars? Didn't you hear what our son said? You can only buy one after you get your motorcycle license. Bai Jianjun caught on, awkwardly smiling at Li Hui. Oh, I just got so excited. You know how much I love motorcycles. Didn't I often take you for rides before I had my license? That was then. Try riding one now without a license. Li Hui retorted sharply. Fine, I won't ride it. I'll buy one after I get my license, hee hee. Then I'll take you out for a spin.
Remember when I took you for a ride on that Xingfu 250? We were just starting to date back then, right?
Watching Bai Jianjun and Li Hui reminiscing about the good old days in the living room, Bai Zhou smiled gently.
39. Encountering a green tea. Big brother doesn't want to feel sorry for you.
The next day, Bai Zhou drove his new car out to deliver takeout.
Mainly to test how much faster it was to deliver food by car.
It was the familiar Lou's braised pork ribs again. As soon as Bai Zhou pulled up to the curb, everyone dining inside was drawn to the imposing appearance of his car.
What kind of car is that? Never seen one before. No idea. Looks really nice though. Hey, delivery guy.
So this car must not be expensive. Seeing Bai Zhou step out wearing his delivery uniform, everyone in the shop assumed the car must be cheap.
Quick, look up the price. If it's not too expensive, we should get one too. This car looks way too cool.
The person checking the price stared at the information on their phone screen, rubbed their eyes, glanced back at the car parked outside the restaurant, then looked at Bai Zhou in his delivery uniform. Finally, he turned to his friend and said expressionlessly,
"You can get it if you want, but you couldn't afford that bike even if you sold your head." His friend couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is that? If delivery guys can afford it, why can't I?
The friend handed him the phone, gesturing for him to look.
He glanced down and gasped. 14 million? Don't move. Let me check again. 100,000. Holy. 14 million. Even if you twisted both my heads off, I still couldn't afford it. Delivering food in this car? If the food spills, wouldn't you die of heartbreak? You know nothing. Does he look like the type to care about this car?
But honestly, if it were me, I'd lick every speck of dirt off this thing.
Should we go check out the car?
This might be the closest we'll ever get to 14 million in our whole lives.
Let's go.
Many customers rushed outside to gawk at Bai Zhou's car.
The waitstaff watched the scene unfold with growing anxiety. Hey! Hold on. You haven't paid yet.
Bai Zhou silently removed his delivery uniform as chaos erupted inside.
Tapping lightly on the counter, he told the owner. "Owner, please hurry with kangaroo delivery order number 22.
After picking up the order, Bai Zhou drove off to deliver it. This customer had only provided the neighborhood location, not the specific address. With no other option, Bai Zhou called the customer.
"Hello? Kangaroo delivery here. I'm at your complex, could you tell me your exact location?"
A voice with a slightly cloying sweetness came from the other end.
"Honey, just wait at the entrance for a sec. Our complex doesn't allow delivery inside."
Bai Zhou's face darkened. He had no idea when the customer would come down to pick it up. He hoped it would be soon, he still had other deliveries to make.
10 minutes later, Bai Zhou's phone rang. "Hey! Didn't you say you were already here? Where are you? I can't find you."
The voice on the other end had shifted from its initial sweetness to a sharp edge.
Bai Zhou ignored the shift in the customer's tone, who knew if they'd suddenly run into some trouble.
Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the voice on the other end came back, this time sounding even more impatient.
"Why aren't you saying anything? Did you steal my takeout and eat it?
You delivery guys are such cheapskates.
Poor and cheap. I'm going to complain about you."
With that, the call ended abruptly.
Bai Zhou was completely baffled. What just happened? She was perfectly fine a moment ago. Why did she suddenly flip out like that? Did this woman swallow gunpowder?
Just as he was about to call back, someone knocked on his car window. He rolled down the window to find a girl standing outside who looked about an 80 out of 100 at first glance.
Bai Zhou wondered what she wanted.
Upon closer inspection, he realized her looks were almost entirely due to makeup. Without it, she'd probably barely scrape by with a 40.
The girl saw the window roll down and the handsome face inside.
She immediately crossed her hands behind her back and put on an act of coyness.
"Hey, handsome. Could you help me out?
Someone stole my delivery order." Bai Zhou had already taken off his delivery uniform at Lou's braised bone rice, so he was now wearing ordinary casual clothes. But the moment he heard that voice, Bai Zhou knew exactly who this girl was. She was the customer who had just threatened to complain about him. Bai Zhou narrowed his eyes and asked her,
"How do you know your food was stolen?" The girl immediately adopted a tearful expression and said, "It must have been stolen. I live in a high-end community that doesn't allow delivery personnel inside. After that delivery guy called me, I came down immediately, but when I got to the door, there was no delivery person in sight." As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears and continued, "That cheap delivery guy must have seen my expensive, delicious meal, something he's never tasted, and just had to steal it." "Brother, didn't you see where the delivery guy went?"
Bai Zhou replied coldly.
"I didn't see him."
Seeing Bai Zhou remained unmoved, the girl grew anxious. She glanced at the interior of his car, confirming her suspicion.
It really was King Kalman.
She'd put in plenty of effort to find a wealthy man. Though this car was niche, most people wouldn't recognize it at first glance. She knew every luxury vehicle inside out. Determined to win Bai Zhou's favor, she began to flirt more aggressively. She swayed her body, her expression growing increasingly pitiful. "Brother, please help me out. After speaking, she pressed her arms tightly against her sides, trying desperately to make her chest appear larger. But Bai Zhou remained unmoved by her performance. She gritted her teeth and cooed in a sweet voice. "Brother, I haven't eaten yet. Please have mercy on me." Bai Zhou felt like he was going to throw up. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number right in front of her. The phone rang once. The girl glanced at it and said to Bai Zhou, "Brother, look. That stinky delivery guy dares to call me again." She answered it and Bai Zhou's voice came through. "Sorry, sis, I don't feel sorry for you. I just think you're disgusting." With that, Bai Zhou hung up, grabbed her takeout from the passenger seat, tossed it on the ground, and drove off. The girl stood frozen in place, staring at the food on the floor, then at the phone in her hand, suddenly filled with regret. She'd read so many romance novels about wealthy men experiencing life as commoners. She'd always fantasized about how she'd handle such a situation if it ever happened to her, how she'd play her cards right and win him over. But today, when a genuine rich guy actually came to experience life as a commoner, how had she managed to offend him? If only she hadn't been so snobbish and judgmental from the start, if only she'd been nicer to him initially, might the outcome have been different? Her face flushed alternately red and white as waves of regret and frustration washed over her. The golden opportunity that had flown right before her eyes was now gone. Her dream of marrying into wealth had shattered. She felt like crying but couldn't. 40. Camping trip turns wild, catching snakes barehanded. After finishing today's delivery runs, Bai Zhou's most profound realization was that cars really aren't as fast as motorcycles. Riding his Harley, he could earn over 200,000 yuan in a day, but today driving the Kelman King, he only made 130,000. No way around it, traffic was just too bad. Forget it. He'd stick to riding his motorcycle from now on. Sure, it was a bit sun-baked and hot, but it paid better. As Bai Zhou drove back into the residential complex and parked his car, he spotted Chen Yueying coming down the stairs. "Hey! Over here!" Bai Zhou waved at Chen Yueying. Chen Yueying spotted Bai Zhou calling her and immediately came running over with a happy smile. "Bai Zhou. Oh, is this your new car?" As she approached, Chen Yueying noticed King Kalman beside Bai Zhou and asked curiously. "Yep. Hey, I was just about to tell you school starts soon. If you're free these days, wanna go camping? Hiking or something? Sounds great." Chen Yueying exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, a honk sounded from behind them, followed by a strangely affected female voice. "Ooh, what are you two doing standing in the middle of the road in broad daylight? Planning a double suicide?" Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying turned to see an Audi A4 behind them. The driver was a greasy, overweight man, while the voice came from a woman in her 30s sitting in the passenger seat. Her foundation was caked on thicker than wall plaster. Chen Yueying quickly pulled Bai Zhou out of the way. As the Audi passed them, it slowed to a stop. The woman in the passenger seat looked down her nose at them and declared, "Show some common sense. What are you doing blocking the road? Think you're streetlights or something?" She shot a glance at Chen Yueying. Seeing the young woman's naturally beautiful face infinitely superior to her own without any makeup, a flicker of envy crossed the woman's eyes. She then looked at Bai Zhou's handsome features and said to him, "Little brother heading out for fun, huh? Wanna ride in big sister's car? An Audi. Ever been in one? Come experience it." The fat guy driving chimed in lecherously. "Your little girlfriend can come too. We'll each have our own fun. You shameless bastards. You." Just as Chen Yueying was about to explode, Bai Zhou kicked the Audi's door, denting it with a cold stare at the two inside. "One more dirty word and I'll rip your mouths off. Get lost." The pair were terrified by Bai Zhou's kick. The woman clearly saw the door bulging toward her and shrieked. The man swallowed hard, unable to imagine what that kick would feel like on his own body. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he spat out a threat. You just wait. I'll make you pay." "Exactly. You just wait. You little bastard." With that, they scrambled into their car and sped away from the neighborhood. Chen Yueying looked at Bai Zhou with concern. "Oh no, what if they come looking for trouble?" Bai Zhou smiled reassuringly at her. "It's fine. They won't dare. Even if they show their faces again, I've got 1,000 ways to handle them. Don't worry. Remember, we're going camping tomorrow. Get your stuff ready ahead of time." The two, who had frantically driven out of the residential complex, stopped at the gate and ran to the security office. They demanded the security guard pull up the surveillance footage and pointed at Bai Zhou on the screen, asking, "Who is this little bastard?" The guard glanced at Bai Zhou on the screen, then shot the pair a strange look and asked, "You two have a beef with him? That little bastard had the nerve to curse at me. And he kicked my car. I won't rest until I teach him a lesson." The security guard scoffed dismissively and said, "You? Give me a break. Let me tell you, this guy's the richest person in our complex. Not only could he kick your car door, he could dismantle your whole vehicle and it'd be child's play for him. You know what kind of car he drives? A King Kelman. Ever heard of it? 14 million a pop. And that's not all. His motorcycle? A Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. 10 million.
And you think you can mess with him? He could crush you with a flick of his finger. The two in the car froze instantly. The man glanced nervously at the woman and suggested, maybe we should just let it go? The woman swallowed hard and said, he won't hold a grudge against us, will he? The security guard scoffed and said, don't flatter yourselves. He's making hundreds of thousands every minute. He's got no time to dwell on you two. Seriously. The two slunk out of the security booth and ran off. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Bai Zhou got up and began preparing everything needed for the day's camping trip. He first drove to buy camping gear like tents, ground mats, and sleeping bags, then went to the supermarket to stock up on food and water, and even packed some emergency medicine. With everything ready, Bai Zhou called Chen Yuanying, and the two headed toward Lufan Cloud Peak. They arrived at Yunding Mountain around 4 in the afternoon. Bai Zhou parked the car at the base, strapped on his gear, and took Chen Yuanying's hand as they began their ascent. Let me carry some of your things. No need. They're not heavy. I can manage. Chen Yuanying was led up the mountain the entire way. Seeing Bai Zhou carry so much without breaking a sweat, she asked, should we take a break? Aren't you tired carrying all that? Bai Zhou chuckled and replied, if I weren't worried about embarrassing you, I could carry you with one hand. This weight is nothing. Though she'd grown accustomed to Bai Zhou's occasional teasing over their time together, Chen Yuanying still couldn't help blushing. Stop it. I have legs. I can walk myself. Finally reaching the top, Bai Zhou found a suitable spot, set down the gear, and said to Chen Yuanying, this spot's perfect. We'll camp here tonight and catch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Chen Yuanying felt a surge of excitement. This would be her first time camping to watch the sunrise. Great. Let's set up camp quickly. With Chen Yuanying's help, Bai Zhou quickly set up the tent. Sitting side by side on the ground, Chen Yuanying gazed at the distant sunset glow. Her face was bathed in a rosy hue from the light. Pointing at the fiery clouds on the horizon, she excitedly described what each one resembled to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou watched Chen Yuanying quietly, observing her hearty laughter. Bai Zhou slowly reached out and pulled Chen Yuanying into his embrace. He looked down at her flushed cheeks, whether from the sunset or something else, and leaned in to kiss her. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Zhou smacked his lips thoughtfully, wondering. Her lips are so soft. And what did she eat today? So sweet. Chen Yuanying's face remained flushed, yet her eyes locked onto Bai Zhou. What are you thinking? Bai Zhou chuckled. I was wondering why your lips taste so sweet. Chen Yuanying was mortified. You rascal. Suddenly, Chen Yuanying felt a cool sensation on her leg, like something was crawling. She looked down and gasped in horror, immediately clinging to Bai Zhou. Snake! There's a snake crawling up my leg. Bai Zhou looked down and saw it was just a grass snake slithering across Chen Yuanying's leg. He reassured her. Don't be afraid, it's just a grass snake. It's not poisonous. Stay still, I'll catch it. Okay, Bai Zhou, be careful. Chen Yuanying's voice trembled, laced with tears. Bai Zhou wrapped his left arm tightly around Chen Yuanying, pressing her head against his chest to shield her from the snake. With his right hand, he slowly reached above the snake. Seizing the moment, he moved with lightning speed, pinning the snake's head and snatching it up in one swift motion. 41 don't want it? Consider it my gift. After catching the snake, Bai Zhou gently patted Chen Yuanying's back and said, there, I've got it. No need to be scared now. Chen Yuanying slowly lifted her head and saw the struggling snake in Bai Zhou's hand. Terrified, she jumped up and exclaimed, quick, let it go. Release it far away, don't hurt it. Bai Zhou nodded in agreement, stood up, and walked away to release the snake. When he returned, Chen Yuanying still looked shaken. Bai Zhou teased her. Well, I guess we should thank that snake. If it weren't for it, you wouldn't have held me so tightly. Chen Yuanying shot Bai Zhou a glare. What? I was genuinely scared. Bai Zhou sighed dramatically, feigning disappointment. So you're saying you won't hug me unless you're scared, right? Chen Yuanying didn't speak. She just stood up, took a deep breath, walked over to Bai Zhou, and gently embraced him. Pressing her ear against his chest, she listened to the heartbeat echoing in her ear and said, you just love picking on me. After watching the sunrise, Bai Zhou and Chen Yuanying packed up and headed down the mountain to go home. After dropping Chen Yuanying off, Bai Zhou switched back to his Harley and continued delivering takeout. This was a delivery order sending flowers, and the distance was quite far, over 10 kilometers. Another 10,000+ yuan in earnings. Let's go. Bai Zhou rode happily toward his destination. Arriving at the door, Bai Zhou knocked while holding the large bouquet of roses. Hello? Your flowers. The door opened quickly, revealing a girl in her pajamas. She stared at the flowers in Bai Zhou's arms, paused, and said, Ha? I didn't order any flowers. Did you deliver to the wrong place? Ha? Are you Ms. G from Building 3, Unit 302 in Shiyuan Community? Last 3 digits 3566? Yes, but I didn't order any flowers? Bai Zhou scratched his helmet and asked. Then are these from your boyfriend? Oh, I don't have a boyfriend anymore. The girl replied with a smile. Oh, I see.
But I can't accept these flowers.
Why don't you take them back? Why not?
Please just take them. It's nearly 30 kilometers round trip. If you don't accept them, I'll have made this trip for nothing.
Because if I return them, there's no one to care for them along the way.
Bai Zhou still hoped the girl would accept the flowers. The girl gave a wry smile and explained. These flowers are probably from some second-generation guy at my workplace. He's not giving them to me because he wants to be with me, he just wants to sleep with me. He's already messed with quite a few girls at the office. I had a boyfriend before and never paid him any mind. I don't know how he found out I broke up, but now he's been pestering me. Bai Zhou glanced at the girl. Though she wore no makeup and was dressed in pajamas, it didn't diminish her beauty. Instead, she had a natural, unadorned charm of fresh lotus blossoming from clear water. Even without makeup, she scored at least 80 points, easily matching any girl he'd met before.
No wonder she'd caught the second-generation guy's eye. But none of that concerned Bai Zhou.
He just wanted her to accept the flowers.
So he came up with a plan and said, "How about this?
Just consider this bouquet a gift from me."
"What do you say?" Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! You're giving them to me? Then I have to ask, why are you giving me flowers?"
She finished speaking, batting her big eyes at Bai Zhou, waiting to see how he would respond. Bai Zhou pointed confidently at the small card tucked into the roses.
"Because I saw today is your birthday. So to wish you a happy birthday, I'm giving you this bouquet."
The girl glanced at the card, rolled her eyes, and tossed it aside.
"I thought you'd come up with something clever. Not a shred of sincerity, humph. But since you're so handsome, I'll take them."
Bai Zhou breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. At least he hadn't made the trip for nothing. He handed the flowers to the girl and smiled, saying,
Thanks. I'll be on my way then."
The girl had just set the flowers down when she heard Bai Zhou was leaving.
She quickly leaned out and called after him. "Hey! Don't go. Come back, I have something for you."
Bai Zhou slowed his pace, thinking,
"What's this, good news?"
Seeing Bai Zhou pause, the girl dashed out in her pajamas, grabbed his hand, and pulled him back inside. Inside the house, Bai Zhou watched as the girl emerged from the kitchen carrying a bottle of drink in a plastic bag. She teased with a playful smile.
"Hey, help me take out the trash, and this drink is yours." Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. "That's it? You could have just said so. Why all the mystery?" "Oh, handsome, were you expecting something?"
The girl batted her eyelashes mischievously. Bai Zhou took the plastic bag and drink, sighing.
"Not really. I just thought you had a glow-in-the-dark watch to show me." The girl caught the implication in Bai Zhou's words and laughed generously.
"I don't have a glow-in-the-dark watch, but I was wondering if I could borrow your phone."
"Why?" "To find my phone, I can't remember where I put it."
Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and handed it to her. She quickly dialed a number, hung up, saved the number, and returned the phone. Then, before Bai Zhou could react, she swept her leg up and draped it over his shoulder.
Is this what they call a leg dunk?" Bai Zhou squinted and glanced down. "Whoa, denim shorts. Who wears denim shorts under their pajamas?" Bai Zhou roared inwardly.
The girl looked at Bai Zhou's face and smiled sweetly.
"Disappointed you didn't see what you wanted to see? But it's okay, tell me your name, and maybe someday we'll have another chance." "I don't even know your name. Why don't you just open your phone and see?"
Bai Zhou opened his phone and saw a beautiful name added to his contacts.
Xu Luyan. Below it was her phone number. "Xu Luyan? I'm Bai Zhou." Xu Luyan lowered her legs, patted Bai Zhou's chest, and teased. "Alright, now you have my contact info and know my name. Make sure to reach out to me proactively. I'm currently single, so you'd better seize the opportunity." "Alright, I won't disturb your work. Get back to it." With that, she pushed Bai Zhou out the door. Just as he was about to head downstairs, he heard her call his name again, make a phone gesture, and send him a flying kiss. Phew, this girl's so enthusiastic, it's almost too much to handle. Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head, carrying the trash and drinks downstairs. He tossed the trash along the way, sipped the drink Xu Luyan had given him, and rode his motorcycle out of the complex. Upstairs, Xu Luyan, who had been watching Bai Zhou from the window, watched him depart. Her gaze grew distant as she murmured to herself. "Could he be the one I've been waiting for?" 42. When injustice strikes, stand up and fight. Bai Zhou rode his motorcycle to a street-side fried chicken shop to order takeout. Since he arrived early, the order wasn't ready yet. Bai Zhou sat on his motorcycle playing with his phone when a WeChat friend request notification popped up. He looked closely and saw it was Xu Luyan from earlier. He recalled the scene from earlier. This girl, whether in figure or looks, was no less stunning than Chen Yueying or Zhou Fan. In certain aspects, her aura even surpassed theirs. Especially her fiery, unrestrained gaze. Most guys wouldn't be able to handle it. Bai Zhou opened the chat window and sent a laughing dog emoji. To his surprise, Xu Luyan replied instantly with a furious, fire-breathing yellow bean emoji and said, "Didn't I tell you to reach out first? After all this time, I still have to add you as a friend? Think you're so great just because you're handsome?" Being called handsome by such a beauty still made Bai Zhou feel a bit pleased. He replied, I was just busy. I'd just taken a break and was about to add you when you added me. You know how to behave. The two chatted back and forth.
Just then, an electric bicycle suddenly sped across the sidewalk, crashing straight into a young man standing by the roadside. After knocking the man down, the rider, a man who appeared to be about the same age as the victim, jumped off the bike. He pulled a sharp kitchen knife from his coat and, without a word, lunged at the fallen man. Bai Zhou immediately put away his phone and sprinted to the attacker's back. He kicked him hard in the lower back, sending him stumbling. Then, with his left hand, he swiftly grabbed the man's hair and yanked him backward. Simultaneously, his right hand seized the attacker's knife-wielding arm, twisting and pulling with force. A piercing scream erupted from the assailant as the knife clattered to the ground. Bai Zhou pushed him to the ground with a slight effort, then bent down to pick up the knife. He first checked on the man who had been knocked down. Seeing that he was temporarily unharmed, though his arm had 3 or 4 bleeding cuts from instinctively blocking the blade, Bai Zhou shouted toward the pedestrians still frozen by the roadside. "Call the police. Call an ambulance." He then planted his knee firmly against the back of the knife-wielding assailant, pinning him to the ground so he couldn't move. Only then did the bystanders spring into action. Some dialed emergency services, others called for an ambulance, while those with first aid knowledge rushed to tend to the injured man's wounds. Others pulled out their phones to record the scene, murmuring, "Wow! That delivery guy is amazing. Yeah, before I even had time to react, he had the assailant subdued in no time. Thanks to that delivery guy, or else the guy who got slashed would have been in serious trouble. His moves were so sharp and precise. He must be trained in martial arts. Too bad no one caught it on camera. What's there to fear? There are so many shops along the street, they all have surveillance cameras." Before long, police and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Seeing the real authorities arrive, Bai Zhou silently released the knife-wielding man, stood up, and prepared to pick up his food and leave. Just then, a young officer in uniform pulled Bai Zhou back, saying, "Hey, don't go yet. While your heroic act is commendable, we need to take your statement. Once the investigation is complete, you'll receive a reward. Please cooperate with our work." Hearing this, Bai Zhou stopped and handed the fried chicken takeout order to someone else. After the police finished processing the scene, Bai Zhou followed them to the police station. The officer who had stopped him smiled and said, "We've reviewed all the surveillance footage. You're really impressive, buddy. Have you trained in martial arts before?" "Ah, not martial arts, but I did hit the gym before. I only went to the gym once, but I guess that counts as working out, right?" Bai Zhou thought to himself. "Wow, you've got some serious natural talent, bro. But next time you get into something like this, try to control your strength a bit. That guy with the knife ended up worse off than the one he was attacking." "Huh?" Bai Zhou looked completely bewildered. "Yeah, the hospital results are in. Thanks to your timely intervention, the guy who got slashed only ended up with 5 cuts on his arm. None of them were deep, and none hit any nerves or arteries, just minor injuries. But the attacker you subdued? Much worse. He's got kidney hemorrhaging, a dislocated right hand, soft tissue contusions, and finally, a displaced thoracic vertebra." The officer glanced at Bai Zhou and continued, "You were a bit rough there." Bai Zhou scratched his head, recalling the data he'd measured at the gym earlier. He gave an embarrassed smile. I've never encountered this kind of situation before. I didn't hold back. Will this cause any problems?" "Don't worry about that. After hospital treatment, the attacker is at least out of life-threatening danger. Plus, your actions qualify as emergency avoidance, so you won't face any charges. But please be careful in the future, don't use such force again," the young officer said with concern. After finishing his statement, Bai Zhou left the police station. As he departed, the young officer told him they'd be awarding him a medal for bravery in a few days and asked him to come back to collect it. The moment he stepped outside the police station gates, Bai Zhou was swarmed by reporters who had been waiting there for quite some time. Sir, what's your name? What motivated you to intervene? Hey, young man. From the video, you seemed very agile. Have you had any special training? What was the relationship between the knife-wielding assailant and the victim? What grudge led to this incident? Young man." Surrounded by reporters, Bai Zhou momentarily didn't know which question to answer first. He pushed through the crowd and shouted at the reporters. "Quiet. One question at a time." By the time he'd dealt with the hungry press, night had fallen completely. For the first time since the system had rewarded him with god-tier physical prowess, Bai Zhou felt exhausted. Of course, it wasn't physical exhaustion, it was mental fatigue. Riding his motorcycle home, Bai Zhou didn't mention today's events to Bai Jianjun or Li Hui, mainly because he feared they would worry. After dinner, lying in bed, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone. 99 unread messages. Staring at the notification on his screen, Bai Zhou was utterly dumbfounded. Who had sent him so many messages? He opened WeChat to find every single unread message was from Chu Luyan. Scrolling through them one by one, he noticed Chu Liuyan's tone started off calm, grew increasingly impatient in the middle, asking why he hadn't replied, and by the end, her messages carried a hint of pleading, desperate for just one response from Bai Zhou. But Bai Zhou was utterly exhausted today. He only sent a voice message. Had some stuff to deal with this afternoon. It got really late. I'll tell you about it later. I'm too tired. Gonna sleep now. With that, he turned off his phone and fell asleep. 43 on TV. Identity exposed. Bai Zhou was jolted awake by the ringing phone. He rubbed his eyes, climbed out of bed, and picked up his phone to see it was Chu Liuyan calling. Bai Zhou, you're famous. Still groggy from sleep, Bai Zhou was a bit dazed. Huh? What did you say? The news. You're on TV. The morning news reported on you. About your act of bravery yesterday afternoon. And people on Weibo have already uncovered your identity. Turns out you were the one in those viral videos, the fitness guy and the delivery guy cooking. What? Hold on, I'll call you back. Bai Zhou hung up, rolled out of bed, and headed to the living room, where he found Bai Jianjun and Li Hui engrossed in the TV. The TV screen showed Bai Zhou's handsome face facing the reporter as he said, "My name is Bai Zhou. I'm currently working as a food delivery writer. I didn't have time to think much at the time it happened so suddenly, I just charged in. I didn't think about getting hurt, I trust my instincts. I just did what I should have done." Watching their son speak so eloquently on TV, Bai Jianjun and Li Hui felt a surge of pride. Li Hui turned to Bai Zhou and said, "Zhou, you did great this time. When we encounter situations like this, we should step up if we're capable. But you must also prioritize your own safety. Yeah, Xiao Zhou, acting bravely is commendable, but you have to know your limits. But honey, I have to say, Xiao Zhou looks just like me. He looks so handsome on TV. Put. Xiao Zhou clearly takes after me more. Look at that nose. Look at those eyes. But the rest of him looks like me." Watching his parents bicker over who he resembled more, Bai Zhou smiled and ruffled his hair. "Alright, I'll be more careful from now on." Back in his bedroom, Bai Zhou opened his computer and logged onto Weibo. To his surprise, he dominated 4 trending topics on the hot search list and all ranked very high. They were Delivery Writer's Brave Act, Bai Zhou, Dragon City Strongman, Delivery Writer reenacts Hua de Si Men. Bai Zhou clicked through each one, only to find the comments sections had already exploded. Ah! From this moment on, I declare Bai Zhou my idol. Watching brother Bai Zhou's agile moves, skilled cooking, and handsome face, I'm like, honey. Bai Zhou, you need to debut. Quit delivering food. If you debut, I'll steal e-bikes to support you. Seeing Bai Zhou made me realize that online claims about delivery guys being all-powerful aren't lies. Dog head. That kick Bai Zhou landed on the thug just kicked right into my heart. Ah. I'm dead. Bai Zhou isn't just skilled, he's an amazing cook and drop-dead gorgeous. Right now, I just want to scream 2 words at him, husband, take me right here. Girls upstairs, calm down, don't get caught in the trap. So jealous of Longcheng folks who might get Bai Zhou delivering their meals. If I lived in Longcheng, I'd order delivery 10 times a day. Longcheng sisters, hurry up and order takeout. Only by being proactive might you get Bai Zhou delivering your meal. Seize this chance, everyone. Bai Zhou never imagined that his simple act of bravery would breathe new life into Longcheng's food industry. Takeout orders skyrocketed, and restaurant owners were over the moon. After reading the comments, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone. His WeChat was flooded with messages all related to this incident. He first replied to Zhou Fan and Shen Yueying, who were worried about his injuries, then selectively responded to some other well-wishers. By the time he finished handling everything, it was almost noon. Given his insane online popularity today, Bai Zhou decided it was best to skip delivering food. What if someone recognized him on the street? Bai Zhou recalled the last time fans who discovered him through his fitness videos had cornered him outside for photos, and he felt a bit uneasy. This time, the buzz was far more intense than that fitness video. If he went out to deliver food today, it was uncertain whether he'd even make it back. Meanwhile, as Bai Zhou surfed the web lying in bed, a different scene unfolded in that study far away in Shancheng. After Bai Zhou's video of stir-frying with the flour 4 gates technique at the restaurant went viral, an elderly man in Shancheng took notice. He had previously visited Longcheng, searching tirelessly for Bai Zhou with his apprentice for over half a month without success. Reluctantly, they had returned to Shancheng. Upon returning to Shancheng, the once vibrant elder seemed withered, his eyes lacking their former sparkle. Even his voice when scolding his apprentice no longer carried its usual vigor. It was as if the very essence of his spirit had been drained. As days passed without any news of Bai Zhou, this state only deepened. By now, he had even abandoned his decades-long daily ritual of studying recipes. In that same study, filled with gleaming gold awards and certificates of honor, the old man now spent his days sighing over a faded black and white photograph. He showed no interest in whether his apprentice's skills had improved or in the business of his own restaurant. Master, your disciple has failed you. I still haven't found the person in that video. Now that I'm getting old, I wonder if I'll ever find him in my lifetime. As the old man sighed over the photograph, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. His brow furrowed slightly, and a listless voice called out,
"Come in."
It was the same man in the pristine white chef's uniform and hat who rushed in. But this time, his usual blooming expression had vanished. Instead, he looked excited and thrilled as he exclaimed to the old man,
"We found him, master. We found him." "Ha? Found what?"
Startled, the old man abruptly stood up and turned to face him. As if suddenly remembering something, his hand holding the photograph trembled slightly.
"You mean, you found the man from the video?"
"Yes, master.
We found him. The man in the video is Bai Zhou.
He saved someone from a criminal's knife during a heroic act, got interviewed by reporters and appeared on TV, and then netizens realized he was the delivery guy who cooked stir-fry before. This time when we go to Longcheng, we just need to find those reporters to track down Bai Zhou. This time we'll definitely fulfill your lifelong wish."
The old man seemed to instantly regain his full vitality.
His previously weary demeanor vanished completely, and his eyes once again blazed with fiery intensity.
"Book my flight now. I must see him immediately. If I don't find him this time, I'm not coming back."
Hearing his master's voice regain its former strength, the apprentice finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out to buy tickets for both of them. He'd been constantly worried that his master's health might suffer from his prolonged low spirits, but thankfully, news of Bai Zhou had finally arrived. "Bai Zhou, you've kept us searching high and low. 44, at last, we meet." The master bows in respect. The elder was named Zhai Yaoming, and his disciple was Du Shifeng. Both were renowned chefs. Master Zhai Yaoming was a culinary patriarch, a disciple of Cao Bingjun, the successor of Li Qingxi, who had earned the Empress Dowager's praise and generous gifts, and a national treasure-level culinary master himself. His apprentice, Du Shifeng, is equally decorated. Despite his youth, he holds the titles of National Vocational Skills Appraisal Judge and is among the first cohort of registered senior Chinese culinary masters, truly a testament to the saying, "Great teachers produce great students."
Master Zhai Yaoming's culinary prowess was matched by his business acumen.
Within just 30 years, he built the Conshengchuan chain of 5-star luxury hotels, now operating nationwide.
So why were these two accomplished master and apprentice so urgently searching for Bai Zhou?
Bai Zhou had been holed up at home for a whole day. He hadn't gone anywhere today, spending his time scrolling through the hilarious comments left by netizens. These comments provided all his laughs for the day. While some blatant remarks were hard to stomach, he reminded himself it was just the internet, nothing to take seriously. What truly overwhelmed Bai Zhou, however, was Chu Luyan. Ever since she uncovered all of Bai Zhou's videos online, this woman had gone full throttle, bombarding him with messages that made him exclaim, "Old pro." Bai Zhou wasn't new to dating older women. Zhou Fan was older than him and constantly teased him when they were together.
But Zhou Fan's skills were nowhere near Chu Luyan's.
If Chu Luyan were the holy maiden of the demon cult, Zhou Fan would barely be a probationary disciple.
As for Chen Yueying,
she was nothing more than a little white rabbit.
Ding! Chu Luyan sent another message, a voice note.
Bai Zhou tapped to play it.
"Little Jojo, I checked the comments online and saw so many people want to sleep with you, but I'm different, okay?"
After hearing this, Bai Zhou thought Chu Luyan had changed her ways. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chu Luyan sent another voice message.
"As for me, the sofa, balcony, kitchen, or grass anywhere works."
The breath Bai Zhou had just exhaled instantly caught in his throat. Especially since Chu Luyan had pressed her lips right against the microphone when she said it, he could even hear the sound of her breath as she spoke. Uncontrollably, Bai Zhou's mind conjured an image of those rosy cherry lips pressed against his ear, whispering those very words.
"Dare to tease me? Oomph, woman, you're playing with fire."
Bai Zhou snorted coldly, picked up his phone, and murmured,
"To thank you for your kind words, I've decided to gift you half a verse. I'll gather for you from the mountains flowers of joy.
The brown hazelnuts, the wild vine baskets brimming with kisses.
I will do upon you
what spring does upon the cherry trees." Finished, Bai Zhou flung his phone aside.
"Come on. Let's hurt each other."
On the other end, Chu Luyan had indeed become docile. Yet throughout the night, she replayed the poem Bai Zhou had recited to her, her legs tightly clutching the quilt. Early the next morning, Bai Zhou's biological clock woke him. He checked the online buzz about himself. Though it had cooled slightly from yesterday, it still lingered on the trending list. "TSK, looks like I can't deliver takeout today either. Ugh, I've lost a lot these past 2 days." Bai Zhou sighed in frustration. After breakfast, Bai Zhou was reading a novel at home when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he saw it was a reporter from the Longqing Daily. He wasn't exactly in a good mood with these media folks who were keeping him from delivering food.
"What do you want? Didn't you interview me already? Why are you bothering me again?"
"Brother Bai Zhou, this call isn't for an interview.
Someone wants to get in touch with you. Let me explain."
Bai Zhou heard a different voice on the other end.
"Mr. Bai Zhou, right? Hello, I'm Du Shifeng, head chef at the flagship Conshengchuan restaurant.
I happened to see your video of stir-frying golden-edged Chinese cabbage with flower-shaped cuts.
I'd very much like to meet you. Would you be willing to grant me the honor, Mr. Bai?"
Bai Zhou felt a twinge of confusion. He knew Qin Shangxian, a nationally renowned five-star hotel chain.
But for the head chef of the flagship store to seek him out? Could it be they admired his skills? Were they trying to recruit him to cook for them? Mr. Du, hello. I'm a straightforward person.
I appreciate your kind offer, but if you're trying to recruit me as your chef, I must decline up front.
Cooking is merely a personal hobby. I have no intention of pursuing it professionally.
The voice on the phone grew noticeably anxious.
No, Mr. Bai Zhou, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. I'm actually here on behalf of my master. I must ask you to do us the honor of meeting with us. It's difficult to explain the specifics over the phone. Why don't you give me your address? I'll arrange for someone to pick you up, and we can discuss everything in detail when we meet. Is that acceptable?
This.
Mr. Bai Zhou.
The moment my master and I saw your video, we headed straight for Longchang. But after lingering there for half a month without any word from you, we had no choice but to return.
Since then, my master has been deeply depressed and utterly disheartened. He is already 80 years old.
Please, you must meet with the old man.
Hearing this, Bai Zhou's heart softened and he agreed. Very well, I'll meet with you. He then gave Du Shifeng his address.
In less than 20 minutes, Bai Zhou spotted a ghost part beneath his building's entrance.
Mr. Bai Zhou, we're here at your building. Please come downstairs.
Bai Zhou thought to himself. Seems like something important really is happening.
He promptly descended the stairs and stepped outside.
As soon as he stepped outside, a man in his 30s standing beside the ghost approached him, warmly grasping both of Bai Zhou's hands and saying,
Mr. Bai Zhou, hello. I'm Du Shifeng. Thank you so much for agreeing to meet with us. My master is quite advanced in years and unable to come personally to greet you. I hope you'll forgive this arrangement.
Bai Zhou shook hands with Du Shifeng and replied with a smile.
Mr. Du, you're too kind. I understand the elderly gentleman's predicament. Shall we head out?
Du Shifeng personally opened the car door for Bai Zhou, ushering him inside before following suit.
They set off toward their destination.
Throughout the journey, Du Shifeng recounted how he had discovered Bai Zhou and the efforts he had made to find him. Bai Zhou listened, deeply moved by the determination of this elderly gentleman he had never met. His curiosity about the purpose of the old man's search grew stronger by the minute. Arriving at the Kempinski Hotel in Longcheng, Du Shifeng escorted Bai Zhou upstairs. Opening the door, they found an elderly man in his 80s, dressed in traditional Chinese attire with snow-white hair, pacing anxiously back and forth inside. Spotting Bai Zhou, the old man rushed forward in 3 strides, his expression filled with excitement. Grasping Bai Zhou's hands, he exclaimed,
Young Bai Zhou, I've finally met you. I've finally met you.
Outside the door, Du Shifeng, seeing his master so overcome, hurried forward to steady the elderly man.
He then introduced Bai Zhou. Mr. Bai Zhou, this is my master, Zhai Yaoming, a national treasure-level culinary master.
Just as Bai Zhou was about to bow to Master Zhai Yaoming, the old man unexpectedly released Bai Zhou's hands first and bowed deeply to him. Brother Bai Zhou, I beg you to help me fulfill this old man's lifelong wish.
45.3 million? I'd rather deliver takeout. Bai Zhou stepped forward to support Master Zhai Yaoming, asking gently, Master, how might I be of service?
Zhai Yaoming smiled sheepishly, hesitating over how to broach the subject, when Du Shifeng interjected with a sudden idea.
Brother Bai Zhou, please come in and sit down. Have some tea while we chat. Zhai Yaoming caught on and chimed in. Exactly.
Young Bai Zhou, please come in. Shifeng, fetch that jar of mother tree de Hong Pao I brought. Treat our guest properly. Bai Zhou smiled and bowed his hands, saying,
I'd be rude to refuse.
Stepping into the living room, Bai Zhou was pulled down beside Zhai Yaoming, who kept praising him. Brother Bai Zhou, I saw your video of stir-frying with the flower strikes 4 gates technique. Honestly, you're the most skilled practitioner of this art I've ever seen. You're even better than I was in my youth. Bai Zhou scratched his head. The system was just that powerful, it had granted him top-tier culinary skills right off the bat.
He couldn't help it. Master Zhai, you flatter me.
I'm just a delivery guy, my skills are nothing compared to yours.
Zhai Yaoming's expression turned serious as he replied earnestly. Young Bai, don't be so modest. I'm not flattering you.
Just from your fluid performance in the video, that level of skill isn't something just anyone can achieve. To be honest, Shifeng is a disciple I personally trained, and even he doesn't match your current skill level. Just then, Du Shifeng emerged carrying a tray of tea. Hearing Zhai Yaoming's words, he showed no sign of annoyance but instead agreed. That's right, Brother Bai.
I've watched your video over and over.
I gotta say, while I know the flower strikes 4 gates technique too, I can't pull it off with the same effortless grace you show. Bai Zhou gave a slight nod and turned to Zhai Yaoming.
Honored by your praise, masters. How might I be of service?
Zhai Yaoming glanced at Du Shifeng, then back at Bai Zhou, pondering for a moment.
This matter, well, it's a long story.
It turned out that Zhai Yaoming had originally studied under the culinary master Cao Bingjun. During his apprenticeship in those turbulent times, he had once met the master's assistant, Li Qingxi.
That encounter left a profound impression on Zhai Yaoming.
He had witnessed the master chef prepare a dish called glassy meatballs.
The dish demanded precise control over heat, and the master's effortless execution and consummate skill remained etched in Zhai Yaoming's memory. Afterward, his master Chao Bingjun encouraged him to strive for this as his goal, constantly pushing himself to replicate the dish Li Qingxi had made. Yet no matter how hard he tried, no matter how diligently he trained, his own version always fell slightly short of the flavor Li Qingxi had achieved. Even by the time his master passed away, Zhai Yaoming had failed to fulfill his mentor's wish. This unresolved matter weighed heavily on the old man's mind. Realizing he himself could not achieve it, he resolved to train a disciple capable of accomplishing this task. Even after Zhai Yaoming abandoned sectarian biases and widely shared his master techniques, he found no successor capable of fulfilling his lifelong wish. Even his most outstanding disciple, Du Shifeng, still fell short. Just when Zhai Yaoming felt his life was without hope, he saw Bai Zhou's video. It was as if he had glimpsed a ray of dawn piercing the darkness. The long-buried aspiration in Zhai Yaoming's heart was reborn once more. Watching Bai Zhou's mesmerizing skills in the video, he couldn't help but marvel at how Hero's emerging youth genius truly defies explanation. Thus, filled with hope, Zhai Yaoming journeyed to Longcheng. Unfortunately, during his first visit, he only knew Bai Zhou as a delivery rider. After waiting half a month at Lu's braised bone rice without spotting him, he reluctantly abandoned his search due to health concerns. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhou appeared on television. Finally having news of him, Zhai Yaoming was overjoyed and immediately set off for Longcheng. Having recounted the background, Zhai Yaoming stood up solemnly and declared, "Brother Bai Zhou, I've always had a wish to recreate the glazed meatballs our master chef made back in the day. Sadly, I never managed to perfect them in my lifetime. My version just couldn't quite match his. Seeing you, I finally understood only you can help me fulfill this wish." Bai Zhou also stood up, looking at the elderly man with his earnest expression. He felt a surge of emotion and said, "Master Zhai, I'm honored by your faith in me. I'll give it my best shot." "Excellent. Excellent." Zhai Yaoming was overjoyed. He quickly grasped Bai Zhou's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. "Young brother Bai Zhou, amateurs watch for spectacle while professionals see the craft. The moment I first saw your video, I knew your skill was more than sufficient for this task. So, tomorrow we return to Shangxi City. Shifeng, go make the arrangements immediately." Du Shifeng, seeing his master finally able to fulfill his lifelong wish, was also overjoyed. He invited Bai Zhou and Zhai Yaoming, who were still standing, to sit down for tea. At the same time, he asked Bai Zhou, "What are your future plans, brother Bai Zhou? With your skills, you really shouldn't be delivering takeout. How much can that possibly earn? To be honest, my master runs a modestly renowned hotel called Kinshengshuan. If you're open to it, you could join us. If you come, an executive chef position is yours. Annual salary, 3 million. What do you say?" Bai Zhou bowed his hands and declined with a smile. "Brother Du, you're unaware that I earn nearly 5 million a month delivering food. I genuinely enjoy this line of work and have no intention of switching careers. Besides, I'm about to head to Jiangxia for school and won't be able to stay long in Longcheng." 5 million a month? Is delivery that lucrative now? Du Shifeng was stunned. How could that be? Bai Zhou just smiled without responding. Du Shifeng recalled the Harley and the King of Kelman parked beside Bai Zhou's building when he picked him up earlier. It suddenly clicked. So those two cars worth tens of millions were yours all along. Never mind the Carmen King, I'm not much into cars myself, but that Harley Davidson CosmicStarship? I've been drooling over that thing for ages. It's my dream bike. Bro, you're such a prodigy at such a young age. I was way out of line, man. Du Shifeng's voice trembled slightly. He lowered his head, feeling his earlier words sound like a joke, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Brother Du, let me be blunt, cooking is merely my hobby. I never intended to make it my livelihood. Assisting Master Zhai is already pushing my limits," Bai Zhou said calmly. Du Shifeng and Zhai Yaoming exchanged glances, about to speak, but Zhai Yaoming waved him off. "Since brother Bai Zhou has no interest in this path, we wouldn't dream of forcing him. However, I can't let him help us for nothing. Here's what we'll do, Qin Shengxian also has a branch in Jiangxia. I'll make it official from now on, brother Bai Zhou, you are a lifetime VIP at Qin Shengxian. Every time you dine at our establishment, your bill will be complimentary." Bai Zhou was startled by this offer and hastily declined. "There's no need for such generosity. This was merely a small gesture on my part, it doesn't warrant such an extravagant reward." "Ah, young Bai Zhou, your simple gesture has fulfilled a lifelong wish of mine. You must accept this. Otherwise, I simply won't be able to rest easy. Yes, young Bai Zhou, please accept it. It's nothing much, just a token of my master's gratitude." Your intervention finally eased his lingering regret. If you refuse our goodwill, he'll only carry a new burden of regret. Hearing this, Bai Zhou knew further refusal would be impolite. He replied, "Then I'd be rude to refuse. Once I return to Shangxi City tomorrow, I'll do my utmost to fulfill Master Zhai's wish." 46. Backstage chaos. Under Du Shifeng's arrangements, Bai Zhou accompanied the master and disciple to Shancheng the next day. At the entrance of Qin Shengxian, Bai Zhou stood examining the building closely.
Its exterior radiated timeless elegance, red tiles and blue bricks evoked classical charm. Inside, the decor was understated yet sophisticated, instantly conveying an air of exclusivity. Du Shifeng smiled at Bai Zhou and said, "What do you think? Looks pretty good, right?" Xin Shengxian is a national chain. Each branch has its own unique style, but the overall tone remains consistent. The Jiangxia branch is especially distinctive. You'll see what I mean when you visit. Bai Zhou nodded slightly, gaining a rough understanding of Qin Xingxuan's scale. He thought to himself, "Seems like I'm in quite a debt of gratitude this time." Du Shifeng led Bai Zhou toward the kitchen, chatting all the way. Every chef in Qin Xingxuan's kitchen was personally selected by the master and myself. Each one is top tier in their field. Whether it's pastry or stovetop work, chefs who earn a spot at Qin Shengxian are essentially capable of running their own show. Put them anywhere else, and every single one could be a head chef. Upon entering the kitchen, Bai Zhou observed the bustling chefs at work and the immaculately clean space. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's a 5-star hotel. This kitchen is impeccably clean, and every chef here possesses extraordinary skills. Every chef in the kitchen was focused on their own tasks. At a glance, Bai Zhou could tell that each one truly lived up to their reputation. The noodle chef was stretching dough. Bai Zhou watched as the chef pulled the dough into strands as fine as hair, unbroken, yet resilient and elastic. Such skill, honed over decades, was truly remarkable. Du Shifeng then addressed the chefs. "Everyone, pause your work for a moment. Allow me to introduce you to a master chef my mentor sought out with great effort. His name is Bai Zhou. Today, Brother Bai Zhou is here to familiarize himself with the kitchen. Tomorrow, he will demonstrate to you all what a true culinary master is capable of." "Brother Du, you flatter me. I'm just a delivery guy, nothing like what you're saying. Let's learn from each other." The chefs couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Who is this guy? He claims to be a delivery guy? What's a lowly delivery guy doing here? Could he have been slipped in through connections with Master Zhai? Sigh, these days, you really see all kinds of people. Chef Du really should know better. That guy looks so young, how could he possibly be some culinary master? He must have been fooled. Du Shifeng gave Bai Zhou a quick tour of the kitchen, then left him to familiarize himself with the space while he headed upstairs. The kitchen erupted in chaos. Seriously, this kid looks barely 20. Even if he'd been wielding a spatula since birth, he'd never become a master. Where did this kid come from, showing up here to put on airs? We've been in this business for years, and some greenhorn comes in pretending to be a master? Exactly. Some lowly delivery boy? What kind of magic potion did he feed Chef Du and Manager Zhai to let him run wild in our kitchen? I'll be damned if I don't see what this kid can actually do tomorrow. If he's here to fool us, don't blame me for not giving Chef Du any face. Exactly. What does he think this place is? Facing the chef's torrent of mockery, Bai Zhou paid no heed. He remained focused, inspecting the kitchen tools and observing the stove flames. The pastry chef, kneading dough across from him, pointed at the jars and bottles before Bai Zhou and teased. "Hey, kid, you know what all these seasonings are, right? Don't go dumping starch into the dishes thinking it's salt. Ha! And don't mix up the dark soy sauce with the light soy sauce. If you dump a whole bunch of dark soy sauce in, the dish won't even look edible." The chefs nearby all burst into laughter. Bai Zhou sighed, looked up helplessly, and said to the chefs, "What's the rush? Tomorrow will reveal the truth. You'll see whether I'm bluffing or not. All this bickering here just shows your ignorance. What else does it accomplish?" With that, Bai Zhou clapped his hands and strode off. The kitchen fell silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. "That kid's got some nerve. Oomph. What a big shot. When he cooks tomorrow, I'll expose him right in front of Mr. Zhai and Chef Du." "Wait for tomorrow? I'm going to find Chef Du right now. I want to know exactly what qualifies this kid to be in Qin Shengshuan's kitchen." "Right. Let's go find Chef Du." All together. The enraged chefs dropped their tasks and stormed toward Du Shifeng's office. "Chef Du, you must give us an explanation today." The pastry chef, who had just opened the door ready to unleash a tirade, suddenly fell silent. He saw Bai Zhou, who had just left, now sitting with Du Shifeng drinking tea, and it was Du Shifeng's prized collection of premium tea leaves. "Master Ji, what's going on with Bai Zhou?" Du Shifeng asked Master Ji Kai, the head pastry chef, his expression dark. Ji Kai glanced at Du Shifeng's expression, then at the chefs behind him, and steeled himself to speak. "Chef Du, it's not that we doubt your judgment, but Bai Zhou is so young. We're not sure if his culinary skills are truly exceptional." The chefs beside Ji Kai murmured in agreement. "Yes, Chef Du, we just don't want you to be taken advantage of. So, I suppose I should thank you for your kindness?" Du Shifeng's expression turned cold as he spoke calmly. "Do you think my master's eyes are too dim to recognize skill? Or that I, Du Shifeng, am so dim-witted I can't tell right from wrong?" At these words, cold sweat instantly broke out on the chef's brows. Ji Kai was pushed forward by the chefs behind him and approached Du Shifeng, stammering nervously. No, Chef Du. We didn't mean that. We just thought that Bai Zhou felt that young brother Bai Zhou was too inexperienced?
So we subconsciously assumed he lacked culinary skill? Du Shifeng lost his temper. Slamming his hand on the table, he stood up and pointed at Ji Kai and the other chefs, shouting, "You lot are the ones with eyesight failing. Out of touch with the times. I sent you that video, not a single one of you watched it. What, are you that swamped? No time to watch a video? If you'd seen that video, you'd realize how utterly foolish your actions today were. Absolutely idiotic." Du Shifeng paused to catch his breath before continuing. "Now, get your phones out. Open that video. Watch it. Right now." He then turned to Bai Zhou, clasping his hands in apology. "Brother Bai Zhou, sorry to make you witness this. It's my fault for not keeping these guys in line. They think they're hot stuff just because they know a little code. But don't worry, once they see your skills, they'll realize how amazing you are. I'm apologizing on their behalf." Bai Zhou waved dismissively, pulled Du Shifeng down to sit, lifted his teacup, and smiled. "Brother Du, I understand. No need to say more. I never intended to stoop to their level. Rest assured, tomorrow I'll do my utmost to fulfill Master Zai's lifelong wish." 47. Fulfilling the wish, stunning the crowd. The chefs watching the video in the office fell completely silent, their faces flushing crimson. As seasoned veterans who'd spent years honing their craft in the kitchen, they instantly recognized the extraordinary skill displayed by Bai Zhou in the video. A master's touch reveals true skill. Ji Kai now regretted his words bitterly. Though he was a master baker himself, in all his years in the kitchen, he had never seen anyone cook with such effortless artistry as Bai Zhou. Just from the video, it was clear that no one in the entire Kinshangshuan kitchen, not even head chef Du Shifeng, could match Bai Zhou's skill. And now he had questioned Bai Zhou's culinary skills. It was like a primary school student waving a graduation certificate in front of an academician to show off their education. Not only was it humiliating, but he'd also offended a true master. Finished watching? Any questions? Du Shifeng glanced at the chefs, who were practically bowing their heads to the floor, and let out a cold snort. He turned to Ji Kai and said, "Ji Kai, you were so confident earlier. Why so quiet now?" Ji Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered. "Chef Du, I didn't mean to. You know I'm a straight shooter. Not watching the video was my mistake. I apologize." "What good is apologizing to me? Apologize to young brother Bai Zhou. You didn't recognize a mountain when you saw it." Ji Kai hurriedly bowed deeply to Bai Zhou with utmost respect. "Young brother Bai Zhou, no, Master Bai Zhou. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have underestimated you or doubted you just because you're young. Bai Zhou raised his hand to cut off Ji Kai's apology, tilting his head as he looked at him and said, "First arrogant, then humble, that's not a good habit. Next time you have thoughts, don't blurt them out. Hold back first. Once things are clear, won't you know what to do?" Ji Kai was nearly in tears, but Bai Zhou showed no sign of relenting. He could only bow repeatedly in apology. "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master Bai Zhou. I was wrong. I'll learn from this and reform myself." Bai Zhou closed his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, Du Shifeng immediately snapped at Ji Kai and the others. "What are you still standing around for? Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Get out of here. And everyone in the kitchen, myself included, will have 3 months bonuses deducted. Got it?" "Yes, understood." The chef slunk out of the office. Du Shifeng stood up and poured Bai Zhou a cup of tea. "Brother Bai Zhou, it's all my fault as your senior. I failed to manage my team properly and made you witness this spectacle. I'm truly sorry." Bai Zhou sipped his tea and nodded. "No worries, brother, do no harm done. Let's put this behind us. By the way, how's the prep going for tomorrow's dishes?" Bai Zhou shifted gears and began discussing tomorrow's ingredient preparations with Du Shifeng. Early the next morning, Bai Zhou arrived at the kitchen. Zhai Yaoming and Du Shifeng were already waiting there. The group of chefs from yesterday now stood as quiet as mice. Bai Zhou glanced around, smiled at Zhai Yaoming and Du Shifeng, and prepared to put on his chef's uniform. Du Shifeng quickly gave a discreet signal to someone nearby. The chef hurried over to help Bai Zhou get dressed. It was Bai Zhou's first time wearing a proper chef's uniform. Yet merely donning this attire, Bai Zhou unconsciously radiated the commanding presence of a master chef. Zhai Yaoming's eyes instantly sharpened as he stared intently at Bai Zhou in his chef's uniform. It felt as though I were seeing my old master again. In Zhai Yaoming's eyes, Bai Zhou's figure seemed to merge with the hazy shadow from his memories, and the old man couldn't help but sink into recollection. Meanwhile, Du Shifeng was explaining today's dish prepared by Bai Zhou to the chefs. Today, our young brother Bai Zhou will prepare a dish that demands extreme precision and heat control: glazed meatballs. As we all know, caramelizing sugar involves a chemical reaction triggered by high heat. Typically, there are 3 stages when stir-frying with oil and 4 when stir-frying with water. Today, our glassy meatballs represent the 5th stage. The common stages are frosted, e.g., frosted peanuts, pulled, e.g., pulled yam, tender glaze, e.g., 9 turn intestines, caramelized, e.g., sugar glaze. For braised dishes, the color progression is light golden, deep golden, reddish brown, finally charred, black failure, turning bitter.
Both water stirred and oil stirred caramelization can achieve the levels of pulled sugar, tender sauce, and caramel color. Beyond these three distinct stages lies a fleeting, less used state, the glassy state that Brother Bai Zhou will employ today. The glassy stage occurs approximately 23 seconds after the pulling stage, when the syrup turns amber.
Look right now. Watch Brother Bai Zhou's technique.
As Du Shifeng explained, Bai Zhou's dish reached its critical moment.
In just 2 or 3 seconds, he fluidly coated the meatballs in caramel glaze with seamless precision. The assembled chefs watched in stunned silence.
As Du Shifeng had stated, the dish hinged entirely on heat control. Unlike the meticulous ingredient preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall, the intricate carving of 3-course duck, or the laborious straining of clear broths for dishes like chicken flour and water spinach. This required pure mastery of flame, keen observation, and experience honed through hundreds, even thousands, of repetitions. Bai Zhou's mastery of heat control alone was beyond their reach, let alone the fluid execution that followed it utterly surpassed the chef's imagination. The crowd eagerly gathered around to witness the finished dish. That translucent, glass-like shell. That naturally formed shape. Just looking at the appearance, you could tell it was the work of a master. Divine skill. Truly divine skill. Who would have thought I'd witness such spectacular culinary artistry today? What incredible luck! Master Bai's skill is truly extraordinary. To achieve such results in such a short time, Mr. Zhai and Chef Du certainly have an eye for talent. Zhai Yaoming approached, his voice trembling slightly. It's so lifelike. Absolutely identical. Young Master Bai, might I? Bai Zhou smiled faintly and replied. Certainly, Master Zhai. Please help yourself. Zhai Yaoming approached with reverence, as if on a pilgrimage. He reverently took a pair of carved silver chopsticks from his upper pocket, gently picked up a glazed meatball, and placed it in his mouth. Crunch! A crisp snap echoed as the old man slowly crushed the dumpling. Rich, savory broth instantly filled his mouth. The intense burst of flavor brought back memories, especially as the delicate crispy shell perfectly complemented the soft, tender meatball. This unique texture slowly brought the old man's long-buried recollections into sharp focus. Unconsciously, tears streamed down the old man's face. This is it. This taste. This texture. After over 40 years, I, Zhai Yaoming, have finally rediscovered this flavor. Master. I have finally fulfilled your request. Zhai Yaoming's emotions erupted, and for a moment, he could not control himself. Du Shifeng gently stroked his master's back, his face filled with a complex expression. After a moment, Zhai Yaoming regained his composure. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Bai Zhou. Young Bai Zhou, thank you for helping me fulfill this lifelong wish. This old man has nothing to repay you with. How about this? If you don't mind, I'd like to form a friendship across generations. Though I'm decades your senior, I'll boldly call you Brother Bai. Would that be alright? Bai Zhou hurried forward to help Zhai Yaoming up, smiling with ease. Master Zhai, Brother Du also called me Brother Bai before. If you do this, won't it confuse the generational order? Zhai Yaoming shot a glare at Du Shifeng, who instantly felt profoundly awkward. Yet disobeying his master's command was unthinkable. He could only bow his hands toward Bai Zhou and say, Senior Uncle Bai, I was rash earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Bai Zhou found the scene almost comical, but to spare Du Shifeng some dignity, he held back his laughter. Turning to Zhai Yaoming, he nodded and said, In that case, I'll gladly accept your invitation, Brother Zhai. 48 Back to school, Jiangxia buys a house. It had been 3 days since returning from Shanchang. Had it not been for the imminent start of the semester and Bai Zhou's need to head to Jiangxia, Zhai Yaoming likely wouldn't have let him leave so soon. These past few days in Shanchang had left Bai Zhou feeling rather awkward. Setting aside the sudden influx of Qin Xingxuan's disciples and grand disciples who now addressed him daily with respectful titles like Uncle Master or Great Uncle Master despite him not even being 20 yet. The constant hospitality arranged by Zhai Yaoming alone was overwhelming. It wasn't just the extravagance in these few short days. Zhai had spent at least 500,000 yuan on feasts, entertainment, and every conceivable indulgence, both expected and unexpected. But there was no way around it. Bai Zhou urgently needed to head to Jiangxia for advance preparations. As he took his leave, Zhai Yaoming even gave him the contact details for the manager of Qin Xingxuan's Jiangxia branch, hinting that this person was his granddaughter and she was a real looker. Seems old brother Zhai wasn't just trying to be his big brother. Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. After returning to Longcheng, Bai Zhou didn't linger long before setting off for Jiangxia. This time, he drove the Kalman King with his parents, while his Harley was shipped separately to Jiangxia. The registration was still days away. Bai Zhou had already decided handling errands early would also let him deliver food in Jiangxia, saving him the hassle of back and forth trips that would cut into his earnings. Soon, the family of 3 arrived at their destination. Jiangxia is huge. Much bigger than Longcheng. Walking through Jiangxia streets, Li Hui couldn't help but remark to Bai Jianjun. Of course. Jiangxia is the crossroads of the 9 provinces after all. It's densely populated and vast. Son, is your school close to Xiaoying's school? I heard from Xiaoying that you two aren't far apart. Yeah, it's really close. But we're not going to the school right now. I plan to buy a place to live first.
Buy a house? Why buy a house? Aren't you going to live on campus?
After all, I'll be living there for at least 4 years.
Plus, I need to deliver food, and living on campus isn't convenient. It's better to just buy an apartment. That way, it'll be easier for you guys to visit too.
Bai Zhou had actually decided long ago to buy a place in Jiangxia. First, he wasn't short on money, no need to settle for less. Second, living on campus really was inconvenient for him. Where would he park his motorcycle and car? Leaving them on campus would make it obvious to everyone that he was loaded, and that wasn't good. Gotta keep a low profile. Bai Zhou and his parents soon arrived at their destination. Xingyu Huafu, this newly built high-end community, was very close to Bai Zhou's school. Everything about it was perfect except the price. Parking by the roadside, the Bai family of 3 entered the sales gallery. The lobby was bustling with people, many of whom looked like they were well off at first glance, discussing details with sales agents. With a 30% down payment, you can choose to pay off the rest over 30 years. That way, your monthly payments will be much more manageable. This unit is only 26,000 per square meter, totaling just over 7 million. Overhearing the surrounding conversations, Li Hui felt a pang of anxiety and whispered to Bai Zhou. "Son, the prices here are so high, 2 or 3,000 per square meter. This apartment is much more expensive than where we live." Bai Zhou soothed her softly. "That's normal, Mom. Jiangxia has a larger population and a stronger economy than our hometown. Higher prices are to be expected." But why hasn't anyone come to greet us after all this time?" His tone turned slightly annoyed. The 3 of them had been standing in the lobby for ages without anyone approaching them. It wasn't for lack of available staff. Bai Zhou had clearly seen several salespeople without clients glance their way before burying their heads in their phones. Bai Zhou glanced at her own and her parents' attire, and it dawned on her. They think we can't afford it? Bai Zhou's bank account now held over 13 million yuan. Although August had been filled with various tasks, leaving little time for proper food delivery work, he still managed to earn during the 10+ days he was available. He grabbed a brochure, flipping through it as he approached one of the salespeople glued to their phone. "Where's your manager? Get them over here." Bai Zhou tapped the table and asked. The man playing games glanced up at Bai Zhou, then returned to his game, replying listlessly. "You're our manager's broke relative? Here for a job? Damn it! Jungler, why aren't you here yet?" Bai Zhou replied expressionlessly. "I'm here to buy a house." "Damn it! Can you hurry up? All you do is steal kills, huh?" The man remained fully engrossed in his game, snickering at Bai Zhou during a brief pause in his gameplay. "No way, you? Buying a house? Bro, take a good look at yourself, then take a good look at where you are. Not to underestimate you, but the average price here is 28,000 per square meter. The down payment alone is over 1 million, and the bigger units go for 2 or 3 million. Can you even afford that?" Pointing with his phone toward Bai Jianjun and Li Hui, who were standing in the distance looking around, he added. "See? Those must be your parents. No offense, but if you took them out more often to broaden their horizons, they wouldn't look so out of place in a high-end place like this. Hey, cut me some slack, can't you see I'm busy?" Bai Zhou narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when he suddenly noticed a young girl leading his parents to a table, seating them, pouring them water, and chatting with them. Pfft, just some greenhorn fresh out of school. Only someone who can't read the room would waste their energy like that. Alright, you can stop hanging around me now. Someone's already taking care of you guys, right? The man playing with his phone dismissed him with a sneer. Ha! Bai Zhou gave a faint smile, saying nothing more to him, and walked straight toward the young girl. "Uncle, auntie, property prices in this area are generally quite high, and these are all large square meterage units. So not only will the down payment be significant, but the monthly mortgage payments will also be much heavier. You absolutely must think this through carefully before buying. Don't let the mortgage burden become too much pressure, it just isn't worth it." As he approached, Bai Zhou overheard the young woman explaining the pros and cons to Bai Jianjun and Li Hui, who listened intently. Bai Zhou chuckled softly. "Miss, it's not my parents buying a house, it's me." The young woman turned to Bai Zhou, surprised. "Huh? You're buying it? But it's the same thing. You still need to consider whether you can handle the heavy mortgage burden. And if you buy it, won't your parents have to chip in? It's still the same. So you should listen to my advice." "No need. I'm paying cash." Bai Zhou cut the young woman off. "Paying in full is still the same. What do you need to consider when paying in full?" "Paying in full?" The girl gasped, drawing the attention of everyone in the sales hall. The man playing with his phone heard it too and burst out laughing. "Ha! What a joke! Ha! That's hilarious. Only you, Xiao Lu, would fall for that. Don't you see how powerful those 3 are? Do you really believe everything people say? I could claim to be a billionaire, would you believe me? Ha!" The others in the hall nodded in agreement. Honestly, those guys don't look like they could afford a place here, let alone pay cash. Probably just a family group trying to show off, right? Could they be pretending to be rich to scam young girls? Seriously. Hearing the whispers in the lobby, the young woman grew so flustered she was nearly sweating. She hurriedly apologized to the Bai family. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just surprised I didn't realize I'd caused you trouble. I'm truly sorry." Bai Zhou waved it off, reassuring her. "It's fine, don't worry about it. I've decided on your 323 square meter unit. The total price is 9.8 million, right? I'll take it. Go get the contract, I'm buying." 49-second humiliation. Kneel and apologize. But I can't make decisions on such a large transaction. I need to notify our manager." "Go ahead. I'll wait right here." The young woman hurried upstairs to find the manager while Bai Zhou pulled up a chair and sat down, waiting quietly. Just then, the man playing with his phone tilted his head and approached Bai Zhou, saying, "Whoa, never would have guessed you'd be so calm. Turns out you really are loaded, huh? Ha? Dressing like that to play dumb and take advantage? Have you been reading too many online novels? What are you trying to pull? Ha? Just wait till our manager comes down, you're in for it, I'm telling you." People nearby stopped to watch the commotion when they heard the man's words, but Bai Zhou didn't even lift an eyelid. "What? Don't believe me? You know what kind of place this is? The people who come and go here are all big shots. A poor schmuck like you who comes here to cause trouble? One word from our manager and you won't be able to survive in Jiangxia. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, just apologize to me. I'll be generous and let you go. Otherwise, flies are just that annoying. You want to swat it dead, but it'll dirty your hands. If you don't swat it, it buzzes in your ear non-stop, so irritating." Bai Zhou sighed, speaking to Bai Jianjun and Li Hui with a hint of resignation. All he could do now was wait for the fly swatter to arrive, hopefully soon. The man was about to flare up at Bai Zhou's words when a series of hurried footsteps sounded behind him. He whipped around and shouted, "Manager! You finally made it. It's this kid, he came here trying to show off. Just now he tried to run off, but I stopped him." The new arrival was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by the young woman who had dashed upstairs earlier. She clutched a contract in her arms. Hearing the man's words, the manager turned to the girl and asked, "Ha? Is this person here to cause trouble?" The girl quickly shook her head and took a breath before saying, "No, manager. He said he wants to buy a house, specifically one of your 323 square meter villa units. He even offered to pay in full. But I can't approve such a large transaction on my own, so..." The man playing with his phone interrupted impatiently. "Yeah, right. A young kid like him could possibly have that kind of money? If he really did, wouldn't we know? I know every single person in Jiangxia who could afford to buy our properties. Who knows where this kid popped up from, trying to pull a fast one on us." "Alright, I understand." The manager sized Bai Zhou up from head to toe. Seeing him sitting there calm and composed, not looking like someone here to cause trouble, he softened his tone. "Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase that unit? In full?" Bai Zhou pulled out his bank card. The moment the manager saw the 5 glittering characters UnionPay diamond card on Bai Zhou's bank card, he understood the young man's worth. It seemed this big deal was highly likely to close. The thought of a hefty commission beckoning made the manager instantly excited. Without waiting for Bai Zhou's response, he called out to the young woman beside him. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and escort our honored guest to the VIP lounge. How many times have I told you?" The young woman hadn't fully processed the situation yet, but the man behind the manager, engrossed in his phone, hadn't seen Bai Zhou's card. Upon hearing the manager's suggestion to escort Bai Zhou to the VIP lounge, he immediately interjected. "Manager! No way! Our VIP lounge isn't for some cheapskate like him. Forget him, anyone spending less than 5 million isn't allowed in. That's breaking the rules." The manager felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head upon hearing the man's words. The commission waving at him in his mind seemed to drift further away with each syllable. The manager thought, "Damn it! Don't let this idiot ruin this deal. Especially my cut." With that thought, the manager turned around without a word and slapped the man across the face. Eyes red, he glared at him and yelled, "You think you can just keep yapping? Teaching me how to do my job? Don't I know better than you whether someone's a VIP? Who the hell do you think you are? Looks like you don't want this job anymore, huh? If you don't want it, then get the hell out of here." The crowd of onlookers standing nearby were all wide-eyed and speechless. They hadn't seen exactly what happened, but they knew the manager had been groveling to this poor schmuck they'd just been mocking, and now he'd taken it out on that man. What the hell just happened? Could this kid really be a hidden tycoon? Rich enough to buy a nearly 10 million yuan apartment outright? Holy crap, this is straight out of a web novel. Art truly does imitate life. That guy's in for it now. After getting slapped by the manager, the guy playing with his phone was completely dazed. Only one thought filled his mind. Oh no, did I really bite off more than I can chew? Is this guy actually a millionaire? What do I do now? Why did my mouth have to run away with itself? Bai Zhou, oblivious to the man's inner turmoil, watched the manager's performance with a faint smile. He then spoke slowly.
I already arranged it with the bank 2 days ago. As soon as the contract is signed, the money will be transferred immediately.
Watching the manager's ecstatic expression, Bai Zhou pointed to the dazed young woman beside him and said to the manager, "But this deal counts as her sale." Then, leaning back in his chair and gesturing with his chin toward the man playing with his phone, he continued. "And he needs to apologize to me."
Just those 2 conditions. Can you make it happen? The manager eagerly agreed. No problem, no problem. Your demands are perfectly reasonable. We can make it happen. After that, he first sent the dazed young woman to coordinate the contract with Bai Zhou. Then he turned to the man playing with his phone and barked. "You idiot! Apologize to the VIP right now. If he's not satisfied today, you're finished, I'm telling you."
The phone-playing man finally snapped out of it. His legs shook like sieve flour.
The manager's yelling made his knees buckle. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, sobbing and begging. "Honored guest. Boss. Please spare me. I'm blind and an idiot. Forgive my small offense, treat me like a fart and let me go."
Bai Zhou held the contract in his hand, looking at the man's pathetic state with utter disgust.
"EW. Keep him away from me. Don't let him slobber all over me, disgusting. Get him out of here."
The manager hurriedly called security to drag the man out. Rubbing his hands together, he turned to Bai Zhou with a fawning expression.
Sir, would you like me to show you some rooms?" "No need."
The young lady explained it perfectly.
"I'm all set."
After reviewing the contract, Bai Zhou casually signed his name and motioned to the manager.
"Let's go.
Time to transfer the funds."
50 for delivery? Is that even a thing?
By the time all the paperwork was finished, it was already afternoon. Bai Zhou grabbed the keys, drove the car, and brought Bai Jianjun and Li Hui to the newly purchased property.
The apartment was fully furnished and ready to move into.
After giving his parents a tour, Bai Zhou was pleased with their reactions.
Of course they were. How could they not be satisfied with a nearly 10 million yuan property?
That evening, Bai Jianjun and Li Hui lay on the master bedroom's large bed, chatting.
"Jianjun, a 10 million yuan house. I never dreamed I'd live in a place like this. You're telling me?" Watching Xiaozhou just wave his hand and transfer the money today made my head spin.
I knew he was wealthy, but seeing it unfold right before my eyes still feels unbelievable.
Xiaozhou has really grown up. After the college entrance exams, it's like he's become a different person.
In just a few short months, look at him, he's bought a new house, a new car, and even made friends with such a beautiful young lady. Bai Zhou slept until he woke naturally. After waking up, he was just thinking about where to take his parents for fun today when he suddenly remembered spending 10 million yesterday. He caressed his bank card thoughtfully. "You've lost weight.
Don't worry, I'll make sure you gain it back soon."
Bai Zhou perked up and told his parents they could go out first today while he prepared to start delivering food in Wuhan. His Harley had been delivered yesterday. Bai Zhou pulled out his kangaroo delivery uniform and helmet from the motorcycle's storage compartment, dressed neatly, and set off. Although this was his second time in Jiangxia, he still wasn't very familiar with the area. The location for this order was rather remote, and more importantly, the delivery slip contained a peculiar note. "Please take a photo of the recipient when delivering the order." Bai Zhou found it rather amusing. This was definitely an order placed by someone in an online relationship, hoping to see what the other person looked like.
Ha! Online dating? What a naive kid. Doesn't he fear getting scammed out of 8,000 yuan?
After picking up the order, Bai Zhou followed the navigation to the entrance of an internet cafe.
"Hello, your food's here. Where are you sitting?"
"Oh, I'm at station 23 in zone B, bring it inside." The voice sounded like a soft-spoken girl, probably some internet-addicted teen. Bai Zhou made his way to zone B, searching for station 23, when suddenly a shout rang out behind him.
"Damn it, even food delivery isn't this fast. My order arrived before you did."
Caught in the crossfire, Bai Zhou was utterly bewildered. He turned toward the voice and saw a petite girl with twin ponytails performing piano virtuosity at her computer. Glancing at her computer station, whoa, number 26. Bai Zhou approached. "Hey, your delivery." Without turning her head, the girl remained focused on her friendly interaction with the person on the other end of the screen.
"Just put it down for now."
Bai Zhou set the delivery on the table, folded his arms, and watched the girl's performance. He saw her fingers fly across the screen as she typed.
"My delivery's already here and you're still chatting? What's up, trying to boost your stats?"
Bai Zhou's eye twitched uncontrollably. He wondered if she spoke this way to her online boyfriend too.
What if he actually liked that kind of thing?
Hard to say, hard to say.
Better focus on fulfilling the customer's request first. Even though he didn't rely on delivery for income, extra positive reviews were always welcome.
Bai Zhou moved to a corner where he could just see the girl's face. He snapped a quick photo and sent it to the customer, adding a comment. "The girl's looks are decent, your taste is pretty good, buddy." Just as Bai Zhou was teasing the client, the system's long-dormant notification sounded in his mind. Beep. Host has completed a special delivery order, triggering random options. Option 1, confess the client's request to the girl.
Reward, title Master of Backstabbing. Option 2, immediately leave the scene. Reward, 100 shares of Hongxing Network Company, Ltd. Ha? There's an option like that? Bai Zhou was stunned. Could this actually trigger a reward? Regaining his composure, Bai Zhou scrutinized the reward details. The first reward needed no explanation. The system's titles were all useless, like Master of Turning a Blind Eye to Death or Backstabbing Expert. Never mind the actual effects, just seeing them would hurt my eyes. Forget it. I'll take the second one. I have no idea what this Hongxing Network Company, Limited is really like, but judging by previous system rewards, it probably won't be too shabby. System, I choose option 2. Beep. Reward distributed. Please note, a representative will contact the host shortly. Alright, I'll wait then. As soon as Bai Zhou stepped off his motorcycle, an Audi A8 pulled up swiftly to the curb. A man leaped out, practically jumping for joy. Without even bothering to straighten his rumpled tie, he hurried over to Bai Zhou. Hello? You must be Mr. Bai Zhou. Here is the share transfer agreement for Hongxing Network. Please sign here. Before Bai Zhou could react, the man had already prepared all the paperwork and had Bai Zhou sign it. Then, as if fleeing for his life, he bolted from the scene. It took Bai Zhou a long moment to come to his senses. Wow, how come the system was so efficient this time? But regardless, Bai Zhou now owned another company. Best head over to the new company and check things out. The company's address is in Jiangxia, Guanggu. Bai Zhou drove to the location and found it in a fairly decent-looking CBD. He went upstairs to the company's 7th floor office. Opening the door, Bai Zhou found the office buzzing with energy. Employees were all focused on their work. What struck him as odd was that despite being an internet company, there were a surprising number of female employees even among the programmers. And to be perfectly honest, they were all quite attractive. System, you're being way too generous with me. Bai Zhou was genuinely thrilled. He pulled a girl drawing diagrams from a nearby workstation and asked, "Where's your manager?" The girl pointed Bai Zhou in the right direction before returning to her workstation and getting back to her tasks. As Bai Zhou walked toward the manager's office, he thought to himself, this company's work ethic is seriously intense. Not a single slacker in sight. And since they don't know who I am yet, it must be like this all the time. Looks like this place must be raking in the cash. Reaching the office door, Bai Zhou pushed it open and stepped inside only to be startled by the scene before him. A tall, professional-looking office lady stood there, cigarette in one hand and a wine bottle in the other. She was taking turns puffing on the cigarette and sipping from the bottle, her expression utterly desolate. Her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even seem to notice the wine dripping down her chest, soaking her clothes. Are you the manager here? Bai Zhou asked in confusion. The beautiful manager glanced at Bai Zhou, waving the cigarette-holding hand at him. Hick! Who let you in? Get out of here! Hick! Get out! Here's the thing, I'm here to take over the company. The shares of Hongxing Network Company, Limited now belong to me. Bang! Ding! Clang! 51 reasons, a mixed bag of joy and sorrow. After a flurry of frantic activity, the beautiful manager stashed the wine bottle, stubbed out her cigarette, and smoothed her makeup. Rising to her feet, she addressed Bai Zhou with a perfectly polished, professional smile. So you're our new boss. May I see the contract? Bai Zhou felt a deep respect for the professional demeanor of the woman before him. He handed her the previously signed contract and introduced himself. Yes, that's me. You can call me Bai Zhou. The manager flipped through the contract, her eyes growing brighter with each page. Wonderful. Ahem. I mean, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bai. I'm Shen Mei, just call me Xiaoshen. Shen Mei murmured under her breath, barely audible. Another sucker's come along. Wonder how much longer the company can survive this time. But this remark didn't escape Bai Zhou's ears, enhanced by his system-boosted god-tier physical abilities. The remark poured a bucket of cold water over Bai Zhou. Without a second thought, Bai Zhou grabbed Shen Mei's hand and demanded in a low voice. What's going on? What sucker? What survival? Shen Mei faltered, stammering. Ha? What? Mr. Bai, what are you talking about? I don't know. Do I need to repeat what you just muttered under your breath? Did you think I couldn't hear you? Shen Mei fell silent for a moment, set down the contract in her hand, raised her eyes, and waved the arm Bai Zhou was gripping, saying, Let go. Bai Zhou released his grip. He watched Shen Mei retrieve the bottle of liquor and ashtray from under the desk, then pull a cigarette from her bag. After taking a swig of liquor, she sighed and said, Sigh. How come your ears are so sharp? Whatever. You'll find out eventually anyway. She lit the cigarette in her mouth, drew a deep drag, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Behind the haze, a fleeting look of disappointment flickered. This company's cash flow has hit a major snag. As Shen Mei explained, Bai Zhou gradually grasped the current state of Hongxing Network Company, Ltd. In a nutshell, things were dire, they were on the brink of bankruptcy. The reason for this mess was simple, the previous CEO had been reckless, playing with fire beyond his ability to handle the consequences.
They'd been scrambling to find a buyer these past few days, but then Bai Zhou acquired the company's shares through the system.
Well, that settled it, no need to waste effort searching anymore. No wonder that person was so anxious when signing the contract back then.
Bai Zhou shook his head and silently muttered.
System, why did you dump this mess on me? Have you betrayed me?
But then Bai Zhou reconsidered.
That can't be right. If the system promised a reward, then it must be a reward. Could this company still be salvageable?
With that thought, Bai Zhou's expression turned serious as he addressed Shin Mei. Manager Shin, let's put that aside for now.
Gather all the company documents and files and bring them to me.
I need to review them thoroughly.
Well, now that I've said it, what else could you say? You want to see company documents? What for? I think this company might still have a chance.
Shin Mei was both shocked and delighted. She excitedly grabbed Bai Zhou's arm.
Really? You truly believe our company can still be saved?
Bai Zhou looked down at Shin Mei, his eyes briefly catching the plump curves pressed against his arm, slightly distorted by the tight embrace. His heart sank. Whoa, this is way too dangerous.
Bai Zhou cleared his throat and said. Ahem, yes, I believe there's still hope. But whether it's truly salvageable, I'll need to review the documents first.
Shin Mei nearly jumped for joy. Bai Zhou was deeply concerned about her clothes, hoping they were of decent quality otherwise.
I'll go gather the documents right away. Please take a seat, boss.
With that, Shin Mei dashed out. Bai Zhou could still hear her calling out.
Shao Qi. Shao Xin. Come help. Moments later, Shin Mei returned to the office with two young women.
Each carried a large stack of documents, which they placed before Bai Zhou.
Shin Mei announced. Boss, it's all here. All right, leave them there. I'll take a look.
Bai Zhou began flipping through the papers on his desk. By the time he finished reviewing the situation, it was almost quitting time. Bai Zhou rubbed his temples.
Shin Mei brought him a cup of tea. He took a sip, exhaled deeply, and said to Shin Mei, I've got a general grasp of the company's situation. The main crisis lies in the financial department, though the loopholes aren't particularly significant.
Thinking of the over 7 million yuan gap in the company's accounts, Bai Zhou said as much. But for Shin Mei and this small company, 7 million yuan was truly no small sum. One more thing, the company's products are actually quite good, and the overall market response has been positive. It's just that you've identified the wrong profit points. Bai Zhou pointed out another issue, and Shin Mei nodded vigorously.
Yes, boss, we all understand what you're saying.
But as you've seen, our colleagues haven't chosen to leave under these circumstances. They're working even harder to find a way out because everyone loves the company's atmosphere.
But I understand.
I can handle the funding issue, but what you need to do is find a new, better profit point for the company's products as soon as possible.
Got it? Understood. I'll get it arranged immediately.
Shin Mei called a meeting, and Bai Zhou began to think carefully. Sure enough, this company's problems weren't severe at all. In fact, it had tremendous potential. It was just that the previous boss had been so reckless that he'd driven it into this mess. If I could help the company weather this immediate storm, its future development would be nothing short of promising. A mere 7 million yuan funding gap, and it won't hit until 3 months from now.
Plugging this hole is a piece of cake. The key point was this: the company's product quality was actually outstanding. With proper marketing, it would undoubtedly win over users. After that, refocusing on profitable areas would make earning money a breeze.
Bai Zhou recalled his previous dominance of the trending topics, feeling utterly confident. He opened Shin Mei's computer and began drafting copy.
The headline read, Saving Hongsheng Network, Bai Zhou's debut plan.
In his strategy, Bai Zhou planned to leverage the fanbase and online influence he'd unintentionally built. By orchestrating his return to the trending topics as Hongsheng Network's CEO, he would promote the company's products through this publicity. By the time Shin Mei returned from her meeting, Bai Zhou had already drafted the outline of his plan. He gestured for Shin Mei to sit down and said, Here, take a look at this plan. After carefully reviewing the document, Shin Mei stared at Bai Zhou in shock.
Boss, you're going to debut? 52 has begun. The company rescue plan. So you're that heroic delivery guy. The culinary god of delivery. The strongman of Longcheng. Shin Mei exclaimed excitedly beside Bai Zhou.
Bai Zhou rolled his eyes, sighing helplessly at Shin Mei.
Don't call me the strongman. That's so embarrassing. And calm down, what do you think of my plan?
Shin Mei composed herself and replied earnestly. Boss, personally I think it's feasible, but we should still hold a meeting to discuss it, iron out the details, and let everyone get to know you. After all, you'll be the one feeding us from now on. Bai Zhou glanced at his watch and saw it was already past 8 p.m.
He said to Shin Mei, How about tomorrow? It's so late now, everyone's probably already left work. Shin Mei gave a wry smile. Not yet.
Everyone's been working their tails off lately, trying to find a way out for the company. Leaving at 10 p.m. is considered early these days. Bai Zhou frowned briefly before saying,
Fine, let's start now. Bai Zhou followed Shin Mei to the conference room while she went to gather the attendees.
Bai Zhou sat in the chair of honor, hands folded with his thumbs pressed against his chin. He studied each person entering the room intently. After a full day's work, fatigue was evident on most faces. Yet upon seeing Bai Zhou, they couldn't help but speculate about his identity. When Sunmmary gave them a subtle nod, their spirits lifted as if suddenly filled with hope. Once everyone was present, Sunmmary stood beside Bai Zhou and introduced him. And this gentleman is our new boss at Hongxing Network, Mr. Bai Zhou. Please give him a warm welcome. Clap. Bai Zhou rose to his feet, gently lowering his hands. Once the conference room fell silent, he spoke. Good evening, everyone. It's getting late, so I'll skip the pleasantries. I understand the company's most pressing issue right now is funding. Bai Zhou surveyed the room. I can solve this problem. Seeing the room begin to stir with excitement, Bai Zhou waved his hand with a smile and continued. Now for the second issue, our product. I spent some time using our product this afternoon. My experience was excellent, and user feedback has been outstanding. This proves our product is solid in terms of quality and user experience. Bai Zhou affirmed this before shifting his tone. However, our product's monetization strategy is poorly chosen. I know this is the previous boss's fault, so I don't want to assign blame here. Nevertheless, I still require everyone to identify a viable monetization model as soon as possible. This is your first task for today. Bai Zhou paused, observed the team's reactions, and continued. As for the second task, it concerns our product promotion. Sunmmary, please distribute that proposal to everyone. Sunmmary stood up and distributed the printed copies of the proposal to everyone. Their expressions shifted from seriousness to surprise, then froze in stunned silence as they stared at Bai Zhou. Then a young woman broke the silence. Boss. I'm your biggest fan. Can I see your muscles? Bai Zhou's face darkened. Great, another one lusting after his physique. Guys really need to protect themselves when they're out and about. Boss, this is a great idea. We'll save a ton on advertising costs. I know photography. Boss, I can be your photographer. I can handle post-production. I'll handle the editing. Seeing the lively atmosphere in the conference room, Bai Zhou felt a sense of relief. Wow, everyone's so multi-talented. Then let's tackle this together. We'll pull together and help the company weather this storm. Great. Everyone, including Sunmmary, looked at Bai Zhou with eager eyes, as if they'd suddenly found boundless energy. Bai Zhou chuckled softly. Since you all feel this way, as your boss, I won't shortchange you. He turned to Sunmmary and said. I'm injecting 3 million yuan into the company up front. This funding will cover salaries and benefits for the next 3 months. All overtime will be paid at triple the regular rate, plus additional transportation subsidies. You need to develop a detailed plan for implementing these changes as soon as possible. Then Bai Zhou turned to the others in the conference room and said, I may not have many strengths, but I'm exceptionally generous. I never shortchange my own people. Remember this, your hard work is to save this company and to earn yourselves more money. I, Bai Zhou, will not let you down. Now, I'll assign your tasks. Yes, boss. Following the list of volunteers who had stepped forward earlier, Bai Zhou assigned tasks including video shooting, editing, and post-production. However, one crucial role remained unassigned, the copywriter. Running his right hand lightly over his chin, Bai Zhou asked, Who among you is familiar with copywriting? The others in the conference room exchanged glances. They were all tech-savvy individuals who dabbled in video skills as personal hobbies, but copywriting? Boss, I'll take it. Sunmmary stepped forward, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she smiled at Bai Zhou. Can you handle it? Yes. Then it's yours. All right, it's getting late. Meeting adjourned. Once you're out, notify the colleagues outside to head home. Get some rest early tonight. Starting tomorrow, we'll execute the company rescue plan together. Got it. By the time Bai Zhou and Sunmmary stepped out of the company building, it was already 9:30 p.m. The summer evening breeze swept through the streets, dispelling the day's lingering heat. Sunmmy's long hair fluttered in the breeze before she tucked it back behind her ears. Bai Zhou walked beside her and whispered softly. I looked over your resume. With your skills, why stay at this small company? A flicker of nostalgia crossed Sunmmy's eyes as she replied. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too naive. I've watched this company grow step by step. I really love the atmosphere here, the camaraderie among colleagues, the open communication between superiors and subordinates. That feeling of everyone striving toward a common goal is just wonderful. Sunmmary shook her head and continued. Of course, my family background plays a part too. I don't have material needs, so I guess that's why I've stayed here all this time. Bai Zhou was startled. Wow, I never would have guessed you're a rich kid. Does your family know about you smoking and drinking in the office today? Don't bring that up. Sunmmary flushed with embarrassment. It's just, I'm worried about the company's future. The pressure, yeah. The pressure's getting to me. Ha. Bai Zhou and Sunmmy's figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving only Bai Zhou's hearty laughter and Sunmmy's coy protests echoing in the evening breeze. 53, can I pinch you while filming? Bai Zhou arrived at the company first thing in the morning. But it seemed he was still the last one to arrive. The office was already packed with people, everyone busy at their own tasks.
Boss, you're here. Good morning. Good morning. Responding to the greetings from the ladies in the office, Bai Zhou walked into Sunmmy's office. Sunmmary, what are you working on?
Sunmmary was buried in writing at her computer. Without looking up, she replied to Bai Zhou.
Writing copy what you asked for yesterday.
Oh, and boss, we still need a female lead for this promo video.
Got anyone in mind? A female lead?
Bai Zhou watched Sunmmary ponder for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up.
You'd be perfect. Me? Yes, Sunmmary. I think you'd be perfect. It's settled then. Get writing.
Send it to me once you're done, and we'll start prepping for the shoot this afternoon. Seeing Bai Zhou's unwavering certainty, Sunmmary couldn't bring herself to voice the refusal that was on the tip of her tongue.
She could only shrug helplessly and agree. Fine then.
Soon, Sunmmary finished the script for the video.
It was only a 3-minute short clip, so the text wasn't extensive. After Bai Zhou reviewed it, he tweaked a few details and quickly finalized the script.
That afternoon, Bai Zhou led his team to the filming location.
Upon arriving at the venue, everyone was nearly ready. Bai Zhou was changing clothes.
According to Sunmmy's script, he needed to put on a form-fitting short-sleeved shirt that accentuated his physique. To be honest, Bai Zhou was somewhat resistant. He didn't particularly like this kind of tight-fitting clothing, it made him feel constrained. But Sunmmy's insistence that this is all for the company. Bai Zhou had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. This made the girl in charge of costumes absolutely thrilled. She was the same girl who had declared herself a fan in the conference room earlier, who knew if she'd been plotting this costume responsibility all along. In the changing room, Bai Zhou closed the door, took off his t-shirt, and slipped into the prepared outfit.
Wow, this outfit actually looks pretty good on me.
Gazing at his reflection, Bai Zhou nodded approvingly at the sleeves filled by his biceps, the sharply defined pectorals, and the faintly visible abs in V-line beneath the fabric.
And it wasn't as uncomfortable to wear as he'd imagined. Damn, this is nice.
Bai Zhou pushed open the changing room door and was startled.
Why were there so many people at the door?
The wardrobe assistant, the photographer, and even Sunmmary, the female lead, had changed and was crouched outside his dressing room door.
What are you all doing here?
Sunmmary pursed her lips, clearing her throat awkwardly before saying.
And nothing. I just came to discuss the script with you.
The photographer girl was more reserved, just blushing and stealing glances at Bai Zhou without saying a word.
But the wardrobe girl was a different story. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Bai Zhou, especially fixating on his muscles. She swallowed hard and gushed. Boss. I knew you'd look amazing in this. Oh my gosh, am I the first fan to see your physique in person? Please, can I take a photo with you? A photo's fine, but we gotta finish work first. Bai Zhou grinned. What was it like having fans within the company? If someone asked this question on Jihu, Bai Zhou would definitely have plenty to say. Right now, Bai Zhou just felt awkward.
A girl being this enthusiastic wasn't exactly a good thing. As the saying goes, boys, protect yourselves when you're out and about. The shoot was on a street scene with lots of passers-by. The photographer, a young lady, was moving around with her camera, scouting for the perfect spot. Bai Zhou and Sunmmary were discussing how to proceed. Boss, I think for this scene, maybe it'd look better if I leaned against your chest? We can try both. We'll shoot both the original hand-holding pose and the new leaning against my chest pose first. We'll decide based on how they look later. Once everything was ready, Bai Zhou and Sunmmary officially began filming. The crew watching the two walk side by side couldn't help but remark. Seeing them like this, our boss and manager Shun really do make a great pair, don't they?
Yeah. Both handsome and beautiful, and rich too. Look. Standing next to the boss, manager Shun doesn't have that strong woman vibe anymore. She's clearly just a sweet little woman.
Hearing this, a young man who had secretly harbored feelings for Sunmmary felt a pang of resentment. This is all for work. I heard that manager Shun merely mentioned adding a female lead to Mr. Bai, and he insisted she play the role. To me, this is clearly Mr. Bai abusing his power for personal gain. The female cinematographer, who had been scouting for the perfect camera angle nearby, frowned and retorted sharply.
They're a perfect match made in heaven. Who are you to object, you demon spawn?
The young man felt his blood boil, but glancing down at his slightly protruding beer belly, he could only mutter resentfully.
Impossible. What does that Bai guy have going for him besides being a bit better looking, having a slightly better physique, being a bit more famous online, and having a bit more money? What other merits does he possess?
The photographer sighed softly.
Isn't that enough?
The young man's face fell like a wilted eggplant. He lowered his head and muttered. Guess you're right. Then, choking back sobs, he whimpered. What, Manager Shun, my Manager Shun.
Alright. Don't be so upset. Mr. Bai has only been here a day. This time, it really was just about work, just like you said. So I still have a chance. No, you don't. Even if Mr. Bai hadn't come, Manager Shun wouldn't have taken a liking to you. The photographer delivered the final blow with cold indifference. The young man burst into tears and ran off. The photographer turned her gaze back to the camera.
In the frame, Bai Zhou and Shen Mei were acting out the scene they'd rehearsed earlier.
Shen Mei walked with her head down behind Bai Zhou.
Suddenly, Bai Zhou stopped and turned around. Shen Mei, caught off guard, collided straight into his chest.
Bai Zhou remained unmoving, simply pulling Shen Mei into his embrace.
Shen Mei took the opportunity to rest her head on Bai Zhou's shoulder, her hands resting on his chest. Suddenly, Bai Zhou's expression shifted. He felt an unusual sensation on his chest. Looking down at Shen Mei, he asked in a low, expressionless voice. "What are you squeezing?" Shen Mei's face flushed crimson as she murmured back. I just wanted to know what it feels like to touch you here. I couldn't help myself." Bai Zhou's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he snapped. "Well, now you know. And you're still squeezing?" Hee, sorry boss. Who can resist when it's this big? And it feels like a rock when you touch it, well, more like meat wrapped around a rock. Not exactly the best texture. Shen Mei adopted a reckless, what's the point attitude, channeling the wild, carefree demeanor Bai Zhou had first seen in her, cigarette in one hand, drink in the other as she addressed him. "Now I know who corrupted the company culture," Bai Zhou exclaimed angrily. 54 videos? New system task? After a full afternoon of effort, Bai Zhou finally finished editing his debut video. The rest was left to post-production, then it was time to release it and see the results. After the shoot, Shen Mei suddenly found herself feeling something inexplicable toward this young man she'd only just met. Call it intimacy? They hadn't even known each other for 3 days. But call it non-intimacy? During filming, she hadn't exactly held back from getting handsy with Bai Zhou. What could she do? Bai Zhou's physique was simply too tempting. She just couldn't control herself. As for Bai Zhou, he had no ulterior motives. The only thought in his mind was, exhausted. Today had completely worn Bai Zhou out, not physically, but mentally. All afternoon, he'd lost count of how many times Shen Mei had taken advantage of him. The kicker was that it was all scripted. Bai Zhou couldn't exactly blame her. He could only blame himself for trusting this older woman too much. Who could have imagined? He was a normal man. Saluting properly takes a lot of energy, you know. Back at the company, Bai Zhou finished arranging the remaining tasks and prepared to deliver takeout. After all, the company needed to cover a funding gap, and after giving Shen Mei 3 million, he only had a few $100,000 left. Money was tight. After Bai Zhou left, the post-production and editing girls admired his performance with Shen Mei, shipping their pairing while working. Fueled by all the sweetness, their productivity soared, and they finished editing the video before clocking out. Though their occasional shrieks startled passing colleagues. Shen Mei had scheduled the video release for 6:30 p.m., and right on time, it went live. Bai Zhou was currently riding his motorcycle delivering takeout. He had to admit bigger cities were definitely better. Delivery distances were significantly longer, and each trip earned him an average of 10,000 yuan. That was double what he made back in Longcheng. So Bai Zhou was full of drive, eyeing the money. Eyeing the big bucks. Bai Zhou arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. Since delivery vehicles weren't allowed inside, he carried the order in on foot. Building C, Unit 301. Bai Zhou quickly reached the door and knocked lightly. "Hello, your delivery." After waiting a moment with no response, Bai Zhou knocked again, this time a bit louder. Coming. What's the rush?" A slightly impatient female voice came from inside. The door opened to reveal a teenage girl engrossed in a video on her phone. Without looking up, she took the food, slammed the door shut, and walked away. But Bai Zhou caught a glimpse of something that made him feel a bit awkward. He realized the video she was watching was the one he and Shen Mei had filmed. Holy crap, no way it spread that fast? Suddenly, he heard an uncontrollable scream from inside. "Ah! My husband is so handsome. I want to touch my husband's muscles too." Bai Zhou shuddered at the memory of Shen Mei's advances. Before the girl could realize that the husband she was talking about was the guy delivering her takeout, he slipped away on his tiptoes. On his way out, he pulled out his phone and called Shen Mei. "Shen Mei, is the video live yet? How's it going?" The background noise on the phone was loud, sounding like a group of people cheering. Shen Mei finally caught Bai Zhou's words and replied. "Boss, you're amazing. Who knew your promotion would be this effective? The video just went live and already has over 10,000 views. And the growth rate is insane. So many comments. You gotta see this." Indeed, Bai Zhou hadn't expected to still be getting so much attention after all this time. After hanging up, Bai Zhou scrolled through the Weibo comments. Is this the all-around delivery guy? Just a passerby. Holy crap, long time no see, my husband is even more handsome now. This is Bai Zhou's husband's fan. Just a passerby, speaking my mind, a bird eating a cricket. This is Bai Zhou's face-obsessed fan pretending to be a passerby. Who is that woman? Let go of my husband, let me handle this. This is Bai Zhou's die-hard fan. You're all fighting over my husband, but I'm different. You have 3 minutes, I want every detail about that woman. This is Shen Mei's visual fan. Ah. So sweet. Their interactions are so sweet. My sugar intake is going to be off the charts today.
This is their CP fan. It's like a frenzy of chaos. Bai Zhou couldn't bear to watch. He'd accidentally gained thousands more wives, and as the video's popularity soared, that number kept skyrocketing. But the upside is, his company's name is getting a huge boost from this video. The official Weibo account's follower count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands, with new followers pouring in every second. The girl managing the official account was so excited her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. She'd worked tirelessly for ages just to grow the follower count from 0 to a few hundred, yet today, thanks to Bai Zhou's single video, the numbers had undergone a seismic shift. Ah, was this what happiness felt like? As she pondered this, an idea struck her, and she dashed off to find Sunmmary. Manager Shen. Let's turn this video into a series. Netizens adore Mr. Bai and it's bound to be a hit. Well, that's true, but it depends on Mr. Bai's schedule. He just finished filming and rushed off to work today. He didn't even oversee the video's upload. So, Manager Shen, does that mean you're on board? Sunmmary froze. Huh? Yeah. Sunmmary recalled the events that happened during the afternoon video shoot with Bai Zhou. She nodded, her face flushing. It's all for the company. Of course I agree. Great. I'll handle Mr. Bai's side. I'll find a way to convince him. Bai Zhou had no idea what scene awaited him back at the company, but he wasn't concerned about that now. His real worry was that once this video went viral, delivering food again would mean fans spotting him and mobbing him on the street, utterly embarrassing. So he wanted to squeeze in a few more deliveries while he could. Little did he know the system would intervene again at this moment and with a brand new mission Bai Zhou had never seen before. Beep. Host's popularity has surpassed 100,000. Long-term task issued. Deliver meals to 500 fans and receive positive reviews. Task progress, 0-500. Upon completion, reward, 24 shares of LVMH Group stock. LVMH Group? Bai Zhou recognized the name. Founded in 1987 and originating in France, the group's business spans fashion and leather goods, wines and spirits, perfumes and cosmetics, watches and jewelry, and luxury retail. Currently owning over 50 brands and operating more than 1,700 stores, it stands as the world's largest luxury goods conglomerate. With a market value exceeding $100 billion, if he actually got those shares, wouldn't that mean he'd gain nearly $30 billion in wealth? Let's do this. So what if I embarrass myself? Who's afraid of who? As long as I'm not the one feeling awkward, everyone else will be. Bai Zhou perked up. 300 billion. In dollars. What did that even mean? Mr. Ma on the 40th Street was only worth $47.5 billion. He'd be worth nearly half of Mr. Ma. Bai Zhou's sole thought now was, I hope this video goes viral faster. I hope I gain more fans in Jiangxia. Trending on 55. Send Sunmmary home. Early the next morning, Bai Zhou was bombarded out of bed by Sunmmry's relentless barrage of calls. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he answered the phone and snapped. What's so urgent you're calling this early? What time is it anyway? None of that matters. Boss. You're famous. Our company is famous too. Sunmmry's excited, hoarse voice came through the phone. Huh? What's trending? The company? The video? What happened to your voice? Bai Zhou asked, puzzled. Boss, my voice is fine, I'm just too excited. Our video went viral. It's already trending at the top of the hot search list. Related topics have over 100 million views. So many people are asking about our company in the comments. And according to marketing data, our product downloads have skyrocketed in the past 12 hours. The company is trending. Our product is trending. Trending number 1? That's insane. Alright, are you at the office now? Hold on, I'm heading over immediately. Bai Zhou couldn't care less about his fatigue now. He quickly washed up, got dressed, and drove his King Kalman to the company. Upon arriving at the office, he found that despite the early hour, all employees were already present. They were cheering and celebrating, especially the marketing team. They were practically ecstatic, chanting things like, 12 hours. 12 hours and we've achieved this. I told you it wasn't our product's fault. It was just the marketing channels. They wouldn't believe me. Well, now they know, and so on. In a corner, Bai Zhou spotted an employee wrapped in a coat, asleep slumped in a chair. He understood these people hadn't gone home all night, staying at the office to monitor the results. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside Bai Zhou, a tinge of sadness, yet also a sense of satisfaction. So he climbed onto the table, clapped his hands, and addressed the crowd. All right. Quiet down, everyone. I need to tell you something. You've all worked incredibly hard these past few days. Please take care of yourselves. I've decided to give the entire company a break. 3 days. Paid time off. Everyone's wages for these days will be doubled. Also, breakfast is on me today. After breakfast, head home and rest. Oh. Long live the boss. Boss, I love you. Boss, I want to bury your children. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, the employees felt a deep sense of relief. Their recent hard work hadn't been in vain. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Zhou had already established his image within the company. After instructing someone to order breakfast, Bai Zhou strode into Sunmmy's office. Opening the door, he found Sunmmary holding a stemmed glass brimming with liquor. She tilted her head back and took a sip. The amber liquid slowly flowed into her crimson lips, a single droplet escaping the corner of her mouth. It trickled down her smooth chin, over her slender, fair neck, and into the sinful abyss below, leaving only a faint crimson trail. Bai Zhou cleared his throat softly. Sunmmary finally noticed his arrival, setting down the glass. She lifted her eyes, now slightly hazy from the alcohol, and said softly, "You're here." Bai Zhou slapped his face to regain composure before asking Sunmmary, "Did you stay up all night?" Sigh. If the boss doesn't care about the results, then it's up to me, the manager, to care, right? Someone has to keep an eye on things. Alright, now that the results are out, you should hurry home and get some sleep. Oh, and I've given you all 3 days off. Rest well, no need to come into the office these 3 days. Sunmmary released the hand propping up her head, slumped over the desk, and said in a tone bordering on whining, "But I can't go home. I'm drunk and can't drive." Bai Zhou sighed helplessly, walked over to help Sunmmary up, and said, "I'll drive you home." Out of Bai Zhou's line of sight, a sly gleam flashed in Sunmmy's eyes as the corners of her mouth curved upward. After giving Bai Zhou her address, she let him support her down the stairs and into the car. Employees who witnessed the scene couldn't help but let out a chorus of "oh" and teasing remarks, all of which Bai Zhou silenced one by one. Yet Sunmmary, leaning against Bai Zhou, seemed completely oblivious. Instead, she drew closer and closer to him, her embrace growing tighter and tighter. Bai Zhou helped Sunmmary into the passenger seat of his King of Kalman, then took the driver's seat and started the car. Sunmmary then reminded Bai Zhou, "Boss, I can't get my seatbelt fastened. Could you help me?" Bai Zhou turned his head, watching Sunmmary awkwardly tugging at the seatbelt. He shook his head, then leaned over to help her. One hand steadied Sunmmy's seat as he leaned in, his entire body appearing before her. His other hand reached around her to pull the seatbelt free. To any onlooker, this posture would have looked like Bai Zhou was embracing Sunmmary. Moreover, the confined space inside the car meant the distance between them was practically indistinguishable from an embrace. The mingled scent of alcohol and milk from Sunmmy's body filled Bai Zhou's nostrils. Had he not been so experienced and battle-hardened, he might have lost control right then and there. Even so, Bai Zhou felt a surge of desire. It took considerable effort to fasten Sunmmy's seatbelt, and the process inevitably involved some intimate physical contact. Especially when he bent down to fasten her seatbelt, all he could see were those enormous headlights. Seriously, impossible to look away. Sunmmary even deliberately arched her back, nearly becoming Bai Zhou's face wash. Phew. Sitting in the driver's seat, Bai Zhou exhaled deeply and glanced at Sunmmary. She was looking at him with a spring in her eyes and a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Bai Zhou gathered his scattered thoughts and said to her, "Sit tight. We're about to depart." Sunmmary didn't live with her parents, she lived on her own in a home she had purchased herself, of course. Though smaller than the Bai family's home, Sunmmary clearly cherished it. She had decorated it warmly and cozily, with handmade crafts, potted plants, and paintings scattered throughout. Bai Zhou helped Sunmmary onto the sofa, poured her a glass of water, and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Sunmmary asked him, "Where are you going?" "Just heading back to the office to see if anyone's finished work yet. I can just ask for you in the group chat." "You're not leaving. I'm drunk and need someone to look after me." Bai Zhou stared at Sunmmary, who appeared charmingly tipsy yet had crystal clear thoughts, and found himself at a loss for words. "No, if you don't agree, I'll cry." Seeing Sunmmy's lips immediately pucker as if she might burst into tears any second, Bai Zhou could only sigh helplessly. Alright. I won't leave. Is that okay?" Sunmmary instantly broke into a smile, her expression shifting so swiftly it was as if the person who nearly cried moments ago wasn't her at all. "Your acting skills are a waste if you don't become an actress." "I don't care. You promised me." 56. Running an errand, bumping into a hater? By the time she left Sunmmy's place, it was already the next morning. Opening the door, Bai Zhou emerged, hands on her hips, smacking her lips as she declared, "Now you know how awesome I am." "What? You say you don't know what Bai Zhou and Sunmmary did yesterday? You have a friend who wants to find out?" "Not impossible. But it'll cost extra." Driving home in the bright morning light. He still had tasks to complete, he couldn't get too lost in the sweet embrace of comfort. The thought of that task, delivering 500 takeout orders to fans and getting positive reviews, gave Bai Zhou a headache. It wasn't about anything else, he just didn't know how to face his fans. Especially since he had more female fans. When faced with those aggressive girls, should he comply? Or refuse? It was a truly perplexing dilemma. But there was no time to dwell on it. After all, a hefty sum of pocket money was beckoning. Things would work themselves out eventually. Bai Zhou changed into his gear, adding an extra mask and scarf mainly to avoid being recognized by fans on the street. Signing autographs and taking photos? Too many of those get tiring. Let's see which lucky fan gets to be my first customer. Bai Zhou accepted an order to deliver bubble tea. The destination was a company probably ordered by some corporate drone.
Bai Zhou quickly made his way downstairs. He dashed into the elevator just before the doors closed.
Inside were two others, a man and a woman.
His face completely covered, Bai Zhou went unnoticed. The girl kept her head down, engrossed in a video. The guy glanced at her phone, his expression turning dismissive.
You watch this too? Why are so many people watching him these days? Don't you find it annoying? Boring? Why would it be boring? I could watch handsome guys and beautiful girls with great looks and figures a million times and never get tired of it. The girl didn't even lift her head, completely absorbed in the video. I just don't get why you're so obsessed with this guy. Honestly, he's handsome, but not exceptionally so. He looks about the same as me. As for his physique, if I had time to hit the gym, I could easily match him.
Hearing this, the girl paused the video and looked up with a surprised expression.
Where'd you get that confidence? From your beer belly? Or your stamina that leaves you gasping after climbing 5 flights?
Bai Zhou also sized up the man. He was probably just over 5 feet 7 inches but under 5 feet 9 inches, about the same height as the girl wearing heels. His hair looked greasy, probably unwashed for 2 days. He wore square-framed glasses with dust visible on the lenses, likely untouched for ages too. He wore a blue plaid shirt, jeans, and a pair of step sneakers.
How to put it?
He was the type who'd blend into a crowd so seamlessly you'd never find him again if you took your eyes off him for a second.
To say something like that?
Only 4 words can describe his courage: commendable. The guy was hit where it hurt and started ranting.
It's all because of work. I'm swamped with work. He's just a delivery guy, Bai Zhou. Sure, he's got a decent face and a decent build, but why does everyone like him so much? And if you ask me, his delivery guy identity might even be a cover.
The man paused, as if gathering his thoughts, then continued.
He posted that video just to promote his company, right?
I already looked into it. The shares of this Hongqing network company just transferred to his name.
Maybe Bai Zhou is some rich kid using this for publicity. And those videos he made before?
Trust me, there's definitely a team behind him hyping him up, you know that. Bai Zhou, who'd been watching the drama unfold, was speechless.
How come I never knew I had a team promoting me?
The girl grew annoyed and snapped at the guy.
So the trolls are right here beside me?
You're just sour grapes. Bai Zhou really does deliver food, it's not fake.
Lots of girls online say they've seen him when ordering takeout. He's not putting on a show. And do you think a body like his is something a lazy bum like you could ever build? Rich kid? Even if he is, he's a hard-working rich kid. He's a million times better than you. Why can't I like him?
Hearing her praise, Bai Zhou felt secretly pleased. The guy was already spouting nonsense.
You women are all hypocrites. You only like men who are rich, good-looking, and have great bodies. So shallow. TSK. Hearing this, Bai Zhou couldn't stand it anymore, mainly because this guy was embarrassing all men. Hey, buddy, you're missing the point here. Don't you like girls who are rich, beautiful, and fit? Aren't you shallow too? Don't tell me you've never fantasized about being kept by a young, attractive rich woman? Bai Zhou said calmly. Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours, you lousy delivery guy? Ah, you were chatting among yourselves, and it really wasn't my business. But since you're talking about me, I've got to step in.
With that, Bai Zhou removed his helmet, took off his mask, and loosened his scarf.
Bai Zhou. Ah, it's the real Bai Zhou.
The girl stared in disbelief at the person before her, the very one she'd seen in the video. The overwhelming shock made her head spin. Her heart pounded wildly as she clutched her chest.
This must be fate. Ah, this is my destiny with Bai Zhou. What should we name our child? I wonder if he prefers boys or girls. How many should we have?
With the 3-child policy now in place, the man's expression changed instantly upon seeing Bai Zhou's face, his complexion turning pale. Recalling the heroic kick Bai Zhou delivered in the video, the man felt a dull ache in his kidneys.
First off, I'm definitely not some rich kid. I'm really just a delivery guy. It's just that I'm pretty good at making money and have picked up a few skills along the way.
So all those videos you've seen are real: the cooking, the workouts, the heroics. At this point, Bai Zhou turned to the girl beside him with a warm smile and said gently, "Only the one you saw was staged. I made it specifically to promote my new company.
Hope you'll keep supporting me."
Her eyes lit up like stars as she nodded excitedly, pulling out her phone to show Bai Zhou.
I already downloaded the app. It's so useful. The videos are amazing. So sweet.
Bai Zhou, I'll totally support you.
Just then, the elevator doors opened.
Bai Zhou lifted the takeout box in his hand.
I'm off. Gotta deliver this order. Have a great day, girl. As for you.
Bai Zhou glanced at the man standing silently with his head bowed, then shook his head. Hope you don't just talk the talk.
If you really think you can train to get a body like mine, why not give it a shot first? I know.
Bai Zhou stepped out of the elevator, leaving behind the cowering man and the wildly excited woman, each lost in their own thoughts.
57 First order. Unexpected reward. Bai Zhou arrived at the destination for this order. The door was open. He walked in, looked at the people working, and called out. Who ordered the bubble tea? Those buried in their work suddenly turned to look at Bai Zhou. Is that Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou came to deliver food here? No cameras. Not staged. It's real. Oh my god, I was just watching that video. I looked up and Bai Zhou was right in front of me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Hey, girl, are you sure it's okay to slack off so blatantly? Bai Zhou couldn't help but inwardly complain. He'd forgotten he'd taken off all the gear covering his face, now appearing before everyone with his now famous handsome features on full display. Oh no, am I going to get stuck signing autographs and taking photos again? Bai Zhou felt a flutter of panic as he looked at the eager crowd before him. Hey, everyone, calm down. I'm just here to deliver some takeout. Who ordered bubble tea? Just then, a petite girl burst out from inside. If not for Bai Zhou's sharp eyes, he wouldn't have spotted her. She charged straight to Bai Zhou, skidding to a sudden halt and nearly losing her balance. Mine. 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 I ordered it. Bai Zhou looked down at her. Flat as a pancake. Ha? Baby face? Twin ponytails? My DNA is reacting. Lolita? Bai Zhou looked at the girl who barely reached his chest and cautiously asked. Where are your parents? Are they employees here? Did you come to visit? Ha! Bai Zhou, you've got it all wrong. Xiao Wu has already graduated from university. She's an employee of our company. A legal loli? Bai Zhou looked down to examine her closely. Who the hell could tell? If you didn't say anything, anyone would think this girl hadn't even finished middle school. Wu Yu heard Bai Zhou's words? Though she was used to it by now, she still felt a pang of disappointment. She didn't choose to look this way, it wasn't something she could control. Sorry, girl. I didn't know you. Bai Zhou apologized sincerely to Wu Yu. Wu Yu's mood instantly lifted. Wow. He apologized so earnestly. Love it, love it. Even his apology looks so handsome. My heart is fluttering. Ahem. After calming the little deer pounding in her chest, Wu Yu flashed a sweet smile and reached out to take the milk tea. No problem. My name is Wu Yu. Not speechless. Wu with the heavenly sky, you with the maiden. Hey, Bai Zhou, if you promise me one thing, I'll forgive you. And give you a 5-star review. Wu Yu said playfully. Ha? What could it be? But what kind of mischief could a little girl possibly have in mind? Alright, I'll agree. Go ahead. Bai Zhou couldn't help but smile like a doting father. Wu Yu's big dark eyes twinkled mischievously. Give me a hug. Bai Zhou froze, expecting something serious. This was easy. Without another word, Bai Zhou opened his arms and embraced Wu Yu. Snuggled in his embrace, Wu Yu flashed a mischievous smile and secretly slid her small hand upward. Bai Zhou felt a cool little hand exploring his abdomen, causing his body to stiffen. What are you doing? Bai Zhou asked in a low voice. I've never touched abs before. Let me feel them. Wu Yu argued with righteous indignation. After finally granting Wu Yu's request, Bai Zhou received a positive review, completing his first fan delivery order. Just as Bai Zhou let out a sigh of relief and prepared to relax, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected host completing first fan delivery order and receiving positive feedback. Achievement unlocked, delivery star 11. Next achievement to unlock, delivery star 1100. Achievement reward, Hongqing Network Company, Limited's funding gap has been filled. Just then, Bai Zhou's phone buzzed. He opened it to find a notification from Hongqing Network, 7 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Wow, achievements actually pay out? This reward came at just the right time. It finally covered the company's funding gap. While I could have filled it myself by delivering food, it's better to plug the hole sooner rather than later. Who knows what better uses the future earnings might have. Bai Zhou glanced at the time, it was almost noon. Shen Mei should be awake by now. He called Shen Mei. Moments later, she answered, her lazy voice coming through the phone. Boss, let me rest a bit longer. All right. I called to see if you were awake. If you are, head to the kitchen and grab something to eat. I prepared it before I left. Just heat it up and it's ready. Oh, and by the way, I've covered the company's funding gap. What? Shen Mei's tone changed instantly. The company's funding gap is covered? That fast? Whoa, ouch. What's wrong? It hurts. Ha? What did you hit? Oh. I see. TSK. Who told you to move around? Can't you just lie still? It's all your fault. You didn't know how to treat a lady gently on my first time. Recalling how rough he'd been yesterday, Bai Zhou sheepishly rubbed his nose and soothed her. I'm sorry, okay? Don't worry. We'll handle company matters after you've rested. Anyway, our company has no more worries now. All we need to do is focus on growing. Oh, what do you want for dinner tonight? I'll bring it back. No way. I only have 3 days off. I don't want to spend all 3 days bedridden because of you. You're not allowed to come to my place these days. Bai Zhou sighed helplessly. Wait, do I seem that desperate to you? I can control myself. I'm just going to bring you dinner, I won't do anything to you.
Sunmmy's voice took on a seductive tone.
But I can't control myself. Sunmmary, get a grip. Believe me or not, I'll storm over to your place right now. No. Boss, I'm sorry, please let me off.
Seeing you, I really can't control myself.
Bai Zhou shook his head and smiled. Alright, enough joking around. Get some rest these next few days. One more thing, school starts soon. Handle any company matters that come up first. Only contact me if you can't resolve something, okay? Oh, right. Boss, you're going back to school? But the company just got on track. Are you really that confident?
I trust you, and I trust the company's colleagues.
Besides, university schedules aren't that demanding.
I'll drop by the office when I have time, but day-to-day issues will mainly depend on you.
Got it.
After chatting for a while, Dian hung up the phone.
58 back to school. Chen Yueying ignites the forum.
Time slipped away as Bai Zhou delivered food and handled company affairs. Before he knew it, the day of the semester's start arrived. That morning, Bai Zhou drove to the airport to pick up Chen Yueying and Wang Ning. Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying hadn't seen each other for nearly half a month. The moment she laid eyes on him, Chen Yueying found it hard to contain her emotions. But with her mother Wang Ning by her side, she managed to suppress her emotions.
Let me take the luggage. Should I take you straight to Jiangxia Normal University to register?
Bai Zhou took Chen Yueying's luggage and asked.
Chen Yueying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled brightly at Bai Zhou. Let's register first. We can tidy up the dorm after that. Wang Ning also smiled and greeted Bai Zhou. Zhou, what have your parents been up to lately?
I saw on WeChat moments they've been traveling all over these past few days.
Oh, them? They've mostly been playing lately, sightseeing and traveling every day. They don't have to worry about anything else.
I brought them here just so they could have a good time.
That makes sense.
With Xiao Zhou being so capable, your parents really don't have much to worry about.
Unlike Xiaoying.
Xiao Zhou, since both you and Xiaoying will be studying in Jiangxia, you must help Auntie take good care of Xiaoying.
Don't worry, Auntie. Alright, I'll go find your parents.
You young folks handle the rest yourselves.
Once you're done, Xiaoying, just give your mom a call. Auntie, shall I drive you over? No need, no need. You two are busy. I'll go on my own.
After bidding farewell to Wang Ning, Bai Zhou drove Chen Yueying to Jiangxia Normal University. Today was Jiangxia Normal University's freshman registration day, and the campus entrance was packed with people. Countless prospective students and their parents gathered here, carrying bags and suitcases, their faces filled with anticipation for college life.
Of course, besides the new students, there were also many upperclassmen specifically there to welcome them. Whether they were there for the orientation or something else entirely remained unclear.
Bai Zhou parked by the roadside and helped Chen Yueying carry her suitcase through the campus gates. Unsurprisingly, due to their striking appearances, Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying became the center of attention, with seniors scrambling to greet them. A well-mannered looking guy with glasses beat everyone to Chen Yueying, approaching her with a smile and asking, "Are you here to register, freshman? What's your major? Let me show you around. Where's your luggage?" Over at Bai Zhou's side, a short-haired senior was also there to greet him.
"Hello, freshman. What's your major? Let me show you around."
Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying exchanged a glance. Bai Zhou hoisted Chen Yueying's backpack onto his own shoulders, freeing his hands to take hers. Smiling, he addressed them. "Sorry, I'm here to see her off.
I'm studying at Bai Business College.
Where's the registration desk for Chinese language and literature?" The bespectacled senior and the short-haired senior exchanged glances, both seeing resignation in each other's eyes. They'd hoped to take advantage of the freshman's naivety and sweet-talk their way into a date, only to discover the pair were already a couple. The bespectacled senior walked away disappointed, while the short-haired senior dropped her smile, giving Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying directions in a flat tone. After Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying left, the short-haired senior whispered to a classmate beside her.
"TSK probably started dating back in middle school. But the girl got into a better school than the guy. Want to bet how long it'll take before they break up? 3 months, I say. With that freshman's looks, she'll have plenty of suitors soon. If she lasts 3 months, that'd be impressive. I'm not so sure. You won't believe it, but tonight her photos will be all over the school forum. Then those 3 rich brats at our school will probably start causing trouble again. Oh yeah. That guy's so unlucky. He's handsome, but he probably never imagined his girlfriend would soon belong to someone else." Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were unaware of their discussion as they walked straight toward the Chinese language and literature registration desk. With Bai Zhou's help, Chen Yueying quickly finished her registration and all the subsequent procedures. After settling into their dorm, neither Chen Yueying nor Bai Zhou saw their roommate. Bai Zhou had planned to invite Chen Yueying's roommate out for a meal to help her bond with her new housemate, but since no one showed up, they gave up. With everything settled, the two chatted cheerfully as they walked out of the campus gates. Little did Chen Yueying know, however, that she had already become a sensation on the campus forum. A photography-loving senior happened to spot Chen Yueying walking along the path.
Struck by her breathtaking beauty, long hair cascading over her shoulders, a white dress flowing in the breeze, he captured the moment. She flashed a smile at Bai Zhou.
He promptly uploaded the photo to the school forum. Shocking. Freshman emerges as strong contender for campus beauty. Sweet and innocent girl.
The post instantly exploded across the campus forum, with senior male students leaving comments like ravenous wolves.
Is this our freshman? I declare. From this moment on, she is my new goddess. Wow, her smile is so sweet. Give me 3 minutes, I need to know everything about this girl. I'll just confidently say hi, hey, babe. Step aside, I'm on fire, let me wake up the guy upstairs. The post's popularity soared with each new viewer, rapidly climbing to the top of the school forum's rankings. At a cafe near campus, a young man with a smug expression stared at this post on his phone, letting out constant tisk sounds. This is right up my alley. There's been no shortage of quality catches on campus these past few years, but someone this amazing? First time ever. This time, I won't let them beat me to it. I've got to strike first.
The young man stroked his chin and whispered instructions to a henchman beside him. Then, a faint smirk touched his lips as his eyes burned with desire, fixed on the smiling Chen Yueying in the photo. This young man was none other than one of the renowned 3 princes of Jiangxia Normal University.
Currently a sophomore, he was Li Chaoyang, vice president of the student union. Rumor had it his family wielded considerable influence and wealth in Jiangxia.
This very coffee shop was his creation, primarily used as a base for picking up girls. He had garnered immense attention on his very first day at school. Everyone, from teachers to students, knew him because he had arrived driving a Ferrari 488 Spider, making an extremely flashy entrance.
After enrollment, his arrogance only intensified.
He swiftly ascended to the student council leadership, buying widespread support with lavish spending, including numerous female admirers who idolized him. He certainly didn't waste this advantage. By his freshman year alone, he'd gone through at least 40 girlfriends, each uniquely attractive, with rumors swirling that he'd conquered every single one. These exploits earned him and 2 other similarly privileged students the collective title of the 3 playboys of Jiangxia Normal University. Now, Li Chaoyang had set his sights on Chen Yueying.
59 Calm down.
That guy is Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's registration day wasn't today, so after helping Chen Yueying register, he took her out to eat first. It was Chen Yueying's first time in Jiangxia, and she was visibly excited after leaving the school. Bai Zhou, Jiangxia is so big.
And there are so many people. It's so lively here.
As Bai Zhou drove, watching Chen Yueying's excited expression, he couldn't help but feel happy himself. Yeah, it is the crossroads of the 9 provinces after all.
It's big and crowded.
Oh, and the Wuchang fish here is famous.
Want to try some?
Sure. I love fish. Bai Zhou chuckled and drove straight to the same fish restaurant where he treated Zhou Fan and her best friend last time. Truth be told, the fish there was truly delicious. Upon entering the restaurant, Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were stunned. It was packed.
The open seating areas were nearly full.
Bai Zhou called over a waiter and requested a private room. The server led them toward the private room. Along the way, they passed a table of guests who appeared to be students from a nearby university. Among them was the creepy guy who had secretly passed notes to someone during Bai Zhou and Zhou Fan's previous meal. This creepy guy seemed to specialize in this sort of thing. When he spotted Bai Zhou, he only thought the man looked familiar, he couldn't quite place him. But the moment he saw Chen Yueying, his eyes lit up.
Business opportunity.
His spirits soared, his expression growing even sleeker. He'd been monitoring campus forums and had already memorized Chen Yueying's sudden emergence today. He knew many on campus were desperate to find her whereabouts, and now, here she was, right before his eyes. As the creepy guy was calculating who he could sell this scoop to for maximum profit, his phone rang.
Hey, Fong Lin, got any scoop on our new campus beauty?
A flippant male voice came from the other end. Li Chaoyang.
Yo! Young Master Li. That girl actually caught your eye?
What a stroke of luck for her. But you know how it is, she just arrived, so info on her is scarce. I only managed to dig up some basic details from her department.
Cut the bull. Tell me everything you know. Don't worry, you'll get your share of the benefits. Li Chaoyang snapped impatiently.
Okay. So, this girl's name is Chen Yueying.
Her family is supposedly from Longcheng.
I didn't see her parents when she arrived, but there was a guy who brought her.
Probably her boyfriend.
And this guy seems to be a student at Bai Business College.
That's all I know. Fong Lin reported respectfully. TSK boyfriend? That's hilarious. A student from Bai Trade College thinks he's worthy of dating someone from Jiangxia Normal University? Especially the new campus beauty? If word gets out, won't it make us look like the guys at Jiangxia Normal are useless? Looks like I'll have to step in this time to restore our university's reputation. Li Chaoyang declared with righteous indignation over the phone. Fong Lin understood exactly what he meant. It was just that he was itching to get his hands on Chen Yueying because she was pretty. Why make it sound so serious? Put. Of course, he only dared to think that to himself. You're absolutely right, Mr. Li. We need you to step in and snatch our campus beauty back from that guy. Otherwise, how will people view our schools, guys? It's too embarrassing.
Mr. Lee, I know where our campus beauty and her boyfriend are right now.
What do you say? Got it. Money's already transferred. Hurry up and tell me where they are. If you dare lie to me, you'll regret it. No way. How could I dare deceive you, young Master Lee?
I still need to get by at school.
They're currently at.
Fong Lin informed Li Chaoyang that Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were dining here, even giving him the private room number. A moment later, Fong Lin's phone buzzed.
Wealth Treasure received 1,000 yuan.
Inside the private room, Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were enjoying their meal. Chen Yueying picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Bai Zhou's bowl, saying happily,
"This fish is so delicious. You have to try it." "I know, that's why I brought you here. If you like it, I'll cook it for you sometime." "You know how to cook it?"
Bai Zhou, confident in his ability, picked up the piece of fish and put it in his mouth.
Chewing, he replied, "It's simple. This is braised wuchang fish.
Heat oil in a hot pan, then stir-fry scallion segments, garlic slices, and ginger slices until fragrant. Add the prepared wuchang fish, then pour in cooking wine, vinegar, soy sauce, sugar, and a pinch of chicken bouillon to season. Gently flip the fish with a spatula, cover, and simmer over medium heat. When the sauce thickens, remove from heat and plate.
The key to this dish is controlling the heat. If you get the simmering temperature just right, the flavors will penetrate perfectly. And mastering heat control? That's a piece of cake for me."
Chen Yueying recalled the meal Bai Zhou had prepared at home and suddenly felt completely confident in him.
"Then you have to cook it for me later."
"Of course." Just then, a knock sounded at the private room door.
"Come in."
The door opened and the waiter apologetically addressed Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying.
"Excuse me, ladies.
I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, but there are a few guests outside who say they know Miss Chen Yueying.
They're here to see you. Would it be possible to bring them in?"
Chen Yueying was puzzled.
People knew her? How could that be?
It was her first time in Jiangxia.
Besides Bai Zhou, she didn't know anyone here.
She glanced at Bai Zhou, noticing he looked just as puzzled. He knew Chen Yueying's situation well, so he was equally curious about these people claiming to know her. So Bai Zhou told the waiter.
"All right, then let them come in." The waiter nodded and stepped aside. "Bai Zhou, I don't know anyone here. How could someone be looking for me?" "I know. Don't worry. Whatever it is, I'll handle it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's see who's looking for you first."
No sooner had he spoken than the private room door swung open again. Leading the way was Li Chaoyang, his face brimming with arrogance and tyranny, followed by several henchmen. The moment he entered, he spotted Chen Yueying and announced to his henchmen.
"Ah. So this is our new campus beauty, Miss Chen.
She's even more stunning in person than in photos, far surpassing her reputation."
"Absolutely.
Young Master Lee, your taste is impeccable.
Our campus beauty is truly stunning. She's a perfect match for you. I just don't know who that guy next to her is. Heard he's from Abai Trade School? When did Abai Trade School students get to sit at the same table as our Jiangxia Normal University campus beauty? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Chen Yueying was completely bewildered. What was going on? Who were these people?
She turned to Bai Zhou, only to find his expression had hardened into cold indifference. His voice was detached as he asked.
"Who are you? What do you want with Chen Yueying?" Li Chaoyang snorted coldly at the remark, glaring at Bai Zhou as he declared. "I'm Li Chaoyang, Vice President of the Student Union at Jiangxia Normal University. What business do you have with Chen Yueying?"
"What business is it of an outsider like you what the Vice President of the Student Union does with a student from our school? If you know what's good for you, get lost and stop interrupting my time bonding with Chen." At that moment, a subordinate who had been silently watching Bai Zhou suddenly spoke up.
"Mr. Li, calm down. That man looks like Bai Zhou. The 60 restaurant incident."
Li Chaoyang turned to glare at the subordinate who had spoken.
"What did you say? Bai Zhou? That Bai Zhou who's been all over the news lately?" The subordinate took a closer look at Bai Zhou and confirmed his identity. "Yep, it's him."
He then lowered his voice and whispered the report into Li Chaoyang's ear.
"And that delivery guy who made the news for his heroic act? That was him too." Li Chaoyang's pupils contracted. He'd seen that video too.
Back then, he'd envied the delivery guy's sharp, decisive moves, often fantasizing about having that kind of skill himself.
Wouldn't he be able to run rampant at school then?
But if this man before him really was Bai Zhou, then... Li Chaoyang glanced back at the 3 henchmen he'd brought along. Including himself, there were 4 of them. He quickly assessed their combat strength. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Li Chaoyang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
Just then, Chen Yueying grabbed Bai Zhou as he tried to stand up. She feared he might beat up Li Chaoyang and his crew the way he had dealt with Song Xiaofeng earlier. It wasn't for any other reason, mainly, she worried they were unfamiliar with Jiangxia and feared Bai Zhou might get the short end of the stick. Holding Bai Zhou's hand, she shot Li Chaoyang a look of utter disgust. "I don't know you, I don't want to know you, and I certainly don't want to engage with you emotionally.
So what if Bai Zhou is a student at Abe Trade School? What does that have to do with you? Please leave immediately. Don't disturb our meal. And I never want to see you again. This was the first time Bai Zhou had ever seen Chen Yueying angry. He forgot all about confronting Li Chaoyang and instead stared at her with surprise and intense focus.
An angry Chen Yueying was striking in a way Bai Zhou had never seen before. Though her cheeks flushed, it wasn't the blush of shyness. This flush came from rising anger, and her eyes held no trace of bashfulness, only fury and disgust. Li Chaoyang, who had been scolded by Chen Yueying, felt his face burning with shame and wanted to retort. But when he saw Bai Zhou sitting beside her, he backed down. Damn it, better to swallow your pride now than lose face later. She's studying at Jiangxia Normal University anyway, plenty of chances to deal with her later. With that thought, Li Chaoyang shot Chen Yueying a single glance, said nothing, and turned to leave the private room. Young Master Li, are we just going to let them off like that? How dare Chen Yueying speak to you like that? She's really showing no gratitude. Shouldn't we teach them a lesson? After stepping outside, one of Li Chaoyang's henchmen fumed. Li Chaoyang shot him a cold glance and replied expressionlessly. Sure. They're still eating inside. I'll give you a chance, go storm in there and beat Bai Zhou up. Think you can handle him? The underling froze instantly. If he could beat Bai Zhou, why would he be tagging along behind Li Chaoyang? Just then, the henchman who had recognized Bai Zhou in the private room earlier chimed in. You know nothing. This is a strategic retreat. Circumstances dictate our actions, we can't confront Bai Zhou head on inside. Oomph. If it weren't for young Master Li's wise decision, you'd be in the hospital today. How could you even stand here shooting your mouth off? Li Chaoyang's expression softened slightly at this, and he nodded. Exactly. As long as Chen Yueying is still studying here, she won't escape my grasp. Oomph. Once we're back at school, I'll mold her however I please. Exactly, young Master Li. Once she's back at school, Chen Yueying will be like Sun Wukong in the Buddha's palm, completely at your mercy. The younger brother quickly flattered him. Oomph. Let's go back to campus. We'll discuss how to deal with her properly. Inside the private room, Chen Yueying still felt a bit angry. It wasn't about anything else, it was mainly because Li Chaoyang had spoken disrespectfully to Bai Zhou, and she couldn't accept that. Don't take what Bai Zhou said earlier to heart, okay? So that's why you were upset? Yes. How could he speak to you like that? He doesn't know you at all. Recalling Li Chaoyang's words, Chen Yueying felt her anger rising again. Seeing her puffed up, indignant expression, Bai Zhou felt deeply touched. It turned out she cared so much about him. Alright, don't be upset. I didn't take his words to heart anyway. What he says has nothing to do with me, I don't care. Bai Zhou ruffled Chen Yueying's hair and smiled at her. Seeing Bai Zhou completely unfazed, Chen Yueying relaxed. She picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl, saying, when he finished speaking, your expression looked just like when you punched Song Xiaofeng. I thought you were going to get angry and was worried you might punch them too. I did want to do that back then, Bai Zhou admitted. But it wasn't because of what he said about me. It was because he was eyeing you. But you shouldn't have hit him. We're new to Jiangxia, what if you'd gotten hurt? How could I get hurt by someone like that? You really underestimate me, don't you? After returning to school, Li Chaoyang gathered his usual crew for a meeting to discuss how to deal with Chen Yueying and Bai Zhou. Underling A piped up first. Young Master Li, we could spread rumors online that Chen Yueying is dating some broke student from a third-rate university. Forget mentioning Bai Zhou, he has got too many fans on campus. Just say she has hooked up with some deadbeat who delivers takeout just to scrape together living expenses, the kind who can't even afford to buy her gifts. Right. We can also spread rumors that Chen Yueying isn't just dating some broke student, she's hooked up with a rich guy. Someone saw her getting into a car with someone today. The main point is that she's a flighty woman, playing both sides. If we spread this story, Chen Yueying will definitely be ostracized. Then our young Master Li can step in as the hero to rescue the damsel in distress, clearing up these rumors. Chen Yueying will surely be captivated by young Master Li. At that point, he'll be able to make her do whatever he wants. Yeah, exactly. Those two outsiders dare to cross young Master Li here, not realizing that with just a flick of his finger, he could have them groveling at his feet. Exactly. And we're not even spreading rumors. Bai Zhou is just some internet celebrity, he still has to deliver takeout for a living, right? Listening to his crew's discussion, Li Chaoyang's mind solidified on the next plan. Alright, let's do it. We'll start by isolating Chen Yueying. You guys, put your skills to work and give it your all. Once it's done, you'll get your share of the rewards. Understood. Just watch, young Master Li. Thus, unbeknownst to Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying, a smear campaign targeting them quietly unfolded on Jiangxia Normal University's online forum. 61. Rumors? Slander? After dinner, Bai Zhou took Chen Yueying to his new apartment in Jiangxia. Wang Ning was also staying there. With plenty of guest rooms in the new place, she and her daughter would spend the night there. Early the next morning, Bai Jianjun and Li Hui took Wang Ning out. Chen Yueying needed to visit her classmates and teachers at school, while Bai Zhou had to register for classes. So Bai Zhou first dropped Chen Yueying off at Jiangxia Normal University before heading to Abe Business College to enroll himself. The moment Chen Yueying arrived at school, she felt like someone was watching her from the road. She had no idea what had happened on the school forum the previous night, nor did she know how much the rumors had escalated overnight. She was like a little white rabbit, recklessly stumbling into a den of wolves.
Look! Isn't that the school's new campus beauty over there? What a joke!
She's just a good-looking gold digger. Oomph. She deliberately picked a poor boyfriend to cover her tracks while she's out living it up with rich guys. Hey, that's just the reward she earned through her labor.
Work? You mean work in bed?
Ha! Whenever people spotted Chen Yueying on the street, they'd whisper among themselves, leaving her with an uneasy feeling. Suddenly, a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, clutching several books, and dressed in an old-fashioned style approached. She stopped in front of Chen Yueying, lifted her chin high, looked down on her, and said with utter contempt, "Oomph. You've barely stepped onto Jiangxia Normal University's campus and already you're doing such immoral things. You're bringing shame upon our school.
And upon all of us girls. Shameless. Ugh."
With that, she turned and strode away without looking back. Chen Yueying had no idea what had just happened.
Who was she talking to? Me? What did I do? A wave of disorientation washed over her. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
After pondering for ages without figuring out what she'd done wrong, Chen Yueying shook her head, gathered her thoughts, and continued toward the dormitory. After enduring pointed stares and whispers all the way, she finally reached the dorm entrance. Now free from the strange gazes that had followed her, she felt a strange sense of relief, like surviving a disaster.
Why was everyone targeting her? She was baffled.
Pushing open the door, she found her roommates already gathered inside, all huddled around a computer screen, seemingly engrossed in something. Hearing the door open, they all turned to look. When they saw it was Chen Yueying standing there, their expressions turned strange.
Why this look again? Why does everyone look at me like this?
Seeing those familiar expressions only deepened her confusion. Still, she suppressed her emotions and greeted her roommates.
"Hi, I'm Chen Yueying. Yeah, from Longchang."
She's a freshman in the Chinese language and literature department. We all know that already, no need for introductions. A short-haired girl sucking on a lollipop replied dismissively.
How did we end up sharing a dorm with her? This feeling of getting caught up in the drama you were watching is absolutely awful.
A slightly chubby girl chimed in beside her. Chen Yueying, I hope you don't bring any bad habits into our dorm. If you do, I'll request the dorm supervisor to transfer you out of this room. The girl in the long-sleeved shirt and pants with a ponytail said this to Chen Yueying.
Chen Yueying finally couldn't hold back. She asked her roommates. What's going on here? How do you even know who I am? Why are you saying I'll bring bad habits into the dorm? Don't you know what you've done? Do you really need us to spell it out?
As for how we know who you are, well, take a look for yourself. The short-haired girl pointed at the computer screen and continued.
And it's not just us, the whole school knows about your little escapades now. You're a big celebrity.
Chen Yueying walked over to the computer, her head full of question marks. She saw it was a post. She started reading it, only to find herself getting angrier the more she read. The post detailed how Chen Yueying was dating a poor student from a third-rate school, a guy who had to deliver takeout just to cover his living expenses only to turn around and hop into a rich guy's car. Someone even claimed they saw her check into a hotel with a middle-aged man last night at Home Inn.
No, that's not true. It's not like that. Chen Yueying felt like she was breaking down. She grabbed her phone and dialed Bai Zhou.
Bai Zhou had just finished registering and was chatting with a senior when he saw Chen Yueying's call pop up.
He answered. What's up? What do you need?
On the other end, Chen Yueying was already crying. She choked out the story about the post to Bai Zhou, then asked him.
Bai Zhou, what should I do? Why would someone spread such rumors online? Now everyone believes it. People have been pointing and whispering at me all the way here, and I have no idea what's going on. Thinking about it now, they must be insulting me.
After hearing this, Bai Zhou was furious. He knew it had to be that person from yesterday's meal whose name he couldn't recall who was behind it. But the most pressing issue now wasn't confronting him, but figuring out how to dispel the rumors.
Otherwise, Chen Yueying wouldn't be able to stay at this school.
After a moment's thought, Bai Zhou calmly said to Chen Yueying.
Xiaoying, don't worry. I have a plan. Wait for me, I'll come find you right away.
With that, Bai Zhou hung up, told his senior he had business to attend to, then sprinted out the school gates.
He drove straight to Jiangxia Normal University. He deliberately drove through the campus entrance and parked beneath the women's dormitory building.
Retrieving a megaphone he'd bought en route from the trunk, he stood below the building. Passers-by noticed the strikingly flashy car parked there and stopped to ask each other.
Hey, what kind of car is that? Looks so flashy. You don't know this car? It's the King Kelman. A super luxury car priced over 14 million. A globally limited edition. Wow. That's insane. The owner must be loaded. But what's someone that rich doing here?
Well, what else? To pick up girls, of course.
Just then, Bai Zhou opened the door and stepped out. Look! Someone's getting out. Hey, does anyone else think this guy looks familiar? Ah! It's Bai Zhou. The male lead from that viral video that's been all over the place these past few days. Bai Zhou? What's he doing here? Oh my gosh, he's so handsome. The moment the girls realized it was Bai Zhou, they instantly went wild, screaming like a pot that's boiled over. As the crowd grew larger, Bai Zhou sensed the moment was ripe. He turned on the loudspeaker and called out to the upper floor. Is Chen Yueying, the freshman in the Chinese language and literature department, here? Chen Yueying, are you here? I'm Bai Zhou, the boyfriend rumored to be so poor he has to deliver takeout to make ends meet, and also the middle-aged man they say is keeping you. I'm here to find you. Please come downstairs immediately. 62 setting the record straight. Zhou fan wants to see me? The moment Bai Zhou uttered these words, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Only the echo of the loudspeaker filled the air. What did he say? Chen Yueying? Isn't she the freshman campus beauty who's playing both sides, as rumored on the forum? From what Bai Zhou implied, both people mentioned on the forum were him. Then Chen Yueying must have been framed. I knew it. Chen Yueying looks so pure and adorable, how could she possibly do something like that? Chen Yueying, who was in her dorm room, also heard Bai Zhou shouting downstairs. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but when he called out 3 times in a row, she finally realized he had truly come. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. The rumors could no longer hurt her. While her roommate stood frozen in shock, Chen Yueying swiftly pushed open the door and rushed downstairs. At the base of the dorm building, Chen Yueying saw Bai Zhou standing amidst the crowd, holding a megaphone. His eyes were filled with tenderness and pity as he looked at her, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged within her heart. First came relief, then a pang of hurt. Chen Yueying's eyes stung as she buried her face and threw herself into Bai Zhou's open arms. She sobbed. Why are they spreading rumors? They've been targeting me since I arrived. I haven't done anything wrong. Bai Zhou held her close, gently stroking her back as he whispered softly in her ear. It's okay now. It's okay. No one will believe those rumors anymore. Don't worry. Chen Yueying wasn't truly angry. It was her first time facing such rumors, and the uproar had left her momentarily flustered. But seeing Bai Zhou, she was enveloped by the security and warmth he brought her. Like a child returning home to cry after being wronged, she clung to his embrace and poured out her grievances. She'd be fine once she got over this. After calming Chen Yueying, Bai Zhou raised the megaphone and addressed the surrounding crowd. As I mentioned earlier, in the rumors circulating on your school forum about Chen Yueying, both male figures involved are me. They got one thing right, I am indeed a delivery guy attending a third-rate university. But I'm not poor. Bai Zhou surveyed the faces around him, some filled with shock, others with admiration, and continued. I have a pretty good idea who's behind this mess. I'll settle the score with you properly. Bai Zhou's intervention to clear Chen Yueying's name quickly dominated Jiangxia Normal University's forum. Now the tide of public opinion has turned completely. I knew it. Rumors about Chen Yueying spreading right after she arrived? Someone must have been stirring the pot behind the scenes. Bai Zhou is so handsome. He looks way better in person than in videos. Wow, I'm so jealous of Chen Yueying. I know who's behind this, but I won't name names. The innocent will be proven innocent. Go Chen Yueying. Can't wait for the next chapter. I want to see Bai Zhou expose and take down the troublemakers. Li Chaoyang and his minions watched the changes unfolding on the forum, their expressions turning grim. Smash. Finally, Li Chaoyang couldn't hold back and smashed his phone. He was afraid Bai Zhou would expose him, but he couldn't show too much fear in front of his minions. So, forcing down his anger, he shouted. Damn it! Ruining my plans. I'll get him sooner or later. Though he put on a tough front, his underlings could hear the lack of conviction in his voice. The underlings dared not call him out, fearing retribution, and could only agree. Exactly. What does Bai Zhou think he is? Young Master Li just hasn't targeted him yet. Once young Master Li makes his move, a mere Bai Zhou will be crushed in an instant. Ahem, you're absolutely right. I'm just swamped with too many things on my plate right now to deal with him. Let him strut around for a couple more days. Once I have time. Li Chaoyang was all bark and no bite. The Chen Yueying incident had been causing quite a stir on campus these past few days, naturally drawing a lot of attention. Among those paying attention was Zhou Fan, an old acquaintance of Bai Zhou. As a teacher at Jiangxia Normal University, Zhou Fan usually paid little attention to the school forum. But this incident was too high profile to ignore. She heard about it from others and initially dismissed it as mere gossip among colleagues. That was until she heard a familiar name in the mix, Bai Zhou. Ha! After reading the entire thread on the forum, Zhou Fan slumped on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Her mood was rather sour. He already has a girlfriend, right? But Zhou Fan recalled the scenes from his previous meetings with Bai Zhou. Even knowing they were staged as boyfriend and girlfriend at his request that it was all fake, he couldn't help but dwell on them.
Now, learning Bai Zhou might have a girlfriend, it felt like waking from a dream. A sense of unreality and emptiness washed over her heart, leaving her breathless. Zhou Fan had seen on social media that Bai Zhou had arrived early in Jiangxia, but she had resisted going to see him, feeling that as a woman, she should maintain some reserve. But this incident suddenly ignited an urgent desire within her to see Bai Zhou. It felt as though if she didn't see him now, she might lose him forever. Zhou Fan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. After carefully analyzing the situation, she realized she couldn't make sense of anything. Her mind was completely consumed by the thought of seeing Bai Zhou. Forget it. No more thinking. I'll just go see him first. Resolved, Zhou Fan carefully selected her outfit. She didn't want to appear too aggressive in front of Bai Zhou, so she applied a first love makeup look seemingly natural but actually crafted with numerous cosmetic techniques. Her clothing appeared casual yet strategically revealed her neck and wrists. Her video, too, seemed simple yet perfectly accentuated her beauty. Gazing at her reflection, Zhou Fan nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time in her life she'd gone to such lengths to dress up for a man. I'm no worse than ten-yuan, I can't give up. Zhou Fan mustered his courage, slung a small backpack over his shoulder, and headed out to find Bai Zhou. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou had already returned to eBay trading. After calming Chen Yueying down, he left. After all, his registration matters weren't finished yet. He had just returned to the registration site, greeted the senior student he'd chatted with earlier, and hadn't even had time to sit down for a drink of water when Bai Zhou's phone rang again. Looks like our new freshman is quite the busy bee. The senior student teased. Bai Zhou bowed his hands and replied with a wry smile. I don't know what's going on today. Sorry, senior, I need to take this call. Stepping into an empty area, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. Zhou Fan? Why is she calling me? Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Bai Zhou felt puzzled but answered the call anyway. Hello, is this Bai Zhou? Where are you? I want to see you. 63 The most difficult grace of a beauty. Bai Zhou didn't know why Zhou Fan wanted to meet her, but considering she'd been in Jiangxia for several days without seeing her, meeting up now wouldn't hurt. So he agreed to meet her at a nearby coffee shop. Sitting in the shop, Bai Zhou silently sipped his coffee while pondering Zhou Fan's purpose for summoning him. After a while, maybe 10 minutes or so, Zhou Fan walked into the coffee shop. The moment she entered, Bai Zhou was stunned. To be honest, Bai Zhou often encountered beautiful women, and ordinary girls rarely stirred his aesthetic appreciation. Yet today, Zhou Fan somehow made his heart flutter. Zhou Fan wore an off-white, strapless long dress. Her long hair fell naturally over her shoulders, gradually sliding down her back with each step. Watching her, Bai Zhou couldn't help but recall the idiom old shoulders, smooth as silk. I've been a bit busy these past few days, between the enrollment matters and my new company, I just haven't had time to see you. I didn't expect you to call today. Is there something you need? Bai Zhou spoke as he watched Zhou Fan sit across from him. Zhou Fan didn't respond immediately. Instead, she kept staring at Bai Zhou's face, gently flicking a strand of hair that had fallen by her ear before saying to him. Yeah, counting on a busy bee like you to remember me would be impossible. Not only do you have registration, but also company matters and girlfriend issues to handle. Oh my, I'm just grateful you could squeeze in time to see me today amidst your hectic schedule. Huh? What's with this woman? She's attacking me right off the bat? Bai Zhou froze for a moment, then raised his hand to tap his forehead. Huh? Girlfriend? Yeah. Chen Yueying. She's become quite famous on campus now, almost everyone knows her. And it's all thanks to you, Who wouldn't want a boyfriend as outstanding as you? Well, to be honest, we're not actually boyfriend and girlfriend yet. We haven't gotten to that stage. We were high school classmates, and since we ended up at universities in the same city, her parents asked me to look out for her. Plus, those rumors on your school forum were about me too, so of course I had to help clear things up for her. Not there yet means you're working your way there, right? Zhou Fan cut Bai Zhou off, tilting his head at him. Yeah, I do like her a lot. Bai Zhou paused for a moment before admitting it. Zhou Fan's expression turned bitter, his eyes clouded with sorrow. He'd considered just standing up and walking away since things had come to this, but then he remembered Bai Zhou might not even know his feelings yet, and reluctance welled up inside him. She lowered her head in silence for a long moment before lifting it to meet Bai Zhou's eyes. With earnestness, she said. I like you. You're the first boy in my 24 years who's ever made my heart race. Even though I'm 6 years older than you, even though I'm your teacher and you're my student, I still like you. Bai Zhou opened his mouth to speak, but Zhou Fan cut him off. Don't say anything. Let me finish. Zhou Fan tucked her hair behind her ear and continued. The first time I saw you, I was just drawn to how handsome you are and your great physique. I thought I'd tease you a bit, see you flustered. But I didn't expect to be the one who lost control. Do you know how long my face stayed flushed and my heart pounded after you left? Recalling their first meeting, Zhou Fan fought back a blush as he voiced his true feelings. Ever since then, I couldn't stop thinking about you. At first, I didn't understand what was happening to me. Then, when I saw you on campus just your back, I realized for the first time that I could recognize someone just by their silhouette. At this point, a wry smile touched Zhou Fan's lips as he lowered his head to stir his coffee.
When you turned around, I was overjoyed. It really was you.
In that moment, I understood that the feeling lingering in my heart all along was called longing.
I realized my feelings for you were love.
Zhou Fan took a sip of coffee, her face flushed, yet she continued without pause.
After we last met, my feelings became even clearer.
But I kept getting caught up in all these worries, age, status, all sorts of nonsense. Plus, I'd never been in a relationship before, so I just couldn't bring myself to take things further with you. But then I ended up waiting only to receive bad news. By this point, tears welled in Zhou Fan's eyes. I know that if I don't make this clear now, I might never get another chance.
But what's the point of saying it? It's too late. If only I could have, if only I could have.
Watching Zhou Fan's shoulders tremble slightly, Bai Zhou felt a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, he finally understood deeply what it meant to be most tormented by a beauty's favor. Unlike with Sunmmary, what happened between them was mostly driven by hormones, and that woman certainly knew how to handle things.
But Zhou Fan?
Though 6 years his senior, she was still an emotional blank slate. Logically, a woman as beautiful and accomplished as her should never lack suitors like that man she met during their last dinner. Yet, whether by fate or some other reason, Zhou Fan, who had never been moved by any of her many admirers, had actually fallen for him.
Saying this might make me sound like a jerk, but did I really have no feelings for Zhou Fan? No.
Bai Zhou's head felt like it was about to explode.
What was she supposed to do now?
She couldn't bring herself to refuse him.
But if she accepted, how would Zhou Fan see her?
She just confessed her feelings for ten-yuan, and now she was agreeing to Zhou Fan's confession.
Would he think she was a player? It's all because I'm too perfect. With so many wonderful girls vying for my attention, choosing just one is impossible.
Bai Zhou's inner turmoil raged. Watching Zhou Fan silently weep, Bai Zhou moved the chair silently beside her and pulled her into his embrace.
Zhou Fan's body stiffened.
She instinctively tried to pull away, but then she thought this might be the last time he held her like this. She felt a lingering desire for this warmth, and her body gradually relaxed. She wrapped her arms tightly around Bai Zhou, as if trying to squeeze him into her very being. Bai Zhou stroked her silky long hair and whispered softly, "I can't deceive you or myself into pretending I don't feel anything for you.
But I also can't betray Yueying. Can we give each other some time to properly consider how to handle this relationship?"
Zhou Fan buried her face in Bai Zhou's chest, her voice muffled.
"Don't talk about that now. Just hold me a little longer."
Bai Zhou sighed silently, then tightened his arms, pulling Zhou Fan closer.
64 I want it all.
After leaving the coffee shop, Bai Zhou drove Zhou Fan home but didn't go upstairs. He simply watched her go inside. Sitting in the car, Bai Zhou rubbed his face and sighed. "This is tough. I'll just focus on registering first and worry about this later." Starting the car, Bai Zhou drove toward his own school. Upstairs, Zhou Fan watched Bai Zhou's car gradually fade into the distance, her gaze unfocused. All she felt now was the need to confide in someone. She called her best friend.
"One, are you free right now? Come over to my place. I need to talk to you about something."
"Oh, it's hard to explain over the phone.
Just come over, okay? It's important." "Alright, I'll be waiting for you."
Hanging up, Zhou Fan slipped into a pair of slippers, retrieved a bottle of liquor from the fridge, and poured herself a full glass. Cradling the glass, she sank into the sofa, staring blankly at the liquid inside. The amber-colored wine reflected her helpless eyes as she murmured softly,
"Why did I ever have to meet you?"
With that, she tilted her head back and downed a large gulp.
Cough cough. Perhaps she'd drunk too quickly, for she choked, tears welling up uncontrollably.
Zhou Fan grabbed the nearby throw pillow, burying her face deep within it as she wept silently. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Hearing the chime, Zhou Fan snapped awake, lifting her head to reveal cheeks streaked with tears. She hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears, then stood up to answer the door.
Fan, why are you crying? Did someone bully you?"
The moment she opened the door, Zhang Shirwen saw Zhou Fan with bloodshot eyes. Clearly she had been crying.
Zhou Fan rubbed her eyes, pulled Zhang Shirwen inside, and said, "I wasn't crying."
But the moment she spoke, her unsteady voice betrayed her.
"You say you didn't cry," she demanded. "Tell me who it was. I'm ready to take them on today." Zhang Shirwen's heart ached.
She'd known Zhou Fan for over a decade, yet this was the first time she'd ever seen her cry like this. Zhou Fan quickly grabbed Zhang Shirwen's hand and explained,
"I'm really fine. I just wanted to talk to you."
Zhang Shirwen spotted the alcohol on the table and shot Zhou Fan a glare. "You say you're fine, yet you're drowning your sorrows in alcohol.
Come on, what do you want to tell me? I'm listening."
Zhou Fan hesitated for a moment, then picked up his glass still a third full and downed it in one gulp. Riding the wave of intoxication, he poured out everything about his situation with Bai Zhou to Zhang Shirwen.
One, why am I such a coward? If I'd been honest with him sooner, would things have turned out differently?
After hearing Zhou Fan's story, Zhang Shirwen actually calmed down.
She first asked Zhou Fan, "Fan, do you truly like Bai Zhou? I mean, like, this is the one person you're committed to for life?" Zhou Fan paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes. He's the one.
Zhang Sherwin pressed her hand to her forehead, shaking her head with a sigh.
Well, I suppose so.
After all these years of being as stubborn as an iron tree, you finally decided to bloom. You must be dead set on it.
After that, she asked Zhou Fan. By the way, did Bai Zhou mention that he hasn't confirmed his relationship with that freshman at your school yet?
That's what he said, but they've been classmates since high school. They've known each other for years. Zhang Sherwin cut Zhou Fan off, her tone firm.
Then Fan, you still have a chance.
Her eyes locked with Zhou Fan's as she encouraged him. Trust me, if you swing that hoe right, there's no wall you can't dig under. Never mind if they haven't confirmed anything yet. Even if they have, with our fair skin, stunning looks, elegant charm, ample bust, long legs, and cultured sophistication, what guy wouldn't be smitten? Zhang Sherwin lifted Zhou Fan's chin with her hand, as if teasing her.
Bai Zhou already said he has feelings for you, didn't he? With him saying that, what are you afraid of?
All these years, seeing how you've always looked down on your admirers, I thought you liked me. I even considered whether I should compromise and be with you.
Zhang Sherwin teased. Who knew you'd finally meet a guy you genuinely like? No need to overthink it, just go for it. Win him over. I'm rooting for you.
Hearing her best friend's wild words, Zhou Fan felt a bit dizzy.
She stammered.
But I'm 6 years older than him.
And I'm his teacher. What's the big deal about 6 years? A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. If he's with you, it's like he's got 2 gold bricks. He's hitting the jackpot. And what's wrong with being a teacher? You're not his actual teacher, what are you worried about?
But?
Oh, there's no but about it. Come on, sis, I'll take you clothes shopping.
What clothes?
I have plenty already. Cut the nonsense.
I'm taking you to buy the kind of clothes that make men stop in their tracks when they see you.
It's just Bai Zhou.
With my help, Zhang Sherwin, I guarantee you'll win him over. After registering, since Bai Zhou didn't plan to stay in the dorms, he was done once he submitted the application. Distraught, he didn't head home but drove to a secluded spot instead, sitting in the car and mulling over matters concerning Zhou Fan. To be honest, Bai Zhou didn't consider himself a saint when it came to relationships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent the entire day with Sunmmary from dawn till dusk, from the bathroom to the kitchen.
But he genuinely didn't want to let them down. What to do? He couldn't possibly be a time management guru.
After all, he still had to deliver takeout and handle a mountain of company tasks. He couldn't just split his time between Chen Yueying on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Zhou Fan on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Add Sunmmary into the mix, and it was simply unrealistic.
But I really don't know how to choose.
Bai Zhou banged his head against the steering wheel. The images of Chen Yueying's innocence, Zhou Fan's coyness, and Sunmmry's allure flashed through his mind.
System, why don't you speak up now? Let's discuss this. I'll agree to deliver whatever you want, just help me solve this problem.
Bai Zhou thought this as a joke, but unexpectedly, the system actually responded.
This system is the Divine Tycoon Selection System, designed to help the host become a top-tier tycoon. The host may adopt the perspective of a divine tycoon to attempt resolving this incident.
Bai Zhou froze.
Right, if he were a top tycoon dominating the business world, what would he do? A top-tier business tycoon's logic is actually quite simple. 4 words, I want it all.
Develop a complete closed-loop ecosystem through industrial integration, then expand further based on that foundation. Take Animal Group, for example. It started with a messaging app, then leveraged its massive user base to dominate the gaming market. After that, it moved into the cultural industry and eventually extended its reach into every aspect of people's lives. Like ride-hailing, food delivery, payments.
Exactly. Why should I choose? I want it all. 65 mindset shift. System upgrade. Bai Zhou's mindset had completely flipped.
After the system activated and bestowed upon him the blessing of the food delivery god, he felt content relying on delivering meals and the various rewards the system dished out. If the system hadn't suddenly popped up to reaffirm its purpose, he would have thought it was just a food delivery app. Now the system was telling him once more, this was a godly rich system, designed to help Bai Zhou become the ultimate tycoon. No matter how powerful the blessing of the delivery god was, he could only earn a few million a month at best. Even with all the rewards, he'd only make a few hundred million a year.
What kind of god-tier tycoon was that?
He was only a tad richer than the average person. His journey was meant for the stars and the vast seas.
A new storm was brewing, how could he afford to stand still?
What he must do next is pour all his efforts into growing the company while swiftly completing the system-assigned task of delivering takeout to fans. He must secure shares in LVMH Group, leverage the resources of this world-leading fashion conglomerate to nurture Hongqing Network, help it expand its scale, boost productivity, and pioneer new avenues. Then, just as Bai Zhou began envisioning his future path, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Beep. Host's mindset detected, positive shift aligning with system projections.
Activating system version upgrade. Estimated duration, 7 calendar days. During upgrade, no new tasks or options will be issued. All other functions remain operational. Completed tasks will accumulate normally. Rewards for tasks completed during upgrade will be distributed collectively upon completion. An upgrade? The system is updating its version now?
Whether it was psychological or not, Bai Zhou couldn't shake the feeling that a hint of relief had slipped through the system's upgrade announcement. It was as if his own pig had finally learned to root for cabbage. It seemed his previous complacent attitude, content with modest gains and unwilling to strive for more, had finally rubbed the system the wrong way.
Bai Zhou felt a sudden clarity. It was clearly not too late now. He had to double his efforts. But the system upgrade would take 7 days. During that time, he couldn't focus on anything else. His only option was to complete as many fan delivery tasks as possible. But military training was about to start, making full-time delivery impossible. He'd have to squeeze in extra shifts whenever he could. Bai Zhou wasn't the least bit worried about military training. With his god-tier physical prowess, there was literally no one else in the world who could compare to him physically. It was only because he kept a low profile that he hadn't broken every single world record out there. Military training? Piece of cake. That evening, Bai Zhou returned to his classroom. Today marked the first class meeting, where they would organize activities for everyone to get acquainted and temporarily elect some class officers to assist with coordination during military training. Bai Zhou wasn't particularly interested in these matters, but skipping the first day wouldn't align with his philosophy of keeping a low profile while achieving high results. His counselor was an intelligent woman in her late 20s, dressed in a business suit with black stockings and half-rimmed silver-rimmed glasses. She was currently introducing herself at the front of the classroom. "Hello everyone, I'm your counselor, Zhang Yu. You can call me Teacher Jiang. Here are my contact details, feel free to add me. If you have any questions about life or studies, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll do my best to help." Zhang Yu wrote her name, phone number, and WeChat ID on the blackboard. It must be said, her handwriting truly reflected her character. Just like her, it exuded an air of gentle sophistication. The students below seemed to like her very much, especially the boys, who were clapping enthusiastically. Zhang Yu smiled and waved her hand to quiet the room before continuing. "Everyone here has come from all corners of the country to Jiangxia and this university. Next, I'd like each of you to come up to the front and give a self-introduction. You can start with your name, where you're from, your hobbies, and any special skills. The more detailed, the better. After all, a great introduction leaves a lasting impression on both teachers and classmates." Zhang Yu suddenly winked playfully at the students. This gesture seemed to set the boys below the stage ablaze, each of them practically ready to transform into ravenous wolves howling at the moon. "Looks like everyone's fired up. Let's get started, beginning with the first student on the left." This student was an ordinary boy, just your average guy. Ordinary looks, ordinary clothes. In short, an utterly ordinary male student. His self-introduction was equally ordinary. "Hello everyone, my name is Kong Qinghui. I'm from Jinling, 19 years old, and I enjoy reading." "Thank you." Zhang Yu felt a bit helpless. She had just expressed her hope that they would give proper self-introductions, and the very first one ended like this? The students who followed, whether influenced by the first one or for some other reason, all seemed to give self-introductions that were practically copy-pasted. Sigh. Kids these days so shy they don't even know how to present themselves. Truly. Zhang Yu thought to herself. Suddenly, the new speaker caught her attention. A boy dressed in flashy designer clothes stood on stage. Instead of looking at the students below, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu and addressed her in a tone that sounded almost condescending. "Miss Zhang, my name is Wu Yuewei. Ah, you probably haven't heard of me, but my father's name you'll definitely recognize, Wu Yang. Yes, you guessed right, he's the chairman of Yangwu Tianxia." As Wu Yuewei continued his self-introduction, Zhang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. When he mentioned his father was Wu Yang, she couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Is this even an introduction? He's just flexing his dad's credentials. I've heard the Wu family's kids are hopeless, but I never imagined it'd be this bad. Wu Yuewei watched Zhang Yu's timely expression of shock with satisfaction. Nodding, he continued. "Ms. Zhang, I think you're quite impressive. We should stay in touch. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I hope you won't be ungrateful." Zhang Yu's inner voice was already raging, but she couldn't afford to lose her composure in front of her students. Forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, she replied. "Ah, thank you, Wu. But I've got things to do, so I'll pass on lunch. We'll discuss that later. What I need to talk about now concerns the class monitor. I've been class monitor since I was little, and I've always gotten along wonderfully with my teachers." Wu Yuewei seemed to recall something, licked his lips, and continued. "So I think the class president position is meant for me. No one else qualifies. Am I right, Teacher Jiang?" Watching Wu Yuewei's unscrupulous gaze fixated on her chest, Zhang Yu had already figured out what kind of person he was. She felt nothing but disgust. How did I end up with such a difficult person? Zhang Yu's expression turned cold. Without even glancing at Wu Yuewei, she said flatly, "The class monitor position isn't something I can decide. It requires a vote from everyone. So if you wish to run, Wu, you can prepare your campaign speech for later. We'll begin the election after everyone has introduced themselves." Completely unnecessary. Who else but me is fit for the position, Teacher Jiang? Who among the others is more qualified than me? Eligibility isn't determined by you. Have you finished your introduction? If so, please step down. Don't waste everyone's time.
Bai Zhou narrowed his eyes at Wu Yuewei on stage, rubbing his chin before suddenly speaking up. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned to Bai Zhou. Jiang Yu was also surprised someone actually dared to speak directly to Wu Yuewei like that. Though Wu himself was nothing special, his father was a formidable figure, notoriously protective of his son. Bai Zhou stood up, brushed imaginary dust off his clothes, and walked toward the podium under everyone's gaze, stopping right in front of Wu Yuewei.
Now it's my turn to introduce myself. Do you want to stand here and listen? Class monitor? No thanks, no time. Pick someone else.
Wu Yuewei glared at Bai Zhou, feeling a sense of familiarity about his face. Before he could place it, Jiang Yu's voice rang out in surprise.
Classmate, you're Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou froze. Huh? I didn't expect her to have watched my videos too?
Bai Zhou was actually unaware of his current online fame.
He only knew his videos were popular. Just how popular?
That didn't really concern him. Facing Jiang Yu, who might be his fan, Bai Zhou smiled slightly and replied.
Yes, Ms. Jiang.
If I understand correctly, I'm the Bai Zhou you mentioned.
Wow. I'm so lucky. Bai Zhou is my student. Have you added me on WeChat yet? Quick, add me.
Come over here, stand next to me, let's take a photo together so I can post it on my moments.
Ha!
I'll show those little hotties that the Bai Zhou they've been daydreaming about is actually my student. Jiang Yu was so excited she forgot she was in a classroom, standing on stage in front of a room full of students. She acted like a fangirl meeting her idol, casting aside all traces of her intellectual grace and gentle demeanor. Her mind was consumed by a single thought: Bai Zhou is my student. Watching his future college advisor for the next 4 years, Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. He'd expected a sophisticated older sister type, but instead got a total goofball. Still, he obliged Jiang Yu's request and stood beside her for a photo.
Bai Zhou didn't notice the bulging veins on Wu Yuewei's forehead as he stood at the lectern.
From the moment he first laid eyes on Jiang Yu, he'd marked her as his target. How could he possibly tolerate her appearing so close to Bai Zhou? Speaking of Wu Yuewei, he had indeed been class monitor since junior high. But his position relied heavily on his family background. All he had to do was mention his status and tell the teacher he wanted the role. No one would refuse him. His purpose in being class monitor was simple: the teachers. Wu Yuewei had always been attracted to mature women, ever since he was young. Thanks to his father Wu Yang's indulgence, he had never failed to get what he wanted. This time, after spotting Jiang Yu and finding her appealing, he assumed the familiar script would play out. He figured that by leveraging his family connections, the class monitor position would be his for the taking. Then, using that role, he could deepen his connection with Jiang Yu and ultimately win her over. But Jiang Yu first refused his offer to become class monitor without giving him face, insisting on holding an election. Then she showed such enthusiasm toward some minor internet celebrity. Wasn't this slapping him in the face? Wu Yuewei's thoughts boiled over with fury. He pointed at Bai Zhou and Jiang Yu, shouting angrily. You dare screw up my plans? Think you're hot stuff just because you went viral with a few videos? Do you even know who my dad is? Taking out a little internet celebrity like you is as easy as snapping my fingers. And you, Jiang Yu, don't push your luck. Just accept me as class monitor, come out to dinner with me tonight, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise. Smack. Jiang Yu, pushed beyond endurance, slapped Wu Yuewei across the face. You actually hit me? Wu Yuewei clutched his stinging cheek, his voice trembling with shock and fury. Wu Yuewei, mark my words, tomorrow I'll formally report you to the school. I'll request your expulsion for insulting both teachers and classmates. You can skip class tomorrow. Jiang Yu declared with righteous indignation. You're dreaming. Do you think the school will listen to you? Who do you think you are, Jiang Yu? Just a dog I've taken a liking to. With my dad around, let's see who can expel me. Smack. Wu Yuewei took another slap, this time from Bai Zhou, and it landed hard. The blow stunned him. Now it looks symmetrical. Bai Zhou nodded, smiling at Jiang Yu before turning his gaze to Wu Yuewei. If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. If I hear you bark another word, I'll knock out one of your teeth. Where had Wu Yuewei ever endured such humiliation in his life? Who hadn't treated him with utmost respect in his presence? Not only had no one ever hit him, but even his own father had never raised his voice at him. Just as the little black fat guy had said, he'd sailed through life without a single setback. Now, after getting slapped by both Bai Zhou and Jiang Yu, his entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. You dare. You dare. Wah! You'll pay for this. Wu Yuewei trembled as he pointed at them, wanting to hurl more insults but afraid of another beating. Not retaliating felt like a loss of face. Torn between frustration and humiliation, he finally burst into tears and ran out to find his father. The other students in the classroom found Wu Yuewei hilarious. He'd started out so vicious and aggressive, yet after just 2 slaps, he ended up crying his way home to his dad. My 7-year-old brother is exactly like Wu Wei when he gets upset outside and runs home crying to mom and dad.
Ha! This cracks me up. How old is he, and he can't even handle his own mess? Wants to be class monitor? Dream on. I think he's just a total idiot. You can take out the think part.
Unlike the other students, Zhang Yu looked at Bai Zhou with genuine concern. Bai Zhou, while Wu Wei isn't exactly a saint, his father Wu Yang is someone you shouldn't underestimate.
He's got serious clout around Jiangxia.
Plus, since Wu Wei was his late-in-life child, Wu Yang spoils him rotten, basically gives him whatever he wants.
You hit Wu Wei now, so you better watch your back from now on. Bai Zhou waved it off nonchalantly. But Teacher Jiang, you got involved too. What if his father comes after you? I'll be fine.
Wu Yang knows my father, he wouldn't dare touch me.
But this means he'll vent his anger on you instead. And as your teacher, I can't protect you. You'll just bear the brunt of Wu Yang's double fury. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang.
I've heard of Yang Wu Tianxia's company, but it's not yet at a level that could threaten me.
As for his father, Wu Yang, he's even less of a concern. Rest assured.
Seeing Bai Zhou's resolute expression, Zhang Yu felt slightly reassured.
Alright, now that the annoying thing is finally gone, shall we continue?
Alright, then let's invite Bai Zhou to introduce himself to everyone. Bai Zhou smiled and waved his hand.
No need, he said. It seems everyone here already knows me. I won't waste your time.
Zhang Yu seemed to suddenly think of something. With a flash of inspiration, she addressed the students below the stage.
Hey, since everyone already knows Bai Zhou, how about we elect him as class monitor? Bai Zhou is both handsome and has a strong sense of justice. I think he'd be the perfect choice. What do you all think?
Agreed. I saw that video of Bai Zhou acting heroically. That kick he gave the thug was seriously cool. Support Bai Zhou for class monitor.
Support.
Bai Zhou was a bit flustered by Zhang Yu's sudden proposal.
What? Just like that, I'm supposed to be class monitor? Aren't we supposed to have a fair and open election? How can it be hand-picked?
Thank you, Teacher Zhang and everyone, for your kind offer.
But I really can't be class monitor.
Everyone knows I still have to deliver takeout, and now I also have a company to run.
I simply don't have the time to handle class affairs.
You should find another student who can dedicate themselves fully to managing the class.
67 military training accidentally shocked the instructor? After Bai Zhou declined, the class monitor position was ultimately given to another student. After a brief class election, everyone chose a very responsible short-haired girl to be the class monitor. Zhang Yu then announced details about tomorrow's military training, instructing everyone to prepare. The new class monitor led several classmates in distributing the uniforms for the training.
With everything settled, Bai Zhou returned home, anticipating the long-awaited start of university life the next day.
Jiangxia truly lived up to its reputation as one of China's 4 major furnaces. Even though it was already September, the heat remained intense.
Bai Zhou arrived at the drill field early, already dressed in his military training uniform, radiating enthusiasm. The perimeter of the field was packed with upperclassmen spectators. They sat in the shade, sipping chilled drinks and eating watermelon, watching the freshmen cheerfully enduring the blazing sun.
Some even shouted jokes loudly to grab the newcomers' attention. Hate.
Sigh, this year's weather isn't as hot as usual.
This won't do. How can we get any real training effect?
I gladly donate all 3 suns from my penguin level to add luster to our school's freshman military training.
Count me in. I have 2 sons, I'll donate them too. The freshmen glared at their seniors with seething resentment. Not only were they eating ice-cold watermelon right in front of us, but they also complained the temperature wasn't hot enough? Donating sons?
Just wait until lunchtime at the cafeteria. We'll show you what freshman revenge looks like. Amidst the wilted crowd of sun-drenched freshmen, Bai Zhou stood out with his tall, upright posture.
Hey, look over there. That guy looks so full of energy. Wow, it really is him. He's actually pretty handsome when you look closely. Huh, he looks kinda familiar? Isn't he Bai Zhou? The guy from that promo video? It is him. Definitely him. Ah, my idol. He actually goes to the same school as me.
Before long, the stands surrounding the field erupted in a unified chorus of female cheers directed at Bai Zhou's formation. Bai Zhou, Bai Zhou.
Through thick and thin.
White treasure, fly with confidence.
Jojo will always be by your side. Standing in the formation, Bai Zhou's face darkened. Seriously? They could spot him in a crowd this big and put on a show like this? Are they trying to make him die of embarrassment?
Every pair of eyes on the field turned toward Bai Zhou's position, drawing the attention of every squad and even the instructors.
Oh no, this is just inviting trouble.
Please don't let anyone find out it's me, or I'll get drilled by the instructors.
Stick your neck out and get shot.
The instructors had just arrived, looking for someone to establish their authority on.
Perfect timing, no more worries for them now. The instructor of Bai Zhou's squadron smirked wickedly. Walking right into my trap. Perfect. Which one of you is Bai Zhou?
The students in the formation remained silent.
Ugh, this is just adding to the chaos. Fine, might as well face it head on.
Bai Zhou thought there was no escaping it anyway.
Reporting, instructor. I'm Bai Zhou. The instructor smiled kindly and approached Bai Zhou.
You're quite handsome, no wonder so many girls are cheering for you.
Not bad.
Bai Zhou kept his eyes downcast, saying nothing.
Step out of line. The instructor suddenly bellowed.
Bai Zhou straightened his posture and responded loudly.
Yes. He then stepped out of formation with impeccable precision and saluted the instructor. The instructor looked at Bai Zhou with some surprise and asked, "Ha? Have you ever served in the military?
You've got quite the soldier's bearing."
Reporting, instructor. I've never served in the military.
I just admire the military profession, frequently watch military-themed films and TV shows, and place great emphasis on physical training. The instructor nodded, a hint of appreciation in his eyes.
But establishing authority was still necessary. He whispered to Bai Zhou. Then you shouldn't be so flashy. Don't you know the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down? Anyway, you're not getting out of this extra training. Bai Zhou gave a wry smile and whispered back. This really has nothing to do with me.
I had no idea this would happen.
But since it started because of me, whatever training you decide, instructor, I'll cooperate fully. Good. Now that's talking like a man. The instructor's eyes gleamed with admiration, though his tone showed no sign of softening.
Disrupting military training discipline.
100 push-ups. Now.
Yes, sir. Bai Zhou swiftly lowered his body and began performing textbook-perfect push-ups.
1, 2, 3.
In the formation, Bai Zhou's classmates watched the scene unfold and began whispering among themselves.
100 push-ups. That drill sergeant is brutal. Who could possibly finish that? Yeah, and it's so hot out the ground's practically burning. Poor Bai Zhou. Shoo. Keep quiet. If the drill sergeant hears you, he'll drag you out to train too.
The drill sergeant surveyed the silent students, thoroughly satisfied with how effectively he'd established his authority. At the same time, he found himself liking Bai Zhou even more. He thought this young man was truly exceptional. It would be a shame if he didn't join the military. The drill instructor turned to address the formation. During military training, we will manage you strictly according to military discipline. What you must do is obey like Bai Zhou.
Got it? Understood. Louder. Didn't you eat breakfast? Understand.
The drill instructor nodded in satisfaction, about to order everyone into military stance, when Bai Zhou reported from behind.
Report, instructor. I've completed 100 push-ups. May I rejoin the formation? The instructor froze. That fast?
He turned to look at Bai Zhou, noticing not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. Confused, he asked.
You finished 100 push-ups?
Yes, sir.
The front row was counting. He did 100? Are you sure you counted right?
The students in the front row shook their heads, swallowed hard, and said, Reporting, instructor, Bai Zhou did indeed complete 100 standard push-ups.
The instructor looked Bai Zhou up and down in surprise, then praised. Impressive stamina.
Then his expression turned stern as he ordered. Since you're in such good shape, run 10 more laps around the field.
Report back when you're done. Bai Zhou understood the instructor's intent, to establish authority, and thoroughly so. The harsher the punishment, the better.
Unfortunately, his physical condition was simply too good. A mere 100 push-ups barely qualified as a pre-dinner dessert, and 10 laps around the track might not even leave him feeling tired. Bai Zhou gritted his teeth inwardly. Sometimes, being too fit was a burden. Bai Zhou resolved to exhaust his stamina as much as possible, completing those 10 laps at full sprint speed. And so, everyone on the field witnessed Bai Zhou transform into a green streak of lightning, revving up his engine as he raced around the track. The drill sergeant was so stunned his jaw dropped. He sucked in a sharp breath and exclaimed.
What the hell is he doing? Running 10 laps at a 100-meter dash pace? 4,000 meters?
Too stunned to stop the waves of gasps rising from the ranks, he fixed his eyes on the figure streaking across the field, silently counting the laps.
1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Bai Zhou's pace showed no sign of slowing.
The expression on the instructor's face had grown numb.
Is he even human?
68, I'll take care of you. Watching Bai Zhou effortlessly complete 10 laps, the instructor felt an indescribable sensation. Though Bai Zhou was used to establish authority, it was actually the loud cheers from the girls on the sidelines that first drew the instructor's attention to him. It wasn't because the instructor disliked him or anything. On the contrary, through interacting with Bai Zhou, the instructor had actually developed quite a high opinion of this big guy. But watching Bai Zhou complete all the punishments with that insane stamina, even though he pretended to be exhausted, the instructor knew full well that based on his earlier performance, another 10 laps wouldn't be a problem. He was already on par with those elite soldiers. Who knew how a college student could build such terrifying physical prowess?
Didn't everyone say today's students were all weaklings?
Panting heavily, Bai Zhou approached the instructor.
Reporting, instructor. I've completed 10 laps. May I rejoin the squad?
The drill sergeant shot him a disapproving look and growled in a low voice.
You're a convincing actor. But how come there's not a single drop of sweat on your head? What good is all that panting if there's no sweat to show for it?
Bai Zhou sighed in exasperation.
Instructor, I can't help it. This level of exercise just doesn't make me sweat. The instructor nearly lost his temper, glaring at him fiercely. Get back.
Bai Zhou chuckled.
Yes, sir.
Back in formation, Bai Zhou's classmates were all stealing glances at him. A young guy beside him whispered.
Bai Zhou, Joe bro. How do you train? How come you're so fit?
Seeing the drill sergeant look like he wants to take you down but can't do anything about it, that was awesome. Bai Zhou recalled the drill sergeant's gaze earlier and couldn't help but chuckle. Still, he defended the sergeant.
Shoo, don't talk like that. What do you mean he wants to take me down but can't? If the instructor really wanted to, it'd be a piece of cake. You should say he cares about us students. Got it?
Right, Brother Joe makes a good point. The instructor, frustrated by his failed attempt to establish authority, was desperately searching for a new target. Spotting the young man whispering with Bai Zhou, he silently thought.
Kid, you're walking right into the trap. You. What's your name? The drill sergeant's thunderous shout startled everyone.
Following his pointing finger, they saw a bewildered young man standing there, helplessly looking around.
Stop looking around. I'm talking to you. The one next to Bai Zhou. What's your name? Instructor, my name is Wang Qibin. Wang Qibin. Don't you know you're not supposed to talk during formation? Instructor, What you? You dare talk back? Wang Qibin, step out. 100 push-ups. Now.
Wang Qibin shot Bai Zhou a grim look, understanding exactly what was happening. The drill instructor hadn't succeeded in using Bai Zhou to establish authority, so now he was the scapegoat.
Sigh, why did he have to be so talkative? No choice, he'd just have to do it. 100 push-ups. Tomorrow his arms would be too sore to lift.
Watching Wang Qibin struggle through the push-ups with his less than perfect form, the instructor nodded, thinking to himself.
This is what a normal college student should be like. That Bai Zhou kid really is a freak.
After a morning of military training, the freshmen still not fully adjusted from their leisurely vacation were all exhausted, except for Bai Zhou, of course. But they still honored their morning promise. They cleaned out the cafeteria.
No wonder, the kids were starving. With 3 hours between lunch break and afternoon rest, Bai Zhou naturally seized the opportunity to complete the tasks assigned by the system.
After a quick lunch, Bai Zhou, still brimming with energy, hopped on his motorcycle and set off to deliver takeout.
Ha! This address? Miss Zhou? Could this be an order from Zhou Fan?
Seeing the familiar address on the order, Bai Zhou chuckled to himself.
What a coincidence, he'd actually received an order from Zhou Fan.
I should give her a surprise. Bai Zhou removed the mask and scarf that hid his handsome face, wrapping himself up tightly. He then went to Zhou Fan's favorite Japanese restaurant, packed some of her favorite dishes, and delivered them along with her takeout to Zhou Fan's home.
Knock. Hello, your delivery.
Bai Zhou deliberately altered his voice to sound hoarse.
Hold on. Coming right up.
Zhou Fan's familiar voice came from inside, and the door swung open. Seeing the delivery guy before her, helmet, sunglasses, mask, scarf, Zhou Fan froze, blurting out.
Aren't you hot?
Seeing Zhou Fan's slightly dazed expression, Bai Zhou fought back a laugh as he handed over the large bag he was carrying.
Your delivery. Ha? This much? Wait, I didn't order all this Japanese food. Did you deliver it to the wrong place? No way. How could I deliver it to the wrong person? You're Miss Zhou Fan, right? Ah, yes, I'm Zhou Fan.
Bai Zhou suppressed a smile, slowly removing his scarf, mask, and glasses. Watching Zhou Fan's expression gradually shift to delight, he said gently.
Then it's correct.
These Japanese dishes were entrusted to me by Mr. Bai Zhou to deliver to Miss Zhou Fan. He also asked me to pass on a message. He wants you to cut back on those greasy, salty fast foods. They're bad for your health. As Zhou Fan watched the delivery guy slowly shed his disguise, revealing the face she'd been longing to see, her excitement was palpable. Hearing Bai Zhou's words of concern, she abandoned all reserve and threw herself into his arms.
No way. You don't get to decide.
I'll only listen if Mr. Bai Zhou tells me himself. Watching Zhou Fan act like a little girl, Bai Zhou gently patted her back and said. Seriously, if you're too lazy to cook, at least order something healthier.
Don't you worry about gaining weight from all this greasy, salty stuff? Fine, I'll listen to you. By the way, Bai Zhou, aren't you supposed to be in military training? Why are you out delivering takeout?
Bai Zhou put on a serious face and replied. Well, I'm a poor kid, so I need to deliver food to earn my living expenses.
Zhou Fan was amused by his expression.
She stood on tiptoe, pinched Bai Zhou's cheek, and laughed.
You should have said so earlier. You don't have to deliver food anymore. Big sis will take care of you. Really? Zhou Fan pulled 5 bills from her bag, waving them playfully in the air. Of course. I'll give you $500. Just stay with me for lunch today.
Just then, Bai Zhou's phone buzzed with a new order notification. He glanced down and gasped.
Whoa! A big one! The delivery was a whopping 15 kilometers away. This order could net him 15,000. Putting his phone away, Bai Zhou declared solemnly. Sorry, Miss Zhou, I sell my skills, not my body. I've got deliveries to make. Excuse me. He hurriedly turned and headed downstairs, not forgetting to call back to Zhou Fan. Don't forget to give me a good review, sweetie. Zhou Fan was utterly dumbfounded by Bai Zhou's maneuver. Sure, he'd been joking, but did it really warrant such decisive rejection? Was he really less desirable than a food delivery guy? Watching Bai Zhou's retreating figure, Zhou Fan gritted his teeth. Bai Zhou. Go spend the rest of your life with your food delivery. You're driving me crazy. 69 Wu Yu away, you dare come back? After leaving Zhou Fan's place, Bai Zhou noticed his mission progress had actually increased. Huh, did she count as a fan? Not only did she strengthen her bond with Zhou Fan, but she also advanced her quest along the way. This delivery was a total win. Hopefully this 15-kilometer delivery would also let her complete a task on the side. If so, she'd finish her tasks in no time. The 3 hours of midday flew by as Bai Zhou worked diligently. By the time she rushed back to school, the assembly whistle was about to blow. She'd delivered a total of 17 orders that afternoon, 14 of which counted toward her mission. The shares of LVMH were getting closer and closer. He shed his delivery gear, parked his bike outside campus, and sprinted toward the field like the wind, slipping into formation just before the assembly whistle blew. Moments later, the drill instructor approached with hands behind his back, glanced at Bai Zhou, then looked away. Ahem, good afternoon, students. As per our routine, we'll begin with an hour of military posture. Bai Zhou, step out. Bai Zhou rolled his eyes. Why always me? Yes, sir. He clenched his fists at his sides and jogged over to the instructor. I observed your performance this morning. Bai Zhou's military posture is the most standard, virtually indistinguishable from a professional soldier. For the next hour, Bai Zhou will oversee your training. Bai Zhou? Present. Stand right here, in front of them. Correct anyone whose posture slips. I want to see results. If anyone still isn't standing properly by the end, you'll run 10 laps with them. They don't get to break until they finish. Yes, sir. I'll make sure it gets done. Though he spoke with conviction, Bai Zhou felt a pang of resignation. Watching the drill instructor casually slip his hands behind his back and stroll off to join his comrades for tea and cigarettes, Bai Zhou could only sigh silently. Perhaps this was the reality of responsibility. The greater the ability, the heavier the burden. Bai Zhou surveyed the students' military posture in formation. It wasn't just a mixed bag, it was downright pitiful. How could anyone stand motionless for an hour under that blazing sun? The weaker ones would just give you a live demonstration of heatstroke, right? Bai Zhou's eyes darted around. He spotted an open patch on the western edge of the field. In just a few minutes, the shadow from the nearby teaching building would cover it. Resolved, Bai Zhou ran to report to the instructor. Report, instructor. I request permission to move the squad to the open area on the west side of the field. The instructor was chatting and sipping tea with comrades from another squad. Hearing Bai Zhou's voice, he remarked to his friends. Hey, that kid over there, damn, his physical fitness is off the charts. No idea how he trained like that. What a waste he's not enlisting. Then he turned to Bai Zhou. Reason? Give me a valid reason. Bai Zhou stared straight ahead, not even glancing at the instructor, and answered loudly. Report, instructor. Our current formation position is unfavorable for the upcoming military posture training. I'm concerned that physically weaker classmates might suffer heatstroke, so I request a change of position. The drill sergeant's eyes wavered. He pointed to the western clearing, still baking under the sun, and said, But isn't that area also exposed to the sun? How come the sun there is gentler? Bai Zhou dropped the serious act and chuckled. Instructor, if we wait for the sun to shift westward, the building's shadow will cover that area. That's why I came to report this now. If we wait for the shadow to move, we won't beat the nearby squads to it. The instructor pointed at Bai Zhou and teased him with a laugh. See that? He's full of tricks. Then he waved his hand at Bai Zhou. Approved. Go lead the transfer. Yes, sir. Thank you, instructor. Watching Bai Zhou's receding figure, the instructor muttered to his comrades. He's such a fine soldier. If only he were under my command. Returning to his squad, Bai Zhou flashed a grin and announced to his comrades. I just checked with the instructor. We're moving to the open area over there to practice standing at attention. His squad mates looked puzzled. Why there? Isn't standing here the same? Bai Zhou rolled his eyes and explained. You guys are so slow. See that shadow on the track? In a bit, when the sun moves further west, that shadow will cover the open field. We need to get there first. Wow. You're right. How did you even think of that? You're so awesome. Long live Bai Zhou. Long live the instructor. Alright, stop shouting. Quickly form up, we're shifting positions. Under Bai Zhou's leadership, their formation smoothly moved to the new location. Stand at attention here. Once the shade comes, it won't be too hot, and you won't have to worry about heatstroke.
Bai Zhou said to his classmates, who were already looking a bit tired. I'm not just doing this for you guys, you'll need to hold your positions properly later too. If no one in our formation makes a mistake when the drill instructor comes to inspect us, I'll treat everyone to bubble tea during our break. Bai Zhou held considerable standing among his classmates, at least everyone gave him face. Otherwise, they wouldn't have unanimously chosen him as class monitor yesterday. Now, spurred by his request and the promise of milk tea later, everyone rallied their energy. Even the few who looked physically frail stood at attention, straight as arrows. Bai Zhou nodded to himself. It seemed his words still carried considerable weight. As the sun began to dip toward the west, Bai Zhou and his classmates, who had been baking in the sun all day, finally felt the cool shade. Under the envious gazes of the neighboring squad, they stood tall, chests out, heads held high, index fingers pressed firmly against their trouser seams.
Not bad at all. That's how you stand at attention.
The drill instructor approached, cup in hand.
Alright, 1 hour's up. Attention, everyone. 15-minute break. Dismissed.
After the formation dispersed, Bai Zhou took 2 male classmates to buy milk tea, making sure to bring a cup for the drill instructor too. Sitting in the shade of the playground, sipping the bubble tea Bai Zhou had bought, the students watched the other squad still baking in the sun, sweating buckets.
Their sense of contentment soared. How does the saying go?
No comparison, no pain. After the first day of military training ended, everyone returned to the classroom after dinner. Jiang Yu had specifically instructed that everyone must come to the classroom after the first day of training. The main purpose was to check on the students' conditions, as Jiang Yu was worried that someone might push themselves too hard and end up with physical problems. Upon entering the classroom, the students were chatting animatedly, sharing their training experiences. The most discussed topic, of course, was Bai Zhou's foresight that afternoon. Had Bai Zhou not spotted that shady spot early and moved their squad there first, once the shadows truly covered that area, their squad would have been no match for the nearby squads. They would have had to stay out in the sun like the others, and the weaker students might have suffered heatstroke. I saw a girl from the class next door pass out this afternoon. Apparently it was due to low blood sugar or something.
Yeah, it was terrifying. And there were heatstroke cases too.
I heard from people in other departments that the school infirmary was absolutely packed this afternoon.
Thank goodness for Bai Zhou, he even treated us to bubble tea.
Exactly. He's handsome, smart, and in great shape. I was totally blown away when I saw him running this morning.
Me too, me too. Suddenly, the chattering group fell into a collective, unspoken silence. Bai Zhou was puzzled. Did this kind of thing only happen in middle and high school? He looked up and his expression instantly turned cold.
Standing outside the door was none other than Wu Yuwei, the boy Bai Zhou had confronted until tears streamed down his face yesterday. Behind him stood an older man who bore a striking resemblance to Wu Yuwei.
Jiang Yu? Bai Zhou? Get out here!
Wu Yuwei shouted viciously from the doorway. Bai Zhou rose slowly, his expression unreadable.
Wu Yuwei, you dare come back? 70, you want to pit our fathers against each other?
I'll pit my strength against your father's.
Seeing Bai Zhou approaching, Wu Yuwei instinctively took a step back.
The psychological pressure Bai Zhou had exerted on him yesterday was too great now. The mere sight of him filled him with dread. But the thought of his father standing right behind him suddenly gave Wu Yuwei renewed confidence. He halted his retreat and stood firm before Bai Zhou once more.
I'm telling you, don't get too cocky. My dad's here today.
If you dare touch me, he won't let you off.
But Bai Zhou ignored him completely, turning his gaze instead to Wu Yuwei's father, Wu Yang. Uncle Wu, do you know how your son behaves outside?
Wu Yang stared at Bai Zhou, his face darkening as he said.
What? You want to discipline my son for me? Not at all, not at all.
But as the saying goes, if a child isn't taught, it's the father's fault.
Your son's current state is precisely the result of your excessive indulgence, isn't it? Wu Yang laughed bitterly in anger. What? By your logic, you're here to lecture me? Ha! What a joke! I've been dominating Jiangxia's business world for decades. When have I ever needed a greenhorn like you to lecture me? It's laughable.
Where's your teacher?
That Jiang Yu. Have her come out to see me.
Just then, Jiang Yu, who had been running late, finally appeared. However, she was blocked outside the door and couldn't enter, unaware of what was happening inside the classroom.
What's going on here? Why are there so many people? Excuse me, please. I'm the teacher, let me in.
Jiang Yu finally pushed through the crowd Wu Yang had brought and squeezed her way inside. The moment she entered the classroom, Jiang Yu saw Wu Yang and Wu Yuwei, father and son, locked in a standoff with Bai Zhou.
Jiang Yu's heart sank. She knew something was terribly wrong.
She had prepared for Wu Yuwei's retaliation, but never expected it to come so suddenly.
She certainly hadn't anticipated Wu Yang's presence here.
The chairman of the prestigious Yangwu Tianxia group had actually come personally over a minor issue involving his son.
Though he was a late-in-life father, this level of indulgence was simply outrageous. Jiang Yu cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention, then addressed Wu Yang. Chairman Wu, what could possibly warrant your personal presence?
Wu Yang snorted coldly upon seeing Jiang Yu enter.
Oomph.
If I hadn't come, who knows how badly my Yu Wei would have been bullied. Zhang family girl, I sent you away to you hoping you'd look after him out of respect for me.
But I never imagined you'd treat my son like this on the very first day of school.
Zhang Yu closed her eyes and tapped her finger lightly against her pale forehead.
Mr. Wu, do you even know what your son said in front of the entire class last night? Don't tell me you're unaware of his antics over the years. Which of his teachers, if she was even remotely attractive, hasn't been victimized by him?
And every single time, you stepped in to clean up his mess.
Yesterday, he set his sights on me. Do you look down on me, or do you look down on my father?
Wu Yang paid no heed, instead turning his accusatory gaze on Zhang Yu.
Yu Wei is just a kid. Why pick a fight with a child? Besides, he didn't recognize you. Ignorance is no excuse. If he wants to be class monitor, let him. What right did you have to reject him in front of everyone? And look at how you treat Yu Wei versus how you treat Bai Zhou. Where does that leave Yu Wei's dignity? Where does that leave my dignity?
Wu Yang grew angrier as he spoke.
And even if the kid said something a bit harsh, did you really have to hit him? I never laid a finger on Yu Wei. What gave you the right to strike him? Besides, if you hadn't backed him up, would Bai Zhou, just some small-time internet celebrity and lousy delivery guy, dare lay a hand on Yu Wei? Dare threaten him? Do you, Zhang Yu, think I'm too old to stand up to your Zhang family now? Zhang Yu was so exasperated by Wu Yang's twisted logic that she burst out laughing. Mr. Wu, are you suggesting I should just let Wu Yu Wei get away with his twisted intentions and insults? Let him do whatever he wants. Let him threaten students and disrupt discipline? What kind of teacher would I be then? A child? Ha! Only someone like you, Mr. Wu, would treat an adult over 18 like a child. Fine. Very well. Zhang Yu, it seems you're determined to oppose me.
Wu Yang's face darkened as he pointed at Zhang Yu, then glanced at Bai Zhou and said, "You just wait, kid. As long as you're in Jiangxia, I'll make sure you never get back on your feet." After watching the spectacle unfold for a while, Bai Zhou now understood exactly what kind of person Wu Yang was.
It could only be said that like father, like son, Wu Wei was undoubtedly Wu Yang's biological offspring.
"Uncle Wu," Bai Zhou said calmly, "I've always addressed you as uncle out of respect for your age.
But now I realize I may have been mistaken.
One cannot judge a person's worthiness of respect solely by their years, for some people have lived their lives to the point where their age is as worthless as a dog's." Bai Zhou spoke calmly. Bai Zhou's words incensed Wu Yang completely. Fury made his beard and hair stand on end, his aged face flushing crimson with rage.
"What did you say? Say it again if you dare."
Bai Zhou curled his lip in disgust.
"Please stand further away. Your spit is practically landing on me. How disgusting is that?"
He then crossed his arms, tilting his head as he studied Wu Yang.
"Honestly, at your age, you've really lived like a dog.
Even dogs know basic right from wrong. They can tell if someone's cursing them or praising them.
But you? You can't tell right from wrong, black from white. What, is everything your son says or does automatically right? Why? Who does he think he is? Or rather, who do you think you are?
Others might tolerate your son out of fear, but sorry, I won't indulge him."
"He's not my son."
Shrugging his shoulders, Bai Zhou's face now radiated even more disgust.
"But then again, how could I have known my son would turn out like Wu Yu Wei?"
Wu Yang felt dizzy from Bai Zhou's barrage of sarcastic remarks.
Angry? Of course he was. But upon reflection, Bai Zhou had a point.
Yet this was his only child, and at 60+ years old, he lacked the energy to train another heir. What could he do? What's more, this matter had long ceased to be merely a conflict between Wu Yu Wei and Bai Zhou. If word got out that the esteemed chairman of the Yangwu Tianxia group had been publicly berated by a greenhorn college freshman, where would his face be?
Fine. Very well. Bai Zhou, huh? You've got some nerve.
Wu Yang trembled with rage at Bai Zhou's words, yet he retained enough sense to know that laying hands on him in front of so many people would only escalate the situation. Suddenly, Wu Yang recalled the promotional video Bai Zhou had filmed earlier. It seemed to have been produced by a company and rumors suggested it was Bai Zhou's own company. With that thought, Wu Yang's mind sharpened.
"You've got a company, right? Kid, within 3 months, I'll make sure that company vanishes from Jiangxia."
Bai Zhou's eyes narrowed.
For Hongqing Network in its current state, Yangwu Tianxia Group remained a colossus to be looked up to.
But he had the system in his hands. And in 7 days, now 6 days, the system would complete its update.
The upgraded version would undoubtedly be far more powerful.
A mere Yangwu Tianxia Group would surely be no match for him.
With that thought, Bai Zhou gave a cold smile. "Fine. Let's see who has the last laugh." 71 The might of Yangwu Tianxia. After Wu Yang and Wu Yu Wei departed, Zhang Yu showed no sign of relaxation.
Instead, she looked at Bai Zhou with deep concern. Her family had previously collaborated with Yangwu Tianxia, giving her deep insight into this conglomerate that had dominated Jiangxia for decades. As for Bai Zhou, though he was handsome and well-known, Zhang Yu believed business competition wasn't won by public appeal. After watching Bai Zhou's videos, she had specifically researched Hongqing Network Company Limited. While its products were decent, the company's scale was simply too small. This meant the company had extremely poor risk resilience and was highly vulnerable to trouble when facing a behemoth like Yangwu Tianxia. She gathered her thoughts and said to Bai Zhou with some nervousness. I'm sorry, Bai Zhou. This whole thing was Wu Yuewei targeting me, and as your advisor, I ended up dragging you into it.
I really feel terrible about that.
Bai Zhou grimaced and gave Jiang Yu a wry smile.
No big deal. I refuse to believe Wu Yang can control everything in Jiangxia.
Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment, bit her lip, then spoke.
Bai Zhou, you absolutely mustn't underestimate Wu Yang and you mustn't underestimate Yangwu Tianxia either.
Jiang Yu motioned for Bai Zhou to sit down, then pulled up a chair right beside him and began explaining earnestly. You've just arrived in Jiangxia and aren't familiar with the local situation yet. As for Wu Yang and his company, my family has worked with them before, so I know a bit more about them than others. Don't be fooled by how reckless Wu Yang seemed earlier. That was mainly because it involved his son, which threw him off his usual composure. Jiang Yu paused before continuing. He's been navigating Jiangxia's business world for 30 years. His business acumen speaks for itself. They say the marketplace is like a battlefield. Anyone who survives such cutthroat competition isn't someone to be trifled with.
Do you understand? Yes, thank you for the warning, Teacher Jiang. I'll keep that in mind. Moreover, from what we've gathered, he has some hidden influence.
After all, he rose through the turbulent times of that era, so his methods might not always be above board. You must be fully prepared for such underhanded attacks. Watching Bai Zhou listen intently, Jiang Yu pursed her lips and waved a finger before him. What I'm about to tell you next concerns the strength of the Yangwu Tianxia group. You must listen carefully.
Bai Zhou nodded, signaling Jiang Yu that he would listen attentively.
Yangwu Tianxia was founded by Wu Yang in the 1990s, initially starting as a transportation company. You're likely familiar with the chaos of that era. The fact that Yangwu Tianxia could establish itself through transportation alone speaks volumes about their capabilities. Then, with the dawn of a new era, after a period of aggressive expansion, they entered the Jiangxia real estate market through some less than honorable means. Riding the favorable winds of those years, they rapidly developed and gradually took root in Jiangxia, diversifying into real estate, building materials, transportation, and other tangible industries. Though their strength has waned somewhat in recent years due to the impact of economic restructuring, they remain a formidable force entrenched here.
Jiang Yu poured out all she knew about Yangwu Tianxia to Bai Zhou.
Through her account, Bai Zhou gained a comprehensive understanding of the conglomerate. He couldn't deny it, this was a formidable opponent.
In every respect, Hongxing Network, currently just a small internet company, couldn't hold a candle to them. To outsiders, challenging Yangwu Tianxia seemed like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart.
But only such an opponent is worthy of my personal involvement.
Battle fervor intensified in Bai Zhou's eyes.
Seeing Bai Zhou's expression grow increasingly serious, Jiang Yu feared she had frightened him with her words.
She proceeded to analyze Yangwu Tianxia's weaknesses.
But Bai Zhou, you needn't worry too much.
Yangwu Tianxia has its own vulnerabilities. The most glaring one is that its sphere of influence is confined solely to Jiangxia City.
While it's deeply entrenched there and hard to dislodge, precisely because Wu Yang is overly focused on managing his core territory, he's missed the opportunity to step beyond Jiangxia and expand nationwide. Coupled with the fact that he may be getting older and lacks the drive of his younger days, he has virtually no presence in emerging industries, especially the internet sector. In this regard, Bai Zhou, you actually hold a significant advantage.
Bai Zhou nodded with a smile and thanked Jiang Yu. Thank you for your thoughtful advice, Teacher Jiang.
I understand your suggestion to avoid confrontation for now, develop my business in other cities, and only challenge Wu Yang head on once I built sufficient strength?
Yes, that is precisely my suggestion. Your advice certainly aligns with the current gap in strength between Wu Yang and me.
However, Professor, some matters aren't handled this way. I can only tell you this, facing Yangwu Tianxia, I still have the confidence and resolve to withstand their attacks and grow stronger.
He has already declared war on me, how could I avoid battle?
Bai Zhou smiled confidently as he looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was stunned by the confidence Bai Zhou displayed.
Wait, did I not make myself clear earlier? Don't you understand the weight of the name Yangwu Tianxia in Jiangxia? It's not something you can take on with just your little internet company.
I don't know where your confidence comes from, but it's obvious, Bai Zhou, against overwhelming power, all tricks are useless.
Do you understand the concept of brute force overcoming tenfold?
Jiang Yu was growing impatient, her tone unconsciously sharpening. But Bai Zhou didn't mind after all, she had no idea his confidence and resolve stemmed from the world's most powerful cheat code system. Yangwu Tianxia was merely a stepping stone on his path to becoming a tycoon.
How could he possibly back down? Calm down, Teacher Jiang. I'm not a child. I understand your words perfectly well. I'm fully aware of the gap between Hongxing Network and Yangwu Tianxia right now. But rest assured, relax. I truly have the capability to protect my company from Yangwu Tianxia's attacks. I have even more capability to make it thrive and grow. Don't really think of me as just a delivery guy and internet celebrity. Trust me. Bai Zhou. Why won't you listen to reason? Why be so stubborn? Teacher Jiang. Calm down. How about this, let's make a bet. What kind of bet? Didn't Wu Yan just say he'll wipe Hongxing Network off Jiangxia within 3 months? Let's bet on that. If he succeeds after 3 months, I promise I won't fight him to the death.
I'll immediately relocate to another city, start anew, and wait for the right moment.
But if I hold out these 3 months, what do you say, teacher?
Poof. If you can hold out against Wu Yan for 3 months without failing, then whatever you want to do afterward, I won't stop you.
In fact, I'll grant you one request, any request you make. A gentleman's word?
A promise made is a promise kept. Company 72 busied itself preparing for battle, while Bai Zhou steadied the troops. Stepping out of the classroom, Bai Zhou rubbed his temples. Recalling Jian Yu's flustered expression moments ago, he couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't her fault after all, she had no idea what kind of game-changing asset she held in her hands. To put it simply, just completing that task of delivering takeout to fans would instantly make her the largest shareholder of the world's top fashion conglomerate. At that point, what could a mere local group company entrenched in Jiangxia possibly do to challenge her? Still, while he might strategically underestimate his opponent, he needed to take them seriously tactically. He pulled out his phone and dialed Sunmmary.
Sunmmary, I've got some good news for you. What good news? Is Mr. Bai inviting this overworked office drone to dinner? Well, that could work, but I'm afraid you won't have time to eat after hearing this news. Ha! Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, and let me make this clear up front, I'm not joking. Over the next 3 months, Yangu Tianxia Group will be targeting our Hongxing network. Their goal is to wipe Hongxing network off the map in Jiangxia within 3 months. Our first step is to hold out for those 3 months. Sunmmary on the other end of the line was stunned. She even wondered if this was some hallucination caused by her insane overtime schedule. What? What did you say? Who's coming after us? Yangu Tianxia? No way. Why would they even bother with our little operation?
This whole thing started because of me. I had a falling out with Yangu Tianxia's chairman, so he's targeting us.
But don't worry too much. I just need you to keep the employees calm. Leave the rest to me. A conflict? Did they do anything to you? Where are you now? I'll come find you immediately.
Hearing Bai Zhou had clashed with someone, Sunmmary instantly forgot about the threat Yangu Tianxia posed to the company. She was terrified something had happened to him.
I'm fine, I'm at school. Don't worry about me.
The urgent priority now is to organize the company's operations and prepare to withstand the impending attack. I won't be able to leave for a few days, so you'll need to take extra care of things at the company. As long as you're safe, leave the company matters to me.
As for everything else, I have complete faith in you. Take care of yourself too. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
As I said before, just keep the company stable internally.
I'll handle everything else. Got it.
After hanging up, Sunmmary pressed her palms against her forehead, her thumbs digging into her temples.
Bai Zhou really had delivered some good news.
Just as the company was getting back on track and slowly improving, barely a few days had passed before this new crisis erupted.
And it was Yangu Tianxia who in Jiangxia didn't know the power behind those 4 characters?
Her fledgling company was about to face the dominant force in this industry head-on.
How could she possibly stabilize the company internally?
While Sunmmary was deep in worry, Bai Zhou wasn't idle either. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure the interior.
To better counter Yangu Tianxia's move, the foremost task was to unite the company's internal forces. What could he possibly do?
Facing such an opponent, employee morale would inevitably plummet. Some might even desert the ship, unthinkable when he first took over this company.
Compared to that time, wasn't this situation a million times more dire?
Hongxing Network was like an ant that Yangu Tianxia could crush with a flick of its finger. How could he convince his employees that he possessed the capability to lead the company in resisting their offensive or even defeating them?
Bai Zhou pondered.
The next day, Bai Zhou took a day off from Jiangyu and hurried to the company early. Stepping into the office, he immediately sensed the atmosphere had shifted. The once bustling energy had vanished, replaced by anxiety, panic, and confusion. Bai Zhou sighed inwardly as he quickened his pace toward Sunmmari's office. Opening the door, Sunmmary wasn't as despondent as last time, no cigarette in one hand, drink in the other, but her bloodshot eyes spoke volumes about the pressure she was under and the fact she hadn't slept a wink all night. Bai Zhou approached her, gently rubbing her cheek as he whispered.
Didn't I tell you not to put so much pressure on yourself?
Why push yourself to this point? Sunmmary gave a bitter smile, closing her eyes to absorb Bai Zhou's touch. Her voice was hoarse as she replied. The thought of facing that colossal threat keeps me awake.
Every time I close my eyes, I see us crushed to dust.
Bai Zhou, I truly don't know how we'll survive this.
It's my fault for making you worry. Some things I probably should have told you sooner.
Bai Zhou lowered his head to kiss Sunmmari's forehead before saying to her.
Gather everyone. I have an announcement to make.
Sunmmary stood up, pressed her face against Bai Zhou's chest, and took a deep breath of his scent. Then, gathering her resolve, she walked out of the office. Soon, at Sunmmari's summons, everyone gathered in the conference room.
Bai Zhou sat in the main seat. After everyone had taken their places, he slowly scanned the room and began.
From your expressions, I can tell none of you hold much hope regarding Yangwu Tianxiao's attack on us. Frankly, given our company's current state, it's understandable we'd struggle to fend off their assault. The mood in the conference room grew even heavier, with only Sunmmary maintaining her usual high spirits to support Bai Zhou. But what I'm here to say is this: we can absolutely win this battle. The moment the words left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the room fixed on Bai Zhou, their expressions filled with disbelief and incomprehension. I know you don't believe me yet, thinking I'm just trying to comfort you. Bai Zhou stroked his chin. But that's not the case. I'm not saying this to comfort you, nor is it blind confidence. It's because I know I have the strength. And with my strength, conquering the world is no challenge. Bai Zhou stood up and raised his voice. Your understanding of me may be limited to me being a delivery guy who gained some online fame and made a little money. These impressions aren't wrong, but they're too narrow. At this point, I can't keep hiding things from you all. I come from Longcheng. I own a CBD complex they're worth hundreds of millions, generating 20 million in annual rental income alone. I share a close friendship with the master of Shaanxi cuisine and chairman of Conshengchuan, a 5-star hotel chain spanning the nation. And more importantly, at this point, Bai Zhou paused, observing the shifting expressions in the crowd. He nodded with satisfaction. Within a month at most, I will hold a 24% stake in LVMH. And this very fact will be the key to our victory. LVMH? Shares in Louis Vuitton? Sunmmary was stunned. Had she heard correctly? A stake in the world's premier fashion group? Boss, Mr. Shen, what company is LVMH? Can its shares help us fend off Yangwu Tianxia? At that moment, an employee timidly asked. Beside him, an employee who had been stunned by the news, one who understood the weight of the LVMH name, jumped to his feet, excitedly explaining. Absolutely. It's incredibly powerful. LVMH. You actually don't know LVMH? It's the world's top fashion conglomerate. Market value exceeds $100 billion. If it's true, then Yangwu Tianxia is nothing compared to Mr. Bai. 73. Calm down and go see Chen Yueying. $100 billion? Wow. So that means boss's 24% stake is worth $30 billion? In US dollars? That's nearly 200 billion yuan. Damn, that could buy 20 Yangwu Tianxia companies. We could literally smash them with cash. Boss is freaking awesome. Hongshang will win. The boss is awesome. Hongshang will win. The conference room instantly filled with a jubilant atmosphere, and Sunmmary felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. After the meeting, the exhausted Sunmmary was sent home by Bai Zhou to rest. With internal stability now secured, the remaining challenges could be tackled as they arose. With Bai Zhou at the helm, everyone felt grounded and secure, their fears completely dispelled. Yangwu Tianxia? Wu Yang? What does that old geezer have to compare with our boss Bai Zhou? After handling company affairs, Bai Zhou returned home. Though he revealed some of his personal background to the team, strictly internal and explicitly off limits for disclosure, he wasn't too worried about the information leaking. Of course not. Who wouldn't want to ride the coattails of such a promising boss? Why risk your future for a pittance from selling information? Nobody here is stupid. Bai Zhou had taken a full day off, with half a day remaining. Canceling leave early was out of the question. Time was precisely what he lacked most. He needed to make the most of this half-day window. What to do? Deliver food. His tasks weren't finished yet. No slacking off. Bai Zhou hopped on his beloved little motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and took off. His area frequently got orders from nearby universities, and this time was no exception. Bai Zhou received an order from Jiangxia Normal University. Chen Yueying should be in military training right now. Perfect timing to check on her. I've heard the girls there are pretty, might as well enjoy the view. Plus, it's time to collect rent from the shops over there. Not bad, this order worked out nicely. The order was placed by a junior student. Bai Zhou glanced at her phone screen and saw his own photo. He felt a quiet thrill. Task progress, +1. This trip was totally worth it. The senior didn't recognize the delivery guy wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a scarf as Bai Zhou himself, but she kindly gave him a positive review anyway. Bai Zhou deliberately bought some refreshing drinks to beat the heat, then hurried to the military training grounds where Chen Yueying and her classmates were stationed. He scanned the sea of green uniforms, searching for her figure. Some girls stood out even in a crowd, and Bai Zhou quickly spotted Chen Yueying, her skin glowing brightly under the sun. They were practicing goose stepping at the moment. Bai Zhou sat in the shade with his drinks, secretly watching her. Chen Yueying remained oblivious to Bai Zhou's distant, unseen gaze, fully focused on following the drill instructor's commands. After the school rumors about her died down, Chen Yueying quickly gained many friends thanks to her natural charm. Among them were quite a few male classmates who harbored affection for her, but because of Bai Zhou, they dared only to secretly like her. After waiting for a while, Chen Yueying's squad finally disbanded for a break. Watching Chen Yueying and several girls chatting and laughing as they walked to a shaded spot to rest, Bai Zhou felt relieved. He had worried that the rumors might isolate her, but now it seemed his fears were unfounded. Carrying a large bag of drinks, he approached Chen Yueying, who was chatting with others.
Yueying, how come you never get sunburned? Did you sneakily use some other sunscreen? No way. I'm using the same stuff as you.
But I've gotten several shades darker these past few days, and you haven't changed at all.
I have no idea about that. Hey, that delivery guy is coming our way. Did one of you secretly order takeout? No way. Who is it? Could it be one of Yueying's admirers? No way. With Bai Zhou around, who'd dare bother Yueying?
Chen Yueying watched the delivery guy gradually approach her heart filled with surprise and delight.
That familiar helmet, sunglasses, mask, and scarf, was he trying to fool her again?
But this was so half-hearted.
He didn't even bother changing his outfit. She recognized him instantly. Should she play alone?
Just as Chen Yueying was debating, Bai Zhou stood before her, removed his face covering gear, and smiled gently.
I happen to be delivering to your school, so I decided to come see you. Here, I bought these refreshing drinks for you.
I got plenty, share them with your friends. Chen Yueying clasped her hands over her heart, instinctively wanting to rush into Bai Zhou's embrace. But this was the playground, crowded with people, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Bai Zhou saw the longing in her eyes and stepped forward, opening his arms to pull her into his embrace.
Oh! Chen Yueying's friends started teasing them.
Bai Zhou stuck out his tongue at them before releasing her.
Hurry up and drink them. Carrying this huge bag is exhausting, you know.
Chen Yueying, her face flushed, called out to her friends. She pulled out a cup for each of them from the bag, with a few left over. You take these and share them with the others.
I was worried I didn't buy enough. Thanks for treating us, Bai Zhou. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on Yueying for you. Chen Yueying's friends assured Bai Zhou as they took their drinks. Ha, great. Thanks for that. Hey, let's add each other on social media. If anyone ever picks on Yueying, just let me know.
Watching Bai Zhou exchange contacts with her friends, Chen Yueying flushed and said to him.
Who else would bully me besides you?
Bai Zhou patted his chest with unabashed confidence.
Exactly.
I'm just making sure I'm the only one who gets to tease you.
Ugh, the stench of love.
So even when handsome guys and beautiful girls date, they're this clingy.
Chen Yueying's friend couldn't quite stomach watching the two of them flirting and bickering. Though Chen Yueying still felt shy, she didn't refute Bai Zhou. Instead, she seemed to tacitly agree.
Since arriving at university, though it had only been a short time, she understood that boys like Bai Zhou were undoubtedly the object of affection for all the female students.
She was absolutely unwilling to concede in this regard, so she decided to take action.
Chen Yueying quietly approached Bai Zhou from behind and tugged at his sleeve.
Ha? What's up?
Bai Zhou turned around, saw it was her, and asked gently.
You're so tall. Could you bend down a little?
Chen Yueying stood on tiptoe but still couldn't reach him, stammering to Bai Zhou.
Bai Zhou understood exactly what she wanted, though he was a bit surprised. Ha? Has this girl gotten so bold now?
But he certainly couldn't refuse her. So Bai Zhou lowered his head and winked at Chen Yueying. Summoning her courage, Chen Yueying closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around Bai Zhou's neck, and tiptoed to kiss him. Her friends were stunned into silence.
Whoa! Is she staking her claim? 74 Wu Yang strikes.
After returning from Chen Yueying's place, Bai Zhou received a call from Sunmmary.
Bad news. Wu Yang has made his move. You need to get back to the company immediately.
Though everyone knew Wu Yang would target the company and had prepared accordingly, they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly.
Truly a veteran of the game. Bai Zhou's expression darkened as he rushed back to the company.
Inside the company, everyone was in a state of panic. Yangwu Tianxiao's first wave of attacks had been too swift, and their entry point was ruthlessly precise, leaving everyone feeling completely caught off guard. Just as they gathered to discuss countermeasures, Bai Zhou entered the office. Seeing him arrive, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. With their anchor back, there was no need for such panic. Seeing the expectation in their gazes, Bai Zhou smiled brightly.
Why the long faces? Yangwu Tianxia targeting us was expected, right? No need to worry. Just focus on your duties and trust me, trust the company. Alright, everyone back to your stations.
Hearing Bai Zhou's words, the weight lifted from everyone's shoulders. They returned to their workstations and resumed their tasks.
Bai Zhou headed straight for Sunmmari's office. How's the situation?
Bai Zhou pushed open the office door and asked Sunmmary, who looked utterly at a loss.
It's bad.
Yangwu Tianxiao's offensive is both fierce and swift. They've shifted to a propaganda war. Look, our previous video has been throttled, and the comments are flooded with negative remarks about the company and you personally. Our backend data shows this tactic is working. New user growth has stalled significantly.
Bai Zhou, what should we do?
Bai Zhou glanced at the data spread before him, rubbing his nose thoughtfully.
No wonder they've been a veteran in Jiangxia's business world for years.
Their move is all about being steady, precise, and ruthless. They're trying to use public opinion to restrict our product's growth and choke off our traffic sources.
For internet companies, especially product-focused ones like ours, how can we survive without traffic? Even though Yangwu hasn't ventured into the internet industry, their understanding of it is pretty sharp. Hey, what's the point of complimenting them now? What are we going to do about this? Calm down.
Wu Yang's move is clever, but it's not truly flawless. On the contrary, if we play our cards right, this could become a huge opportunity for our company.
Shen Mei froze. Such a massive crisis, and Bai Zhou actually sees it as an opportunity for the company? Opportunity? How so? Bai Zhou grinned. Can't you see? While Yengu Tianxia's tactics have earned us a lot of negative publicity, even landing us on the trending list, this is also their first mistake.
They targeted our company and me personally, but they didn't bother with our products.
That means our product's reputation remains intact.
Bai Zhou spoke eloquently.
Second, even though it's negative publicity, aren't they essentially spending their own money to boost our visibility and visibility that makes it to the trending topics? What good is this kind of negative exposure? Everyone's just criticizing us. Shen Mei couldn't wrap her head around it. Yes, it's negative publicity, now everyone's criticizing us. But what if the situation reverses? What if netizens realize all this was just a smear campaign against us?
Shen Mei's eyes lit up as she suddenly understood.
Exactly. If the situation reverses, won't those who are criticizing us now become our supporters soon?
And all the money they've spent to keep this topic trending will then become funds that help promote us.
Isn't this essentially like we used Yengu Tianxia's money to run a free advertisement?
Bai Zhou clapped his hands in amusement and gave Shen Mei a slight nod.
You're absolutely right.
So their move this time, if we handle it properly, could be a huge opportunity for us. But Shen Mei seemed to recall something and frowned.
But how do we reverse the public sentiment? They've hired so many paid commenters, the narrative is completely one-sided right now. Simple. Look here.
Bai Zhou pointed to two trending topics on the screen: rich kid disguised as food delivery guy and detailed introduction to Hongxing network.
At first glance, both topics seemed innocuous.
But clicking through revealed the problem.
The first topic focused on Bai Zhou.
The trolls had edited clips from various videos to show that the motorcycle he rode was actually a Harley Davidson CosmicStarship worth over 10 million yuan, a single bike worth more than most people could earn in a lifetime. This was followed by baseless malicious speculation. Bai Zhou supposedly rides such an extravagant bike for deliveries because he's a rich kid, his dad is some bureau chief, his mom is the chairwoman of some company.
They even spun outlandish theories about his family's wealth stemming from collusion between officials and businessmen.
Bai Zhou was utterly dumbfounded.
He hadn't even realized his father, Bai Jianjun, held such a high-ranking official position. Or that Li Hui's company was so wealthy. He scoffed. This kind of thing? We can easily turn it around.
Yes, I do ride this motorcycle for deliveries, but I earned it myself.
My parents had nothing to do with it. They've been hard-working, ordinary employees their whole lives. Where would they even get the money to buy me this bike?
Then Bai Zhou moved on to the second topic, which was even simpler. It described the company's operational state before he took over. Calling it spending more than it earned was almost flattering. The truth was it was on the brink of bankruptcy. Under these circumstances, Bai Zhou chose to take over the company.
What else could this be but squandering wealth?
Spending so much money to take over a company teetering on bankruptcy, to use the phrasing from this topic.
He didn't even bother pretending. Yang Wudiangxia's paid commentators twisted this move into an attempt to bribe others, claiming he deliberately handed out money. And those misguided netizens, unaware of the truth, joined in condemning Bai Zhou.
Who knew Bai Zhou was this kind of person? I used to like Bai Zhou because he was handsome, but now it's clear he's all style and no substance.
Disgusting. Boycott Bai Zhou. Boycott Hongxing network. Boycott Bai Zhou. Boycott Hongxing network.
Watching the furious comments from netizens, Bai Zhou smiled and said to Shen Mei,
once we turn the tables, won't all these haters become our supporters? 75 Bai Zhou's counterattack. With that, Bai Zhou flashed Shen Mei a smile. What we need to do next is strike back.
In response to Yengu Tianxiao's move, Bai Zhou swiftly proposed a countermeasure.
Ultimately, Yengu Tianxiao's main target here is me. This makes sense after all, I'm the one who crossed Wu Yang, so naturally they'd want to take me down first. The company is just collateral damage.
Besides, from their perspective, our small company isn't worth all this effort.
Therefore, the best approach is to hit them right back.
After all, they have a serious flaw: their entire argument is fabricated, built entirely on conjecture. While they could twist white into black if our response was too slow or weak, don't forget, even though I've been smeared, everyone knows how many people supported me from the start. As long as I can prove I'm not what they claim, those people will still choose to stand by me.
Shen Mei pondered silently. But how could she prove their claims were false? Write a speech? Issue a statement?
No, none of that would work. It would sound too official and lack persuasive power.
People want to see facts, not excuses. We just need to lay the facts before them. How? Same as always, film a video for them to see. Following Bai Zhou's instructions, Shen Mei swiftly organized her team. She divided them into two groups, one to assist Bai Zhou with filming, and the other to draft the script in advance. Once the video was released, they would immediately seize the moral high ground, steer public opinion, and ensure maximum visibility. What would Bai Zhou's video cover? It was actually quite simple.
Bai Zhou envisioned this video primarily to shed his image as a clueless, wasteful rich kid who squanders his family's ill-gotten wealth.
So, under Bai Zhou's direction, a reporter from Jiangxia TV was invited to interview Bai Jianjun and Li Hui.
The rest of the team would follow Bai Zhou to film a video titled A Day in the Life of a Food Delivery Guy. The next day, at Bai Zhou's home, Bai Jianjun and Li Hui sat stiffly on the sofa, their backs straight and shoulders tense. Across from them, the reporter Bai Zhou had invited was organizing his notes.
Li Hui pinched Bai Jianjun's waist discreetly and whispered, "What's going on? Why is a TV reporter interviewing us? Ask me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Bai Jianjun was just as clueless.
Just then, the reporter spoke up, smiling as she inquired,
"Hello, you two must be Bai Zhou's parents? Regarding the rumors currently circulating online that Bai Zhou is a rich kid, with his father being a bureau chief and his mother the chairwoman of a major corporation, do you have anything to say about this?" That first question stunned Bai Jianjun and Li Hui. "What? When did I become a bureau chief? What? When did I become the chairman of a major corporation?"
The two stared at each other in utter bewilderment.
Reporter, you must have the wrong people.
Bai Zhou is indeed our son, but I'm no bureau chief, just a lowly civil servant at Launching Civil Affairs Bureau earning a little over 6,000 yuan a month. His mom isn't some big-time company chairwoman either, she just runs a small convenience store.
Who started these rumors? Bai Jianjun snapped out of it first.
This must be someone trying to frame Bai Zhou, so he quickly set the record straight. The reporter had been waiting for this. Having taken Bai Zhou's money, she naturally had to deliver. She picked up the thread, probing Bai Jianjun for details to make her story more convincing later. While this plan was proceeding smoothly, Bai Zhou was equally busy on his end. After taking leave from Jiangyu, Bai Zhou headed out early in the morning with his crew to film his delivery process. Through the cameraman's lens, Bai Zhou rode his $1 million motorcycle to pick up and deliver orders, chatting with merchants and bragging with fellow deliverymen. He cursed at difficult customers, though most were polite, thanking him or even kindly offering him water. In short, to the photographer, setting aside the vehicle he rode, Bai Zhou was a thoroughly competent delivery guy, diligent and conscientious in his work.
After wrapping up his day's work past 9 p.m., Bai Zhou asked the photographer, "After watching all day, what do you think?" "Me? I just think delivering food is exhausting. You did over 70 orders today, right? Just following you up and down stairs wore me out.
When you mentioned being on the 7th floor without an elevator this afternoon, my legs started shaking."
"You handled it like it was nothing that's impressive." That's not what I meant. I'm asking from your perspective, did today's content feel authentic enough?"
The photographer slapped his thigh.
"Authentic? Couldn't be more authentic.
If anyone dares call this fake after it goes live, I'll slap 'em silly."
"Ha, good. That wraps it up."
Back at the office, Bai Zhou personally supervised the post-production, editing the footage down to about 15 minutes. He then paired it with the reporter's interview footage of his parents, preparing for simultaneous online release at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Sunmmari's pre-arranged article would be published alongside it.
Seeing Sunmmary still looking uneasy, Bai Zhou pressed his hands against her temples, helping her relax as he said,
"Don't worry too much. It'll be fine.
Once we release this video tomorrow, things will start looking up." Honestly, looking at it now, Yangbu Tianxia's move felt a bit rushed. Plus, they misplaced their focus, maybe influenced by his son. Wu Yang really dropped the ball this time. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Sunmmary chuckled softly.
"What? You think the opponent was too weak?"
Bai Zhou shook his head. "They are a bit weak. From what I know, he doesn't seem like the type to make such a foolish move."
Sunmmary sighed. "Who knows what kind of reaction the video will get tomorrow?"
Bai Zhou squeezed Sunmmari's shoulder casually and said,
"Relax.
Yangbu Tianxia is shooting themselves in the foot this time. Once the video drops tomorrow, they'll realize the trending topic they paid big bucks to hype up has instantly turned into free advertising for Hongxing Network. We can even use this chance to heavily promote our products."
"That's a win-win." "Huh? What kind of win-win is that?"
"We're winning twice over this one thing, what else could it be but a win-win?"
76 Woyang, I gave birth to this, so I can't get angry.
Early the next morning, avid netizens discovered that Bai Zhou, the other protagonist of yesterday's hot topic in Hongxing Network, had made their move.
Instead of issuing statements or announcements, they released a video. Simultaneously, Jiangxia TV's official account posted an interview with Bai Zhou's parents. This had the onlookers absolutely thrilled. With Bai Zhou and Hongxing Network staying silent yesterday, people had assumed Bai Zhou was lying low and admitting defeat. How boring. A one-sided showdown just isn't as juicy. Netizens aren't afraid of you escalating things, in fact, they're practically begging for it. So they rallied their friends, shared and commented, and with Bai Zhou's existing fanbase amplifying the buzz, both videos quickly shot to the top of the trending charts. After watching both videos, the comments section was overwhelmingly in Bai Zhou's defense. "I knew my Bai Zhou wouldn't be the kind of person they make him out to be. Just look how hard he works delivering food. That's the top floor. The elevator requires a card, but my Bai Zhou took the stairs. Could someone they describe as a lazy rich kid really do something like this?
Just a passerby, but I gotta say this video really opened my eyes to how hard delivery guys work.
I'll definitely be more considerate of them from now on. I stumbled upon this video by accident.
As a fellow delivery rider myself, I can say Bai Zhou is definitely a seasoned pro at this job. He must deliver food all the time. He's absolutely not the kind of person they're making him out to be, someone who just does it to show off.
He manages over 70 orders a day. I've been delivering for 2 years and can't even guarantee that many every day.
After seeing the interview with Bai Zhou's parents, it's clear someone's stirring the pot behind the scenes.
His parents are just regular folks. Where'd these bureau chief and chairman titles come from? Someone must be jealous of our Bai Zhou. He's handsome and kind. Hey, Hongsheng Network just released their operational report. You guys gotta check it out.
Turns out, at Sunmmry's suggestion, Hongsheng Network specifically released a report detailing the company's performance since Bai Zhou took over, explicitly highlighting this point. The report emphasized the series of transformations brought about by Bai Zhou's leadership. Netizens were even more impressed with Bai Zhou after reading it. Wow! A company that was losing so much money turned profitable so quickly after Bai Zhou took over. What a business genius! So that promotional video was Bai Zhou's idea. My husband is both capable and handsome. I'll be damned if I let anyone badmouth him. Sisters. Supporting Hongsheng Network means supporting Bai Zhou. I saw they have an app I'm using too. It's fantastic. Everyone, hurry and download it. Already downloaded. It really is great. I'm getting a membership to support Bai Zhou. Supporting him. Bai Zhou was jolted awake again by Sunmmry's call. Sis, give me a break, okay? I was watching the game until past 2 a.m. last night. Bai Zhou, you're incredible. We won. Public opinion is completely on our side now. Those paid trolls from Yangwu Tianxia were smearing us at first, but now they're getting flamed into oblivion by netizens. Plus, our product downloads and paid subscriptions have skyrocketed. The company's reputation is soaring. Bai Zhou. You're amazing. Listening to Sunmmry's wildly excited voice on the phone, Bai Zhou raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, sighing helplessly. This was totally expected. Why all the fuss? Calm down, it's way too early for this excitement. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Let me get some more sleep. I was just nervous before. Even though I knew you'd handle it, facing Yangwu Tianxia as the opponent, how could I possibly relax? Now that we have results, I can finally breathe easy. Sunmmry whined playfully over the phone. What? Are you saying you didn't trust me before? Of course not. I believed you. I always believed in you. Only now I'll trust you even more. Bai Zhou chuckled and said. Alright then, Manager Shin, may I go to sleep now? Go ahead, go ahead. Get some good rest. I won't bother you anymore. Just as Bai Zhou was settling back into bed, in a spacious, luxurious conference room somewhere in Jiangxia, Wu Yang was raging. Useless. All of you are useless. Speak. Which brainless moron came up with this idea? Speak. The timid manager standing nearby looked as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Spotting him, Wu Yang's finger shot out, pointing at him with a piercing glare as he barked. Speak. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'll have you packing your bags and out the door. The supervisor glanced at Wu Yang, his face pale at the sight of the murderous intent radiating from him. Hesitantly, he stammered. It was young Master Yuewei's idea. He told us not to tell you, or else we'd get fired. At the mention of Wu Yuewei's name, Wu Yang's pent-up rage choked in his throat. He knew full well Wu Yuewei was capable of such a thing. A father knows his son best. He understood his son's mindset perfectly. He also knew the employees were aware of his indulgence toward Wu Yuewei, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. But damn it, this was infuriating. This bloody mess. His own massive conglomerate, worth 20 billion yuan, needed to resort to a propaganda war to take down some goddamn nobodies in a Thai internet company? And they lost? If word got out, no, it definitely had already gotten out. He could just imagine Wu Yuewei bragging about this move to his friends. Damn it. His face was completely ruined. He couldn't even imagine the mockery he'd face from those people afterward. The thought made Wu Yang's hands clench into fists. If Wu Yuewei were standing before him now, he wouldn't be able to resist whipping out his belt. Glancing back at Bai Zhou, who had handled the entire incident with such ease, a quiet wave of envy washed over Wu Yang. If only his own unlucky son had even a fifth of Bai Zhou's competence, he wouldn't be in such a headache-inducing mess. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed Wu Yuewei, wanting to see what his troublesome son was up to. Hello? Where are you? Wu Yang asked, but the response came in Wu Yuewei's slurred voice. Hello? Who is this? Are you that thief stealing manhole covers by the roadside late at night? Who are you? Are you Li Kuei, the Black Whirlwind from the Liangshan Heroes? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Are you that Era Ray from the cartoon who loves playing with poop? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Are you Wang Dachui, the construction worker from the Spring Festival Gala?
Listening to Wu Yuewei's drunken ramblings on the other end of the line, if Wu Yang's anger could be visualized, it would have already hit the roof.
He silently repeated to himself, "This is my own flesh and blood, my own flesh and blood.
I can't get angry, I can't get angry." But Wu Yuewei's nonsense kept echoing in his ears. Holding back. I'm done holding back.
Wu Yang gritted his teeth and snapped.
I'm your damn father. 77 The miserable Wu Yuewei and the insanely profitable Bai Zhou.
Hearing his father's furious voice on the phone, Wu Yuewei sobered up instantly.
Dad, let me explain. Explain your ass. Get your ass back to the company right now.
After hanging up, Wu Yang's chest heaved with rage. Spotting the supervisor still standing nearby, he grabbed a stack of documents from the desk and hurled them at him.
What are you still standing here for? Get moving and handle it. That trending topic is still up. Do you think we haven't given Hongqing Network enough exposure? Mr. Wu, how should we handle this? It's too late to pull the trending topic now.
Yuewei bought it for 3 days straight. Even if we pull it now, they won't refund the money.
Is this the time to be worrying about money? You useless piece of trash. Absolute piece of trash. Get it taken down. The nameless middle-aged supervisor could only bow and scrape before slipping out quietly to carry out Wu Yang's orders.
Once everyone had left, Wu Yang's legs gave out and he slumped into his chair. The company's financial loss this time wasn't particularly significant. The money spent wasn't something Wu Yang would dwell on. But the real damage was to the Yingwu Tianxia brand and his own reputation. This brand he, Wu Yang, had built from scratch over mere decades. He wouldn't claim it was unrivaled, but who in Jiangxia dared look down on it? Even if the rise of new industries had eroded its former dominance in recent years, as long as his personal reputation remained intact, Yingwu Tianxia wouldn't face major trouble.
But now?
His good-for-nothing son had used his name to attack Hongqing Network, a nobody company. Normally, such an attack might be tolerated. After all, success could be spun as a strategic move to expand into the internet.
The problem?
They failed. And not just failed, they delivered a massive wave of traffic to Hongqing Network.
For an internet company, isn't traffic the most crucial asset? Wasn't Yingwu Tianxia essentially spending its own money to advertise for its rival? How would others view Wu Yang? How would they view the Yingwu Tianxia brand? Would they say he finally got his comeuppance for shooting at wild geese? Or that he shot himself in the foot? This was essentially signaling to their competitors
that Wu Yang's eyesight was failing, his former intimidation gone. If he had any tricks up his sleeve, he'd better use them now before it was too late and Yingwu Tianxia became a piece of meat no one could get their hands on. At this thought, Wu Yang suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body, as if he were surrounded by sharks in the water. For the first time in his life, Wu Yang felt an urge to beat up Wu Yuewei for acting on his own. Meanwhile, Wu Yuewei, just roused from his drunken stupor by his father's call, had no idea what storm was brewing. Still grinning after flirting with the receptionist, he strolled toward Wu Yang's office.
Dad, what do you want? I was drinking with friends and you had to call me. Seriously. Seeing the dark expression on Wu Yang's face, Wu Yuewei's voice grew quieter.
After a moment of silence, Wu Yang asked coldly, whose idea was it to launch the smear campaign against Hongqing Network and Bai Zhou? Hearing his father mention this, Wu Yuewei breathed a sigh of relief, silently thinking. Phew, thought Dad found out about my other shenanigans. Turns out it was just this. Wu Yuewei grinned smugly. How about that? Stunned, huh? That was your son's idea. Oomph. Think Bai Zhou's so cocky? I've ruined his reputation. Let's see how cocky he can be now.
Wu Yuewei didn't notice Wu Yang's increasingly grim expression. Instead, he continued boasting. Daring to challenge our Yingwu Tianxia? What a joke. Some worthless internet celebrity delivering takeout. What right does he have to challenge us?
I can handle him without even needing Dad to lift a finger.
Enough. Shut your mouth. You're an embarrassment. Dad? Who gave you the right to act in the name of Yingwu Tianxia? Who? Do you really think you're capable of handling this? You piece of trash, let me tell you, if you had even a fraction of Bai Zhou's brains, you wouldn't have done something this stupid. Did you grow up to be a dog?
Faced with Wu Yang's storm of rage, Wu Yuewei froze. He'd never seen his father like this before, and suddenly felt a pang of hurt.
Dad, it's just a failed plan. Is this really necessary? Do you have to yell at me like this?
Wu Yang was nearly beside himself with rage. Scanning the room for a suitable weapon, finding none, he yanked his belt from his waist. Striding up to Wu Yuewei, he lashed it down with brutal force. Wu Yuewei was utterly bewildered. He had no idea why Wu Yang was so furious, nor why his father, who had never once struck him before, was now lashing out with such ferocity. He could only wail and scream, snot and tears mixing in his mouth, but Wu Yang showed no sign of stopping. Help! Murder! Wu Yang is trying to kill his son. Meanwhile, at Bai Zhou's company, the atmosphere was jubilant. Thanks to the thorough promotional work done by Yingwu Tianxia beforehand, Bai Zhou's reversal video attracted massive attention from netizens the moment it was released. Without spending a single penny, they landed 2 trending topics, significantly boosting the company's visibility. The company's products have also been impacted by this, experiencing another surge in new user registrations and paid subscribers. At this moment, the company was holding a wrap-up meeting. According to product department data, within 8 hours of the video's release, our product's downloads and registrations surged by 87%, propelling it into the top 50 trending apps at number 42. Paid users increased by 74%, and both metrics continue to climb steadily, far from reaching their peak. This wave of public attention generated by Yengwu Tianxia has brought us over 5 million in revenue, to say the least, and the savings in promotional costs are incalculable. Shenmei delivered her report in the conference room as Bai Zhou clapped his hands and chuckled softly. Here, I propose we all applaud Yengwu Tianxia for their assistance this time, and also applaud our colleagues who have been fighting on the front lines these past 2 days. Through this incident, I believe everyone can see that Yengwu Tianxia isn't as formidable as the rumors suggest. One could even say they're a bit foolish. So we really don't need to worry too much about them. Trust the company, trust me, and the ultimate winners will definitely be us. Clap. After the applause, a graphic designer from the company stood up and addressed everyone. I think we should give a round of applause to our boss, Bai Zhou. Without his brilliant leadership, we wouldn't have achieved such remarkable results so quickly. Right. Let's applaud Mr. Bai Zhou. Applause. A deafening applause erupted in the conference room. 78 Jianyu's intelligence, trouble at Yengwu Tianxia? After resolving this incident, Bai Zhou finally had the chance to return to school. Back at school, Bai Zhou hadn't even had time to attend military training before Jianyu dragged him into the office. I heard about what happened the other day. You did a great job. Jianyu said excitedly to Bai Zhou, but Bai Zhou looked puzzled. Well, it wasn't really that big of a deal. I just felt like they weren't up to their usual standards this time, and their follow-up actions seemed a bit odd too. Exactly. That's precisely why I'm saying you did well. Jianyu blinked. Huh? You mean everyone thinks Yengwu Tianxia acted unusually this time? Exactly. Everyone in the industry is saying Yengwu Tianxia is on the decline. Wu Yang is getting old. To think they resorted to dirty tricks like a media war against a small company. Even more ridiculous is how they ended up getting outmaneuvered using their own resources to give that little company a free advertising blitz. Wu Yang has lost his old edge. Bai Zhou propped his chin on his right hand, lowering his head in thought. If that's the case, Yengwu Tianxia might be in trouble? Jianyu gasped. I haven't even said anything yet. How did you know? How did you figure it out? Bai Zhou rubbed his chin with his right hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's simple. Yengwu Tianxia is ultimately an empire built step by step over the years by Wu Yang. So every crisis it faced was overcome by Wu Yang's strategic planning. The business world is like a battlefield. Through this incident, Yengwu Tianxia suddenly exposed a level of foolishness it had never shown before. And as everyone knows, the only person capable of making decisions at Yengwu Tianxia is Wu Yang. Doesn't that mean something is wrong with Wu Yang himself? And the Yengwu Tianxia brand would naturally suffer in his wake. Exactly. That's why many have noticed something different about Yengwu Tianxia this time. They all see this as an opportunity. Even if Wu Yang himself isn't the problem, Yengwu Tianxia itself is flawed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a foolish mistake. I've received word that several of Yengwu Tianxia's competitors are preparing to band together. They plan to seize this chance to take a bite out of Yengwu Tianxia. Even if they can't kill it, they'll tear off a chunk of flesh. Jianyu continued excitedly, lifting her head to look at Bai Zhou. So Yengwu Tianxia probably won't have time to deal with you for a while. Their rivals aren't pushovers. If they divert resources to confront you now, it'll only make them lose more ground against those competitors. As long as Wu Yang isn't an idiot, he'll never let that happen. Bai Zhou nodded. This outcome was entirely within his expectations, so he showed little surprise. Jianyu looked at Bai Zhou's unruffled expression with some surprise and asked, "You're not even thrilled by such good news?" Bai Zhou shook his head calmly. "I'm pleased, yes, but surprised? Not really. It was something I anticipated. I just fear this might not be as straightforward as it seems." Huh? What? You anticipated all this? What do you mean it's not that simple? Jianyu paused for a moment before urgently pressing further. Bai Zhou sighed softly and spoke slowly. It's easy to see. Wu Yang built such a vast empire, he must have accumulated countless enemies. These foes usually hide their fangs and maintain a careful facade. But the moment Wu Yang's Yengwu Tianxia shows even the slightest crack, those hidden claws and fangs will pounce. They won't rest until they've torn off a piece of flesh to fill their bellies. At this point, Bai Zhou shifted his tone. But does Wu Yang not know this? Though I'm unsure why he attacked me that way the first time, I believe he's now prepared to face those enemies. They won't get their way so easily. Jianyu pondered for a moment before agreeing. You're right, but won't this only intensify the conflict between them? Isn't that problematic? No, it's perfect. It gives me ample time to develop. But that's not what's on my mind right now. Then what are you thinking about?
I'm wondering if I can insert myself into this situation. 'Cause some trouble for Wu Yang?
Jiang Yu looked Bai Zhou up and down, surprised to find this young man before her so bold.
Wait, Bai Zhou, isn't it too early to be thinking about this?
Sure, you handled Yangwu Tianxia's first move against you flawlessly, but that doesn't mean you should underestimate them. It's far too soon for you to strike back proactively. You'd be better off using this time to develop your strength. Bai Zhou smiled meaningfully.
How could it be too early? This is precisely my moment to strike. Troubled waters make for easy fishing. Yangwu Tianxia's pond is about to turn murky, if not now, then when? Teacher Jiang Yu, could you kindly tell me who Yangwu Tianxia's rivals are? Jiang Yu frowned slightly.
She had intended to continue dissuading Bai Zhou from rash action, but seeing the resolve in his expression, she silently withdrew her warnings.
Shaking her head gently, she began outlining Yangwu Tianxia's adversaries.
Yangwu Tianxia has two primary open adversaries. The first is Lu Feng, with whom Wu Yang developed a rivalry during his early days in the freight business.
Lu Feng is a highly capable individual who has dedicated decades to mastering the freight industry. Today, he and his affiliated companies control 70% of Jiangxia's freight market. Wu Yang's decision to pivot into real estate years ago was partly influenced by Lu Feng's dominance.
Taking a sip of water, Jiang Yu continued.
The second was Li Chang, Jiangxia's second-ranked local real estate developer.
This man boasted strong official connections and had been locked in a bitter rivalry with Wu Yang for years. Their back-and-forth battles were spectacular, making Li Chang a worthy equal to Wu Yang. In terms of both tactics and power, he was a major player in Jiangxia. Then there were those lurking in the shadows, people who had been wronged by Wu Yang in the past. Lacking the power to confront him directly, they remained hidden. The most representative among them was Lin Gaoxian, who had originally fought alongside Wu Yang to build their empire but was later expelled by Wu Yang due to certain events.
Lin Gaoxian? Yes. This man started as a capable lieutenant under Wu Yang, excelling in sales.
After being expelled, he built an agency company from scratch. While neither its scale nor strength could directly challenge Wu Yang, he gathered a group of individuals harboring grudges against Wu Yang, forming a force not to be underestimated. After hearing Jiang Yu's intelligence, Bai Zhou gazed out the window, his eyes deep and pensive. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhou withdrew his gaze and smiled at Jiang Yu.
Thank you for sharing this, Teacher Jiang. I already have a plan. 79. Plan before acting Wu Yu away under house arrest? After leaving Jiang Yu's office, Bai Zhou appeared remarkably relaxed.
Jiang Yu had been curious about Bai Zhou's plan and pressed him repeatedly for details, only to be brushed off with the excuse that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu gave up, though not without a look of indignation. After leaving, Bai Zhou merely made a few phone calls and then did nothing further. This puzzled Jiang Yu, who had been peering through the window.
Wasn't he supposed to have a plan? Where was it? Was this all it took, a few phone calls?
Watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, Jiang Yu realized she was growing increasingly unable to understand Bai Zhou. At their first meeting, she merely thought him a handsome young man, delighted to be his counselor. Later, witnessing his direct confrontation with Wu Yang, she admired his boldness, though perhaps recklessness. Then, learning he turned defeat into victory against Yangwu Tianxia, she realized the reckless one was herself. Bai Zhou likely had it all planned out from the start. And today, he shattered her last impression of him. Upon hearing that Yangwu Tianxia might soon face rivals, his first thought wasn't to seize the opportunity to strengthen himself, but to meddle and cause them even greater trouble. Jiang Yu grew up in a complex environment, yet even she had never encountered someone like Bai Zhou before. Compared to him, all those young prodigies once hailed as promising talents pale into insignificance. Of course. If you ask them to challenge an old fox like Wu Yang at 18 or 19, forget about winning, just having the guts to accept the fight would be impressive enough. Bai Zhou, what kind of person are you, really? Jiang Yu sighed softly. Unaware of Jiang Yu's thoughts, Bai Zhou was currently waiting for a reply. He had stopped at a bubble tea shop, ordered a drink, and sat down to watch the beautiful women passing by on the street. Ring. The phone rang. Bai Zhou answered and asked. So, any leads? Whatever the reply was, Bai Zhou's hand stopped stirring his bubble tea. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. Excellent. You'll get major credit for this. Remember, do exactly as I say. Don't screw up. Hanging up, Bai Zhou watched the bustling crowd outside the shop door, his mood gradually lifting. You wanted my company gone from Jiangxia within 3 months? Well, I'll make sure your Yangwu Tianxia crumbles within 10 days. Did you hear? Wu Yang's move this time was actually to avenge his son. Ha? Revenge for his son? What happened to his son? Well, what else could happen? At school, his son was acting all high and mighty, bragging about his rich daddy, and got his ass kicked literally. His son couldn't take it and told Wu Yang, who was now out to get revenge by smearing the other guy. Oh, so that's it. No wonder Wu Yang's move was so uncharacteristically sloppy, he was blinded by rage. His son is his absolute treasure. He treats him like he's made of glass, too precious to scold, let alone let get hurt. Of course he'd be furious when his son got beaten up. No wonder.
I thought Wu Yang wouldn't make such a blunder given his usual tactics. Turns out his son is his Achilles heel.
If anyone wants to take him down now, they'll just have to target his son first. Mess with his son, and Wu Yang will lose his head too.
Ha! Who can argue with that?
Now everyone knows Wu Yang's down for the count. Suddenly, within a very short time, the above conversation began circulating throughout Jiangxia's business circles. The speaker remained unknown. It was merely a screenshot of a WeChat chat, with the profile picture and name blurred out. But perhaps because so many people were eager to gawk, the screenshot spread with astonishing speed, leaving everyone gobsmacked. Almost everyone in Jiangxia's business circles knew about this conversation and understood, oh. So Wu Yang's weakness was his son. Whenever something happened to his son, Wu Yang would lose his head and make foolish decisions. Nowadays, in this society governed by law, overly extreme tactics are no longer viable. But taking down a clueless rich kid is still a piece of cake. It doesn't even require extreme measures to make that kid crumble. Then, would Wu Yang not be stunned? Upon hearing this news, Wu Yang's rivals rejoiced, celebrating their discovery of his Achilles heel. After years of patience, their moment had finally arrived. Instantly, Wu Yang's enemies, both overt and covert, bared their fangs. They were waiting for Wu Yuewei to slip up so they could pounce. Wu Yang, of course, had also learned of this development. In recent days, he had lost his temper more times than in the entire previous year. He had believed his cultivation of composure had reached a certain level, but the events of these days had repeatedly shattered his resolve. First, Wu Yuewei's foolish actions, then these rumors deliberately spread by certain individuals. Though the decision to intervene hadn't been his, the rumors had hit the mark. They hadn't missed his weak spot. No matter how unambitious, foolish, or dim-witted Wu Yuewei might be, he remained his own flesh and blood, a precious sonborn when Wu Yang was already over 40. His current state was inextricably linked to Wu Yang's lifelong indulgence. Wu Yang deeply regretted it, but regret came too late. By the time he had awakened to the reality, his son was already this way, deepening the guilt he felt toward Wu Yuewei. Thus, his true weakness was indeed this son. If anyone laid a finger on his child, he simply couldn't bear it. Take Bai Zhou, for instance. Though he had provoked Wu Yang that day, the real issue was that he had dared to strike his son. At this thought, Wu Yang's hands clenched tightly, his worry for Wu Yuewei reaching its peak. He hurriedly dialed Wu Yuewei's number. Hey! Son! Where are you right now? Huh? Dad, I'm at a bar with friends. I won't be coming home tonight. Don't worry about me. The deafening background music blaring through the phone made the veins in Wu Yang's temples throb violently. You! Get your ass back here right now. Or you can forget about your allowance this month. Wu Yang's furious roar reached Wu Yuewei's ears like a gentle breeze. Alright. Got it. I'll be back tonight. What a hassle. With that, he hung up. Wu Yang sat on the sofa, staring at his phone as his expression darkened. I'm back. About 4 or 5 hours later, around 2 a.m., the door creaked open as Wu Yuewei stumbled home, drunk as a skunk. The moment he stepped into the living room, he saw Wu Yang's face dark as night and instantly sobered up. He swallowed hard and cautiously said to Wu Yang, Dad, if there's nothing else, I'm just gonna go to bed, okay? Just as he turned to slip back to his bedroom, Wu Yang cut him off. Stop right there. I have something to tell you. From this moment on, no matter what happens, you are not to step outside this room. 80 The calm before the storm. Ever since Wu Yuewei was confined to the house, the once turbulent Jiangxia business world had suddenly grown quiet. Yet this stillness felt unsettling, as if everyone was waiting for something, yet also anticipating something. Whether it was Wu Yang or his rivals, they all seemed to share an unspoken understanding regarding the earlier rumors, as if they had collectively forgotten them. Yet glances cast toward Yangwu Tianxia occasionally carried hints of mockery and sharpness. None of this concerned Bai Zhou now. After making some arrangements, he reverted to his usual leisurely life, ordering takeout, flirting with beauties. It made Xin Mei wonder if he'd forgotten that Yangwu Tianxia was merely lying low for now. Today was rent collection day. Bai Zhou's 10 shops at Jiangxia Normal University were all leased out, and tenants were waiting to pay him. Collecting rent before delivering food? Perfect timing. Bai Zhou sighed contentedly, slipped into his delivery uniform, and rode his motorcycle to Jiangxia Normal University. Since it was Sunday, more students than usual were strolling around campus. They chatted and laughed in groups, paying little attention to Bai Zhou, who was covered head to toe. Just another delivery guy. A common sight on campus. Bai Zhou strolled leisurely toward the commercial area. Its prime location drew many students, and his 10 shops were all occupied. Milk tea shops, fried chicken and skewer stands, snack bars, convenience stores all seemed to be doing brisk business. Standing outside a bubble tea shop, Bai Zhou felt thirsty. He took off his mask and glasses, ready to order a drink and take a sip, when suddenly a sarcastic remark reached his ears from nearby. Honestly, university campus management is a mess these days. How can they just let delivery guys wander in like that? What if some unscrupulous person slips in? Our school has plenty of beauties. Remember that freshman campus queen? She got lured away by some stinky delivery guy. Yeah, he's totally right.
Mr. Li, as vice president of the student union, you really need to step in. For the safety of students on campus, you have to find a way to stop this from happening. Freshman campus beauty? Chen Yueying? They're talking about me. Bai Zhou frowned as he looked over. Oh wow, familiar faces. The three sitting over there were none other than Li Chaoyang, who had been eyeing Chen Yueying and his two lackeys. Feeling safe within the school grounds, the lackeys chattered nonsense beside Li Chaoyang, while he looked rather pleased with himself, tilting his head and glaring at Bai Zhou. Well, you're absolutely right. After all, Zhangxia Normal University has a higher proportion of female students. For the safety of our campus women, I'll bring this up at the next meeting. We'll establish regulations to prevent those delivery guys from entering our school. After speaking, he picked up the milk tea on the table and took a sip before continuing. We can't have certain people exploiting their minor fame to sneak onto campus under the guise of delivering food every other day. Who knows if they're here to deliver or for other purposes? Exactly. Mr. Li, you absolutely must stop this from happening. Rest assured, the student union will definitely give me this favor. It's a minor matter. Once I say it's done, it's done. That's great. Now certain people won't have any excuse to sneak onto campus to meet their little sweethearts. Ha! Bai Zhou watched the three clowns before him, speechless. He shook his head, unwilling to engage. After all, his current adversary was someone of Wu Yang's caliber. It wasn't worth stooping to their level. Turning back, Bai Zhou was about to order his milk tea when the shop owner spotted him. Rushing out from behind the counter, he greeted Bai Zhou respectfully. Oh, Mr. Bai. Why didn't you tell me you were here? I was so busy I didn't even notice you. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ah, no problem. I just arrived myself. Mr. Bai, please take a seat. Hold on a moment, I'll call the others over. Zheng. Bring Mr. Bai a milk tea. Make sure to load it up on the toppings. Aye. Got it, boss. Bai Zhou sat down, watching the shop owner bustle about preparing his drink before rushing out to greet other tenants. He chuckled softly to himself. He really ought to visit less often. Just coming to collect rent once meant they had to put on such a grand reception. Not to mention, it inevitably disrupted their business, didn't it? Next time, I'll just have them transfer the rent directly. Li Chaoyang and the others nearby watched the shop owner's enthusiastic hospitality toward Bai Zhou, their minds filled with questions. What's going on? When did Bai Zhou become the owner of our school's milk tea shop? Exactly. The owner mentioned other people too? What's going on here? Li Chaoyang's two sidekicks muttered under their breath, while Li Chaoyang himself grew visibly grim. Ever since Bai Zhou had defused the rumors about Chen Yueying last time, Li Chaoyang had harbored a deep shadow toward him. After all, those who secretly harbored feelings for Chen Yueying were now hunting down the source of the rumors. They even threatened that if they caught the culprit, they'd make them pay dearly. This had made Li Chaoyang and his crew too scared to surf the web freely, terrified of being exposed. This time was no different. Watching Bai Zhou stir up trouble again, Li Chaoyang had a sinking feeling he was about to be humiliated once more. But his stubbornness kept him from running away now. Besides, he refused to believe Bai Zhou could keep humiliating him every single time. Maybe this time was just a coincidence? Li Chaoyang hissed at his two henchmen. What are you freaking out for? Do you really think Bai Zhou is omnipotent? Just wait. I'll see what he's up to this time. The two henchmen exchanged glances. They caught it. Even young Master Li felt uneasy facing Bai Zhou. Listen to that, do you really think Bai Zhou is all-powerful? So Bai Zhou had already risen to that level in young Master Li's mind? What the hell were they supposed to do now? The two henchmen immediately kept their eyes downcast and minds to themselves, refusing to say another word. After all, it'll be you, Li Chaoyang, who ends up looking like a fool we're not involved. Before long, the bubble tea shop owner entered, accompanied by several familiar faces the proprietors of nearby shops Li Chaoyang and his crew recognized. Hey, isn't that the owner of the grilled fish place we always go to? Look, that's the owner of the most popular barbecue place on campus. And that one. That's the owner of the nail salon the girls always go to. Li Chaoyang's sycophants began pointing out each arriving shop owner and owner's wife, all from the most popular businesses on campus. They all beamed at Bai Zhou like flowers in bloom. The shop owners' wives were one thing, but even the middle-aged men were grinning like chrysanthemums. Li Chaoyang's uneasy premonition grew stronger by the second. Why do I feel like a death omen is flashing above my head? 81 Bai Zhou, am I being underestimated just because I'm young and poor? Just as Li Chaoyang had anticipated, the scene that unfolded next became an inescapable nightmare haunting his entire university life. Mr. Bai. All 10 tenants for your shops are here. This month's rent is ready and waiting for you to collect. Yes, Mr. Bai. If it weren't for you renting us these shops, our business wouldn't be thriving like this. Mr. Bai, business is business, but you've been so generous to us. Old Zhang won't say it, but from now on, whenever you come to my barbecue place, I'll be your servant if you pay a single cent. That's right, Mr. Bai. We really owe you big time. Bai Zhou smiled and waved his hand, saying, You're all too kind. The reason I chose this rental arrangement back then was for mutual benefit.
The more you earn, the more I earn, we owe each other nothing. Old Zhang, if you keep talking like that, I'll be too embarrassed to eat at your place. It turned out that when Bai Zhou signed contracts with these tenants, he didn't opt for traditional leasing methods. Instead, he adopted a novel approach: no upfront rent, but a monthly payment of 25% of each shop's profits. On top of that, utilities were fully covered, and he even handled the initial renovations for them. This method not only drastically reduced the merchant's initial costs but also yielded higher rental income than conventional models in the long run. Precisely because Bai Zhou's 10 shops were all in prime locations virtually guaranteed to turn a profit unless the owner made a major blunder, he chose this leasing model. Little did he expect that what he considered a simple gesture of goodwill would leave such a deep impression on the merchants. Indeed, they profited handsomely from his approach, while Bai Zhou himself suffered no real loss. It was a true win-win. Li Chaoyang and the other two standing nearby were dumbfounded. What? The landlord of all these shops we frequent is Bai Zhou? Wait, so when we go there to spend money, isn't that basically just giving Bai Zhou cash? Li Chaoyang's sycophant couldn't hold back and muttered under his breath. He himself felt sick to his stomach, like he'd swallowed a fly. Just thinking about how he'd invited so many student council members to Old Zhang's for barbecue a few days ago, spending thousands of yuan that all went straight into Bai Zhou's profits, made Li Chaoyang want to slap himself. Lackey Ye gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. But then again, these places are top tier on campus for both food and drinks. There's no way we won't keep coming back. You're telling me? How does Bai Zhou get such luck? Everyone renting his place is so capable. Li Chaoyang's face turned blue. They weren't wrong. All 10 of these places, whether food or drink, were insanely popular on campus. Even if he could resist coming himself, his friends and classmates wouldn't hold back. Besides, every student union gathering ended up at one of these spots. Choosing anywhere else meant nobody would show up. He'd have to keep funneling cash to Bai Zhou. Damn it! Li Chaoyang's face was as grim as old ate after eating poop. Just then, the owner of this milk tea shop looked at Li Chaoyang and his friends and said to Bai Zhou, "Hey, Mr. Bai, I overheard these students talking about you earlier. They were being pretty disrespectful, saying some pretty nasty things. What's going on?" Bai Zhou shot Li Chaoyang a glance, about to say it was nothing, when old Zhang, the barbecue shop owner from northeast China, couldn't stand it anymore. "Who? It's you puny little s disrespecting Mr. Bai. Pretty bold, huh? Hey, you in the middle, I remember you. You're always coming to my place for barbecue, aren't you? Always ordering that damn leek and kidney dish trying to boost your kidneys? Looks like it's not working. And now you dare talk back to our Mr. Bai? You little punk, I'll report you. Don't you dare set foot in my shop again. You're not welcome here." Li Chaoyang, who was being pointed at by old Zhang, turned as red as a pig's liver. He did love their barbecue, especially the grilled kidneys and leeks. The reason was simple: he genuinely needed the boost. But this wasn't something you shouted at the top of your lungs. Didn't you see people already pulling out their phones to record? Li Chaoyang managed to spit out a sentence. You're slandering me. I don't need to boost my kidneys. I just genuinely love eating kidneys and leeks. Just then, the owner of a nearby beverage shop chimed in. "Ah, that's right. I remember this young man. He often comes to my shop for drinks and always pays an extra 5 yuan to have goji berries added. I never really paid much attention before, but now it seems he really is lacking." Hearing this, Bai Zhou couldn't help but laugh. What? So Li Chaoyang looks like a respectable guy on the surface, but secretly he's got kidney deficiency? Bai Zhou looked at Li Chaoyang with a hint of pity, his eyes seeming to say, "Bro, you're no good either." Bai Zhou's gaze instantly ignited Li Chaoyang's fury. "I, Li Chaoyang, can be looked down upon by anyone but not by you, Bai Zhou." He was already losing his mind. He shot to his feet, pointing at Bai Zhou and bellowing, "Bai Zhou, you've gone too far. I just couldn't stand seeing you with Chen Yueying. I just spread a rumor about Chen Yueying. Why must you humiliate me like this? What gives you, a lousy delivery guy turned internet celebrity, the right to act so arrogant? How am I, Li Chaoyang, any worse than you?" The student crouched nearby filming the scene suddenly perked up. Holy crap, major news. He could already picture the chaos when this video hit the school forum. Chen Yueying's admirers were hunting for the rumor monger, and now Li Chaoyang had just handed himself over. This was going to be a spectacle. One of Jiangxia Normal's famed 3 princes resorting to such underhanded tactics? His reputation would be ruined. Bai Zhou chuckled softly and shook his head, refusing to respond to Li Chaoyang. He wasn't worth it. But the shopkeepers nearby weren't about to let Li Chaoyang off the hook. Well, look at you, acting all proper and decent, yet resorting to dirty tricks. Disgusting. Don't ever set foot in my shop again, you're not welcome. Same goes for mine. Don't even think about stepping inside or I'll kick you right out." Old Zhang from the barbecue shop was even more direct. "You worthless piece of trash. What kind of man are you? Huh? Playing dirty tricks like this? Disgusting. Ugh. Disgusting." Li Chaoyang's eyes burned red from Bai Zhou's indifference and the surrounding merchants' mockery. But he didn't dare fight Bai Zhou here. All he could do was blurt out the words he felt best represented his stance.
Bai Zhou. You just wait. Don't bully the young and poor. What goes around comes around.
After bellowing this ridiculously pretentious line at the top of his lungs, Li Chaoyang turned and stormed off, not even bothering with his two henchmen. Bai Zhou stood there holding his milk tea, utterly dumbfounded.
What? I'm the one being told not to bully the poor youth? 82 Li Yang's social death.
Li Chaoyang, who had fled the milk tea shop, had no idea what scene awaited him. If he had known, he would have regretted coming here today, ordering milk tea, encountering Bai Zhou, and being so damn mouthy after meeting him. The student who filmed the incident quickly uploaded it to the school forum, complete with a sensational headline. The mastermind revealed. Bai Zhou's identity exposed. Though Bai Zhou wasn't a student at the school, his connection to Chen Yueying and his own fame meant many were already following his news. The mention of a mastermind alongside him immediately sparked associations with the previous rumors about Chen Yueying, driving many to hunt for the source of those rumors. Now, with news finally emerging, both the curious onlookers and those hunting for the rumor monger were thrilled. The post quickly dominated the top spot on the forum's trending topics list. People clicked on the video and saw a familiar face speaking eloquently. Well, you're right. Jianxia Normal University does have a higher proportion of female students. For the safety of our female students on campus, I'll bring this up at the next meeting. We'll establish regulations to prevent delivery personnel from entering our campus. The opening statement alone sparked outrage. Why do students order delivery? Isn't it just for convenience? If you bar delivery personnel from campus, won't you have to walk out to pick up orders? What's the point of ordering then? Why not just eat in the cafeteria? I know this guy. He's Li Chaoyang, the vice president of the student union. What kind of nonsense is this? For the safety of female students on campus? So you won't let delivery guys in, but expect them to deliver to you? Exactly. Think you're so great just because you're some petty official? Is that it? One of Jianxia Normal University's 3 princes is reduced to this? The video's comments section erupted in chaos, and what followed surpassed everyone's wildest expectations. The camera shifted, revealing Bai Zhou's handsome face. Then came the familiar owners of popular campus shops. In the video, each greeted Bai Zhou warmly, especially old Zhang, the straightforward Northeast barbecue shop owner. His words made it clear, the landlords of these beloved student spots were all Bai Zhou. Moreover, the shop owners implied that they owed their ability to open these businesses entirely to Bai Zhou's assistance. This revelation instantly elevated Bai Zhou's status in the hearts of normal university students. After all, these shops, whether serving food or drinks, were considered the best on campus. Despite having only recently opened, they had already become must-visit spots for every student, offering great value, delicious food, and reasonable prices. The students were deeply grateful to these shop owners, and even more so to Bai Zhou for helping them. Wow, so Bai Zhou is such a great person. Before, I only liked him because he looked handsome in his online videos. Now I see he's got such great character too. Seriously. Sigh, since Bai Zhou has done so many good deeds, I suppose I'll reluctantly let Chen Yueying go to him. Wake up, girl. Does Bai Zhou even need you to give him up? Chen Yueying probably doesn't even know your name. As the progress bar moved forward, the video finally reached its climax. In the footage, Li Chaoyang's face flushed red as he stammered in defense against old Zhang from the barbecue shop, insisting he just liked eating and wasn't physically weak. But before he could finish, the beverage shop owner delivered the final blow. Ah, right. I remember this guy. He always comes to my shop for drinks and insists on paying an extra 5 yuan for extra goji berries. I never really thought much of it before, but now it's clear he's got real issues. Breaking news! Breaking news! Li Chaoyang, one of the 3 gentlemen of Normal University, is suffering from kidney deficiency. Hilarious! Poor Li Chaoyang, so young and already suffering from kidney deficiency. What will become of him now? My advice? Forget about dating, young Master Li. Now that everyone knows about his kidney deficiency, no one will agree to marry him. Exactly. Hey, girl downstairs, tell me if a guy with kidney deficiency pursued you, would you go for it? I wouldn't. What about you upstairs? Me neither. Both women exclaimed in unison. Disgusting. Ha! The forum was filled with a joyful atmosphere. But the video itself wasn't so cheerful. Cornered, Li Chaoyang was making his self-incriminating statement. Bai Zhou. You've gone too far. Just because I couldn't stand seeing you with Chen Yueying. Just because I spread a rumor about Chen Yueying. Why did you have to humiliate me like this? What gives you, a lousy delivery guy turned internet celebrity, the right to act so arrogant? How am I, Li Chaoyang, any worse than you? Oh boy, the forum exploded. You bastard, Li Chaoyang. I thought you were a decent person with those thick eyebrows and big eyes. Who knew you'd be the one pulling such dirty tricks? Spreading rumors about a freshman on campus just to break her up with her boyfriend? What kind of scum are you? Seriously, Mr. Big Shot Li, you're practically impotent. Why are you still obsessing over Chen Yueying? Needless to say, you'd never get her.
Even if she somehow agreed, do you think you could satisfy her? Disgusting. And he's the student union vice president? The student union should kick him out immediately. The video didn't end there. Everyone forced themselves to keep watching despite the nausea.
By this point, Li Chaoyang had completely lost track of what he was doing. His mind was consumed by one thought: he couldn't let them mock him like this. He had to fight back. And so, everyone witnessed the legendary moment that followed. Li Chaoyang's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at Bai Zhou, who sat sipping bubble tea nearby. He bellowed. "Bai Zhou! You just wait. Don't look down on a young man just because he's poor. What goes around comes around." Not only was Bai Zhou in the video stunned by this outburst, but the entire audience watching the footage was equally shocked. Holy crap, what was that? That's a cringy meme from nearly a decade ago. Is Li Chaoyang really this cheesy? He must have read too many novels and fried his brain. So cringy. How could he say that in front of everyone? If I were him, I'd have kicked myself into a 2-bedroom apartment right then and there. Case closed. Only someone with a decade-old stroke could spout nonsense like that. Li Chaoyang must be a total moron. Back in the dorm, before he could even rest, Li Chaoyang was told by his underlings that he'd gone viral on the forum. But when pressed for details, they all stammered and mumbled, saying he'd just have to see for himself. Already seething with rage, Li Chaoyang gritted his teeth and opened the school forum. As he scrolled through the posts, he cursed. "Damn it, don't let me find out who's talking behind my back or I'll make you pay." Just then, he spotted a post titled "The Puppet Master Revealed." Bai Zhou's identity exposed, with skyrocketing views. He clicked in without hesitation. 83 Li Chaoyang back down, system upgrade complete. Who recorded this? A piercing scream of humiliation and rage erupted from the men's dormitory building. The one who let out that scream was none other than Li Chaoyang. After clicking on the video in the post, he realized he'd been publicly humiliated. Watching his own reflection in the video made him feel sick. What on earth had he been thinking? Why had he uttered those words? Never underestimate a poor youth. Bai Zhou was younger than him. The thought that the entire school had witnessed his spectacle made Li Chaoyang want to buy a plane ticket immediately and flee the country overnight. There was no way he could stay here any longer. Unfortunately, while the idea was appealing, he still had to spend the next few years at this school. "Bai Zhou, you're ruthless." He was convinced Bai Zhou had orchestrated the entire thing, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Yet now, the thought of picking a fight with Bai Zhou again filled him with 1,000 times more dread. What should he do now? He couldn't provoke Bai Zhou, but how could he salvage his reputation? If he didn't handle this soon, he might even lose his position as student union vice president. Hadn't he seen the posts? The crowd was already boiling with anger, preparing to impeach him. After a moment's thought, Li Chaoyang decided to take the hit. He couldn't outmaneuver Bai Zhou, and Chen Yueying was out of reach anyway. Better to just apologize and admit his mistake. Li Chaoyang summoned his sidekick to film a video for him. "Young Master Li, what do you need me for?" the subordinate asked eagerly. "Nothing much. Just help me film a video." "Got it. Filming videos is my specialty, young Master Li." With that, he bustled about preparing, while Li Chaoyang, his face dark, reviewed the script he'd recite later. Attitude must be sincere, wording must be appropriate, content must be profound. Damn it! This is basically writing as self-criticism. Li Chaoyang felt like he was about to crack. He'd never written a self-criticism in his life, but the thought of Bai Zhou's infuriatingly handsome face made him worry. If Bai Zhou wasn't satisfied with his apology this time, he'd be truly finished. Sigh. Who could blame him for being no match for Bai Zhou? If he wanted to stay in Jiangxia, he'd better just swallow his pride. Find your place, adjust your mindset. Li Chaoyang took a deep breath and prepared to begin. Hello everyone, teachers and classmates. I'm Li Chaoyang. I'm recording this video to explain what happened at the milk tea shop today. The guy filming beside him froze. Huh? What's going on? Why would young Master Li want to explain the milk tea shop incident? That's not like him at all. Just as he was puzzling over it, he saw Li Chaoyang continue. The conflict I had with Bai Zhou at the milk tea shop today was primarily my own doing. It all stemmed from some inappropriate thoughts I had about freshman Chen Yueying. This includes the rumors circulating on campus recently about her. It was also because a friend of mine, having believed some of those rumors, posted them on the campus forum without my consent. As he spoke, Li Chaoyang walked up to the younger brother, turned his phone toward him, and said, "This is him. I've already taken disciplinary action against him." Lu Tianwei, currently an officer in the Student Union's External Affairs Department, orchestrated the Chen Yueying rumor incident, causing her a great deal of unnecessary trouble. To express my apology, I've decided to propose his expulsion at the next Student Union meeting. Lu Tianwei, the very same guy who filmed Li Chaoyang's video, was now dumbfounded. He'd only come to help Li Chaoyang record a video. How had he become the instigator of this rumor incident? Wait a minute. It was clearly you, Li Chaoyang. Just as Lu Tianwei was about to protest, he caught Li Chaoyang's murderous glare.
He knew he was still under Li Chaoyang's wing.
If he didn't take the fall for him, Li Chaoyang would never let him off the hook.
Damn it, why did it have to be me? Lu Tianwei silently lowered his head, feigning remorse, while inwardly cursing Li Chaoyang non-stop. You bastard. When trouble hits, you make me take the fall, but when the meat's on the table, you never think of me. Watching Lu Tianwei obediently take the fall, Li Chaoyang nodded with satisfaction. He turned the phone camera back and continued. On behalf of Lu Tianwei, I apologize to Bai Zhou, Chen Yueying, all other students affected by this incident, and everyone who has followed this matter. I solemnly promise that nothing like this will ever happen again. Should it recur regardless of who instigates it, I will personally root out the mastermind behind it. After punishing them, I will voluntarily resign from my position as vice president of the student union. I ask for your oversight. After finishing, Li Chaoyang turned off his phone and patted Lu Tianwei on the shoulder. Tianwei, you're taking the fall for me this time. Rest assured, I'll restore your student union position as soon as the dust settles. It won't affect your future. Lu Tianwei forced a smile. Well, thank you, Vice President Li. Hearing Lu Tianwei address him as Vice President Li instead of young Master Li, Li Chaoyang frowned. But considering he just asked him to take the fall, he held his tongue. He simply instructed. Get that video out immediately, then contact the forum admin to pin it for 3 days. Yes, sir. Thanks to Li Chaoyang's deliberate maneuvering, his apology video quickly caught the students' attention. Even Chen Yueying, who usually kept her head in the sand, was informed about it by her roommate. After watching it, Chen Yueying was speechless. Lu Tianwei was the mastermind behind the rumor? Who would believe that? Everyone knew that besides you, Li Chaoyang, no one else would do such a thing. But since he promised it wouldn't happen again, Chen Yueying forgave him. She decided to tell Bai Zhou about it, so she pulled out her phone and dialed his number. Beep. Why isn't he answering? Listening to the busy tone, Chen Yueying pouted and murmured her complaint. Little did she know, Bai Zhou couldn't possibly be bothered with trivial matters like Li Chaoyang's apology right now. He was completely immersed in a massive surprise, one that could be said to propel him significantly closer to becoming a god-tier spender and would play a decisive role in the campaign against Yang Wodiangxia. That surprise was this: the 7-day upgrade period for Bai Zhou's godly riches selection system was finally nearing its end. He was now staring intently at the countdown timer displayed prominently in the system space, ready at any moment to welcome the completion of the upgrade. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, a long-awaited system notification chime echoed in Bai Zhou's mind. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade has been successfully completed. The upgraded system functions will now be introduced. Main quest 84 activated. New blessings. The system is finally updated. During the 7-day system update, Bai Zhou's income remained unaffected, but he'd grown unaccustomed to the absence of the system's chime. Now it was finally back. System. Please brief me on the post-upgrade status. Beep. The details of this system upgrade are as follows. 1. Main quest activated, Path of the Divine Tycoon. Ultimate goal, achieve Divine Tycoon status. Reward, top-tier Divine Tycoon title. This long-term quest provides phased objectives. Next target, acquire 50% plus shares in a publicly listed company. 2. Due to the main quest activation, previously assigned task difficulties have been reduced. The deliver takeout to fans task requirement has decreased from 500 to 100 deliveries. We encourage the host to complete this promptly. 3. This system will bestow upon the host the second divine blessing, the blessing of the financial god. May the host journey ever further along the path to becoming a divine tycoon. After hearing the system's explanation of these post-upgrade changes, Bai Zhou was stunned. Path to becoming a god-tier tycoon? Main quest? Looks like I absolutely have to become one then. Bai Zhou exhaled deeply, his gaze hardening with resolve. The reduced quest difficulty was a blessing. He'd already completed 92 fan delivery orders, just 8 more to go. With a bit of luck, he could finish them in a single day and claim his 24% stake in Luowei Mingxian. Bai Zhou felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to take a decisive step toward becoming a god-tier spender. But the next reward made him absolutely ecstatic. The blessing of the financial god. The system's second divine blessing for me. After experiencing the blessing of the food delivery god, this new blessing must be incredibly powerful too. I wonder what form it will take. It can't be that every 10 seconds I look at the stock market, I get rewarded $10, right? Bai Zhou chuckled to himself. After the initial excitement subsided, Bai Zhou finally had a moment to pull out his phone and see who had been calling him. Indeed, his phone was right beside him, but earlier he'd been so engrossed that although he'd heard it ring, he hadn't bothered to answer. After all, nothing was more important than the system update completing. Chen Yueying? Why was she calling him so late? Had someone been giving her trouble again? Seeing the missed call notification on his phone, Bai Zhou felt puzzled. He promptly called Chen Yueying back. Hello? Yueying, I didn't have my phone with me earlier. What's up? Why are you calling so late? Chen Yueying didn't ask for details. She told Bai Zhou about Li Chaoyang's apology.
Oh, nothing much. My roommate just told me Li Chaoyang posted an apology video to you and me. He admitted the rumors about me were spread by one of his underlings, though everyone knows he was behind it all. He just found a scapegoat. But his apology seemed sincere, and he promised never to do anything like this again.
So I was wondering, should we forgive him?
Bai Zhou smiled gently upon hearing this and said softly.
This. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten all about him.
Whether to forgive him is entirely up to you, no need to ask me. Just remember, if he ever bothers you again, don't blame me for crushing him.
I doubt he'd be that foolish. I don't even like him.
Well, let's hope he really keeps his word and stays out of trouble. As long as he doesn't cause any more trouble, I doubt I'll even remember him.
After hanging up, Bai Zhou shook her head. The kid actually knows when to back off.
Li Chaoyang probably never imagined that if not for his apology video, Bai Zhou wouldn't even remember he existed. He thought Bai Zhou would seek revenge, but in truth, Bai Zhou never cared about him at all.
If not for Chen Yueying, Bai Zhou wouldn't have even heard his name. The matter was settled.
Bai Zhou had no desire to meddle further. He still didn't know how to use the second blessing the system had given him. First, he eagerly opened his computer, randomly clicked on a stock market page, and stared at it intently.
5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
His eyes grew sore, yet no notification appeared in his system account for the promised 10 yuan.
What was going on? Could it be that this wasn't how it worked? Then how the heck was he supposed to use it?
This system is ridiculous, no user manual, just leaving me to figure it out on my own.
System, how do I use this blessing from the god of finance?
Such questions are invalid. Please explore the effects yourself.
Bai Zhou could tell the system's tone seemed a bit exasperated. System, did you install an emotional module during this upgrade? The system remained silent, perhaps finding Bai Zhou somewhat bothersome.
Bai Zhou stopped teasing the system and turned his attention to studying this newly acquired blessing. Though he still didn't understand how to trigger this so-called blessing of the financial god, he remained confident in it. After all, anything produced by the system aside from those useless titles was never half-baked. Especially the first blessing, that of the takeout god, which had brought him a substantial fortune.
What's this? Am I seeing things?
Bai Zhou suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked back at the computer screen.
What the hell is this?
In Bai Zhou's vision, the stock market charts on his computer screen had suddenly extended infinitely into the future. They clearly displayed precise timestamps and prices, with some stocks even projecting 5 years ahead.
Could it be? A suspicion formed in Bai Zhou's mind. Could this blessing from the financial god grant the ability to predict future stock movements, revealing exactly when prices would rise or fall? He glanced down at the current date, September 11th. Today was September 11th. Tomorrow, this stock would surge the most dramatically.
Bai Zhou selected the stock poised for the biggest surge tomorrow, his excitement bubbling over.
If this blessing truly worked like this, would he ever need to worry about money again?
Well, truth be told, Bai Zhou hadn't actually worried about money even now.
But let's be real, whoever complains about having too much of it.
If the blessing of the financial god truly allowed him to predict the stock market's future, then whether he went long or short, he'd become an unstoppable legend in the market. Even Ding Xia would have to kneel before him and sing conquest.
Should he start with a 500,000 yuan test run?
Bai Zhou decisively downloaded a brokerage app, opened an account, and linked his bank card all in one fluid motion.
But
after purchasing 500,000 yuan worth of the company's stock, Bai Zhou's hands trembled slightly, not because of the mere 500,000 yuan, but because if all this were true, tomorrow he would embark on the fast track to becoming a financial titan.
And at a level no one could ever surpass. The sheer power of the 85 new blessing. The next morning, the alarm clock roused Bai Zhou at the crack of dawn.
He slowly dressed and washed up, then headed out for a jog and breakfast before strolling back home to lounge on the sofa and play with his phone.
What? You ask why Bai Zhou seemed completely unfazed? Why would Bai Zhou be in a hurry? Even if yesterday's discovery wasn't the effect of the financial goddess blessing, so what? It was just 500,000 yuan.
Bai Zhou didn't care about such a small sum.
And if it was real, fretting now was pointless. The stock market hadn't even opened yet. Even if it did, it wouldn't happen that quickly.
Time dragged on until 10:30 when Bai Zhou finally dragged himself off the couch, grabbed a glass of milk, and sat down at his computer. He slowly powered up the computer. But after just one glance, Bai Zhou's hand holding the milk froze mid-air.
This is actually true?
The stock's trend on the computer screen was identical to what Bai Zhou had seen yesterday. From the 9:30 a.m. opening bell until now, over the past hour, the stock had risen precisely as Bai Zhou had witnessed yesterday. This was beyond unbelievable. Even Bai Zhou, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The blessing of the financial god truly delivered this kind of effect. If you asked 10 financial professionals to choose a superpower, 11 out of 10 would pick foresight. And this blessing was even more absurd than ordinary foresight. After all, who could foresee the future 5 years down the line? This blessing was something else. Whether long-term or short-term, the blessing of the financial god revealed its trajectory. As long as this stock remained listed, it couldn't escape this blessing. Absolutely ruthless. By 11 o'clock, Bai Zhou sold off all the shares he'd bought for 500,000 yuan at the peak of the stock's surge. After all, the stock was set to plummet in the afternoon. Having verified the blessing's effectiveness, he now needed to strategize how to maximize its potential. His 500,000 yuan turned into over 900,000 yuan, nearly doubling his investment. This was the true power of making money in finance. Bai Zhou calculated his current cash holdings less than 5 million yuan. For an ordinary trader, this sum might not even cover losses. But with his cheat code, he was confident this money could grow exponentially in no time. Bai Zhou planned to open 2 accounts with this money, one for long positions and one for short positions. After all, he could see the entire trajectory of any stock. Relying solely on rising prices to make money would be a waste of resources. Now, whether a stock went up or down, he could profit from it. That level of efficiency was unmatched. After careful selection, Bai Zhou identified several promising stocks. 2 showed significant near-term upside potential at rock-bottom entry prices, while another promised even more aggressive gains tomorrow than today's stock, promising rapid wealth appreciation. All 3 were earmarked for long positions. He also picked 2 others for shorting, already having his sights set. Today, he would borrow 2 million yuan worth of the 2 stocks, sell them immediately, and then repurchase them tomorrow to return the borrowed shares. Just these 2 short positions alone would net him over 1.4 million yuan. By this calculation, tomorrow alone will net him over 3 million yuan. And that's only because his current capital is too small. If he had tens of millions or even hundreds of millions at his disposal right now, he could storm into the US and Hong Kong stock markets, raking in profits measured in tens of millions or even billions every single day. This is the true power of new blessing. With the plan confirmed, Bai Zhou swiftly executed it, buying what needed buying, selling what needed selling. By the time he finished, it was nearly noon. Taking advantage of the market break and knowing he wouldn't need to monitor the stocks in the afternoon, Bai Zhou decided to quickly finish the remaining 8 fan delivery orders. These were shares of Luo Wei Mingxian. Even with new blessings backing, he couldn't afford to ignore such a substantial sum. As luck would have it, the food delivery order Bai Zhou accepted was from a financial institution. He'd never interacted with financial professionals before, so this was a chance to check it out. Hopping on his motorcycle, Bai Zhou arrived at his destination swiftly. The company occupied the 16th floor, and the elevator whisked him up swiftly. Even though the stock market was closed, the financial company buzzed with activity. His customer was an account manager currently chatting with a client. Bai Zhou wasn't in a hurry and decided to stick around to hear how professionals actually pick stocks. After handing over the food, he stayed nearby to listen to their conversation. "Old Gua, trust me, this stock is bound to rise tomorrow. Don't judge it by its current state, I've got inside information." Hearing the words inside information, Old Gua, sitting across from him, felt a flicker of interest and asked, "What kind of inside information?" The account manager glanced around, but didn't notice Bai Zhou behind him. He leaned close to Old Gua's ear and whispered a few words. Bai Zhou was genuinely curious, what kind of inside information could this be? He leaned forward slightly, only to be spotted by the account manager, who looked annoyed. "Ha? Why aren't you gone yet? Deliver your food and get out of here. Can't you see we're busy?" Bai Zhou scratched his helmet and gave an awkward laugh. "Ah, I was just trying to pick up some stock knowledge. Got a bit absorbed. Sorry about that." "Oomph. A lowly delivery guy thinking about stock trading? That's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Besides, our company doesn't cater to retail investors like you. Only clients like Mr. Gua, who invest 1 million yuan at once, are worthy of our service. Now get out of here, go chill somewhere else. Come on, Old Gua, let's continue discussing this Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals stock." After that, the account manager ignored Bai Zhou completely and turned to explain the stock he favored to Old Gua. But hearing the name Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals did catch Bai Zhou's attention. Wasn't this one of the stocks he'd picked out specifically to short? Why was this account manager saying it would rise? Bai Zhou interjected. "Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals? That stock is going to crash tomorrow, the drop should exceed 80%. The account manager froze, momentarily unable to place the voice. Turning around, he saw it was still Bai Zhou and flew into a rage. "What the hell are you still doing in my company? Get the hell out. You think I won't report you? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you even know anything about stocks? Ha? If you don't know, then shut the hell up. What gives you the right to say Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals will crash? And by 80%? Where's your evidence?" "Where?" Bai Zhou shrugged, ignoring the account manager entirely. Instead, he turned to Old Gua sitting beside him and said, "I'd advise you not to buy Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals, at least not today." With that, Bai Zhou ignored the furious account manager and walked straight out of the company. What the hell? Is this what a professional looks like? 86. Tear that green tea apart. Bai Zhou walked out of the company, unconcerned about the impact his earlier words might have on the account manager or Old Gua. After all, if old Gua heated the account manager and lost money tomorrow, it wouldn't be Bai Zhou's problem. But old Gua, the one directly involved, clearly didn't see it that way. Though Gua was a stock market novice merely thinking that with some idle funds, he might as well let professionals play in the market, hoping for extra gains, he still valued stability. After all, no one wanted to lose money. Moreover, the so-called insider information from this account manager sounded impressive at first, but upon closer inspection, it was all vague and ambiguous, lacking any real substance. Old Gua couldn't help but be cautious. Let's do this, we'll talk tomorrow. Okay? If this stock is still climbing tomorrow, I'll buy it then. Old Gua chuckled awkwardly at the account manager and stood up to leave. Hey! Don't go yet. Buying tomorrow will be too late. This stock is definitely going up tomorrow. Old Gua, you have to trust the professional's judgment. What does a lousy delivery guy know about stock trading? Hey! Let's talk it over. The account manager was getting desperate. Old Gua had been almost convinced he could practically see the bonus slipping through his fingers only to have it ruined by some delivery guy. I shouldn't have ordered that delivery. Why couldn't I control myself? I'm filing a complaint. I'm going to report him. Ruining my deal. Watching old Gua's retreating figure, the account manager shouted in fury. He'd hoped to learn some professional insights from an expert, but this account manager was just average. He'd hyped up a stock about to crash as a sure winner, claimed to have insider info, and to top it off, this wasn't even a fan delivery, it wasted so much time. Bai Zhou felt utterly helpless. Fortunately, the second order wasn't urgent, it was a pre-order for a large birthday cake. When the time was right, Bai Zhou picked up the cake and headed out to deliver it to the customer. The destination was a restaurant, considered quite upscale in Jianxia. As Bai Zhou approached the private room door with the cake, he heard voices chatting inside. Curson, the cake I ordered for you will be delivered soon, just hold on a bit longer. I can't. My boss called me back for a meeting. I have to go. Inside the private room, Luo Curson wore a look of feigned distress, though inside she was already cursing. Damn it. It's my birthday, and you didn't even give me a decent gift. A crappy bag worth a few thousand yuan and a cake like you think I'll just hang around for dinner? Dream on. I've got another gig to rush to. As she stood to leave, the door swung open. Bai Zhou entered carrying the cake. He saw only two people inside, a man who looked to be in his 30s and a girl who appeared barely over 20. The girl was decent looking, but her aura felt odd to Bai Zhou, nothing like what you'd expect from a girl her age. But that wasn't Bai Zhou's concern, he was just here to deliver the cake. Yet the girl's eyes lit up the moment she saw Bai Zhou. Hey, you're Bai Zhou, right? Since he was only wearing sunglasses, it was no surprise he was recognized. Bai Zhou didn't think much of it and nodded. It is. Wow. What a coincidence. My name is Luo Curson, and I'm also a student at Jiangxia Normal University. I'm in my third year, though. I heard about you and Chen Yueying. I'm so envious of Chen Yueying having you stand up for her when she faced all those rumors. At this point, Luo Curson's eyes seemed to hold a hint of melancholy as she lowered her head and sighed softly. Sigh, unlike me when I'm sad, I'm all alone. Hearing this, the man in the private room couldn't help but interject. Curson, listen to yourself. What do you mean only you? When you're sad, don't you have me? Luo Curson rolled her eyes, but she didn't want to appear too harsh in front of Bai Zhou, so she replied politely. Oh, don't say things that could be easily misunderstood. We're just friends. Curson, you've been saying that for nearly a year now. Didn't we agree that if I satisfied you, you'd be my girlfriend? After all this time, what exactly haven't I done to satisfy you? Luo Curson gave him a sweet smile. You're a good person, but we're just not suited to be together. That's why I've always seen you as an older brother. Hearing this, Bai Zhou finally understood. Holy crap, this tiny private room housed two ultimate creatures, a manipulative manipulator and a pathetic sucker. Truly eye-opening. Just as Bai Zhou set down the cake and started to leave, Luo Curson spoke up to stop him. Bai Zhou, please don't leave yet. It's my birthday today, and you're the one who always brings me birthday cakes. Oh. If Chen Yueying finds out you brought me a birthday cake, will she blame you? Sigh, but she probably won't know you're still delivering food in this scorching heat. Honestly, she doesn't care about you at all. Bai Zhou grimaced at her words. That tea's way too bitter. Bai Zhou detested green tea more than anything in his life. Now someone was actually trying to play the green tea card on him? How could he not teach her a lesson? Clearing his throat softly, he addressed the man. Bro, let me explain what that girl just meant. Bai Zhou held up one finger. First, when she says you're a good person, you can take that to mean you're a complete idiot. Then, when she says you two aren't right for each other, she's basically saying you're beneath her, so get lost. Finally, when she mentions she's always seen you as an older brother, that's her telling you straight up to stop harboring any improper thoughts about her. Got it? Watching Luo Curson, whose thoughts had been laid bare, Bai Zhou showed no attempt to hide his disgust. Being a green tea to this level is no easy feature, practically a 1,000-year-old turtle turned demon. Bai Zhou, what the hell are you talking about? You know damn well if I'm talking nonsense or not, don't you? With that, Bai Zhou turned and walked away, leaving Luo Kersen stunned and the man behind her looking utterly incredulous. Just as Luo Kersen started to walk away, the man grabbed her arm from behind. His voice was hoarse as he demanded. "Is what he said true? You've always looked down on me? Then why did you string me along? Why did you make me send you gifts? Why?" Luo Kersen panicked and hurriedly explained. "No, it's not like he said. Let me explain. Get lost. You two-faced. I thought I wasn't good enough, but it turns out this is how you've always seen me. Get out. Don't let me see you again." 87 The delivery guy who's a stock guru? The next morning, as soon as the stock market opened, many people were already waiting on standby. Among them was old Gua, whom Bai Zhou had encountered at the financial company yesterday. Though he didn't quite believe Bai Zhou's prediction that Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals would plummet, he also doubted the account manager's claim that it would rise. So he sat down at his computer first thing in the morning, waiting to see how the stock would perform today. Wow, these professionals really know their stuff. Look, it's actually going up. Sure, the gain isn't huge, but at least it didn't drop. Right after the market opened, Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals didn't drop like Bai Zhou predicted. Instead, it saw a slight uptick. Old Guo felt a twinge of regret for doubting the expertise of professionals. Come to think of it, how could a delivery guy who picked up some stock knowledge from who knows where dare predict market trends? And to claim Sunmmary stock would plummet 80%? Talk about not knowing his place. What a loss. With that thought, old Guo began scheming about how he'd rush to hand over the money to that account manager during the midday trading break, urging him to buy the stock for him. This time, he'd trust him completely. Giving his thigh a light pat, old Guo, still slightly regretful, rallied his spirits and continued watching Sunmmary Pharmaceutical stock movements. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was also monitoring the stock market. He wasn't focused on Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals. That stock would hit its peak around 10 a.m. anyway. All he needed to do was sell all the borrowed shares he held at that moment. The rest would be waiting for its stock price to plummet. He would then repurchase them at the lowest point before today's market close to complete the short selling operation. His current focus was on the stocks he held for long positions, particularly the one he planned to sell today. This stock did not disappoint Bai Zhou's expectations. Its upward trend had been rising in an astonishing manner since the market opened. It had already climbed over 60%, yet its ceiling seemed nowhere in sight. Bai Zhou clearly recalled checking yesterday, this stock was projected to surge a staggering 210% by today's close. That meant his current position worth 1 million yuan would become 2.1 million by afternoon, gaining over 1.1 million in less than a day. What terrifying speed! And that didn't even include the two short positions he'd taken today, including Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals. If he added those gains, Bai Zhou's total profit for the day could approach 3 million yuan. One day. Just one day. The blessing of the financial gods was truly terrifying. With this blessing, the pace of his wealth accumulation would only accelerate. As his capital grew, the rate of wealth appreciation would become increasingly staggering. Once he amassed a certain level of wealth, he could consider entering the futures market and overseas financial markets. By then, places like Wall Street and the City of London would become targets for Bai Zhou to sweep through. As time slowly passed, old Guo noticed something seemed amiss with the Sunmmary Pharmaceutical stock. After 10:07 a.m., the stock price stagnated, refusing to climb higher. Suddenly, shares worth 1 million yuan appeared on the market and were snapped up instantly. Then, at 10:11 a.m., Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals began a sharp decline. The drop started slowly but accelerated rapidly, becoming increasingly fierce. As the price dipped below the opening level, old Guo swallowed hard, inwardly relieved he hadn't heeded that account manager's advice to buy the stock. What a lousy so-called professional. With the price crashing like this, he still claimed it would definitely rise? What inside information? Put. His judgment isn't even as good as a delivery guy's. At that moment, old Guo suddenly recalled what Bai Zhou had said yesterday, that Sunmmary Pharmaceutical stock would drop 80% today. He found himself starting to believe it. No way, could that delivery guy have been right? Judging by this downward trend, it's going to drop 80% before the market closes today. Holy crap, who is that guy? How awesome is he? Old Guo belatedly began to agree with Bai Zhou. No, it's not over yet. There might be a turnaround when the market reopens this afternoon. I can't jump to conclusions just yet. I'll wait and see. Known for his steady approach, old Guo decided to play it safe. He'd wait until the dust settled before deciding his next move. But things didn't unfold as Guo had imagined. The moment the afternoon session opened, Sunmmary Pharmaceutical's stock price plummeted like an avalanche, its downward momentum truly shocking to behold. Damn, with such a steep drop, I wonder how many people who bought Sunmmary Pharmaceutical today will be contemplating jumping off a building. Thank goodness I didn't buy yesterday, otherwise, the millionaire so I had would now be down to just over 200,000. Speaking of which, how did that delivery guy yesterday know Sunmmary Pharma would crash so badly? Old Guo was puzzled. Unlike the puzzled old Guo, Bai Zhou had effortlessly achieved his goals for the day. He'd executed 2 different trades across 2 accounts, securing 3 million yuan.
Now Bai Zhou was scouting targets for tomorrow. Just like old Gua, yesterday's account manager was also filled with curiosity about Bai Zhou. But there was one difference. Old Gua's curiosity stemmed purely from Bai Zhou's precise prediction of Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals' stock price, while the account manager's curiosity was tinged with a sense of frustration. That jinx. It's all because of that jinx yesterday. Sunmmary Pharma was doing just fine when it opened this morning. And I've researched this stock for so long. How could it possibly fall? It must be because of that delivery guy. The account manager was on the verge of losing his mind. No wonder he'd invested nearly all the funds under his management into Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals. Until today, he'd been utterly confident in this stock. But reality had just slapped him hard across the face. He was about to become the guy Gua mentioned, the one who'd jump off the rooftop because of Shangmei's plunge today. Just then, the account manager received a call from old Gua. "Hey, manager. Old Gua here. Yeah, nothing much. Just wanted to ask, was that delivery order yesterday yours? What's the delivery guy's name? I've got some stock questions I want to run by him." Ha! What else could it be? The fact he could pinpoint Sunmmary Pharma's stock movement today makes me think he's no ordinary guy. Yeah, I think he's just keeping a low profile by delivering food. In my book, Old Gua, he's definitely got what it takes to be called a stock god. 88 Yang Ming Jiangxia. You mean his name is Bai Zhou? Bai as in snow, Zhou as in boat, right? Got it, thanks. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Old Gua stared excitedly at the name he'd gotten from that account manager, Bai Zhou. It just sounds like a stock god. He hurriedly posted a message in the stock trading group he joined. Does anyone here know a delivery guy named Bai Zhou? If you do, contact me ASAP. Big reward. Whoa, old Gua, what's this all about? Why are you looking for a delivery guy? You guys have no idea. Let me tell you, this delivery guy is no ordinary person. What's the deal? Spill the beans. Yesterday I was planning to visit a financial company to handle some business, and I met with an account manager. He kept pushing this stock called Sunmmary Pharmaceutical on me, saying it was definitely going to skyrocket today. He even claimed to have some inside information and urged me to buy it right away. So did you buy it? Ha! No way. If I had bought it, I'd be up on the rooftop chatting with you guys right now. Enough already, I'm already on the rooftop. Sunmmary Pharmaceuticals ruined me. But old Gua, why didn't you buy it yesterday? That's exactly the point. It's all because of this delivery guy named Bai Zhou. He predicted yesterday that Sunmmary Pharma would crash today down 80%. He told me not to buy, to think it over carefully. I thought it over and didn't buy, so I dodged the bullet today. That's why I'm trying to find him now. Holy! That's insane. He predicted Sunmmary Pharma would crash today? And by 80%? He even nailed the exact percentage? Yeah. He's that good. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. So, guys, does anyone know this Bai Zhou? I know a delivery guy named Bai Zhou, but I don't know if he's the one you're talking about. Ha! What's going on? This guy in the group sent Gua a bunch of links. When Gua clicked them, he found they were all videos of the same person also named Bai Zhou, also a delivery guy. But this guy's got so many skills: cooking, fitness, martial arts. He's a real jack of all trades. But the more old Gua watched, the more familiar he looked. Though he hadn't paid much attention to Bai Zhou's face yesterday, he'd caught glimpses here and there and had a general impression. The more he looked, the more alike they seemed. Could it really be him? That's too crazy. The guy who also trades stocks? Lao Guo let out a startled cry, then excitedly told the group. Yep. It's him. How do I find him? I gotta ask him how to pick stocks. He's a stock god. Holy crap. It really is him? He's famous online, but hard to track down. I suggest you post directly on the forums. If he sees it, he might reach out to you. Oh, and once you find him, old Gua, you gotta bring me along to meet him. I've got questions too. Me too. Me too. A long string of copy-pasted messages started flooding the group. Though he hadn't gotten Bai Zhou's contact info, at least he had a way to find him. Old Gua decided to follow the advice from the guys in the group. So he posted a local notice on Weibo. I'm Old Gua. I'm seeking guidance on stock investing from delivery god Bai Zhou. Does anyone have his contact info? If so, please DM me or have Bai Zhou contact me directly. Whoever provides the lead to connect with Bai Zhou will receive a 100,000 yuan cash reward. The post immediately drew a crowd. Most were lured by the hefty 100,000 yuan reward, while others were intrigued by the name Bai Zhou. Sure enough, comments quickly poured in, with one user asking Laogwei, "Blogger, why do you call Bai Zhou the takeout stock guru? Does he trade stocks besides cooking?" Seeing this comment, Old Gua decided to recount yesterday's events to everyone. This only drew in a whole bunch more of Bai Zhou's fans. Wow! So my husband is this amazing. He's so good at picking stocks. Now I'll never have to worry about making money again. Wake up, upstairs. When did Bai Zhou become your husband? He's clearly mine. Oh my gosh. How can someone be this handsome, cook this well, have this great physique, and be this good at making money? Take out stock guru? What a great title. My Bai Zhou now has a new moniker to add to his collection. Take out cooking god, take out strength god, take out speed god, and now, take out stock guru. Awesome. As more people saw it, the post's popularity skyrocketed.
Increasing numbers came across it, including many in finance, and yes, that client manager who'd climbed onto the rooftop.
Old Gua. Once you track down Bai Zhou, you must let me know. I need to pay my respects to the stock god too.
Old Who saw his comment and replied specifically below.
Look everyone. This is one of yesterday's protagonists. He was the one who said Shangmei Pharmaceutical would rise yesterday, refusing to believe brother Bai Zhou's prediction. Now he's ready to jump off the rooftop. The account manager's appearance undoubtedly confirmed the story's authenticity.
As a professional with many industry connections, people began to believe that Jiang Xia had truly produced a stock god capable of accurately predicting stock movements.
In no time, the entire Jiang Xia financial community was searching for Bai Zhou.
His name became as legendary as One Piece, sparking a frenzy of pursuit across the region.
The delivery-based stock guru was riding high on unparalleled glory.
Yet Bai Zhou, the very center of this storm, remained completely unaware.
He was intensely focused on selecting his next target stock.
With more capital at his disposal now, his options were broader.
Maximizing profits was a matter worthy of Bai Zhou's careful consideration.
As he always said, possessing such unparalleled information advantage meant he should utilize every bit of it to the fullest, never letting any go to waste. His account balance was nearing 10 million again. By tomorrow, it would surely surpass the 10 million mark once more. If he found the right stocks, he could even approach 20 million. Truthfully, sifting through this vast sea of information to find suitable stocks was no easy task. Yet, persistence paid off, and Bai Zhou soon identified his target. This time, he found an exceptional stock that could triple the funds in his account after tomorrow, reaching 24 million. Indeed, the stock's projected gain for tomorrow was a staggering 300%. And Bai Zhou had made his decision.
He was going all in.
89 mission complete. Unaware of the frenzy surrounding his search, Bai Zhou hadn't anticipated that his offhand remark would catapult him into the mythical status of the takeout stock guru they now spoke of. Bai Zhou poured all 8 million yuan he had into the stock he believed in. All that remained was to wait until tomorrow, when he would reap profits exceeding 24 million yuan. But he couldn't waste the rest of today. Though stock trading was lucrative, he couldn't neglect deliveries. After all, he had plenty of time, and his fan delivery task was nearly complete. Without a second thought, Bai Zhou charged ahead. It wasn't about craving the rewards, he was serving the people, after all. He donned his gear as usual, hopped on his beloved scooter, and prepared to deliver the order.
This order was also from students at a nearby school, though not Jiangxia Normal University, it was Jiangxia University on Luojia Hill next door.
Jiangxia University was famous for its cherry blossoms, but unfortunately, the season had already passed. Coupled with his busy schedule, this was his first time visiting the campus. Judging by the name, the customer seemed to be a girl, a high-probability fan of his. This meant that once he completed this delivery, Bai Zhou would finish his task and claim the reward.
Heart-pounding, hands trembling, Bai Zhou arrived at the dormitory entrance. "Hello, your delivery is here. Would you mind coming down to pick it up?" Sure enough, a cool, distant female voice answered. "Okay, hold on a moment. I'll be right down."
Once he got the reward, he'd become the second largest shareholder of Luwei Mingxian.
How could he best leverage that position?
Lost in these thoughts, Bai Zhou heard the crisp sound of footsteps approaching from inside the dormitory building. He looked up to see a delicate, beautiful young woman in high heels approaching step by step until she stopped about 2 meters away. The footsteps he'd heard earlier were hers.
"Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm here to pick up my takeout."
She was quite attractive, with a pretty face and a slender figure, but the expression on her face was a bit cold, like she wanted to keep strangers at bay.
Not likely she's a fan of mine.
Bai Zhou sighed almost imperceptibly, handed her the meal, and turned to leave. Just then, he heard the girl behind him say,
"Excuse me, could you wait a moment?" Bai Zhou turned back. "Huh? What is it? Is there a problem with the meal?"
The girl shook her head, a fleeting mix of confusion and anticipation in her eyes.
"No, the meal is fine. It's just..."
"Just what?"
"It's just, your back reminds me of someone. Could you take off your mask and glasses?" Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Huh? My back resembles someone? Who?"
With a hint of teasing in his voice, he asked.
"What a coincidence. Don't tell me I resemble your ex-boyfriend. That's not how you pull off a scam."
A flicker of flustered annoyance crossed the girl's face, but it vanished almost instantly. Her tone remained utterly unchanged, still polite yet distant.
"No, I don't have an ex-boyfriend."
Seeing her earnest expression, Bai Zhou shrugged.
"Fine, I'll grant your request."
As Bai Zhou slowly removed his mask and glasses, a subtle shift finally appeared in the girl's expression, though Bai Zhou didn't notice it. Her mouth opened slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes before she forced it back down. She continued in her familiar tone.
Bai Zhou, it really is you. Never thought I'd get takeout delivered by you one day. Ha? You know me?
Bai Zhou had assumed such a reserved girl wouldn't pay attention to online news, but it turned out she knew him too.
Yeah, someone in our dorm watches your videos every day. It'd be hard not to recognize you. Oh, I see. Ha, that's quite a coincidence.
Turns out she wasn't actually a fan of his, she only knew him because her friend liked him.
Guess I'll have to make another delivery run.
With that thought, Bai Zhou said to the girl.
Alright then, I've delivered your order.
I've got other deliveries to make, so maybe we'll cross paths again sometime.
Wait. The girl called Bai Zhou back again and said something that left him utterly baffled. My name is Luo Qian. Thank you for delivering my meal.
Luo Qian then walked back to her dorm, leaving Bai Zhou standing there with a head full of question marks.
What the heck? What's going on? Why did she tell me her name?
Suddenly, a system notification appeared in my mind.
Congratulations, host. The required number of fan takeout orders has been achieved. Rewards have been dispersed. Please check your account.
Bai Zhou froze.
What? The task is complete? So this Luo Qian is also my fan? No wonder she recognized me.
But Bai Zhou had no time to dwell on whether Luo Qian was actually his fan. With the mission complete and the reward imminent, he hurried home to await its arrival. The moment Bai Zhou left, Luo Qian, who had pretended to return to the dorm, emerged from behind the wall. Watching his receding figure, she pressed her hands against her pounding chest, her cheeks flushing crimson.
Seeing the writer's name on the order made me suspect it was you. Seeing you confirmed it. I finally met you, Bai Zhou.
Had any other Jiangxia University students witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. Their campus beauty blushing, displaying such girlish grace, clutching her heart like Shizi.
And all because of a man.
Was this really the same Luo Qian, the academic superstar renowned across Jiangxia for her aloof demeanor? Luo Qian, who had never spared a glance for the long line of admirers stretching from the foot of Luojia Hill to its peak, had actually been moved. If they knew Luo Qian had been ordering takeout for every meal lately, just hoping one day Bai Zhou would deliver it himself, those guys racking their brains to find ways to invite her out for a meal would probably hate Bai Zhou to death. Now he knew my name, and I had his number. The next step was to let him know how to reach me. But how? Luo Qian stared blankly in the direction Bai Zhou had left, lost in thought. Bai Zhou remained completely unaware that Jiangda's renowned top student and campus beauty had already set her sights on him. Freshly home, he was still waiting for his reward to be credited. Meanwhile, far away in Europe, a crucial board meeting was underway at the headquarters of Luwei Mingxian. After deliberation, the board has decided our group will vigorously promote friendly relations with Huagua. To facilitate this collaboration, we will select a Huagui national to hold 24% of our group's shares. As our second largest shareholder, this individual will participate in the group's development. We have already finalized our choice. The chairman of Luwei Mingxian surveyed the room and stated one name with unwavering conviction. Bai Zhou. 90 Bai Zhou strikes. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Bai Zhou rose to answer it, finding a foreign man in a suit standing at the entrance. Speaking in somewhat unpolished Mandarin, he addressed Bai Zhou. Hello, are you Mr. Bai Zhou? I'm a representative from Luwei Mingxian Group. I'm here to sign the share transfer agreement with you. Here it comes. The reward has arrived. Bai Zhou's eyes lit up. The system was truly impressive, the reward arrived so quickly. He gestured for the foreigner to enter, then signed the agreement in the living room. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Congratulations, Mr. Bai Zhou. You are now the second largest shareholder of our Luwei Mingxian Group. I will serve as your temporary personal assistant to handle some matters. Once you provide the group with detailed requirements for a personal assistant, we will assign a professional, dedicated assistant to support you. Bai Zhou nodded, thinking to himself. So this is the treatment from the world's top fashion group? A customizable personal assistant? Sounds pretty good. The temporary assistant then said. Understood. I'll share my requirements shortly. You can relay them to headquarters. Yes, Mr. Bai Zhou. Is there anything else you require? Nothing for now. You may leave. The assistant nodded, gathered his materials, and exited. Bai Zhou sprawled out on the sofa, his body stretched out like the Chinese character 4 big, staring up at the ceiling. I'm now the second largest shareholder of Luwei Mingxian, holding 24% of their shares, equivalent to nearly 200 billion Hua Bai. Dealing with Wu Yang won't require the same mental gymnastics as before. I can just F2A and be done with it. But now the question was how to maximize profits from this move against Wu Yang, allowing Hongxing Network to rapidly expand. Even with this new wealth, his ultimate goal remained becoming a top-tier tycoon. Relying solely on a fashion conglomerate wouldn't suffice, he needed his own business empire. After deep contemplation, Bai Zhou had a plan forming in his mind. He clapped his hands lightly, and his assistant outside the door entered upon hearing the signal. Mr. Bai Zhou, how can I assist you? Here's the thing. Now that I'm the group's second largest shareholder, I can't afford to stay too low-key. I want to arrange a press conference. Any format will do. You handled the arrangements, but there's one crucial requirement. This event must target exclusively Jiangxa's business elite. Gather every prominent figure in Jiangxa's business circles and reveal my true identity to them. As you wish, Mr. Bai Zhou. Leave it to me. I'll make the arrangements immediately. When can it be ready? It will be ready by tomorrow evening. By then, they will know that you are now the second largest shareholder of our Luwai Mingxuan Group. Excellent. Proceed. It must be said, having such a highly professional assistant makes all the difference. Bai Zhou didn't have to lift a finger. In just one day, his assistant leveraged the group's influence to notify every prominent figure in Jiangxa's business circles, securing affirmative responses from all. Of course. When the world's premier fashion conglomerate invites a successful Jiangxia entrepreneur to an event, would you decline? Among the recipients was Wu Yang of Yanwu Tianxia. Upon receiving the invitation, Wu Yang quickly verified its authenticity through his connections. He then realized this might be an opportunity. With all of Jiangxa's business titans gathered in one place, he'd have significant room to maneuver. Perhaps the crises targeting Yanwu Tianxia and himself over the past few days could be diffused at this very gathering. Of course, Wu Yang could only think this way because he didn't know who was hosting the gathering. Had he known, not even 10,000 dares would have convinced him to attend. But that was all water under the bridge. Right now, Wu Yang was brimming with excitement as he prepared for his plan, eagerly anticipating the evening gathering. Soon, the appointed hour approached. The entire Jiangxia business world was in turmoil. At the entrance of Jiangxia's only 7-star hotel, booked at the last minute, rows of luxury cars were parked in neat formation. The people stepping out of these vehicles were none other than the titans of Jiangxia's business world. Yet, even these usually lofty figures appeared incredibly tense at this moment. After all, the host of this gathering was Luwei Mingxian Group, the world's premier fashion conglomerate. Before its presence, even these Jiangxia titans could only bow respectfully. Thus, despite their curiosity about the group's motives for organizing this event, none dared to inquire openly, leaving them to speculate in silence. By 8 o'clock that evening, every invitee had arrived. The hotel reception hall was now a veritable gathering of luminaries, with many rarely seen tycoons now mingling and discussing matters. Wu Yang had arrived long ago. Though he'd spent decades clawing his way up in Jiangxia and carved out a considerable empire, his stature in this hotel was far from top tier at best. He was a second-tier power. He was now eagerly weaving through the crowd, deliberately making his presence felt among the true heavyweights, hoping to catch their eye. Soon, he spotted the person he most wanted to see this time. To his surprise, the venerable elder had been invited too. Truly befitting the Luo Weimingxuan. With this thought echoing in his mind, Wu Yang approached a gray-haired yet remarkably vigorous elderly gentleman. Master Yang. What a surprise to find you here. Wu Yang greeted him warmly. The elderly gentleman, who had been conversing with someone nearby, turned upon hearing Wu Yang's voice and replied. Oh. Young Wu, it's been ages. What can I say? The head office of Luwei Mingxian Group personally came to invite me. Though I've stayed out of the world for years, I had to give them face. The headquarters sent someone? What's the significance of today's gathering that Luwei Mingxian values it so highly? Old Yang, do you have any insight? The old man shook his head with a smile. I haven't a clue. I asked, but they wouldn't say. Just told me I'd find out when I got there. Still, I suspect it might be something huge, something that could shake up all of Jiangxia, maybe even the whole country. At this point, the old man seemed to suddenly recall something and change the subject. Oh, by the way, Xiao Wu, I heard you've been having some trouble lately? Wu Yang gave a wry smile and bowed his hands respectfully to the elder. Impressive. Old Master Yang, though you've been detached from worldly affairs for years, not a single ripple in Jiangxia escapes your notice. With that, Wu Yang poured out everything to old Master Yang, from his feud with Bai Zhou, to his first attempt to make a name for himself in the martial world being thwarted by Bai Zhou, to the recent intelligence about Wu Yuwei, and finally, the unusual movements among his rivals that he recently uncovered. Old Master Yang furrowed his brow, asking with puzzlement. Bai Zhou? When did Jiangxia produce a young man named Bai Zhou? And he actually gained the upper hand against you? 91. I intend to overwhelm them with sheer force. Just as Wu Yang was about to explain Bai Zhou's background, the reception hall suddenly fell silent. He paused, following the collective gaze toward the entrance. A foreign man in formal attire entered through the doorway, striding directly to the microphone without pausing. He surveyed the room, observing the expressions of those below the stage, then spoke in halting Mandarin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's gathering. I'm John from the headquarters of LVMH Group, and I'm the organizer of this event. Due to the short notice, please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. As applause filled the room, John paused briefly. Once the cheers subsided, he continued. The primary purpose of this gathering is to announce something very important. As you all know, our group is highly optimistic about China's economic outlook and greatly values our cooperation with China. Therefore, our board of directors decided 2 days ago to pursue deeper collaboration with China. At this point, John once again scanned the room, observing the expressions on everyone's faces.
Hearing this, the attendees all looked extremely excited. If Louis Vuitton was entering into deep cooperation with China and they had been invited to this gathering today, didn't that mean they had the opportunity to collaborate deeply with the world's leading fashion group? Their excitement was nearly overwhelming. Even the reclusive old Master Yang seemed visibly stirred, while Wu Yang beside him was so agitated his neck had turned crimson. This was the ultimate opportunity. Securing the collaboration with Louis Vuitton would not only propel Yangwu Tianxia Group to unimaginable heights but also effortlessly resolve every challenge he'd faced recently. Bai Zhou, old rivals, they'd become mere pawns he could crush with a flick of his finger. By then, who in all of Jiangxia would dare challenge me? I could overwhelm them with sheer force. Let's see who dares to defy me. Wu Yang clenched his fists tightly, pumping them forward in exhilaration. Therefore, at any cost, I must secure this spot. Yet before Wu Yang could bask in his excitement for long, John delivered a devastating blow. Therefore, after thorough deliberation by the board, we have decided to give 24% of the group's shares to a young man named Bai Zhou. Now, please welcome with the warmest applause our group's second largest shareholder, Mr. Bai Zhou. Clap. The entire audience was stunned by this announcement. They clapped mechanically while frantically whispering among themselves. Who is Bai Zhou? Who is this Bai Zhou? How come I've never heard of him? I do know a young guy named Bai Zhou. My daughter watches his videos every day, but he's just a delivery guy turned internet celebrity. How could Luo Weimingxuan give shares to someone like that? You must be joking. I don't know either. Never mind, stop overthinking it. He'll be out soon anyway, we'll see when he comes out. Yeah, you're right. After today, this Bai Zhou guy will be the hottest thing in all of Jiangxia. When we get back, we'd better warn everyone at home, don't mess with him. Exactly. Unlike everyone else's reaction, when Wu Yang heard the name Bai Zhou, his blood ran cold. Though he desperately tried to convince himself it might just be a coincidence, maybe it wasn't really him. Years of experience told him things often unfolded in the worst possible way. Old Yang, standing nearby, turned his head and gave him a strange look. Wu Yang, this Bai Zhou, is he the same person you mentioned earlier? Wu Yang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. He replied to old Master Yang. I don't know. Probably not the same person. Old Yang studied his expression and already had a hunch. He then silently pulled away from Wu Yang. He certainly didn't want Bai Zhou to see him walking so close to his enemy, Wu Yang. If he were to be blamed for it, he'd be finished. Heroes emerge in youth. Old Master Yang sighed. At that moment, under Wu Yang's despairing gaze, Bai Zhou slowly stepped forward. Ignoring the Jiangxia bigwigs lining both sides of the stage, clapping frantically, he strode directly to the microphone John had moved aside. He tapped it lightly and spoke calmly. I had John organize today's gathering. John is now my personal assistant. John placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou nodded to John and continued. This gathering serves two purposes. First, to facilitate cooperation between Luo Weimingxian Group and our local enterprises, fostering mutually beneficial partnerships between quality companies and valuable resources. Second, to make it clear to certain individuals, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to drive me out of Jiangxia within the next 3 months. Wu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his dream of dominating Jiangxia would shatter so completely. All the scenarios he'd envisioned now seemed like bubbles bursting in the sunlight. But that wasn't the worst part. The most critical blow was Bai Zhou's public expression of distaste for him before all these Jiangxia heavyweights. Though Bai Zhou hadn't named names, anyone with half a mind to investigate would discover that the person at odds with Bai Zhou was none other than himself. By then, both he and Yangwu Tianxia would be left to face the scorn of the entire city. At this realization, Wu Yang collapsed. He shouted, Bai Zhou, don't push your luck. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the space beside him had suddenly emptied. Those around him stared at him with pitying, condescending looks. Even old Master Yang, whom he'd known and relied on for years, now gazed at him with a hollow expression. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Mr. Wu Yang, please watch your language. Before Bai Zhou could respond, John beside him snapped sharply, reprimanding Wu Yang. Bai Zhou waved his hand, signaling John to step back. He looked at Wu Yang with a playful expression and said, Hold on, I haven't even named anyone yet. Why are you jumping in so fast? Do you hate me that much? Fine. I'll give you 2 options now. Bai Zhou raised one finger, wiggled it, and continued. First, continue to uphold your fearless spirit, the kind that fears nothing but seeing your son wronged, and keep fighting me. Second, merge your Yangwu Tianxia into my Hongxing network. That way, I might spare you out of respect for all your hard work over the years. How does that sound? Bai Zhou. Boss Bai, you're trying to kill me. I was wrong to oppose you back then. I'll keep you away under strict control from now on. Can you spare me? Wu Yang knelt on the ground, sobbing bitterly. Bai Zhou shook his head expressionlessly, his voice calm. What? Begging for mercy now? Wasn't this the same Yengu Tianxia that once bullied me, relying on its superiority over my Hongxing network? What? You can use your strength to intimidate others, but I can't? His gaze hardened as he declared with unwavering resolve. Today, I will use my power to intimidate you. 92 First order of business, customize the delivery uniform. With that, Bai Zhou turned without another glance at Wu Yang and strode straight out of the hotel. John witnessed the scene and first announced loudly into the microphone. The main agenda for this gathering has concluded. I hope everyone enjoys the meal ahead. I must excuse myself now. Then he jogged to catch up with Bai Zhou and left together. The remaining guests stared at each other in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. So it seems that old Wu Yang has made an enemy of the new shareholder of Luai Mingxuan? Looks like it. Ha! Wu Yang's in for trouble. Now that Mr. Bai Zhou is after him, no one in Jiangxia can save him. Yeah, who would have thought Wu Yang's entire illustrious career would come crashing down like this? Hey, how exactly did Wu Yang get on Mr. Bai's bad side? I know the story. Word is it was over Wu Yang's son. Wu Yang tried to stick up for his kid and ended up crossing Mr. Bai. But he probably never imagined Mr. Bai would become Luai Mingxuan's second largest shareholder so quickly. Heh, he really bit off more than he could chew. But we shouldn't try to profit off him now after all, it's Luai Mingxuan who's after him. Yeah, you're right. We'd better play it safe. Don't let greed get us on Mr. Bai's radar, we could end up like Wu Yang. Bro, you're spot on. But once Yengu Tianxia collapses, we can grab some market share without even lifting a finger. Mr. Bai surely won't object to fair business competition. True. Once we get back, we'll notify the company immediately. We need to be ready at all times. Wu Yang stood dazed in the middle of the room, listening to others openly discuss, mock, and gloat. A wave of profound despair washed over him. Why had he ever crossed Bai Zhou? Oh. Because of Wu Yuwei, because of that good-for-nothing son of his. If he hadn't gotten involved in a teacher's rivalry and suffered the consequences, Wu Yang wouldn't have felt compelled to defend him in anger Bai Zhou. Neither Wu Yang nor Yengu Tianxia would now face such a dire predicament. Now he faced either bankruptcy or handing everything over. Wu Yang couldn't help but shed bitter tears. How had it come to this? Wicked son! Wicked son! Wu Yang could no longer bear the scorn of others. Despairing, he walked out of the hotel, got into his car, and instructed the driver to head home. Only one thought occupied his mind now: if he didn't teach Wu Yuwei a proper lesson today, he wouldn't be worthy of being his father. After leaving the hotel, Bai Zhou sat in the car with his hands clasped behind his head, looking relaxed. His personal assistant, John, was driving. As they drove along, Bai Zhou watched the street scenes rushing past the window. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said to John. Oh, John, I recall the group has a company specifically dedicated to fashion design, right? Yes, Mr. Bai. What are your requirements? Ah, well. I've been delivering food in my spare time lately, but the uniforms at Kangaroo Delivery are, how should I put it? They're just too awkward. I'm not a fan. Get in touch with the group's fashion designers and have them create a custom uniform specifically for delivery work. And make it fast. John was taken aback. This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing: a billionaire worth over $30 billion actually delivering food? And demanding custom-made delivery attire? But he quickly dismissed his thoughts. After all, Bai Zhou was the boss. His job was simply to follow Bai Zhou's instructions. Understood, Mr. Bai. I'll notify them immediately and ensure it's completed as quickly as possible. That very evening, Louis Vuitton's chief designer in Europe received an unusual assignment: create a bespoke delivery uniform for the group's newly appointed second-largest shareholder, utilizing the finest designs and completing it in the shortest possible time. Though astonished by the request, the top-tier fashion designer threw himself into the task to impress Bai Zhou. He rallied his team of over 100 designers for an all-night sprint to meet the deadline. Thus, after sacrificing the hair of over 100 designers, including the chief designer himself, Bai Zhou finally received the delivery uniform 3 days later. This outfit was personally designed and crafted by Grant Austin, the world-renowned chief fashion designer of Louis Vuitton, the top designer in the fashion industry. This was accompanied by media outlets worldwide who had caught wind of the news from headquarters. Yes, the media had caught wind of this. Beyond their astonishment that the legendary Grant Osborne, who hadn't personally designed anything in years, had personally overseen every step of this garment-esque creation, they were even more intrigued by the identity of LVMH's new second-largest shareholder. Seizing this opportunity, journalists swarmed around Bai Zhou like sharks sensing blood. After learning the news from John, Bai Zhou made a decisive choice. The previous gathering had primarily invited Jiangxia business circles, excluding the media. This time, why not seize the opportunity to hold a press conference? The venue remained the same, but this time Bai Zhou would appear wearing that brand new delivery uniform. He intended to declare to the world, "I have arrived." At the same time as before, once journalists from around the world had taken their seats, Bai Zhou's personal assistant John took the podium to host the event. Incidentally, since Bai Zhou found John particularly reliable, he had decided to make him his official personal assistant.
To prepare, John had been intensively brushing up on his Chinese over the past few days. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be working in China for quite some time.
Good afternoon, distinguished journalists who have traveled far to join us.
Today's press conference by Luwei Mingxian Group serves two purposes. First, to unveil the new autumn takeout uniform collection personally designed and crafted by Master Grot Austin. Second, to introduce our group's new second largest shareholder, Mr. Bai Zhou, who holds 24% of the company as shares.
He is also the owner of this very uniform.
Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Amidst the journalists' thunderous applause, Bai Zhou emerged wearing the new uniform. This garment truly lived up to the master's reputation. Its design drew inspiration from traditional Chinese culture, featuring an overall pale blue hue adorned with white hand-embroidered cloud patterns.
The cut perfectly complemented Bai Zhou's physique, showcasing his figure flawlessly. The material was even more impressive. While meeting requirements for waterproofing, windproofing, UV protection, and nighttime fluorescent visibility, the fabric remained flexible and comfortable, never feeling stiff or uncomfortable. Wearing this outfit, Bai Zhou approached the microphone with confidence and charisma. Smiling at the journalists below the stage, he spoke slowly.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bai Zhou. I'm here. 93 swallows Yangwu Tianxia.
Bai Zhou, newly appointed as the second largest shareholder of Luwei Mingxian Group, made a bold declaration in his brand new outfit designed by Master Grot Austin. He has arrived. The next day, all social media trending topics were dominated by Bai Zhou's news. The general public, waking up to the news, were utterly baffled. Those unfamiliar with Bai Zhou wondered, where did this handsome guy come from? Meanwhile, his fans were perplexed. After just a few quiet days, he pulls off something this huge? Bai Zhou, have you even considered whether our hearts can handle this? Seeing the comments section filled with discussions about who Bai Zhou even was, his fans couldn't sit still. They rushed in to explain to the uninitiated just who this Bai Zhou really was. Bombarded with photos, screenshots, and videos of Bai Zhou, especially that stunning shot from yesterday's press conference where he debuted his brand new delivery uniform, a flood of people turned from bystanders to devoted fans, bowing down at the sight of his jeans.
Oh my god, he's so handsome. Groundhog screams. What husband? This is clearly my dad. Dad. Look at your son. Huge laugh, everyone. If I call Bai Zhou dad now, will he send me money? Dog head emoji. You little don't even think about my husband's fortune. Oh my gosh.
So handsome and rich guys really do exist.
Love it. Love it.
Bai Zhou remained unfazed by the online adoration and admiration, having grown accustomed to it. Every time he appeared on social media, a crowd would line up to call him husband and declare they wanted to have his children. Now, some even wanted to skip the steps and claim him as their own child outright.
But none of this phases Bai Zhou.
Right now, he's sitting in his office at Hongxing Networks, facing a visitor he fully expected.
That visitor was none other than Wu Yang.
Ever since he returned home that day and dealt Wu Yuewei a severe beating, he had been racking his brain for a way out of this predicament. Yet no matter how he thought about it, he could only see a dead end. After all, his Yangwu Tianxia couldn't hold a candle to the Luwei Mingxian Group. His former friends shunned him like the plague upon learning he'd crossed Bai Zhou, not to mention his enemies lying in wait. They were probably celebrating his downfall now that they knew he'd made Bai Zhou his enemy.
He was utterly abandoned by everyone.
Under immense pressure, Wu Yang hadn't slept for days.
He'd thought it through. Fighting back meant certain death with no hope whatsoever.
The only way to walk away unscathed and preserve some retirement funds was to accept Bai Zhou's terms, merging his Yangwu Tianxia into Bai Zhou's Hongxing Network.
Though bitter and reluctant, survival demanded it.
If this continued, he'd be crushed by despair before Bai Zhou even made his move. With the resolve of cutting off an arm to save his life, Wu Yang finally knocked on Hongxing Network's door today. Bai Zhou had been waiting there for quite some time. Mr. Bai, you're quite the schemer, Wu Yang said bitterly. I've ruled Jiangxia for decades, yet here I am, falling into your trap. Wu Yang's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled and brittle, his face drained of color. He looked utterly defeated. Bai Zhou paid Wu Yang no mind. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. Standing nearby, Xin Mei gave a cold laugh and addressed Wu Yang. Mr. Wu, isn't it a bit late for regrets now? You yourself out to drive our boss and our company out of Jiangxia within 3 months. What, forgotten your own words? Wu Yang froze, the words on the tip of his tongue suddenly stuck. Yes, he had been the one to press the advantage first, relying on Yangwu Tianxia's superiority over Hongxing Network to bully Bai Zhou into apologizing for his son. Now Bai Zhou was merely returning the favor.
Was that really going too far? Not at all.
It was his own arrogance. The energy Wu Yang had forced himself to maintain deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly fading away.
Where was even a shred of the once dominant tycoon who ruled the business world?
Now he was curled up on the sofa, looking like a man on his last legs. Resigned, he spoke.
Mr. Bai, I know I was wrong. I accept the consequences of my bet.
I'll hand over Yangwu Tianxia to you. I beg you, for the sake of my years of hard work, spare my father and me. Bai Zhou set down his teacup, smacking his lips. He had to admit the new tea John had bought today tasted exceptional, well worth the price.
He casually addressed Wu Yang. Rest assured, I keep my word.
Merge Yangwu Tianxia into my Hongxing network, then take your son and leave Jiangxia.
What becomes of you afterward is none of my concern. Understood?
Wu Yang bowed his head bitterly, his voice hoarse as he replied.
I understand. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Bai. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may go. My people will handle the integration with Yangwu Tianxia. Sunmmary, what should we have for dinner tonight? Boss, I want roast lamb. Alright, then we'll have roast lamb tonight.
Stepping out of Yangwu Tianxia, Wu Yang suddenly found the sunlight blinding. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, glancing back one last time at the empire he'd built over decades of struggle. Now, it belonged to the Bai family. After one final glance, Wu Yang departed Jiangxia with Wu Yuewei.
Where they went next, no one knew.
While Bai Zhou, Sunmmary, and John were happily feasting on roast lamb, far away in the imperial capital, a household name woman was chatting with someone in a luxurious villa.
Sister Zhao, I really need this resource.
You know, fashion has always been my weak spot. It's tied to that accident years ago. After I offended that person, he has been suppressing my fashion connections ever since.
Now that Louis Vuitton has a new major shareholder, could you please make an effort for me? As soon as I finish this shoot, I'll come find you immediately. Man Ning, I know this matters to you, but I don't even know this person. Besides, I doubt anyone in the entire entertainment industry does. Do you know what he was before? The woman known as Manning paused, then asked. What was he? He used to be a delivery guy. Who knew he'd suddenly become a major shareholder at Louis Vuitton? How am I supposed to find him now? Sis Zhao, please think of a way. If not for anything else, at least consider your little sister. She's my agent, you know.
If you won't go, I'll have to send her instead. Sister Zhao slapped her forehead, utterly speechless.
Sigh, really? How did I end up with you two troublemakers? Fine, I'll go. I'll go, okay? Honestly, a mere delivery guy, even if he's made it big now, how hard could he be to deal with? 94 superstar? Wanting an endorsement? Another sunny day. Though autumn had arrived, Jiangxia's temperatures remained unbearably hot.
Bai Zhou sat in the Hongxing network office, eyes closed, cooling off under the air conditioner while listening to Sunmmary report on the takeover of Yangwu Tianxia. John stood beside him, head bowed, hands folded neatly in front of him. Although Hongxing network was dwarfed in scale by Yangwu Tianxia, the acquisition proceeded remarkably smoothly thanks to the deterrent effect of Lu Weimingchuan. Most of the work had been completed in just a few days, leaving only minor details. Bai Zhou didn't intend to get involved in these specifics, but Sunmmary decided to report them to him anyway.
Alright, I've got the gist.
You don't need to rush around anymore.
Go get some rest.
Sunmmary shook her head.
No way. This is the takeover of a conglomerate like Yangwu Tianxia. How could I relax until everything's wrapped up? Boss, I'll get back to work.
Bai Zhou tilted his head, a hint of resignation in his expression.
She was always like this once work was mentioned, she became utterly serious. Sigh. Fine, go ahead then.
After Sunmmary left the office, Bai Zhou turned to John, who was standing nearby.
Oh, John, tell me how much do I get from the group each year? John bowed slightly before replying.
Last year, the group's annual profit was 44 billion euros. Based on your 24% shareholding, your dividend would be 10.56 billion euros. This year's profits are significantly better than last year's, so your dividend should only increase.
Over 10 billion euros.
Bai Zhou smacked his lips and said.
Oh, that's not bad. Just as he was chatting with John, Sunmmary walked in holding a phone. Boss, a woman surnamed Zhao claiming to be a celebrity agent from the capital is here to see you.
She says she needs to discuss something with you.
Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow and asked her. From the capital? What's it about? She didn't tell me.
She said she needs to talk to you in person.
Bai Zhou grimaced, already understanding. He glanced at John, who caught on and chuckled. Looks like she's eyeing the resources you've got. Probably wants to talk about celebrity endorsements or something.
Bai Zhou scoffed dismissively.
Do they really think so little of me? Do those people actually believe I'm some clueless delivery guy? John lowered his head, defending Bai Zhou. It's because they don't know you. They're always trying to take advantage of you.
They're the ones who are foolish. Bai Zhou waved it off, indifferently telling Sunmmary.
Turn her down. Let her come find me when she's ready. Sure thing, boss.
Sunmmary replied obediently.
What? He refused to see me. Why? Our boss wants you to come back when you've thought things through. That's all. Goodbye.
After hanging up, Sister Zhao looked utterly stunned.
How dare someone refuse her? Doesn't he know her standing in China's entertainment industry? Believe it or not, with just one word from her, your agency's artists would.
Oh, Bai Zhou isn't in the entertainment industry.
Not only that, he's the big boss behind the scenes. Then it's fine. Sister Zhao sighed. I underestimated him. What to do? Now it'll be harder to meet Bai Zhou. I really lost my mind. Why didn't I just go find him properly? Had to go and stir up trouble. Sister Zhao was deeply troubled. For now, she could only wait for He Manning to come to Jiangxia from the film set. Until then, she'd be wise not to make any rash moves. The more she acted, the more mistakes she'd make. Several days later, He Manning, who hadn't even returned home after wrapping up filming, came straight to Jiangxia to find Sister Zhao. Ha? He refused to see you? Why, Zhao Jie? Sai, actually, this is my fault. Sister Zhao explained why Bai Zhou had turned down her first meeting request. After hearing the story, He Manning was utterly speechless. Sister Zhao, why did you do that? I underestimated Bai Zhou. I only intended to test him at first, but I never expected. Alright, enough about that. The question is, how are we going to meet Bai Zhou now? Let's go straight to him. I heard he runs a company called Hongxing Network. We'll find him there. Zhao suggested. Sai, fine, that's our only option. Let's hope we can meet him this time. He Manning gave herself a pep talk. They drove to the former Yangwu Tianxia headquarters, now the Hongxing Network building. He Manning, fearing recognition, wrapped herself up tightly. She approached the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, is Mr. Bai Zhou, the company's owner, currently in the office?" The receptionist gave a resigned smile. Yet another woman seeking her boss. She'd seen far too many lately. But why was this woman covering herself so completely? Putting her thoughts aside, the receptionist smiled and asked He Manning, "Miss, do you have an appointment?" No appointment, but please tell your boss that Miss Zhao from the capital city recently came to apologize to him." The receptionist froze. An apology? Oh, certainly. Please wait a moment. After receiving the report from the front desk, Bai Zhou instructed her to bring the guests upstairs. "Hello, our boss asked me to escort you both upstairs." Hearing Bai Zhou agree to meet them, both He Manning and Sister Zhao's eyes flashed with surprise. They followed closely behind the receptionist and were led to Bai Zhou's office. Opening the door, they saw Bai Zhou seated in his executive chair, smiling warmly at them. Beside him stood a young foreign man. He Manning couldn't help but be taken aback upon seeing Bai Zhou. He was far more handsome in person than in his photos. Bai Zhou, too, felt like laughing. This was the first time he'd met someone in real life who shared his taste. Both of them liked to wrap themselves up in public as if they were strangers to everyone. Though he felt some resentment toward that woman surnamed Zhao earlier, he didn't dwell on it. After all, they were the ones who had come seeking his help. He Manling then removed her hat, glasses, and scarf, revealing a flushed, rosy face. She'd been overheated. "Oh? It's actually you?" Bai Zhou was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the person seeking him out to be none other than the national goddess, He Manning. This girl had started as a child star and remained stunningly beautiful to this day. Come to think of it, she seemed to be around the same age as him. Mr. Bai Zhou knows me too? Of course. Who doesn't know the national goddess? What brings you here? He Manning's expression faltered. She'd been planning to warm up to Bai Zhou, but he jumped straight to the point? For a moment, she was completely thrown off by Bai Zhou's approach. Just then, Sister Zhao, who had followed He Manning, hesitantly spoke up. "Mr. Bai. I'm the one who came to see you earlier. My surname is Zhao. I'm truly sorry for being so abrupt last time." Bai Zhou paid her no mind, instead fixing his gaze on He Manning with keen interest as he repeated his question. "So, what exactly do you need from me? The 95 endorsement is yours. What's the price?" Faced with Bai Zhou's two direct questions in succession, He Manning felt her words catch in her throat. She opened her mouth, then gathered her courage before speaking. "Actually, Mr. Bai, the main reason we came to see you is to discuss the Huaguo endorsement for Silan Fashion, a subsidiary of Luai Mingxuan Group." Just as I expected. Bai Zhou thought to himself, but he didn't rush to respond to He Manning. Instead, he steered the conversation toward the Silan Fashion brand. As you're surely aware, Miss He, while Siren may be slightly less well known domestically compared to Chanel, this doesn't imply it's inferior. On the contrary, both are premier luxury brands. With over 60 years of history, Celine has consistently embodied the essence of luxury and elegance, serving as the epitome of fashion in people's minds. You wouldn't deny that, would you? He Manning felt a flicker of nervousness. She knew exactly what Bai Zhou was talking about, but she desperately needed this endorsement. And the man standing before her held the power to make it happen. She dared not hide anything. "Yes, Mr. Bai, I am aware of that." "Then what makes you think you're qualified for the role of China spokesperson? As far as I recall, you've hardly ever done any fashion brand endorsements, have you?" Bai Zhou's tone was playful. This question struck right at He Manning's weak spot. She had once offended a major figure in China's fashion industry, leading to persistent suppression. Though she was already quite popular among top-tier female artists in China, no fashion brand had ever approached her for an endorsement. This issue had become the key obstacle blocking her next step upward. Without a single decent fashion endorsement, a diva? What kind of diva is that? Bai Zhou was her last hope. He Manning took a deep breath and began listing her strengths. "Mr. Bai, I have a massive fan base domestically, and my public image remains quite favorable. In recent years, I focused solely on my acting career without any scandals or negative publicity.
I rarely participate in low-quality variety shows and maintain strict control over my personal image. Furthermore, I have deep familiarity with the Ceylon brand. I own numerous Ceylon bags and garments because I feel this brand perfectly complements my personal style, a perception confirmed by my fans' feedback. As she spoke, He Manning pulled a document from the Cyrene bag slung across her shoulder and handed it to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou glanced at it. It was a compilation He Manning had personally organized, documenting instances where her fans spontaneously purchased matching Celine clothing and accessories after seeing her wear the brand on stage or in performances. After reviewing it, Bai Zhou passed the file to John. John nodded imperceptibly to Bai Zhou upon finishing. Bai Zhou understood immediately. After a moment's thought, he addressed He Manning. I prefer to get straight to the point, so I won't beat around the bush. I can consider giving you the endorsement deal, but what price are you willing to pay for it? Here it comes. He Manning's expression brightened. Hearing Bai Zhou say he'd consider it, she felt the deal was almost certain. Now it was time to show her sincerity. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Zhou waved his hand and looked at her. Think it through carefully. Figure out what you have that could impress me, that could impress our entire group. Go back now and give it some serious thought. He Manning swallowed the words that had formed on her lips. Could she really not escape this fate after all? She thought, her expression growing desolate. Seeing her expression, Bai Zhou instantly realized she'd misunderstood. He sighed helplessly. Tisk, it's not what you think. What I mean is, the points you mentioned are certainly good, but they're not enough. Go back and really think about what other assets you can bring to the table, things that could enhance Silly's image and brand in the domestic market. Understand? He Man's face flushed instantly. She'd completely misread the situation, thinking she'd encountered yet another man coveting her body. Her face still flushed, she bowed apologetically. I'm sorry. Mr. Bai, I understand what you mean now. I'll go back and think it through. Alright. You may go now. Bai Zhou sighed inwardly. Was that really how it came across? Did he look like someone who couldn't keep his hands off her? After He Manning and the others left, Bai Zhou asked John. Logically speaking, this girl has great credentials. Why hasn't any fashion brand approached her for endorsements after all this time? John adjusted his glasses and replied. I know a bit about this. Actually, 2 years ago she had a chance to land an endorsement deal with a second-tier fashion brand. And she was fully qualified for it at the time. But I heard she had some conflict with Lu Qi, that senior figure in China's fashion industry who was connecting her. That's why it fell through. Precisely because she offended Lu Qi, he's been blocking any fashion opportunities from reaching her ever since. That's why Missy still hasn't landed a decent fashion brand endorsement to this day. Wow, what a feud. To go that far? What exactly was the conflict between her and this Lu Qi? Honestly, it's nothing major. Lu Qi tried to use his fashion connections as leverage to make Miss He Manning his mistress. Bai Zhou winced at the story. TSK. No wonder her expression was off when I told her that earlier. Turns out she had psychological trauma. But that old bastard is a real piece of work. Rest assured, Mr. Bai. Lu Qi only holds some sway within China's domestic fashion industry. He has no power to influence our collaboration with Miss He. Do you think collaborating with He Manning is feasible? Bai Zhou inquired. When it came to professional matters, John immediately adopted his expert demeanor and replied promptly. Yes. Our group had previously evaluated Miss He Manning and concluded she perfectly embodies the qualities of a premium fashion luxury brand ambassador, from her image and presence to her popularity and public appeal. We were actually planning to approach her about an endorsement after establishing deeper cooperation with you in China. We just didn't expect her to come to you first. This news caught Bai Zhou off guard. He hadn't realized Louis Vuitton had already set their sights on He Manning. She mustn't find out about this after all. She couldn't keep her cool and came to us first. Now we'll see what she's willing to offer to secure the Siren endorsement. Bai Zhou spoke these words, though his mind was already set on a plan. An artist of He Manning's caliber wasn't just coveted by Luai Mingxuan Group. Bai Zhou had his eye on her too. His Hongqing network was precisely in need of a suitable brand ambassador. I need to find a way to get He Manning on board my ship. 96. Delivering takeout causes traffic gridlock? Stepping out of the office with time to spare, Bai Zhou left John behind to assist Chin Mei with some remaining tasks. As for himself, he was preparing to deliver takeout. Ever since the new delivery uniform arrived, Bai Zhou had been too busy with other matters. Today was his first official outing wearing this outfit. No need for glasses or masks this time. Anyone seeing his uniform would instantly recognize him. He planned to fully embrace the feeling of being a celebrity delivery guy. After all, it wasn't a day off, so traffic jams were unlikely. As for how customers would react upon seeing him deliver their meals, to be honest, Bai Zhou was genuinely looking forward to it. Hopping on his beloved scooter, Bai Zhou embarked on today's delivery journey. Truth be told, Bai Zhou had completely misjudged his current popularity. Of course, this was partly because he paid little attention to his online fame. He assumed that as long as it wasn't his day off, he could deliver meals without issue. But reality quickly proved him wrong. You're dreaming. As Bai Zhou rode his scooter to an intersection and waited for the traffic light, the agonizing 90-second red light filled him with frustration. But there was nothing he could do. He had to wait under the blazing sun and obey the rules. This intersection was a particularly busy spot. At first, people didn't notice Bai Zhou parked by the roadside. But as more vehicles piled up at the junction, sharp-eyed passers-by gradually spotted him in his sleek delivery uniform. "Hey, honey, look at that guy parked over there. Quick, look." "Huh? Who?" "Holy. A Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. A motorcycle worth over 10 million. Oh my god. That's not the point. I told you to look at the person." "Huh? Oh my god. Bai Zhou. Right? Wow, Bai Zhou actually came out to deliver the food himself. If Bai Zhou heard that, he'd be cracking jokes non-stop. Duh, if he didn't deliver it himself, would he hire someone? No one else has the blessing of the delivery god. Amidst the sea of neon lights and vehicles, a sudden shout rang out. "Hey everyone, look! It's Bai Zhou over there." Ding! The bustling intersection fell eerily silent for a moment before erupting into even louder chaos. "Bai Zhou? Where is Bai Zhou? Which way? Where's my husband? Is he finally coming to marry me? Look! By the roadside! Bai Zhou is by the roadside. Ah, Bai Zhou, my husband, I'm coming." From the moment he heard that first shriek, Bai Zhou felt a chill run down his neck and prepared to make a run for it. But he hadn't counted on his enthusiastic fans moving faster than him. Before he could even turn his car around, a dense crowd had already surrounded him completely. It really is Bai Zhou. It's really him. Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in videos and photos. Ah, I'm so dazzled by Bai Zhou's beauty I can't move. I need a kiss from brother Bai Zhou to get up. Dream on. Stay down. Bai Zhou is mine. Bai Zhou straddled his motorcycle, swallowing hard. To him, the surging crowd looked like something out of a horror movie. He was the male lead surrounded by zombies. Unsurprisingly, traffic at this intersection had ground to a halt. As more people got stuck in the jam, curiosity about what was blocking the way grew, causing the crowd around Bai Zhou to swell. Faced with these enthusiastic fans, Bai Zhou couldn't be too harsh. He could only try his best to grant their wishes, hoping they'd leave soon. "Bai Zhou, can I ride with you in Zhongying? Like, on the back of your motorcycle?" "Sure, let's do it." Bai Zhou, can I give you a hug?" "Sure." Bai Zhou, can you sign my autograph?" "Sure." "Where should I sign?" "On my chest." Bai Zhou was startled by the bold fan finally signing his name on the girl's shirt with a flustered expression. But that wasn't the end of it. Something even crazier happened next. "Bai Zhou, I want to French kiss you." This was a male fan. "Daddy!" This was a male fan who wanted to be Bai Zhou's son. "Bai Zhou, send me money." "What the hell is all this? How did I get so famous? Aren't celebrities supposed to go out without being recognized? I'm just a helpless little delivery guy." Bai Zhou thought, wanting to cry. "I miscalculated. Wait, how am I supposed to deliver food like this? No, is now really the time to think about that? How do I get out of this mess now?" Bai Zhou's predicament didn't last long. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed from the outer edges of the crowd. No wonder this intersection was completely gridlocked. If the traffic cops didn't show up soon, the whole area would be paralyzed. Bai Zhou's popularity was terrifying. Trapped in the crowd, Bai Zhou breathed a huge sigh of relief at the sound of the sirens. In a pinch, you can always count on the police. What's going on? What happened here? Why is it so congested? At a sharp command, the crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses. A poised and professional traffic officer stepped forward. Bai Zhou saw her as his savior. His eyes lit up instantly as he shouted, "Officer! Officer, please help me." The officer recognized Bai Zhou. Her expression flashed with emotion, but she quickly remembered she was on duty with her bodycam recording. She couldn't let her feelings show. She forced herself to calm down, already understanding why the traffic had stalled. Seriously, with a hottie like Bai Zhou standing there, if she weren't on duty, she'd be gawking too. The officer forced herself to sound calm. "Bai Zhou, you've brought traffic to a standstill here. Come with me to the police station." At that moment, Bai Zhou couldn't spare a thought for anything else. He nodded obediently and said, "Yes, officer." Then he shouted to the fans gathered around. "Everyone, please make way. Those who need to leave, hurry up and go. Don't block the road. You're causing traffic to come to a standstill. Everyone, please head back now." Seeing the traffic police officer about to take Bai Zhou away, the fans nearby pleaded on his behalf. "Officer, it's not Bai Zhou's fault. We just got so excited seeing him that we accidentally blocked the road. Please don't fine him." "Yes, officer. You're so kind. Please let Bai Zhou off. Or we'll pay his fine for him. Please don't penalize him. Please, officer." The traffic officer couldn't help but laugh at the scene, then looked at Bai Zhou. "Your fans are so kind to you." Bai Zhou gave a wry smile and addressed his fans.
Thanks for the kind offer, everyone. Officer's sister won't find me. She's just trying to clear up this traffic jam. You can all go now. The traffic officer smiled and added. Bai Zhou is right, we won't ticket him. Then she silently thought to herself. But he needs a good talking to. Otherwise, if he does this again, we'll be stuck in traffic once more. 97 could finally deliver his food in peace. Sitting on the back of the traffic police officer's motorcycle, Bai Zhou was taken back to the station. He notified John to ride his Harley home. At the station, the officer initially wore a stern expression, ready to give Bai Zhou a thorough lecture. Bai Zhou, this is unacceptable. You know this obstructs public transportation, right? Bai Zhou had been hanging his head obediently, but upon hearing this, he looked up at the traffic officer with an expression of helplessness. You've got the wrong idea. I was just quietly waiting at the red light by the roadside. I don't know who spotted me, but someone got so excited they shouted, "Where's Bai Zhou?" The whole intersection went crazy, people started pouring out of their cars. I tried to leave, but before I could even turn the bike around, I was surrounded. You have no idea, officer. Those fans' demands were the craziest. Bai Zhou couldn't help but vent his frustrations to the traffic officer. Forget the normal stuff like photos and autographs, the craziest part was this guy fan who wanted to French kiss me. I almost threw up right there. Not that I'm discriminating or anything. I'm just not into that, I'm a straight guy through and through. Then there was the one calling me dad. Do I look that desperate for a son? Seriously. So I swear, I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just figured since it wasn't a holiday, people wouldn't be so bored. Who knew? Bai Zhou's exasperated sigh made the traffic police officer chuckle. She couldn't help but giggle. You're just so clueless about how popular you are. Do you have any idea how many people online adore you? I really had no idea about that. Not to mention other places, but just in Jiangxia alone, there are probably millions of people who like you. That many? Bai Zhou's pupils dilated in shock. Yeah, do you get what that means? It means that when you walk down the streets of Jiangxia, at least 4 or 5 out of every 10 people are your fans. That exaggerated? Bai Zhou muttered to himself. He hadn't really grasped his online popularity, he'd always thought it was just a few videos he'd posted, so how could so many people like him? Now he finally understood there really were this many people who liked him. What was he supposed to do now? How could he possibly deliver food like this? Beep. Host's popularity detected as excessively high, severely impacting delivery operations. Special task issued to host as follows. Deliver 1 order wearing a custom delivery uniform. Reward, title, you can't see me. Effect, while wearing this title, your presence is reduced, preventing fan disturbances. Talk about a godsend. System, you really get me. But Bai Zhou soon noticed a problem. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wait, the system requires me to wear the custom uniform for delivery. Won't that just repeat what happened earlier? How am I supposed to deliver like this? Wait a minute. Bai Zhou spotted the crucial detail. The system only said to complete 1 delivery order, it never specified a time frame. With that realization, he hurriedly asked the system. System, is there a time limit for this delivery? This mission has no time limit. Awesome. Bai Zhou pumped his fist. With this, he could simply choose a quieter time like the wee hours of the morning to deliver food. Traffic jams would be a thing of the past. The traffic police officer watching Bai Zhou was a bit bewildered by his shifting expressions, one moment serious, the next elated, and then pumping his fist in celebration. Bai Zhou, what's gotten into you? Bai Zhou smiled happily and told the traffic officer. Nothing. I figured out a way to deliver food without causing any commotion. Ha? Really? Anyway, I don't care how you deliver food, but situations like today's absolutely cannot happen again. Don't worry. Absolutely not. Alright then, you're free to go. Alright. Thanks, officer. Wait. Ha? What is it? The young lady gave a sly smile, pulled out a small notebook from the drawer, and handed it to Bai Zhou. Before you go, sign a few autographs. Let me think. 40 signatures. Quite a few folks in our bureau are your fans. 40 signatures wasn't too many, but then the young lady dragged him around for countless group photos. By the time they left the police station, it was already late, which suited Bai Zhou just fine. He called John and asked him to bring the motorcycle over. Less than 20 minutes later, John arrived on the bike. I have to admit, this sidekick is getting easier and easier to use. He told John to take a taxi back on his own. Bai Zhou planned to use this time to finish the system's tasks and get that title as soon as possible. Since it was already past midnight, there weren't many orders left. Some weren't suitable for Bai Zhou anyway, like those barbecue orders. At this hour, if there was one place in Jiangxia packed with people, it was undoubtedly the barbecue stalls. He couldn't go there. Ah, this one's perfect. Bai Zhou snagged a dessert order. Not many shops sold sweets at this hour, and the staff would surely be sparse perfect. He picked up the order without incident. Though the shopkeeper pestered him for autographs and photos, thankfully no one else was around, so Bai Zhou quickly made it to his destination.
As always, the young lady who took his order greeted him warmly. Not only did she give him a glowing review on the spot, but she also enthusiastically invited Bai Zhou inside to sit down. It took Bai Zhou quite some effort to extricate himself. With so many fans, he kept running into them even when just delivering takeout, and their enthusiasm was simply overwhelming. Beep. Host has completed the task. The title "You Can't See Me" has been issued. Please select and equip it in the system space. Thankfully, the task was done. Bai Zhou entered the system space and saw a new title option where the space had once been empty. He clicked it, equipped the newly acquired title, and mused. The system upgrade really makes a difference. Those old titles were what? No matter how effective they were, they just sounded weird. This one? Well, it's not exactly catchy either, but the effect is powerful. Exiting the system space, Bai Zhou decided to test the title's effect. He rode his motorcycle to the bustling night market. Bai Zhou looked around cautiously, noticing people still eating and drinking, completely ignoring him. Even the barbecue stall owner, usually the sharpest-eyed of them all, paid him no mind, busy grilling skewers on his own. Bai Zhou's courage grew. "Hey, boss. 20 skewers of lamb, extra spicy." Bai Zhou walked up to the grill stall and called out loudly. Without looking up, the vendor counted out 20 skewers and placed them over the fire. Still not raising his head, he said to Bai Zhou, $40. Cash or WeChat Pay? After paying, Bai Zhou exhaled deeply. Alright, test complete. This title's effect is absolutely insane. Finally, he could happily continue delivering food. 98 He Manning threatened. With his new title, Bai Zhou darted left and right through the crowd, thoroughly enjoying himself. But he noticed a problem. While the title's effect was powerful, it was precisely because it was too effective. As long as he wore the title, no one noticed him. People could talk to him and interact, but they absolutely wouldn't treat him any differently just because he was Bai Zhou. Even Bai Jianjun and Wang Hui, the married couple, showed no reaction. He could only wear the title while delivering food. Forget about it during regular times, otherwise, it would be pretty uncomfortable. Fortunately, equipping and unequipping the title was straightforward, and this minor flaw didn't bother Bai Zhou in the slightest. The dilemma of how to deliver food was thus perfectly resolved. While food delivery earned far less than stock trading, the system had only issued food-related tasks so far. For the sake of system rewards alone, Bai Zhou couldn't abandon this line of work. Unlike the cheerful Bai Zhou, after returning to the hotel from Hongqing Network, He Manning and Sister Zhao sat together, racking their brains to figure out what exactly He Manning possessed that could benefit LVMH Group and the luxury brand Celine. Due to Lu Qi's influence, He Manning herself didn't possess deep knowledge of the fashion industry. As a celebrity agent, Sister Zhao had managed numerous artists, but none of them had ever worked with a top-tier luxury brand like Celine, leaving her equally uncertain. Just as the two were on the verge of pulling their hair out, Sister Zhao's phone rang. Zhao Jia pulled out her phone. The moment she saw the name displayed, her expression changed, her face twisted with disgust. "Sister Zhao, who is it? Why that look?" Manling asked, puzzled. Who else could it be? That disgusting Lu Qi. He Manning opened her mouth, about to tell Sister Zhao to hang up immediately. But Sister Zhao wasn't her agent. As much as she despised Lu Qi, Sister Zhao had to maintain a professional relationship with him. Sister Zhao sighed and answered the call. "Mr. Lu, what brings you to call me today?" "Poof. What's this? I hear you took He Manning to meet LVMH's new second largest shareholder? That pretty boy?" Sister Zhao's expression darkened. "How did Lu Qi find out about this?" "Mr. Lu, where did you hear such rumors? That never happened. Cut the bull. I'm asking where you are right now. Is He Manning with you?" "Ah, this." Sister Zhao grew flustered. She knew Lu Qi well, a petty man who harbored resentment ever since his failed pursuit of He Manning. He obstructed her career in the fashion industry, and even Sister Zhao suffered because her close association with He Manning meant her clients could only land endorsements with second or third tier fashion brands. If he found out she and He Manning were bypassing him to approach Bai Zhou for Silly's endorsement, who knew how he'd retaliate against them? But Lu Qi had already sensed something was off from Sister Zhao's hesitation. He exploded over the phone. "Oh, really? You two think bypassing me to climb the social ladder will get you into the fashion world? Never mind whether you can cling on to that pretty boy's coattails. Even if you could, so what? What do you think my standing is in China's fashion industry? Some newcomer thinks he can run roughshod over everyone just because he's got a bit of clout? I advise you to think carefully about what happens when you cross Lu Qi." After hanging up, Sister Zhao was shaken by Lu Qi's threat. He held immense influence in China's fashion world, and many deferred to him. If he made it known, the industry would never allow He Manning or any of her agency's artists to set foot in it again. What could she possibly do? He Manning had also heard Lu Qi's threats. Her heart sank. To others, she was a superstar bathed in starlight, the envy of all. But they had no idea how much bitterness she had to bear behind the scenes. But at this point, since she'd already crossed Lu Qi, she might as well go all the way. By Zhou's role, He Manning would secure it. "Zhao Jia, I'm the one who dragged you down.
What's the use of saying this now? Since my sister is your agent, you're like my own sister. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with Lu Qi's attack. Sis Xiao, since we've already crossed him, why not try a desperate gamble? Let's go all out to land Silly's endorsement deal. If we secure that contract, Lu Qi won't be able to blacklist us no matter what. That's easier said than done. Landing this endorsement is incredibly difficult. Bai Zhou isn't someone you can easily deal with. I have confidence in myself. I will find a way to help both Bai Zhou and the Silin brand. He Manning pumped herself up, though she still hadn't found a solution. By the date agreed with Bai Zhou, both He Manning and Sister Zhao were on the verge of despair, racking their brains without finding a breakthrough. Yet the more desperate they felt, the more they clung to this final chance. He Manning dressed to the nines, showcasing her beauty to the fullest. It could be said that any man who saw her now would fall for her. She wasn't hiding anything this time. Since Lu Qi already knew she was negotiating an endorsement deal with Bai Zhou, she might as well meet him openly. Success or failure hinged entirely on this one encounter. The moment He Manning stepped out of the hotel, paparazzi swarmed her. They'd all received word that she intended to break into the fashion industry through Bai Zhou. How could they miss such a major scoop? Outside the new Hongqing Network building, a crowd of reporters had already gathered to await He Manning. The moment she stepped out of the car, she and Sister Zhao were surrounded. Miss Manning, we hear you're collaborating with Mr. Bai Zhou of LVMH. Which fashion brand under their group is your target? Sorry, the details of the collaboration haven't been finalized yet. We can't comment at this time. Miss Manning, yesterday fashion industry heavyweight Lu Qi joined forces with numerous domestic fashion luminaries to issue a joint statement calling for your blacklisting. What are your thoughts on this? If he truly believes he can blacklist me, let him bring it on. Ms. Manning. Miss Manning. With so many reporters swarming around her, Sister Zhao had no choice but to act as a human shield, clearing a path for He Manning. The two hurried into the building, leaving the reporters outside. Manling, if we don't land this endorsement, we're in big trouble. He Manning glanced back at the waiting reporters outside the door. Her eyes betrayed no emotion as she calmly stated. Sister Zhao, this time, it's all or nothing. 99. The furious Lu Qi. Arriving at the meeting room, Bai Zhou hadn't arrived at the company yet. He Manning and Sister Zhao sat on the sofa waiting. He Manning sat upright, legs crossed, hands resting lightly on her knees. Her back was straight, not leaning against the backrest. Her gaze fixed intently on the water glass on the coffee table as she was deep in thought. Zhao Jia beside her looked anxious, glancing at her watch, then at the door, then back at He Manning. Sister Zhao, please calm down. Mr. Bai Zhou said he would meet with us today, so he will definitely see us. Don't worry, we have the entire day. Sister Zhao opened her mouth to speak, then slumped her shoulders and waited quietly. He Manning was right. Given Bai Zhou's standing, he'd have no reason to make fools of them. She just needed to wait patiently. But I'm feeling pretty uncertain about this. Even if Bai Zhou shows up, it's still up in the air whether we can land Silly's endorsement deal. How could I not be anxious? If we fail this time, it'll be a devastating blow not just for He Manning, but for me and all the artists under my management. Why couldn't He Manning, despite her immense popularity, ascend from top-tier star to true diva? Because she holds no sway in the fashion world. Ever since Lu Qi blocked that path, no matter how hard He Manning strives, her standing within the industry remains frozen. She can't advance even an inch. How could a female star without top-tier fashion resources ever become a true top star? Amid their anxious wait, the conference room door finally swung open. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I was busy with other matters earlier. Bai Zhou entered and addressed the two people in the room with a gentle tone. He Manning quickly stood up, offered a soft smile, and bowed slightly. Not at all, Mr. Bai. Your matters are more important. We have plenty of time today. Waiting a little longer is no problem. Bai Zhou rubbed his nose. He'd gotten so caught up delivering that takeout order, he'd completely forgotten about today's meeting. If John hadn't called to remind him, he'd probably still be on his delivery route. Please sit down. No need for small talk. So, have you thought about how you might be able to help us? Bai Zhou sat on the sofa across from her and asked directly. Having already experienced Bai Zhou's style last time, He Manning didn't lose her composure this time. She pondered for a moment and decided to explain the situation to Bai Zhou honestly. Well, Mr. Bai Zhou, aside from my popularity, fan loyalty, and approachability with the general public, I honestly can't think of anything else I could offer. And there's one more thing I think you should know. Zhao Jia, hearing this, urgently signaled to He Manning. You idiot. Why bring that up? You're just asking for trouble. Do you even want this endorsement anymore? Yet He Manning paid no heed. Taking a deep breath, she spoke slowly. You may not be familiar with the domestic fashion industry. Truthfully, I had an opportunity to enter the fashion world long ago. But the fashion mogul who connected me demanded I become his mistress in exchange for introducing me to industry resources. If I wanted those opportunities, I had to agree to his terms. He Manning's eyes flickered with pain. I refused. Call it pretentious or arrogant, but I rejected his demand.
He then declared that as long as I didn't agree, I'd never set foot in the fashion world. Just days ago, he somehow learned about our plans to approach you. He threatened both me and Sister Zhao, saying that if we continued pursuing collaboration with you, he would orchestrate a complete blacklisting of us within China's fashion industry. Yesterday, he already collaborated with numerous prominent figures in the fashion world to publicly release this statement.
He Manning's expression was sullen yet sincere.
I don't know how much impact such a statement will have on our collaboration, but I believe you have the right to know. Even if you choose not to work with me because of this, I won't blame you.
Bai Zhou listened quietly to He Manning's account.
In truth, he had already learned all this through John, who had even delivered yesterday's statement to his desk immediately. In Bai Zhou's view, He Manning was exceptionally well suited to be a brand ambassador. First, her appearance, figure, demeanor, popularity, and public appeal all perfectly met the standards of a top international brand. More remarkably, such a high-caliber celebrity had been held back by Lu Qi's suppression, resulting in her having no fashion brand endorsements despite her long career. This meant that Siren, as her first fashion brand endorsement, would form a deep bond with her personal image. This would significantly enhance Siren's impression in consumers' minds. Her current predicament stems solely from Lu Qi's influence. However, through the power of LVMH Group, she can comprehensively transform her into a sensation in the fashion world. Whether it's an international luxury brand like Cillian or top fashion magazines like Vogue and Harper's Bazaar, she possesses the capability to secure her on their covers. In this way, the title of the new fashion queen would undoubtedly belong to her. However, all this hinges on her forming a deep partnership with my Hongqing network.
My company still needs her to build its reputation. Interesting.
Bai Zhou watched He Manning with a faint smile.
He Manning didn't grasp Bai Zhou's meaning.
Her current state of mind resembled that of someone awaiting a verdict. Her fate hinged entirely on Bai Zhou's decision.
Bai Zhou's face was filled with amusement. This girl was too sincere. She didn't seem like someone who'd ever navigated the entertainment industry. She had an aura of purity, untouched by the muddy waters of the business.
He smiled meaningfully and said, "Miss He, I truly appreciate your honesty. But let me be perfectly clear, someone like Lu Qi holds no sway over my decisions.
The crux of the matter lies entirely with you."
"Me?"
"Yes.
Frankly speaking, your popularity, fan loyalty, and approachability to the general public are precisely what the Cillian brand needs and what I need."
"Me?"
He Manning was utterly baffled by Bai Zhou's meaning. "Yes, I need your influence, or more precisely, Hongqing Network, where we are now, needs your influence." He Manning began to grasp the meaning.
She licked her lips and asked, "What can I do for you, for this company?"
"I can personally secure the Sirin endorsement for you provided you simultaneously agree to become Hongqing Network's brand ambassador, responsible for promoting the company's image."
"I'm in," He Manning blurted out without hesitation.
She had expected to make enormous sacrifices today to win Bai Zhou's favor, yet his terms were surprisingly simple.
What was there to think about? With the Sirin endorsement in hand, no one, not Lu Qi, Li Qi, or anyone else could stop her from advancing into the fashion world. Moreover, this opportunity was nothing short of a meteoric rise, securing an endorsement with a global top-tier fashion brand in one fell swoop.
"Very well. Since you agree, John, take her to meet Sunmmary. Discuss the details thoroughly. Miss He, if you have no objections, I'll announce this news to the media shortly."
"Thank you, Mr. Bai Zhou.
I have no objections whatsoever. I'll leave everything to your discretion." Shortly after, John, the designated spokesperson, held a special press conference to announce Bai Zhou's collaboration with He Manning. The news quickly spread.
At a luxury hotel in the capital. Damn it! That He Manning. She actually got it.
Who knows what terms she agreed to with that pretty boy?
Someone. Upon hearing the news in the private room, Lu Qi flew into a rage.
He smashed the expensive red wine bottle worth tens of thousands on the floor and bellowed like a demon toward the door. "What are your orders, boss?"
"Go! Contact the troll army.
Spread the word that Bai Zhou, the pretty boy, only teamed up with He Manning because she offered herself.
And he couldn't resist. Get this out there. I'll ruin them both."
100 Finally back to normal college life. With the collaboration with He Manning finalized, Bai Zhou finally felt a weight lifted.
Hongqing Network had now fully taken over Yangwu Tianxia's operations.
Bolstered by this substantial asset, the company accelerated its own development, making significant strides in both technological and talent accumulation. Under Bai Zhou's guidance, they spared no expense in launching R&D initiatives, preparing to forge a new path combining internet technology with physical operations by mastering core technologies. John now handled LVMH's day-to-day operations, leaving Bai Zhou with little to do beyond his daily food delivery runs. It was then that he finally remembered he was still a freshman in college. He was ready to return to a normal college life. He called Zhang Yu, who happened to be on campus. Seizing the moment, Bai Zhou decided to head straight to the university to find her. "TSK, our busy bee," finally remembered he's still a student. As soon as he entered the office, Zhang Yu sat in her chair and sighed dramatically. Bai Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he hadn't even finished military training at the start of the semester before taking over half a month off. While other students had been attending classes for over a week, he was just arriving now.
I'm truly sorry, Teacher Jiang. I've had an overwhelming amount on my plate lately, but I absolutely won't take any more leave in the coming period. Have you finished handling everything? What about the company matters?
Bai Zhou gave a light chuckle.
All taken care of. Someone's keeping an eye on things at the company. Unless it's something major, I don't usually need to be involved.
That's good.
Oh, the principal asked me to tell you to let him know when you return he wants to see you.
I'll inform him after this call, and he should be here soon.
The principal? What does he want with me?
Bai Zhou was puzzled. He'd never met the principal here, nor had they ever crossed paths.
What could he possibly want? Ha! Of course, to meet our school's outstanding alumnus. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed as the door to Zhang Yu's office swung open.
A slightly portly middle-aged man stepped inside.
Bai Zhou, allow me to introduce you. This is our Principal Li. Principal Li, this is my student, Bai Zhou. Ha! No need for introductions, little Jiang. I've long heard of Bai Zhou's reputation.
That night, Bai Zhou displayed such commanding presence, directly sentencing Wu Yang to death. His dashing heroism truly captivated me.
How I regret not being present. Hearing this, Bai Zhou sensed something was off. Why was Principal Li lavishing praise on him? Could it be he's here to ask for a favor?
The thought crossed his mind, and Bai Zhou had an idea. He had finally wrapped up that matter and felt a sense of relief, ready to enjoy his university life. If this principal came along now and piled more work on him, it would be unbearable.
Principal Li, you flatter me.
My primary role is simply that of a student, and for the foreseeable future, I intend to focus solely on being one. Principal Li, who had been passionately praising Bai Zhou, suddenly faltered. Bai Zhou's words caught him off guard.
Zhang Yu promptly chimed in with a supporting remark.
Since you put it that way, Bai Zhou, you'd better attend classes diligently from now on.
No more taking leave every other day claiming you have business to attend to.
I'm warning you now, unless it's a critical matter concerning your company, no exceptions.
After speaking, she winked at Bai Zhou from where Principal Li couldn't see.
Bai Zhou smiled knowingly.
Got it, Teacher Jiang. I'll remember that.
The two of them played off each other perfectly, leaving Principal Li thoroughly confused.
He'd been planning to ask Bai Zhou for a favor, but now how could he bring it up? He clicked his tongue thoughtfully. Never mind. At least Bai Zhou is back at school now.
He'd just have to wait until next time he saw him.
Ah, Teacher Jiang is absolutely right.
Bai Zhou, now that you've wrapped up your outside matters, focus on studying diligently here at school.
If you have any issues, feel free to come straight to me. Bai Zhou replied earnestly. Understood, thank you, Principal Li.
After Principal Li left, Bai Zhou and Zhang Yu exchanged a knowing smile.
Our Principal Li is quite clever, a real schemer.
He somehow found out about that banquet you hosted for the entire Jiangxia business community.
Ever since, he's been calling me every other day, asking when you'd be back. How was I supposed to know when you'd return?
Bai Zhou plopped down across from Zhang Yu, picked up the water glass on the table, and took a sip. I knew it, that old guy wouldn't be looking for me for anything good.
Thanks for covering for me, Teacher Jiang.
Zhang Yu shot him a disapproving look and snapped.
Hey, that's my cup.
Bai Zhou quickly let go and grinned apologetically.
I was so thirsty. So thirsty. How about I buy you a new one? No need. Oh, and I need to tell you something. You've been out for so long since the semester started. All the class officer positions have been filled, and student council recruitment is over too. Clubs are still open for applications though. Take a look and join one if you're interested.
Class officers and student council don't matter to me, I'm not interested in getting involved anyway.
But can I skip the clubs? No way, you have to join. At least one.
Bai Zhou shook his head and sighed helplessly.
Alright, you're the teacher. I'll listen to you.
Stepping out of Zhang Yu's office, Bai Zhou slowly scanned the club list in his hand.
Anime club? Pass.
For Zhai steamed goose heart.
Literature club? I'm no artsy type, pass. Motorcycle club? Is there even such a club? But wouldn't showing up on my Harley be a bit much? Pass. Is there any club with fewer activities?
Just as he was pondering, Bai Zhou spotted a rather intriguing name.
Finance Practice Club? What does this club even do?
His curiosity piqued, he studied the club description closely. Provides a practical platform for students passionate about finance. Periodically invites finance and economics professors to give lectures and share hands-on experience.
This looks great. I could really use some knowledge in this area. This is the one.
Bai Zhou made up his mind to join this club. He approached the club's leader and explained his intentions. The club president, a senior student, was delighted to meet Bai Zhou.
Junior, joining our finance practice club is absolutely the best choice.
We have experienced seniors and even seasoned professors who regularly share practical insights.
Occasionally, we even get stock recommendations.
Trust me, if you study hard and pay attention, you could even make money through our club. Bai Zhou smiled faintly and shook his head. He joined this club primarily to learn financial knowledge.
As for stock recommendations? Not necessary at all, he didn't need them.
Watching Bai Zhou sign the membership application, the club president patted his shoulder with a look that said you're getting a great deal and said,
Bai Zhou, your timing couldn't be better. Tomorrow we've invited Professor G from the economics department to give a lecture for our club. You know Professor G? At least 6 out of every 10 stocks he recommends turn a profit.
After each of Professor G's lectures, our club members always make a little profit. Plus, he's incredibly hard to get. If he comes once or twice a semester, that's already great.
You absolutely must seize this opportunity. Tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. in the small auditorium, don't miss it. Bai Zhou scratched his chin. What a coincidence.
He'd be sure to see for himself tomorrow just how good this Professor G really was.
Is this all there is to a lecture by a 101 economics professor?
Early the next morning, Bai Zhou arrived at the classroom. Though it was still early, the classroom was already quite full. When they saw Bai Zhou enter, they all looked surprised.
After all, he was the guy who'd taken over half a month off right at the start of the semester. He'd even confronted that arrogant Wu Yuewei face to face.
And Wu Yuewei hadn't shown up for so long, maybe he was scared of Bai Zhou.
This guy was someone you didn't mess with.
Bai Zhou scanned the room and realized he didn't recognize a single face. It was understandable, he'd only introduced himself on the very first night of school before diving into his own affairs.
Who could possibly remember him? But he didn't dwell on it. He casually found an empty seat and sat down.
Just then, a boy sitting in front of him turned around and struck up a conversation. Hey, Bai Zhou, you're already famous among this year's freshmen.
Bai Zhou tilted his head.
Huh? Why? The boy looked at him with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. You took over half a month off right after the semester started, before even finishing military training, and they approved it. Looking back over the past 3 years, no one's ever pulled that off, you're the first.
Oh, so that's why.
Bai Zhou chuckled wryly.
Ah, well, I had some things to take care of. My advisor knew about it, so they approved the leave.
Seeing that Bai Zhou seemed easy to talk to, the guy warmed up and winked at him, saying, Hey, Bai Zhou, I've got a question for you.
Go ahead. You know that arrogant Wu Yuewei? What's he up to now? I heard from the counselor that he dropped out.
Wu Yuewei? Bai Zhou didn't immediately recall who that was until Wu Yang came to mind. Then he remembered, that must be Wu Yang's son.
Ah, I'm not sure what he's up to now. We weren't really close.
Bai Zhou scratched his nose. He couldn't very well say it was because he kicked Wu Yang and Wu Yuewei out of Jiangxia that he dropped out. That might scare the kid.
But the boy didn't buy Bai Zhou's explanation.
Instead, he launched into a detailed account of the various versions of the love-hate rumors circulating around campus about Bai Zhou and Wu Yuewei. The most widely circulated and eagerly discussed version among students claimed that Bai Zhou and Jiang Yu had actually known each other long before. That day, Bai Zhou saw Wu Yuewei speaking disrespectfully to Jiang Yu with ulterior motives. In a fit of rage for the sake of a beauty, he slapped Wu Yuewei across the face. After Wu Yuewei brought his father to confront Jiang Yu and Bai Zhou immediately launched a War God Returns operation. With a single command, 10,000 soldiers charged at Wu Yuewei. This ultimately forced Wu Yuewei to drop out and never show his face at school again.
Bai Zhou was left speechless. What on earth was that supposed to mean?
Where did this God of War returning nonsense come from?
Everyone's so talented, but this is just too much.
I really didn't know Teacher Jiang before. Bai Zhou felt a headache coming on. These goofball classmates had way too much imagination. The boy in the front row chuckled and delivered Lu Yu's classic line.
Really? I don't buy it.
If you weren't close with Ms. Zhang, how could she have arranged such a long leave for you?
Because I genuinely had things to handle.
Overall, Bai Zhou's first step back into university life went surprisingly smoothly. He quickly became close with his male classmates, thanks in no small part to that guy in the front row. Silly antics are contagious, and Bai Zhou hadn't acted like a carefree, happy fool in ages. Once he fit in, he blended right in with everyone. As for the girls, Bai Zhou's handsome face was his best weapon. By the end of the morning classes, he'd already caught countless admiring glances. Returning from the complex social circles to the simple, beautiful student life, Bai Zhou thoroughly enjoyed it all.
A man's happiness was just that simple.
With no classes in the afternoon, Bai Zhou was in high spirits as he hung out with Lin Lingqi, the goofball guy from the front row he'd just met, perched on the curb watching the girls walk by. Speaking of Lin Lingqi, when he first introduced himself, Bai Zhou nearly laughed himself silly.
007? James Bond? No.
He was more like the character Ling Lingqi played by Stephen Chow. Sure enough, when Bai Zhou asked, it turned out his parents were both Stephen Chow fans. After he was born, they decided on the spot to name him Lin Lingqi. So while you couldn't say his goofball personality was directly influenced by his parents, you could definitely say it was deeply ingrained. When the time was right, Bai Zhou prepared to attend Professor G's lecture.
Lin Lingqi, there's an economics professor giving a lecture. Want to go check it out? Why bother? I'm not even an economics major. I'd rather spend that time checking out some beauties.
Hey!
Look at that. Great legs. Too bad her chest is a bit small. Bai Zhou stood up and dusted off his butt. Fine, you keep watching. I'm off to the lecture. Sigh, I really don't get what you're thinking. What's the point of listening to some monk chanting sutras? Go ahead, go.
Arriving at the small auditorium, Bai Zhou found a random seat and settled in, waiting for the lecture to begin. Soon, a man in a polo shirt and gold-rimmed glasses walked onto the stage.
He must be Professor G. Not bad looking.
Bai Zhou thought to himself.
Hello everyone, I'm your Professor G. Professor G, I love you. Which stock is Professor G buying today?
A thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, loud enough to nearly shake the ceiling. Bai Zhou was stunned by the students' fervent expressions. If not for the unfamiliar venue, Bai Zhou would have thought he'd stumbled into a pyramid scheme gathering.
Is Professor G really this popular?
On stage, Professor G smiled as he surveyed the sea of students, his mind already filled with maniacal laughter.
Ha! All my planning over the years hasn't been in vain. Did you really think I was running a charity when I taught you stock trading? Today is harvest time. You'll pay me back every penny with interest.
Heh, you naive students, remember, every gift from fate comes with a price already marked in the shadows. Though his mind raced with these thoughts, Professor G's expression remained perfectly composed. With a warm smile, he addressed the audience.
Class, please settle down.
Today marks my first lecture of the semester, primarily to welcome our new members. Let me tell you, choosing to join the Financial Practice Society is the most correct decision you'll make in your entire university career.
Period.
Professor G's face radiated pure confidence as he spoke, and this emotion quickly infected the students below the stage.
The students, especially the upperclassmen, were filled with admiration.
In this atmosphere, the freshmen gradually became absorbed, their excitement building. Only Bai Zhou remained outwardly composed, though inwardly he sensed something was off.
Something felt increasingly off. This was supposed to be a lecture, right? Why did it feel like a motivational speech?
Fellow students, especially the newcomers, today I stand before you as a senior in economics and finance to impart a truth, a principle your predecessors, the seniors here today, have always lived by. This truth is all, and it is wisdom.
Bai Zhou was stunned. What the heck is going on here? Starting off this intense already? All in? You think you're playing landlords or something? Professor G102 just sees you as easy targets.
Bai Zhou was already struggling to listen. He'd attended this lecture hoping to learn some professional financial knowledge. After all, it wasn't his field, and he had a need for it, but he never imagined it would turn out like this.
Bai Zhou's frown deepened until it finally caught the attention of the president beside him. Mr. Bai, why the frown? Is something bothering you? Bai Zhou glanced up at him and asked. Is Professor G's lecture always like this?
The president smiled reassuringly. Yes, Professor G's style can be a bit too enthusiastic.
Most people find it hard to take during their first lecture.
But once you get through this one, you'll definitely come to appreciate his approach.
Why?
The president leaned close to Bai Zhou's ear and whispered.
I shouldn't be telling you this, but I'll let you in on a secret.
Before wrapping up each lecture, Professor G always recommends a few stocks.
We usually make a small profit off them. Bai Zhou was taken aback. That's possible? So Professor G's stock picks never lose money? They do, but not often. That depends on your luck. Overall, the chances of making money are higher. Otherwise, people wouldn't be so fond of Professor G.
Bai Zhou massaged his temples, determined to see what this Professor G was really up to.
Has anyone here seen Stephen Chow's movie God of Gamblers? Raise your hand if you have. A sea of hands shot up instantly. Professor G nodded with satisfaction and continued.
You should all remember a scene where Stephen Chow bets against a gambling god.
Stephen's special ability is blocked, but the gambling god's remains intact.
Meaning the gambling god can see Stephen's cards, but Stephen can't see his.
Doesn't that mean Stephen is bound to lose? But what did Stephen Chow do? He went all in. 4 consecutive all-ins. He called all in right when the first card was dealt.
At first, the gambling god didn't seem interested in betting on luck with him. But by the 5th hand, the gambling god realized Stephen was challenging him to a game of luck, so he followed suit and went all in too.
And what happened? Everyone knows Stephen won.
So, going all in is a form of wisdom. We're all students with no money. The less you have, the more you should go all in.
Applause. The audience, seniors and freshmen alike, applauded enthusiastically.
Bai Zhou stood in the crowd, his mouth twitching slightly.
This Professor G, he's either stupid or evil.
He had seen through the passionate Professor G on stage, a master of shifting concepts.
How did someone like this become a professor? At that moment, Professor G noticed Bai Zhou.
There was no way around it. Amidst a sea of enthusiastic students, Bai Zhou stood out as the only one who remained uncharacteristically calm. This made him immediately noticeable to Professor G.
Young man, Professor G asked, why aren't you applauding? Is it because you didn't understand?
Professor G extended his hand toward Bai Zhou, and the students in the small auditorium all followed his gaze. Under the gaze of these people, who looked at him as if he were an outsider, Bai Zhou did not flinch.
Instead, he smiled meaningfully at Professor G and said, Not at all, Professor G. Your explanation was very clear and easy to understand. Then why aren't you applauding? Why aren't you cheering along with everyone else?
Bai Zhou glanced around at his classmates, their faces flushed with excitement, then shook his head. Turning back to the stage, he spoke with unflinching candor.
Because I think you're wrong.
The room fell suddenly silent. Students around him stared in disbelief, as if they were looking at an alien. Professor G on stage was startled too. This was the first time in all his years that a student had dared to question him.
You think I'm wrong? Then tell me exactly where I'm wrong. If you can't, you're out of here. Kick him out. Kick him out.
The students echoed Professor G's demand in unison. Bai Zhou remained unmoved, his expression calm as he replied.
All in is never a sign of wisdom.
It's merely the last anesthetic gamblers cling to when cornered, a way to comfort themselves with a sliver of hope. Everyone believes they're the chosen one, favored by the heavens, blessed by Lady Luck. But think about it, if you were truly that lucky, how could you possibly be in this situation?
All in? Staking your entire livelihood on an unknown? How many lives do you have to throw away to play so recklessly?
Bai Zhou sneered.
His words jolted the students into a moment of clarity. Right, none of them were truly desperate. Why go all in without a second thought?
Seeing the shift in their expressions, Professor G immediately sensed trouble brewing. He hurriedly interjected.
Nonsense. If you don't go all in, how will you ever turn things around? Just like today, if I told you a stock would surge tomorrow, would you go all in or not?
The students perked up again.
Knowing Professor G, his stock picks were usually solid. All in. Definitely all in. Professor G, name that stock. I'll take out a loan to go all in.
The club president led the charge.
Right. All in. We're all going all in.
Bai Zhou pursed his lips. Oh? I'm eager to see what stock you're about to recommend. Seeing his students' enthusiasm reignited, Professor G breathed a sigh of relief. These were crucial greenhorns, he couldn't let Bai Zhou sway them with a few words.
With renewed fervor, he declared. Fuda Biotech. Class, trust me, Fuda Biotech will skyrocket tomorrow. Hearing the name, Bai Zhou couldn't help but sneer. You've walked right into my trap, haven't you?
Fuda Biotech was precisely the stock Bai Zhou had been eyeing for a short position. Come tomorrow's opening bell, it would plummet at a jaw-dropping speed. Professor G, since you're so certain this stock will rise, I'm sure you've heavily invested in Fuda Bio right now.
Might I see your account? Bai Zhou asked calmly.
Professor G laughed heartily.
Of course, no problem.
He had indeed heavily invested in Fidelity Biotech, but his intention was to short it. The reason he had encouraged his students to go all in on this stock today was precisely to have them take over his holdings. If just a few dozen students each contributed 2,000 or 3,000, he could completely liquidate his position.
He pulled out his phone to show everyone. Look, I've already dumped nearly 2 million into it. Class, your teacher has gone all in, what are you waiting for?
The students below the stage grew excited, many even preparing to borrow money to buy this stock.
Bai Zhou understood.
It seemed Professor G also wanted to short this stock, but he'd waited too long to exit. Now, his shares were hard to sell, so he was trying to manipulate the students into buying them.
Professor G, I once thought you were a role model for educators. Even if you were a bit foolish, I never imagined you could be this malicious.
Bai Zhou spoke up again at this moment.
What did you say? What do you mean by that?
Let me explain this to everyone. The maneuver your esteemed Professor G is about to execute has a technical term in finance, shorting. Unlike the typical buy low sell high strategy, this involves borrowing high, selling high, buying low, and repaying low. Specifically, he borrowed a large quantity of shares at the peak price, sold them, and planned to repurchase them at a lower price to settle the debt. However, Professor G missed the optimal exit window. He borrowed the shares but couldn't sell them off, so now he's manipulating you into buying them, so he could offload his position. Ultimately, Professor G treated you all like easy prey. Professor 103's reputation is ruined. Bai Zhou stock recommendation.
You're talking nonsense.
Professor G, exposed by Bai Zhou, grew frantic. If these stocks got stuck in his hands unsold, it would mean millions in losses.
How could he just watch all that money fly out of his pocket? This is utter nonsense. Who are you? What's your name? Which department? I'm going to report you. Report you for insulting a teacher.
Facing his threats, Bai Zhou remained completely unfazed.
Me? I'm Bai Zhou, a freshman in logistics management. But before you go reporting me, how about putting your phone down?
Bai Zhou glanced at his watch and continued.
Closing time is less than half an hour away. For the next 30 minutes, don't touch your stock trading app. How about that?
This struck Professor G's sore spot.
The market was about to close, yet he couldn't use his stock app? How could that be acceptable? How was he supposed to sell his stocks then? No way. Why can't I trade? It's my money. Mine. It's not that I'm stopping you. The thing is, you're certain this stock will rise tomorrow, right?
You even rallied these students to buy it, some even borrowed money. My point is simply to give them more confidence.
If they buy and then find you've vanished, wouldn't everything I just said become true?
Bai Zhou said with a playful tone. The quicker-witted students grasped Bai Zhou's meaning.
Yeah, Professor G, Bai Zhou makes a point. Better not trade, I wouldn't dare buy otherwise. Exactly. I just borrowed money.
If Bai Zhou's prediction comes true and the stock crashes tomorrow, I won't be able to repay all this.
Honestly, I was thinking of borrowing too, but I haven't had time yet. Professor G, do you really think this stock will go up? If you think it will, then don't trade it.
Watching more and more students below the podium grasp the situation, Professor G's face alternated between pale and flushed.
If he executed the trade, the students would surely realize he was deceiving them, solidifying Bai Zhou's earlier claim that he treated his students like easy prey.
But if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't profit from his own holdings and would incur hefty borrowing fees, a double whammy that would leave him bleeding.
Professor G's heart bled.
He despised Bai Zhou for disrupting his plans. Had Bai not appeared, he would have smoothly liquidated his position. All that remained was waiting for the stock to drop. His profits would be secured.
As for these students who borrowed money to trade based on his advice, what did their fate have to do with him?
He'd warned them long ago that stock trading carried risks and losses were par for the course.
Besides, hadn't they profited under his guidance before? If anything, they were even.
Professor G slammed his fist hard on the table, his face contorted with fury.
Bai Zhou. You just wait. I'm going straight to the president to report you.
With that, he ignored the students' attempts to stop him and dashed straight out the door, clutching his phone.
In the small auditorium, the students looked at each other in disbelief. He just left? Did Professor G really leave with his phone? Could he really be selling those stocks? Is Professor G deceiving us? Does he really think we're easy targets? Should I still buy this stock or not? How could you be so stupid? Didn't you see he's already bailed? Still buying? Buy my ass. This is it. What about the money I borrowed? I can't pay it back for another month. Just the interest for this month will be hundreds of dollars.
Bai Zhou shook his head in disbelief. He never imagined a professor named G could stoop this low, truly shameless. With that thought, Bai Zhou slowly walked up to the podium.
Students, quiet down.
The chaotic murmur in the auditorium instantly vanished as every head turned upward to stare at Bai Zhou on the stage.
What's done is done. There's no need for panic or arguments. This isn't your fault.
It's that profit-obsessed G who, for the sake of money, completely disregarded the students' well-being.
People like him, I believe, we cannot tolerate. Right. We cannot tolerate it. He doesn't deserve to be a professor. Ugh. Disgusting. Report him to the university administration. We'll file a joint complaint. The students shouted in unison, united in their outrage. But what about our losses?
Among the crowd, those who had already borrowed money sighed in frustration.
Bai Zhou shook his head. Forget it. Consider it a good deed. He cleared his throat to regain everyone's attention.
If you trust me, buy shares in Rongye Group. You won't make much profit, but at least it'll cover your loan interest. If Bai Zhou could see through that G guy's scheme, it means his financial acumen isn't any worse than G's.
I believe you. Makes sense. I trust Bai Zhou too. I'm buying now.
Unlike the students who had regained hope, Professor G stormed out of the auditorium, filled with shame, anger, frustration, and urgency.
He rushed to Principal Li to report Bai Zhou. To accuse him of disrespecting elders, of publicly humiliating a professor. He demanded Principal Li expel Bai Zhou.
Walking along the way, Professor G didn't forget to open his phone and sell as many shares as possible before the market closed.
But for some reason, no one was buying this stock.
As the clock ticked closer to the close, Professor G's hatred for Bai Zhou grew stronger and stronger.
Principal Li. I'm reporting him. Professor G, seething with hatred for Bai Zhou, bellowed at the entrance to the principal's office. What is it? What is it? Why all the fuss and bother? Principal Li's impatient voice came from inside. Opening the door to find Professor G standing there, he frowned and said, Professor G? You want to file a report? Come in first. Closing the door, Principal Li asked him. What's going on? What happened? Professor G spoke with tears in his eyes. Principal Li, you must stand up for me. These students are completely out of control. They show no respect for their elders whatsoever. How dare they publicly insult a professor? This is utterly outrageous. If we don't expel this troublemaker, the consequences will be unimaginable. Principal Li was startled. What? Such a thing? Come, tell me, who is it? Which student dares to be so brazen? Rest assured, Professor G, I will expel such a student without fail. Professor G quickly wiped away his tears and said through gritted teeth. A freshman. From the Logistics Management Department. Principal Li's nerves instantly tightened. He cautiously inquired. Professor G, is this student named Bai Zhou? Yes, Principal Li. How did you know? Could it be he's crossed you too? Principal Li's expression darkened instantly, his weathered face falling. You actually want me to expel Bai Zhou? I was hoping to enlist his help. He glared at Professor G with venom. Professor G, I understand. You may leave now.
Professor G remained oblivious, continuing to play the victim.
Principal, you must stand up for me. Principal Lee let out a cold laugh.
Oof. I suspect there's a misunderstanding here. I'll investigate this matter thoroughly before reaching any conclusions.
Misunderstanding? Investigate? Professor G was dumbfounded. He couldn't withstand an investigation into this matter. Scandal 104.
Emerging from the small auditorium, Bai Zhou felt somewhat disappointed. Not only had he learned nothing from the lecture, but he'd also wasted his entire afternoon.
As for that G fellow threatening to report him to the principal, Bai Zhou couldn't care less.
Let him complain all he wanted. It would be interesting to see who ended up eating their words.
A simple school investigation would reveal the truth. G had schemed to exploit the students for personal gain.
If exposed, G would be expelled to save the school's reputation. Bai Zhou wouldn't even need to lift a finger.
He pulled out his phone and checked his stock portfolio.
Over the past few days, Bai Zhou had already made over 70 million yuan. In just half a month, his holdings had skyrocketed from 5 million to 70 million, a staggering 14-fold increase. This pace of making money was terrifying. However, as his principal capital continued to grow, staying in the domestic stock market risked drawing unwanted attention. It wasn't that Bai Zhou feared these people, it was mainly that he found it too troublesome and inefficient for his money-making endeavors. Therefore, Bai Zhou had recently been contemplating expanding into the US stock market and international futures markets. There, the sky was the limit. He could fully leverage his blessing to make waves in the global financial markets. Yet several issues remained unresolved, and Bai Zhou was biding his time for the right moment. Today marked the official day He Manning became the spokesperson for Silin. She was currently busy preparing for the evening's fashion gala and the official press conference announcing this news. John had been immersed in this very task these past few days. He had personally extended invitations in the name of LVMH Group headquarters to numerous heavyweights in the global fashion industry, including editors-in-chief of top fashion magazines, heads of major fashion brands, and renowned designers. The lavish scale served two purposes: to build momentum for their own brand, but more importantly, to mark Bai Zhou's debut as the group's newly appointed second-largest shareholder in the global high-end fashion sphere. John had received direct orders from the headquarters board to ensure everyone present understood that the fashion world was about to welcome its new king. As the undisputed star of the evening, Bai Zhou himself couldn't care less about the spectacle. His primary purpose in attending was to lend his support to He Manning. After all, his Hongxing network would rely on her to build its reputation and establish its brand image. As for all this talk of new kings and old kings, well, if it made them happy, so be it. Numerous domestic fashion figures were also invited, though their stature and influence paled in comparison to the international titans. They held little sway, yet even so, they flocked to the event. The chance to exchange words with the world's fashion elite was an opportunity they'd never dare dream of otherwise. Bai Zhou sat at the head table, gently swirling a glass of red wine. He paid no attention to the fashion moguls vying for his favor beside him, his gaze fixed instead on He Manning, the undeniably dazzling presence in the room. He nodded with satisfaction. He Manning was dressed entirely in Silin products, which perfectly complemented her aura. Her silky black hair cascaded down her neck and across her chest. With impeccable camera presence, she handled the 360-degree swarm of reporters and their cameras, showcasing what true flawless beauty looked like from every angle. Indeed, her image and presence were growing more impressive by the day. Choosing her as the spokesperson was undoubtedly the right decision. Bai Zhou was thoroughly pleased with He Manning's performance today. Even the fashion industry heavyweights gathered around the table couldn't help but shower He Manning with praise. The global editor-in-chief of Wogwa even decided on the spot to feature He Manning on their next cover. Yes, Mr. Bai Zhou, your keen eye has unearthed such a perfect fit for the spokesperson role. Not only I, but even the group headquarters board admires your discernment. Silly even believes Miss he is entirely capable of serving as a global spokesperson. John, standing behind Bai Zhou, said with admiration. Global spokesperson? Not impossible. Bai Zhou silently nodded. Hongxing Network was now deeply intertwined with He Manning. The higher her profile, the greater the benefits for Hongxing. And with her becoming Silly's global brand ambassador, Hongxing's future expansion into international markets would become significantly smoother. Then it's settled. Since the contract hasn't been formally signed yet, go ahead and switch it to a global endorsement deal. As you wish, Mr. Bai Zhou. John bowed deeply, took out his phone, and proceeded to contact Silly to arrange the contract change. Just then, Bai Zhou noticed Sister Zhao approaching He Manling with a grim expression. She whispered something in He Manling's ear. He Manling's expression shifted, and she glanced in his direction before quickly averting her gaze. She then exchanged a few words with Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao took a deep breath and approached Bai Zhou. Under the watchful eyes of the table full of bigwigs, Sister Zhao swallowed hard and whispered strangely into Bai Zhou's ear. Mr. Bai, there's been an incident. She pulled out her phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's gaze grew icy as he scanned the screen. Bai Zhou and He Manning secure the man behind Silly's endorsement deal.
The entertainment industry's unsolved mystery: how did He Manning, with zero fashion credentials, land the silent endorsement?
National sweetheart He Manning has long since become someone else's plaything. On social media, a swarm of marketing accounts collectively posted claims that He Manning secured her endorsement deal with the international luxury fashion brand Celine by offering herself to Bai Zhou. They alleged she curried favor with him, enabling this individual with no prior fashion industry connections to rise to prominence overnight. This was clearly a deliberate smear campaign. The coordinated messaging and timing of the posts, along with the uniformity of the paid commenters, all pointed to this.
Bai Zhou was growing angry. He Manning's image now represented his company's image. Slandering He Manning was tantamount to slandering his company. John, investigate. Find out who's behind this. Focus especially on that person named Lu something. Yes, Mr. Bai. That person's name is Lu Qi. The name doesn't matter. What matters is that if he's responsible. Bai Zhou handed the phone back to Sister Zhao. Then he'll pay the price. Understood, Mr. Bai. Rest assured, leave it to me. Bai Zhou took a sip of wine and said to Sister Zhao. Tell He Manning this isn't her concern. All she needs to focus on now is tonight's banquet. Alright, Mr. Bai. I'll go tell Manning right away.
Sister Zhao hurriedly agreed and went to relay Bai Zhou's instructions to He Manning.
He Manning shot Bai Zhou a grateful glance.
He raised his glass in acknowledgement, and she headed off to handle the reporters at the banquet with renewed confidence. Bai Zhou set down his glass, propping his chin on his left hand while his right index finger tapped lightly on the tabletop.
Few of the surrounding bigwigs understood Chinese.
When the translator conveyed that someone named Lu Qi might have provoked Bai Zhou, they all rushed to offer their opinions. Mr. Bai, this Lu Qi is merely a nobody.
Let us handle him for you, he's hardly worthy of your attention. This was the statement from the editor-in-chief of Harper's Bazaar. Exactly, Mr. Bai.
I just heard from my team that this Lu Qi is begging us for favors. I can take care of him for you in no time. This was from Williams, the internationally renowned designer.
Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, we can handle it too.
Eager to impress Bai Zhou, the industry heavyweights at this table, some of the most influential figures in their circles, jostled to declare they could personally handle Lu Qi for him.
Bai Zhou tilted his head. Then I'll leave it to you. 105 Lu Qi's reputation is ruined. The imperial capital.
At Lu Qi's residence, he was engaged in a deep yet accessible conversation with a heavily made-up third-rate actress while browsing a computer screen, exclaiming excitedly.
Oomph. We'll see if your reputation stays tarnished this time. Dare to cross me, and you're finished. If you know what's good for you, He Manning, just accept your fate and climb into my bed willingly. Otherwise, I'll destroy you. The image of He Manning begging for forgiveness only fueled his excitement.
Yet while he was cavorting with her, a dinner gathering far away in Jiangxia had already sealed his fate. With Bai Zhou's approval, the table of fashion industry titans immediately began making calls to execute their plans. One would sever Lu Qi's business ties, another would gather his dirt, and yet another would destroy his standing. Each had a clear role, preparing to trample this insolent bastard into the mud, 1 foot at a time.
In a way, it was Lu Qi's privilege.
A middle-aged, greasy man with a modest standing in China's fashion industry had managed to draw so many international fashion titans into personally tearing him apart, truly unprecedented.
These heavyweights moved with lightning speed. Before the dinner had even concluded, their first wave of attacks had already descended upon Lu Qi. Shocking. Domestic fashion tycoon Lu Qi exposed for exploiting female celebrities? Disturbing photos. Horrifying. Is the fashion industry this corrupt? Lu Qi preys on both genders. Truth revealed. He Manning's lack of fashion resources due to refusing to be Lu Qi's mistress. Digging up dirt on Lu Qi is alarmingly easy, largely because he's become so arrogant.
Convinced his position in China's fashion world is unshakable, he acts with utter recklessness. This is hardly surprising, as the old saying goes, to destroy someone, first make them mad. The moment he dared provoke Bai Zhou, his fate was sealed. The phone rang as Lu Qi lit a post-coital cigarette, puffing contentedly.
Hello? Why the hell are you calling me this late? Don't you know I'm busy? Lu Qi snapped, his tone sharp. Busy my ass. You're trending on Weibo. Check it out already, you idiot.
The other end cursed at him before hanging up.
Lu Qi was stunned. Damn, they actually dared to curse at me? But what's this about trending?
He swiped through his phone screen. What he saw nearly knocked him out cold. There he was, trending, but the headlines accused him of sleeping his way to the top.
Not just female stars, but some handsome male actors too. And there were even photos. Lu Qi felt darkness closing in. He was done for. Who? Who the hell is it?
He roared like a man possessed, unable to fathom who was setting him up. Suddenly, he whipped his head toward the minor actress, strode forward, and yanked her hair.
Was it you? You did this? Tell me. Was it you? The young actress was terrified.
She had no idea why Lu Qi had suddenly become so enraged. She cried and begged for mercy, but Lu Qi paid her no mind, only continuing to shout and beat her. After a long while, when the young starlet was nearly beaten unconscious, Lucci finally began to calm down. He tossed her aside like trash, his eyes red as he started to mentally list his enemies.
Was it that guy surnamed Gao? Impossible. Where would he get the clout to push news straight to the trending list? The Yin family? But they shouldn't even know I was behind that incident. Who the hell was it?
As he racked his brain, Lucci's phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was one of his business partners.
Probably just trying to console me. Sigh.
He thought to himself as he answered the call.
Hey, old Lee, don't worry, I'm fine. No, I'm not worried about you. I'm just calling to let you know our partnership is over. I have nothing to do with you anymore, got it? Click. Don't call me. I've blocked you. Lucci was completely caught off guard. What just happened? Ending the partnership? Why? What's going on? But it wasn't over yet. Similar calls and texts announcing the termination of their partnership started trickling in one after another. At first, Lucci angrily confronted his former partners, but later he could only slump numbly in his chair, mechanically answering calls, hanging up, answering, hanging up. When the final partner called to terminate ties, he couldn't help but ask, why? All he heard was a dismissive snort from the other end of the line, followed by, why? If I don't cut ties with you, I'll have no business left. Why else? Go look it up online yourself, you idiot. The internet again? What on earth was happening online? Numbly, Lucci opened his phone. The top trending headline immediately caught his eye. Top 10 global fashion brands and 12 leading designers issue joint statement, boycott Lucci. Wogwa, Harper's Bazaar, and 7 other top-tier fashion magazines jointly issue statement, boycott Lucci. Global fashion titans reach consensus, boycott Lucci. Purify the fashion industry environment jointly boycott Lucci. Boycott me? Lucci stood frozen in place, transformed into 100,000 questions. Why? Why? When did I ever cross so many big shots? I've never even met them. By now, Lucci was utterly dumbfounded. How had he become a pariah overnight? Who had he offended? Who possessed the clout to unite the entire fashion industry against him? To be boycotted by so many big shots he could never hope to befriend. What kind of treatment was this? And it was a full-scale assault from his reputation to his business. Not only was his reputation in tatters, but his business was visibly collapsing. All partners had terminated their collaborations, every client refused to use his products, and banks began demanding loan repayments. Cash flow dried up, assets were liquidated, the company went bankrupt, and he was arrested and thrown in jail. It's over. Everything is over. Luxury cars, mansions, beautiful women, wealth, status. Gone. All gone in a single night. With his heart turned to ashes, Lucci could never have imagined that his downfall stemmed entirely from those he regarded as the fashion industry's elite. They had targeted him solely to curry favor with Bai Zhou, to strengthen their ties with him. And the reason they struck so ruthlessly was their fear that if they didn't do enough, Bai Zhou would be dissatisfied. In their eyes, Lucci's fate was sealed the moment he crossed Bai Zhou. His actions could be summed up in one phrase. What was that idiom again? Oh, right. A grasshopper trying to stop a cart. 106, the entire school in shock. Professor G expelled. After the storm passed, not only did he Manning's reputation remain unscathed, but the revelation that Lucci had threatened her with fashion industry connections to become his lover, a demand she had rejected, completely countered the rumors that she had secured the Sillin endorsement through an improper relationship with Bai Zhou. Instead, people grew even more fond of this girl who dared to defy power, even if it meant being barred from the fashion world for years. After learning this from John, Bai Zhou paid no further attention to subsequent developments. As far as he was concerned, as long as it didn't affect him, he couldn't care less whether that Lu, whatever his name was, lived or died. Besides, with so many people involved this time, it would be tough for him to survive. And indeed, it didn't take long. The disgraced Lucci was soon sentenced to prison for crimes including illegal fundraising and rape. He'd likely spend the rest of his days behind bars, his ass blooming like a flower. But that was all water under the bridge. For those involved, taking down Lucci had cost them little effort while earning them major brownie points, with Bai Zhou a total win. They wished there were more idiots like Lucci around, giving them more chances to rub shoulders with Bai Zhou. If they could secure his friendship, the bigwigs would laugh themselves awake from their dreams. Through this incident, China's fashion industry truly witnessed the immense influence Bai Zhou wielded within their circles as the second largest shareholder of LVMH. Previously, many had dismissed Bai Zhou with disdain, believing his success was merely luck and that he understood nothing. But when China's most elite, those fortunate enough to attend the gala, witnessed top international tycoons they'd normally grovel before fawning over Bai Zhou, they felt the gulf in status between themselves and this young man. Upon returning, they warned everyone around them. If you ever get the chance to meet Bai Zhou, even if you have to crawl on your knees to lick his shoes, just make sure he remembers your name. If you do, I'll personally promote you to my deputy, even if you're just a toilet cleaner. But dare to cross him? Don't even bother explaining. I won't care who you are, even if you're my own son, I'll disown you. Then you'd better get the hell out of here. The farther, the better.
Whether people fawned over him or feared him, Bai Zhou paid it no mind. He couldn't care less about such things. He'd rather spend that time paying more attention to the stock market. In Jiang Yu's office, Bai Zhou sat across from her, casually picking up her milk tea and taking a sip. Seriously, couldn't you at least be polite? Jiang Yu had no way to deal with him, muttering helplessly under her breath. Why bother with all that pretense? You don't care about this stuff anyway, right? Bai Zhou shrugged, straw still in his mouth. Jiang Yu rubbed her temples and asked him. By the way, I heard you confronted Professor G from our school? Yeah, I did. How'd you know? TSK, Bai Zhou, did you even think about the fact that you just came back from leave and already made such a huge splash? How do I know? The whole school knows. Everyone knows that a freshman from the logistics management department called out Professor G to his face. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Wow. That eye roll was masterful. You could barely see her eyeballs. Oh, cut the banter. Tell me why. Bai Zhou bit down on her straw and shrugged. Because that bastard G is a piece of work. That scumbag set his sights on students, actually manipulating them into borrowing money to buy stocks, and not just any stocks, but ones guaranteed to crash. It's utterly disgusting. Oh, I see. Well, you handled him right. That puts my mind at ease. Huh? Relieved? What's going on? Jiang Yu twirled the pen in her hand and said casually. I heard that bastard G went to the principal to report you. Accused you of disrespecting elders, publicly insulting the professor, blah blah blah. Oh? He actually dared to report you? He must be out of his mind. Exactly. I was worried you'd actually done something wrong and he caught you. That G guy is notorious around campus for being a persistent, shameless troublemaker. But since you say that, a quick investigation will show what he's been up to. Maybe we can even use this chance to get rid of that black sheep. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. But whether he gets expelled or not is the principal's call, not our problem. Bai Zhou stretched lazily, just about to stand up, when the petite female class monitor from his class rushed in. Spotting him, she hurriedly called out. Bai Zhou. You should go back to the classroom, lots of people are looking for you. They say they're all from the finance practice club and want to thank you. Jiang Yu's head was marked with a question mark as she looked at Bai Zhou suspiciously, implying, what kind of mischief have you gotten into now? Bai Zhou thought for a moment and realized why they were here. Rongye Group's stock had risen today, so they must be here for that. Alright, let's go check it out. With that, he led the class monitor and Jiang Yu back to the classroom. Bai Zhou. You're amazing. You're seriously amazing. Rongye Group jumped 17% today. Yeah. I bought Rongye Group with all the money I borrowed. I made a month's worth of interest in a single day. Plus over 2,000 extra. That's enough for a month and a half of living expenses. Yeah, Bai Zhou. Thanks so much. Bai Zhou smiled and waved his hand to quiet the group. He spoke up. No need to thank me. Since you've all made your money back, sell immediately when the market opens tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll drop again this afternoon. Alright, everyone, you can go now. Got it. We'll take your advice. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yu stared at Bai Zhou in astonishment. You know how to trade stocks? Bai Zhou scratched his nose. Just dabbling a bit. Can't really call it skill. Ms. Zheng, look over there, isn't that Principal Li? Mid-sentence, Bai Zhou suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching from afar and asked Jiang Yu. Let me see. He squinted. Whoa, it really is him. Principal Li must be coming over to find you. Jiang Yu confirmed it, then patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder. Principal Li spotted them from afar. Waving at Bai Zhou without a shred of dignity, he bellowed. Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou. I need to inform you of the school's disciplinary action against Ji Kai. Ji Kai, that's Professor G. Jiang Yu stared at Bai Zhou in bewilderment. What word did the principal just use? Report? The principal reporting to Bai Zhou? That can't be right. Bai Zhou also sensed something was off. He gritted his teeth inwardly. This old guy really has no shame. Watching Principal Li jog over, panting heavily, he addressed Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou, after thorough investigation, we discovered that Ji Kai incited students to borrow money to purchase stocks he held during that day's lecture. Following deliberation by our school committee, we determined that Ji Kai was driven by greed, violated professional ethics, and seriously breached relevant regulations. Therefore, we have decided to expel him and revoke his professorship. The gate of Building 107 was practically worn down. Hearing Principal Li's words, Jiang Yu stole a glance at Bai Zhou, her eyes widening in surprise. She hadn't expected Principal Li to actually decide to expel Ji Kai and revoke his professorship. She, Jiang Yu, refused to believe Bai Zhou wasn't behind this. Sure enough, after delivering his stern punishment for Ji Kai, Principal Li immediately switched to a somewhat forced smile and asked Bai Zhou. Student Bai Zhou, do you think this punishment is appropriate? Listen to this. Listen to this. What do you mean, do you think this punishment is appropriate? Bai Zhou is just a student, principal. Jiang Yu felt her urge to rant was nearly overwhelming. Bai Zhou was also feeling a bit of a headache. He was now absolutely certain that this old fox definitely had something he wanted from him, otherwise he wouldn't be trying so hard to curry favor.
Principal Lee, you're joking. The punishment for that individual was decided by the school committee. Whatever punishment the committee decides is what will be enforced. Principal Lee's pupils contracted slightly as he thought. This little fox isn't taking the bait. I was hoping to get him to owe me a favor. So cautious? No wonder he gets things done. He then chuckled, his smile unchanged. Haha, Bai Zhou, you're too polite. This school belongs to everyone. I was merely asking if any students had differing opinions. Let's speak freely, speak freely. Principal Lee's words carried hidden meaning. As long as Bai Zhou stated his position, he could smoothly steer Bai Zhou into accepting this favor. The disciplinary committee's punishment fully considered the deceived students' perspectives. This zero-tolerance stance clearly demonstrates the school's severe attitude toward those lacking professional ethics. I believe this penalty will earn the students' approval. Bai Zhou's response was flawless. He avoided stating his own stance entirely, instead framing his endorsement of the punishment from the perspective of the deceived students and the student body as a whole. This maneuver not only sidestepped the trap Principal Lee had set but also cut off his follow-up lines. The old fox and the young fox both smiled at each other, thinking silently. Old young fox. The students who had just left Bai Zhou's office were still buzzing with excitement. They couldn't believe it. Back when they traded stocks with Ji1 Kai, making 100 or 2 was considered a win, and he'd only recommend stocks once or twice a semester. But with Bai Zhou, on their very first day joining the club, he'd already recommended a stock that could net them thousands. This single gain surpassed all their previous earnings combined. In their excitement, they accidentally let the news slip. How did it leak? Dorm room bragging, cafeteria chatter, forum posts. Soon, everyone knew that freshman Bai Zhou, who'd just gone head-to-head with the professor, could actually recommend stocks, and the whole club was raking in the cash. At first, people were skeptical. After all, Bai Zhou was just a freshman, not even a finance major. Maybe this profit was just luck. But as the club members kept defending him, especially after the club president personally stepped in, people gradually started to believe. Bai Zhou definitely didn't guess. You didn't see him confront Ji1 Kai. Without exceptional financial acumen, no one could have seen through that beast's schemes. The most crucial point was that the stock that beast recommended followed the exact same trajectory Bai Zhou predicted the very next day. How could that be luck? Who could possibly guess that accurately? So Bai Zhou definitely knew what he was talking about. He must be incredibly skilled. As these arguments spread, more and more people were convinced. They started thinking, hey, maybe Bai Zhou really does have the skills. While ordinary folks were still scheming how to cozy up to Bai Zhou for stock tips, the quick-witted ones were already rushing to his class. Their priority? Meet Bai Zhou first and ideally snag his contact info. Stock recommendations? Once you know Bai Zhou, why even worry about that? Even the most steadfast woman can be won over by persistence. So when the uninformed students in the school saw the crowds rushing toward the building housing Bai Zhou's classroom, they were utterly baffled. What's going on? Why is everyone rushing over there? They tried to stop someone to ask what was going on, but no one paid them any mind. Finally, they caught up to a skinny guy, but before they could even open their mouths, the guy started yelling at them like crazy. Get lost. Can't you see I'm in a hurry? Let go of me. Struggling free from the grip, the skinny boy sped off without looking back. The clueless onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, could it be some celebrity visiting our school? That doesn't make sense. Even when that popular young star came last time, the reaction wasn't this intense. Why bother guessing? Let's just follow and see for ourselves. People seeking Bai Zhou, those wanting to meet him, investors hoping for his stock picks, and curious onlookers who knew nothing but came for the spectacle all converged on the academic building housing Bai Zhou's classroom. The building's entrance wasn't exactly spacious, and with no one enforcing order, the doorway was completely blocked. Stop pushing, damn it. First come, first served, got it? Can't you show some manners? Who's groping my butt? Let me in. The noise was like a bustling morning market. As the entrance got blocked and more people rushed in, the students downstairs, startled by the commotion, glanced down and felt like they'd been transported to another world. Holy, what is this? Did I time travel into a zombie movie? Seeing the crowd below already packed like sardines yet still stubbornly pushing upward, a boy screamed in shock. Influenced by him, other classmates also looked down and shared the same bewilderment. Bai Zhou's class was no exception. The more timid girls in the class were even scared to tears. Teachers grew panicked and urgently reported the situation to the school administration. What's gotten into these students? Why are they suddenly going crazy trying to get into this building? And with absolutely no sense of order? It's terrifying. If something happens, is this school even going to stay open? Upon receiving the news, all teachers on campus mobilized urgently to the scene to restore order. The school committee contacted the police and hospitals, praying desperately that nothing serious would happen. After 3 hours of efforts, the students gathered here were finally dispersed.
Fortunately, only a few sustained minor injuries and no major incidents occurred. Everyone present, not just the teachers, but the police as well, was utterly speechless. The reason the evacuation took so long wasn't because there were too many people, but because these students were so intensely passionate that ordinary methods simply couldn't stop them. It was only after a teacher learned why they were there and called Bai Zhou that the situation was resolved. Bai Zhou informed the teacher over the phone that he was not currently at the school. Only when the police relayed this message through a loudspeaker to the frenzied students did they gradually calm down and begin dispersing. Principal Li wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the door at the building entrance that had been kicked to pieces. With a mix of lingering fear and hopeful anticipation, he muttered to himself. Bai Zhou, you've caused me such a huge mess, you'd better let me in on your stock picks now, or else. 108 Cooperation? Show me your sincerity. Bai Zhou was indeed not on campus. After learning the outcome of Ji Wensai's case from Principal Li, Bai Zhou had gone home. With no classes in the afternoon, it was the perfect time to check the stocks and ponder how he could better leverage his blessing in the financial markets. The main thing was to avoid drawing too much attention. He started small, earning tens of millions was insignificant in the broader market and wouldn't attract much attention. But as his capital grew, he'd soon reach a point where a single trade could net him one or even several small goals. At that point, he knew he'd inevitably draw attention. Bai Zhou had no desire for trouble, and frankly, what was the point of making money off his own people? His true stage should be the international market, going out to harvest those capitalist chives. Still, he definitely needed a powerful partner. Then he'd only need to make the decisions what to buy, how to buy it, and leave the rest entirely to that partner. With someone like that as his shield, he could quietly amass his fortune. The key was whether this person could truly keep unscrupulous individuals at bay. It wasn't that Bai Zhou was afraid, he was simply lazy and didn't want to deal with trouble. Why stand up when you can lie down and make money? But finding such a partner was no easy task. If yesterday Bai Zhou's reputation as a stock market genius was confined to Hebei Business College, today the entire Jiangxia financial sector knew of this college student hailed by his peers as a stock god. This familiar name made them recall the takeout god who had recently circulated in their circles. Wasn't that person also named Bai Zhou? And hadn't that guy Laogua offered a 100,000 yuan reward for Bai Zhou's contact information? So, could this student stock god be the same person as that delivery guy stock god? If so, finding a student who knows his name in school would be far easier than tracking down some random delivery driver. The financial crowd was buzzing with excitement. Head to Hebei Trading. Find Bai Zhou. The bosses of financial firms all ordered their subordinates. No work today. Get every employee over to Hebei Trading to find a student named Bai Zhou. Whoever finds him gets promoted 3 levels on the spot. These usually well-dressed, polished executives now seemed hyped up on adrenaline, howling as they charged toward Hebei Trading. But when they arrived, they were all stunned. The school wouldn't let them in. Principal Li had anticipated this. He knew that once word got out, countless people would rush to the school looking for Bai Zhou. To prevent outsiders from getting there first and to ensure the safety of other students, he had specifically ordered security to seal the school gates, allowing entry only with student or faculty IDs. Yes, in Principal Li's view, he and Bai Zhou were no longer outsiders. After all, he had nearly taken the blame for Bai Zhou's actions. If Bai Zhou didn't include him this time, he might just throw a little tantrum. But even with Principal Li keeping a close watch, there were always people beyond his control, like this young man visiting Jiangxia. Gu Qingji, 23 years old, had just returned from studying abroad at a top-tier university. His family resided in the capital. His trip to Jiangxia was purely for leisure. As the sole male heir of the Gu family, he carried significant burdens and faced considerable pressure. Finally finding time to breathe, he chose to temporarily escape the capital and unwind here. Last night, he heard about Bai Zhou from a friend and suddenly became curious about this person. Though not formally trained in finance, he'd mingled with industry heavyweights from Goldman Sachs to Sequoia Capital and even shared lunch with a renowned American stock guru. This background gave Gu Qingji a keen financial perspective, fueling his intense curiosity about this rumored child prodigy and takeout stock god. He desperately wanted to know whether Bai Zhou was merely the subject of hearsay or possessed genuine talent. He leveraged his connections to access Bai Zhou's stock trading records and uncovered something astonishing. Starting with just 5 million, Bai Zhou had amassed over 70 million in a remarkably short time. Crucially, he had never once suffered a loss. Not a single loss. Now Gu Qingji was certain labels like stock genius or takeout stock god couldn't begin to describe Bai Zhou's extraordinary prowess. This wasn't stock trading, it was picking up money. Gu Qingji realized he'd encountered a benefactor. If he could partner with Bai Zhou at this rate of profit generation, he could quickly achieve financial independence and break free from his family's control. This would lighten the pressure on him, and if his family knew he could earn so much, they'd have more confidence in his abilities. Excitement surged through him. Who would have thought he'd encounter such a prodigy while out having fun? Wasn't this fate itself? He must secure this partnership with Bai Zhou at any cost. Gu Qingji resolved. But unlike others, he didn't need to stake out the school. All he had to do was make a phone call and wait for someone to send him Bai Zhou's contact information.
Once he got Bai Zhou's number, Gu Qingji dialed it immediately.
Bai Zhou hesitated upon seeing the unfamiliar number on his phone. This was his private number, known to very few. After a moment's thought, he answered the call.
Who is this? Hello, Bai Zhou. My name is Gu Qingji. I've long admired your reputation. I apologize for the intrusion.
Bai Zhou's brow furrowed as he asked.
How did you get my contact information?
The man who identified himself as Gu Qingji chuckled softly and replied.
Through a friend of mine.
She's quite close with your advisor and got it from him.
What do you need from me?
Bai Zhou paused briefly before asking him directly.
Ha, you're quite direct. I like your personality. Here's the thing I've heard about your remarkable story.
Whether they call you a stock genius or the takeout delivery god, none of those titles fully capture your talent in the stock market.
To be honest, I have high hopes for you. I want to collaborate with you, Gu Qingji said with a hearty laugh.
Bai Zhou had already pieced together some information from his words. Gu Qingji must have investigated him and knew about his stock market track record, otherwise, he wouldn't be speaking this way. It was clear this Gu Qingji probably had some clout, but Bai Zhou wasn't sure if he was the qualified partner he envisioned. A hint of amusement touched Bai Zhou's lips as he deliberately adopted a flippant tone.
You've been digging into my background? Is this how you approach partnerships? Instead of introducing yourself, you start by investigating your potential partner?
I'm just playing it safe, he continued.
Brother Bai Zhou, once we seal this deal, you'll know everything about me anyway. TSK, enough of this nonsense.
If you want to partner up, show me your sincerity. Don't rush to reply, think carefully about what you can offer to win me over. 109 Partnership established.
After Bai Zhou hung up, Gu Qingji didn't get angry.
This call was primarily a test to gauge Bai Zhou's character. What pleased him was discovering Bai Zhou shared his own directness. Both men disliked beating around the bush. What surprised him even more was that Bai Zhou had caught on to his probing. That SYED ended with that cautionary tone, urging him to carefully consider what conditions he could offer to win him over.
This kid's right up my alley. Gu Qingji chuckled to himself. He was confident he could definitely offer terms that would satisfy Bai Zhou.
In fact, he could already discern a bit of Bai Zhou's current attitude toward the stock market. He seemed somewhat weary of the domestic market. Judging by his trading history, Bai Zhou hadn't traded stocks in days. Otherwise, with his skills, the balance in his account wouldn't be just over 70 million. 100 million wouldn't be unreasonable. But perhaps there are other reasons? As I've said before, although Gu Qingji isn't a professional in finance, his understanding of the field since childhood is certainly no less than that of the experts. After all, his social circles were different. He mostly interacted with people who were served by those professionals. Having been immersed in this environment since childhood, he developed a keen intuition for the industry that most people lacked. Combined with the information he had gathered, Gu Qingji had already formed a rough hypothesis. Perhaps he didn't want to draw too much attention. With his abilities, making money was effortless, but once people took notice, it could likely land him in unnecessary trouble. Gu Qingji folded his arms, propping his chin with his thumbs as he pondered silently.
If that's the case, then I might actually be able to help him.
With my status and the backing of the Gu family, if I could help him shift his market to the international stage, I could definitely step in and shield him from those prying eyes.
As if suddenly remembering something, Gu Qingji's confidence wavered.
No, money has always been a powerful motivator. If Bai Zhou keeps raking in profits like this, I doubt I can shield him forever. I need to bring that Lu family kid into the fold too. That way, it would be completely foolproof. With that thought, Gu Qingji pulled out his phone and dialed a number belonging to a man named Lu Xinhuan. After hanging up, Bai Zhou felt a chuckle rising. He'd been searching for a suitable partner lately, and now someone had practically walked right into his lap. Bai Zhou's first impression of this presumptuous interloper, Gu Qingji, wasn't entirely bad. While it was unwise of him to pry into Bai Zhou's affairs without permission, the fact that he'd managed to find out anything at all showed skill, something Bai Zhou didn't particularly mind. Moreover, whether it was investigating his stock market track record or obtaining his contact information, these actions all pointed to Gu Qingji being no ordinary person. Now, it was just a matter of seeing how much clout this man possessed and whether he could demonstrate sufficient sincerity. By sincerity, he meant whether Gu Qingji clearly understood who held the upper hand in this partnership.
Let's hope he's a smart one.
Bai Zhou sighed softly.
Gu Qingji didn't keep Bai Zhou waiting long.
On the third day, he reached out to Bai Zhou again.
Brother Bai, I'm coming to you with sincerity. Let's meet.
Sure, you come to me. Bai Zhou gave him an address, choosing not to meet at Hongsheng Network's headquarters building. At that moment, Bai Zhou was having tea with John here. Since John was quite interested in China's tea culture, Bai Zhou had brought this capable assistant along to broaden his horizons.
With Gu Qingji requesting a meeting, this location was chosen.
Before long, Gu Qingji arrived with a man who appeared to be around his age. Brother Bai sure knows how to pick a spot. This place is quiet and elegant, truly perfect for business talks. Bai Zhou studied the man before him. In his early 20s, his overall style carried a distinct 1990s British gentleman vibe, quite presentable.
You must be Gu Qingji. Please, have a seat.
Bai Zhou gestured for him to sit and poured him a cup of freshly brewed tea.
Gu Qingji smiled as he introduced the man he had brought along. Brother Bai, this gentleman is part of the goodwill I've brought with me. He's from the capital city like me. His surname is Lu Xinhuan.
Lu Xinhuan extended his hand with a smile.
Brother Gu has spoken of your extraordinary abilities. It's truly a pleasure to meet you today.
Though Lu Shihan appeared refined and scholarly, Bai Zhou sensed a distinct military bearing about him, suggesting he was no ordinary man.
No need for formalities. Please, have a seat.
After shaking hands, Bai Zhou turned his attention back to Gu Qingji.
Neither of us is one for beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Gu Qingji clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha! Excellent. Brother Bai, you're refreshingly straightforward. Then let me first tell you about the sincerity I've brought for you. Gu Qingji suddenly turned serious as he addressed Bai Zhou.
Brother Bai, the greatest sincerity we offer in this partnership is the two of us, me and Lu Xinhuan.
Oh? Both of us hail from the imperial capital. My family has served in government for 3 generations, while Lu Xinhuan's family has served in the military for generations. Together, we can resolve your greatest concern. My biggest concern? Yes, Brother Bai. The reason you haven't made any further moves in the stock market these past few days is likely because you're worried about attracting unwanted attention, right?
Bai Zhou chuckled.
What makes you say that? Because your track record is downright terrifying. Honestly, when I first saw your results, I thought I was seeing things. How is it possible? How does one achieve a perfect win rate in the treacherous waters of financial markets?
Whether going long or short, you've never missed a beat.
Gu Qingji's face first showed astonishment, then turned to a meaningful stare at Bai Zhou. Results like these mean either the market is flawed, or you are. And the market can't possibly be flawed.
Bai Zhou remained unmoved.
What could possibly be wrong with me? That's precisely the point.
I suspect this is why you need both me and Lu Xinhuan. We won't concern ourselves with whether you have issues or not.
As long as we can make money, clean money, me and him can ensure no one else notices you.
Gu Qingji then detailed the formidable resources both families possessed. After listening, Bai Zhou was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected their backgrounds to be so formidable. Yet surprise was one thing. Before the most crucial terms were settled, Bai Zhou held back his intentions.
Tapping lightly on the table, he asked Gu and Lu. The assistance you offer is indeed substantial. So, in your estimation, what percentage of the profits should I allocate to you in return? Gu and Lu exchanged a glance. Lu Xinhuan nodded slightly, and Gu Qingji took a deep breath before saying, "We've prepared a proposal on this matter.
I'll present it now, and you can tell us if it's acceptable, Brother Bai Zhou."
Gu Qingji glanced at Bai Zhou, who silently nodded. He continued. Here's the plan. You, me, and him, each of us personally contributes 50 million to establish a company. We'll operate it as a private fund, registered in the Caymans. I can handle that.
Brother Bai Zhou, you'll manage the funds. Lu Xinhuan and I won't interfere with your decisions.
All other affairs will be handled by Lu Xinhuan and me. As for the split, you take 80% and we'll each take 10%. What do you think? Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback. Were these two really this self-aware? Happy cooperation. 110 establishing the company, advancing into the international market. Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan were indeed capable. After finalizing the partnership details, the two of them immediately got busy preparing for the company.
Bai Zhou didn't need to worry about these matters at all. His only task now was to wait for Gu and Lu to handle everything, then he would take control of the funds to make money. Based on their earlier discussion, Gu Qingji's vision for the company's future direction aligned perfectly with Bai Zhou's perspective. Both believed the primary focus should be the international market. Whether in stocks or futures, Bai Zhou's true strength could only be fully unleashed in the larger international arena. Moreover, Bai Zhou harbored some personal motives here. Back when Soko had stirred up trouble in Hong Kong, though he ultimately failed, the impact on people's lives was real. Who knew how many so-called middle-class families had been ruined overnight by that foreigner? Now that he possessed the capability, once his strength was sufficient and his ammunition plentiful, could he not attempt a counterattack? Bai Zhou wanted the world to know that Wall Street didn't hold the sole authority in the financial realm. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a rush of excitement through Bai Zhou's veins. Of course, all this would have to wait until his company had accumulated sufficient strength. Even Archimedes needed a fulcrum to move the earth. Thus, the goal was set. The remaining task was to strive relentlessly toward it. Bai Zhou believed in himself that day would not be too far off. A few days later, Bai Zhou received news that the company had been successfully registered. The address was on a small island in the Cayman Islands. Their decision to register there wasn't solely for tax avoidance. Stealth was the primary reason. This location hosts countless offshore financial companies, making it the ideal place to minimize unwanted attention. After the company was established, the three of them transferred all their funds into the corporate account in one go. With 150 million yuan in hand, Bai Zhou was poised to step onto the international financial stage. Converted to US dollars, this 150 million was just over 20 million, a relatively modest sum.
But that didn't matter. The advantage of the international market was that Bai Zhou wouldn't have to hold back. He could fully unleash the blessings of the financial god. Bai Zhou's first target was the oil market. Oil prices had been generally depressed in recent years, largely due to increased production by major exporting nations. Despite this downturn, demand for oil as a commodity remained stable. This was precisely why Bai Zhou ultimately chose to make his first move here. Moreover, he clearly foresaw that oil would experience another major plunge within 3 months, this time even falling into negative territory. The lowest point reached a staggering negative $38 per barrel. The current price stands at $50 per barrel. What does this mean?
Taking his own capital of over $20 million as an example, add 10x leverage, sign a 3-month contract with the buyer, then simply wait for the price to drop from $50 to $38 per barrel before fulfilling the contract.
How much profit would Bai Zhou make this time?
With a $200 million margin, he could buy 4 million contracts of crude oil and sell them. After 2 months, when the price drops to $38, he closes the position. Each contract yields a profit of $88. After deducting all the messy fees, the return on investment is a staggering 15%. In other words, Bai Zhou's net profit from this trade would reach a staggering 150 million yuan.
A staggering 7-fold increase from just over 20 million.
This single trade alone recouped the entire 50 million yuan investment from Gu Qingji and Lu Shihan, netting them a tidy profit of nearly 20 million yuan.
This was the sheer power of Bai Zhou.
Only Gu and Lu were unaware of this at the moment, especially Lu Xinhuan. He was merely someone Gu Qingji had pulled in at the last minute. He knew little about Bai Zhou, only that Gu Qingji had described him as a capable individual. Trusting Gu Qingji, he had chosen to get involved. Despite his solid background, coughing up 50 million all at once was still a bit of a stretch for him, especially since he had to ask his sister for the money. "Brother Qingji, I've been holding back these past few days, but I really can't keep quiet anymore. We're talking 50 million here. 50 million each, that's 150 million.
Are we really handing all that over to Bai Zhou to manage? He doesn't even look older than me."
Lu Xinhuan, who had just finished handling company affairs and was eating lunch, couldn't help but ask Gu Qingji.
Gu Qingji grinned. "I knew you couldn't hold back.
I knew you'd ask sooner or later." He chewed a couple of bites, swallowed, wiped his mouth, and said earnestly to Lu Xinhuan.
"Xinhuan, I know your situation. I know where this money came from. I know your sister worries you'll go astray with it. None of that matters. I'll handle her concerns. As for Bai Zhou's capabilities..."
Gu Qingji recalled Bai Zhou's track record in the domestic stock market, his gaze drifting off as he remarked.
"Frankly, I don't get it." "Ha? What did you say, Qingji? You don't understand? No way. You followed my uncle Gu and met so many big shots, witnessed so many incredible moves. How could there be someone even you can't figure out?"
Lu Xinhuan gaped in astonishment, forgetting to chew the food in his mouth.
Gu Qingji shook his head firmly. "Exactly.
Precisely because I don't understand him, I must partner with him. You see, the financial world is never short of geniuses or stock market gurus.
But the vast majority of geniuses burn out early.
Every so-called stock market guru has made miscalculations, meaning their ceiling is clear. No matter how high or far they climb, there's always a limit.
Bai Zhou is different. I see no limits in him.
He gives me the feeling that if there truly exists an omnipotent god in the financial markets, Bai Zhou would be the only candidate."
"Brother Qingji, is this how you see him?"
"That's precisely why, Xinhuan, I've been pushing so hard to bring you on board. This is a genuine opportunity, a chance for us to break free from our family's arrangements and truly become independent individuals."
Gu Qingji's eyes seemed to glow as he stared intently at Lu Xinhuan. "We can't let this chance slip away. There's only one thing we need to do: wholeheartedly support Bai Zhou, handle every issue for him, and let him focus on unleashing his full potential. Then, with you and me by his side, we'll prove something to everyone. We're not just people who can only succeed by relying on family connections. So..." He placed both hands firmly on Lu Xinhuan's shoulders and said with profound conviction, "Trust me. Trust Bai Zhou." 111 Hongxing Network's current status.
Without Gu and Lu's knowledge, Bai Zhou had already made his first move into the international market.
The details of what followed would be shared with them only after the transaction was fully completed.
Telling them now would only cause unnecessary worry. After all, Bai Zhou had started with a 10x leverage, a staggering 200 million yuan. While he trusted their capabilities, he wasn't quite as confident in their nerve. What if the kids got scared and something happened? Partners this smooth and savvy were hard to come by. Those at the school still hoping for his stock recommendations hadn't given up, making it unwise for Bai Zhou to return anytime soon. Another incident where the teaching building was swarmed and the gates crushed would likely leave Principal Li with even less of his already sparse hair. So, for the sake of his own hair and the students' safety, Principal Li specifically instructed Jiang Yu to grant Bai Zhou another leave of absence. Bai Zhou felt somewhat helpless. His leisurely campus life had barely begun before it was abruptly halted. Sigh, how tragic it is to be a student yet unable to attend school.
Miss Jiang, I need your comfort. Get lost. You need comforting? Then who's going to comfort me? Those students can't find you and keep coming to me asking where you are. How am I supposed to know where you are? It's driving me crazy.
Jiang Yu scolded playfully on the other end of the line. Bai Zhou could picture her face frustrated and helpless as she dealt with those students in her office. He chuckled to himself and hung up.
Sigh. School was out of the question for now. Where to go? Let's check out Hongqing Network.
Having decided on his next destination, Bai Zhou motioned for John to follow him.
He hadn't been back since finalizing the endorsement contract with He Manning last time.
Shen Mei had handled all company affairs since then. Shen Mei had struggled to adjust at first. After all, she came from a small company where she was a manager, a high-ranking one, but with few people under her. Since merging with Yangwu Tianxia, Hongqing Network's scale had expanded by more than 100-fold.
They'd gone from renting office space to occupying their own headquarters tower.
What had been a team of just over 30 employees had grown into 14 departments with over 2,000 staff members. Where company assets had once been in the millions, Hongqing Network now held nearly 20 billion huabei in fixed assets, though most of this was real estate inherited from Yangwu Tianxia. For Shen Mei, the biggest change aside from her salary was the sheer volume of tasks she now handled daily. Her salary, needless to say, had skyrocketed to the 7-figure range. The real challenge, however, was the sheer volume of work, which initially gave Shen Mei quite a headache. Her title remained unchanged, she was still the general manager of Hongqing Network, but Hongqing Network itself had transformed. In the beginning, to ensure the smooth operation of what had become a colossal enterprise, Shen Mei summoned tremendous resolve after realizing she couldn't rely on Bai Zhou, the hands-off owner. She once worked non-stop for 3 days straight just to resolve internal issues within the company. She had also unleashed her wrath in front of numerous veteran Yangwu Tianxia members, severely dampening their spirits and forcing them to behave themselves. She even camped outside a top tech expert's door for a week straight, offering him a hefty salary to poach him, all because she believed in his talent. Now, Shen Mei had gradually grown accustomed to, even adapted to her current work pace. She managed the company, which had suddenly expanded nearly 100-fold, with remarkable efficiency. Even the old gatekeeper knew how hard manager Shen worked. Spotting Bai Zhou approaching from afar, the old man greeted him with a sarcastic tone.
Well, well. If it isn't our very own Mr. Bai. What a rare sight. What wind blew you this way? Bai Zhou's face was a blank question mark. Seeing his expression, the old man's anger flared. He turned to the empty space in front of the gate and declared. Oomph. Our manager Shen works dawn to dusk every day. She's so rushed she doesn't even have time to drink water. I just don't get it, it's not even her own company. Who's she working herself to the bone for? I tried telling her, young lady, it's not good to push yourself so hard at your age. It's bad for your health. But manager Shen won't listen. She just wants to work. Sigh. Bai Zhou chuckled. So the old man was actually sticking up for Shen Mei. Old man, you and manager Shen are that close? You bet. No matter how rushed she is getting to or from work, manager Shen always greets me. She often brings me tea, cigarettes, or liquor. I don't need these things, but when a manager gives them to an old doorman like me, what does that show? It shows she cares. He doesn't look down on your lowly position. That shows he's a good person. As his boss, you should cherish him. You have such a good employee working for you, yet he's nowhere to be seen for weeks on end. The old man fumed indignantly. Bai Zhou didn't take offense at all. Instead, he humbly acknowledged the criticism. You're absolutely right, old man. It's my fault. I'll make sure to check in on manager Shen more often from now on. You can count on me. The old man shot him a sidelong glance and waved his hand dismissively. Alright then, you can go in now. Bai Zhou nodded quickly and stepped into the company. John, standing behind him, was baffled. He asked. Mr. Bai, that gatekeeper was so disrespectful to you, yet you don't seem upset? Why would I be angry? The fact that the old man cares so much about Shen Mei shows she's well liked in the company. That's enough, it's exactly what I hoped for her. Now that she's achieved it, why would I be angry? John nodded thoughtfully. Arriving at Shen Mei's office door, Bai Zhou pushed it open. Shen Mei was bent over her desk, scribbling away. Hearing the door open, she didn't look up as she said. Put the documents on the desk. I'll call you after I review them. Watching her work intently, Bai Zhou remained silent. Instead, he carefully pulled up a chair and sat down, simply watching her quietly. After a long while, Shen Mei set down her pen. She shook her slightly numb right hand and rotated her stiff neck. The moment she looked up, she saw Bai Zhou, who had been waiting patiently all this time. Bai Zhou? When did you get here? Why didn't you tell me? She suddenly jumped up excitedly, walked over to Bai Zhou, grabbed his hand, and started pulling him toward the door. Hey, where are we going? I haven't had a proper chat with you yet. We can talk later. You're here just in time. There's something I need you to know. What is it? Something that concerns both you and the company.
Sunmmary didn't pause, pulling Bai Zhou toward the conference room as she spoke. It's a matter worth over $1 billion in cash. I need your decision.
112 suddenly has an extra residential complex? A matter worth over $1 billion in cash?
Bai Zhou froze, not because the figure startled him.
$1 billion or so?
He could earn that from a single futures trade. He was more surprised that Hongxing Network was suddenly involved in such a massive venture. Forced into the main seat of the conference room by Sunmmary, Bai Zhou adopted a when in Rome attitude.
Suppressing his curiosity, he prepared to listen to whatever Sunmmary had to say.
Before long, all of Hongxing Network's current senior management had arrived. Aside from Sunmmary and someone who had previously filmed videos for Bai Zhou, he didn't recognize anyone else. These unfamiliar faces were clearly meeting the legendary boss Bai Zhou for the first time. They had long heard rumors of a mysterious boss behind this rapidly rising company, yet had never had the chance to meet him. Today, seeing the long vacant seat of honor in the conference room finally occupied, the executives immediately understood their boss had arrived.
Sunmmary watched their eager expressions before Bai Zhou and found it somewhat amusing.
She introduced him to everyone. Colleagues, as you've likely guessed, the person seated in the main chair is none other than the owner of Hongxing Network. It is precisely because of him that our company has grown to its current scale in such a short time. Today, our ever-busy Mr. Bai Zhou, has finally found time to grace his company with his presence.
Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Setting aside the slight undertone of sarcasm in her words, Bai Zhou found Sunmmari's introduction perfectly acceptable.
Though I may have been a bit too hands-off, it was all for your own good. See how it's toughened you up? Keep up the good work, Comrade Shin. Bai Zhou thought, showing no sign of remorse, and nodded to these employees he didn't even know. Introduce yourselves. The man standing to Bai Zhou's left spoke formally. Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm Wang Sibo, a computer science graduate from MIT.
I spent 4 years at Microsoft, including 2 as a project lead. After returning to China, I worked briefly at both A&T companies. I left Alibaba at P9 level and now serve as our company's technical director.
Bai Zhou nodded. He knew this man, though they'd never met.
Sunmmary had worked tirelessly for a week to recruit him, a top-tier technical expert with extensive team management experience. He was precisely the talent Hongxing Networks needed most right now. Your capabilities are formidable, so the weight on your shoulders is heavy. Keep up the good work.
Strangely enough, despite Bai Zhou being so much younger, Wang Sibo didn't perceive any impropriety in his tone.
In fact, he felt a touch of nervous reverence.
I understand, boss. Rest assured. I'll give it my all. It wasn't just Wang Sibo. Everyone present felt this way around Bai Zhou.
Among them were self-made entrepreneurs who built empires from scratch, young technical geniuses who achieved fame overnight in their fields, and top-tier salespeople capable of single-handedly sustaining entire companies. These individuals had undoubtedly seen it all, yet they still felt a certain restraint in Bai Zhou's presence.
Sunmmary couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration. Perhaps this was what charisma truly meant.
Watching Bai Zhou seated at the head of the table, calmly listening to their self-introductions, Sunmmary felt the shift in his aura more profoundly than anyone else. Their first meeting had already left a deep impression on her. Though he carried a hint of youthful inexperience, his intense confidence, never bordering on arrogance, remained unforgettable. Over time, that confidence had gradually evolved into an almost mystical aura. She first sensed this aura precisely when Bai Zhou had tasked her with taking over Yangwu Tianxia. Ever since then, Bai Zhou's presence in formal settings invariably left Sunmmary breathless, her heart racing a palpable tension. Now, observing her colleagues similarly tense under Bai Zhou's presence, Sunmmary felt a strange sense of satisfaction, a satisfaction that they, too, had reached this day. After all the executives introduced themselves and took their seats, Sunmmary began addressing the meeting's purpose. Perhaps influenced by Bai Zhou, her style had also grown more direct. She stated, "We've gathered here today for 2 reasons. First, to meet our boss, Bai Zhou. Second, to discuss a matter of mutual concern. That is, the residential complex Honghuali, originally belonging to Yangwu Tianxia and now incorporated into Hongxing Network's assets."
Ha? A residential complex? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow.
He hadn't been involved in the acquisition of Yangwu Tianxia, so he was unaware of this residential complex.
Sunmmary explained in detail.
Yes, this residential complex was developed by Yangwu Tianxia but hadn't been sold yet.
So during the asset liquidation, we took it over as well. Initially, because it had been sitting idle for quite some time, we didn't pay much attention to it. Now it's time to discuss with you how to handle this complex.
She opened the PowerPoint presentation and continued. The complex covers 32 mu of land with a total construction area of 1.26 million square meters, comprising 776 units. Boss, how should we proceed with this development? Since Hongxing Network is wholly owned by Bai Zhou, this complex essentially belongs to him.
He has complete discretion over these 776 units. What asset like to suddenly have an extra residential complex?
Bai Zhou now knew, but he wasn't the least bit excited. It was just a residential complex, he could earn that much in minutes. He tapped his nose, observing the slightly hopeful yet restrained expressions of the company executives in the conference room. A chuckle escaped him. Well then, he said. Since this complex isn't far from our headquarters just 2 stops away, we won't sell it. Let's absorb it internally. Seeing the surprised looks on everyone's faces, Bai Zhou continued. Hold on, let me think. Here's the plan: set aside 350 units from these 700 plus homes for Sunmmary. She'll have full discretion to use them as incentives for recruiting top talent. Then allocate 400 units as group-wide rewards, 50 units annually to the 50 most outstanding contributors across departments. Finally, since you're all executives here, each of you gets 1 unit with priority selection rights. Bai Zhou had this plan because he envisioned a grander goal. He envisioned this residential complex as a foundation not merely for internal talent, but crucially, as leverage for Sunmmary to attract top-tier professionals across industries. This would create a talent hub, serving as the cornerstone for building a premier internet industry base within 3 to 5 years. This would further expand his influence within the sector. This would bring Bai Zhou immense intangible wealth connections, resources, and status. Investing in a mere billion-dollar property would ultimately cement Bai Zhou's status as the supreme deity of the internet realm. As Bai Zhou calmly announced his decision, the company executives in the conference room struggled to contain their excitement. It wasn't merely because Bai Zhou was distributing apartments to them. After all, as executives, their annual salaries alone were sufficient for extravagant lifestyles, and purchasing property was easily within their means. Rather, they witnessed Bai Zhou's extraordinary generosity toward his own people. Consider this: over 700 properties. A total value exceeding $1 billion. Bai Zhou gave them away without batting an eye. What employee wouldn't adore such a generous boss? Moreover, they'd been with Hongsheng Networks for quite some time. This company completely lacked the exploitative practices common in other internet firms. Number 996 Work culture, no blessing nonsense. Every position followed a proper 8-hour workday with weekends off. Overtime pay was strictly enforced according to labor laws. On top of that, the company constantly found ways to give employees subsidies. The positive atmosphere made these internet industry veterans genuinely happy. This incident has solidified the conviction of these highly skilled senior staff members. Following a boss like this, you'll never come out short. 113 Bai Zhou is the most generous boss. By afternoon, the news had spread throughout the entire company. Did you hear? Our Bai boss has prepared an unexpected perk for us. Ha! What kind of perks? 50 houses every year. Given to the top performers in every department of our company. 50 spots. Every single year. Houses? Where are they? Where else could it be? Jianxia. Right in that Honghuali community just 2 stops away from our company. Honghuali? But that complex hasn't even launched sales yet. What do you know? I've got inside info. This whole complex belongs to our boss Bai. He's giving us perks with his own property. That's way better than those bosses who just squeeze their employees dry. Holy crap, how much is that worth? You know that complex isn't exactly unsold. I've got friends waiting for it to open so they can buy there. And our boss Bai is just handing it out? That's why they say boss Bai is generous. So, bro, work your ass off. Let's both snag a unit this year. Damn it, I'm in. I don't care about my hair. It's just about working hard. When it comes to working hard, I've never been afraid of anyone. Let's do this. Conversations like this echoed throughout every corner of Hongsheng Network. Everyone worked like robots, wound up to the max. If an outsider walked into the company now and saw this work atmosphere, they'd be stunned. Are these people trying to kill themselves? Sunmmary and John flanked Bai Zhou on either side. John observed the frenzied energy and mused. Mr. Bai's move was truly brilliant. He's completely ignited the employees' motivation. Bai Zhou smiled without comment while Sunmmary beamed at John. It's not just motivation, this has also strengthened their sense of belonging to our company. Look, they're practically treating the company like their own home. The boss's move has maxed out the company's cohesion. All this unfolded exactly as Bai Zhou had anticipated. Unlike Sunmmary and John, he remained composed. Instead, he cautioned Sunmmary. We must prioritize employee health moving forward. Under no circumstances should we allow overwork. While a strong work ethic is commendable, we absolutely cannot let it cause serious physical harm. Understand? Sunmmary snapped to attention. True, while the employees' high morale seemed hugely beneficial at first glance, prolonged overwork could easily damage their health. If even one employee died from overwork, the consequences would be unimaginable. She hadn't considered this before. Stealing a glance at Bai Zhou's retreating figure, she thought. Perhaps this was the very reason behind his remarkable achievements. With a silent sigh of admiration, Sunmmary assured Bai Zhou. Rest assured, boss. I'll keep a close eye on this. Bai Zhou nodded and returned to his office. As the matter continued to stir within the company, one employee posted in his social circle. What an absolutely amazing boss. The annual year-end bonus is 50 houses. 1 house for each of the group's 50 outstanding employees. Initial comments were skeptical, but after he shared the official company document, the skepticism turned to praise and envy.
Look at that boss. A house in Jiangxia. 50 units every year. Holy cow, he's so generous. Even if each apartment is only 80 square meters, that's over 1 million yuan. 50 units. Over 50 million yuan. I'm jealous. Who wants a tiny 80 square meter place?
Our boss gives out apartments that are at least 150 square meters.
Hey guys, is your company hiring?
I don't care about the apartment, I just want to work for your company. This screenshot went viral, with netizens anonymously tagging their own companies, hoping they'd take notes.
This quickly caught the attention of the media. Jiangxia TV Evening News Channel Conference Room. Hongqing Network happens to be a Jiangxia-based company. Let's discuss this viral story about their year-end bonus, 50 apartments. I think it's fake. What kind of boss is that generous? Handing out 50 houses at once, every year? Pfft, probably just hype. No way. They've exposed their company name and official seal. If this is just hype, what about their reputation? If it's proven fake, they'll be torn apart by netizens. I just don't buy it. Enough arguing. Whether it's true or not, this is a hot news topic. Xiao Xiao, you're in charge of this. Go interview the company's boss. Got it. Soon after, Bai Zhou received a call from Sunmmary in the office. Boss, someone from Jiangxia TV is here. They want to interview you about the rumor that our year-end bonus is a house. How did they find out so quickly? Bai Zhou was a bit surprised. It was because an employee from the marketing department posted it on their social media and it got leaked. Should we discipline him, boss? No need to punish him. This is a good thing, it's perfect for promoting the company. Have the Jiangxia TV crew come up. After hanging up, Bai Zhou smiled. The house hadn't even started being given away yet, and he was already reaping benefits. See? At least he saved a huge chunk on advertising costs. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Bai from Hongqing Network? The door to Bai Zhou's office swung open as a young woman with short hair poked her head in. Bai Zhou, sipping his tea, nearly laughed out loud at the sight of her head poking in. She was so adorable, cute and cautious, genuinely amusing. Ah, that's me. Come in. Are you a reporter from Jiangxia TV? Bai Zhou gestured for her to enter. She opened the door, followed by a cameraman, and both stepped inside. Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm a reporter from Jiangxia TV station. You can just call me Xiao Xiao. I'm here to interview you about your company's year-end bonus of 50 apartments. Xiao Xiao greeted Bai Zhou with a charming smile. I see. Xiao Xiao, do you have an older sister named Di Qiao? Bai Zhou couldn't resist the urge to tease. Xiao Xiao didn't hold it against him. She gave a sweet smile. No, I'm an only child. I'd love to have an older sister, but it's just not meant to be. She even stuck out her tongue after saying that. Watching this adorable girl lifted Bai Zhou's spirits. He gestured for them to sit down. It really is a shame. Come on, sit down. Where would you like to conduct the interview? Right here in your office is fine, no need to move. Alright, shall we begin? At Bai Zhou's cue, Xiao Xiao instantly shed her cute demeanor and slipped into her professional journalist mode. You're known by your employees and netizens as the most generous boss. What are your thoughts on that? Making money? That's not my goal. Hearing the question, Bai Zhou didn't appear particularly pleased or smug. He simply replied with a calm and composed demeanor. The title of most generous boss is a bit of an exaggeration. Perhaps netizens and my employees have seen too many capitalists who only know how to exploit and squeeze their workers. Suddenly encountering a boss who treats them a little better might surprise them. But that's not really the case. I've simply come to understand one truth: employees are people. They work hard precisely to better secure their livelihoods. Bai Zhou's eyes grew misty as he spoke. But at the same time, their labor continues to create wealth for the company. As their boss, my responsibility is to provide sufficient compensation that allows them to work without worry, free from concerns about their future. Bai Zhou gazed quietly at the reporter. His calm words deeply moved her, prompting her to blurt out. So you're saying you genuinely plan to give away houses as year-end bonuses? 50 units every year? Bai Zhou nodded. Of course. Our company's official documents regarding this matter have already been issued. It's absolutely true. 50 houses. And large ones at that. That means the houses you give away each year are worth over 100 million yuan. Won't you lose money doing this? The reporter asked in astonishment. Bai Zhou leaned back in his chair, his expression unruffled. Not at all. Whether I give away apartments or not, it only needs earning a bit more or a bit less. There's no question of losing money. So it's just a small sum anyway. Why wouldn't I use that money to better support my employees instead of keeping it for myself? Besides, this approach is a win-win. When employees feel secure, they work harder. And when employees work harder, the company earns more. So how could I possibly lose money? The reporter was convinced by Bai Zhou's reasoning and remarked. Mr. Bai, among all the entrepreneurs I've interviewed, you have the deepest understanding of this principle. You truly care for your employees. With a leader like you at the helm, I'm confident your company will earn even more. Making money?
No, that's not my goal.
Bai Zhou declared with unwavering certainty. The reporter was baffled. Why would Bai Zhou say that?
Yes, for this company, I've never made profit its primary mission.
My expectations for this company are actually more challenging than simply making money. What could possibly be harder than making money?
The reporter clearly didn't believe him. I want this company to become a future leader in technology, whether in software or hardware. I want Hongxing Network to make significant strides in technological advancement, creating a better life for our country and its people.
So for me, making money isn't the priority.
What matters is progress, showing me the company's growth.
But, if it doesn't make money, how can the company grow?
Bai Zhou looked at the reporter, whose face was etched with disbelief, and said calmly,
I have the funds.
I can guarantee the company's development. The reporter's eyes widened in shock. This bloke gets an 82 from me, with the remaining points sent in the form of 666. The reporter had no idea how much money it would take to sustain such a massive company, but she knew it couldn't be a small sum. Bai Zhou casually declared he could guarantee the company's growth, implying that whether it made money or not was irrelevant proof he was extremely confident.
Is this handsome young man really this wealthy? The reporter couldn't help but wonder. John, who had remained silent beside them, finally spoke up.
My friend, Mr. Bai isn't lying. You must know he currently holds 24% of our Luo Wei Ming Xian Group's shares, valued at over $30 billion.
He has more than enough capability to guarantee this. Over $30 billion. Quick, convert that to Chinese yuan. The reporter felt as if she were hallucinating.
The space before her eyes seemed filled not with air, but with bundles of money fluttering like wings. Even as she walked out of the building and approached the security booth at the entrance, the reporter was still reeling. Dazed, she asked the photographer beside her.
Over $30 billion. Have you ever seen that much money? What would a pile that big even look like? The photographer was equally dazed, staring blankly ahead as he replied. No idea. Never seen it. Can't even imagine. Just then, a booming voice cut through the air. Hey! What's it gonna look like? Just money, that's what.
I've never seen over 30 billion, but I've seen 3 billion. Not much piled up, it'd be about the size of a living room.
But honestly, don't let those bundles fool you. When you've got a lot of them, they're no lighter than cement. Almost threw out my back.
The reporter and photographer quickly turned their gaze toward the source of the voice.
It was none other than the old man guarding the entrance. The reporter's young mind was utterly shocked. How could Hongxing Network have so many wealthy people?
Sir, who are you?
Oh, I'm just the gatekeeper. Then how come you've seen so much money? What do you mean seen? It's all mine.
The old man seemed a bit annoyed, thinking the young lady was pretty but not very articulate. Still, he didn't dwell on it and continued.
But my fortune only ranks in the top 5 among us gatekeepers. Nothing to brag about, nothing to brag about. The reporter was stunned. Wait, are gatekeepers this competitive nowadays? Does that mean I won't even qualify to guard a gate when I retire?
Given the high buzz around this story, the TV station capitalized on the ongoing attention and quickly released the interview. Unlike the flood of comments under Bai Zhou's videos before, this time the most discussed aspect of the interview wasn't Bai Zhou's looks. Instead, it was 2 statements Bai Zhou made during the interview.
One was, making money?
No, that's not my goal. The other was, as their boss, my job is to provide them with sufficient compensation that allows them to work without worry, so they can focus on their tasks without any concerns.
Viewers found these remarks deeply resonant.
They didn't perceive Bai Zhou as putting on an act, because he genuinely lived by these words. He truly allocated substantial funds to alleviate his employees' financial burdens.
I want to work at this company. I want a boss like that. Is it too late for me to learn computer science now?
People showed immense interest in Hongxing Network, which in turn attracted a large pool of highly skilled, top-tier talent to Bai Zhou. Shin Mei was swamped with work, but she embraced it wholeheartedly. This was the sweetest kind of trouble.
115. Returning to campus, becoming an idol?
Bai Zhou observed all this, but he had no intention of interfering.
He entrusted all talent recruitment to Shin Mei. Firstly, she was among his earliest collaborators, possessing unquestionable competence that kept pace with Hongxing Network's growth.
Secondly, her unique management insights and innate talent were evident. Her ability to swiftly adapt to the company's rapid expansion and maintain orderly operations proved her trustworthiness.
Besides, wasn't it nice to be a hands-off owner?
Bai Zhou had no desire to spend his days stuck in the office dealing with trivial matters.
Right now, there was something he wanted to do far more. Returning to school.
After several days of cold treatment, far fewer people came looking for Bai Zhou at school, and the students' enthusiasm had waned considerably. Once they'd calmed down, people realized that the stocks Bai Zhou had recommended last time might have just been a lucky shot after all. No one could truly predict stock price movements. Of course, this was because they didn't know Bai Zhou had a cheat code. This suited Bai Zhou perfectly. After so many days had passed, he figured it was time to return to campus. To completely prevent a repeat of the previous incident where students had surrounded the teaching building, Bai Zhou made special preparations. He had already coordinated with the school administration. Mr. Bai, I actually think there's absolutely no need for you to continue studying at this school. Your time should be spent on more important matters. On the bus back to campus, John whispered to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou, who had been resting with his eyes closed, didn't even open them. He replied calmly. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Bai Zhou understood exactly what John meant. He knew that if someone else had said this, they might have actually dropped out of school to focus on making money, lots and lots of money as quickly as possible. But that was precisely what set Bai Zhou apart. He firmly believed that now he possessed such capabilities, he should fully savor life. Though the system's main quest demanded he become a god-tier tycoon, that requirement didn't conflict with his desire to enjoy life. University represented a crucial phase of life. Bai Zhou refused to sacrifice such a precious experience for money he could earn effortlessly. That is why he went to such lengths to return to campus to continue his studies and relive the college years. Even if it was a third-rate university, even if his major wasn't prestigious, none of that mattered. Bai Zhou simply craved this experience. After all, time could never be turned back. Upon arriving at the university, Bai Zhou headed straight for President Li's office. President Li, having been informed of his return that day, had been waiting in his office for quite some time. Bai Zhou, you're finally back. Seeing the delighted look on Principal Li's face made Bai Zhou genuinely uncomfortable. He knew the principal was aware of his return. He'd called earlier, yet here he was, feigning surprise. Bai Zhou was unaccustomed to such obsequious flattery from his own principal, and his tone grew stiff. Is everything ready for that matter? Principal Li didn't seem to notice the coolness in Bai Zhou's tone. He replied enthusiastically. It's all set. It's been ready for ages. I heard you wanted to give a speech at the school, so I made the arrangements long ago. Everyone's waiting for you in the auditorium right now. They're just waiting for you to get back. Bai Zhou frowned. Making students wait in the auditorium this early? Didn't they have classes? This Principal Li really. But since it was his request, he said nothing, merely nodded, then turned toward the venue. Hey, what do you think the school wants us here so early for? They didn't even tell us what it's about, just made us come. Sigh, who knows? Probably just another whim from the school leadership. But I heard something about someone coming to give a speech or something. A speech? Who? Who's giving it? Such a big deal? Making all us students wait for one person without even telling us what it's about. Exactly. Just wait till I boo him off the stage. Yeah, let's do it. Count me in. Inside the auditorium, students chattered restlessly, their voices filled with discontent over this sudden event. The school hadn't explained what was happening, only ordering them to assemble here on time or face credit deductions. No student could tolerate that, and each was primed to cause trouble. Just then, a junior school official stepped onto the stage, tapped the microphone, and announced. Students, quiet down. The event is about to begin. Please take your seats, remain silent, and don't wander around. Hey! You over there, which department are you in? Shut your mouth. What kind of person is this? Damn it! The student who'd been called out muttered angrily under his breath before settling down. But observant eyes could sense the palpable tension filling the entire hall. The minor official on stage seemed to spot someone, his mood suddenly becoming agitated. He shouted into the microphone. Classmates! Our guest speaker has arrived. Let's welcome him to the stage with the most enthusiastic applause. After this announcement, the hall echoed only with the reverberation of his words and a sparse, scattered applause. It felt like a gotcha event where you'd spent 10 sets of 648 credits and still hadn't gotten a single pull. Utterly awkward. But Bai Zhou paid no mind to this. As he stepped into the spotlight, revealing his signature handsome face, something unexpected happened. Hey, look! Who's that guy? He looks so familiar. Holy crap! Isn't that Bai Zhou? He's giving this speech? Bai Zhou? The freshman who recommended stocks to classmates and got that bastard Ji Wenkai expelled from school? Yeah. It's him. It really is him. The students in the audience erupted with excitement upon seeing Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou, I support you. Way to go. That shady professor should be kicked out of school. Bai Zhou, you're amazing. Bai Zhou, you're the best. You're my idol. Faced with such fervent enthusiasm from the audience, Bai Zhou was somewhat taken aback. How did he become so popular on campus? He had assumed the previous commotion, even the building blockade, was solely because students wanted stock picks to make money. But today, none of them mentioned stocks. They were all talking about him standing up to Ji Wenkai. The reason was simple: the students' fervent adoration for Bai Zhou wasn't about stocks at all. It was because he had accomplished something they never dared dream of. Ji Wenkai had always been unpopular among students. Rumors about him constantly circulated, and some of his victims had even complained to the school to no avail. As a professor, a student's one-sided account couldn't possibly shake his position. Until he hit a brick wall with Bai Zhou. Ji-1 Kai was expelled from the university and stripped of his professorship. Bai Zhou, who stood up to him directly, became an idol in the students' hearts. They saw him as a champion who could fight for their justice, which is why they were so fervent. 116 Bai Zhou's speech. Seeing the students below the stage chanting their support, Bai Zhou felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. He lowered his head in deep thought. The school's young leader, seeing his expression, mistakenly thought he was angry at the students' noise. He leaped onto the podium and shouted, "Quiet! Quiet down! What's with all this racket? What do you think you're doing?" The students below ignored him, their shouts growing even more fervent. Bai Zhou's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the outburst. He shot the man a displeased look. "Shut up! Stop the noise!" The young leader's neck jerked back at Bai Zhou's sharp retort. He dared say no more, slinking off the podium. Seeing his flustered state, the students below the stage burst into laughter. Moreover, Bai Zhou's confrontation with him confirmed to even more people that he was on their side. The students grew even more enthusiastic. At that moment, Bai Zhou let go of his hesitation. He lifted his face, revealing a carefree smile under the spotlight. The students below fell silent instinctively as he approached the microphone. "Hello, everyone. I'm Bai Zhou." His simple greeting was met with thunderous applause. Jiang Yu, caught in the crowd, clapped along while inwardly marveling. Bai Zhou's prestige among the student body was simply too high. Besides him, there was probably no one else who could command such respect from the students. Not even the principal could match that. Bai Zhou smiled and gestured downward with his hand, instantly silencing the entire venue. "First, thank you all for such a warm welcome. I've only done a little work. This is truly humbling." Standing on stage, Bai Zhou touched his nose with a hint of shyness before adding jokingly, "Honestly, when I heard what happened at the school that day, I nearly scared myself to death. Thank goodness I wasn't on campus, otherwise, I might have been stuck in a classroom with no way out." The students below burst into laughter. "At first, I thought you all wanted me here to recommend stocks. But I don't have that kind of ability. That last time was just luck. If I had to recommend again, what if you lost money? Wouldn't you all come after me then?" Bai Zhou shrugged his hands. A boy in the audience shouted loudly, "Don't worry. Even if we lose money, we won't come after you." Bai Zhou laughed heartily and pointed at the guy. "Yeah, right. You old fox. Ha, just kidding. Actually, I realized today that the reason everyone's been giving me so much face isn't because I can make you money, but because I went head to head with Ji-1 Kai and got him expelled from school." "Exactly. That's why. Bai Zhou, you're my idol." A girl screamed from the audience. Calm down, calm down. "Senior, no need to get so worked up. Actually, once I thought about it, I quickly understood everyone." "Why?" "Precisely because we've all been affected to some extent by troublemakers like Ji-1 Kai. But for various reasons, we couldn't do anything about people like him, so we just let them run wild. Deep down, we've all been bottling up that frustration." Bai Zhou expressed his agreement with this perspective. "So when I took action like this, everyone approved. I thank you all." He bowed deeply toward the audience. "We should be thanking you. Thank you for showing us that those who do wrong will eventually face consequences. Thank you, Bai Zhou." The students cheered Bai Zhou in waves. This scene struck Principal Li with a profound sense of bitterness. Wait, I was the one who ordered Ji-Wen's expulsion. Why are the students giving Bai Zhou all the credit? What about me? Jiang Yu, standing beside him, curled her lip out of his sight, thinking disdainfully. Put. If Bai Zhou hadn't confronted him, would you have ever mustered the resolve to deal with Ji-1 Kai? As if anyone knows how much he spent on you. Bai Zhou waved his hand again, and the hall fell silent. Let's skip the mutual praise. We're all students here, there's no need for idol worship. If you respect me, consider me a friend. But idol status? Forget it. I may look decent, but I'm all about substance. The students below the stage were doubled over laughing at Bai Zhou's words. Some bold girls even asked him, friends? How about boyfriend material? The venue erupted in a wave of cheers and jeers. Many girls seized the moment to boldly confess their feelings to Bai Zhou. They all want you to be their boyfriend, but I'm different. Bai Zhou, will you marry me? Dream on. Bai Zhou only loves me. We already have a child together. Bai Zhou. When did I have a kid? How come I don't know about it? And even worse. Bai Zhou. Let's talk. Can we not be so rigid about gender? A rough shout startled Bai Zhou into a cold sweat. He followed the sound and saw a burly man with broad shoulders, a thick waist, and a full beard calling out to him with a coy expression. Bai Zhou fired off a triple rejection. Stop. Cut it out. No discussion. Ha. The venue instantly erupted in laughter. Watching the scene, Jiang Yu understood, from this moment on, Bai Zhou had become the leader in the eyes of every student at their school. His words might carry more weight than even the principal's. Thinking this, Jiang Yu cast another glance at Principal Li, who was still wallowing in self-pity, and sighed. Not might definitely more influential than him. Principal Li, huh? What did you say? Once the students had finished celebrating, Bai Zhou spoke again with a smile.
Since you all consider me a friend, I'm going to ask you for a favor. Speak. What favor? If I say no, my name isn't Zhao Dazhu. Right. If I say no, he's not Zhao Dazhu. Ha! You damn. Bai Zhou couldn't help but laugh at these nonsensical students. He said. Nothing much, really. I just hope you won't block the teaching building like last time. Safety comes first, right? With that, Bai Zhou shrugged. Besides, I'm not some monkey in a zoo. If you really want to come see me, I'll charge admission. The students burst into laughter once more. Among all the students present, aside from those already in Bai Zhou's class, only the members of the finance practice club had any prior connection with him, and even then, it was superficial. Their understanding of Bai Zhou had been quite shallow. But through this speech-like conversation, every student gained a deeper insight into who Bai Zhou truly was. At first, they might have just been following the crowd. But after today, they understood that Bai Zhou wasn't so different from them after all, just as humorous and funny, just as full of righteous indignation, and just as fond of making sarcastic remarks. Except for the fact that he's exceptionally handsome, has an amazing physique, and is rumored to be quite wealthy. Thinking about it now, why does Bai Zhou suddenly seem so annoying all of a sudden? 117 love letters? How old school? After the speech, Bai Zhou could finally return to campus life. Though he could use his "you can't see me" title to minimize his presence, would his college life still feel normal that way? Of course, the speech didn't entirely solve Bai Zhou's troubles. On the contrary, it brought him new problems like, Bai Zhou. Look. Someone else confessed to you on the school's confession wall. I know this girl. She's a senior in her 3rd year. Heard she studied dance, and she's got quite the look. TSK, Bai Zhou, this morning alone marks the 37th girl confessing on the wall. Word is our school's wall is nearly overwhelmed. Your daily volume equals its monthly workload. How absurd. Why doesn't anyone confess to me? Sigh. Give it a rest, dude. You think people are blind? Confessing to you? Better to stay single. Hey. That's enough, kid. 3 or 5 guys swarmed around Bai Zhou, reporting his daily confession wall hits like they were giving a work update. Trapped in their circle, Bai Zhou couldn't help but give a wry smile. Seriously, Bai Zhou, out of all these girls, isn't there one you like? You know these girls are all great. Especially these few, practically everyone on campus knows them. Not only are they gorgeous, but they've got great personalities and amazing figures. Exactly. Bai Zhou. Big brother Bai. We're begging you, pick one already. Otherwise, all these great girls have their hearts set on you, and what are we supposed to do about it? Bai Zhou scratched his head, troubled. Guys, the thing is, I don't need a girlfriend right now. The group exchanged bewildered glances. No girlfriend? A bespectacled guy silently pushed his glasses up with his middle finger and muttered. Hands, loud. A guy beside him nudged him and grumbled. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I can't even understand you. Speak human. The bespectacled guy curled his lip in disdain and retorted. For the uncultured, this means, drought kills the parched, floods drown the flooded. Put. The guy burst out laughing. Damn, bro. That hits the nail on the head. Hawoo, does that mean we're the ones dying of drought? Bai Zhou was amused by his brother's antics and reassured them. Relax, rabbits don't eat the grass right by their burrows. I won't compete with you guys for these girls. I'll go to the wall later and reject them all. Bai Zhou. You're the man. True brotherhood. Big brother stopped crying, stood up, and patted Bai Zhou's shoulder with a hearty laugh. The guy with glasses shot Big Brother a disapproving glance and muttered under his breath. You're the one eating the grass by the hutch. You're the rabbit. Big Brother snapped out of it. Ha? Bai Zhou, you called me a rabbit. But Bai Zhou had already slipped away. He turned back and grinned at the elder brother, who was just catching on. I never said that. You're the one thinking that, don't blame me. With that, he turned and dashed outside. Big Brother watched Bai Zhou's retreating figure, halting his pursuit and stomping his foot in frustration. You're a fast little bastard. Then he broke into a silly grin. The bespectacled man watched his expression and asked in confusion. What's up? Why the sudden dumb grin? Big Brother slapped his massive hand down on the bespectacled man's frail shoulder, nearly knocking him off balance. You don't know. I thought Bai Zhou was so handsome and rich, he'd never want to hang out with losers like us. But turns out, the guy's super friendly. I'm definitely making friends with him. Hearing this, the bespectacled man didn't scold his buddy for the hard slap. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Yeah, hanging out with him is so easy. He doesn't feel any different from us at all. We're all just students. But he's pulled off feats that regular students like us wouldn't even dare dream of. Maybe that's what sets him apart. No wonder he's got so many girls swooning over him. Come on, let's hit the field and check out some legs. TSK, so crude. What do you mean check out the legs? We're appreciating them. Oh, right. Appreciating. You're such a stickler for words, it's annoying.
Bai Zhou arrived at the school playground and stood under a tree at the edge of the field. Not far away, some students were kicking a ball around. They looked pretty organized, probably the soccer club. Their skills weren't great, but they were passing back and forth, making it quite lively. Further away were the badminton courts, where slightly more girls were playing. Wearing tank tops and shorts, they freely splashed their youth under the sun. Bai Zhou leaned against the tree and slowly sat down, feeling deeply content as he watched the scene unfold before him. Wasn't this exactly why he'd fought so hard to return to campus? Being with peers his own age, doing what was right for their age. Company matters, financial markets, food delivery, anything related to money was the last thing on his mind right now. He just wanted to relax and enjoy this peaceful afternoon. A little break from the hustle. But just as Bai Zhou closed his eyes, ready to doze off right there, a timid voice sounded beside him. "Excuse me, are you Bai Zhou?" The voice was quite clear and crisp, sounding like a very cute girl. Bai Zhou could detect a hint of suppressed shyness in her tone. Opening his eyes, he found a truly adorable little girl standing before him. Why did he say little? Because she really was small. She looked barely over 5 feet tall. The blush hadn't faded from her cheeks yet, and when she noticed Bai Zhou looking at her, she seemed to blush even more. "I'm Bai Zhou. What can I do for you, classmate?" Bai Zhou asked kindly. The girl felt so embarrassed under Bai Zhou's gaze that she suddenly lowered her head. She rummaged around in her bag and pulled out an exquisitely crafted envelope. Holding it with both hands, she handed it to Bai Zhou. Please take this." Before Bai Zhou could react, she pressed the envelope into his hand and dashed off without looking back. Was it just his imagination? Bai Zhou even thought he saw wisps of white smoke rising from the girl's head. He shook his head helplessly and turned his attention to the letter. The girl had clearly put her heart into it. This was easily the most exquisite envelope Bai Zhou had ever seen. The light pink cardstock featured a hand-drawn chibi version of Bai Zhou, with an adorable kitten perched on his head. Even the font used on the envelope was charmingly cute, making even a straight-laced guy like Bai Zhou feel a bit charmed. Bai Zhou pursed his lips. Perhaps sensing the sender's heartfelt intentions through the exquisite envelope, he felt a bit solemn. To lighten the mood, he quipped to himself. If I'm not mistaken, this must be a love letter inside. The girl's got some old-school charm, huh? Never thought I'd get something like this in this day and age. 118 Shan Yueying's sense of crisis. Opening the envelope, the stationery inside was a lovely pale yellow. Reading the adorable handwriting, Bai Zhou couldn't help but recall this girl's face. Her handwriting truly reflected her personality. Adorable. Reading through the entire letter, Bai Zhou was actually quite surprised. He hadn't expected such a sweet girl to express her affection for him so passionately in writing. Many passages revealed she thought deeply about her words, yet she'd chosen to express her feelings clearly. Honestly, Bai Zhou felt a bit embarrassed reading it. It was just too passionate. And most importantly, Bai Zhou discovered something utterly baffling by the end. She hadn't signed her name. Not only that, but she hadn't included any information about herself at all. No major, no class, no name. Could this mean she just wanted to tell me how she felt without expecting a response? That's nice. She really knows how to consider others' feelings. That was the only conclusion Bai Zhou could draw. Meanwhile, after forcing herself to hand-deliver the letter she'd written ages ago but never dared send, the girl was utterly overwhelmed by embarrassment. She finally bolted back to the dorm and gradually recovered with her roommate's reassurance. "See? Shall see, he took it. He took it. Did he say anything after taking it? Did he say anything like how cute you are or something?" No, I don't know." Under her roommate's persistent questioning, Xiaoxi recalled her own terrible performance earlier and grew anxious. Her voice trembling with tears, she said, I just handed him the letter and ran back here. I didn't dare look at his expression. I don't know what he'll think. He might hate me, right?" Her roommate sighed, exasperated. "Sigh, Xiaoxi, what can I say to you? You should have just handed him the letter confidently." At that moment, the other roommate who had been quietly reading in bed spoke up calmly. "Alright, stop blaming Xiaoxi. Just getting that letter to him took all her courage. Besides, Xiaoxi is so adorable. How could Bai Zhou possibly dislike you? Right?" Reassured by this kind-hearted older sister, Xiaoxi seemed to relax a bit, freeing herself from her shyness. But seriously, seeing Bai Zhou up close, he's so handsome. And his skin is flawless. Plus, he has this subtle, pleasant scent about him. Right. Hey, where did you actually give him the letter? Not in his classroom, was it? Nope, it was on the playground. Well, that's good. I knew you wouldn't dare deliver it if there were lots of people around. Now stop overthinking it. Just wait for his reply. A reply? Will Bai Zhou actually write back? He definitely will. Don't worry. At that moment, Xiaoxi seemed to suddenly remember something, and her face instantly turned pale. Oh no. This is bad. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I didn't write my name or class. How is he supposed to write back to me? Slap. The roommates all slapped their foreheads. This kid is hopeless. After reading the letter, Bai Zhou patted his butt and stood up. Since the letter wasn't signed, he figured it was probably just one of the ways that girl showed her support. After all, such a meticulously crafted letter, if it were meant as a love letter, wouldn't have forgotten the signature. Otherwise, how was he supposed to reply? So Bai Zhou didn't dwell on it. Glancing at the time, he saw it was still early. Plus, it had been ages since he'd visited Chunyuanying. He contacted John and asked him to drive him to Jiangxia Normal University. Strolling through the campus, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and called Chunyuanying. "Hello? What are you up to?" "I'm in the dorm. No classes this afternoon, so I'm binge watching shows." "Huh, your dorm sounds so quiet, no one's talking." "Oh, they're all out with their boyfriends. I'm the only one left, so it's quiet." Chunyuanying sounded a little bit down. By then, Bai Zhou had already arrived at the bottom of Chunyuanying's dorm building and stopped in his tracks. "Then come downstairs. Let's go out for a walk." "No way. It's too hot outside. I don't want to go out." "Really? If you don't come out, I'm leaving." Chunyuanying gasped in surprise. Then, Bai Zhou heard a clatter of objects through the phone. He looked up to see Chunyuanying standing on the balcony in her pajamas, her hair hanging down as she peered down. Bai Zhou waved and said into the phone, "The sun is blazing, I'm getting fried. If you don't come down soon, I'll pass out. Wait for me." Throwing out those two words, Chunyuanying tossed her phone aside and dashed off to change. She didn't even bother putting on makeup, rushing out barefaced. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Rushing to Bai Zhou, she couldn't control her emotions. She threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly to his waist and greedily breathing in his scent. "You haven't come to see me in so long." Chunyuanying sounded slightly aggrieved. Bai Zhou ruffled her hair and explained. "You know I've been swamped lately. I couldn't even make it to school before. I just resolved that issue yesterday, so I could finally attend classes normally. That's why I came to see you today." Chunyuanying knew all this, of course, but she still felt a little hurt because she missed Bai Zhou so much. She hugged him even tighter. "I saw your speech yesterday. Your school's official account even posted it. Oomph. With all those girls cheering you on from the audience, you must have been thrilled, right? And so many of them actually said they wanted to be your girlfriend. Seriously. Seriously." The more Chunyuanying thought about it, the angrier she got. She'd admit Bai Zhou looked dashing up there yesterday, probably even more so in person, but still. How could those girls be so shameless? So infuriating. Yet her lifelong upbringing forbade her from cursing. Chunyuanying was beside herself. Bai Zhou watched her fuming in his arms and knew she was just acting spoiled. He gently patted her back and comforted her. "It's fine. They're just joking around. They're not actually going to be my girlfriend. Besides, even if they wanted to, they'd have to ask me if I'd agree. So would you agree?" Chunyuanying lifted her head, pouting as she asked him. Bai Zhou smiled, reaching out to gently flick her delicate nose. "Why would I agree? If I did, you'd eat me alive." Chunyuanying finally relaxed, wrinkling her nose and saying, "Oomph. Good to know. Or else I'd bite you to death." As she pretended to bite, Bai Zhou playfully dodged her. In her attempt to grab him, her hand instinctively reached into Bai Zhou's pocket, and then she felt a letter. Yes, it was the letter the cute girl had given Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's heart skipped a beat. "Oh crap, I'm screwed. 119 Bai Zhou, my damn charm." Before Bai Zhou could react, Chunyuanying pulled the letter out of his pocket. "Huh? What's this?" When she first clutched the letter in her hand, Chunyuanying was puzzled. But upon seeing the exquisitely crafted envelope, a vague realization dawned on her and her heart skipped a beat. Holding the letter, she looked up at Bai Zhou with a blank expression. "This is a love letter, right? Such an exquisite, pink envelope, it has to be a love letter. And it's from some cute girl, right? She asked you out on a hot afternoon and shyly handed it to you, didn't she?" Bai Zhou was stunned by Chunyuanying's vivid imagination. How could she conjure up so many scenarios from just a letter? Actually, it's not like that." Bai Zhou felt cold sweat beating on his forehead. What was going on? Why did he have this overwhelming sense of impending disaster? Swallowing nervously, he continued. "It's really not what you think, Yueying. If you don't believe me, open it and see for yourself. While the content inside might seem like a confession, but..." Seeing Chunyuanying's expression darken by the second, Bai Zhou hurriedly emphasized the crucial point. "But this letter isn't signed. There's no contact information either. So I think it's just a young girl writing to me out of admiration or some other reason. It's definitely not a confession, and certainly not a love letter." A huge question mark appeared above Chunyuanying's head. "Really? If you don't believe me, just open it." "Oomph, open it then. I'll see how you manage to attract this young girl." Chunyuanying pouted as she tore open the envelope. "Oh, look at this light blue stationery, and this font. This must be a hand-drawn illustration by the girl. So thoughtful." Pulling out the letter, Chunyuanying first critiqued the appearance with a sharp tone. Bai Zhou looked helplessly at her, urging her on. Just read the contents already.
Read the contents.
Chen Yueying shot him a glare, unfolded the envelope and deliberately read aloud. Dear Bai Zhou, like you, I am also a freshman who has just stepped onto the university campus. Before that lecture the other day, I had never experienced such a flutter in my heart until I saw you standing under the spotlight. Radiating confidence, grace, and warmth. Your humorous yet tasteful banter stirred a powerful surge of excitement within me.
Whoa, that's some intense excitement.
You've got this girl all flustered. Bai Zhou now felt utterly embarrassed. While reading it alone had brought him quiet joy, hearing it spoken aloud gave him goosebumps all over. His embarrassment was so intense he could dig a 2-bedroom apartment out of his feet.
Yueying, please stop reading this. It's not what you think, I swear. I didn't mean to, I was just talking normally.
Maybe the spotlight's magic made it seem that way, but this never happens in real life. Bai Zhou dared not mention that nearly 40 girls had confessed their feelings to him on their school's confession wall that very morning.
Chen Yueying watched Bai Zhou's agonized expression, but she wasn't actually angry.
She'd only meant to tease him a little after all, he hadn't come to see her in so long. Deep down, she actually agreed with everything written in that letter.
Bai Zhou truly was an incredibly charismatic person. Otherwise, how could she have fallen so deeply?
Longing for his face, his smile, his embrace, his scent. At that thought, Chen Yueying's cheeks flushed crimson. She buried her face in Bai Zhou's chest once more and mumbled.
I won't say anything. I'm not blaming you either. You're so outstanding, it's only natural people would like you.
Hearing this, Bai Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He'd still been afraid Chen Yueying might hold this against him. He tightened his arms, pulling her closer, then lowered his head, resting his chin on her shoulder as he whispered softly in her ear.
Thank you for understanding.
Pressed against Bai Zhou's chest, Chen Yueying felt his breath against her ear. She greedily inhaled his scent, murmuring,
Bai Zhou, I really like you so much. You can't leave me.
Bai Zhou gently stroked her back, murmuring reassurance.
How could I ever leave you? Don't worry, I won't.
But inside, he sighed deeply.
Sigh, my damn charm.
After holding her for a while, Bai Zhou was already sweating.
There was no helping it, Jianxia's weather was simply too hot.
Even as October approached, the temperature remained unbearable.
Fine beads of sweat also appeared on Chen Yueying's forehead. Finally, they couldn't endure it any longer, even the most intense longing couldn't withstand the scorching heat. Reluctantly releasing the embrace, Chen Yueying pulled tissues from her bag.
She wiped the sweat from Bai Zhou's forehead first, then her own. After finishing, she clasped Bai Zhou's hand tightly and put on a displeased expression.
But that doesn't mean I've forgiven you, you know. Ha? You're still mad about that love letter? No. I'm not mad about the love letter. I'm mad about something else.
Chen Yueying stamped her foot, slightly annoyed that Bai Zhou didn't understand her. Bai Zhou scratched his head.
Not that? Then what is it? I don't get it.
Seeing Bai Zhou's expression that said, I'm sorry, but I don't know what I did wrong, Chen Yueying felt her anger welling up. But she couldn't do anything about it, so she could only say resentfully, I'm mad at you for not coming to see me for so long. Bai Zhou suddenly understood. But I explained before, it really was because I was so busy lately. At first, Bai Zhou tried to explain, but as Chen Yueying's gaze grew increasingly hostile, his voice trailed off until he suddenly realized.
Got it. She's actually mad I haven't spent enough time with her.
And with the National Day holiday coming up, she probably wants me to take her out.
Yeah, that must be it.
Realizing this, Bai Zhou quickly changed the subject.
Actually, there's something I wanted to discuss with you.
Seeing Bai Zhou finally stop justifying his absence, Chen Yueying's expression softened slightly.
What is it?
The National Day holiday is coming up soon, and I was thinking about taking you out for a trip. I want to go to Cheongnan with you, see the ocean.
Would you like to go? Chen Yueying's already large, watery eyes widened even more.
She never imagined Bai Zhou would actually want to take her to see the sea. Originally, she'd only hoped Bai Zhou would spend more time with her during the upcoming holiday. Now, hearing he wanted to take her out on a trip, this unexpected delight nearly made her jump for joy. Thinking about having Bai Zhou by her side for the entire 7-day break, Chen Yueying eagerly agreed.
I want to. Of course I want to. 120 the cocky saleswoman.
Chen Yueying agreed to go with Bai Zhou to Cheongnan to see the sea. Agreeing was only natural, refusing would have been strange. It proved Bai Zhou's quick thinking had paid off. He didn't have much to do during the National Day holiday anyway, and idling at home seemed pointless compared to spending time with Chen Yueying. But since they were going on a trip, there were quite a few things to prepare in advance. So Bai Zhou dragged Chen Yueying out shopping. No matter what they did, Chen Yueying was happy as long as Bai Zhou was by her side. Lately, her roommates had all found boyfriends. Watching their partners visit them every few days while she stayed cooped up in the dorm, distracting herself with studying and binge-watching shows to ease her longing, was undeniably painful. But she was also an easily satisfied girl. Take now, for instance, even with the blazing sun overhead, as long as the hand holding hers belonged to Bai Zhou, she felt all that long wait had been worth it. The radiant smile of happiness on her face was impossible to contain. Watching Chen Yueying, who seemed so happy she could fly, Bai Zhou felt touched to the softest part of his heart. He gazed at her with a tender, affectionate smile. To passers-by, the two young people holding hands could be summed up in 6 words. She was being playful, and he was smiling. Since they were heading to the beach, there were quite a few things to prepare: sunscreen, swimwear, waterproof bags, and of course, beautiful outfits perfect for the seaside. Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying arrived at a large shopping mall filled with high-end brand boutiques. With an entire afternoon to spare, Bai Zhou planned to take Chen Yueying on a proper shopping spree.
Hey, isn't this brand of cosmetics really famous?
Bai Zhou pointed to a store and asked Chen Yueying.
Yeah. It's a big brand. Very famous. Then let's check out their sunscreen? I'll get you a makeup set while we're at it. No way, no way. That brand is so expensive. A single lipstick costs over 1,000. Chen Yueying hurriedly grabbed Bai Zhou's arm. She knew he was wealthy but wasn't sure exactly how much he had. Besides, she couldn't bear to let him spend that much money on her. Come on, it's just a set of cosmetics. It won't cost that much. Just come with me.
Without another word, Bai Zhou picked Chen Yueying up and walked straight into the store. The saleswoman glanced at them. Seeing the young couple dressed in non-designer clothes, she assumed they were just broke students window shopping. She ignored them, returning her attention to filing her nails. Since Bai Zhou truly knew nothing about cosmetics and Chen Yueying hadn't encountered this brand before, he decided to ask someone for assistance.
He addressed the saleswoman. Hello, could you please introduce your products?
We're mainly looking for sunscreen and everyday essentials.
Without lifting her head, the saleswoman replied lazily. No time. Look for yourselves. Bai Zhou frowned slightly. What kind of attitude was that? But he didn't get angry right away.
Instead, he explained further.
We've only heard a little about your brand and don't know much about it. Could you give us a quick introduction? The saleswoman grew annoyed. Introduce? Even if I explained, you couldn't afford it anyway. Just a waste of my breath.
She snapped impatiently.
Are you annoyed or something? Can't you understand human speech? Can't you see I'm busy? Besides,
she gave Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying a dismissive once-over.
Don't you dare look at me like that, she snapped. Can't you understand simple English? Can't you see I'm busy? Besides, look at yourselves. Do you really think you can afford anything in this store?
Trying to impress your girlfriend by pretending to be rich when you clearly can't afford it.
Put.
Chen Yueying timidly tugged at Bai Zhou's sleeve, signaling him with her eyes.
Maybe we should just leave. Let's not buy anything here. Bai Zhou exhaled deeply, patting Chen Yueying's hand to calm her.
Infuriated by the saleswoman's attitude, he pulled out his phone and called John. He gave him the address and said only,
"Be here in 10 minutes. Then he hung up. Oh. Get here within 10 minutes. What, you want to call people to smash up our store? Oh my, I'm so scared.
The saleswoman, her nails freshly painted, said exaggeratedly.
Bai Zhou ignored her completely, giving her only a cold stare before pulling Chen Yueying to sit on the store's sofa. Less than 10 minutes later, John arrived in a fluster.
He'd sensed Bai Zhou's agitation over the phone and dared not delay a moment. He burst into the store and saw Bai Zhou sitting stiffly on the sofa.
He rushed over, eager to ask what had happened. Just then, the sales clerk spotted a foreigner entering and, noticing Bai Zhou and his group approaching, sneered. Hey, what? Think bringing in a foreigner proves you're rich? I know more foreigners than you've ever seen. Who are you trying to impress?
Hearing the saleswoman's words, John roughly pieced together the situation. He leaned close to Bai Zhou and said, Mr. Bai, this brand happens to be under our group's umbrella.
Would you like? You handle this.
Bai Zhou replied coldly.
Yes.
John straightened up, took out his phone, and dialed a number.
Hello, this is John Holly, secretary at LVMH Group headquarters. Who is the counter manager for your brand at Jiangxia Longmei Mall? Have them come see me within 5 minutes. Yes, I'm currently at your store. After hearing this, the saleswoman burst out laughing. What the hell are you playing at? Think a random foreigner making a call will scare anyone? John? That's hilarious. Go ahead and call.
If your phone dies, I'll call you from mine. John ignored her and stood behind Bai Zhou after finishing the call.
Pfft, what a big shot.
The saleswoman spat in disgust. But then something unexpected happened.
Not long after John finished his call, the store manager came running down from the upstairs office, sweating buckets. Noticing her puzzled expression, the manager asked, What are you standing around for? Is Mr. John Holly here? Where is he? John Holly? That name sounds familiar. Wasn't that foreigner on the phone just now claiming to be John Holly?
The saleswoman was a bit dazed, but facing the manager's menacing expression, she pointed tremblingly toward the sofa behind him, swallowed hard, and said, He should be over there. The sales clerk hadn't yet processed what was happening. She'd worked here for 4 or 5 years, and this was the first time she'd ever seen the manager look so tense. What do you mean should be? If this gets messed up, you'll be the one taking the fall. The manager flung his hand in exasperation, then turned to see a foreigner standing behind him, possibly the very person he was looking for. Taking 2 deep breaths, the manager smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes caused by his hasty movements, swallowed hard, and stepped forward cautiously.
"Excuse me, are you Mr. John Holly? 121 John, is Mr. Bai satisfied?" As the man approached, John ignored him and instead looked down at Bai Zhou.
Bai Zhou remained silent, merely waving his hand.
John understood Bai Zhou's stance. Only then did he turn to face the man. "I'm John. Are you the manager of this counter?"
The man looked at John standing there and Bai Zhou seated on the sofa, his heart pounding in his chest.
"What's going on?"
"The company only told me that a big shot named John Holly from headquarters had arrived as secretary from headquarters, who might be here for an inspection. But what's the deal with this young guy? Why is John being so polite to him?"
Hearing John's question, the manager hurriedly bowed deeply with utmost respect. "Good day, Mr. John. I am the manager here. My surname is Chu. Manager Chu." John cut him off. "The store should have surveillance cameras, right?" "Well, yes, we do have them. But what happened that requires reviewing the footage?" John nodded without answering. "Good. Get that saleswoman over there. We'll review the footage together."
After saying this, he turned to Bai Zhou for permission.
Bai Zhou stood up and tilted his head. John understood instantly and turned to Manager Chu. "Lead the way."
Manager Chu didn't understand why they needed to view the surveillance footage, but given the current situation, it clearly wasn't the time for questions.
"So, let's go. Bring that sales clerk along too." The group headed toward the surveillance room. The sales clerk had begun to grasp the situation, though she still didn't fully comprehend its gravity. She'd only seen their manager being deferential toward John, not noticing how John treated Bai Zhou. She figured that even though she'd been a bit disrespectful to John earlier, it probably wasn't a big deal. Ignorance is bliss, right? She figured she'd just need to apologize properly to John later. If that didn't work, she'd pay for a hotel room. Yeah, no need to panic at all.
Convinced she had it all figured out, the sales clerk fluttered her eyelashes at John the entire way, but he paid her no mind whatsoever. Upon reaching the surveillance room, John first brought over 2 chairs for Bai Zhou and ten-yuan to sit down. Then, in a stern tone, he addressed Manager Chu.
"Now play the surveillance footage. Rewind it to 20 minutes ago. Let's see exactly what happened."
Manager Chu was startled by John's tone, his mind racing.
"Oh no, did something happen in the store that he really dislikes?
I hope it's not too serious, or I might lose my position as manager." Praying to the heavens that it wasn't too serious, he slowly activated the surveillance feed to see what had transpired. The footage showed Bai Zhou asking the sales clerk a perfectly normal question, only to be met with a barrage of mockery, harassment, and insults.
John grew angrier by the second.
He suspected Bai Zhou might have been giving the clerk a hard time. Her tone was indeed unpleasant, but he never imagined she'd speak so viciously.
That was Bai Zhou, his direct superior. The second largest shareholder of the world's premier fashion conglomerate. How dare she? How dare she? Worst of all, this store belonged to their very own group.
John was both furious and terrified. If this incident wasn't handled properly and failed to satisfy Bai Zhou, not only would he be packing his bags and heading back to Europe, but he feared the entire upper management of this brand would undergo a complete overhaul.
That would be a real mess.
John never imagined a mere sales clerk would dare speak to Bai Zhou like that.
He couldn't even fathom how furious Bai Zhou must be now. All he could do was try his utmost to satisfy Bai Zhou. No matter the cost, he begged for Bai Zhou's anger to be appeased.
John gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to strangle both the manager and the saleswoman.
He ground out through clenched teeth to Manager Chu. "This is the caliber of your staff?"
Having witnessed John's profound respect for Bai Zhou, coupled with the surveillance footage, Manager Chu couldn't fail to grasp that the secretary from headquarters had come specifically for Bai Zhou.
Facing John's murderous expression, Chu's heart sank. He knew he was finished. All because of that.
Despair filled Manager Chu's bloodshot eyes as he whipped his head around to glare at the sales clerk. The sales clerk was still leisurely manicuring her nails, daydreaming about which hotel would be best to visit after work.
Smack!
Manager Chu swung his arm wide and delivered a resounding slap across her face.
"You! What the hell have you done?" The blow nearly knocked the saleswoman unconscious.
Stars danced before her eyes, and it took her a long moment to regain her senses. When she did, she found Manager Chu, the man who had promoted her after just a few nights together, gripping her throat with his left hand while his right hand relentlessly slapped her face. All the while, he screamed, "Bitch! UING!" Extreme terror gripped the saleswoman's heart. Struggling violently, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Murder!
Manager Chu is murdering me! Help!"
The scene was too gruesome. Bai Zhou had already pulled Chen Yuang into his arms. Such violence couldn't be shown to the child, lest it terrify her.
"Get them apart!" Bai Zhou commanded John.
John nodded and strode forward, grabbing Manager Chu by the collar and yanking him hard, sending him crashing to the floor. The saleswoman who had escaped Chu's grasp knelt weakly on the floor, gasping and sobbing as she cursed. "You bastard Chu!
You heartless piece of trash. Remember when you used to call me baby in bed? I had 3 abortions for you. And this is how you repay me? It's just some foreign secretary. What's there to be so scared of? She still didn't know exactly who she'd provoked. John pushed his glasses up and addressed the saleswoman. You're right. If it were just me, you wouldn't need to be so afraid. But the problem is, you didn't provoke me. John paused, cleared his throat, and declared in a resonant voice. The person you just insulted is Mr. Bai Zhou, the second largest shareholder of LVMH Group, holding shares worth over $30 billion and wielding corresponding decision-making power. And the brand you and manager Chu serve is merely one of many under our conglomerate. The saleswoman was stunned. Such a high-ranking figure had never even appeared in her wildest dreams. And now she had dared to speak insolently to someone like this? Her eyes went completely blank, just like those of manager Chu, who was slumped on the floor. But it wasn't over. Through her dazed consciousness, she faintly heard John say to Bai Zhou, Mr. Bai, I have already reported to the group board of directors, requesting the removal of the current Asia-Pacific general manager and China regional manager, along with other leaders involved in this incident. The board has just issued an emergency approval. I wonder if this resolution meets your expectations, Mr. Bai? 122 Swimwear Limited Edition Chen Yueying. Bai Zhou was actually somewhat surprised. His original intention had merely been to discipline this insolent sales clerk, but he hadn't anticipated John's reaction would be so severe. Not just the sales clerk, the counter manager, regional manager, China division manager, and even the Asia-Pacific general manager had all been dismissed from top to bottom. The most absurd part was that the headquarters board actually approved it. Was the reaction really that extreme? Seeing Bai Zhou's slightly puzzled expression, John realized he didn't understand why his reaction was so intense. That was understandable after all. In all the time he'd been working alongside Bai Zhou, he'd never seen him treat his group shares as anything significant, nor had he ever shown any interest in understanding his position within the company. To put it plainly, the group's largest shareholder was currently a consortium holding shares as a legal entity. But if counting only individual shareholders, Bai Zhou was the largest shareholder. As an individual, Bai Zhou's standing within LVMH could be summed up in one phrase. His word carries immense weight. This is precisely why the board places such importance on Bai Zhou. Should this matter be mishandled, a single word from him could trigger massive turmoil across the entire group. The fallout wouldn't be confined to employees under this brand, even the bigwigs on the board could suffer. To placate Bai Zhou, John, who understood the stakes perfectly, cut through the chaos decisively. He escalated the matter to the board, urging them to decide swiftly whether to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. The answer was obvious. It could only be said that the senior executives of the implicated brands had suffered an undeserved blow. But what could be done? After all, it was their subordinates who had provoked Bai Zhou. Moreover, after this incident, every brand under the LVMH group began prioritizing employee training. They certainly didn't want a similar situation to happen to them one day. Upon learning their demotions stemmed solely from a sales clerk, their morale plummeted. How they would handle the aftermath remained uncertain. But that saleswoman never appeared in Jiangxia again. That was all later. When John emerged from the store, his arms were laden with shopping bags. Knowing Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying had come to buy sunscreen and cosmetics, he promptly selected several sets of the most expensive and highest quality products from the store, offering to carry them for Bai Zhou without a word. Mr. Bai, I can assure you this will never happen again. Whenever you visit any counter under our group's brands, you will never encounter such unprofessional conduct. He raised the bags in his hands. But you can trust this brand. After all, it's our own product. The quality and effectiveness are guaranteed. I picked these out for you. Do you have enough? Do you like them? Bai Zhou squeezed Chen Yueying's hand and asked her. What do you think? If you don't like them, shall we try another store? Chen Yueying had never experienced such treatment before. Though her family was well off, luxury items costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per set were something she'd only ever dreamed of casually picking up until her hands grew heavy. How could she possibly be dissatisfied? Yet, fearing she might cause trouble for Bai Zhou, she suppressed her eager desire and reluctantly agreed, whispering to him. But, won't this cause trouble for you? Seeing her inner turmoil, Bai Zhou felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He gently reassured her. Not at all. These are just trifles. If you want them, take them. John chimed in at that moment. Indeed, Miss Chen. These items are truly insignificant. Moreover, to compensate for the impact this incident has had on you, our group has specially designated you as a super VIP. From now on, any brand under our group will be complimentary to you. What? Free? Chen Yueying was stunned. But she quickly realized the reason for this astonishing compensation was entirely because of the boy beside her. Her gaze turned to Bai Zhou, filled with admiration. Bai Zhou, basking in Chen Yueying's gaze, felt immensely pleased. He gave John a subtle nod. This tool was truly a gem. Seeing the satisfied look on Bai Zhou's face, John finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it was all resolved perfectly.
Thank goodness Mr. Bai was such a magnanimous person. Otherwise. Just as John was thinking this, he heard Bai Zhou say with a smile. Alright, stop standing there. Since you're here, lend us a hand. Come shopping with us and help carry a few things. John, already holding 2 bags full of cosmetics, nodded eagerly. This was the first time Bai Zhou had ever allowed him to accompany him privately. It was just a little help carrying things, nothing could stop him now, not even a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. This was Bai Zhou's way of acknowledging him further. Sure thing. And so, an odd trio emerged in the mall. Up front, a handsome guy and a pretty girl strolled and chatted cheerfully. Trailing behind them was a foreigner weighed down by shopping bags, peering cautiously at the floor through the gaps in the packaging while occasionally bursting into laughter to liven up the mood. The sales assistants at the counters who witnessed the scene no longer dared to underestimate the seemingly ordinary young couple. After all, the brands on the foreigners' shopping bags were one more prestigious than the next. Their eyes were filled with nothing but envy. Oh, how I wish I could shop like that someday. I wonder what it feels like to buy so many luxury items at once. What followed was straightforward and decisive. Bai Zhou simply observed Chen Yueying's expression. The moment he detected even the slightest hint of interest, he waved his hand decisively and instructed John. Wrap it up. When it came time to pay, John swiftly swiped his card first and explained to Bai Zhou. Mr. Bai Zhou, this card I'm carrying is a special VIP black card prepared for you by the group headquarters. All your expenses charged to this card will be reimbursed. So please allow me to cover these bills. For any future shopping needs, just let me know and I'll handle it. Or you can bring me along, I'll take care of the payments and carry your bags. Bai Zhou pondered for a moment. Having someone so considerate and thoughtful by his side would be quite convenient and save him a lot of trouble. He nodded and agreed. After an afternoon of sweeping through stores and indulging their shopping cravings, Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying returned happily to Bai Zhou's home. Earlier that afternoon, while picking out a swimsuit for Chen Yueying, she hadn't tried it on due to shyness. Instead, she'd promised Bai Zhou she'd model it for him once they finished shopping and returned to his place. Bai Zhou readily agreed. Chen Yueying in a swimsuit, he'd never seen that before. Though he could sense she had a great figure, he'd never had the chance to see it with his own eyes. Today, he'd finally get to see it. 123 little buddy, you've really hit the jackpot. After shopping all afternoon, even though John handled all the carrying and paying, they both felt pretty exhausted. Bai Zhou was fine, his physical stamina was solid, but Chen Yueying was done. The moment they got home, she collapsed onto the couch. I want water, ice cold. Chen Yueying whined at Bai Zhou. Turning on the AC, Bai Zhou stood up, grabbed 2 bottles of soda from the fridge, twisted them open, and handed one to Chen Yueying. Seeing how exhausted she was, he teased. You're no good at this either? Didn't you say girls have unlimited stamina when shopping? How come you're so tired? Chen Yueying took a sip of water and whined. When we're shopping, finding cute clothes keeps us going. Once we get home, it's time to rest properly. Now that you mention it, Yueying, aren't you forgetting something? Huh? What is it? Chen Yueying saw the mischievous smile on Bai Zhou's face and suddenly remembered something. Her face flushed bright red all the way to her ears. That. I'm really tired right now. I need to rest properly. Only after resting well can I go try on that thing. Bai Zhou's smile grew even wider. I thought you were going to say you forgot. Glad you didn't. No worries, just get some rest now. Need a massage service? No. Chen Yueying was so flustered she could barely speak, burying her head in the sofa cushions like an ostrich. Bai Zhou chuckled softly and let her off for now. But even though Bai Zhou didn't bring it up again, Chen Yueying couldn't stand being stared at with that teasing look any longer. It's just a swimsuit. I'll wear it. With that, Chen Yueying stomped off into the bedroom, clutching the bag containing the swimsuit. Bai Zhou lay back on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, smiling. You agreed to this. Besides, you'll have to wear it when we go to Cheongnan anyway. I just wanted to see it beforehand. In the bedroom, Chen Yueying caught her reflection in the mirror wearing the swimsuit and felt too embarrassed to step out. The one Bai Zhou picked out for her was way too skimpy. This kind of swimsuit seemed to have a specific name. What was it called? Dead stock swimsuit? The name alone sounded anything but proper. Chen Yueying quickly changed into another swimsuit she'd picked out herself, a fully covered style. As she slipped it on, a sly thought crossed her mind. Anyway, I only agreed to show you me in a swimsuit, I never promised which one I'd wear. Ha! Glancing around, Chen Yueying was satisfied nothing that shouldn't be exposed was showing. She straightened her back, lifted her chin, and walked out of the bedroom with confidence. Clang! Adding a playful sound effect to her entrance, she appeared before Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou opened his eyes to find Chen Yueying standing before him in a light blue one-piece swimsuit. Though it wasn't the one he'd picked out, he felt not a hint of disappointment. He knew she'd be too embarrassed to wear that one. His insistence on buying it had been purely for his own twisted amusement. Even this swimsuit satisfied him completely. The form-fitting material perfectly accentuated Chen Yueying's curvaceous figure. Damn, this girl really had an amazing figure. Bai Zhou admired her from head to toe, unable to suppress a sigh of praise.
Who knew you had such hidden assets, Yueying?
Hearing Bai Zhou's praise, Chen Yueying still felt a bit shy, but instead of looking away, she lifted her chest proudly and met his gaze. After locking eyes for a moment, Chen Yueying finally broke the gaze and slipped back into the bedroom as if escaping, leaving only Bai Zhou's hearty laughter echoing behind her. Time flew by, and by late September, Bai Zhou was ready to take Chen Yueying to Changnan. John had already booked their flights in advance, and accommodations along with a shuttle service were arranged on Changnan Island. They had nothing to worry about. All they needed to do was pack their bags and go.
Xiangnan Island. Here we come.
Upon arriving at Shuanya Airport, Chen Yueying's excitement surged. It was her first time here, and everything around her felt utterly fresh. Wow! Bai Zhou, there are so many coconut trees here.
Look! There really are coconuts on the trees. So many.
Hey, Bai Zhou, what if the coconuts fall from these tall trees and hit someone when they're ripe? People here really love riding electric scooters. Why is that?
Chen Yueying was now like a curious little kid pestering Bai Zhou with questions left and right.
Bai Zhou didn't answer, just looked at her with affection, letting her fuss. Once they arrived at the hotel, Chen Yueying realized she'd unknowingly worked up quite a sweat. Wow, it's so hot in here. I'm drenched in sweat. I think I'll take a shower first.
Sure, go ahead. I'll shower after you, then we'll go out to eat.
Okay, you go first.
Chen Yueying gently pushed Bai Zhou into the living room before closing the door firmly.
Bai Zhou shrugged, not making a big deal of it. Chen Yueying agreeing to share a room with him was already generous enough. It was only natural for a young girl to feel shy. Speaking of which, John really did a solid job handling things. When booking the room, he hadn't asked Bai Zhou how many rooms to reserve.
Instead, he'd taken the initiative and booked just one, a deluxe presidential suite.
He even specifically chose a time when Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying were together to report this to Bai Zhou, explaining that only one room was available because the Golden Week holiday had caused an overwhelming number of tourists to flock to Changnan, making rooms extremely hard to book. Chen Yueying immediately expressed understanding and thanked John for all his hard work. Only after he left did she ask Bai Zhou shyly.
There's only one bed in that room. Bai Zhou suppressed a smile.
Of course there's only one bed in one room.
Oh. Then what should we do? Don't worry, presidential suites usually have 2 bedrooms.
Even so, Chen Yueying still felt a bit conflicted about spending the next 7 days sharing a room with Bai Zhou. Not because of anything else, but that feeling of both dread and anticipation.
Don't think young girls are clueless.
Later, John privately apologized to Bai Zhou, explaining he actually had connections to book as many rooms as needed. But after deliberating, he decided to book just one room on his own, citing concerns about Chen Yueying's safety and so on. At that moment, Bai Zhou had a realization. The greatest benefit of holding those shares in LVMH Group wasn't anything else, but having John as his tool.
How to put it? He was just too considerate.
Watching John plead earnestly for punishment, Bai Zhou had little to say. He simply ordered John off duty for 7 days, then turned around and sent him a hefty sum, calling it a reward for his contributions during this period.
What was this? It was paid vacation.
This little brother John's path just keeps getting wider.
124 crashing a viral livestream?
After Bai Zhou finished showering, the two of them, feeling refreshed, prepared to head out for a stroll and find somewhere to eat. By the time they stepped outside, evening had fallen. The heat wasn't as intense as when they first arrived, and a breeze brought a pleasant coolness. Bai Zhou had planned to take the car John had arranged for them, but as they reached the door, Chen Yueying suddenly suggested to Bai Zhou,
"Why don't we ride electric scooters like everyone else? That's how people get around here."
Bai Zhou saw no reason not to. After all, this trip was meant to accompany her, so naturally he would indulge her wishes.
Sounds good. I'll go check with the hotel if they have helmets or anything. I see everyone here wearing them when they ride.
The service at the hotel John had arranged was impeccable. Upon hearing Bai Zhou's request, they not only provided suitable helmets but also prepared 2 brand new electric bikes for them. It must be said, the reason so many people here ride electric bikes is simply because it's genuinely comfortable. The sea breeze blowing in their faces carried away the heat, while the moist air prevented their skin from feeling parched. It was truly delightful. Chen Yueying rode ahead, her laughter crisp and clear. Bai Zhou followed behind with a gentle smile, watching her dark hair dance in the wind, feeling a profound sense of peace. Under the streetlights, the two of them weaved through the dappled shadows cast by the trees.
Chen Yueying slowed down, riding alongside Bai Zhou.
"Bai Zhou, this place is so nice.
Not too crowded, beautiful surroundings, and the air is great.
We should come here often,"
Chen Yueying happily imagined.
Bai Zhou agreed with her. This place was indeed lovely, and it felt quite comfortable to linger here.
"Sure. Whenever you want to come, and whenever I'm free, we can come anytime."
The two of them rode leisurely, aimlessly, until they spotted a noodle shop by the roadside.
Chen Yueying wanted to eat there, so they had dinner there before continuing their bike ride. As they rode, they seemed to arrive at the entrance of a park. Chen Yueying stopped her bike. "Should we go in and take a look? A stroll after dinner is good for the digestion."
"Sure. Bai Zhou saw no reason not to, they were just wandering anyway.
Holding Bai Zhou's hand, Chen Yueying walked briskly with excitement. Why are you so happy today? You weren't this excited even when we went shopping last time. Bai Zhou couldn't help but ask with a smile. Chen Yueying blinked her big eyes at Bai Zhou. No way. I'm just as happy now. That time was fun, and this time is fun too.
Why is that? Bai Zhou tilted his head and asked softly. Chen Yueying suddenly turned her head away and fell silent, but under the streetlight, Bai Zhou could still see her cheeks had flushed red.
He pressed on. Why exactly? Oh, you're so annoying. Because of you, because of you, because of you.
Chen Yueying stamped her foot in exasperation, yet still uttered the words that made her blush.
I'm happy too. Because you're happy.
Bai Zhou withdrew his gaze, watching the distant crowd as he murmured softly. Chen Yueying whipped her head around.
Ha? What did you say? I didn't catch that, say it again. You didn't catch that? But I suddenly forgot, what was I saying just now? You. I don't care, I want to hear it. But I really forgot. Maybe someone would have to kiss me to jog my memory.
Oh dear, I just don't know if that someone would want to listen. Chen Yueying stomped her foot in frustration, but seeing Bai Zhou's innocent expression, she felt utterly helpless. She took a deep breath. Chen Yueying closed her eyes and stood on tiptoe. As Chen Yueying drew closer, Bai Zhou slowly closed his eyes too.
Guys, double tap 666. Double tap non-stop, pranks never stop. Next, we'll randomly select another passerby to prank.
Just as their lips were about to touch, an irritating voice cut through the air behind them. Chen Yueying, already shy, immediately chickened out at the sudden intrusion of another voice. She hastily opened her eyes and scanned the surroundings.
Bai Zhou was startled too.
The mood had been perfectly set, but this sudden interruption was hard to swallow. Frowning, Bai Zhou turned to see a bald guy shouting into his phone as if no one else existed.
Thanks for the gift, bro. You're the man, dude. Alright. While the audience is still engaged, let's move straight into the next segment.
The bald host looked up and locked eyes with Bai Zhou.
Hey, you. You're the one.
Watch the host pull off a stunt for everyone. With that, he raised his phone and strode toward Bai Zhou and his companion. Bai Zhou watched this clueless guy treating him and Chen Yueying like live stream props, and his already sour mood soured even more.
Hey, buddy. What are you doing over there?
The bald streamer wasn't tall, he only came up to Bai Zhou's chin, barely taller than Chen Yueying. Bai Zhou looked down at him with a cold, stern expression.
What's with that look, bro? Listen up, I'm live streaming right now.
Play along nicely, and you might go viral tomorrow.
Don't believe me? Check this out.
Fearing Bai Zhou wouldn't believe him, he raised his phone high to show Bai Zhou his livestream.
See that? Over 200,000 viewers. Look at all these comments.
The screen was flooded with comments.
Wow. This random guy is so handsome. Holy crap, this guy's got it. He's only a tiny bit better looking than me. Just a little? Typo? More like a billion times hotter. Bald guy. I need this guy's full info within 3 minutes. Watching the bullet comments multiply and his popularity soar, the bald streamer's mouth practically split from ear to ear. Who'd have thought today would be his lucky day?
To encounter such a high-quality passerby. He'd better seize this massive audience to gain followers like crazy. Bald guy made up his mind, but he didn't notice Bai Zhou's uneasy expression.
He kept pushing his luck. Alright. Anyone wanting this guy's contact info, send the streamer some gifts. Hit 500,000 viewers and I'll get it for you right now.
Bald guy was already hyped up. As the livestream's popularity soared, a flood of new viewers poured in. They were all drawn in by Bai Zhou's face on the cover.
Wow.
Just as I thought, I clicked in because of that handsome guy on the cover, and I'm not disappointed.
I can do this. I really can. Gifts? No problem. Sisters got you covered.
Watching the live stream's soaring metrics and tonight's massive gift count, Bald guy was completely immersed in the joy of raking in the cash. Just then, a deep voice echoed from above.
You're streaming my face without my permission, aren't you? 125 had been discovered by the viewers.
The sudden, cold voice of Bai Zhou caught the bald streamer off guard.
What the hell? Do I need your permission for this?
Come to think of it, the random passers-by the bald streamer had previously filmed were all pre-arranged plants. For the sake of entertainment value, the performances were heavily staged. Plus, they weren't professional actors, so it always felt stiff. It might have been novel at first, but after a while, the regular viewers stopped buying it. Today, he decided to go all out.
To revive his stream's popularity, he opted for authenticity, and that's when he encountered Bai Zhou.
The effect was great, you could even say tonight's stream was the peak of his broadcasting career. But he never anticipated Bai Zhou would say what he did. In his mind, I'm a famous streamer giving you free airtime, that's me doing you a favor.
Why do I need your permission?
Bald guy was quick to retort.
What's the problem? I streamed you and you went viral. You're still not satisfied? You're crazy.
Some die-hard fans of the bald guy in the chat chimed in.
Exactly. We're doing you an absolute favor by streaming you for free, you know, buddy. Why do we need your permission? This kid's got no sense of gratitude. Why so cocky? If I stream you, what else do you want? He's got a handsome face, but his brain must be missing a few screws. These comments gave the bald streamer a boost of confidence. He grinned. See that? Look what people are saying about you. Stop spouting this nonsense in the future. Just stay put. What's there to be so cocky about? We're streaming you as a favor. Got it? Bai Zhou felt like laughing. Arguing with someone like this was beneath him, but the guy had ruined the mood and soured his day. Normally, Bai Zhou wouldn't even glance at someone like him. But dealing with him was simple. He wanted to gain followers by flaunting his looks? Well, Bai Zhou would just turn around and walk away. Gain followers? Dream on. Looking down at the bald head, Bai Zhou curled his lip in disdain, grabbed Chen Yueying's hand, and turned to leave. The streamer was dumbfounded. Hey! Where are you going? Come back. I'm not done streaming yet. This was his golden goose today. He didn't even need to do anything special, just stand in front of the camera, and those young women and housewives would flood in, showering him with gifts. He'd already raked in nearly 50,000 yuan in gifts in just a few moments, more than his entire monthly earnings. How could bald guy possibly let Bai Zhou walk away so easily? He hurriedly scrambled after Bai Zhou and his companion. Hey! Stop right there! Don't move! Did you hear me when I spoke to you? Bald guy caught up to Bai Zhou, panting heavily. But seeing Bai Zhou's grim expression, he didn't dare make a move. He just blocked Bai Zhou's path, holding his phone high and pointing it at him. You got a problem, kid? Huh? Can't you understand a word I say? I told you to stand there. Why won't you stand still? I'm not done filming yet. Bai Zhou was getting annoyed. Just then, a bold comment popped up in bald guy's livestream. Huh? This guy looks familiar. Is it Bai Zhou? The chat exploded with excitement. Yeah. I was wondering why the cover looked so familiar. It's Bai Zhou. It really is my husband. Wow, I can actually see him here. So happy. Is this Bai Zhou's livestream? If it is, I'm following him right now. The torrent of comments instantly drowned out the bald guy's die-hard fans' messages. Now the entire screen was flooded with the words Bai Zhou. The bald streamer, who was about to thank viewers for gifts, froze in shock at the barrage of comments. Bai Zhou? Who is Bai Zhou? Is he Bai Zhou? The bald guy asked blankly. Could this kid be some big streamer? But wait, he'd been using this streaming platform for ages and knew nearly every major streamer on it. He'd never seen anyone named Bai Zhou before? Could he be a new sensation I haven't heard of yet? This was getting complicated. If this Bai Zhou really is a streamer, he must know I made a killing off him tonight. What if he comes looking for a cut? The bald streamer panicked. You're Bai Zhou, right? Let me make this clear, I've already driven traffic to your stream. Don't you dare make any more demands. I'm a streamer with over 100,000 followers. You're getting a steal without paying me promotion fees. Bai Zhou couldn't make heads or tails of what he was saying. All he could feel was a growing irritation at the sight of the bald streamer's face. He slowly approached the bald man, his expressionless face half hidden by the night. With utter disgust, Bai Zhou said, "This is my final warning. Get out of my sight immediately." The bald man flinched at Bai Zhou's glare, swallowing unconsciously. The night wind felt unusually strong tonight. Why was he suddenly so cold? But with more and more viewers flooding the livestream, he dared not lose face in front of such a crowd. How could he possibly survive in the live streaming world afterward? The bald man feigned bravado. You, don't come any closer. What's wrong with a big streamer? Does being a big streamer give you the right to bully people? Get away from me. The viewers in the livestream also sensed something was off, especially Bai Zhou's fans. They realized this stream didn't seem to belong to Bai Zhou, and Bai Zhou himself didn't look too thrilled about being filmed by that bald guy. So they started questioning the streamer. Wait, what's going on? Our Bai Zhou already told you to stop filming, why are you still doing it? You shameless jerk. Didn't you get it when brother Bai Zhou told you to disappear? Using our Bai Zhou's name to gain followers. Disgusting. Sisters. Don't follow this stream. Report him. Yeah. Report him. Riding on our Bai Zhou's coattails. Disgusting. At this point, the bald guy's die-hard fans started firing back. Who the hell are you guys? What kind of troublemakers are you? This is our bald guy's livestream. Room admin, get to work. Where did you Bai Zhou even come from? If it weren't for bald guy's livestream, I'd never have heard of you. But their efforts were utterly crushed by Bai Zhou's fans. Even when the stream's moderators went all out, it was useless. Their scattered counter-arguments were quickly drowned out by Bai Zhou's fans' relentless accusations, becoming invisible. Bald brother watched the chaos escalate, pacing like a caged animal. If this kept up, his channel might get banned. He dared not point the camera at Bai Zhou anymore. Instead, he turned it toward himself and shouted at the raucous crowd in the chat, his voice trembling with emotion. Is your big shot streamer so great? Is this how you bully people? Bringing your fans to crash my little streamer's channel? Have you no shame?
As he spoke, the bald streamer suddenly realized this might be an opportunity. He quickly changed his tune, pouring fuel on the raging fire of the chaotic chat. "He's riding my coattails," he declared. "Folks, speak up for me. If I hadn't streamed him, would any of you even know this guy existed? It's more like he's leeching off my fame. You agree, right?" With that, the bald guy quickly ended his stream, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Keep arguing. The louder you fight, the more publicity I get. So what if he's a big streamer? He's still riding my coattails. Who's riding whose coattails here? After pulling this stunt, bald guy completely forgot his own precarious situation. Don't forget, Bai Zhou was still lurking nearby, waiting for his chance. Already annoyed by the interruption, Bai Zhou was in a foul mood. Now this obnoxious guy was stirring up trouble. Though he initially didn't want to stoop to trash his level, Bai Zhou was no longer willing to let him off the hook. Bai Zhou would make him understand that certain actions come with consequences. He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the bald guy. "Hey! What are you doing? Why are you taking my picture?" The bald man demanded the moment he noticed. But Bai Zhou ignored him, simply sending the photo to John and then dialing his number. "This person streamed me on a live platform without my consent. How is this usually handled?" John sensed Bai Zhou's agitation in his tone and understood the man's actions had angered him. He wisely advised. For most people, handling the aftermath and offering a token compensation would suffice. But given your status, Mr. Bai Zhou, if we pursue legal action, the person in the photo couldn't pay even if they sold everything they own. The evidence is clear-cut, and our group has world-class legal teams. I'll contact them immediately to assist you in handling this matter. Bai Zhou murmured a quiet alright before hanging up. He cast one final glance at the visibly flustered bald-headed streamer, then turned and walked away, holding Chen Yueying's hand. In Bai Zhou's eyes, this reckless streamer was already a broken man. Yet the bald guy remained oblivious to his impending doom. After Bai Zhou left, he was still caught up in a post-traumatic excitement. No wonder Bai Zhou's aura was overwhelming. Even though Bai Zhou hadn't done anything to him, the sheer pressure made him feel suffocated just standing nearby. Still, seeing Bai Zhou merely snap a photo before leaving, he couldn't help but grin. He muttered under his breath toward Bai Zhou's retreating figure. "Haha, lucky you left fast. If you'd lingered, I'd have flopped right on the ground. Won't ask for much, just 80 grand. Big streamer my ass. Even you have to play nice with this bald bro. Taking pictures? Scaring who? Put. Bald guy is a master of mental victory. After venting his anger, he began scheming about how to leverage this live streaming spat to attract a ton of attention. Though bald guy may not have much formal education, he's never short on street smarts. Otherwise, how else could he make a living solely through prank-filled livestreams without any real talent? He sent a message to his fan group. That kid streaming tonight is just plain ungrateful. Bald guy, was being generous enough to stream him for free to boost his visibility, and he actually says I can't stream him without his permission? Talk about having the nerve to bite the hand that feeds him. His die-hard fans in the group immediately chimed in. Yeah, bald brother, that kid's got some nerve. No matter how big he thinks he is, if it weren't for bald brother's stream, I'd never have heard of him. He's getting something for nothing and still acting all high and mighty. Exactly. Especially his fans, they're clearly just a bunch of shallow women who only care about looks. And to claim bald brother is riding his coattails? Twisting the truth like that is laughable. Suddenly, a fan in the group panicked and blurted out. Oh no, bald brother. Your videos got flooded with hate. The comments are all calling you a freeloader. Bald guy froze. Wait, is that kid really that good at organizing people? How long has it even been? He's already mobilized his fans to cause trouble here? He had no idea this was just a spontaneous campaign by Bai Zhou's fans. Bai Zhou himself was completely unaware. But bald guy didn't panic. More comments meant more buzz. He just needed to rally his own fans to fight back. Negative attention was still attention. As long as it made money, who cared? With that thought, he quickly mobilized the fans in the group who loved a good show, urging them to confront Bai Zhou's supporters. Go ahead, don't hold back. Whoever shines brightest gets moderator status. Family, you've got to show some fight. Our bald army can't let a bunch of sissies push us around or everyone look down on us. So, a small group of die-hard fans and a larger crowd of bored pranksters started trading barbs with Bai Zhou's followers in the comments section of Bald Brother's video. The surging comment count kept boosting the video's popularity, leaving Bald Brother grinning from ear to ear. Bai Zhou, huh? He might not be much of a person, but this kid really is my lucky charm. Let me see, if this video keeps going like this, the views will definitely keep climbing. Then I'll make even more money. Haha, I'll cash out at the end of the month. He was completely unaware that the comments section had already become a one-sided battle. What kind of people made up his fanbase? A handful of brain-dead die-hard fans, plus a majority just looking for a laugh. As for people with real firepower? You could say there wasn't a single one. On Bai Zhou's side, though, the firepower was absurd. You gotta remember, today's fangirls aren't pushovers. When they start a flame war, their typing speed alone could leave anyone in the dust. So in Bald Guy's comments section, you'd see a single Bai Zhou fan replying with over 10 sentences, each one a complex, non-repetitive long sentence. Meanwhile, Bald Guy's fans could barely muster insults like idiot or NT, words utterly toothless in the eyes of these star-chasing girls. The scene resembled Loki being grabbed by the heel by the Hulk. The trolls had long been thrown into a daze and fled the battlefield, while the remaining die-hard fans faced the relentless onslaught, cursing their parents for not giving them 10 extra hands.
They couldn't even react in time.
The disparity in combat prowess was staggering.
Bystanders drawn in by the surging heat saw the comments section and instantly recognized this Bald Guy's sleazy tactics.
They promptly followed the advice in the top comments.
Sisters, don't rush off. Just hit report and spit on him.
Soon after, the Bald Guy, still basking in the euphoria of his video's skyrocketing views, was shocked to find his video had vanished.
He frantically contacted customer service, only to be told by the support agent.
Due to an overwhelming number of reports received in a short period, the platform has decided to take down this video for various reasons.
Bald Guy panicked. But what about the video's incentives? All those views should mean a lot of money for me. What about the money? The customer service representative replied in a gentle tone.
I'm sorry, sir, but when a video is taken down due to quality issues, all its data is invalidated. Naturally, there will be no rewards. Bald Guy slumped to the floor, taking a long moment to recover.
My money. 127 sent him a song of sorrow.
The Bald Guy finally realized something was off. This kid Bai Zhou seems to have some serious fans.
No way, gotta find someone to check out this guy's background ASAP.
Bald Guy hurriedly called his trusted big brother.
Hello?
Big brother.
I think I'm in trouble.
A steady baritone answered on the other end.
Ha? What's up? Boss. You know this guy Bai Zhou? He's some kind of streamer or something, got a ton of fans. We had a little disagreement and his fans flooded my video. Bai Zhou?
The voice on the other end shifted, growing slightly urgent.
Is he that guy who looks super young, like 20 or so, and is crazy handsome with an amazing physique?
Bald brother froze, puzzled.
Bro, how'd you know? That's the guy. What's his background? Holy.
A perfectly enunciated exclamation rang out over the phone, followed by his big brother frantically saying,
Alright, don't say another word. I'm hanging up. Oh, and you better not tell anyone you know me, got it?
If you can't keep your mouth shut, just wait till I get my hands on you. Bald Guy stared blankly at the busy signal on his phone.
Had he really detected fear in his big brother's voice? Was it just his imagination? Smack.
Bald Guy slapped himself hard across the face.
Wait, that hurt. Holy. He finally understood. His big brother, who ruled like a tyrant in a northern province of China, was actually afraid of that Bai Zhou? No way. What the hell was he supposed to do now?
Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, this big shot pondered for a while. He decided he couldn't pin his hopes on a migrant worker whose highest education was 4th grade.
He hurriedly summoned his secretary into the office. Go issue a statement right now.
Declare that Bald Brother, the streamer on that platform, has been terminated.
His actions have nothing to do with me whatsoever, it's entirely his own responsibility. Hurry up. You have half an hour to get this statement out. Ha? But boss, isn't Bald Guy your good buddy? How? Cut the ing nonsense. You still want this job? Do as I say. Yes.
The secretary ran out to do the job, completely baffled.
She couldn't understand what had gotten into her boss. Wasn't he usually the most loyal guy around?
He always looked out for his brothers under him.
Why was he acting like this today?
Back in the office, the boss slumped in his chair. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he muttered to himself, utterly drained.
Damn it. That bald-headed idiot actually pissed off that guy. And he wants me to smooth things over for him? He's dragging me down with him.
Before Big Brother's eyes flashed the memory of his own uncle, Lu Qi, who had offended Bai Zhou.
The result?
He lost everything and ended up behind bars. Big Brother had seen it with his own eyes. If his uncle, once a titan of the domestic fashion industry, couldn't stand up to Bai Zhou, how could his own puny frame withstand the man's wrath? He couldn't let 20 years of hard work and family legacy go down the drain because of some idiot. He had to cut ties with him immediately. The next day, LVMH Group's in-house legal team arrived in Xiangnan, heading straight to Bai Zhou's hotel. Accompanying them was the renowned toolman, John. Mr. Bai, this is Mr. Jones, a globally renowned human rights lawyer and our team's foremost authority on personality rights. This gentleman is a top-tier attorney from Baker McKenzie, the world's largest law firm, and will lead the team serving you.
And this is...
Under John's introduction, Bai Zhou met with 7 top-tier lawyers from around the world.
Chen Yueying watched the scene unfold in astonishment. She couldn't help but whisper to Bai Zhou. Is it really necessary to mobilize such a large team for a minor portrait rights infringement?
Before Bai Zhou could explain, John turned to Chen Yueying with a serious expression.
Miss Chen, this is entirely justified.
It's not merely about Mr. Bai Zhou, it concerns the reputation of our LVMH group.
As our second largest shareholder, we spare no effort to resolve even the smallest issue for Mr. Bai Zhou. This is also because our headquarters is currently planning a multi-billion-dollar acquisition, leaving us short-staffed. Otherwise, we would have brought at least 20 top-tier lawyers, a truly elite team. At this point, John bowed to Bai Zhou and apologized. Please understand, Mr. Bai Zhou, we simply cannot spare more personnel at this moment. However, I can assure you that even with just these 7, they will resolve this matter flawlessly for you. Bai Zhou was already accustomed to this. To him, these top-tier lawyers whose mere appearance fees ran into the hundreds of thousands of dollars were no different from John. They were all just tools. Of course, he wouldn't withhold the proper respect after all. Bai Zhou was a polite young man. Very well. I'm placing full responsibility for this matter in your capable hands. John, please see to it that these experts are well taken care of. John nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Bai, leave it to me. With this troublesome matter resolved, Bai Zhou felt lighthearted as he pulled Chen Yueying out to enjoy their vacation. After all, holidays were meant to be savored. Back at the hotel, the top-tier lawyers had already commenced their investigation and research with John's assistance. We've prepared the evidence thoroughly on our end. Yes, we've got everything covered, both the video footage and the witnesses are ready. Is there any entity that can be held accountable behind this bald-headed streamer? No. A company previously closely associated with him issued an urgent statement yesterday distancing itself from him. Wow, that was quick. Seems like this boss is a smart one. Then let's focus our attention on this bald streamer. Right. We need to figure out how to implement the most appropriate punishment for him. I think we should. Listening to this group of top-tier litigators buzzing with discussion, John, who was assisting them, couldn't help but silently mourn for the streamer who crossed Bai Zhou. Why did you have to pick a fight with Bai Zhou? I don't know whether to commend his courage or mock his blindness. But I hear this streamer doesn't have much education, and his IQ seems a bit questionable too. No wonder things turned out this way. Either way, this guy is done for. John suddenly felt inspired and began softly humming a Chinese song he'd recently learned for the self-destructive streamer. The cool moonlight turns my longing for you to frost. 128 words made him fork over his entire fortune. The matter was actually quite straightforward and resolved swiftly. The only crucial factor was that the protagonist was Bai Zhou. With these top-tier lawyers collaborating, the entire matter was sorted out in under 3 hours. The next step was implementation. John was quite adept at this sort of thing. Though he could have easily delegated it, he knew better than to take Bai Zhou lightly. Armed with the lawyer's letter, he set out to find that bald-headed streamer. After a half-hour drive, John arrived at a nearby small town. Facing the large yet distinctly nouveau riche-looking compound, he took a moment in the car to adjust his appearance. After all, he represented Bai Zhou's reputation, no room for carelessness. Moments later, radiating an aura that instantly marked him as a successful man, John stepped out of the car and approached the door, knocking lightly. 2 golden door knockers hung on the vermilion gate, clanging loudly with each tap. Who is it? Stop knocking, you're killing me. A coarse female voice bellowed from inside. The door swung open to reveal a stout, middle-aged woman with permed curls, standing there with obvious impatience. Her expression froze upon seeing the foreigner standing outside, a young man who clearly wasn't ordinary. Her tone softened as she spoke. Oh my. This foreign lad is quite handsome. That nose, those eyes. I bet that blonde hair is real. John's mouth twitched. Hello, I speak Chinese. I'm here to see Du Dafu. Du Dafu was the bald guy's name. Realizing her comment had been overheard, the woman showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she praised him. Oh my. Your Chinese is pretty good. You're looking for my husband? Hold on. She even flashed John a flirtatious wink, nearly making him vomit the contents of his stomach. Then a woman's booming voice echoed from the courtyard. Dafu. Du Dafu. You lazy good-for-nothing, still sleeping. Get your butt up this instant. Some foreign guy is looking for you. Blue eyes, blonde hair. What the hell is all this racket so early in the morning? Don't you know what time I went to bed last night? Don't bull me. After the state you were in last night, I'm not even going to lecture you. I'll just give you a couple of shoves, that's all. Why are you sulking? And don't get me started, you've been gobbling down all those goji berries and oysters I bought for you. Why can't you get it up when it counts? Hey! Listen to yourself, you old hag. When have I ever failed to perform? Stop messing around. Don't you know what you look like? Get up now. There's someone waiting outside the door. A foreigner. Looks like he's loaded. The moment he heard the words rich people, Du Dafu, who'd been dragging his feet in bed, suddenly perked up. He'd just lost a chunk of money because his video got taken down. Now a rich person was showing up? He was going to make up for it. As for why this wealthy foreigner sought him out, Du Dafu didn't bother pondering that. Anyway, everyone who came looking for him before either wanted to partner with him or wanted him to promote their products in his live stream. Basically, they were all here to bring him money. And this one was a foreigner with deep pockets? He'd make sure to fleece him thoroughly. Honey, tonight we're treating ourselves. Seafood feast. Du Dafu threw on a pair of boxers, slipped into his slippers, and dashed out the door, buzzing with excitement. Look at you, you bear. Got it, honey? Eat your fill tonight, then show me what you've got when we get home. Du Dafu pretended not to hear her, muttering under his breath as he dashed out. Perform my ass. Oomph. If I had the energy, I'd go find those ladies and girls instead of wasting it on you. Really? Seeing John, Du Dafu was still taken aback despite some mental preparation, for this foreigner was entirely different from any he'd encountered before. He mustered up all his enthusiasm, plastered on a fawning smile, and hurried forward to shake John's hand. Oh my goodness. What can I call you, brother? John maintained a professional smile, ignoring the hands Du Dafu extended toward him. You must be Du Dafu. My name is John. Oh my. Brother John. Come in, come in. Look at my silly wife, she doesn't even know to invite guests inside first. I'll have to give her a piece of my mind later. No need. I'm here to deliver a lawyer's letter. A lawyer's letter? What's that? Du Dafu was confused. He thought John had come to discuss a business partnership. A lawyer's letter? Never heard of it. Some new kind of partnership? John pulled a legal notice and a document from his bag and handed them to Du Dafu. Take a good look. Because of your actions, we've decided to sue you. You'll receive a court summons in a few days. Though Du Dafu didn't know what a lawyer's letter was, he understood lawsuits and court summonses. You're suing me? Why are you suing me? John merely smiled as he watched him. Du Dafu quickly looked down at the papers in his hands. One of them was the legal notice John had mentioned. It essentially stated that Du Dafu had infringed upon Bai Zhou's portrait rights by broadcasting his image without permission. Furthermore, since Bai Zhou was the second largest shareholder of LVMH Group, the lawsuit would be filed in the company's name. He knew about LVMH thanks to his spendthrift mother. Though she looked tough, she had a passion for beauty, especially after Du Dafu started making money from live streaming. She became even more obsessed with buying luxury goods. That kid Bai Zhou is just some internet celebrity. When did he become a shareholder of LVMH? Du Dafu gasped in shock. The second document in his hand had been specially prepared by John, intended to make Du Dafu understand exactly who he had offended this time. As he flipped through the documents, Du Dafu kept wiping sweat from his bald head. But the more he read, the more his heart pounded, and the more cold sweat poured down his forehead. By the end, he looked exactly like a frozen duck just pulled from the water. Goosebumps covered his skin, and cold sweat streamed down uncontrollably. Suddenly, it dawned on him why his once close brother had stopped speaking to him. His uncle, who had just lost his family and ended up behind bars, had done so precisely because he had offended LVMH's second largest shareholder. Hadn't he also crossed Bai Zhou? Could it be that his fate would mirror that of his best friend's uncle? No. He had to save himself. In that moment, all the wisdom Du Dafu had accumulated in his life seemed to ignite. Big brother. John, big brother. Please, I beg you, speak to Grandpa Bai Zhou. I, Du Dafu, am no man. Can you make him drop the charges? I'll pay. I'm willing to pay. I'll sell my house and my car to compensate him. I just beg Grandpa Bai to show mercy and let me off. From start to finish, John had spoken only 3 sentences to Du Dafu. Yet these 3 sentences had driven him to offer up his entire fortune for a chance at survival. If only he'd known then what he knows now. John shook his head, his voice tinged with pity. 129 He should be thanking you. After receiving Du Dafu's response, John didn't linger. He told him to come by in the afternoon, when they would decide how to resolve the matter. He left Du Dafu behind, trembling at the thought of prison and fretting over how to explain this to his tiger of a wife. The kid was so worried his hair fell out. Wait, was he bald to begin with? Then never mind. Du Dafu crouched by the door for ages, still unable to think of anyone who could help him with this mess. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't let himself end up like his big brother's uncle. But he dared not tell his wife about it either. So he secretly snatched the property deed from their home and quietly sought someone to sell it. When Du Dafu walked in, his wife was actually happy to see him. So, what did that foreign guy offer you? How much did he give you? Du Dafu thought to himself, how much? If they give me anything at all, I'll be lucky. We're losing our house. You tiger of a woman. But how could he dare utter such words? He forced a smile and replied. Today was just to confirm our intentions. The specifics haven't been finalized yet. Damn, these foreigners are such a pain in the ass. Not exactly a smooth experience. So, are we still going out to spend money tonight? I spotted this outfit the other day, not even that expensive, just around 20 grand. Du Dafu cursed inwardly. What the hell kind of time is this to be buying clothes? You look like a piece of clothing yourself. 20,000? I won't even have $2 to my name soon. Maybe we should wait until the money comes in before spending. Things are tight lately. Du Dafu's wife slammed her hand on the table and glared at him. You worthless piece of trash. What did you just say? Say another word to me. Du Dafu's neck cringed back, tears welling up in his eyes. But if he told her the truth now, she'd tear him apart. Steeling himself, Du Dafu resignedly closed his eyes. Honey, I'll just buy some medicine tonight. I promise to make you feel great. Just give me a few more days, okay? Her eyes lit up. She wrapped her arms around his bald head, beaming. Oh my, you said it. Hee, fine. I'll buy it in a few days then. Du Dafu, if I'd known things would turn out like this, I never should have offended Bai Zhou over that petty grudge that night. What the hell am I gonna do now? Back at the hotel, John found Bai Zhou and told him about meeting Du Dafu, aka Bald Brother. After listening to his account, Bai Zhou pondered for a moment before saying to John. From what you're saying, it sounds like he's really afraid of me? John recalled Du Dafu's expression and replied, suppressing a smile. That's exactly right. After learning your identity, the fear and dread were plain to see. Oh? So this man knows something about me after all. Ask him later how he came across that information. Certainly, Mr. Bai. Do you have any further thoughts regarding his situation? Let's see how he behaves. If he knows his place, we can hold off on legal action for now. Understood, Mr. Bai. At this point, Chen Yueying also asked curiously. So how will this matter be handled in the end? Bai Zhou smiled indifferently. Personally, I am quite angry about his actions. But what really annoyed me the most was that first shout of his. So, as long as he can sincerely apologize and agree to stop live streaming in the future, I can let him off the hook. Mentioning that scream, Chen Yueying recalled the scene. Even with her gentle temperament, she couldn't help but harbor resentment toward Du Dafu's outburst. It had been so romantic alone under the moonlight, the two of them embracing and kissing. But that one shout ruined everything. How could she not be angry? But Chen Yueying still felt uneasy. If he can't do live streaming anymore, won't he hold a grudge against you? John smiled as he explained to Chen Yueying. No need to worry. Mr. Bai has been incredibly generous with him in this matter. If he finds out, he'll probably thank Mr. Bai. Ha? Is that how it is? John glanced at his watch and addressed both Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying. Mr. Bai, according to our arrangement, Du Dafu should be arriving any moment now. Miss Chen, you'll soon witness the scene I mentioned earlier. Chen Yueying was puzzled. This was essentially cutting off his income stream. Any normal person would be furious, so why would he be grateful? But she didn't press further. She trusted Bai Zhou to handle these matters. After all, he'd resolved so many issues smoothly before. She had confidence. Before long, a visibly nervous Du Dafu arrived at the hotel entrance. Facing this establishment where even the entrance fee was beyond his means, Du Dafu felt increasingly uneasy. He felt the gap between himself and Bai Zhou more keenly than ever. If Bai Zhou wanted to deal with him, it would be no different than crushing an ant. What to do? Run? Where could he run? Could he even escape? Forget it. Sticking your neck out gets you stabbed either way. As long as he didn't end up behind bars, he could lose everything and still be fine. He had made his decision. Summoning his courage, clenching his fists, Du Dafu stepped into the hotel. John's prearranged contact spotted him and immediately led him to Bai Zhou's door, knocking lightly. Mr. Bai, Mr. John, Du Dafu has arrived. He's at the door. Du Dafu swallowed hard. His heart raced like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on how Bai Zhou, the boss, no, Grandpa Bai, would decide his fate. Come in. Hearing John's cold reply, Du Dafu's heart leapt into his throat. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, Du Dafu followed the attendant, his eyes fixed on the carpet, unable to lift his gaze. His back was already soaked with sweat. All right, you may leave. The attendant bowed respectfully and withdrew, leaving Du Dafu alone in the room. Look up. John's emotionless voice rang out. Du Dafu dared not refuse, nervously lifting his gaze. 3 meters away, Bai Zhou sat in the main seat, observing him with casual indifference. Chen Yueying beside him looked slightly curious, while John, the foreigner he'd met that morning, stood rigidly behind Bai Zhou, his gaze fixed intensely on Du. A chill ran through him. Recalling the grim fate he'd imagined for himself, he couldn't hold back. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Bai. Grandpa Bai. I truly didn't know it was you back then. If I'd known, not even 10 times the courage would have made me dare to treat you like that. Grandpa Bai. Spare me this once. I'll give you everything I own. I'll even put my house up for sale. I beg you, show mercy. Bai Zhou frowned. The guy's voice was way too loud, it was hurting his ears. Shut up. John barked sternly from behind him. Du Dafu hastily covered his mouth with both hands, forcing himself to remain silent, but tears and snot still streamed down onto his hands. Shaking his head, Bai Zhou sighed helplessly. I just wanted you to apologize. I wasn't planning to destroy your family. What are you afraid of? 1:30 going to the beach means swimming, of course. I'm not some kind of monster. Why are you so afraid of me? Bai Zhou was puzzled. Ha? You just wanted me to apologize? I'll apologize. I'll apologize. Du Dafu perked up as if he'd heard wonderful news. He felt he absolutely had to apologize sincerely, not half-heartedly, or else Bai Zhou might change his mind and that would be the end of it. Since he was already on his knees, why not just kowtow to Bai Zhou? As long as Bai Zhou spared him, he wouldn't care about the cold. With that thought, Du Dafu slammed his forehead onto the floor. Finding the carpet too thick to make a loud enough sound, he pulled it back and began banging his head directly on the floor. As he banged his head, he cried out, "Grandpa Bai, I was wrong. Grandpa Bai, I was wrong." Bai Zhou couldn't bear to watch. "Stop. Who do you think you're calling Grandpa? Cut that nonsense. Get up immediately." Du Dafu obediently stopped upon hearing this, then raised his head with a fawning smile. "I was reaching too high. I'll get up right now." He pushed himself up with his hands, but couldn't stand. Embarrassed, he rubbed his bald head and said, "My legs, they're weak. I can't stand up." Bai Zhou was utterly speechless. How could this man be so shameless? He really shouldn't have stooped to his level. Fine. Just get out of here already. Oh, and you're banned from live streaming ever again. That's your punishment. Got it? Got it. You can count on it. I won't even live stream myself picking up trash from now on. Can I leave now? Du Dafu gazed at Bai Zhou with hopeful eyes. Just as Bai Zhou was about to wave him off, something occurred to him. Oh, right. You were so scared of me earlier. Did you know something about me? Where did you hear it? Du Dafu, who was about to bolt, froze upon hearing this and hurriedly explained to Bai Zhou. Ah, that's because I had a good big brother before. He was doing pretty well up north. Then his uncle, the one who crossed you not too long ago? That guy met a really miserable end. Oh, right, his uncle's name is Lu Qi. I wonder if you remember him. Lu Qi? Bai Zhou couldn't immediately recall who this person was. John leaned closer to Bai Zhou's side and whispered. The one who spread rumors about you recently regarding the He-Muning spokesperson. Bai Zhou's eyes widened in realization. Oh, that guy. I had the fashion industry handle that matter. What happened to him afterward? John dutifully continued. He was first collectively blacklisted by the international fashion industry, then embroiled in a slew of scandals, and finally had all his assets confiscated before landing behind bars, apparently sentenced to 10 years. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow and nodded in understanding. John straightened up and addressed Du Dafu. All right, you're done here. Get lost. Got it. I'm outta here. Du Dafu literally curled himself into a ball and rolled toward the door. Midway out, he seemed to remember something and turned back, flattering Bai Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for showing mercy and sparing my life. Bai Zhou was utterly speechless, waving his hand impatiently. Get out of here. Chen Yueying glanced at John in surprise and remarked. He actually said thank you. By the time they finished handling the matter, it was barely 2 p.m. Though the weather was a bit hot, Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying didn't feel like staying cooped up in the hotel. Bai Zhou, where should we go play? Staying in the hotel is so boring. Chen Yueying clung to Bai Zhou's arm as she whined. Bai Zhou wasn't quite sure where to go for fun either. I don't want to stay in the hotel either, but it's too hot to go out now. Where could we go? Let me think. After frowning in thought for a moment, Bai Zhou's eyes lit up. Got it. Let's go to the beach. It won't be hot there. Chen Yueying perked up at the suggestion. Yeah. The beach. The beach has sand. And seashells. Awesome. Then let's quickly pack our things and get ready, sunscreen, swimsuits, and all that. I'll go find John and have him find us a nice beach. Ha? Swimsuits? The mention of swimsuits reminded Chen Yueying of the one Bai Zhou had bought for her. She'd never dared to wear it was still in its packaging. Of course. We're going to the beach to swim, right? Don't you want to swim? I do, but... Bai Zhou knew exactly what she was hesitating about, so he smiled and ruffled her hair. If you don't want to wear the one I bought you, then don't. Why agonize over it? We're here to have fun. Enjoying ourselves is what matters most. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Chen Yueying nodded and ran off to pack her things. Watching her retreating figure, Bai Zhou smiled and shook his head. He'd bought that swimsuit more to tease her than anything else, never really expecting her to wear it. After all, with her shy nature, if she actually put it on, that would be something else entirely. Turning to leave, Bai Zhou headed out to find John. In the bedroom, Chen Yueying packed everything she needed into her bag. Now sitting on the bed, she stared blankly at the two swimsuits. The one she'd picked out herself was a definite must-pack. The question was, should she bring the one Bai Zhou bought for her? If he bought it for her, it meant he really wanted to see her wear it, but it was so embarrassing. With so little fabric, wouldn't she be practically exposed? Just imagining herself in that outfit made Chen Yueying blush fiercely. She covered her face with both hands and shook her head quickly, as if trying to banish that image from her mind. Yet she couldn't help recalling Bai Zhou's presence by her side these past days, all the little moments they'd shared. Bai Zhou was so gentle with her. He took care of everything for her, indulging her every whim about where to go. And the way he looked at her every time she met his gaze, she felt like she might drown in the softness of his eyes. Maybe she should wear this one after all. He was so busy, and the next chance like this might be a long time coming. Since he wanted to see it.
Chen Yueying blushed again, but her gaze quickly hardened.
Let him see it.
I don't want any regrets from this trip, neither mine nor his.
Resolved, Chen Yueying pulled out the swimsuit she'd chosen for herself.
Glancing around furtively like a thief, she slipped the one Bai Zhou had picked into her bag, burying it at the very bottom. She pressed her lips together, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and stepped out. Outside, Bai Zhou was discussing with John which beach to visit. These popular beaches are just too crowded. It is Golden Week after all, and tourists are everywhere. When it gets this packed, it's like being in a pot of boiling dumplings, no fun at all.
John, do you have any recommendations?
John thought for a moment before replying.
Ah, I remember a place. It's not open to the public, so it should be pretty empty.
It's a private beach with great scenery and facilities. I'll contact them now.
Alright, go ahead.
Just then, Bai Zhou saw Chen Yueying emerge with a slight blush on her face.
He approached and asked. Yueying, what's wrong? Why are you blushing? Feeling unwell?
Chen Yueying lifted her large, watery eyes and shot him a glare.
You're asking me that? It's all because of you.
But she said aloud, nothing, I just got a little hot packing things.
131 luxury private beach.
Bai Zhou didn't think much of it after all, blushing was perfectly normal for a girl like Chen Yueying.
Is everything ready? Let's head out.
Bai Zhou said as he took Chen Yueying's backpack.
Sure thing, let's go.
The two followed John downstairs.
Mr. Bai, Miss Chen, I've made the arrangements. They don't have many guests right now, so it should be perfect timing for you two to visit. Alright, let's go.
As they settled into an unremarkable phantom, Bai Zhou held Chen Yueying's hand and remarked.
This place is actually quite nice.
It's just a shame that during peak seasons like Golden Week, there are too many tourists. Any slightly famous spot gets packed with crowds, and there's not much to see.
But during the off-season, you don't have much time.
Chen Yueying wrapped her hands around Bai Zhou's large ones, gently rubbing them as she reassured him.
It's fine. I don't like crowded places anyway. This is just right. Besides, you're here with me. I'm already so happy.
Faced with a girl like Chen Yueying, Bai Zhou was completely helpless. She had him wrapped around her finger. She was just too sensible, too easy to want to protect. Actually, since coming out this time, Chen Yueying had also learned many things about Bai Zhou that she hadn't known before. For instance, she'd always known he was wealthy, but never grasped the full extent of his fortune. She also lacked detailed insight into his capabilities, perhaps even less than some casual observers who followed him closely. This was because Bai Zhou deliberately shielded her from such information.
His reasoning was simple, he feared learning these truths might unsettle her.
After all, imagine if a classmate from your 3 years of high school suddenly transformed after the college entrance exams. Within just 3 or 4 months, they amassed a massive fortune and became a top-tier industry tycoon or even more than that. If you encountered such a situation, how would you react? You'd either be consumed by envy, turning into a sycophant, or keep your distance, feeling unworthy of such success.
Bai Zhou certainly didn't want Chen Yueying to become either of those.
But after intentionally and unintentionally exposing Chen Yueying to some of these things over the past few days, Bai Zhou was pleasantly surprised to find that she hadn't become what he imagined. Instead, she remained exactly the same as before. She showed no signs of shifting her mindset upon realizing Bai Zhou might be more capable than she'd imagined, nor did she become spoiled or demanding because of their relationship. This delighted Bai Zhou. Little did he know that in Chen Yueying's eyes, everything Bai Zhou did was perfectly reasonable. Whatever achievements he attained seemed inevitable to her, for in her heart, Bai Zhou was like a god capable of anything. Even when she learned a fraction of his wealth, she was briefly surprised but quickly dismissed it. After all, he was Bai Zhou.
Wasn't that just how it should be? What was there to be surprised about?
So Bai Zhou's worries were entirely unnecessary. Chen Yueying was practically obsessed with him. She trusted him unconditionally. Clutching his hand, Chen Yueying stole glances at Bai Zhou as he gazed out the window.
As long as it's you, that's all that matters.
The car pulled up before a massive seaside estate. John stepped out to open the doors for Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying, ushering them out and explaining.
The owner of this estate is a wealthy businessman primarily involved in the hotel industry. This estate has always been private, mainly used to host distinguished guests. Behind it lies a stretch of beach he has leased exclusively. The surroundings are quite pleasant. Given the urgency, we hope Mr. Bai and Miss Chen won't mind. Chen Yueying gazed at the lush palm trees flanking the entrance and beamed at John. Why would I mind? This place is fantastic. I love it.
Bai Zhou smiled fondly.
Good. Glad John's efforts weren't in vain. Thank you, Miss Chen. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Bai. Led by the estate's servants, the group stepped inside.
The feeling wasn't quite as pronounced outside the gates, though that was partly due to the owner's low-key nature. But the moment they stepped through the entrance, the extraordinary opulence and grandeur became palpable. The overall design leaned toward European aesthetics, and the estate's landscaping was instantly recognizable as masterful work. The diverse architecture, the entire layout of the estate, every aspect revealed that this place possessed something special. It wasn't the kind of style that was merely superficial, ostentatiously flaunting wealth. There was absolutely no trace of gaudy, gold-plated architecture. What stands out most about this estate is its refined taste. Walking through it feels incredibly comfortable. Mr. Bai, Miss Chen, shall we take a look inside? Though Bai Zhou found the place quite appealing, it wasn't his primary reason for being here. He turned his gaze toward Chen Yueying. Want to go see it? I'd much rather go to the beach. Bai Zhou smiled faintly. Then let's skip it for now. Come on, let's head to the beach. The three boarded the estate's sightseeing vehicle, driven by staff to the beach. Along the way, the guide explained. This beach is our owner's pride and joy. The sand was carefully selected and imported from elsewhere. Walking barefoot on it feels like stepping on a mountain of Simmons mattresses, soft and silky smooth. Plus, the seawater is treated to ensure it's absolutely natural and pollution-free. Just imagine that azure sea and blue sky. As for the beach amenities, well, needless to say, just know our owner invests 30 million yuan annually in this stretch alone. You guests will be absolutely delighted. Chen Yueying found the employee's enthusiastic pitch amusing. She chuckled and asked. Really? You're exaggerating. John interjected with a timely explanation. Miss Chen, from what I understand, he's absolutely right. The owner truly values this beach and invests a significant amount annually in its upkeep. That's precisely why I recommended this place to you both. Only a meticulously managed destination like this is worthy of your status. Alright, enough already. John, you're something else. When did you learn to butter people up? Bai Zhou chuckled. The once diligent workhorse had suddenly become smooth-talking? John flushed with embarrassment. Working alongside you, one naturally picks up some Chinese culture. Bai Zhou cut him off with a laugh. Enough. You never pick up the useful stuff. We should be getting close. Hearing you talk about it, I'm actually curious to see what this beach costs. Over 30 million yuan a year to maintain. As they spoke, they rounded a bend, and a vast stretch of beach came into view. Truly, seeing is believing. This beach is absolutely stunning, Mr. Bai. John exclaimed in admiration. Chen Yueying was also stunned by the scene before her. The vast expanse of white sand was dotted with pebbles, while the fluorescent turquoise sea was strikingly vivid. The entire beach retained its pristine natural beauty, with beach facilities cleverly integrated into the surroundings without any sense of intrusion. A refreshing sea breeze carrying a faint salty scent swept over them, washing away the heat. Even Bai Zhou nodded slightly in approval. It was indeed quite nice. 132 Want to be friends with Chen Yueying? Unlike Bai Zhou's composure, Chen Yueying was anything but calm. The sight of this beach had the young girl beaming with delight. Grabbing Bai Zhou's hand, she dashed forward. Bai Zhou stumbled slightly, caught off guard, but offered no resistance. With a resigned smile, he followed her lead. Ocean, here I come. It was rare to see Chen Yueying this excited, so Bai Zhou decided to stop fussing over her and just let her be. She tossed her shoes to Bai Zhou, then lifted her skirt hem and stepped into the surf. The snow-white foam danced playfully against her legs, and Bai Zhou watched from behind, thoroughly captivated. Chen Yueying turned to look at Bai Zhou, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wanna come play with me? How could he not? Bai Zhou grinned. Sure. But you better watch out. If I catch you, I'll toss you into the sea. Bai Zhou also took off his shoes and placed them next to Chen Yueying's. Then he rolled up his sleeves, making a move to chase after her. Chen Yueying obliged with a shriek, and the two raced back and forth along the shoreline. John, silently watching from afar, couldn't help but feel moved. He finally saw Bai Zhou's childish side. Ever since he'd come to work for Bai Zhou, the man had always made him instinctively overlook his age. His mature, seasoned, and efficient demeanor seemed entirely out of place for someone his age. Only now, watching him playfully chase Chen Yueying, did John recall that the man he served was actually not even 20 years old. What had he been doing at Bai Zhou's age? Chasing girls, playing basketball, bragging with friends. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou was already the second largest shareholder of LVMH Group, while John himself owned a web company valued at 200 billion yuan. Such is the world's disparity. After playing for a while, Chen Yueying grew tired. Clutching her knees, she gasped for breath and surrendered. I won't run anymore. I give up. Please don't throw me into the sea. No way. You win, you pay. Bai Zhou swept Chen Yueying up in a hip lift. Chen Yueying clung tightly to Bai Zhou, kicking her legs wildly as she struggled and screamed. No. Have mercy. Completely oblivious to the fact that her tight grip on Bai Zhou's head meant he was now fully immersed in a facial cleansing service. He almost didn't want to let go. It was enormous. It completely obscured Bai Zhou's vision. As for actually tossing Chen Yueying into the sea? Bai Zhou couldn't bear to do that, but he could only rely on his instincts, slowly backing onto the sand. Only when his feet touched the sand did Bai Zhou reluctantly set Chen Yueying down. Thank goodness for his lung capacity, otherwise he would have suffocated. Phew! I suddenly realized the air by the sea really is refreshing. After saying that, her eyes involuntarily glanced toward the culprit who had nearly suffocated her. Chen Yueying hadn't understood Bai Zhou's remark at first, but when she met his gaze, she suddenly recalled what she'd done in her panic. Like a crayfish tossed into boiling oil, her pretty face flushed crimson in an instant. Bai Zhou adored seeing her blush, so he stared intently at Chen Yueying.
She couldn't stand it. Flustered and embarrassed, she dashed back to grab her backpack and told Bai Zhou, I need to change into my swimsuit."
Then she practically fled into the changing room. Bai Zhou stretched lazily, savoring the sea breeze before rising to change himself.
After all, he was the one who said it.
You go to the beach to swim, of course. Upon entering the changing room, Bai Zhou discovered another person already changing inside. He was an ordinary-looking man, but clearly loaded. Everything he wore from head to toe was worth at least $600. Especially that watch. It wouldn't come off for less than $600. Spotting Bai Zhou enter, the man first gave him a once-over from head to toe before curling his lips slightly and greeting him in a flat tone.
"Hello. Are you here to enjoy yourself?"
Bai Zhou removed his shirt, revealing his perfectly sculpted physique.
"Ah, yeah, just here to have some fun."
After seeing Bai Zhou's physique, the man glanced down at his own slightly protruding belly, the envy in his eyes growing even more intense.
"Oh, well, have fun then. Thanks."
Soon, Bai Zhou had changed his clothes. He paid no attention to the man in the changing room and walked straight out.
"Damn it. He's strutting around here in clothes that wouldn't even cover the cost of one of my jackets. What? Think being handsome and fit makes you special? Can you spend that? Put."
The man in the changing room spat angrily after Bai Zhou left, venting his frustration. Then he wiped his face, put on his signature smile again, and walked out. Though he couldn't stand Bai Zhou, he knew anyone who could afford to play here was no ordinary person. There was no point in picking a fight just because the guy was handsome and had a great body.
A few mental curses would suffice. After all, this was his own business. Future collaborations might be possible.
Business, after all, doesn't get cold feet. Stepping out of the changing room, he spotted Bai Zhou sitting on a nearby bench, seemingly waiting for someone. Glancing around, he saw no one else on the beach. As the young master of the establishment, it would be unthinkable not to offer a greeting. Just as he started to walk over, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone emerging from the women's changing room. It was only a fleeting look, but his extensive experience told him this woman was no ordinary person. He halted and fixed his gaze.
Wow! A real beauty.
Chen Yueying, wearing the dead-stock swimsuit Bai Zhou had bought for her, was walking stiffly toward him. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her snow-white shoulders.
The flush hadn't yet faded from her cheeks.
Head bowed, she walked forward without noticing that besides Bai Zhou, there was another person here. The man nearly drooled at the sight. Holy, those legs, that chest, that waist, and that face.
The man instinctively bent over, already saluting. He couldn't let anyone see.
Forgetting to greet Bai Zhou, the man hurriedly ducked back into the changing room. He planned to change and find his staff to ask about this girl's background. That fiery figure paired with her innocent, charming face and that naive student aura. Even though he'd seen countless women, he'd never encountered anyone like Chen Yueying before.
How could he possibly restrain his racing heart?
Hurriedly changing his clothes, the man dashed out the back door. Spotting the staff member entertaining John, he glanced at the foreigner and instinctively assumed he didn't speak Chinese.
He bellowed at the attendant. "Do you know who that woman on the beach is right now?"
The staff member froze.
"The woman on the beach? Aren't the only two people on the beach right now the ones who just went in? Which woman is the young master asking about?"
Young master, the woman on the beach should be Chen Yueying."
"She's with Chen Yueying? Good. Good name. Do you have her contact information?"
This stumped the staff member.
He only knew her name, contact details? How would he know?
Besides, this was all booked by John over here.
If anyone should be asked, it should be him.
Before he could respond, John turned to the man with a cold expression.
"What do you want with Miss Chen's contact info?" "Huh? You speak Chinese? Never mind that. Why would I want her contact info? What could I possibly do with it?"
A lecherous grin spread across the man's face.
"To be friends with her, of course." 133 used this estate as an apology.
On the beach, when Bai Zhou saw Chen Yueying emerge wearing the swimsuit he'd chosen for her, he was utterly stunned. Truth be told, after buying it, he imagined how she might look in it, but he never expected it to be this breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning it took his breath away. As Chen Yueying stood before him, head bowed and face flushed, Bai Zhou could almost hear his own heartbeat. It was truly a magical effect. He'd seen some buyer photos of this swimsuit, featuring girls who were both beautiful and well-proportioned, but the impression they gave wearing it was completely different from Chen Yueying's. The difference was stark. While those girls were beautiful, they gave off an industrial assembly line vibe or, to put it bluntly, a hint of cheap flirtation.
But Chen Yueying?
That hint of allure, that teasing charm, left Bai Zhou utterly captivated.
"Good, it looks good."
Chen Yueying kept her head down, her hands tightly clasped behind her back. Gathering her courage, she asked in a low voice. After speaking, she quietly lifted her head, hoping to catch Bai Zhou's reaction. Instead, she found Bai Zhou staring blankly at her, completely transfixed. This stirred a peculiar sensation within her. On one hand, Bai Zhou staring at her in this outfit made her feel genuinely embarrassed, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself right then and there. But on the other hand, she had never seen that aggressive look in his eyes before. Usually, Bai Zhou looked at her with such gentle eyes that made her feel comfortable, yet also vaguely unsettled. Because that gaze was so much like the way an older brother looked at his little sister, something she didn't particularly like. She wanted to be the one who attracted Bai Zhou. Now, though Bai Zhou's gaze made her blush, what delighted her more was the realization that she wasn't entirely unattractive to him after all. This realization quickly suppressed her bashful feelings and spurred her to take a step further, plunging straight into Bai Zhou's embrace and perching on his lap. Truth be told, Chen Yueying craved Bai Zhou's body too. Just like now, her hands unconsciously roamed over his chest and abdomen. She felt enveloped by his masculine aura, her body growing increasingly limp. This was pure torture for Bai Zhou. Heaven knew how much willpower it took to resist the urge to carry her straight back to the bedroom. Yet, under her unconscious movements, Bai Zhou couldn't hold back any longer. He lowered his head and melted Chen Yueying in his embrace with a passionate, lingering kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. Leaning against Bai Zhou's chest, Chen Yueying felt utterly powerless, yet surprisingly, she felt no trace of shyness, only complete fulfillment. Bai Zhou couldn't help but marvel. He never would have guessed that little Chen Yueying was such a little vixen. If not for his own self-control, something might have happened just now. But even now, he couldn't bear to let her go. Even now, he was pressing against her so hard it was almost uncomfortable, constantly grinding against her. She knew exactly what was causing this sensation, yet strangely, it seemed to awaken something in her. She relished the feeling of Bai Zhou being drawn to her. So even though both knew continuing might lead to something unsuitable for minors, they tacitly allowed things to progress without stopping. Until Mr. Bai. Miss Chen. John called out to them from afar. At the sound of John's voice, Chen Yueying, who had been in Bai Zhou's arms, seemed to startle. Suddenly regaining her strength, she quickly jumped off Bai Zhou and hid behind him. Bai Zhou exhaled in relief, yet also felt a twinge of irritation. On one hand, he was relieved John had arrived in time, denying him the chance to make a mistake. On the other, he resented John. If you'd been just an hour or two later, this whole thing would have blown up. Tisk, I'll just give him a raise and pile more work on him. That kid really. Bai Zhou thought this to himself, not forgetting to tease Chen Yueying as he turned back. Why'd you hide? Chen Yueying, supporting Bai Zhou's waist, stammered. This outfit can't be seen by others. It's too embarrassing. If no one else can see it, can I see it? Sure. Bai Zhou laughed heartily and called out to John. Got it. I'll come find you later. You go ahead and head back. After John left, Bai Zhou patted Chen Yueying's shoulder and said, Come on, it's clear now. Go change your clothes. Chen Yueying finally peeked her head out, confirmed the area was truly empty, then stood up. She walked back to Bai Zhou, spun around, and asked him, So, do you like this outfit on me? Bai Zhou was stunned. How could this girl be so? Swallowing hard, Bai Zhou replied. If you don't go change now, you might as well skip it and wait until tomorrow morning. Chen Yueying flushed uncontrollably once more, but immediately lifted her head to meet Bai Zhou's gaze. If you like it, I'll wear it for you. Then she turned and dashed back into the changing room. Bai Zhou sat back in his chair and exhaled a long breath, waiting for his younger brother to calm down. It took them a full hour to change. Don't ask why it took so long. First, Bai Zhou spent nearly an hour just soaking in the sea breeze, and second, Chen Yueying, her face still flushed, insisted on washing her swimsuit herself. That, of course, took time. As they left the beach, Bai Zhou asked a nearby staff member. Where's John gone? The foreigner who came with me. The staff member glanced at Bai Zhou nervously before replying respectfully. Mr. Bai, Mr. John is waiting for you in the owner's room. I'll show you the way. Please follow me. Bai Zhou was puzzled by the staff member's unusually deferential attitude. This was almost excessive. They seemed almost afraid of him. But he didn't press the matter. Perhaps this was just the local way. Holding Chen Yueying's hand, he followed the staff member to the entrance of a luxurious building within the estate. The attendant waiting at the entrance bowed deeply upon seeing Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying, promptly opening the door for them. The moment they stepped inside, Bai Zhou heard John's furious shout from within. Your son has insulted our group's second largest shareholder. Mark my words, if you don't want to end up like those who've crossed Mr. Bai before, you'd better know your place. For the sake of our long acquaintance, I'm telling you, Mr. Bai and Miss Chen are very fond of your estate. My advice is this: use this very estate to make amends to Mr. Bai and Miss Chen. That way, if they're pleased, they might even choose to spare you and your son. Bai Zhou frowned in confusion. Huh? Someone else has offended me? How come I didn't know about this? 134. Now that's what you call a real screw-up. Bai Zhou had no idea what was going on. He'd been playing on the beach with Chen Yueying the whole time and hadn't encountered anyone else. How could someone have offended him? Clearly, Bai Zhou had already forgotten the person he'd seen in the changing room. It wasn't that Bai Zhou had a bad memory.
It was just, would you remember every random person you passed on the street?
But seeing John's earnest and angry expression, Bai Zhou didn't say much. He just pulled Chen Yueying along and walked in silently. John, this handy tool, had already earned Bai Zhou's trust through his excellent performance.
So Bai Zhou remained silent, quietly watching John put on a show. What if I say no?
Bai Zhou saw a middle-aged man with a livid expression clench his teeth and speak. John tilted his head back, his expression unreadable as he replied. Then prepare to face the consequences from Lu Weiningchuan Group.
Our second largest shareholder will not tolerate your son's insults.
The man opened his mouth to protest but ultimately lowered his head in silence. John continued to stare at him with contempt.
Bai Zhou whispered to Chen Yueying.
TSK, I just realized how infuriating John looks when he does that. If I were that guy, I wouldn't be able to resist punching him. Chen Yueying covered her mouth and giggled. She felt the same way, but she still spoke up for John.
Come on, John did it all for you, and you're making fun of him.
But seriously, that look on his face was pretty cocky. The two shared a knowing smile. At that moment, the middle-aged man finally spoke up.
I understand. I'll make the arrangements immediately.
We'll proceed exactly as you suggested, Mr. John. The man's expression seemed to convey a sense of reluctance, as if he were reluctantly parting with something dear. John immediately dropped his cocky expression and replaced it with an extremely warm smile.
As expected of Mr. Li, with decades of experience navigating the business world, you've weighed the pros and cons perfectly. Congratulations on making the right choice.
Mr. Li forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said to John.
Of course, Mr. John. I wonder if Mr. Bai is. I'm here.
At this, Bai Zhou finally spoke up, pulling Chen Yueying forward. John was taken aback to see Bai Zhou inside the room. Bai Zhou shot him a reassuring glance.
John pressed his lips together and relaxed. He'd been afraid Bai Zhou would think he'd acted on his own in handling this matter, which was why he'd made such an outrageous demand insisting that Mr. Li hand over the estate as an apology, even going so far as to invoke the group's name to pressure him. Of course, if Mr. Li had truly refused, the group would have indeed stepped in. While John felt relieved, Mr. Li was anything but. The moment he saw Bai Zhou and his companion, especially Chen Yueying, he instantly understood why his wretched son had developed such an intense desire for a woman. Truth be told, had he not already known Bai Zhou's identity, he might have been tempted to make a move himself. But even so, he couldn't muster an ounce of leniency toward his good-for-nothing son. After all, it was because of his son's single word that he'd handed over this estate costing hundreds of millions along with his favorite stretch of beach. That was parental betrayal. If he weren't his own flesh and blood, Boss Lee would have considered chemical castration. Sure, this woman was undeniably pitiable, but couldn't he just bite his tongue? Why did he have to run right up to her man's face and yell about wanting to be friends? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How could he have produced such an utterly brain-dead creature? This main account was probably ruined. Maybe he should create a new one while he still had the chance? The young master, who had been grounded by Boss Lee and was preparing to confront him, never imagined that his father would actually give birth to a younger brother to divide the inheritance, all because of his impulsive outburst today. But that's all water under the bridge now. Right then, Mr. Li's first reaction upon seeing Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying was pure astonishment. He was stunned by Chen Yueying's beauty and by Bai Zhou's youth. He'd assumed John's boss would be someone closer to his own age, at the very least, a vigorous 30-something. But he never imagined that the young man before him, who looked barely 20, was the one John had spoken of, the man who controlled vast wealth and held the power to decide his fate with a single word. Still, he was a seasoned veteran. His face betrayed no emotion as he respectfully apologized to Bai Zhou. Mr. Bai, I sincerely apologize. My good-for-nothing son spoke disrespectfully to your companion. I have already punished him severely and promised to gift you this entire estate, including that private beach, as an apology. I humbly ask for your magnanimity and forgiveness for my unworthy son. His son? Disrespectful to Chen Yueying? Bai Zhou thought to himself, his eyes narrowing as his gaze turned cold. He glanced at John, who gave a subtle nod. Bai Zhou grasped the implication and resolved to cooperate. Mr. Li, you must discipline your son more strictly in the future. Today, for your sake, I won't interfere further, John, and you can handle it. But if something like this happens again, don't blame me for taking it upon myself to teach your son a lesson. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Mr. Li's forehead. He finally understood why John had warned him never to provoke Mr. Bai. Though younger in age, this Mr. Bai showed no mercy when it mattered. Yes, Mr. Bai, rest assured. I will discipline him strictly upon returning, and such incidents will never happen again. Bai Zhou gave a slight nod. Get out. Mr. Li breathed a sigh of relief, hastily bowing to Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying before rushing out of the room. Once he was gone, Bai Zhou pulled the bewildered Chen Yueying onto the sofa and asked John. What exactly happened? From what you said, that man's son spoke disrespectfully to Yueying? Seeing Bai Zhou didn't blame him for acting on his own, John breathed a sigh of relief and explained. Well, Mr. Li's son, the young master here, developed some improper thoughts after seeing Miss Chen on the beach. He approached our staff to inquire, but I happened to be nearby. Assuming I couldn't understand Chinese, he brazenly voiced his lewd intentions toward Miss Chen.
Since you and Miss Chen were enjoying yourselves, I didn't want to interrupt and took it upon myself to handle the matter. Please accept my punishment, Mr. Bai. John lowered his head as he spoke.
After listening, Bai Zhou smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Cut it out.
You only say that because you know I won't blame you.
Fine, I truly won't hold it against you.
In fact, you handled it quite well.
Both Chen Yueying and I love this estate. From now on, this place is yours.
John bowed slightly and offered his congratulations.
135 Oil makes a move, astounding returns.
Chen Yueying, still clueless, hadn't grasped what was happening. Though she'd listened for ages, all she caught was that someone had sinister intentions toward her.
But what did that have to do with this estate? How did it suddenly become Bai Zhou's property? If this were true, wouldn't that mean she could come and go as she pleased? Yay! But why?
Chen Yueying stared wide-eyed at Bai Zhou like a curious child, hoping for an answer.
It wasn't for any other reason, purely out of curiosity.
Bai Zhou shrugged and said to John. You explain the whole thing.
Certainly, Mr. Bai. John explained to Chen Yueying.
As I mentioned earlier, it all started when Mr. Li's son developed some inappropriate thoughts after seeing you, Miss Chen. I became aware of this and approached Mr. Li to discuss a resolution amicably. We ultimately agreed that he would gift this estate and the beach to Mr. Bai as compensation for his son's misconduct. So yes, this estate and beach are now legally owned by Mr. Bai.
Ah, I see. But who is Mr. Li's son? I've never even met him.
Chen Yueying, like Bai Zhou, hadn't noticed this person at the time. John chuckled as he recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Yueying. Only when she heard that someone besides Bai Zhou had seen her in her swimsuit did she belatedly flush with embarrassment.
Oh no, what do I do? So embarrassing.
Bai Zhou smiled and squeezed her hand.
Isn't that because you're too beautiful? It's fine.
Besides, I'm sure that person wouldn't dare say anything more now. Even without me dealing with him, his father probably wouldn't let him off the hook.
Yes, Mr. Bai. From what I understand, that former young master is currently under house arrest. His father even cut off his internet access. Yes, thank goodness his father has some sense. Otherwise.
Bai Zhou smiled meaningfully.
John's heart skipped a beat.
When Bai Zhou wore that expression, it meant someone was about to suffer. This Mr. Li really had reason to thank him, otherwise, parting with an estate wouldn't have been enough to settle things. Both Wu Yang and Lu Qi served as cautionary tales. Although the estate now belonged to Bai Zhou, he didn't choose to move in immediately. Instead, he instructed John to renovate certain areas he disliked. John leveraged the group's connections to invite world-renowned architects for the project. By the time Bai Zhou returned, he would likely find a completely transformed estate. Back at the hotel, Bai Zhou wasted no time, for the moment had come to finalize the oil deal. Yes, although Bai Zhou had secured and signed the oil transfer contract, he had deliberately refrained from purchasing the oil. The contract was signed at the prevailing price of $50 per barrel, meaning the buyer would pay Bai Zhou $56 per barrel. Bai Zhou had specifically waited until now to buy back this batch of oil at $38 per barrel and sell it to the buyer. This round-trip maneuver nets him $88 per barrel. Setting aside messy costs like leverage interest, Bai Zhou's projected earnings from this deal were $1.5 billion. Starting with a principal of $20 million, he amassed over 7 times that amount in profit within a single month. Even with leverage factored in, Bai Zhou couldn't help but wonder. Who else could do this? Yet even facing such staggering gains, Bai Zhou showed no sign of excitement in his hotel room. He took a shower first, then joined Chen Yueying for some bubble tea and a brief chat before leisurely returning to his room. No one knew what Bai Zhou was about to do next, nor did they realize how much turmoil tonight's brief actions would unleash in the days to come. Bai Zhou himself knew exactly what lay ahead, yet he remained utterly unconcerned about the impending events. Why had he sought out those two partners with deep-rooted connections? Wasn't it precisely to navigate this impending situation? But Bai Zhou had miscalculated one thing this time: the maniacal pursuit of capital. Not just domestic players, but foreign capital titans and even the legendary Wall Street. But that was all water under the bridge now. Right now, Bai Zhou sat in the study of a luxurious presidential suite. A specially blended drink rested in his left hand while his right hand gripped the mouse, scrolling back and forth. Judging by his expression, no one would ever guess he was orchestrating a futures trade exceeding $200 million in turnover. Instead, they'd likely assume he was just surfing the web or something similar. Yet with each click of the mouse, Bai Zhou steadily completed the transaction. By the time the contract settled, the cup in his hand was empty. Setting down the empty glass, he stood up, stretched lazily, and gazed out at the unobstructed ocean view. The night sea appeared exceptionally deep, its surface near the hotel reflecting shimmering patches of light that looked utterly dreamlike. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Bai Zhou, having completed the trade, suddenly began to seriously contemplate the impact his abilities could have on the world. It was foreseeable that as his principal capital grew, the leverage he could wield would escalate accordingly. This meant that with his ability to dominate the financial sphere, the rate at which his wealth multiplied would reach terrifying proportions.
How terrifying is this? It's a force capable of disrupting the entire international financial market, reshuffling the global financial order, and establishing a new financial hegemony.
Of course, the prerequisite is being able to develop undetected to that level, without being discovered prematurely by various capital forces.
Otherwise,
thinking about it now, I was far too naive before. I thought finding two partners with some connections would guarantee my own stable growth. But if I were to unleash my full potential, the impact would be far beyond what Gu and Lu could withstand.
He needed to rethink his strategy.
By the window, Bai Zhou slowly curled the corners of his mouth. He was a man destined to become a top-tier tycoon.
These obstacles won't stop me.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door of Bai Zhou's study, followed by Chen Yueying's voice from outside.
Bai Zhou, are you in there? It's time for dinner. Would you like to go out to eat with me, or should I bring it back for you?
Chen Yueying knew Bai Zhou was busy with something, though she didn't know what exactly and didn't pry.
But since it was getting a bit late, she came to remind him. I completely lost track of time. I'll go out with you. What do you feel like eating?
Bai Zhou hadn't realized how long he'd been standing by the window. In any case, it was already quite late, and that girl Chen Yueying must be starving. Opening the door, he looked at Chen Yueying outside and said with a hint of concern.
If you're hungry, just go eat. You don't have to wait for me. No way. Food tastes better when I eat with you.
John, watching the scene unfold nearby, pondered to himself.
Maybe I should find a girlfriend too? 136 startled Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. The capital. The first thing Gu Qingji did after waking up early was check the company's accounts.
Ever since partnering with Bai Zhou, he'd developed this habit. After all, they'd each contributed 50 million yuan, no small sum, especially for someone from a family with strict financial principles like his. Moreover, his understanding of Bai Zhou's capabilities was based on hearsay. While he could confirm Bai Zhou was indeed capable, he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, leaving him somewhat uneasy. His unease deepened when he discovered that last month, Bai Zhou had withdrawn all the funds from the account to invest in futures trading. This had terrified him, constantly worrying about what would happen if Bai Zhou lost everything.
Every morning, he woke up on edge.
The moment his phone rang, his heart would leap in his chest, terrified it might be Bai Zhou calling to say he'd lost everything. He'd lost his appetite completely these past few days, and it had made him lose weight. He just hoped the money in the account would come back. He didn't ask for more, just that it wouldn't be lost.
The money's back? 150 million. Fantastic.
Gu Qingji opened his account to see the familiar numbers again and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness. No losses. Wait a minute. He glanced at the account again and finally spotted something amiss. What is this symbol? US dollars? So this is 150 million US dollars?
Thinking he might be seeing things, Gu Qingji rubbed his eyes and began counting digit by digit. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions. It really was 150 million US dollars.
Holy!
Gu Qingji yelled like he'd lost control, and his father outside the door heard him, scolding.
Gu Qingji, what the hell are you yelling about? He quickly ducked his head, trying to calm down. Calm down my ass. How could he possibly calm down? This was 150 million US dollars. His 10% cut alone was 15 million. That was nearly 70 million yuan. In just 1 month, he'd earned 20 million.
Sure, Bai Zhou handled the deal, but he had the foresight. His keen eye for talent led him to invest directly.
How could that not count as his own earnings? He'd completely forgotten how anxiously he'd begged Bai Zhou yesterday not to lose money. No way. Can't calm down? Fine, screw it. Gu Qingji burst out the door and ran outside.
His father shouted after his retreating figure.
What the hell are you doing out so early in the morning? Gu Qingji didn't even look back. I'm going to find Lu Xinhuan. Unlike Gu Qingji, Lu Xinhuan wasn't particularly concerned about the company's operations.
This wasn't due to carelessness or any other reason, but simply because he trusted Gu Qingji implicitly. After all, it was Gu Qingji who had brought him into the partnership.
Moreover, their families had been close for generations.
In his eyes, Gu Qingji would never betray him. So even though he'd invested a lot of money, he wasn't overly concerned. These past few days, he'd carried on as usual, living life like a carefree little kid. When Gu Qingji called him, he was fast asleep. Little did he know how anxious Gu Qingji had been all this time.
Hey, brother Gu, what's up? Why are you calling so early? I'm still half asleep. Get the hell out of bed. I'm downstairs at your place right now. Come down immediately. What's up, brother Gu? Why are you here so early? Don't ask questions. Just come down. It's serious. Hurry up. Gu Qingji didn't explain what happened over the phone, mainly because he feared Lu Xinhuan might accidentally raise his voice and alert others, which would cause a huge scene. Alright, Gu, give me 5 minutes. I'll throw some clothes on and be right down.
The moment he heard Gu Qingji needed him, Lu Xinhuan was wide awake. He jumped out of bed, threw on some clothes, and rushed downstairs without even washing his face. Before the 5 minutes were up, Gu Qingji saw Lu Xinhuan rushing downstairs. Spotting his car, he dashed straight over. He yanked open the door, climbed in, and asked anxiously, "Brother Gu, what happened? Is it serious?" Gu Qingji's expression turned serious as he replied, "What I'm about to tell you, don't be afraid." Seeing Gu Qingji's grave expression, Lu Xinhuan's own face hardened. "Don't worry, brother Gu. I've been trained, I'm pretty tough." Gu Qingji gave him a deep look before speaking. "Did you check our company's account today?" "Account? No, I haven't checked it at all. Why would I need to? Is something wrong with the company? Did that kid Bai Zhou abscond with the money?" "No, don't jump to conclusions. If you haven't checked, open the company account right now. And stay calm after you see it. If he didn't run off with the money, why check it? Could it be we made a profit?" Lu Xinhuan's eyes lit up. "Wow. Gu, you really have an eye for this. Our investment choice is already turning a profit so quickly. How much did he make this month? 5 million? 10 million? Could it be 50 million? Wow, not bad at all. At this rate, we'll recoup our investment in no time." Watching Lu Xinhuan's face light up as he fantasized while opening his account, Gu Qingji couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. How narrow-minded getting this excited over a mere 50 million. He couldn't imagine Lu's expression later when he saw Bai Zhou had made 1.5 billion in just 1 month, or when he realized Bai hadn't even touched the gold yet. Can't wait. Gu Qingji thought to himself with a sly grin. Lu Xinhuan eagerly opened the company account and began checking. It's still 1.5 billion? Nothing changed? What's going on, brother Gu? Gu Qingji stared at him as if he were an idiot, completely forgetting that his own reaction upon first seeing the account had been identical. Look at that symbol up front. Doesn't it look familiar? Yeah, it looks familiar. Isn't that the dollar sign? Lu Xinhuan laughed, then suddenly realized. Holy! The entire neighborhood below could hear the startled yell echoing from Gu Qingji's car. Gu Qingji had clearly overestimated Lu Xinhuan. He quickly started the car and sped out of the neighborhood like he was fleeing. If he didn't get out of there fast, he feared someone might hear Lu Xinhuan scream and call the police. This is terrifying. Lu Xinhuan paid no attention to Gu Qingji's reaction, staring intently at the account balance display on his phone. Like Gu Qingji, he began counting aloud. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. It really is 150 million. US dollars. Holy! I recouped my investment in just 1 month? And made 20 million on top of that? Gu, you're so awesome. How did you even find a genius like Bai Zhou? Wow! Gu Qingji watched Lu Xinhuan's reaction mirror his own back then, smiling with satisfaction. Seems I wasn't overreacting after all. Honestly, anyone would find this unbelievable. With that thought in mind, he said to Lu Xinhuan, "It's not me being awesome, it's Bai Zhou who's awesome." Bai Zhou, YYDS. 137 perspective. It took Lu Xinhuan quite a while to recover from the shock. But his excitement remained hard to contain. He clutched his phone as if it held 150 million yuan. This is just too outrageous in a single month? Is Bai Zhou some kind of god? How did he pull this off? Gu Qingji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At first, when he said he'd give us each a 10% cut, I was actually a bit annoyed. I thought the guy was greedy. But now it seems it wasn't him being greedy, it was me being a fool. Well, that's something. Lu Xinhuan, what do you mean? No, brother Gu. What I mean is, this level of success is enough. At this rate, within a year we'll be the richest people in the industry without relying on our families. Absolutely. At this thought, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan perked up again. They were both in their 20s. In their circle, while no one was short on money, the primary source of income still came from their families. Very few could truly afford their extravagant spending on their own, probably just 1 or 2 so far. And those 1 or 2 were universally acknowledged as prodigies in the circle, absolute geniuses. They couldn't compare. Now, they were on the verge of joining and surpassing those elite few. The thought of their friends' reactions upon hearing the news filled them with quiet satisfaction. But it doesn't stop there. If they keep advancing at this pace, they'll soon become the first in their circle to achieve success on par with their father's generation. By then. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding everything without words. What they didn't anticipate was that this 10% share would soon become a goldmine they couldn't protect. Only then did they realize they had underestimated Bai Zhou all along. But that was all water under the bridge. For now, the two were simply basking in the joy of making money even though they hadn't exactly earned it. After a while of excitement, Gu Qingji finally remembered, shouldn't he call Bai Zhou? After all, they were partners. Earning so much money without even informing him, leaving them here getting all worked up over it. Really, that was unacceptable. He absolutely had to give him a piece of his mind about this.
More of this, please.
Gu Qingji motioned for Lu Xinhuan to quiet down, urging him to control his emotions and stop making sounds that could be misinterpreted.
He dialed Bai Zhou's number. Bai, my brother. From now on, you're my big brother. My own brother. The moment Bai Zhou answered, Gu Qingji bellowed into the receiver.
Bai Zhou asked with obvious annoyance.
What's up? Calling this early just to claim me as your big bro? Gu Qingji couldn't care less about such niceties. He feigned reproach. Bro, you're being so unfair. You made money and didn't even tell your little brothers? If I hadn't checked my account this morning, I wouldn't have known about it. He actually had the nerve to call me big brother.
Bai Zhou's eye twitched as he sighed helplessly.
Alright. Tuck that smirk back in.
I can practically see it stretching to the sky.
Gu Qingji dropped the act, bursting into laughter. Big bro. You're my real brother. 150 million. In just 1 month. How did you pull that off? That's insane.
Keep this up, and guys like Buffett and Gates will look like nobodies next to you.
Calm down. Opportunities like this don't come around every day, you know.
Hearing this, Gu Qingji calmed down a bit. He said with a hint of disappointment.
Oh, right.
Opportunities to make that much money are rare.
It's fine. Even if I can't make that much in the future, a little less is still acceptable. Right, Xinhuan?
Bai Zhou could hear Lu Xinhuan nodding like a little chick pecking at grain on the other end of the line. He suddenly realized how foolish these two partners he'd chosen seemed.
Exasperated, he said. Wait, who said future earnings would be less than this time? Huh? Didn't you say that? It made perfect sense. Opportunities like this don't come around every day.
Bai Zhou felt frustrated with their lack of understanding. He shook his head and explained slowly.
But our principal has grown now.
Even if the next deal doesn't have such high profit margins, a 2 or 3 times return would still far exceed this one. Add some leverage, and this snowball will keep rolling bigger and bigger.
Gu Qingji had at least some exposure to financial concepts.
He understood what Bai Zhou was saying, but the clearer it became, the more stunned he felt. Because if Bai Zhou's logic held, his 10% share of the profits would far exceed the fantasies he and Lu Xinhuan had just indulged in. The rate of appreciation would be beyond his wildest imagination.
Gu Qingji was dumbfounded. Bai Zhou made perfect sense. Didn't this mean he was poised to become someone whose net worth would surpass and crush that of his parents' generation? As for his peers? Get lost.
Who among them had the qualifications to compare to someone like him, clinging to Bai Zhou's coattails? His mind drifting, he told Lu Xinhuan.
Xinhuan, I'll soon be your dad and even better than him. Since he hadn't put the call on speaker, Lu Xinhuan hadn't heard Bai Zhou's earlier remarks. But Gu Qingji's statement instantly infuriated him. We may be close, but you can't just decide to be my dad. You should at least ask my mom if she agrees. I'm your father. I'm your grandfather. Hey, how dare you insult me? You started it. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Listening to Gu and Lu bickering like children over the phone, Bai Zhou rolled his eyes in exasperation. Stop. What's going on? Is it really necessary to get so worked up? He confronted Gu Qingji over the phone. Gu Qingji then realized Bai Zhou was still listening in. He gave an awkward laugh and replied. Well, I got a little worked up, you know? Can't you just chill? Where's your third-generation mindset? Getting worked up over such a small sum? Gu Qingji's pupils dilated in shock. Small change? That unimaginable sum was merely small change in Bai Zhou's mouth? This guy is outrageously shocking. Learn something new. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. I get it. Big brother, rest assured. After hanging up, Gu Qingji looked at the bewildered Lu Xinhuan beside him, repeated everything Bai Zhou had just said, then crossed his arms. Watching Lu Xinhuan's flustered state, he mimicked Bai Zhou's tone and said, Perspective. Mind your perspective. A measly sum of money. Is it worth getting so worked up over? Don't you understand what it means to remain unflappable even if a mountain collapses before you? How can you possibly work alongside my big brother with this attitude? Lu Xinhuan was dumbfounded. 138 Me too. What's going on? What's happening? How does this relate to my perspective? Seeing Lu Xinhuan growing more and more confused, Gu Qingji grew more animated as he spoke, pouring out his thoughts. Look, Xinhuan, don't let brother Bai Zhou's youth fool you. He's got real stature. Calling him big brother isn't too much, is it? No, it wouldn't be. Now, think about it. I'm the one who brought you into this, and you already call me brother Gu. So if I take on the role of your second elder brother, that's fine, right? No problem. Then it's settled. Third brother. Let's go find our big brother right now and swear our brotherhood. Listen up, you gotta cling to big brother's coattails. You might not get it now, but trust me, it won't take long. Before you know it, we'll be richer than our dads. My old man's a politician, not exactly rolling in it. But even your dad? I bet we'll outpace him in no time. Lu Xinhuan's eyes lit up at the thought. Seriously, second brother? My dad's loaded. His business is huge, even my grandpa praises him. Of course he is. Otherwise, why would I just say we could surpass your dad? Oh. So that's why. I thought you just wanted to be my dad. Gu Qingji smacked Lu Xinhuan on the head and snapped. What are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? Stop imagining things. Hurry up and book the tickets, I already checked. Our eldest brother is in Xiongnan right now. Let's go immediately. Got it, second brother. I'll book the tickets right now. The two brothers, caught up in their own excitement, had completely fooled themselves. They booked the earliest flight and flew straight to Xiongnan without delay. Although they decided to renovate the newly acquired estate, such a major project clearly couldn't start immediately. Besides, there were still many features of the estate that Bai Zhou and Chen Yueying hadn't experienced yet, like that vast expanse of azure sea. Last time they visited, they hadn't had time to swim in the sea before rushing off to help John handle that matter, mainly because they'd spent too much time gushing over each other. After the swimsuit incident, however, Chen Yueying had become much more relaxed around Bai Zhou, often clinging to him. This left Bai Zhou both delighted and troubled, not that he couldn't take things further, but the right moment just hadn't presented itself. Now they were playing in the sea, completely alone on the entire beach. Chen Yueying still wore the swimsuit Bai Zhou had bought her, looking like a beautiful mermaid in the water. Bai Zhou basked in the sun on the nearby yacht, feeling the sea breeze as he watched Chen Yueying play happily in the water. One phrase summed it up: a feast for the eyes. Bai Zhou. Get up. Come play with me. Chen Yueying waved at him from the water. Bai Zhou tilted his head and flashed a mischievous smile. All right. Just wait. Then he dove in with a splash, forcing Chen Yueying to raise her arm for cover. In that brief moment, when she looked up again, Bai Zhou was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where did he go? Scanning the area, she couldn't spot Bai Zhou anywhere. Chen Yueying started to panic. Suddenly, she felt something embrace her from beneath the water. Just as she looked down, Bai Zhou surfaced, lifting her out of the water with a kick of his legs. She landed safely in his arms. Startled, Chen Yueying quickly clung to Bai Zhou's body. Bai Zhou took the opportunity to lower his head, and the two floated on the sea surface, their eyes locked only on each other. Chen Yueying gradually drifted into a daze. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting. When she felt the warmth on her lips, she responded passionately, and the two kissed deeply in the ocean. After a long while, their lips parted. Chen Yueying instinctively licked her lips. Bai Zhou, noticing this, teased. What? Want more? Chen Yueying blushed fiercely, leaning closer to Bai Zhou and resting her head on his shoulder. She muttered resentfully. That's what you get for teasing me. Then she left a strawberry mark on Bai Zhou's neck. Bai Zhou, of course, didn't mind. He even enjoyed it a little. Chen Yueying's slightly cool lips pressed against his neck, making him feel a little ticklish yet pleasantly comfortable. Just then, John called out from the distant shore. Mr. Bai. Mr. Gu Qingji and Mr. Lu Xinhuan from the capital are here to see you. TSK. Bai Zhou felt a pang of irritation. He was starting to dread seeing John every time they crossed paths lately. He seemed to ruin the mood. But he couldn't really blame John. Bai Zhou was just venting his frustration internally. He gently patted Chen Yueying's back, and she obediently released him. Go wait for me on the yacht. I'll come find you after I finish this. Okay. Chen Yueying nodded obediently, then kissed his lips when he wasn't looking. Their lips parted instantly. Bai Zhou chuckled slightly and told her. I'll deal with you properly when I get back. He then swam back to shore. Taking the towel John handed him, Bai Zhou wiped himself down while asking. When did they arrive? What do they want with me? Messrs. Gu and Lu have been here for a while. They said they came to discuss further cooperation. Further cooperation? Bai Zhou frowned in confusion. They hadn't mentioned this over the phone. Did they want to invest more? But that wasn't necessary now. Shaking his head, Bai Zhou strode forward. Let's meet them first and see. In the reception room, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan fidgeted restlessly. Though this wasn't their first meeting with Bai Zhou, they felt even more nervous than last time. After all, now that they knew Bai Zhou's capabilities, they feared he might dismiss them at the slightest dissatisfaction. What brings you two here? Bai Zhou pushed open the door and asked bluntly. The two men immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Bai Zhou. Before Bai Zhou could react, they shouted in unison. Big brother. Bai Zhou was stunned. What the hell? Brother? But it didn't stop there. Gu Qingji straightened up, clasped his hands together, and addressed Bai Zhou. A single thread cannot form a rope, nor can a solitary tree make a forest. Great endeavors thrive on unity. Strength lies in solidarity. If you won't disdain me, brother, I, Gu Qingji, swear to follow you to the end. Lu Xinhuan followed Gu Qingji's lead, clasping his hands. Same here. Gu Qingji continued. As the saying goes, birds seek the right forest and find the right tree, ministers seek the right lord and find the right master. Now that I've found you, brother, my life's ambition is fulfilled. From this day forward, I, Gu Qingji, will follow your commands alone. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Lu Xinhuan followed suit. Same here. With that, both men declared in unison. Brother! Brother! Bai Zhou watched the two clowns' performance, his lips twitching as he muttered. Have you two been reading too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Bai Zhou couldn't help but worry again about his decision to choose them as partners. 139 Dad, I need to tell you something, don't panic. But Gu and Lu remained completely oblivious to Bai Zhou's thoughts. Big brother. Just be our big brother. We can't do without you. Yeah, big bro. See what my second brother said? Just give in already. The moment Lu Xinhuan uttered those words, Gu Qingji whacked him upside the head. Watch your mouth. What do you mean give in? Who's giving in? If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Lu Xinhuan shrank his neck and gave Bai Zhou an awkward smile. Big brother, I misspoke. I'm just not good with words. Bai Zhou sighed deeply, slapping his forehead. Ah, forget it. Seriously, what kind of play are you guys putting on? Big brother, second brother. What, have you already sorted out your seniority? Just waiting to seal the deal with a blood oath? This whole setup is pretty old school, huh? Should I set up a brotherhood hall sign for you guys to cut chicken heads and drink blood wine? Bai Zhou grumbled in mock irritation. Lu Shihan seemed to remember something and timidly spoke up. Big brother, the Hall of Brotherhood is from water margin. There's no such place in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Gu Qingji quickly covered his mouth. Shut the hell up. Whatever the boss says goes. Got it? Got it. Alright, I get what you mean. You two can relax. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, I won't kick you out. Just stay put in the capital city, got it? Hearing this, both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan felt a weight lift off their shoulders. At that moment, Lu Xinhuan's earnest nature surfaced again. Scratching his head sheepishly, he said to Bai Zhou. Bro, how about you cut back a bit next time? We haven't done anything this whole month and we've already gotten so much. It's making us feel uneasy. Bai Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. How had he not noticed how innocent this kid was? Suppressing his laughter, Bai Zhou replied. No, don't overthink it. We agreed on this amount and that's what you'll get. First off, I'm not the kind of person who breaks promises for personal gain. Second, you'll have plenty to keep you busy later on. So don't worry, just take it and relax. Gu Qingji finally caught on and pointed at Lu Xinhuan. What the hell are you thinking about, kid? From now on, we just listen to Big Brother. Whatever he tells us to do, we do. Whatever he says we take, we take. I. Got it. Big brother, second brother, I'll remember. Bai Zhou was truly at a loss with these two. Shaking his head, he addressed them. Alright, if there's nothing else, you two head back to the capital first. Once you're back, it'd be best to tell your families about this incident just this one time. As for anything else that might happen later, don't mention it for now. Ah, why? Lu Xinhuan was about to ask why when Gu Qingji cut him off. Got it, boss. We'll head back and tell our families right away. Then he glared at Lu Xinhuan. I told you not to ask. Do you even understand the wisdom of the boss? Just do as you're told. Okay, I won't ask anymore. With that, he followed Gu Qingji out. The two headed straight for the airport, preparing to fly back to the capital. Truthfully, Bai Zhou had long planned to find an opportunity for these two to mention their collaboration to their families. This was primarily to lay groundwork for the future. Perhaps their families currently attributed this profit solely to Bai Zhou's luck or some other factor. Moreover, this sum of money was hardly significant to their entire families. But Bai Zhou was doing this precisely so that when their wealth began to grow exponentially and attract more attention later on, the Gu and Lu families already forewarned could step forward. Yes, when that time comes, it won't be something Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, two young upstarts, can handle alone. Their families must step forward. Money has always stirred hearts since ancient times. At the very least, as established stakeholders, these two families would shield Bai Zhou from the bulk of scrutiny. The remaining players would become Bai Zhou's next round of potential partners. Hopefully, the Gu and Lu families would do their part and filter out sufficiently powerful targets. This approach didn't stem from Bai Zhou's fear of covetous eyes, but rather the fact that dealing with such troubles would inevitably drain his efficiency. Back and forth, it was far more efficient to proactively select sufficiently capable partners for collaboration. By granting them a small share of the benefits, they would save him a tremendous amount of time and energy. That, for Bai Zhou, was the most precious commodity. As for money? Frankly, Bai Zhou couldn't care less. Because he possessed the confidence to back it up. After returning to the capital, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan each hurried back to their respective homes. Gu's father couldn't fathom why his son had rushed out in such a panic, only to come back late at night, chattering away about needing to talk to him. He dragged him from the living room to the study, insisting his mother not listen in. The old man was utterly baffled by what his troublesome son was up to. What? What the hell are you up to? Why all the secrecy? Gu Qingji looked at his father with a serious expression and said, Dad, take this seriously. I'm talking about something important. Hey! What are you saying, you little brat? Whoa, why are you getting so worked up? Fine, I'll tell you.
Seeing his father reach for his 7-wolf pack, Gu Qingji backed down and quickly spilled the beans.
Dad, it's like this. Remember that 50 million I took to invest a while back? You know about that, right?
Before he could finish, his father cut him off.
What? You lost the money? If you lost it, you're going back to work. Stop chasing those crazy dreams. No. Let me finish. I didn't lose it.
Lu Xinhuan and I each put in 50 million to partner with someone else and start a financial company. The total capital was 150 million. Gu Qingji licked his slightly dry lips and continued. Then, in just 1 month, under the other partner's management, our capital turned into 150 million. US dollars.
US dollars, Dad. That means I recouped my investment within a month and made an extra 20 million. Dad. You don't understand. Hold on. You made 20 million? So you only got $15 million? You both invested the same amount, yet you only got 10%?
Mr. Gu stared at his son as if he were an idiot.
Did someone scam you? No. Dad. How could you even think that?
They're being generous giving us a 10% cut.
Both Lu Xinhuan and I got 10%.
And we didn't lift a finger, they handled everything themselves and made this much in just 1 month.
What more could we ask for? Asking for more would be greedy. Father Gu didn't answer his question.
Instead, he pressed further.
What does this partner of yours do to earn so much in a month? Stocks?
No, international futures trading oil.
Oh, I see, Gu Qingji.
Listen to me, withdraw your investment immediately.
What? Dad, what did you just say? 140 stunned second and third sons. The same scene was unfolding at Lu Xinhuan's home. Only Lu Xinhuan was far more straightforward than Gu Qingji.
He confronted his father directly. Wait, Dad, why? I made this much in such a short time.
Are you worried I'll out-earn you and embarrass you?
Lu's father promptly smacked him upside the head.
What the hell are you talking about, you little brat? You know nothing.
I won't get into other things right now, but tell me, what effort did you put into earning this money?
And tell me, will there ever be another chance like this where oil prices plummeted into negative territory? Or do you think your partner can make money every single time? If he's unstoppable in the global financial markets, why would he need to partner with you? Wouldn't it be better for him to just profit on his own? Why share the profits with you? No, Dad, you're really wrong about this. My big brother genuinely has the ability to make money. And he genuinely needs me and brother Gu. Seeing Lu Xinhuan so stubbornly obstinate, Lu's father flew into a rage. Big brother this, second brother that. Are you never going to stop?
I'm telling you, withdraw your investment immediately.
Finance isn't something kids like you can handle. Let me be clear, the Lu family doesn't need this kind of money-making scheme. Take that money and invest in real industry. Even if you lose it, I won't say a word. But dabbling in this kind of thing? Absolutely not. Lu Xinhuan's stubborn streak flared up. He stiffened his neck and retorted. No way. I'll invest in real industries with my own money once I make it big. But pulling out now? Absolutely not. Hey, you brat.
Father sees son still alive, pulls out 7 wolves. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lu Xinhuan ducked his head and slipped away like grease on a hot pan. Once outside, he immediately called Gu Qingji.
Hey, second brother. I'm screwed. My old man won't let me partner with big brother. He wants me to pull out, but I refused. Now he's threatening to beat me up. What's going on your end? Man, don't even get me started. Same here. Just had a huge fight with my old man. Now I'm too scared to go home, he'll beat me up the minute I step in the door. So, second brother, what do you think? Oomph. Old farts are short-sighted and narrow-minded. They can't keep up with the times. I'm sticking with big brother no matter what. So he cuts off my funding? I've got money. He wants me to pay interest? I can afford it. As long as big brother doesn't abandon me, money won't be a problem. Exactly. Makes perfect sense. Second brother. I'm in the same boat. Alright, come find me. We'll figure out what to do next. Can't go back home now, but we can't just end up on the streets, right? Alright, got it. Big brother, wait for me.
After hanging up, Lu Xinhuan drove straight to find Gu Qingji. Meanwhile, in distant Xiangnan, Bai Zhou wasn't entirely clear on the brothers' current predicament, but he had his suspicions.
He surmised that Gu and Lu would likely face opposition from their families after returning home.
After all, he understood that in the eyes of families of that caliber, he still didn't measure up. Having started less than half a year ago, it was inevitable that they wouldn't trust him. But knowing those two brothers, he was certain they'd likely choose to push through the pressure and continue working with him. Even if they ultimately couldn't withstand it, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, he'd simply have to invest a little effort to re-establish communication with them. Overall, it wouldn't significantly impact his future plans, so Bai Zhou didn't dwell on it. Thus, when he received their plaintive phone call, Bai Zhou felt no surprise whatsoever. Big brother. My third brother and I got kicked out of the house. Gu Qingji sounded on the verge of tears over the phone, but Bai Zhou wasn't buying it.
Oh, really? What happened? Tell me all about it.
Bai Zhou simply wanted to gauge his standing within the family under these circumstances. Only after confirming this could he formulate targeted plans for the future.
Gu Qingji and Lu Xinuan took turns explaining the situation over the phone.
Bai Zhou listened intently, deep in thought. This current situation is the easiest to handle among the possible outcomes I'd considered.
Well, I suppose that's just how major families operate.
Their thinking must be that even if they lose 50 million, it doesn't matter, the main goal is to teach these two a lesson.
Bai Zhou shook his head. Spending 50 million to buy a lesson? That takes some serious confidence.
But clearly, Bai Zhou had no intention of letting them get away with it. In truth, this situation was the easiest for Bai Zhou to handle. As long as he could subsequently prove his sustained profitability in international financial markets, it wouldn't be long before the Gu and Lu families changed their views of him. By then, the offensive and defensive positions would reverse, and they would proactively come to meet his demands.
Then, his next move would be crystal clear: make money. And for Bai Zhou, that couldn't be easier. He reassured the stunned Gu and Lu over the phone. Don't worry. If you need more money, just tell me. I'll lend you some first. But don't touch the funds in the company account yet. I'm about to launch the second round. That money is ammunition, it can't be touched. Got it? Ha? Boss. You're already moving on to the second round this quickly? Relax, I've got it covered. Alright. We trust you, bro. Don't worry about us either.
We can't splurge, but we've got enough to cover our living expenses.
Good. Keep me updated on any developments.
Also, there's no immediate need for you two right now.
Keep doing what you're doing.
But I expect that once I wrap up this final deal, you'll both be busy.
Hearing they'd soon be needed, Gu and Lu exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with excitement. Oh man, big bro. Finally my turn to shine.
If you don't need me soon, I won't even dare claim my share. Don't worry, big bro, just tell me what you need from your third brother, and I'll get it done.
Gu Qingji couldn't stand watching Lu Xinuan's silly antics. This kid wasn't always like this, why was he acting so foolish now? Why the rush? Just follow the boss's instructions. Alright, you two get back to work. I need to prepare some things.
With that, Bai Zhou hung up, opened his futures trading page, and began scouting his next target.
Meanwhile, back in the capital, Gu and Lu were already fretting over where they'd stay next. A hotel?
Not that it was impossible, but it would be inconvenient.
If people found out they couldn't go home and had to stay in a hotel, wouldn't they be laughed to death?
Hey! Wait, second brother, I have a friend who owns a bar. We could crash there for a few days.
Ha? Who? You should know him. Zhu Yangnian. Oh. Him. Alright, let's go. 141. Oh no. We're going to be exposed. Xiangnan Island.
Bai Zhou was scouting his next target. With $150 million in capital at his disposal, he could leverage it tenfold to mobilize $1.5 billion.
While substantial, this sum wouldn't rattle global financial markets, allowing him to operate with stealth.
While browsing and searching, Bai Zhou discovered a new target.
This time, it would require even less time, just about half a month to complete.
The target of this operation was stock index futures, standardized futures contracts based on stock price indices. The underlying assets of stock index futures are non-physical, such as stock price indices, interest rates, exchange rates, etc. Stock index futures are futures contracts with stock price indices as their underlying assets. In layman's terms, they are a price speculation game using stock price indices as the target, where one can bet on either rising or falling prices. This time, Bai Zhou was still betting on a decline, specifically on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Under the blessing of the financial god, the data Bai Zhou observed indicated the Dow Jones would plummet by 314 points within just half a month. Though the return on this trade wouldn't match his previous oil short, it still reached a staggering 220%. With 10x leverage applied, after deducting costs, Bai Zhou stood to earn over $1.7 billion in profits from his $1.5 billion principal. Even Bai Zhou was momentarily stunned by this figure. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the sheer magnitude of it still sent a chill down his spine when confronted with the cold, hard reality. This was entirely different from the $30 billion worth of shares he held. This was money Bai Zhou had earned bit by bit with his own hands. Who would believe it if he told them? He entered the market just 2 months ago with a mere 5 million renminbi, and within half a month, that sum had ballooned to nearly $1.7 billion US. Such terrifying speed of wealth accumulation, wouldn't others go mad if they found out? That was precisely why Bai Zhou had proactively secured partners with deep connections like Gu and Lu. Perhaps after his next move, his LVMH shares wouldn't be his most valuable asset anymore. Bai Zhou took a deep breath. Before his next move, he needed to establish connections with the elders of the Gu and Lu families. Otherwise, by then, just the two of them as juniors probably wouldn't be able to withstand all those crazed, covetous eyes. But for now, no more thinking. Move. No matter how grand the future plans or how lofty the goals, it all began with this very step. As long as he proceeded steadily and methodically, Bai Zhou was certain the blueprint he envisioned in his mind would come to fruition. Back in the capital, Lu Xinhuan drove Gu Qingji to meet his friend. The two homeless youths showed no trace of gloom on their faces. Instead, they were high as kites. Just one more person, and they could form the Jim Carrey shaking trio. Just then, Gu Qingji's phone buzzed. He glanced down, froze for a moment, then sighed wistfully to Lu Xinhuan. Our big brother sure knows how to make a grand entrance. He always throws all his money in and borrows 10 times the leverage. If he loses 1.5 billion US dollars, I couldn't cover that even if they sold me. Lu Xinhuan looked utterly unconcerned as he chided his second brother. Brother, your mindset is all wrong. Do you really think our big brother is the type to lose money? Think about it this way, with 1.5 billion on the line, even if he only makes 50%, that's still 700 million. That means each of us gets an extra 70 million in US dollars. Would we still be stuck in this miserable situation then? We could just walk home, dump the cash on the old man's desk, and let them all take a good look. Oomph. What do you know? I'm just stunned by Big Brother's sheer boldness. If you had that 1.5 billion, wouldn't you panic? You definitely would. Ah, true. I wouldn't dare leverage 10 times my capital. That's why our big brother is still our big brother. He's the man. Hey, why aren't we there yet? Where exactly is this Zhu Yongnian place? Almost there, almost there. Just around the corner. Look. Cool nightclub. We're here. Oh, I see him. That guy standing at the entrance must be Zhu Yongnian. Come on, pull over quick. I'm starving. Let's get him to take us out for a bite. Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan got out of the car. Zhu Yongnian, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, came out to greet them from afar. Brother Gu. Brother Lu. Man, I've been waiting for you guys. After Brother Lu called this afternoon, I came straight out here. Come on, follow me. Once you're here, you don't have to worry about a thing. Just see if your brother here delivers. Gu and Lu weren't the least bit surprised by Zhu Yongnian's enthusiasm. They were practically accustomed to being treated this way. After all, within their elite circle in the capital, these two brothers ranked among the absolute top tier both in terms of family background and personal influence. Second-tier figures like Zhu Yongnian considered it an honor just to know people like them. Forget hosting them at his place for a few days. If they ever set their sights on his shop, he'd gladly hand it over to the brothers. Who can blame them for being so arrogant? Come on, little Zhu, take us out to eat. We're starving to death. Don't worry, Brother Gu. I've already prepared a welcome feast for you too. But, Hearing Zhu Yongnian's hesitant tone, Gu Qingji narrowed his eyes and gave a soft snort. Ah, it's nothing. Just that I have a few friends who haven't seen much of the world. When they heard you two were coming to stay with me for a few days, they all swarmed over. They're insisting I beg you both to grace them with your presence and have dinner with that bunch. Oh, it's that. Gu Qingji had thought he was coming to collect money. Alright. Bring them all over. What's the big deal? Eating first is the real priority. Come on, let's go. Gu and Lu weren't about to stand around for this. They'd seen it all before, nothing more than sycophants trying to curry favor for personal gain. Handling it was easy, just ignore them. Did they really think any Tom, Dick, or Harry could cozy up to the Gu-Lu duo? Dream on. Zhu Yongnian's face lit up with a huge grin the moment he saw Gu Qingji nod in agreement. Bowing and scraping, he led the two brothers into the restaurant's finest private room. Pushing open the door, they found a massive dining table at the center of the spacious private room. It was already laden with all kinds of delicacies, still steaming hot, clearly just served. The brothers were thoroughly satisfied. Ignoring the group of men and women seated around the table, they took the seats of honor and prepared to dig in. Zhu Yongnian was brimming with pride. Oomph. The two most renowned young masters of the capital, Gu and Lu, had come to his place to play. What did that say? It said he was a man of standing. If he didn't show off properly in front of his friends today, how could he justify waiting outside all afternoon? Ahem, allow me to introduce these two gentlemen. They are the young masters of the Gu and Lu families of the capital. They? Alright, shut up. Let's eat. Exactly. And stop calling us the Gu and Lu family's young masters. We're about to be the first in our circle to earn enough wealth to be truly financially free. Call us boss. Lu Xinhuan spoke his mind without hesitation, blurting out his true thoughts before realizing. Oh crap. We're busted. 142. Thankfully, they didn't believe him. Beside him, Gu Qingji froze with his chopsticks mid-air, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Lu Xinhuan. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. How could this guy's mouth be so unreliable? What if he gets exposed? Will Big Brother get mad? And if he does, will he kick both of them off the car? No way. It's all Lu Xinhuan's fault. Gu Qingji had nothing to do with it, Big Brother. While Gu Qingji raged internally, Lu Xinhuan wasn't idle either. After blurting out that sentence, his brain froze, consumed by a single thought. Oh no. His eyes were practically bulging out of his head. Gu Qingji's brain raced, desperately trying to salvage this disastrous situation. Wait. There's no need to hide it at all. With Big Brother's terrifying track record, who would believe it if we told them? We wouldn't even dare brag like that normally. Right. Just say it. Tell them straight up that Lu Xinhuan and I hooked up with a big shot. Made $1.5 billion in a month. No sane person would believe that. Ha! With that thought, Gu Qingji burst into laughter. You're right. My third brother hit the nail on the head. You'll have to change how you address us from now on. No more Master Gu or Master Lu. Let me tell you straight, before long, my third brother and I will be billionaires. And every penny of it has nothing to do with our families. We made it all ourselves through our own investments. Lu Xinhuan was dumbfounded. What had gotten into his second brother? Had he given up on himself? Surely not. Meanwhile, Zhu Yongyan and his friends perked up at Gu Qingji's words. Could the capital's most prominent young master be pulling their leg? They eagerly listened for details on this get-rich scheme, hoping to snag a piece of the pie. Spill it, brother Gu. Ahem, well, it's simple really. My third brother Lu Xinhuan and I have a big brother. To describe his skills in one phrase, he's like a heifer standing on its head and farting to the sky. He pretended to pick up a morsel of food and put it in his mouth, glancing at Lu Xinhuan, who still hadn't processed the situation, and silently sighed inwardly. Ah, this good-for-nothing third brother of mine. But my mouth never stopped. I continued, eyes sparkling with excitement. My third brother, our big brother, and I each put in 50 million. Then our big brother takes 80%, and the two of us split the remaining 20%. No way. Brother Gu, brother Lu. That's not right. You three invested equally, why should you two get such a small share? That's totally screwing us over. You know nothing. My big brother giving us 80% is already being generous. Otherwise, we'd only get 10% combined. You greenhorns wouldn't understand how formidable my big brother is. In just 1 month, he turned 1.5 billion yuan into $1.5 billion. Do you even grasp what that means? Ha! Taking a sip of water, he looked at the stunned Zhu Yongyan and the others with a look of contempt and continued. That means in just 1 month, my third brother and I recouped our 50 million yuan investment and made a 20 million yuan profit. Who among you could make money like that? Ha! Not to mention my eldest brother's latest move, $1.5 billion with 10x leverage. We're looking at a solid 600 to 700 million profit. By then, my third brother and I will be billionaires. And billionaires who made it purely through our own investment acumen. Pretty awesome, huh? At first, Zhu Yongyan and the others listened with rapt attention, afraid they might miss some secret trick. But the more they heard, the more off it felt. Why did it seem like Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan had stumbled upon some con artists? No way. Making $1.5 billion in a month sounded ridiculously exaggerated. None of them would dare dream of such a thing in their wildest imaginations. They simply lack the context. Even if this were true, what comes next? $1.5 billion plus 10x leverage? $1.5 billion? US dollars? With that much money, did Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan ever consider what happens if they lose it? Could they even afford to pay it back? Sure, given their family backgrounds, they probably could. But if they had to rely on their families to cover that debt, how would they live afterward? Wouldn't their families come down hard on them? Aren't they afraid? Gradually, the way people looked at Gu and Lu began to change. It was, how to put it, a kind of benevolent gaze, like looking at someone with intellectual disabilities. Their words echoed Gu Qingji's statements, sounding exactly like a grandfather smoothing things over for his grandson. Yes, brother Gu, you're absolutely right. What foresight! Truly remarkable. Your elder brother has such boldness. So impressive. Lu Xinhuan slowly realized something was off. Ha! So telling the truth gets you nowhere, huh? That gave me a hell of a scare. Thought I was about to blow my cover. His courage growing, Lu Xinhuan grinned and slapped Zhu Yongyan's shoulder, saying, how about it? Since you've gone out of your way to host us, I'll reluctantly let you in on the deal. No need to chip an extra still 50 million, but it's gotta be US dollars. When my big brother makes a killing, you'll get your cut. Zhu Yongyan smiled and declined. Oh, that's great. But I just can't come up with that kind of money. 50 million US dollars is over 300 million yuan. If I had that much cash, would I be running this little bar? What a shame, what a shame. But inwardly he thought. Holy, you Lu bastard trying to drag me down with you? Stay the hell away from me. Lu Xinhuan wore a smug expression, yet feigned regret. Oh dear, what a shame. Looks like you're not meant for this opportunity. But inside he thought. Put. Even if you did, I wouldn't let you in on it. What a pipe dream. The two men, each harboring their own ulterior motives, exchanged a knowing smile, a strange kind of mutual admiration. At that moment, Zhu Yongyan had no idea how immense the opportunity he'd just missed truly was.
Even if he'd agreed then, Gu and Lu would have found ways to wriggle out of it anyway, but he didn't know that. He didn't know the truth. So,
only later, when news surfaced that Gu and Lu had struck it rich partnering with a mysterious man, did he recall today's events? By then, he was kicking himself. Gu Qingji watched as Lu Xinhuan's theatrical urge flared up again, fearing he might blurt out something he shouldn't. He quickly stuffed a chicken drumstick into his mouth, pulled Zhu Yongyan down to sit, and urged everyone.
Stop standing around like fools. Eat. Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold if you don't.
The meal was a resounding success, with both host and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. After the meal, both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan lay back in their chairs, rubbing their round bellies with sighs of relief.
Thank goodness they didn't believe him.
Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble.
Seriously, third brother, could you please keep your mouth shut? I'll talk less from now on, okay? 143. Your mission is to not bother me.
Today marked the final day of the Golden Week holiday, and Bai Zhou and Shen Yueying were preparing to return to Jiangxia. During their days in Xiangnan, they sampled local delicacies, accidentally crashed a viral livestream, and even acquired a valuable estate. Bai Zhou even got to see Chen Yueying in a dead-stock swimsuit. All in all, it was a great deal and a lot of fun. Both had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Chen Yueying didn't have many demands as long as Bai Zhou was by her side. She'd be happy even if they just lazed around the hotel every day. Bai Zhou was especially content Chen Yueying had finally relaxed around him, and their relationship had taken a significant step forward.
The flight to Jiangxia passed without incident.
Upon arrival, Bai Zhou first dropped Shen Yueying back at her school.
Chen Yueying felt a bit reluctant to part ways.
Though they lived in the same city, opportunities to spend every day together like this were rare.
You have to come see me more often, okay?
Chen Yueying wrapped her arms around Bai Zhou's arm and looked up at his face. Bai Zhou smiled fondly, leaned down to kiss her forehead, and replied,
Sure, I'll visit whenever I can. Alright, promise? I'll head back now. Go ahead.
Watching Chen Yueying return to her dorm, Bai Zhou finally got into the car with John, who had been standing nearby, eyes fixed on his nose and mind on his thoughts.
Mr. Bai, what are your plans next?
Next, of course, is to focus on my studies.
I'm still a student.
Bai Zhou replied matter-of-factly. John was inwardly speechless.
I'd forgotten Mr. Bai is still a student. How is he still a student? Someone so accomplished is still a student? Good heavens.
John, who had spent the longest time by Bai Zhou's side, often forgot that Bai Zhou was actually still a student, a freshman who had only recently enrolled. It was a bit exaggerated.
He didn't quite understand why Bai Zhou was so enthusiastic about attending school.
With his current abilities and circumstances, whether he went to school or not should be a rather trivial matter. But then again, he was the boss. As long as Bai Zhou was happy, he could do whatever he wanted. With that thought, John spoke up. So, are you heading back to campus now, or? First to Hongsheng Networks.
I have some matters to discuss with them.
Driving to the Hongsheng Network headquarters building, Xin Mei and the company executives had been waiting for quite some time. In the familiar conference room, Bai Zhou sat at the head of the table, listening to their reports on the company's current status. On the technical front, our team, led by the director, has overcome the most significant challenge in developing the new product.
We're currently conducting stability testing. Once that concludes, we'll proceed with comprehensive trials. On the operational front, all current projects are performing well with positive customer feedback. We strictly followed the boss's guidance, prioritizing user experience above all else. Financially, the company achieved a quarterly profit of 37.6 billion huabits, with a significant upward trend. Projections indicate profits will surpass 1 billion by year-end.
Listening to the work reports from those below him, Bai Zhou glanced at Xin Mei beside him. This woman had started as a manager at a small company and had followed him all the way to become the second in command at this internet company with a market value of 20 billion. To keep up with his pace, she had put in countless hours of hard work behind the scenes. Now that he was less involved in day-to-day operations, the company relied almost entirely on her to run it. Bai Zhou was very satisfied with her capabilities.
Xin Mei. President Bai, I'm here. You're doing well.
Xin Mei was taken aback by Bai Zhou's public praise in front of so many people. This was the first time he had ever expressed his recognition of her in front of so many people. An indescribable surge of joy welled up inside her, making her feel that all her recent hard work hadn't been in vain.
Thank you, Mr. Bai. I'll keep working hard.
Take care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. Money is never ending, but ensuring your health is the most important thing. After speaking, Bai Zhou glanced at the executives present.
The same goes for all of you. Working hard and living well aren't mutually exclusive. Don't overdo it.
A wave of warmth washed over everyone.
In today's corporate climate, bosses only complain if you're not working hard enough. Who else would remind you to take care of yourself and not overwork like Bai Zhou? Thank you, President Bai. We'll keep giving it our all.
After the meeting, Xin Mei approached Bai Zhou privately.
Privately, she still addressed him by his first name. Bai Zhou, do you have plans tonight? If you're free, would you like to come over for tea? I just bought some premium de Hong Pao. It's true.
It had been ages since he'd sat down with Sunmmary for a leisurely chat over tea.
Shouldn't have anything else planned tonight, right? Sure, I'll come over to your place tonight.
Sunmmary jumped up in delight at his words. She only asked tentatively, never expecting Bai Zhou to agree. After all, she knew he was always busy.
Then could I leave work early today? Isn't that usually up to you?
You're the second in command.
What's the big deal about leaving early? Got it. I'll wrap up my current tasks first.
With that, Sunmmary shot Bai Zhou a flirtatious glance before swaying her hips as she exited his office.
Phew. Looks like tonight's going to be a rough battle.
Bai Zhou thought to himself.
Oh, and there's one more thing to handle.
John, connect me to Gu Qingji. Bai Zhou called out toward the door. John pushed open the door and helped Bai Zhou connect with Gu Qingji.
Hey, big brother. What's up?
Gu Qingji sounded genuinely surprised.
After all, Bai Zhou rarely reached out to him, not even after making all that money last time.
If Gu Hanti stumbled upon the news himself, he probably still wouldn't know about it.
Where's Lu Xinhuan? Is he with you?
Gu Qingji glanced at Lu Xinhuan, who was busy boasting over drinks with someone nearby, and replied to Bai Zhou. He's here. We're staying at a friend's bar with third brother right now.
Oh? Seriously? You two can't even go home?
You're supposed to be the big shots of the capital city.
Bai Zhou teased. Man, you have no idea.
Our elders are such stubborn old fogies.
Can't reason with them at all. But it's fine.
Once you finish this job, we'll take the money we earned back and show them.
They'll probably change their tune then. Excellent. That's precisely what I want you to do.
With that thought, Bai Zhou straightened up and said.
All right, enough chit-chat. I called to tell you something. Haven't you two been wondering what you should be doing?
Yeah, boss.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. You give us dividends, but what should we actually be doing?
Just holding on to this money without contributing feels empty.
No need to feel guilty.
I'll tell you now, your job is to not bother me, and to make sure no one else bothers me.
Got it? Got it. So it's about keeping random people from finding out about you and bothering you, right, boss? Leave that to us, you can count on us. 144 Campus Legend.
As dawn broke, Bai Zhou awoke from the soft velvet bed. He gently moved the pale, delicate arm draped across his chest and slipped quietly out of bed. As he dressed, a lazy, drowsy female voice drifted from behind him.
Where are you going?
Bai Zhou paused his movements, hesitated for a moment, and said without turning his head.
It's about time. I need to head to school. I'll order you some breakfast later. Make sure to eat something after you wake up.
Just as he finished pulling up his pants, Sunmmary wrapped her arms around Bai Zhou from behind. Her face pressed against Bai Zhou's broad, strong back, she murmured with adoration.
When will you come again next time?
Bai Zhou paused his movements, feeling the warmth of the beauty behind him.
He sighed and said. Next time? Definitely next time? No way. Hiss. Don't stick out your tongue.
By the time he left Sunmmry's place, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The woman insisted on dragging Bai Zhou into a deep dive session to complement each other's strengths before leaving. Who knew how much resolve it took for Bai Zhou to finally step out of her house? Stepping outside, Bai Zhou squinted at the blinding sunlight, shielding his eyes with his hand.
He sighed. The sunlight is so blinding.
He immediately called John to pick him up and take him to school. After picking Bai Zhou up, John noticed his detached, world-weary expression and couldn't help but ask.
Mr. Bai, what's going on? Why do I feel like your aura now resembles those monks I used to see?
Bai Zhou gave him a calm, unruffled look and said.
You know nothing. This is actually my clearest state of mind. But I have a question. Mr. Bai, please tell me.
My physical condition should be pretty good, but why does a bowl of 6-yuan spicy hot pot make me feel a bit sluggish?
John blinked. What is Mr. Bai talking about? Why can't I understand? Stop pretending to be cute. What are you blinking for, you big guy?
Oh, and you're in charge of delivering meals to Sunmmary today and tomorrow. I doubt she'll be able to move around much these next 2 days. John finally got it, staring in astonishment at Bai Zhou's serene expression. A silent thought echoed in his mind.
So people who are awesome in one area are awesome in everything, huh? Mr. Bai truly lives up to his name. A role model for us all.
And to juggle all this while still going to school, Mr. Bai is incredibly resilient.
Indeed, no one achieves success by accident.
They all work tirelessly behind the scenes where others can't see. After dropping Bai Zhou off at school, John returned at his request to handle some routine tasks for Hongqing Network. In the golden autumn of October, Jiangxia's weather finally carried a hint of crisp, clear autumn air, though the heat remained intense. The morning classes were already a lost cause, but at least there was one specialized class in the afternoon. Bai Zhou planned to pay close attention, though first he needed to go to Jiangyu to sign out of sick leave. Yes, Bai Zhou had taken another day off.
Yes, I took the morning off.
This time it's only half a day, so Jiangyu readily agreed.
Ms. Jiang, I'm back. Whoa! What happened? You look exhausted. Nothing, mostly just mentally exhausted. What happened this morning to wear you out like this? You've handled so many big things before without looking this exhausted. Jiang Yu was still a bit concerned. After all, she'd never seen Bai Zhou like this before. She couldn't imagine what kind of monumental task he'd undertaken that morning. Bai Zhou shook his head. He couldn't very well say he looked like this because of overwork, and besides, it wasn't his fault. Who could blame him when Xinmei insisted on inviting him to tune the Suqin and read the Golden Sutra? No, Teacher Jiang, you're overthinking it. It's mainly because I didn't sleep well last night, and then I had to handle some issues first thing this morning managing the flood damage and such. Your place is leaking? Sort of. Sitting in Jiang Yu's office, Bai Zhou chatted idly with her to kill time. They ordered takeout and shared lunch together. Alright, Ms. Jiang, it's about time. I'll head to class now. Alright, go ahead. Remember to take out the trash. Bai Zhou walked to the door, picked up the trash bag, waved goodbye, and strolled out. Looking so listless that's unusual. Jiang Yu watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Returning to the classroom he hadn't seen in ages, Bai Zhou felt the familiar student atmosphere he'd missed. His spirits, which had been low all morning, lifted slightly. Just then, a classmate sat down beside him, looking at him with excitement. Bai Zhou. Ha! I knew you'd show up this afternoon even if you skipped the morning. Bai Zhou was puzzled. Ha? How did you know? The boy paused, then asked. Ha? That doesn't make sense. Didn't you come because Old Chi is teaching the afternoon class? Old Chi? Yeah. He's the professor teaching this afternoon's specialized class. Didn't you know? The boy's voice grew louder with surprise, echoing throughout the classroom as all eyes turned their way. Bai Zhou even caught the whispers among his classmates. No way. Is Bai Zhou that cocky? He doesn't even seem to care about old Demon Chi. Probably not. He rarely comes to school anyway. He probably hasn't realized how terrifying old Demon Chi is yet. Last time old Chi took attendance and saw Bai Zhou wasn't there, the look on his face, ugh. Yeah, who knows how old Chi will deal with Bai Zhou this time. I thought Bai Zhou knew about this and that's why he came to class. Yeah, me too. I figured he came to avoid having old Chi wipe out all his credits. Bai Zhou was a bit confused. He turned to the boy beside him and asked, Hey, buddy, could you tell me about old Demon Chi? The boy looked at Bai Zhou with admiration. You're something else. I bet you're the only person in the whole school who doesn't know about old Demon Chi. Come on, let me fill you in. Old Chi, as the name suggests, is surnamed Chi. His given name doesn't matter, no one cares. His teaching skills are top-notch. Rumor has it he was a mentor at one of the country's top 2 universities back in the day. But do you know why he ended up at our school? Bai Zhou chimed in. No idea. Why? The boy wore an inscrutable expression. Because of his temper. Legend has it he left that elite university after publicly cursing their president to his face. How badass is that? After leaving, other top universities tried to recruit him, but he ended up disliking the people and the culture at each place. Whether it was cursing people out or writing scathing articles for the school paper, he ended up offending everyone at those schools. That's how he ended up here. But man, this guy's skills are off the charts. Our school treats him like a prized possession. Whatever he dislikes, he curses freely. Not just the principal, even officials visiting for inspections have gotten the full brunt of his wrath. And don't even get me started on us students. Old Chi the demon, that's him at our school. The boy raised a thumb, pointing it skyward. The 145 system is assigning a task at this moment? Well, all we can say is this teacher has a fiercely upright temperament and hates evil with a passion. But why call him old Demon Chi? Bai Zhou was puzzled. The boy waved his hand dismissively. Hey, don't rush. I'm about to get to it. Who first gave him the nickname Old Demon Chi is lost to history. Let me tell you a few stories about him that circulate around campus. Once, there was this third-year student from Jiangxia with some money. Instead of studying, he spent his days hanging out with the wrong crowd. He brought a bunch of street thugs with dyed yellow hair onto campus, harassing female students. Old Chi caught them red-handed. Despite his age, when he got physical, he was sharp and decisive. He took down that whole gang in no time. Later, I heard he'd practiced martial arts years ago. After that, Old Chi insisted the student be expelled. The kid's parents begged for mercy, but it was useless. Money, connections, whoever they tried all wasted. Old Chi wouldn't budge. One sentence, expel him and get him out of here. And what happened? He dropped out, of course. Left with his tail between his legs. That shows he's a decent teacher, upright and incorruptible. And then there's this senior from our department. You know how most professors at our school aren't strict, they rarely say anything when students skip class. So this senior developed this habit, if she didn't feel like coming, she just didn't show up. But then she ran into old Demon Chi. It happened right after they switched professors. On Professor Chi's very first class, this senior and a few others didn't show up. After taking attendance, Professor Chi immediately announced that everyone absent would automatically fail his course.
This was a core course. How could they fail a core course? So, led by this senior, the students initially tried begging old Chi for mercy. But it was useless, old Chi wouldn't budge. A failing grade was a failing grade. Then the senior student thought, if soft tactics don't work, let's try force. She reported old Demon Chi to the school for abuse of authority. Ha! The school dared not interfere with old Demon Chi's affairs. They simply replied to the senior student, we can't handle it. She'll have to deal with old Demon Chi herself. So she failed the course? You bet. To make up the credits, she loaded up on electives the next year. She was exhausted. Bai Zhou listened and couldn't help but gasp. That was a bit cold-hearted, wasn't it? The male student nodded in agreement. Yeah. That's why no one dares skip old Chi's class now. Last time he saw you were absent on leave, he got really upset. I bet he's got you marked. You better be careful when you take his class later. Bai Zhou felt a twinge of frustration. What kind of situation was this? He'd finally managed to attend a class only to encounter such a difficult teacher? He sighed. Alright, got it. Thanks, buddy. No problem. Holy crap, quiet. Quiet. Professor Chi's coming. The classroom instantly fell silent. Bai Zhou looked up to see a middle-aged man standing at the door. He wore a slightly oversized white short-sleeved shirt, black work pants, and a pair of Liberation Army-style shoes. His back was ramrod straight, his hair immaculately combed, and he wore square-framed glasses. He stood there quietly observing the students. He was somewhat thin, but his hands appeared large. Several books, their covers worn and faded, were tucked under his arm. There was something peculiar about him. One glance told you he was stubborn, his neck perpetually stiff, his eyes perpetually dissatisfied. Yet his voice was unexpectedly pleasant, speaking in standard Mandarin. Good morning, everyone. I see we have a full attendance today. Now, about that Bai Zhou who took a long leave of absence right at the start of the semester. At this point, old Chi's gaze shifted to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's heart skipped a beat. How did he know it was me? Had he already memorized the faces of all the other students? Bai Zhou gave a slightly awkward smile. Old Chi continued. I don't care what you were busy with before, but now that you're back, pay attention in class. Student, your most important task is to study. Got it? Bai Zhou nodded. Understood, teacher. Seeing Bai Zhou's obedient demeanor, old Demon Chi's expression softened. Very well. Make sure to catch up on the notes from the classes you missed. Now, students, let's officially begin today's lesson. The classroom echoed with the synchronized rustling of pages. This afternoon's lecture was a large-scale session, but old Chi's teaching standards truly matched his temperament. Even though Bai Zhou had missed several sessions, he found the lecture neither incomprehensible nor tedious. Instead, he found himself drawn in by old Demon Chi's methodical, step-by-step approach, listening with rapt attention. The other students were no different. From Bai Zhou's perspective, not a single student was distracted or daydreaming. They were either taking notes or listening intently to old Demon Chi's lecture. This must be what true mastery looks like. Old Chi really had something special. Truthfully, Bai Zhou's fascination stemmed not only from the quality of the teaching, but more importantly, from sensing old Chi's profound expertise. He sensed this man possessed profound expertise and significant achievements in his field. Bai Zhou began to take an interest in old Chi himself. This was a true technical heavyweight, though perhaps a bit gruff, but that hardly mattered. Wasn't this exactly the kind of talent his company needed? Bai Zhou felt a surge of excitement. But just then, a long-forgotten system notification chimed in his mind. Beep. Emergency delivery task detected. Assigned to host. Objectives as follows. Host must complete this delivery within half an hour. Upon successful completion, the host will be rewarded with top-tier learning techniques, ensuring stress-free learning from then on. If the time limit is exceeded or the task is not completed, one system reward will be randomly revoked. Bai Zhou was dumbfounded. What the hell is an emergency delivery task? And it's timed? A time limit is bad enough, but penalties too? Randomly revoke one system reward? Bai Zhou counted the rewards he'd already acquired: the Sky Tower, his beloved scooter, the car, the shop, LVMH shares, Hongsheng network, culinary skills, driving skills, physical fitness. Not a single one of these could he part with. Not to mention those two blessings. Was he really forced to choose the quest? But he was currently in old Chi's class. Was he really going to blatantly bolt out to deliver food? Would old Demon Chi kill me? I was just thinking about how to recruit him later. But Bai Zhou weighed the pros and cons and decided he couldn't abandon this delivery. The punishment was too terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Bai Zhou slowly stood up under the horrified gaze of the boy beside him. Teacher! I'm going out to deliver an order. Under the stunned gaze of the male student, Bai Zhou slowly rose to his feet. Teacher Chi, of course, noticed him. But in all his years of teaching, this was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. He actually froze, asking in a daze. Bai Zhou, what are you doing? Swish! Every pair of eyes in the classroom converged on Bai Zhou. Resolve hardened in his heart. He'd made up his mind worst case, he'd apologize to old Demon Chi after completing the task.
Teacher, I need to step out for a moment.
Old Chi's gaze instantly turned cold, his tone growing icy. When I saw you enter the classroom, I assumed you genuinely had important matters to attend to, that you weren't the type to confuse priorities. At this point, old Demon Chi's tone abruptly sharpened, becoming intensely stern.
I never imagined I'd misjudge you. Tell me. As a student, what could possibly be more important than your studies? Come on, tell me, what business do you have?
If it truly is an urgent matter requiring your presence, I'll let you go immediately without question and won't hold it against you afterward. But if it's just some trivial nonsense, mark my words, Bai Zhou, you'll never pass this class.
Chi Lama's reaction was entirely within Bai Zhou's expectations. He knew his demands were indeed excessive, but what could he do?
The system was just that unforgiving. Bai Zhou spoke calmly to old Demon Chi.
Teacher, I'm going out to deliver an order.
Not only old Demon Chi at the lectern, but every student in the classroom was stunned.
Taking time off from old Demon Chi's class just to deliver food? What kind of move is this?
The students in the classroom collectively gasped in unison. The temperature in the entire classroom seemed to rise significantly.
Bai Zhou, what a brave soul.
Especially the guy sitting next to him. He stared at Bai Zhou with eyes wide as saucers.
He'd already laid out every terrifying detail about old Demon Chi, yet this man still dared to do it. Indeed, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage.
While Bai Zhou's actions weren't exactly commendable, his courage was truly awe-inspiring. No wonder Bai Zhou could drive out that professor who had plagued the school for years. No wonder so many students held him in such high regard. This was the reason. That boy had become Bai Zhou's devoted little fanboy. In all his years, old Demon Chi had never encountered such an insolent student. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to handle the situation. After all, he was the one who usually made others angry. Today was the first time he'd been the one to get angry at a student.
And a freshman at that. After the initial shock came a torrent of rage.
Students below the podium could clearly see his face flush crimson with fury, veins bulging on his thin arms. Unconsciously, he crushed the chalk in his hand. The students watching this scene all fell silent, frozen in fear. They had never seen old Demon Chi this enraged before. Truth be told, today had been quite the eye-opener.
So many firsts had converged on old Demon Chi and these students.
Bai Zhou, the central figure who had sparked this whole affair, glanced down at his watch.
After a moment's deliberation, he realized he couldn't delay any longer. He bowed deeply to old Demon Chi and said earnestly, Master Chi, I'm truly sorry. This delivery is crucial for me. I must go now. After completing this order, I will personally come to your door to apologize.
Bai Zhou's bow wasn't out of respect for old Chi's reputation, nor was it fear that old Chi might hold a grudge and fail him. He bowed in respect for old Demon Chi's professional expertise and his rigorous, meticulous approach to scholarship. But old Demon Chi was seething with anger. How could he possibly listen?
Bai Zhou. You're something else. You've got guts. But if you step out that door today, this school won't have room for both of us. Sigh.
The classroom's air conditioning couldn't keep up with the students' intake. The culprit behind global warming had been found.
So ruthless.
Bai Zhou has really pissed off old Demon Chi this time. The boy beside Bai Zhou dared not lift his head, terrified old Demon Chi would notice him even though he had nothing to do with this. Bai Zhou straightened up, his face full of resignation.
He sighed silently to himself.
Sigh, looks like recruiting him for the company team is going to be tough. He could only cast an apologetic glance at old Chi before walking out of the classroom without looking back. Old Chi watched Bai Zhou walk out, nearly losing control several times and smashing the water cup beside him. Surprisingly, however, after Bai Zhou left, he didn't erupt in anger or yell. He simply closed the door silently, walked back to the podium, and continued lecturing in his usual tone. Yet the classroom remained deathly quiet. Even the sound of pages turning grew cautious and deliberate. A closer look revealed that old Wizard Chi's hand, still clutching the chalk, trembled slightly. His inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior he projected. At that moment, no one dared to cross him. Only after finishing the lecture did old Demon Chi silently pick up his textbook and turn toward the principal's office.
At that moment, a quick-thinking student hurriedly called Jiang Yu. Ms. Jiang. We're doomed. Bai Zhou has offended old Demon Chi.
What?
Who offended old Demon Chi?
Bai Zhou. That Bai Zhou who's always taking sick days.
He then recounted the entire incident to Jiang Yu in detail.
After hearing the student's account, Jiang Yu's hand holding the phone went stiff. Especially when the classmate mentioned old Demon Chi had told Bai Zhou directly, this school can only have one of us. Jiang Yu knew immediately that this was serious trouble. Hanging up the phone, she pressed both thumbs hard against her temples, muttering to herself with a pained expression. Bai Zhou, you really know how to get me into trouble. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to pick the one person in this school you absolutely shouldn't have crossed. How am I supposed to fix this for you? Professor Chi's reputation carried more weight among faculty than among students. From the principal down to young counselors like Jiang Yu, not a single teacher in this school wasn't intimidated by him.
Highly capable, well-connected, and deeply seasoned. It could be said that within the entire institution, those with status lacked his seniority, and those with seniority lacked his ability. As for his abilities, sorry, but old Demon Chi's abilities are the absolute ceiling of this school, no, even the ceiling of his entire field. Despite Jiang Yu's connections, old Chi couldn't care less about them. He'd criticize anyone, even the king himself, without hesitation. She tugged at her hair in agony, nearly driven to despair, yet she had no choice but to go. After all, she owed Bai Zhou a favor. Resigned, Jiang Yu sighed and rose with a grimace, heading toward the principal's office. On the way, she braced herself for a scathing tirade from old Demon Chi. Yet upon entering the office, the scene inside left Jiang Yu utterly stunned. 147 The solution? Jiang Yu pushed open the door. Inside the principal's office, old Demon Chi sat calmly on the sofa sipping tea, while Principal Li stood beside him, wiping sweat from his brow as he refilled Chi's cup. Wait, what? This peaceful scene? Has old Demon Chi changed his ways? Jiang Yu was utterly astonished. She'd seen old Demon Chi visit the principal before, but hadn't he always left both the principal and the office in shambles? Now Principal Li was still as submissive as ever, yet the principal's office hadn't been wrecked? And the principal's prized purple clay teapot hadn't been smashed? Could it be old Demon Chi wasn't actually that angry? A flicker of hope flickered in Jiang Yu's heart. Just as she was about to speak, Principal Li frantically signaled her with his eyes, practically bulging out of his head. But it was too late. Old Chi, watching Jiang Yu walk in, set down his teacup and spoke expressionlessly. You must be Bai Zhou's counselor. I remember you, you're Jiang Zhang's daughter, right? Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu realized she shouldn't have come, but since she was already here, she steeled herself and replied. Yes, Old Chi, I am Jiang Yu. Oomph. What a fine student you've raised. If Bai Zhou is so busy with affairs, why bother coming here to study? Teacher Jiang, Principal Li, if he has no intention of being a proper student, why cling to him so stubbornly? I suggest expelling Bai Zhou. Shocked. Jiang Yu knew old Master Chi must harbor resentment toward Bai Zhou, but she hadn't anticipated it would reach this level. Previously, it was just a written reprimand or failing a course, but now expulsion? Principal Li panicked. He understood Bai Zhou's standing well enough, he'd even hoped to leverage that connection someday for Bai Zhou's favor. Expelling him? Out of the question. Forget expulsion, he wouldn't dare do anything that might offend Bai Zhou. But old Chi was impossible to reason with. How could he make him abandon this unrealistic notion? Principal Li's eyes darted around as an idea formed in his mind. As far as he knew, Jiang Yu was quite close to Bai Zhou. Every time Bai Zhou returned to school, she was the first person he sought out. She must know at least some things about Bai Zhou. Why not have Jiang Yu figure something out? He couldn't very well tell old Chi himself that he dared not offend Bai Zhou because the guy was too powerful. Old Chi would absolutely be furious. Ahem, Old Chi, please don't get angry. Don't get angry. Have a seat and drink some tea. I'll step out with little Jiang to discuss this matter. With that, Principal Li pushed Jiang Yu out of the office under old Chi's murderous glare. In the hallway, Principal Li closed the door and exhaled deeply. Phew. Don't worry. My office has excellent soundproofing. Even if they're stabbing each other in the back inside, no one outside will hear a thing. And vice versa. Jiang Yu's face was a blank question mark. It sounded like they'd just heard something earth-shattering. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Jiang Yu hurriedly asked. Principal, what should we do? You know old Chi, he's stubborn as a mule. And Bai Zhou, of all people, had to go and offend him. How are we supposed to handle this? Principal Li noticed Jiang Yu's worry and tried to reassure her. Jiang, you care deeply about Bai Zhou, don't you? But don't worry too much. I have an idea that might just work. Jiang Yu didn't catch Principal Li's teasing remark, or perhaps she simply didn't register it. Ha? What's the plan? Principal Li, tell me. He'd intended to keep it a secret, but under Jiang Yu's persistent questioning, Principal Li finally revealed the truth. Well, you've been at this school for quite some time now. You must have heard at least something about old Chi's greatest demand for the school. You mean the lab? Exactly. You know old Chi has always looked down on our school. But the thing is, no other institution would take him, nobody can tolerate his temper. So for years, he kept pestering me to approve his lab so he could continue his research. But you know how much it costs to build a lab like the one he wants. It's simply beyond the means of a second-rate university like ours. Principal Li shook his head and sighed before continuing. Later, he realized the problem himself and stopped pestering me. But everyone knows this has always been old Chi's lifelong dream. Little Jiang, what do you think? If Bai Zhou were willing to fund such a lab, would old Chi still insist on expelling him? Jiang Yu's eyes widened as she thought to herself. Truly a fox in old age. His mind works at lightning speed. But aloud she said. But where would Bai Zhou get the money to build a lab? Principal Li gave her a look that said, are you really playing dumb? Ms. Jiang, you don't seriously think I'm unaware of Bai Zhou's status, do you? He's the second largest shareholder of LVMH Group.
From what I understand, his shares alone are worth at least $30 billion. Building a lab is a mere drop in the bucket for him.
Jiang Yu finally understood, sneering inwardly. So that's the scheme you old fox had in mind, trying to freeload off the lab? Wishful thinking.
But outwardly, she feigns surprise.
Oh? Really? Is that so? How come I never heard about this? Goodness, Bai Zhou, this student of mine, how could he not tell his advisor about something this important? Jiang!
Principal Li cut Jiang Yu off, his tone stern and righteous.
This is the only way to salvage the situation. I know you and Bai Zhou are close.
If you don't want him expelled, then you must talk some sense into him.
And do it quickly.
I'll hold off old Chi for you for now, but I can't guarantee how long that will last. In short, you must act fast. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly but replied earnestly.
Understood, Principal Li.
I'll contact Bai Zhou immediately and urge him to make a decision.
Meanwhile, what was Bai Zhou, the very center of this incident, doing? He was still out delivering food.
Damn it, half an hour for such a long distance.
System, you're trying to kill me.
Riding his Harley, Bai Zhou weaved swiftly through traffic. As the deadline loomed closer, he finally arrived at the delivery destination. I'll see what kind of delivery this is that demands a half-hour delivery window, especially at such an awkward time. With that, Bai Zhou scrambled up the stairs 2 at a time.
No elevator access, the card-only system meant he had to climb all the way up to the 17th floor.
Thankfully, Bai Zhou was in good shape, otherwise, he would have been exhausted.
148, the bizarre mission. After finally reaching the 17th floor, Bai Zhou wasn't physically exhausted, but the time constraint kept him on edge, fearing he might be late.
Reaching the door, he glanced at his watch. Thankfully, he still had 7 minutes left, plenty of time. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the mission was complete. All that trouble with old Chi hadn't been for nothing. Though the reward was decent, what Bai Zhou valued most was not losing a system reward.
What's not yet in hand must be secured, and what's already in hand? Don't even think about taking it back. I want it all.
Thud. Bai Zhou knocked on the door and said,
"Hello? Your takeout. Please come out to get it." No response. Bai Zhou frowned slightly. Don't mess with me.
He pulled out his phone and dialed the number.
The 36 stratagems of love, like a game.
After listening to the ringtone for ages, no one answered. Bai Zhou was utterly exasperated.
Damn it. No way. Playing me like this.
Just then, he thought he heard a faint sound coming from inside the room. He instantly fell silent, pressing his ear against the door to listen.
After a moment, he was certain someone was inside. Dawn. Hello? Your takeout. Come get it.
Bai Zhou pounded on the door even louder. The sounds inside grew louder, but no one came to open the door.
Bai Zhou grew impatient.
Glancing at his watch, he saw he had less than 5 minutes left.
Hey! Stop ignoring me in there. I know you're home. If you're smart enough to order takeout, then open the door. I'm right at your doorstep.
The sounds inside seemed to grow more frantic, the rhythm quickening.
Bai Zhou couldn't figure it out.
Seriously, if you ordered takeout, just come out and get it.
What kind of nonsense are you playing inside? Exchanging secret codes? Time ticked away relentlessly, almost completely gone.
Bai Zhou's face turned cold as he steeled his resolve.
You won't open the door, huh? Fine, I'll just deliver it inside. It's just a door.
Worst case, I'll pay for it. Taking 2 steps back, Bai Zhou braced himself.
He aimed straight at the door and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! A sturdy security door was kicked open in one powerful blow. Whoa!
The moment he entered, Bai Zhou was startled. The place looked like it had been ransacked, utter chaos.
Chairs and tables lay overturned on the floor.
The refrigerator door stood wide open, its contents spilled across the floor. Bai Zhou sniffed carefully. Thankfully, there was no smell of gas. Despite the chaos, Bai Zhou remained aware that the mission timer was still ticking. It seemed the job wouldn't be complete until he found the customer and delivered the takeout in person. Following the sounds from inside the house, Bai Zhou walked to the bedroom door. The door was ajar, and Bai Zhou pushed it open. The room was pitch black in broad daylight, obscuring any view inside.
All he could hear were agitated sobs coming from within.
Bai Zhou narrowed his eyes. This scene was indeed rather strange. He found the bedroom light switch and flipped it.
Instantly, the entire room was illuminated. Holy? The scene before him left Bai Zhou utterly bewildered. What the hell was this?
There, bound to the bed, was a burly man, his mouth stuffed with a white, sock-like object.
Whoa, bro, did you get mugged?
Frowning, Bai Zhou placed the takeout in the man's hand. The instant it touched him, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Beep. Host has completed emergency mission. Top-tier learning ability reward has been dispersed. Phew. At least the mission's done. Glad they didn't dock my reward, totally worth it.
Bai Zhou finally exhaled in relief, now free to scrutinize the man properly. This guy was clearly trained, and definitely not the type who worked out just for looks. Broad shoulders, thick waist, he was the very picture of a bear-like build. The big guy shook his head vigorously at Bai Zhou, as if shooing him away.
But skill breeds confidence. With his top-tier physical prowess, Bai Zhou feared no one in hand-to-hand combat. First, he pulled the wad of socks from the man's mouth, then asked, "Bro, what's going on? Got robbed?" The big brother spoke at breakneck speed. "No, bro, don't ask. I wasn't robbed. Big brother needs you to do something. Stuff that thing back in my mouth right now, then grab Dr. Zhang's card from that cabinet over there. Call him and tell him to come see me ASAP. Remember, lock the door tight." "Huh?" Bai Zhou still didn't understand what was going on. But he decided to follow the older brother's instructions first. He stuffed the sock back into the guy's mouth, retrieved the card, locked the door, and walked out. Oh, right, he forgot to tell the guy the security door was busted from his kick and wouldn't hold. But it didn't matter. He'd just wait here. Dr. Zhang, a psychologist? Could this guy have psychological issues? Maybe manic episodes? Intermittent ones? Bai Zhou's mind raced with possibilities, but he dialed Dr. Zhang's number anyway. "Hello? Dr. Zhang? It's like this. I'm here. Crap, I forgot to ask the guy's name. But no worries." Bai Zhou gave Dr. Zhang the address. After hearing it, Dr. Zhang immediately understood and said, "All right, young man. Please stay right where you are for now, but be extremely cautious. If you hear any unusual sounds coming from the room, get away from there immediately. Do not approach it under any circumstances. I can't disclose the patient's specific condition to you, but if he attacks you, he won't be held responsible even if he kills you. So you must prioritize your safety." "Understood, Dr. Zhang. Rest assured, I'm aware." Bai Zhou now understood completely. It was undoubtedly intermittent manic episodes. This takeout order was probably placed when the patient was lucid, specifically so someone could discover it and alert Dr. Zhang. Putting away his phone, Bai Zhou lit a cigarette and began to examine the room carefully. This room clearly belonged to a long-term bachelor. While generally clean, there was no trace of another person's presence. Only one cup sat on the coffee table, and though there was a pair of sofa cushions, only one showed signs of use. "Ha? What's this?" Bai Zhou walked to the wall and saw a row of trophies and certificates displayed on a shelf. They were all Provincial Boxing Athlete Certificate, National Heavyweight Boxing Championship, Thailand Full Net Gold Belt. "Wow, he really is a pro," Bai Zhou exclaimed. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from the bedroom. Turning his head, he saw the big guy charging out, eyes red. Standing over 6 feet tall with a body of pure muscle, the visual impact was no less than facing a charging rhino. The big guy immediately spotted Bai Zhou in the living room. He let out a meaningless roar and charged straight toward him. Bai Zhou sighed. "Sigh, big brother, couldn't you just lie quietly in bed? Why do you have to make such a scene?" 149. Just bear with it. Watching the big guy charge straight at him, intent on punching him, Bai Zhou showed no sign of panic. Though Bai Zhou was physically smaller than his older brother, he had the system. Top-tier physical prowess is no joke. Whether it was strength, endurance, explosive power, or reaction speed, he was unmatched. Standing calmly in the center of the living room, Bai Zhou relaxed his entire body and took a deep breath. The moment the big guy lunged forward, ready to tackle him, Bai Zhou's feet shifted abruptly. As he sidestepped, he planted his toes forward, sending the big guy tumbling headfirst to the floor. Thud! A dull thud echoed from the floor. Bai Zhou knew instantly that this one had landed solidly. But he didn't let his guard down. For a guy of this build, this weight class, this enhanced version of a flat ground takedown was practically a slap on the wrist. Sure enough, the big guy on the ground let out a chilling roar and started to get up. Bai Zhou pondered. Knocking him out now would be the easy way out. But that wouldn't drain his stamina much. What if he woke up raging again? Then he'd have to fight him all over again. Might as well play along and wear him down first. Truth be told, Bai Zhou was also relishing the hunt. Ever since acquiring his peak physical prowess, he'd barely fought anyone fearing he might accidentally kill his opponent. Now that he'd finally found a punching bag tough enough to take a beating, he found it hard to walk away. Bai Zhou's body began to stir with an involuntary excitement. After standing up, the big guy shook his head. He focused his gaze and saw that damn kid still standing there. All that filled his mind now was a savage urge to destroy. Though he vaguely recalled having seen this kid before, such thoughts were quickly shattered by his unstable mind. Roar! The big brother grabbed a chair from the floor and swung it down toward Bai Zhou's head. At that very moment, Bai Zhou crouched low, thrusting his feet forward with explosive force. His entire body shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Bai Zhou closed the distance to the big brother. His speed was so immense that the force of his stop caused severe deformation in the shoes on his feet. Had they not been of superior quality, they would likely have shattered. In the blink of an eye, as the older brother swung the chair down recklessly, Bai Zhou planted one hand under his armpit and grabbed his elbow with the other. The elder brother felt a sudden numbness in his right armpit, as if his entire arm had lost sensation. Immediately after came an excruciating tingling and soreness under his arm, like 10,000 ants crawling inside. The chair naturally slipped from his grasp.
After completing this series of movements, Bai Zhou took a step back, watching the big brother clutching his limp right arm and groaning in pain. Clearly, Bai Zhou's strike had dislocated the big brother's right arm. But the pain didn't bring the big brother back to his senses. If anything, it only intensified his rage. If his right arm was useless, what about his left? All the big guy wanted now was to tear this kid who'd hurt him to shreds. The older brother's left fist swung violently. Bai Zhou had anticipated the attack and sidestepped smoothly. The fist, as big as a clay pot, whisked past Bai Zhou's nose, the gust of wind momentarily catching his breath. Powerful, but lacking in speed. Bai Zhou was getting a bit carried away, actually starting to critique the big brother's attack. Big brother, now it's my turn to strike back. My power is formidable too, brace yourself. White Boat tucked his fist under his ribs, his arm muscles bulging as he gathered power. Twisting his waist and driving with his legs, his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string. His fist, like the arrowhead, slammed into his older brother's midsection. Thud. The sound of that punch made Bai Zhou's teeth ache. Big brother clutched his stomach with his remaining left hand, kneeling on the ground in agony, retching. Veins bulged on his smooth forehead, pure agony. TSK. Is that all? Not even that? Bai Zhou instantly felt his enthusiasm wane. He'd only put in about 70% power and this guy couldn't even handle it? A professional boxer. The Thai boxing champion. Is that all? Bai Zhou curled his lip. Fine. At least I got a good workout. You'd better stay put, buddy. I doubt you could handle another punch. With that, he walked behind the big guy and delivered a swift karate chop to the back. The man collapsed instantly. He glanced at his watch, only 10 minutes had passed. No idea when Dr. Zhang would show up. Might as well wait a bit longer. He pulled up a chair, sat beside the big guy, and pulled out his phone to scroll through videos. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. The sound suggested several people were approaching. Bai Zhou tucked his phone away and folded his arms, waiting for them to enter. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with thinning hair. He seemed accustomed to the room's state, but his expression turned to pure astonishment when he saw the older brother sprawled on the floor and Bai Zhou sitting calmly beside him. What on earth is going on here? Bai Zhou smiled kindly and asked. You must be Dr. Zhang? Yes, I am. Young man, what on earth is going on here? Old Zhao. He's fine, just passed out. And his right arm is dislocated. Other than that, nothing too serious. Dr. Zhang was even more shocked. Wait, fainted? Why? And how did his right arm get dislocated? Well, it happened like this. After I got your card, Brother Zhao suddenly broke free from the bed for some reason. He looked furious, like he was about to punch me, so I took him down. That's all. You took down old Zhao? You've got to be kidding me. He's the national heavyweight boxing champion. The Thai boxing gold belt holder. Bai Zhou shrugged. That's the truth. If he remembers anything, you can ask him when he wakes up. Oh, and this. Bai Zhou pointed to his head. Dr. Zhang fell silent for a moment before nodding. I shouldn't have told you any of this, but since you've been such a big help, I suppose it's okay. Here's the situation. Old Zhao was a professional boxer. He suffered a serious head injury during a fight. Combined with his temperament, it left him with this condition: intermittent manic episodes. When he has an episode, the destruction is terrifying. This time was likely similar. When he sensed an episode coming on, he ordered takeout in advance, then tied himself to the bed to minimize damage. He hoped the delivery guy could notify me. Bai Zhou suddenly understood. So that was the situation. No wonder the system gave that half-hour time limit. It must have been precisely the window when Brother Zhao had a moment of clarity and could communicate. Had he not personally delivered this order, both the delivery driver and Brother Zhao would likely have faced trouble today. 150 days without leaving anyone behind. So that's why Bai Zhou forgave the system. Even though it had assigned him this impossible to refuse task with a time limit during Old Cheese class, this particular mission held real significance. In the end, he'd saved 2 lives. Pretty good, a total win. After Dr. Zhang finished explaining, he cautiously asked Bai Zhou. Young man, besides delivering food, do you have any other jobs? Huh? Why ask that? Well, your combat prowess, you just don't seem like an ordinary person. Bai Zhou scratched his head. Well, besides delivering food, my main identity right now is being a student, a freshman. Dr. Zhang felt his entire worldview crumble. Are college students this brave nowadays? Or did Jiangxia just open some new martial arts university? But Bai Zhou didn't seem like he was lying, so Dr. Zhang didn't dare press further, afraid of angering him. After all, even old Zhao had been taken down. At his 180 pounds, he wouldn't even be enough to fill Bai Zhou's teeth. Would you mind telling us which university you attend, young man? We'd like to send you a banner and a letter of appreciation later. No need. Bai Zhou thought his school was already famous enough. He didn't want to raise his own profile. Keep it low key. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Oh, right when he wakes up, tell him I kicked his door in.
If he wants compensation, have him contact me.
Dr. Zhang turned to look.
Sure enough. A glaring dent marred the expensive security door, its lock cylinder snapped clean off.
Dr. Zhang sucked in a sharp breath.
That kind of kick landing on someone would definitely break a few bones.
Young man, did you knock old Zhao unconscious with that kick?
Ah, no, I just gave him a quick jab to the back of his neck with the ant beast blade. Don't worry, I know my limits. He's fine.
Swallowing hard, Dr. Zhang still couldn't hide his shock.
Well, that's good then. If you're busy, young man, you can go ahead.
I'll handle this door myself, no need for you to pay for it.
Oh, alright then. Bye. Bai Zhou walked straight out.
In the hallway stood several burly men who looked like they could lift a truck.
They'd probably overheard Bai Zhou and Dr. Zhang's conversation.
They all wore fearful smiles on their faces as they greeted Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou shrugged indifferently, paying them little mind as he headed downstairs to return to campus.
Ah, old Chi. How on earth am I going to lure you into my company now? This is giving me a headache.
On his way back, Bai Zhou kept mulling over this problem. Little did he know, a pleasant surprise awaited him at school.
Principal, no matter what, you hold on to old Chi for now. I'll talk to Bai Zhou first. Besides, I'm sure you wouldn't want to see an outstanding student like Bai Zhou expelled from our school, right?
Jiang Yu flashed Principal Li a sweet smile, but inwardly she thought.
You sly fox, I refuse to believe you'd let Bai Zhou get expelled.
Whatever little schemes you're cooking up, you'd better keep this kid safe for me.
Principal Li nodded and assured her. Rest assured, I won't let old Devil Chi expel Bai Zhou.
But inwardly, he silently muttered.
Of course not. If Bai Zhou gets expelled, who's going to pay me?
Not just this lab, he helps out with the dorms, library, sports field, even my office.
Upon hearing Principal Li's assurance, Jiang Yu turned and left immediately.
She needed to discuss this matter with Bai Zhou first. After watching Jiang Yu walk away, Principal Li rubbed his face, feigning a pained expression, then returned to his office to face old Chi. As the saying goes, good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. In no time, the story of Bai Zhou defying old Chi just to deliver takeout had spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge. Stepping out of the principal's office, Jiang Yu encountered students discussing the incident along the way. Their unanimous opinion was, Bai Zhou is done for this time. Yeah, that's old Chi the demon, nothing like that fame-hunting fraud Jiwen Kai.
Exactly. Don't even mention Bai Zhou, just a student.
Even our principal has been called out by old Chi countless times, and he still can't do a thing about it.
Sai, what can you do?
The guy's just that good. His skills speak for themselves, you gotta respect that.
Exactly.
And I heard old Chi was really furious this time, he didn't even run over after class.
He went straight to the principal's office.
What?
Old Chi didn't run over? It's all over. No one can save Bai Zhou now. What a shame. I actually had a pretty good impression of Bai Zhou.
Sai, why did he have to provoke old Chi?
No idea. He actually asked for time off to deliver takeout during old Chi's class. Didn't he know old Chi can't stand any nonsense?
Listening to her classmates' discussions all the way home, Jiang Yu felt uneasy. She knew that if Bai Zhou agreed to help build the lab, old demon Chi would surely let it go. But what if Bai Zhou refused? She sighed. Better find Bai Zhou first. It didn't take long for Bai Zhou to return to campus. True to form, he sought out Jiang Yu first thing.
Professor Jiang, you really need to help me this time.
Bai Zhou pushed open the door and addressed Jiang Yu directly.
Jiang Yu hadn't fully processed it yet. Huh? Bai Zhou needed her help?
But that wasn't important. As long as she could help, she would.
The focus now wasn't on that. Hold on, Bai Zhou. We can discuss the favor later. I have something here. But Teacher Jiang, this is really important to me.
The two spoke at cross purposes, each talking past the other. Their urgency mounting, they both paused simultaneously.
After a brief silence, they spoke in unison. Let me speak first.
In the end, Bai Zhou was the first to back down.
He rubbed his forehead and said to Jiang Yu, Alright, Teacher Jiang, you go first. Seriously. What time is it now and you're still arguing with me? Do you know you're about to get fired?
Bai Zhou froze.
Huh? Why? Because of old Chi? It can't be that bad, right? Why wouldn't it be?
In all his years teaching, he's never seen a student as arrogant as you. Add to that his intolerant personality, it's only natural he'd want to expel you.
He's already gone to the principal.
This was beyond Bai Zhou's expectations.
He'd underestimated old Chi's reaction. This made the chance of poaching him even slimmer.
Bai Zhou sighed silently to himself. Just then, Jiang Yu spoke a sentence that turned his sorrow into joy. But there's still a way to turn this around. There's a solution that could make old Chi overlook past grievances and significantly improve his opinion of you.
That solution is to build him a laboratory.
151 Personally visit old demon Chi and plead with him.
A lab? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Bai Zhou's spirits soared instantly. What kind of lab? If this lab were built, how much could it change his opinion of me?
Seeing Bai Zhou's eyes nearly glowing, Zhang Yu looked utterly baffled.
Ha? What's with you, Bai Zhou? Is it really necessary to get so worked up? With your abilities, even if you get expelled, it's no big deal, right? You could just focus on making money. Why all the excitement?
Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's mind was racing with another thought.
Wow. What could possibly have him this worked up? Could it be someone at this school he just can't let go of? Who could it be? Who interacts with him most at school? Ha, no need to wonder. Zhang Yu. It's you. Bai Zhou must have a crush on you. He can't bear to part with you, ha?
The little voice in her head was laughing triumphantly, arms akimbo, when Bai Zhou spoke.
It has nothing to do with withdrawing from school, Teacher Jiang.
I've set my sights on old Qi himself. The little figure's laughter abruptly stopped, and Zhang Yu's expression froze.
What? No way. Bai Zhou has such unique tastes?
Thinking this, Zhang Yu forced a smile and said,
Well, while that is your choice, I still recommend you see a doctor. What are you thinking?
I mean, I'm impressed by old Qi's research capabilities. I want to recruit him to Hongxing Networks.
Ha? That's it? Zhang Yu froze. What on earth had she just said to Bai Zhou? She'd actually questioned his orientation.
Social deaf, social deaf. Though she desperately wanted to bolt out the door, she feared the door might not let her. Suppressing her shame, anger, and awkwardness, Zhang Yu forced herself to remain calm. Well, based on what I know about old Qi, if you agree to build him a lab and provide funding, he'd definitely be willing to join your company. But given his temperament, companies have approached him before, but none could handle his personality.
Bai Zhou, you. Rest assured, precisely because I understand what kind of person he is, I'm even more determined to recruit him. Money won't be an issue if he agrees. Thank you, Professor Jiang. I'll go find old Demon Qi right now.
With that, Bai Zhou dashed out in a hurry, not even pausing to take a sip of water. Zhang Yu stared blankly at Bai Zhou's retreating figure. The pent-up embarrassment and frustration finally erupted within her. She banged her head against the desk, muttering with each thud.
What on earth did I just say? How utterly humiliating.
A moment later, Zhang Yu suddenly seemed to remember something. She jerked her head up, her hair tousled as if she'd just woken from sleep.
Oh no!
The principal meant for Bai Zhou to build a lab on campus. If Bai Zhou poaches old Qi, then there's no need to build one here. The thought sent Zhang Yu scrambling to her feet. She bolted from her chair, raced out of the office, and dashed toward the principal's office.
Meanwhile, back in the principal's office, Qi Laoma and the principal were acting completely out of character.
Qi Laoma sat stiffly on the sofa, sipping his tea without a word, while the principal stood beside him, pleading earnestly with him. It was as if they had swapped roles, except for one crucial difference: old Qi never spoke in such a gentle, soft-spoken manner like the principal did. Old Qi, you know how things are at this school.
Students showing a bit of personality isn't necessarily a bad thing, right?
Your strict, serious approach to life might not always fit here. We need to adapt to the times and keep pace with the younger generation. Old Qi snorted coldly.
Oomph.
No matter how much times change, the attitude toward knowledge and the pursuit of knowledge must never change. If they don't take their studies seriously, how will these kids face society in the future?
Well, that's one way to look at it, but expelling a student over this one incident is going too far. Giving them another chance wouldn't hurt, would it? Absolutely not. Do you understand the power of setting an example?
Wrongdoing must be punished.
Otherwise, won't other students rush to follow suit? How can teaching proceed under such circumstances?
You make a valid point, but old Qi, you can't be so stubborn.
I've lived my entire life this way. Why can't I?
Just as the two were arguing back and forth, the office door swung open. Bai Zhou entered, first bowing deeply to old Qi on the sofa and saying,
I'm sorry, Teacher Qi. I was wrong before.
Watching Bai Zhou walk in, Principal Li felt his scalp tingle.
What on earth was Zhang Yu doing? Had she followed his instructions? Why had Bai Zhou come alone?
This was a clash of titans.
How could this escalate without spiraling out of control?
Though these thoughts raced through his mind, with events already unfolding, Principal Li could only try to defuse the situation.
He quickly spoke up for Bai Zhou. Look at this. Old Qi, see how sincerely the boy admits his mistake? What does that show? It shows he might have just been momentarily confused at first, right? His core is still good.
Old Qi paid no heed to Principal Li.
He slowly set down his teacup, gazing at Bai Zhou.
Just as he was about to speak, Bai Zhou continued. Teacher Qi, to express my apology, I'd like to invite you to join Hongxing Network. Old Qi and Principal Lu were momentarily stunned. Seizing the pause, Bai Zhou continued.
Here's the situation. I'm the owner of Hongxing Network. This company specializes in internet technology. From what I understand, your research project aligns perfectly with our company's focus. Therefore, if you're willing, I'll establish a laboratory within the company that meets all your requirements. Furthermore, I commit to investing at least 1 billion yuan annually into your project. Professor Qi was already hooked by Bai Zhou's words, listening with increasing intensity.
At the same time, I will provide you with a professional team to support your research. I guarantee every member of this team will be a seasoned expert with significant research experience or even achievements in their respective fields. And all of this, Professor Chi, if you're willing, I can take you to the company right now. We'll draft the contract and I'll release the funds the very next day.
Principal Lu suddenly realized something was amiss. This wasn't what he had envisioned.
He had clearly instructed Zhang Yu to persuade Bai Zhou to establish a lab for old Demon Chi on campus.
Why was Bai Zhou now proposing to build it at his company? And why was he trying to poach old Demon Chi? The axe was swinging right at him?
But then he looked at old Chi, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and then at Bai Zhou, his face set with unwavering resolve. He realized he couldn't afford to offend either of them. And judging by the current situation, if he showed even the slightest hint of disagreement, forget Bai Zhou, old Chi alone could tear him apart. After all, having his own lab was old Demon Chi's lifelong dream. Though his research and teaching abilities were among the nation's finest in his field, his personality had caused him to offend far too many in academic circles. Now, a laboratory entirely under his control was placed before him, not to mention an annual research budget of 10 billion yuan and a dedicated team of professionals. Put yourself in his shoes. If you were old Demon Chi, you wouldn't be able to resist agreeing either. What else could he possibly say at this moment? Oh my. 152 unexpected conditions. Never mind Principal Li, who was quietly brooding. After hearing what Bai Zhou said, old Chi, who had been sitting on the sofa sipping tea, actually stood up for the first time in ages. His voice had changed, trembling slightly with disbelief as he asked Bai Zhou, "Is all this true? Build me a lab to my specifications, provide 1 billion yuan in research funding annually, and assign me a dedicated professional team?" Bai Zhou nodded earnestly. "Yes, Professor Chi. And rest assured, if you join our company, I'll give you the best treatment available and even provide you with a house." Bai Zhou had intended to press his advantage while the iron was hot. Seeing Chi Laoma's growing interest, he thought a final push might seal the deal. But after Bai Zhou finished speaking, Chi Laoma unexpectedly grew calm. "None of that matters, Bai Zhou. Since you understand my professional capabilities, you must also grasp why I've ended up in this situation." Old Chi's face wore a look of desolation. Bai Zhou knew exactly what he meant. He could guess it was inextricably linked to his own character. But still, those issues were insignificant compared to his value. After all, Bai Zhou's company wasn't like any other. The employees of Hongxing Network possessed an unprecedented level of cohesion and drive. Where did this state of mind come from? It stemmed from Bai Zhou paying them too much. As the saying goes, if the boss pays well enough, even James Bond would accept the job. And on top of that, they had a top-tier industry leader at the helm. Sure, his temper was a bit rough around the edges, but his professional expertise and teaching skills were undeniable. There were plenty of people eager to improve their skills and earn more money, so there was absolutely no need to worry that old Chi's personality would cause any problems. With that thought, Bai Zhou smiled and nodded. "I understand, Teacher Chi. But the issue you mentioned isn't a problem at all for me. On the contrary, Hongxing Network needs someone like you right now." "Huh? Why do you say that?" "What I need is your top-tier expertise and your meticulous, rigorous scientific approach, both of which you possess. Besides, I suspect your personality is closely tied to that scholarly attitude." "Isn't that even better? Only someone like you can I trust to steer the company's technological future." At this point, Bai Zhou gazed out the window, his expression deep and contemplative. "Professor Chi, you must understand I never intended Hongxing Network to become a capital conglomerate. My vision is to build it into a genuine high-tech internet company where technology is the core competitive advantage, not one of those so-called high-tech firms masquerading as tech while running financial operations." Bai Zhou looked at old Chi with sincere eyes and said, "Professor Chi, I need your help." Having lived most of his life, old Chi understood the ways of the world quite well. It wasn't that he lacked emotional intelligence, rather, he knew how to make himself welcome and gain the approval of leaders and colleagues. But he refused to play by those rules. To him, research was pure good or bad, capable or incompetent, it was all plain to see. The capable rose, the incapable fell. That was all there was to it. Reality, however, never played by those rules. That is why he'd grown so disillusioned over the years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for teaching at a third-rate university, just coasting through his days. He could see Bai Zhou's sincerity. This young man spoke truthfully. He genuinely wanted to collaborate with him. Old Chi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then let out a self-mocking chuckle. "Oomph, Bai Zhou, I admit you've moved me." Old Chi lifted his head, fixing his gaze on Bai Zhou's eyes. "If what you've promised can be delivered, I'll come work for your company." "Wonderful. Professor Chi, let's go sign the contract right now. First, tell me your lab requirements. I'll immediately assign people to prepare. I guarantee we'll initiate construction within a month and absolutely complete it within 6 months." Overjoyed, Bai Zhou reached out to pull old Demon Chi toward the exit. But just then, old Demon Chi swatted Bai Zhou's hand away and snapped. "What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet." Bai Zhou froze, then forced an awkward smile. My bad. Go ahead, you speak first."
Here's the thing, I can agree to your request, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Old demon, she held up one finger and waved it in front of Bai Zhou. Go ahead. What's the condition? Simple. As the owner of a high-tech company, your own academic performance can't be too poor. Here's the deal, this semester is almost over. If you can rank in the top 10 of your major in the final exams, I'll sign the contract with you. As for before that, I can help you out first. But if you don't make the top 10, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bai Zhou's expression turned slightly strange. The system had just granted him top-tier learning abilities, and now old Qi was demanding he break into the top 10? Wasn't this practically handing him a victory on a silver platter? He waved his hand grandly and told old Qi. Alright, Professor Qi, but you're underestimating me top 10? How about this, if I don't take first place in my major, I'll add another 500 million to your annual research funding. This time, it was old Qi who was stunned. Wait, is Bai Zhou this confident? He took an extended leave right after the semester started and hasn't attended classes properly since. First place in the major? I hope you're not just bragging. Then it's settled. A gentleman's word is his bond. A swift kick to the horse. Two hands finally clasped tightly together. Watching this scene, Principal Li felt like crying. Not only had his plans for the school lab vanished, but even the school's research prestige had been snatched away by that kid Bai Zhou. Talk about losing both the battle and the bride. Jiang Yu. What the hell was that brat thinking? Principal Li seethed inwardly with impotent rage. Just as he was cursing Jiang Yu, the door to the principal's office swung open. Jiang Yu cautiously peeked her head in. She saw all three people in the office staring at her, while Bai Zhou and old Qi's hands were clasped tightly together, looking as if they had resolved their conflict. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. But then it hit her, if Bai Zhou and old demon Qi had reached an agreement and the principal looked this miserable, didn't it mean the principal's plan had failed? Why did she feel just a tiny bit pleased? She was going to get yelled at by the principal. The thought of the principal later venting his fury at her, though it would be too late to change anything, made Jiang Yu's face break into an involuntary smile. 153, the genius is right here. Trying to trick Bai Zhou? Dream on. Jiang Yu had rushed here precisely to warn Bai Zhou not to fall for Principal Li's trap. So what if she got scolded? It wasn't the end of the world. Principal Li wouldn't dare do anything to her anyway, especially with her dad involved. Principal Li couldn't afford to lose face with her father. Seeing Jiang Yu's expression, Principal Li instantly understood what was happening. He thought this round would be neutral for old Qi, leaving him and Jiang Yu in a 2v1 situation. The plan had a decent chance of succeeding. Who'd have thought it'd end up being him against three? What the hell kind of game is this? We have a traitor among us. Despair washed over Principal Li's face. But what could he possibly do? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. JPG. At old Qi's insistence, Bai Zhou called John over and had him take old Qi to Hongqing Networks to discuss the lab first. As for Bai Zhou himself, in old Qi's words, you're still just a student. First figure out how to meet my conditions. With no other choice, Bai Zhou followed Jiang Yu back to the office. Along the way, Bai Zhou had already relayed old demon Qi's demands to Jiang Yu, who responded with utter exasperation. But that was indeed Qi Laoma's style. Back in the office, Jiang Yu seriously discussed with Bai Zhou just how difficult old Qi's condition truly was. Bai Zhou, you know that your logistics management major doesn't cover specialized courses in freshman year. Right now, you're taking foundational classes like Advanced Mathematics I, English, Political Economy, Western Economics, Microeconomics, Ideological and Moral Cultivation with Legal Foundations, and Physical Education. These courses aren't particularly difficult, only Advanced Math and English require some effort. So I suggest you focus your energy on those two subjects. Bai Zhou listened attentively to Jiang Yu's advice, though he didn't immediately draft a study plan. He still held a trump card, the top-tier learning ability he'd just received as a system reward. While Bai Zhou wasn't entirely sure how this ability would manifest, the name itself gave him a pretty good idea of its purpose. He decided to hold off on formulating a detailed study plan until he understood the reward's effects. Got it about the advanced math and English. I'll head back and hit the books. Alright. If you need any help with that, just let me know. I can arrange tutors for you. Got it. Returning to the classroom, Bai Zhou felt somewhat uncertain, especially about calculus. Among the few courses he'd taken so far, one was calculus. He had to admit that before receiving the reward, attending calculus lectures felt like listening to gibberish. He recognized every single character, yet strangely, when these familiar words formed sentences or paragraphs, Bai Zhou was completely lost. What the hell is this? Taking a deep breath, Bai Zhou silently prayed that the system's reward would truly match his expectations. He then opened his brand new calculus textbook. Differential calculus of single variable functions? Oh. So that's what it meant. Got it. Next chapter. Integration of single variable functions? Not that hard after all. Analytic geometry in space. Differential calculus of multivariable functions. Double integrals, triple integrals. Applications of multiple integrals Fourier series. Ha! That's it? Advanced Math I is already over?
After an unknown amount of time, Bai Zhou had finished flipping through the thick textbook. And after reading it, he realized that the concepts covered in the book he seemed to, perhaps, possibly,
already understood?
Lost in thought, Bai Zhou was completely unaware that the other students in the classroom were staring at him. His page turning had been so rapid earlier.
What on earth was Bai Zhou doing?
That's the Calculus I textbook.
What on earth is Bai Zhou doing flipping through that book of hieroglyphics? Could he have mastered quantum wave speed reading?
Looks like even someone as strong as Bai Zhou is stumped by advanced calculus.
Ah, stop talking. I could cry. Why does the world even have this devilish thing called calculus?
Why do we have to study this devilish subject?
In a daze, Bai Zhou shook his head. Is this reward really that impressive? Still feeling a bit shaky, he pulled out the exercise book he hadn't even had time to name and began scribbling furiously.
To his astonishment, every single problem felt as familiar as the teachers in Japanese adult films.
He recognized them all and could even name them.
After finishing a page of problems, he glanced at the time. Less than 10 minutes had passed.
Holy crap, was this what it felt like to be a top student?
For the first time in his life, Bai Zhou experienced the contempt a top student feels toward basic exercises.
No way, this is too easy. It doesn't test my level at all. Can you give me some harder problems, dude?
Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and searched online for challenging calculus problems.
Nope, this one's too easy. You can see the answer just by looking at it.
This one's pointless too, just a different spin on the same thing.
Still not challenging enough. This one's no good either. This one's almost there.
After scrolling through countless problems, he suddenly realized he seemed unbeatable in the realm of calculus I. Without even closing his workbook, he rushed out of the classroom and sprinted toward the library. He confirmed it, his top-tier learning ability was far more extraordinary than he'd ever imagined. So what if you're the top student in your year? Old Shi, just wait, you'll be working for my company soon enough. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Zhou resolved to seize the momentum and conquer every single course in the first semester of his freshman year. After Bai Zhou left, the classmates curious about his actions gathered around his seat. They were all eager to find out what he was up to.
Ha! Bai Zhou is doing problems?
Holy crap, calculus problems.
Take it. Just looking at that book makes my eyes hurt.
Wait, Bai Zhou only attended one calculus class.
How could he possibly solve these problems? Unbelievable. Bai Zhou got them all right?
Who knows how long he spent on them?
I know I watched the whole time.
He finished in under 10 minutes.
No way? Does that mean Bai Zhou just skimmed the book and mastered calculus I?
Holy crap, that explains why Bai Zhou skips class so often. He just doesn't care about this stuff.
He gets it instantly. This is what a true academic genius looks like. Top student?
Forget that Bai Zhou has surpassed the level of a top student.
He's a god of learning. Terrifying. Not only is he handsome, highly capable, and respected, but he's also this good at studying? Academic god Bai, please put away your divine powers. How are mere mortals like us supposed to survive this? A god of learning right beside me?
154. Being handsome is all that matters. Bai Zhou, on his way to the library, was unaware of the scene unfolding in the classroom. Or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't have time to care about his classmates' reactions right now. His mind was completely consumed by thoughts of studying. It's like when your new phone finally arrives, what's the first thought in your head? Isn't it to immediately check it out? That feeling of being unable to put it down? Bai Zhou was in the same mindset. This was the first time he'd ever felt such immense satisfaction from studying. The reward system was simply too powerful. It made every second spent learning yield tremendous gains, greatly amplifying the positive feedback loop of the learning process. For a fleeting moment, a thought even flashed through Bai Zhou's mind.
Could I become a scientist?
Of course, he quickly dismissed that notion. His sole focus now was to conquer these courses as swiftly as possible: English, political economy, Western economics, micro, ideological and moral cultivation, and legal foundations. So why come to the library? Bai Zhou thought studying English by just following textbooks was so boring. He figured reading a few dictionaries and some English books would be enough, and what place could be more convenient than the library for that? Once inside the library, Bai Zhou first located various English-Chinese dictionaries and thoroughly flipped through them all. Miraculously, the contents of these dictionaries seemed to imprint themselves onto his mind. Now, when he looked at those English texts, there wasn't a single word he didn't recognize.
Grammar?
Just read more books, and you'll pick it up naturally. Bai Zhou began another round of flipping through books. The once quiet library soon filled with the rapid rustling of pages. A frail-looking girl with glasses approached Bai Zhou, frowning as her cool voice reached his ear.
Excuse me, could you please turn the pages more quietly? Everyone is trying to read, and this is very distracting.
Only then did Bai Zhou realize he was no longer in the classroom. He looked up to see a woman standing beside him, graceful as a willow in the breeze. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes misty, and she carried an innate, lilac-like elegance. Truth be told, Bai Zhou had seen his share of beauties, many even surrounded him, like Qinyuan, Shen Mei, or Zhou Fan. Yet this girl before him still took his breath away. Sorry. Just as he was about to apologize, a voice came from behind him. Pfft, Senior Lang, don't waste your breath on this guy. I can see right through what he's up to. Who reads like that? He knows you hate being disturbed while studying, so he's trying to use this chance to cozy up to you.
Don't let him fool you, Senior Lang. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. What's going on?
Turning her head, she saw an ordinary-looking boy wearing glasses standing there, talking to the girl beside him.
Senior Lang? Surname Lang? You do look pretty cold. Senior Lang, it's not like that.
I don't actually know you at all, and I certainly didn't mean to try and get close to you.
Don't listen to his nonsense.
The boy interrupted Bai Zhou again, shooting him a look of contempt.
That's interesting. Your story doesn't add up. If you don't know Senior Lang, how did you know her surname?
Busted. Wolfish ambitions. Bai Zhou hadn't intended to stoop to this boy's level. He didn't have time to waste on such people, but the kid's words really got under his skin.
Hold on. First off, didn't your parents teach you that interrupting people is incredibly rude? Once is bad enough, but you keep doing it? Are you trying to show off your lack of manners? Second, how could I know her surname if I don't know her?
Let me give you a friendly reminder, buddy. You're the one who's been yapping about Senior Lang nonstop right next to my ear.
Did you forget? Are you a goldfish? Does your memory only last 7 seconds?
After this tirade, the boy across from him was speechless. He wanted to argue back but couldn't find a point to counter, so he could only sit down grudgingly. Only then did Bai Zhou turn around and address the Senior Lang earnestly. Sorry, I was interrupted earlier.
Let me start over. Here's the thing, Senior Lang. I genuinely don't know you. I'm just a freshman who enrolled not long ago, and I've been on extended leave. I only recently returned to campus. I apologize for my earlier behavior, but it absolutely wasn't what that person said that I was doing it to get your attention. I can only say it's my own unique study method. I hope you can understand, Senior.
I'll be more mindful of controlling myself in the future and won't make such loud noises.
He thought the matter would end there.
After all, Bai Zhou had been a bit too absorbed in himself, so he apologized sincerely. But it wasn't just Bai Zhou who stunned the entire library. Something unexpected happened. After hearing Bai Zhou's apology, Long Ling tilted her head slightly, a hint of curiosity in her voice.
She asked, "Freshman? Took an extended leave of absence? Are you Bai Zhou?"
The entire library, filled with people who hadn't come to study in the first place, was stunned. Lang Ling was a junior this year. In her 3 years at university, no one had ever seen her initiate conversation with anyone except under one circumstance, when someone disturbed her while she was reading in the library. This method later became a common tactic for many to try to strike up a conversation with her, but no one had ever received a response. That's precisely why the boy earlier assumed Bai Zhou was trying to chat her up because he'd done the same. Yet today, just moments ago, the unattainable beauty they all admired had actually initiated a conversation with a guy for the very first time. The bespectacled guy sat slumped in his seat, muttering to himself. It's not fair, it's not fair.
Does being handsome make you special? Does being handsome let you do whatever you want? Does being handsome make Senior Lang Ling talk to you?
Reality told him, sorry, but yes, being handsome does make you special.
It does let you do whatever you want.
Of course, Lang Ling's question to Bai Zhou wasn't entirely about his looks.
The other 3 roommates in her dorm were all members of Bai Zhou's fan club, one of them even a core member.
They discussed Bai Zhou daily in the dorm, and over time, she naturally picked up a lot about him through osmosis. The truth wasn't quite what that guy imagined, but
who was going to explain it to him?
Let him wallow in his own delusions. After all, he didn't have Bai Zhou's face. The world is just that cruel. Being handsome is everything.
155 1 cut of plum blossoms? One glance, no.
Hearing Lang Ling say that, Bai Zhou was also a bit surprised. Who would have thought this girl, who seemed like the type to bury her nose in books and ignore the outside world, actually knew who he was?
Yes, I am Bai Zhou. Well, since you're here to study, I won't disturb you. But could you please turn the pages a bit more quietly? Thank you. Got it, Senior Lang. I understand.
Bai Zhou nodded. Just as he was about to dive back into the ocean of knowledge, the bespectacled man's exasperated voice rang out.
You actually believe what Senior Lang says? Watching Lang Lingyan converse with Bai Zhou with a warm smile, the bespectacled man's mind was flooded with inferiority and jealousy. Blood rushed to his head, and without a second thought, he stood up and shouted.
Lang Ling turned back, her face twisted with disgust. She loathed people who shouted in places like the library. This guy was dancing wildly on her last nerve.
But the enraged guy in glasses was oblivious to her reaction. He continued bellowing. That flipping through pages, Bai Zhou, does you call that reading? Studying? He probably doesn't even remember the book titles.
It's all just a trick to get your attention, Senior Lang.
Disgusting.
Ugh. Bai Zhou was getting seriously annoyed.
Did he even get to study here? He'd admit Senior Lang was stunning, but he couldn't focus on attracting her attention right now. Right now, Bai Zhou had only one thought in his mind. Learning brings me joy. No one can stop me from studying. So Bai Zhou devised a plan. You say flipping through books like this isn't studying? Fine, I'll prove it to you. Closing his book, he sat back in his seat and addressed the bespectacled man coldly. Since you doubt this counts as real studying, fine. I'll give you a chance. Bai Zhou pointed to the book he'd just finished reading on the desk and said, I just finished this book. You can ask me any question about it. If I can't answer, I'll leave immediately. If I can, you'll shut up. The bespectacled man didn't buy it, thinking Bai Zhou was just bluffing. Fine. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Just as he was about to step forward, Lang Ling, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. Bai Zhou, may I ask you the questions? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. What was going on? Why was she suddenly interested? Truth be told, Lang Ling secretly agreed with the guy in glasses. After all, Bai Zhou's reading method sounded downright outrageous. It wasn't reading at all, it was flipping through pages. So Lang Ling was genuinely curious. What was Bai Zhou's purpose behind this? Was it for studying? She wanted to see for herself. Sure. Since Senior Lang is willing, you can ask. Though puzzled, Bai Zhou didn't refuse. Instead, he handed the book to Lang Ling with a calm expression. This made the bespectacled man and the other boys in the library a bit envious. Bai Zhou sure knows how to play the game. Regardless of whether he can actually memorize it, this at least gives him a chance to interact with Senior Lang. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Copying this won't work. You need to analyze the strategy, you know? Bai Zhou's approach followed clear logic. Senior Lang dislikes noise in the library, so he flipped pages to grab her attention. Then he claimed it was for studying, finally leading to verify it if you doubt me. Each step built on the last meticulous planning. A role model for us all. Learn something. The murmurs around them didn't disturb Bai Zhou and Lang Ling. Lang Ling opened her book and asked Bai Zhou. Ready? I'm about to start asking questions. Go ahead. This was an English-Chinese dictionary. Lang Ling started with simple vocabulary questions, but when Bai Zhou answered with word-for-word precision matching the book, her curiosity deepened. Gradually, she began selecting longer, more complex words including technical terms like unenthusiastically, unwarmly, unkindly, biotransformation, parliamentarianism. Bai Zhou could recite them word for word. This astonished Lang Ling more and more, even gradually earning a hint of admiration. She wasn't unfamiliar with dictionary memorizers. She'd done it herself when learning English. But someone who mastered it to Bai Zhou's level? This was a first. Could his frantic page-turning have a purpose? Was this truly his method? If so, this method was brilliant. She desperately needed it. Such efficiency would let her read so many more books each day. Looking at Bai Zhou before her, she felt as if she'd glimpsed a shortcut to the palace of knowledge. Lang Ling's gaze gradually grew intense. She felt a pang of envy, not for Bai Zhou himself, but for his learning method. Closing the book impatiently, she said, All right, Bai Zhou, I believe you are studying, and it's clear your method is truly effective. Thanks, Senior. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to reading. Wait, Bai Zhou, about that. Lang Ling felt a bit troubled. This was the first time she'd ever wanted to ask a guy out, but she genuinely didn't know how to broach the subject. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to just say it. Taking a deep breath to steel herself, she said, Would you like to grab dinner tonight? I have a question I'd like to ask you. Bai Zhou froze. Wasn't Lang Ling known for being aloof? Why was she being so direct now? The boys in the library were stunned as if struck by lightning. What was going on? They'd been speculating about which god would pluck this high mountain flower from its stem, only to find her leaping down into Bai Zhou's arms of her own accord. Their worldviews crumbled before their eyes. Heavens! Why? Why on earth? No, this problem is too hard. I can't solve it. I can't solve it. To make matters worse, someone started playing One Cut of Plum Blossoms on their phone. The vast library echoed with the melancholy strains. Snowflakes drifting, north wind howling, the world a vast expanse of desolation. A solitary plum blossom stands proud in the snow, scenting the air for the one it loves. The boys in the library were all frozen in place. Shrimp and pig heart? This isn't a single cut of plum blossom at all. This was clearly a case of love at first sight. Their goddess, the famously unapproachable Lang Ling, vanished the moment she saw Bai Zhou. Their minds are shattered. 156, the date and the fall. Ignoring the chaos in the library anyway, it wouldn't be long before someone cleared out those crazed male students. Bai Zhou looked at Lang Ling. Her eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. This wasn't a joke. He nodded. All right, Senior. We'll talk later. I need to read now. No. He agreed. Bai Zhou agreed. How could you agree? Of course you would agree if it were you. I did. Then what's there to say? Keep being our little clown. Woe is me, the clown is none other than myself. Only after Bai Zhou agreed did Lang Ling finally lift her head to glance at the chaotic crowd now swarming the library. Her face as cold as ice, she swept her gaze across the crowd before coldly uttering, "How utterly disgusting. Not a shred of manners." Then she turned back to her seat, pulled out her earbuds, and buried her nose in her book. The boys were dumbfounded. What did Senior Lang just say? She said she hates you, hates me, and hates us all. The boys' faces instantly lost their glow, and one by one, they slunk out of the library. Ha, finally some peace and quiet. Now it's time to buckle down and study. As the library emptied, Bai Zhou sank deeper into his studies. He pored over books with intense focus, finishing one and immediately grabbing another. Gradually, a towering wall of books piled up on his desk. This was a completely different experience. Before receiving the reward of top-tier learning ability, Bai Zhou always felt that knowledge was like a battle-hardened goddess, while he was merely an inadequate suitor. No matter how many good mornings or good nights he offered, no matter how many times he urged her to drink more hot water, it all fell on deaf ears. Knowledge had always been aloof toward him, often dismissing his efforts with excuses like needing to take a shower. But after obtaining this reward, Bai Zhou felt their relationship had undergone a complete reversal. He became a dazzling idol, while Knowledge, that little brat, transformed into his die-hard fan. Now she was at his beck and call, ready to do anything he wanted. Every position under the sun, she knew them all. Begging and pleading for Bai Zhou to accept her. How incredibly satisfying was that feeling? This state of affairs continued until the library closed and the staff came looking for him. "Hey, you! Stop looking over there. We're closing up." Only then did Bai Zhou awaken from Knowledge's waterbed and return to reality. He glanced at his watch. Holy crap, it was already 10 o'clock. Starving to death. He stood up and headed straight for the exit, his mind consumed solely by the thought of food. Just as he reached the library entrance, someone suddenly grabbed his arm from behind. He turned around. Hey? Senior Lang? Senior, what's going on? This was the first time Lang Ling had encountered someone like Bai Zhou. They agreed to have dinner together that evening, but he ended up reading until 10 p.m. She waited on an empty stomach, not wanting to disturb him. Who would he thought that after the library staff had to escort him out at closing time, he just walked straight out without even noticing her waiting behind him. Now it was even worse. The look on his face suggested he'd completely forgotten their afternoon plans together. When had Lang Ling ever endured such humiliation? In the past, not only had she never once invited a guy out to dinner, but the line of boys eager to treat her to a meal stretched from their school all the way to Luozhou Mountain. Lang Ling was furious. The consequences. Bai Zhou, didn't we agree this afternoon that I treat you to dinner tonight? Oh. Sorry, Senior Lang, I completely forgot. But look how late it is. How about we skip tonight? Tomorrow instead? Forget it? You just brush off my first ever dinner invitation to a guy like that? Is it you, Bai Zhou, who's gotten too big for your britches, or is it me who's lost my edge? Lang Ling was nearly losing her mind inside, but... It's fine, Bai Zhou. I don't live in the dorms, I rent a place off campus. We've got plenty of time. It's just dinner, after all. Besides, you must be starving after all this time. Come on, let's go. Seeing this notoriously aloof senior beauty actually acting coy with him, Bai Zhou felt baffled. Where's the unapproachable flower? Where's the cold demeanor? It's all a lie. Senior Lang is clearly super warm. Scratching his head, Bai Zhou couldn't very well refuse after she'd gone this far. Alright then, where should we go? I'm treating you. Of course you get to pick the place, Bai Zhou. Don't be shy, your senior here is pretty well off. Lang Lin patted her chest lightly. Bai Zhou glanced at her and nodded slightly. That's quite substantial, though the clothes don't really show off the figure. After a moment's thought, Bai Zhou waved his hand decisively. Then follow me, Senior Lang. And so, that evening, students across campus, both male and female, witnessed a scene that broke their hearts. The goddess of the boys' hearts, Lang Ling, and the heartthrob of the girls, Bai Zhou, walking side by side. They left campus together, got into a car together. Into Bai Zhou's car. This scene shattered the dreams of countless young men and women in the campus. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. But Bai Zhou and Lang Ling were happily enjoying hot pot. Yes, Bai Zhou had brought Lang Ling out for hot pot, which only deepened her curiosity about him. She could tell what class Bai Zhou's car belonged to, and through her roommate's constant chatter, she'd learned quite a bit about him. Yet none of that had made much of an impression on Lang Ling. But when Bai Zhou drove her to this hot pot restaurant tucked away in a small alley, beaming as he told her it was his absolute favorite spot, Lang Ling felt this boy was exceptionally real in that moment. Previously, whenever boys wanted to treat her to a meal, they'd always book the fanciest Western restaurants or high-end Japanese eateries before even asking, only to be flatly rejected. But Bai Zhou? He'd brought her straight to a place like this. It wasn't that Lang Ling disliked the place, it was that Bai Zhou's approach felt refreshingly new to her. Yes, she had invited Bai Zhou to dinner primarily to learn his miraculous study methods. But as she spent more time with him, Lang Ling gradually found herself drawn to Bai Zhou as a person. Especially at the dinner table, where Bai Zhou buried his head in his food, completely unconcerned about her seeing his slightly boisterous manner. All these behaviors made Lang Ling feel that Bai Zhou was different from the boys she usually encountered. Bai Zhou was special.
And now, needing his help, Lang Ling hadn't even noticed that her smile hadn't left her face all evening. Some smiles came from Bai Zhou's humor, while others arose from quietly watching him, her lips curving upward without her realizing it. How to put it? Perhaps she hadn't even realized it herself, but in Bai Zhou's presence, the aloof persona she always maintained had completely melted away. Had anyone familiar with Lang Ling been present tonight, they would have been stunned to discover. Lang Ling with Bai Zhou was just like any ordinary girl when she was with the boy she liked. A bit starstruck. Bus 157 meets Black Whirlwind? Finally, her stomach was full. Bai Zhou leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at the mess of cups and plates on the table, Bai Zhou licked his lips and grinned at Lang Ling. Senior Lang, I really went all out tonight, ate a ton. You're gonna have to foot the bill later. Lang Ling didn't seem bothered. Instead, she found Bai Zhou's candor somewhat admirable. She disliked those guys who always insisted on paying the bill whenever they went out, especially when they were with girls, as if a woman spending money was somehow insulting them. Not all girls could accept someone's kindness so easily, especially when they knew the other person had feelings for them, yet those feelings weren't reciprocated. Nowadays, most girls don't feel entitled to have boys pay for them. Instead, they believe that not only should boys contribute, but as girls themselves, they also need to give back. Yet many guys still don't grasp this. Besides, Lang Ling genuinely didn't mind. Her family was quite wealthy. The reason she chose this school over better options or even studying abroad had more to do with her family than her grades or financial background. So money was never an issue for her. With a smile, she finished paying the bill. Finally, Lang Ling was ready to ask the question she most wanted to know the answer to. Bai Zhou, actually, I invited you to dinner today because I have something I want to ask you. Bai Zhou wasn't surprised. Of course, not a beautiful senior inviting him to dinner on their first meeting almost certainly meant she had a question or needed his help. As for him being love at first sight? Bai Zhou was confident but not arrogant. He never imagined Lang Ling had invited him because she liked him. Of course, what he didn't know was that after this meal, Lang Ling would discover she might actually be developing feelings for him. But that was a story for later. For now, Bai Zhou replied generously. Sure thing, Senior Lang. Fire away. Once I've eaten your food, I'll be obligated to answer honestly. Lang Ling stared at him with wide eyes, her curiosity evident as she asked. Bai Zhou, that study method you used in the library this afternoon really worked wonders. How did you manage that? Bai Zhou paused, taken aback by the question. He scratched his nose and countered. How do you know I didn't just memorize that book beforehand and put on a show for you? Lang Ning rolled her eyes. Do I look that dumb to you? That dictionary you were using is an old edition, hard to find these days. Plus, I go to the library almost every day, but today was the first time I saw you. So I can confirm you didn't prepare in advance. Wow, you really are sharp, Senior. Oh, never mind that. Just tell me already. Bai Zhou gave a wry smile. How was he supposed to teach this? After a moment's thought, he gathered his words. Well, Senior, it's not really a study method per se. It's more like a learning habit that only works for me. How should I put it? I'm naturally blessed with a good memory. You could say I have a photographic memory. Plus, my eyesight and reaction speed are pretty sharp, so flipping through pages that fast doesn't make me forget what I read. If you tried to copy this, it'd probably be pretty tough. Bai Zhou's explanation, 7 parts truth, 3 parts exaggeration, convinced Lang Ling. If that's the case, it really is a natural talent. I couldn't do that. I'm so envious of your amazing learning ability. Upon learning the truth, Lang Ling didn't feel disappointed, because this truly wasn't something she could achieve herself. Bai Zhou, you're truly amazing. Unconsciously, Lang Ling found herself admiring Bai Zhou even more. Seeing this, Bai Zhou scratched his nose awkwardly. Having accepted a free meal from his senior without truly helping her left him feeling guilty. So he offered. How about this, Senior? It's getting late. Let me walk you home. Glancing at her watch, she saw it was already 11:30, indeed quite late. Lang Ling nodded and replied. Sounds good. Thanks for the ride, Bai Zhou. The two stepped out of the hot pot restaurant and got into Bai Zhou's car. After giving him the address, they slowly drove away from the restaurant. Lang Ling's residence was quite a distance from their current location, about a 20-minute drive. As the night deepened, her drowsiness grew heavier. After all, she rarely stayed up this late, and her body clock was already urging her to sleep. Watching Lang Ling nodding off in the passenger seat, Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could this girl be so unaware? Even though they were classmates, he was essentially a stranger she'd only met today. She trusted him far too easily. Of course, Bai Zhou had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He safely delivered Lang Ling to her residential complex. In the underground parking garage, he parked the car, then gently shook Lang Ling awake. We're here, Senior Lang. Would you like me to walk you up? Lang Ling opened her eyes, still groggy, and recognized the familiar surroundings. She gradually came to her senses. Oh, sorry, Bai Zhou. I was so tired I accidentally fell asleep. No problem, Senior Lang.
Can you make it home on your own now? Do you need me to walk you?
Long Ling shook her head, forcing herself to stay alert.
I'm fine, Bai Zhou. I can manage on my own. You should go home, it's late. Yeah, I'm fine now. I'm awake. I can manage. You should go home first. It's so late. Bai Zhou nodded, watching Long Ling get out of the car and head toward the elevator.
Once Lang Ling was out of sight, Bai Zhou turned off the headlights and sat in the car, reflecting on his afternoon at the library. It was truly magical. That knowledge had rushed into his mind as if competing with itself, and it remained astonishingly vivid even now. He could recall the contents of every single page in every book. He could even recall the distinct scent of ink from each book, varying in intensity. Just then, Bai Zhou inside the car suddenly heard a shriek. The voice sounded familiar.
Senior Lang? What happened to her?
Bai Zhou's expression darkened as he leaped from the vehicle and sprinted toward the source of the sound. Moments later, Bai Zhou rounded a corner and witnessed a scene that made his eyes bulge in horror. Under the dim light, a shadowy figure pinned Lang Ling against the wall, frantically tearing at her clothes. Lang Ling struggled fiercely, but after that piercing scream, her mouth was covered by the dark figure. Lang Ling was no match for the brutal creature, pinned against the wall, unable to move. At that moment, Bai Zhou appeared behind the dark figure. Without a word, he raised his right hand high and brought it crashing down hard onto the creature's head. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the faint crack of breaking bones. The black whirlwind howled, clutching his head as he collapsed to his knees. Seizing the moment, Bai Zhou pulled Lang Ling behind him and whispered.
Senior Lang, what's going on? What's with this guy? Still shaken, Lang Ling finally felt a sense of security upon seeing Bai Zhou.
Her taut nerves relaxed, and before she could wipe the tears from her face, she spoke to Bai Zhou in a trembling, fearful voice.
This bastard has been stalking me for ages.
I've always been careful, so he never got a chance to act. Reporting it to the police was useless. He never did anything overtly wrong, just secretly followed me. But today, this animal. Bai Zhou's rage boiled over. Staring at the black whirlwind writhing on the ground, he stepped forward and kicked him down. Then, aiming for his groin, he raised his right leg high. With the heel of his leather shoe locked in place, he gathered his strength and slammed it down with brutal force. 158, confiscate the weapon.
Ah!
A deafening scream of agony reverberated through the underground parking garage, its volume triggering the alarms of nearby vehicles.
Chaos erupted in the parking garage, a cacophony of sounds erupting. As for the black whirlwind lying on the ground, he no longer cared about the pain in his head, or rather, he couldn't even feel it anymore. Curled up like a cooked prawn, he clutched his groin, convulsing and wailing. Tears, snot, and saliva mingled into a slimy mess, adding a strange sheen to his already dark face. His mouth unconsciously chanted the classic words. Fuck. Fuck. The kick didn't bring Bai Zhou any satisfaction. He didn't harbor any particular feelings toward foreigners after all. Some international friends had made significant contributions to China throughout history, and his most capable tool right now was also a foreigner. But he despised trashy foreigners like this whirlwind of a man before him. They flaunted their foreign status to act with impunity in China, utterly devoid of basic decency, truly revolting. He'd heard stories about such trashy foreigners before, but today was the first time he'd encountered one firsthand. This made Bai Zhou unable to suppress the rage boiling within him. He struck no, kicked with deadly precision. His boot came down, the toe driving cleanly into the man's wide-open mouth. The only white tooth on Black Whirlwind's face shattered clean off. With just 2 kicks, the burly Black Whirlwind was left without even the strength to cry out in pain. Hiding behind Bai Zhou, Lang Ling watched him deal with this thug, a profound sense of security rising within her. She had been harassed by trash talk like this before, and on several occasions, there had been boys nearby. Yet, seeing the burly Black Whirlwind, those boys dared not stand up for her, choosing instead to pretend they hadn't seen anything. Bai Zhou's 2 kicks didn't just land on the Black Whirlwind's body, they struck right at the core of Lang Ling's heart. Even after enduring such a tremendous fright, Lang Ling gradually calmed down while staying by Bai Zhou's side. She didn't carry much psychological trauma from the incident, though her disgust for these Black Whirlwinds only deepened. Soon, the commotion in the underground parking garage alerted the security guards and some other residents who had just returned home. What's going on? What was that sound just now? It was so creepy. No idea. It sounded like it came from that direction. Come on, let's go check it out. Grab something to protect ourselves. Better safe than sorry, we don't want to run into any crazies. Armed with sticks and shovels, a group of people marched toward Bai Zhou. Seeing Black Whirlwind curled up on the ground, moaning silently, and then glancing at Lang Ling hiding behind Bai Zhou, everyone roughly understood what had happened. One of the older security guards stepped forward and addressed Bai Zhou. Young man, could you explain exactly what happened here? Bai Zhou nodded and explained to the group. Here's what happened. I was dropping my friend off at her place tonight. When we got to the underground parking lot, she wanted to walk up the stairs herself, so I didn't follow her. A little while later, I heard her scream. Worried something was wrong, I got out of the car to look for her. That's when I found this guy, brother, and I, pinning my friend against the wall, trying to assault her.
Glancing at the writhing black mass on the ground, Bai Zhou spat and continued.
So I beat the crap out of him. That's all.
Bai Zhou made it sound like no big deal, but seeing the black whirlwind's pitiful state, everyone felt a chill.
Who knew how Bai Zhou had beaten him up to reduce such a burly, big, dark-skinned guy to this?
Still, no one felt inclined to defend the creature. Instead, the residents gave Bai Zhou a thumbs up.
Way to go, bro. Those foreign trash are absolute scum.
They pull off these sickening stunts every day, thinking they can get away with anything just because they're foreigners and the cops won't touch them.
It's disgusting. Yeah, bro, you're a real man. But watch out, those bastards might try to extort you. Bai Zhou smiled and nodded at the residents. Got it, bro. I'll be careful. The elderly security guard hesitated for a moment, ultimately too afraid to take responsibility. He finally spoke up to Bai Zhou. Young man, how do you plan to handle this situation? Huh? What do you mean, handle it? Well, you see, this guy might not be much of a person, but he's still a human being, right? And he looks pretty badly hurt. Shouldn't we call an ambulance or something? And if we call an ambulance, shouldn't we also tell the police? Before Bai Zhou could respond, the indignant residents beside him couldn't contain themselves. Don't get me wrong, but you're screwing us over. This foreign trash should have been dead ages ago. Think China's the United States? Trying to pull off Black Lives Matter here? Exactly. Call the cops? What good would that do? When they show up, can they even handle this foreign trash? Won't they just punish our young brother instead?
Then these bastards walk free while the guy who stood up for justice gets screwed over.
Are you even Chinese?
The old security guard's face twisted with bitterness. He understood all this, but he was just a security guard. If he handled this poorly, he'd be held responsible. He might even lose his job.
Bai Zhou understood the old guard's predicament.
Instead, he tried to reason with the residents. Guys, I appreciate your concern, but the security guard is right. It's best to notify the police. Don't worry, I won't get punished over this.
I'm confident about that.
After speaking, he turned to the guard.
Then please notify the police.
I'll take my friend upstairs first. Once the police arrive, have them come to our apartment to find us. Bai Zhou motioned for Lang Ling to give the security guard their apartment number.
The elderly security guard nodded gratefully at Bai Zhou. Ah, thank you, young man. You're so considerate.
Bai Zhou waved dismissively, then glanced back at the mess on the ground. Unable to resist, he spat on it one last time before leaving.
Then he pulled Lang Ling into the elevator. The enthusiastic residents followed suit, each spitting once onto the black mass.
One guy even tried to unbutton his pants for a wild moment, but was stopped.
Bro, come on, that's going too far. Let me go. I've had it with these foreign trash all along. They're worse than animals.
They can't do anything useful, contribute nothing to China, but they sure are good at disrupting public order. My friend's aunt's daughter was killed by these scumbags.
Rest assured. I don't have diabetes. I won't give this trash any sweetness. 159 Comfort in Statement.
In the elevator, Bai Zhou finally had a moment to observe Lang Ling's state. Her expression showed little panic now, but her body still trembled slightly from time to time. Evidence she hadn't fully recovered from the shock. To be fair, given the circumstances, Lang Ling was holding up remarkably well. Not breaking down under this pressure was nothing short of heroic.
Her mental fortitude was undeniably strong. Most girls in this situation would likely be panicking and completely at a loss.
Of course, what Bai Zhou didn't know was that the main reason Lang Ling was holding up relatively well now was because he was by her side. Gazing at Bai Zhou's figure and recalling how he rescued her from that foreign trash, Lang Ling felt an unprecedented sense of security in his presence. Her sense of security was completely restored. One could say this girl was a bit slow to react, but the more significant reason was that Bai Zhou appeared at her darkest moment. Like a ray of light piercing the darkness, he made her forget the ordeal she had just endured.
Clutching at Bai Zhou's sleeve, where was any trace of Lang Ling's usual aloofness now? Like a child clinging to a shoulder, like a dolphin relying on the ocean, like a poet needing the moon.
At this moment, Lang Ling, who followed Bai Zhou's every step, perfectly embodied the meaning of dependence. Having just endured such a terrifying ordeal, Bai Zhou made no move to stop her affectionate clinging. When they reached Lang Ling's doorstep, Bai Zhou said to her,
"Alright, go home and get some sleep. It's too late now. We can talk about anything else tomorrow. As for the police arriving later, leave that to me. But what about you?" Lang Ling really doesn't want to leave Bai Zhou right now. "As for me, I'll wait at the door for the police and help you out by playing security guard?"
Bai Zhou made a funny face, hoping to make Lang Ling smile.
Instead of laughing, she clutched the hem of her shirt even tighter. Please don't go."
The thought of Bai Zhou leaving sent a chill through Lang Ling's body. The earlier ordeal flashed back to her mind, and she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
I'm a little scared."
Noticing her distress, Bai Zhou paused for a moment before deciding.
"Alright, let's go inside first. Let's go home and wait for the police there. I won't leave, okay?" Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Lang Ling's heart finally settled back into place.
But she still refused to let go. Helplessly, Bai Zhou bent down to retrieve the keys from her bag and unlock the door under Lang Ling's guidance. This turn of events had caught Bai Zhou off guard. He could only pull Lang Ling down to sit beside him on the sofa as they waited for the police to arrive. As for Lang Ling, she had been exhausted to begin with. After the shock earlier, her mental state was already fragile. Now that she was home, with Bai Zhou by her side, her fear subsided and drowsiness naturally washed over her. Sitting on the sofa, Lang Ling's body gradually drew closer to Bai Zhou. Finally, like a cat, she curled up into a ball and nestled into his embrace. Bai Zhou. Though he held her soft, warm body close, Bai Zhou felt no romantic stirrings. Instead, a flame burned restlessly within him. Not the fire of passion, but the fire of rage. Though he hadn't known Senior Lang Ling well at first, after spending an entire afternoon and evening with her, he understood she was an independent, strong-willed young woman. Yet this very girl had been targeted by those trashy foreigners solely because of her striking appearance, and had endured such a horrific attack. If he hadn't happened to be reviewing his daytime studies tonight, Senior Lang might have been in serious trouble. If something truly happened to a girl like her, he dared not imagine how things might have unfolded. And this was merely what he knew. How many more crimes had these trashy foreigners committed in places he was unaware of? How many other outstanding young women like Lang Shui had fallen victim to their cruelty? Rage made Bai Zhou clench his fists. At that moment, he felt a damp patch on his chest. Looking closer, he saw that the sleeping Lang Ling had begun to cry unconsciously, her body trembling slightly. Bai Zhou sighed, unclenched his fists, and gently patted Lang Ling's back. Gradually, she relaxed and stopped crying. Instead, she clung tighter to Bai Zhou, burying her face deeper into his chest. After a moment, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Zhou tried to get up to answer it, but found himself held so tightly by Lang Ling that he couldn't stand up easily. He tried to gently loosen her grip, but it was useless. Even in her sleep, Lang Ling held him with surprising strength. Finally, with no other choice, Bai Zhou lifted Lang Ling in his arms and went to open the door. The door opened, and sure enough, it was the police. The two officers standing at the doorway were taken aback by Bai Zhou's situation. What the hell? Just open the door, why bring a girl along to do it? Was he mocking us single dogs? His fists clenched. Bai Zhou gave a wry smile. Please forgive me, officers. My friend is the victim of that black whirlwind's harassment. She's still scared, so even in her sleep she clings to me. I had no choice but to open the door like this. The officer nodded in sudden understanding. Right. We reviewed the surveillance footage and heard the security guard's explanation. We've got the gist of the situation. At this point, the officer recalled Bai Zhou's kick from the footage. The two exchanged glances and instinctively closed their legs together before continuing. Still, we must follow procedure. We'll need you and this lady to accompany us to the station for a statement. Bai Zhou glanced at Lang Ling in his arms. He couldn't very well carry her like this. He addressed the officers. Please hold on a moment while I wake her up. He carried Lang Ling back to the bedroom, gently patting her back as he softly roused her. Senior Lang, the police are here. We need to go give our statements. After that, I'll bring you back to rest. Lang Ling opened her eyes groggily. Her sleep had been restless, and it took a while for her to fully wake up. Upon waking, she realized she'd been clutching Bai Zhou too tightly and quickly loosened her grip. Her gaze then fell upon the damp patch on his chest. She quickly touched her own mouth. Realizing it wasn't saliva, she breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Zhou smiled and said, It's okay, Lang. It's just your tears. You cried while you were sleeping. Don't worry, it's fine now. Lang Ling kept her head down. The events of today had hit her too hard. But knowing they had to go give their statements soon helped her gather herself. Her hand tightened once more on the hem of Bai Zhou's shirt. She said timidly, Time for the statement, right? Let's go. 160 consequences? I'm not afraid. By the time they arrived at the police station, it was nearly 3 a.m. The place was still brightly lit, with many people bustling about late into the night. It was precisely this group of dedicated individuals working tirelessly to protect the city's security and safeguard the lives and property of its citizens. The two officers who brought Bai Zhou and Lang Ling to the station were very courteous. They understood how traumatic this incident was for Lang Ling, so they deliberately avoided mentioning it during the car ride. As for Lang Ling's dependence on Bai Zhou, they simply observed it with a touch of envy, choosing not to interfere. Inside the station, since statements had to be taken separately, one at a time, Bai Zhou urged Lang Ling. Senior Lang, it's time for your statement. Wait outside for me. Don't worry, the officers will be with you. It'll be fine, okay? Even after sleeping, Lang Ling still showed signs of stress. Yet she remained sensible, looking at Bai Zhou timidly and pleading. Well, could you hurry? I'm really scared without you here. Bai Zhou nodded and promised her. Don't worry. I'll come out as soon as the statement is done. Reluctantly, Lang Ling released her grip on Bai Zhou's shirt collar and was led away by the female officer who had been accompanying her to another room. Bai Zhou sighed, glanced at the crumpled corner of his shirt she'd clutched, shook his head, and headed off to give his statement. In truth, the police had already pieced together the entire incident from security guards and surveillance footage. Summoning Bai Zhou for the statement was merely a formality, and secondly, after Bai Zhou recounted the situation once more, the officer paused his writing.
Alright, that concludes the statement. Bai Zhou, right?
Young lady, you've got guts. One of the officers taking Bai Zhou's statement was a senior police officer, a veteran with years of experience.
But how should I put this, your case is a bit tricky.
The other party is a foreigner, and when it comes to matters like this, our jurisdiction as police officers is quite limited.
You understand what I mean? Bai Zhou nodded.
He understood these complexities and wasn't surprised. And I just got word from the hospital, they say that piece of trash will probably live for quite a while.
At first, Bai Zhou didn't catch what he meant. Huh? What does that mean?
The veteran cop grinned. Meaning, kid, that kick of yours was so powerful.
The bastard could probably become the head of the imperial household now.
Bai Zhou finally got it, so he was referencing that old joke about neutered animals living longer. Who knew this old cop, despite his age, was still so hip? But then the old cop's expression turned serious as he cautioned Bai Zhou. But I must also point out, you were a bit heavy-handed. Legally, we could argue your initial action was an emergency avoidance, but that kick to his mouth afterward was uncalled for.
Bai Zhou understood this point. He admitted frankly. I know.
That kick was purely to vent my anger.
The veteran cop chuckled, his eyes seeming to hold genuine admiration for Bai Zhou. You're a real man. Honestly, kid, that kick felt damn satisfying.
These foreign trash rely on their status to commit all sorts of atrocities.
But you know what?
There's always some sycophants covering for them, leaving us cops powerless in these situations.
It's infuriating. Sigh.
By the end, the veteran cop couldn't help but slam his fist on the table and sigh. Bai Zhou nodded in agreement.
Yeah, I never really grasped how bad it was before. I'd heard stories, but naively thought these scumbags were just a minority.
It wasn't until today, when I experienced it firsthand, that I realized how utterly despicable they are.
The veteran officer patted Bai Zhou on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll fight for you.
We'll do our best to frame that final kick as a civil dispute, no stain on your record. Though Bai Zhou already had his own plan for handling the matter, he didn't refuse the veteran officer's offer of goodwill.
Thank you so much. On the other side, Lang Ling's statement was also completed.
Its content was largely similar to Bai Zhou's, except that recalling the scene once more caused her nerves to tighten again. Hearing the police officer casually mention that Bai Zhou's final kick might land him in trouble only deepened her worry. She was desperate to see Bai Zhou, to be by his side, to help him find a way out of this trouble. Fortunately, the questioning was over. The police officer hurriedly led her outside to wait for Bai Zhou. Moments later, when Lang Ling saw Bai Zhou push open the door, she didn't even bother to wipe the tears from her face. She broke free from the officer's grasp and threw herself into Bai Zhou's arms.
Anxiety, fear, dread, and worry all poured out of her in that instant. Bai Zhou, I just remembered what happened in the parking lot. What would I have done if you hadn't shown up? Oh, right.
Lang Ling lifted her tear-streaked face and asked urgently.
I heard they said that final kick you gave that scumbag might get you into trouble. What kind of trouble? Is it manageable? Do you need money? I have some right here.
Bai Zhou accepted the tissue offered by the policewoman, gently wiping the tears from Lang Ling's face as he spoke softly.
It's fine. It's all over now. That scumbag won't bother you again. I promise nothing like this will ever happen again. As for that final kick of mine, yes, there might be a tiny bit of trouble. But it's not important. I already have the perfect solution. Want to hear it?
Bai Zhou's words successfully captured Lang Ling's attention.
She finally stopped crying, furrowed her brow, and asked Bai Zhou. What's the solution?
Bai Zhou pretended to be afraid of being overheard, glancing around nervously before leaning close to whisper in her ear.
You know what it takes to defeat magic, right?
Lang Ling shook her head softly. Bai Zhou continued.
Only magic can defeat magic.
So to deal with this foreign trash, you just need to find even worse foreign trash. Let them fight each other, let them bite each other's tails until they're both covered in fur.
But where do you find even worse foreign junk?
Bai Zhou gave a self-deprecating chuckle. In our country today, there's no such thing as the worst foreign trash, only worse foreign trash.
And I happen to have a tool at my disposal.
His name is John, also a foreigner, but not the kind of trash we're talking about.
He's the perfect man for the job. As for consequences, they only exist if someone pursues them.
Since that's the case, my task is to ensure that foreign trash now reduced to a eunuch doesn't pursue me for that final kick.
If he doesn't pursue it, what consequences could I possibly face?
By the end of his speech, Bai Zhou's tone had grown icy. 161 trash should know its place. By the time they returned from the police station, it was already past 5 in the morning. Fortunately, there were no classes in the morning, so Bai Zhou and Lang Ling could get some proper rest.
Although Lang Ling's condition had improved slightly from the beginning, she still couldn't bear Bai Zhou straying too far from her.
The two of them leaned against the sofa. At first, Lang Ling just clutched the hem of Bai Zhou's shirt, but as she gradually drifted off to sleep, her whole body slowly pressed closer to Bai Zhou. By the end, she was curled up in his arms just as she had been when the police knocked on the door. She curled up in Bai Zhou's embrace. Bai Zhou was also tired. Though the position was uncomfortable, drowsiness overtook him, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. When Bai Zhou awoke, daylight flooded the room. Glancing at the wall clock, he saw it was already noon. He rubbed his stiff, aching neck and let out a soft sigh. Lang Ling had spent the entire night resting her head on his chest, leaving Bai Zhou feeling a slight tightness in his chest. His right arm, which she had clung to all night, was now numb. Watching Lang Ling's sleeping face, Bai Zhou noticed her furrowed brow and tense expression. She must have been having nightmares after what happened. It seemed she needed some time to recover. Unable to bear disturbing her, Bai Zhou instead wrapped his free left arm around her and gently patted her back. Slowly, Lang Ling's furrowed brow began to smooth out, as if she had finally escaped the nightmare. Bai Zhou tilted his neck back against the sofa's headrest, as if stretching his stiff neck or gazing at the ceiling deep in thought. Lang Ling woke up hungry. She hadn't eaten much of last night's hot pot to begin with, and then there was that scare, followed by a long night of work. Hunger was only natural. The first thing she noticed upon waking was that she was nestled in a warm embrace. This comfort felt so deeply reassuring that she didn't want to move, despite her rumbling stomach. She only opened her eyes slightly, stealing a glance at Bai Zhou's upturned face, a complex feeling stirring within her. She had only known this junior for a single day, or more accurately, not even 24 hours. Yet in that brief time, she realized this boy had already carved out an irreplaceable place in her heart. The moment he saved her last night was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. Only now could she truly settle down and properly observe the person who had offered her hope in the midst of despair. Just as her roommates had said, Bai Zhou was handsome. She hadn't cared much about appearances at first, but now she could see he truly was striking, and through his thin clothing, she could distinctly feel his sharply defined, powerful muscles. And his physique was excellent too. She thought this, her cheeks flushing secretly. Her small hand resting on Bai Zhou's chest, feeling his pectoral muscles, stirred an uncontrollable urge within her. I really want to squeeze them. The thought flashed through her mind, and before she could make a decision, her hand had already faithfully carried out her inner desire. The pinch sent a jolt through Bai Zhou, who lowered his head just as his gaze met Lang Ling's wide-eyed astonishment at the sensation. Silence reigned over the Cambridge of tonight. A blush spread across Lang Ling's face at a visible speed. She buried her head deep into Bai Zhou's chest like an ostrich, muttering meaningless excuses. It wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. Bai Zhou found her reaction amusing and burst into laughter. Hearing his laughter only made Lang Ling feel more embarrassed. She couldn't understand what had come over her. Why couldn't she control her hands? Bai Zhou asked with a smile. Senior Lang, how's the feel? Teased by Bai Zhou, Lang Ling felt her shame explode. Resigning herself to the situation, she adopted a what's-the-point attitude. Lifting her head, she snapped. Not enough sensation? Let me squeeze some more. This time, she didn't stop at his chest muscles. Determined to get her money's worth, Lang Ling's small hand ventured downward, randomly poking at Bai Zhou's abs. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Bai Zhou quickly grabbed Lang Ling's hand. Senior Lang, if you go any lower, I'll have to charge you. Lang Ling's hand froze instantly, or rather, Bai Zhou felt her entire body stiffen. Then it softened again, but she still clung to Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou spoke softly. Senior, it's getting late. We have class this afternoon, and we haven't eaten yet. Oh, and do you want to take a shower or something? Little did he know that all Lang Ling wanted right now was to nestle in his embrace. But she was indeed very hungry, and Bai Zhou was right, she did need to take a shower. Reluctantly climbing out of his embrace, she scowled at him and declared. Don't ever call me senior again. Ha? Then what should I call you? I don't care, just don't call me senior. Biting her lip, Lang Ling ultimately resisted the urge to burrow into Bai Zhou's chest and take a deep breath. It was the first time she'd ever noticed a boy's scent could be so pleasant, but if she actually did that, she'd probably be on the verge of social death. Could you wait for me? Don't leave without me. After standing up, Lang Ling lowered her head and murmured softly. Bai Zhou hadn't planned to leave anyway. He knew Lang Ling needed him now. As for dealing with that foreign trash, he'd just give John a call later when Lang Ling went to shower. Don't worry, I'll wait for you. Satisfied with his answer, Lang Ling finally relaxed and headed to the bathroom to shower. Bai Zhou could finally stand and move his body. Though Lang Ling wasn't heavy, he estimated her weight at around 150 pounds. He'd been pinned under her all night, unable to move. His body still felt stiff. He walked to the balcony, did a few stretches, and twisted his waist. Finally feeling limber again, Bai Zhou pulled out his phone and called John. John, listen. I've got something to tell you. After recounting last night's events, Bai Zhou added. Here's what I'm thinking. For whatever reason, if the cops aren't reliable, I want you to round up some of those trashy foreigners like that guy. Have them go to the hospital under their own names and take care of that thing. You know what I mean? John understood perfectly. Bai Zhou hoped this would render the black eunuch currently hospitalized incapable of pursuing the matter further. Let the dogs fight among themselves. Simple enough. But one question remained unresolved. Mr. Bai, with your abilities, wouldn't it be unnecessary to go to such lengths just to deal with a foreign trash? Bai Zhou chuckled softly. What the hell do you know? Do I need to lift a finger for trash like that? What I want is to use this incident as a catalyst to uproot every last one of these illegal foreign trash from China. So, Bai Zhou's voice was utterly calm. Make absolutely no mistakes in this matter. From his calm tone, John could only hear endless murderous intent. Even through the phone, John couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, terrified by Bai Zhou's terrifying ability to orchestrate such schemes. Once again, John found himself deeply impressed by Bai Zhou. He immediately pledged his commitment. Rest assured, Mr. Bai. I understand your meaning. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure your satisfaction. Should I fail, I will voluntarily resign from the board. Finally, John declared over the phone. Mr. Bai, I'll make sure these scumbags know exactly what trash they are. 162 Blackmailing the blackmailers. When Bai Zhou and Lang Ling returned to campus, they drew another wave of attention. Though Lang Ling was too shy to show excessive affection in public, the crowd's eyes were sharp. From Lang Ling's demeanor and the dependent glances she kept shooting Bai Zhou's way, the onlookers unanimously confirmed a heartbreaking truth. These two are definitely hooking up. I'll eat my hat if I'm wrong. Wu, Senior Lang, I'd love to be your loyal dog, but she's into Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou. My Bai Zhou. Today, I've been dumped. Me too. What these bystanders don't realize is that while Lang Ling does rely heavily on Bai Zhou now, their relationship is actually quite complicated. Let's not even talk about Lang Ling. After that crisis, Bai Zhou stepped up. Regardless of her motives, she's definitely fallen for him now. But Bai Zhou isn't like that. His willingness to support Lang Ling stems more from humanitarian concern. Admittedly, her looks play a part, but that doesn't mean he's after her body. After all, Bai Zhou had seen his fair share of beauties. His self-control in this regard was far stronger than most. He was long past the stage of being easily tempted by looks. His primary motivation was to help Lang Ling emerge from the shadow of that incident as quickly as possible. After all, such a good girl shouldn't be ruined by a foreign trash. As for whether something might happen while helping Lang Ling, Bai Zhou made it clear he wouldn't mind. He would take responsibility. Serious face. Though reluctant, Lang Ling still needed to leave Bai Zhou for a while. After all, though their class schedules overlapped, their coursework differed. Bai Zhou couldn't accompany her to her junior-level classes. At the entrance of the academic building, Lang Ling looked away while murmuring to Bai Zhou. Wait for me after class. Come find me. Bai Zhou chuckled at her deliberately aloof demeanor. Why did she suddenly put on such an aloof act in a place like school, where there were so many familiar faces? What, was she suddenly acting like a celebrity? But Bai Zhou didn't call her out on it. Instead, he replied softly. Alright, I'll come find you after class. Stealing a glance at Bai Zhou, she saw him smiling. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lang Ling turned away and walked off. Once she was out of sight, Bai Zhou felt at ease and entered the classroom. Meanwhile, John sat in a closed bar, sipping whiskey from his glass. Addressing the figures blurred into the darkness by the lack of lighting, he said. I know you all came here because you couldn't make it at home. This place is friendly to you, even trash like you can live comfortably here. Watching the cowering crowd, John sneered coldly. But truth be told, you trash has its uses. Do as I say, and you can go back where you came from. Otherwise. His expression hardening, John growled. Your prisons aren't nearly as comfortable as this place. Yes, we understand. We'll do exactly as you say and never reveal a single detail about you or your boss. Please spare us. Whenever they faced John, these men couldn't help but recall the boss he constantly mentioned. According to him, his boss was surnamed by a young man of formidable drive. If they failed to meet his demands, their fate. The ringleaders shuddered. Many among them had committed crimes back home and fled to escape the brutal punishments awaiting them there. But the boss John spoke of. After finishing the whiskey in his glass, John pulled a handkerchief from his jacket pocket, wiped his hands, then tossed it to the floor, leaving behind a single word. Very well. Seems you've already grasped your worth as trash. Without a backward glance, he walked out of the bar, leaving only the cowardly men staring at each other in silence. The task John had given them was simple: just deal with one person. Except that person was one of their own kind. The leader forced himself to speak. You all heard it. Mr. Bai's request is straightforward: give Zhou, who's lying in the hospital, a proper beating. Make sure he's sent back quietly. At the same time, we can take home a portion of the money we've earned here. Though we can't stay in this beautiful, prosperous place, the money we've made over the years is enough to live comfortably for the rest of our lives back home. Compared to Zhou, who's been physically sterilized, we're much luckier, aren't we? The others nodded in succession. Seeing no objections, the leader issued the order. Since everyone's on board, we'll start tonight. Make sure you all remember Zhou's location. Got it.
We set out as soon as night falls. Everyone must give their all. If anyone dares to sabotage this operation, don't blame me for dealing with them the way we do at home. At the leader's words, everyone shuddered in fear. They certainly didn't want to experience the terrifying punishments back home. Xiao is already ruined anyway. Better to sacrifice him for the future happiness of us all. Show no mercy. Agreed. So, as night fell, 7 or 8 dark whirlwinds emerged from the bar and headed straight for the hospital. Upon reaching the ward entrance, the police officer guarding the testicle-less youth inside was startled. Facing him stood a group of men sharing the same complexion as the prisoner. Mistaking them for avengers seeking retribution, the officer hurriedly blocked the doorway, fearing they might learn Bai Zhou's whereabouts from the testicle-less warrior. What are you doing? There's a suspect inside. You can't come in. The group paid no heed. How could they fulfill the task Master Bai had entrusted to them if they weren't allowed inside? Failure meant they'd have to slink back home empty-handed, without even a cloud to take with them. Without a word, the leader shoved the officer aside and barged in. Only the Knight of the Lonely Testicle remained in the ward. Upon seeing the intruders, its expression turned frenzied as it bellowed. Brothers, you finally made it. You have to avenge me. That arrogant little Chinese brat dared to hit me. He even castrated me. He'll pay for this. The group of black men silently approached the hospital bed, while the shoved-aside officer stood at the doorway, contacting headquarters to request backup. The body camera on the officer's chest faithfully recorded everything unfolding inside the ward. Price? What price? The leader demanded. Castrate him too. And, boss, that Chinese woman by his side is really stunning. I'll let you have her. You guys go first. As long as you avenge me, I'll give you her info. Forget about the woman for now. We're here to ask when you plan to repay the 500 yuan you borrowed from us last time. 500 yuan? When did I borrow 500 yuan? Last time we went out to eat, you didn't even pay. So we'll just consider it a loan 500 yuan total. When are you paying it back? No way, bro. What kind of situation is this? So you're saying you don't plan on paying it back? Before the guy could respond, the leader roared. Damn it, guys, let's go. Take care of this deadbeat. The hospital room instantly descended into chaos. Xiao Gang, who'd just undergone sterilization surgery by Bai Zhou, was already in poor health. How could he possibly stand up to his own countrymen? Within minutes, he'd learned why the flowers were so red. The cop standing outside the door was stunned. He'd been on the job for years and seen his share of bizarre situations, but today's scene was truly unprecedented. What the hell is this? Blackmailing blackmailers? 163 Pull one out and you'll find more. After receiving the report, the bureau quickly dispatched officers to the hospital. Surprisingly, however, the Black Whirlwind gang didn't flee after beating the bedridden black eunuch into a state of partial paralysis. Instead, they obediently waited for the police to arrive. At first, the officers were furious, assuming these thugs were so arrogant they thought the police couldn't touch them. But after bringing them all back, they discovered that wasn't the case. These troublemakers were unexpectedly well behaved. This threw them off completely. The black whirlwinds they'd dealt with before were each more brazen than the last, acting as if they owned the place completely at ease and showing zero respect. But what was up with this bunch today? Had they changed their ways? Why were these guys being so well behaved? It was all because of Bai Zhou. Back when John first approached them for the job, Bai Zhou had explicitly warned him to keep these foreign troublemakers in line to prevent them from causing extra headaches for the police. If it weren't for Mr. Bai's orders, would we really be wearing this thing? Glaring at the rose gold bracelets on their wrists, the 7 or 8 black whirlwinds crouched side by side exchanged glances, seething inwardly. But when they recalled the second half of Bai Zhou's message delivered through John, their spirits wilted one by one. If you don't behave yourselves, that black eunuch lying in the hospital right now will be your cautionary tale. These black whirlwinds may be wicked, but they're not stupid. They know someone with Bai Zhou's strength could take them down without breaking a sweat. At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of trash who couldn't make it in their own country. With Bai Zhou's abilities, if he went to their country, becoming a figurehead ruler would be a piece of cake, let alone dealing with them. Afraid? They'd lose their lives. After confirming the beaten eunuch was out of immediate danger though likely facing severe intellectual impairment, the police began interrogating each Black Whirlwind member involved. First up was the ringleader, interrogated personally by the veteran officer. Why did you attack Xiao? The leader swallowed hard, thinking. This is it, brothers. Don't blame me. If I don't talk, I'm finished. You won't be harmed by my words at worst, you'll get prison time. You've already committed those heinous crimes, punishment is only fair. Consider this me saving your lives. Steeling himself to spill the beans, the leader held his breath, then exhaled slowly before speaking deliberately. Well, it's because Xiao broke our rules. Rules? Yes. We people have our own set of rules we follow privately. Whoever breaks our shared rules must be punished. What rules? You can do whatever you want, but you can't keep it in your hands for too long.
That's why whenever one of our people commits a crime, someone will pressure you through various channels, even special channels. The leader spoke rapidly.
But this time is different.
Xiao was actually seen committing his act and he didn't even manage to escape. The evidence is irrefutable and he's fallen into your hands. To prevent him from spilling the beans about what our people have done, we must ensure he can't open his mouth. The veteran cop grew visibly excited upon hearing this.
From what you're saying, you lot have been up to quite a bit, huh? Care to elaborate? The veteran cop had only asked casually, holding little hope. Yet what unfolded next utterly surpassed his expectations.
I've been in China for quite some time now, nearly 5 years. In Jiangxia, as far as I know, my compatriots have committed the following major crimes during these 5 years. Theft, burglary, mugging, and murder, over 200 incidents in total.
Where do you think my helpless compatriots get the money to survive here? Many rely entirely on these methods to cover their expenses.
Some more sophisticated individuals use deception or coercion to manipulate others, including young female college students, into relationships. My compatriots then use evidence obtained through coercion to blackmail these women into supporting them. Many of my compatriots even take pride in this, competing among themselves over the quality and quantity of their victims. They frequently gather privately, and many girls have contracted incurable diseases because of this.
Furthermore, listening to the ringleader's confession, the police in the interrogation room gradually clenched their fists. One young officer, unable to contain his rage, lunged forward and punched the ringleader, knocking out several of his teeth. "You animals! You animals! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I can give you a list. I guarantee every single person on that list has committed similar crimes."
The ringleader dodged blows while shouting incoherently. The veteran officer intervened.
"Xiao Li! Stop! Make him give us the list."
Xiao Li struggled to control his rage, eyes bulging as he bellowed at the leader.
"You better talk now. If even one name is fake, I'll castrate you."
The leader whimpered timidly.
I won't.
I swear there's not a single fake one." Only after Xiao Li returned to the veteran officer did he slowly reveal the names of the black whirlwinds, those who had committed heinous crimes that shocked both heaven and earth. At first, Xiao Li was still visibly agitated, but as time passed, he gradually fell silent.
Because there were simply too many of these beasts.
The ringleader rattled off names non-stop for 10 minutes without finishing. The thought that each name uttered by this black whirlwind represented not just one victim, but many, filled Xiao Li with despair.
Why? Why were these foreign trash allowed to run rampant and act so brazenly in China? Who on earth gave them this power?
After a long while, when the leader finished reading the list, the veteran cop handed him the recorded list to confirm if anything was missing. As he reviewed the list, the veteran officer lit a cigarette and asked,
"Didn't you say your rule is to never stay in police custody too long, precisely to prevent us from learning these details? Why are you revealing this now?"
True to his years of experience, the veteran cop instantly spotted the inconsistency. His question left the leader momentarily flustered. After a moment of silence, the leader struggled to speak.
"Because of my conscience."
Before he could finish, the veteran cop cut him off with a derisive snort.
"Conscience? You have that?
I reckon trash like you has hearts as black as your skin.
Pitch black. I don't believe you've never done the things you're talking about. Spill it."
The leader lowered his head, recalling what John had relayed from Bai Zhou at the bar that afternoon.
"Don't reveal my identity. If you do, you won't even be fit to be eunuchs. How about getting acquainted with the sharks in the sea?" His body trembled uncontrollably, fear evident in his voice.
"I'm willing to face legal consequences, but please don't force me to talk about this."
164 Forget it. Just take the money and run. In the end, thanks to the leader's persistence, Bai Zhou's information remained undisclosed.
Even so, the veteran cop was thoroughly satisfied. After all, he'd cracked a major case. Still, the thought of the follow-up workload gave him a headache. And crucially, these suspects were all foreign trash. He wasn't sure if he could crack down on them properly.
But for now, these 7 or 8 black whirlwinds weren't getting away.
They'd be detained for at least a while. As for the guy who got double-crossed, he was still unconscious. And according to the doctor, even if he woke up, he wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of him.
If he can even babble incoherently, that'll be a miracle.
The veteran cop could clearly sense that someone was pulling the strings behind this operation. Otherwise, the ringleader wouldn't have acted so inconsistently. But he refused to reveal who that mastermind was.
The veteran cop didn't really care, though, because he could tell the mastermind didn't have much affection for these foreign trash either.
In fact, he had a vague feeling this might be part of a much bigger game. A grand scheme targeting this group of foreign trash.
He found himself oddly anticipating it.
That very night, Bai Zhou learned from John that the operation had succeeded and, through some connections, obtained the interrogation records. Now, Bai Zhou sat expressionless on the sofa, flipping through a list.
John, standing nearby, inquired, "Mr. Bai, what are your next steps?"
After flipping through it for a moment, Bai Zhou slammed the list onto the table.
Next, we'll fully execute the plan. Notify those people and have them begin their operations.
A cold gleam flashed in Bai Zhou's eyes. As the words left his mouth, John felt the room's temperature plummet instantly.
He couldn't help but silently mourn for those doomed Western trash.
It turned out that when Bai Zhou had instructed John to find the ringleader, he had also given him another task. That was to assemble a team of highly capable private investigators. Armed with the list, they were to spend one night gathering as much evidence as possible on the crimes committed by those foreign trash. Bai Zhou had already learned the names of those foreign trash from the ringleader through John, even before the police. Early the next morning, 2 thick files appeared on the desks of several Jiangxia officials responsible for public security and foreign affairs. One was a police report containing a list of exclusively foreign nationals.
What astonished them was the second set of documents.
It meticulously documented every despicable act committed by these foreign trash individuals in Jiangxia over the years. The documentation was meticulously detailed, covering everything from disrupting family harmony and luring unsuspecting women to various serious crimes and illegal activities. The leaders were horrified by what they read. At the same time, the sheer thoroughness of the evidence piqued their curiosity about the identity of the person who provided the documents. Yet, despite asking everyone from top to bottom, no one could shed light on the mystery.
Even John was perplexed. Did Bai Zhou really need to hide his achievements so deeply?
He asked Bai Zhou, but the answer he received was,
"Now is not the time for me to step forward. Let the bullets fly for a while."
Soon, observant individuals noticed a palpable shift in the upper echelons of Jiangxia's leadership, particularly regarding foreign nationals. The approach had become markedly stricter than before. Rumors even circulated that the leader in charge of public security and the leader in charge of foreign affairs had engaged in a heated argument in the office. The foreign affairs leader was even berated by the public security leader, who pointed his finger right in his face. Following this incident, every foreigner residing in Jiangxia, regardless of ability, skin color, education, or profession, underwent one or even multiple rounds of rigorous background checks.
Many foreigners subsequently vanished from public view.
It wasn't just the black whirlwinds, some of the white stripes were also affected. Of course, black whirlwinds still accounted for the majority.
Later, eyewitnesses reported a large-scale transfer of inmates from a prison on the outskirts of Jiangxia City.
The entire operation was escorted by armed police, fully armed and on high alert, presenting a truly intimidating spectacle.
Subsequent rumors even suggested this transfer was to repurpose the facility as a dedicated detention center for foreign waste.
Within just a few days, a series of rumors on this matter spread like wildfire, becoming the hottest topic of conversation among Jiangxia residents after meals.
Even street interviews asking passers-by for their opinions yielded surprisingly consistent answers. What are your thoughts on the recent rumors that the Jiangxia government is preparing to crack down on foreign nationals? My take? If this rumor is false, I hope it's true.
If it's true, I'll buy 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate right away. I hope it's true those foreign trash have long deserved crackdowns. They act more arrogant here on our Chinese soil than they do back in their own countries.
I have no other opinion, just this: can those law-breaking foreign trash finally face the punishment they deserve? No question about it. Well done.
Visibly, every ordinary citizen who heard about this wore a delighted smile.
As attention grew, more people began supporting this claim. Public sentiment is surging.
Faced with these eager citizens demanding action, the officials in Jiangxia responsible for this matter have no choice but to accelerate their efforts. They all had a strange feeling as if someone had been pushing the entire affair from behind the scenes. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find that person. Bai Zhou's residence. John had just finished reporting on the current progress of the matter. Bai Zhou was slightly dissatisfied with the current situation. Progress was indeed slow.
Yet John was utterly impressed by the tactics Bai Zhou had deployed thus far.
Bai Zhou's approach using top-down atmosphere manipulation to turn public sentiment against upper-level decision-makers had given John a profound understanding of what it meant to precisely grasp the human heart.
Yet, observing Bai Zhou's furrowed brow, John could tell he was dissatisfied with the overall pace of the operation. "Mr. Bai, is there anything I can assist with? Please don't hesitate to instruct me."
Bai Zhou pinched the bridge of his nose and gave a self-deprecating chuckle.
"Nothing much, really. I'm just getting a bit too immersed in the role. Kept thinking we shouldn't waste too many resources on this foreign junk, but..."
Bai Zhou shrugged his shoulders.
"Come to think of it, wouldn't it be better to channel the energy I'm pouring into this into something else? Isn't that more worthwhile than fixating on this? My brain just hasn't caught up yet." John didn't understand what Bai Zhou was talking about and looked at him blankly.
Bai Zhou shook his head and smiled.
"Nothing.
Just realized suddenly that there's no need to exhaust myself over what comes next, John.
I'm here. Throw money at me." John heard that and thought, "This I know well." He grinned. "Got it. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, I'll make sure you're satisfied. 165 full-scale counterattack. Throw money? What exactly? How exactly? This is actually an art in itself."
Fortunately, John was an expert in this field. Though John still didn't know Bai Zhou's ultimate goal, he understood exactly what move Bai Zhou wanted him to make next. As a competent tool, John couldn't fathom the grand scheme Bai Zhou was pursuing, but he could still figure out the next move. After John left, Bai Zhou sat on the sofa for a while longer before rising to stand before the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the scenery, a faint smile touched his lips. Honestly, there were far easier ways to achieve this, yet he always insisted on doing things the hard way. That mindset needed to change quickly. During this process, Bai Zhou gradually realized something. He hadn't deliberately concealed his identity, yet why couldn't those people uncover it? If they had looked closely, it wouldn't have been hard to discover that he had arranged for that document to be slipped in. So why did those leaders collectively choose to ignore him? The answer was simple: his company was now Jiangxia's largest taxpayer. Hongqing Network now generated hundreds of millions in profits each month, with even more staggering revenue figures. The monthly tax payments alone amounted to astronomical sums. Under these circumstances, the city leaders tacitly accepted this matter, which wasn't particularly out of the ordinary. Especially the one in charge of public security. In a way, he actually supported Bai Zhou's side. At their level of power, how could they not know the suffering those foreign junk products inflicted on ordinary people? They'd simply lacked a solid justification to act until now. Bai Zhou's move this time served as the perfect assist. The leaders seized the opportunity to take action, preparing to crack down on those individuals. But this fell far short of Bai Zhou's true objective. What he intended to do was something far greater. "Hey, Gu Qingji, where are you and Lu Xinhuan right now?" Bai Zhou dialed a call to Gu Qingji, who was far away in the capital. "Big bro. We're still hanging out with friends. What's up?" "Well, there's something I need your help with. What's your take on those foreigners coming to China? Especially the low-level trash." "Huh? Foreigners coming to China? Well, what kind of attitude could we possibly have? For those capable, skilled, and moral foreign friends, we welcome them wholeheartedly. But if they're the kind of trashy foreigners you're talking about, big brother, then we'll beat the crap out of every single one we see." "No question about it." Lu Xinhuan chimed in. "You bet, boss. We've already taken down a bunch of them. Those foreign trash are seriously disgusting. You wouldn't believe it, they act like they can do whatever they want just because they're foreigners. If we didn't beat them up, it'd be like we're letting them off the hook for all their Thai deeds." "Are you stupid?" "Of course I know, bro. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth." Bai Zhou heard several thuds of heads being banged against something on the other end of the line, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Looks like the melon's ripe." He then spoke up. "Alright, cut the nonsense. Since that's the case, I'll tell you something. Lately, I've been compiling evidence of all the shady deals those foreign trash have pulled in Jiangxia over the years. I organized it into a report and showed it to the relevant city leaders. After some maneuvering, the authorities decided to crack down on them. Now everyone in Jiangxia has heard about it and is fully supportive. But I don't think that's enough." Bai Zhou sighed. "I want to use this opportunity to have you report to higher-ups. See if we can revise the rules for foreigners coming to China?" After hearing Bai Zhou's words, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan were both taken aback. They had assumed Bai Zhou's goal was merely to address Jiangxia's foreign waste issue, but never imagined he sought to establish entirely new guidelines for foreigners entering China. Even with some mental preparation, the two were stunned by the sheer scale of Bai Zhou's vision. "But," Gu Qingji replied with a somewhat mournful expression. "Bro, it's not that I don't support your idea. But you know my situation, I can't even go home right now. There's no way I can push this forward for you." Bai Zhou was well aware of their circumstances. "No, you misunderstand. I'm not asking you to step forward personally. What I mean is, find someone within your circle who's interested in this kind of work. You must realize that public tolerance for this foreign junk is already very low. People understand why these things existed in China before it was a historical limitation, understandable. But as our nation grows stronger, it's clear this trash can no longer remain on our soil. This is what the people want." Bai Zhou paused before continuing. "So if someone steps forward now to rally support, regardless of whether they succeed, they'll gain immense prestige. And frankly, the odds of success are actually pretty good." Gu Qingji was already convinced by these words. And frankly, he didn't want those foreign trash people who couldn't do anything and had such low standards coming to China. Seriously, what do they think we are? A garbage dump? You're right, bro. You really see things clearly. Let me think, in our circle. What are you thinking about? Sister Ing would definitely be up for this. At that moment, Lu Xinhuan shouted from the side. "Sister Ing? Ah. Right. Big brother, that's exactly it. In our circle, there's this powerhouse woman. She's one of the most capable people we all recognize. Her name is Lu Ing, 27 years old, and she's very active in politics right now. Plus, her attitude toward those foreign trash is just like yours. She'd definitely be willing to take this on. And what's more, Sister Ing comes from a family with 3 generations in politics. She has tremendous influence. If she's willing to step forward, this thing is practically a sure thing." Lu Ing, got it. "Alright, I'll send you the case materials first. Pass them on to her. If she's willing to take it on, have her come find me in Jiangxia." "Got it, boss."
Leave it to us. Just watch and see. The moment they heard they could help, Bai Zhou, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan were energized like they'd been injected with adrenaline.
Leaving their stunned friends behind, they rushed off excitedly to find Lu Ying.
The remaining friends exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, when did Gu and Lu get a big brother? No idea? Never heard of it? What's going on? What should we call the big brother of our Gu and Lu? Big brother?
They'd known these two for so long, yet this was the first time they'd seen them show such deference to anyone. Frankly speaking, they doubted they'd react this way even if their own fathers called them.
Shocked. 166 Lu Ying is coming to Jiangxia. Soon, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan arrived at Lu Ying's workplace.
Lu Xinhuan dialed Lu Ying's number and said,
Ying. What are you doing right now? Hurry downstairs, Gu Qingji and I are waiting for you. Lu Ying, who answered the phone, was completely baffled. Ha? Are you out of your mind, Lu Xinhuan? Haven't I beaten you up in a few days, so you're itching for more? You really think I'm some unemployed bum like you two? I'm busy, okay? Got documents to edit. Hanging up. Hey, don't hang up. We need your help. Seriously. Sister Ying. At that moment, Gu Qingji couldn't stand it anymore.
He snatched the phone from Lu Xinhuan's hand and said,
Sis Ying, it's Qingji. I've got something huge to discuss with you and I guarantee you'll be interested. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment before asking. Big deal? What big deal? You guarantee I'll be interested? Spit it out. Oh, Sister Ying, it's hard to explain over the phone. All I can say is it involves foreign junk. You need to come down here right now.
The moment Lu Ying heard the words foreign garbage, she perked up instantly. What had those bastards gotten themselves into?
You just wait. I'm coming down right now. With that, Lu Ying tossed aside the document she was editing and rushed downstairs in a flurry. In the car, Gu Qingji was lecturing Lu Xinhuan. Are you stupid? Can't you speak properly? Focus on the key points.
Lu Xinhuan nodded dejectedly.
Big brother, stop scolding me. You know I'm not good with words. Look. Sister Ying is coming down.
Gu Qingji turned to see a tall, poised woman with short hair in a business suit striding toward their car.
Who else could it be but Lu Ying? Sis Ying. Get in the car. We're taking you somewhere. We'll talk once we get there. Without a word, Lu Ying opened the door and slid into the back seat.
She turned to Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan.
What are you waiting for? If I find out what you're talking about isn't that serious, I'll personally escort you both home. You should know I'm swamped lately, piles of documents waiting for my review. I don't have time to play games with you two.
The two brothers immediately fell silent. Lu Xinhuan held his breath, while Gu Qingji shrank his neck and said ingratiatingly,
Sis Ying, don't worry. We wouldn't dare scare you. You'll definitely be interested in this. Look, there's a file right next to you. Take a look at it first. We'll explain everything in detail once we get there. Now that's more like it.
Lu Ying rolled her eyes, casually picking up the file beside her and began flipping through it. At first, she seemed somewhat distracted, but as time passed, her expression grew increasingly grim and her page turning slowed to a crawl. Sitting in the front row, Lu Xinhuan nudged Gu Qingji's arm, signaling him to look back.
Gu Qingji glanced up at the rearview mirror.
Lu Ying's face was as dark as a husband discovering his child was actually old Wang's.
A dangerous aura radiated from her, like a volcano on the verge of eruption.
The two exchanged glances, recalling the last time Sister Ying had been this furious when she discovered her best friend had been cheated on by a scumbag and was ready to tear him apart. But even then, she hadn't seemed this severe.
Recalling that scumbag's fate, both brothers shuddered simultaneously.
Gu Qingji quickly turned his head to focus on driving, not even daring to turn on the car radio. Lu Xinhuan sat perfectly still in his seat, eyes fixed on his nose on his heart, not daring to move a muscle. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the group finally reached their destination. After parking, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan swallowed hard, debating how to tell Lu Ying they'd arrived. Then, from the back seat, Lu Ying's deep voice came.
We're here? Get out the moment we're here. Tell me what the hell is going on.
The two men instantly felt a chill run down their spines.
Lu Ying's aura was thick with menace.
They hurriedly got out, opening the door for Lu Ying.
Clutching the documents, she stepped out with a dark expression and followed Gu Qingji into the private room of the tea house. Once seated, Lu Ying slammed the documents down on the table with such force that the cups on it rattled 3 times. Explain. What the hell is going on? Lu Ying demanded, her teeth gritted. Gu Qingji took a deep breath and said, Yes, it's like this, Sister Ying. The information in these documents was gathered by our 2 older brothers. We can guarantee its authenticity. Moreover, my older brother said his side is preparing to deal with these foreign trash. Their people have already begun taking action. Lu Ying was hearing about these brothers' older brother for the first time, but she wasn't interested in that now. Her full attention was focused on the documents in her hands. So what does this have to do with me? Why did you come to me? It's our big brother's idea. Actually, he orchestrated this entire affair.
He despises this foreign junk and took the initiative to gather this evidence to hand over to the relevant local authorities. After that, Gu Qingji recounted everything Bai Zhou had told him to Lu Ying. As she listened, Lu Ying began to understand why these two brothers would acknowledge such an older brother. His level of expertise is truly high. Moreover, my boss doesn't just want to deal with the foreign trash in Jiangxia. He wants to use this incident to re-establish the standards for foreigners coming to China. As soon as Gu Qingji finished speaking, Lu Ying's pupils involuntarily contracted. She never imagined that this big brother Gu Qingji spoke of could be so bold in both thought and action. But she had to admit, this idea piqued Lu Ying's interest. Come on, tell me the details. How does he plan to do this? He hoped that Sis Ying, once you get this intel, start prepping. After he wraps up his end, my big brother will stir up some buzz. Once it gains traction, the internet will be flooded with radical voices. That's when you step in, Sis Ying. Completely banning foreigners from China isn't feasible, but proposing new, stricter screening standards for foreign visitors? Totally doable. What do you think, Sis Ying? Lu Ying pondered for a moment, finding the idea increasingly plausible. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, declaring, I'll handle it. Hearing Lu Ying's declaration, both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan breathed a sigh of relief. While they knew her well enough to be certain she wouldn't refuse, neither dared guarantee success until the matter was settled. Finally persuaded, Lu Xinhuan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Sister Ying. Our boss said that if you agree to take this on, you'll need to make time to go to Jiangxia and meet with him. He has something important to discuss with you. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow at this. She was actually quite curious about this boss they kept mentioning. She was eager to see just who this bold and daring figure was. Fine. I'll go to Jiangxia tomorrow to meet him. 167 This is your boss? Even Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, who were long accustomed to Lu Ying's decisive and efficient style, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. But their surprise didn't last long. Right, which one of you will accompany me? The two exchanged glances and raised their hands simultaneously. Sis Ying. I'll go with you. Both brothers wanted to see Bai Zhou again and neither was willing to concede. Seeing this, Lu Ying thought they were fighting over her. Though they were several years younger than her, well, women do get a certain sense of accomplishment when men vie for her attention. Alright. What's there to fight about? It's not like we can't afford the tickets. We're all going together. Lu Ying declared boldly. This solution won unanimous approval from Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. Long live Sister Ying. Ha ha. Second brother, our big brother would never have guessed we'd tag along too. Yeah. It's been so long since we last saw him I've actually missed big brother quite a bit. Me too. Lu Ying? So these two aren't fighting over me for my sake? Is it because they want to see their big brother? Lu Ying felt her charisma had been severely challenged. In her view, someone capable of devising such a flawless plan and executing it so perfectly, someone so highly praised by both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, must be a seasoned politician who'd been navigating the political arena for years. She instinctively assumed this person would be a middle-aged man in his 30s, possessing both formidable strength and deep cunning. Could she really be outmatched by some middle-aged man? Lu Ying's gaze grew dangerously intense. Meanwhile, the two brothers, caught up in the excitement of finally meeting Bai Zhou, remained utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Lu Ying wrapped her arms around the brothers from behind, then with a smile, gave a firm squeeze. Ah! Sister Ying, let go. I can't breathe. Help! Sister Ying, what the hell are you doing? Lu Ying's fake smile remained fixed, the veins on her forehead bulging. What madness? Am I mad? I'm just showing affection for you too. Upon receiving news from Gu Qingji that Lu Ying had agreed to come to Jiangxia tomorrow with him and Lu Xinhuan, Bai Zhou felt no surprise whatsoever. It was all within his expectations. Though he didn't know Lu Ying personally or understand her character, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan's descriptions made it clear to Bai Zhou that she must be a clever woman. And any intelligent person presented with such an opportunity would never refuse. Of course, Bai Zhou promptly made it clear he was not thrilled about Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan tagging along just to see him. Bai Zhou had no desire to see them. Mainly, they were just too bothersome. The way these two acted around him was like children desperately seeking approval from an adult. Bai Zhou didn't have the time to lecture them. But since the two brothers insisted on coming, Bai Zhou didn't refuse them. He simply told them, "This is a one-time exception. Don't wander off without good reason in the future. You might be needed to assist me in the capital. Understand?" The brothers eagerly agreed. Being able to assist Bai Zhou had become their new pursuit. To show his sincerity, Bai Zhou specifically sent John to pick them up at the airport. He himself was rushing from Long Ling's place to the company. He had no choice. These past few days, without Lang Ling by his side, he couldn't sleep. He kept dreaming about what happened that night, and he had no idea when the shadow of that experience would fade from her mind. He could only hope it would happen soon. Lately, this senior classmate Lang had been growing increasingly bold around him, deliberately or unintentionally letting Bai Zhou feel her presence, relying on her figure. While Bai Zhou didn't object to her behavior, he didn't want it happening at this moment. It made him feel like he was taking advantage of her vulnerability, something he deeply disliked. He preferred to wait until the time was right to give her something to hold over him. Far better than this opportunistic display of understanding. Otherwise, a little lamb like Chen Yueying would have been completely devoured by now. Arriving at the office, Bai Zhou sipped the tea Shen Mei had brewed while waiting for Lu Ying's arrival. Before long, the office door swung open. John entered with Lu Ying and the two clowns in tow. "Big bro. We came to see you." "Bro, it hasn't been that long since we last saw you. How'd you get even more handsome?" Bai Zhou. That's exactly why he didn't want these two to come. Lu Ying, however, was visibly stunned the moment she saw Bai Zhou upon entering. She never imagined the big brother Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan spoke of would be so young. And so handsome. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. Due to her family background, Lu Ying had encountered many truly outstanding individuals since childhood. But people like Bai Zhou who possess top-tier scheming, depth, and capability were truly rare. Not just among peers, but even among the elite talents she encountered after entering the workforce, those who could reach Bai Zhou's level were few and far between. And to top it all off, Bai Zhou was so young. It wasn't that Lu Ying was naive, she'd simply never encountered someone as extraordinary as Bai Zhou. Lu Ying asked Gu Qingji in disbelief. This is your boss? He did this?" Before Gu Qingji could respond, Lu Xinhuan piped up smugly. "You bet. Who else but my big brother could pull off something like this? That kind of skill. Sister Ying, partnering with my big brother is a sure bet. You can trust him completely." Gu Qingji, unusually, agreed with Lu Xinhuan. "That's right, Sister Ying. This is our big brother, Bai Zhou. What do you think? Isn't he the epitome of youthful achievement? This is just your first interaction with him. Give it time, and you'll see my big brother is seriously awesome." Lu Ying's astonished gaze shifted back to Bai Zhou. He shrugged helplessly, looking slightly exasperated as he explained. "Sis Ying, I've heard all about you from these two jokers. We've never had the chance to meet until now. It's such a pleasure you could grace us with your presence today. But honestly, you're welcome to come, but why bring these two along?" Lu Ying chuckled at Bai Zhou's attitude toward the brothers. Truth be told, she and Bai Zhou were on the same page about this. "Bai Zhou, how should I address you? Mr. Bai?" "Not at all, not at all. If Sister Ying would do me the honor, just call me Xiao Zhou." Lu Ying was thoroughly impressed by Bai Zhou's demeanor. Such formidable capability coupled with genuine humility, truly the mark of someone destined for great things. "All right, Xiao Zhou. Now, shall we get down to business? Sis Ying, you're so straightforward. Come, take a seat. Let's discuss exactly how you need to support me on this end." Everyone took their seats. Bai Zhou was about to reveal his entire plan to others for the very first time. None of those present except Bai Zhou himself could have imagined the immense impact this plan would unleash in the near future. The curtain rises on chapter 168. Seated at the head of the table, Bai Zhou looked at Lu Ying and said, "You should already have the general outline from Gu Qingji. I'll go into the specifics now." Lu Ying nodded. Bai Zhou continued. "The situation in Jiangxia is developing far better than anticipated. Both the leadership and the populace have reached consensus on this matter. Regarding this, I'll take you to meet the official overseeing Jiangxia's public security shortly. You'll understand then. The key point is that the current stance of Jiangxia's citizens on this issue is actually quite radical." "Radical?" "Yes, and I can assure you I haven't intervened here at all. This is entirely their own initiative." Bai Zhou pulled out his phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Lu Ying. "You can see there are some rational voices, but their reach pales in comparison to the radical ones." Lu Ying looked down at the phone. The netizens' comments were indeed extremely radical. These foreign trash who've done nothing but evil deserve double punishment. 9,999 likes. Make sure these things never come back to Jiangxia. 9,999 likes. Get out of Jiangxia. 9,999 likes. Scrolling further down, the rational comments were indeed as Bai Zhou had said. Few people agreed with them. What does this prove?" Bai Zhou smiled. "It shows that once emotions are stirred up, netizens will only view things through the most radical lens. This further proves that my plan has extremely high feasibility." "Why?" Lu Ying wondered aloud. "You think only Jiangxia netizens would react this way?" "You bet. Exactly. Once this matter becomes public, Jiangxia's current public opinion will inevitably become the dominant narrative sweeping the nation. But you and I both know their demands are impossible to satisfy. So that's when I'll formally submit the proposal?" "Exactly. You're quick on the uptake, Sister Ying." Bai Zhou teased Lu Ying, who responded with her usual easygoing manner. "Hey, I only caught on because you hinted at it." "But..." Glancing at the utterly bewildered Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan beside her, Lu Ying pursed her lips. "At least I'm better than those two. So, Sister Ying, I suggest you stay in Jiangxia for the time being." "Huh, stay in Jiangxia? But what about the capital?"
It's too early to handle matters in the capital now.
By staying here, you'll gain a clearer perspective on how things unfold locally. That way, you can write a more accurate and detailed report, one with greater persuasive power.
You mean treating this as a pilot project? You could interpret it that way.
That's precisely why I plan to introduce you to the local leadership later.
Lu Ying was once again impressed by Bai Zhou's meticulous thinking and strategic planning. She asked with admiration.
Zhou, you look about the same age as those two idiots.
How can the gap in how people conduct themselves be so exaggerated? Is this what they mean by the world's unevenness?
Bai Zhou scratched his nose and grinned mischievously. Sissing, actually, I'm just 19 this year, a freshman in college, no less.
Lu Ying was utterly stunned. What? 19? Freshman year? You're pulling my leg. Gu Qingji could follow this conversation and chimed in.
No way, Sister Ying, our boss isn't lying to you, he really is 19.
See? Hard to believe, huh?
I couldn't believe it when I first met him either.
Lu Ying was utterly impressed.
So that's what they mean by heroes emerging youth, got it.
If those young ladies found out you two had such an older brother, wouldn't they go crazy? If only I'd been born a few years earlier, oomph.
Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan knew exactly who Sister Ying meant by those young ladies, the third-generation heirs in their social circle, some of whom were notoriously spoiled and difficult to deal with.
But they exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting mutual curiosity about how those young ladies would react upon meeting Bai Zhou. Would they swoon over Bai Zhou like ordinary girls?
If they did, they could film it and use it against them later.
Magic can only be defeated by magic.
Their long oppressed lives were finally on the verge of redemption. The brothers were itching for action, but when they met Bai Zhou's emotionless gaze, they both backed down.
No way, no way.
Big brother still can't mess with him. Though the brother's scheme died before it could be born, fate sometimes works in dramatic ways. When Bai Zhou next visited the imperial capital, the brothers witnessed the very scene they'd longed to see. But that's all beside the point. Having covered the plan, Bai Zhou glanced at the time and said to the two brothers. Next, I'll be taking Sister Ying to meet the boss. You two can just hang around here for now. The brothers nodded obediently as Lu Ying and John followed Bai Zhou out. Later on, the mayor and the public safety director should be there. Wherever we go, Ying, don't reveal your identity. Mainly because your status is too high, we don't want to scare them.
Lu Ying nodded.
Don't worry, Xiao Zhou.
I know what I'm doing. John drove them to their destination quickly.
Lu Ying followed Bai Zhou straight inside.
Brother Bai. Better to meet you in person than just hear about you. Brother Bai, you're truly a hero in the making.
A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit came striding out with a hearty laugh, extending both hands to grasp Bai Zhou's firmly and shake them vigorously. This was a major taxpayer, a veritable god of wealth in his eyes. He'd long wanted to meet him but could never find him. Who would have thought Bai Zhou would grace him with his presence today?
Mayor Zhou, you flatter me. I've long admired your reputation and am honored to finally meet you today. Come, Brother Bai, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman here is Director Jin, who oversees public security in Jiangxia. And this is Director Lin from the Municipal Finance Bureau. Bai Zhou nodded.
Good day, directors.
Both directors were equally warm.
Young Bai, it's a pleasure. Such promise at your age.
Such promise indeed.
This whole affair, we owe it all to Brother Bai's timely report.
Who would ve thought such things could run rampant on our soil?
Director Jin is said to have risen steadily from the bottom ranks, and his conduct aligns perfectly with that narrative. He is fiercely intolerant of corruption.
You flatter me. This is simply my duty as a citizen of China.
Bai Zhou smiled modestly.
Let's not stand here. Come on, Brother Bai, you two, let's go inside. We'll have some tea and chat. Exactly, Mayor Zhou is right. Young Bai, please come inside. Bai Zhou followed the three men inside.
Mayor Zhou walked beside him, while the two bureau chiefs trailed half a step behind.
Brother Bai, your timing couldn't be better.
I just got my hands on some top-grade typing. Hokuati, try some.
I'd be rude to refuse. 169 let the bullets fly first.
Upon entering the room, Mayor Zhou carefully retrieved a jar of exquisitely packaged tea leaves from the back of the cabinet. Using wooden tweezers, he gently scooped out a portion and handed it to his subordinate.
Brew it with 80-degree water. Go ahead.
He waved them off, about to close the lid, but then remembered his guest was no ordinary visitor. Calling them back, he reluctantly pinched out a few more leaves.
Brew it longer for a richer flavor.
Bai Zhou found the scene rather amusing. Mayor Zhou was truly an eccentric character. Unlike Bai Zhou's reaction, the two bureau chiefs were utterly astonished to see Mayor Zhou being so generous this time. This tea was purchased entirely out of Mayor Zhou's own pocket, no small sum, specifically for entertaining important guests. And though he held the high office of mayor, he himself rarely indulged in such expensive tea. To see him spare no expense in treating Bai Zhou like this was something they never witnessed before. The two bureau chiefs exchanged glances, confirming just how highly Mayor Zhou regarded Bai Zhou. To put it plainly, at present, no one else could match that level of esteem. It seems Mayor Zhou really is the one suppressing our investigation into who leaked that dossier. Director Jean had long harbored suspicions, but only now did he truly grasp the full extent of Bai Zhou's influence, so significant that the mayor would intervene to smooth things over for him without even having met the man. Director Lin now understood how to treat this young man. He resolved to instruct his subordinates upon returning to the office, treat Bai Zhou like family, no one was to cross him. Bai Zhou remained oblivious to the fact that merely because Mayor Zhou had given him a few extra tea leaves, these two bureau chiefs beside him had spun such elaborate theories. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. After all, it was simply a matter of status. Consider this, even the two go-betweens working for him, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, were both third-generation elites. Their families held high-level positions in the government, and not just one or two. Beyond that, families like theirs had been entrenched in the business world for generations. Gu Qingji's father, for instance, was a major tycoon. And then there was Lu Ying, trailing silently behind him. Now her background was even more staggering, easily outshining both Gu and Lu. Talk about conversing with scholars, never mingling with the common folk. Tactical lean-back JPG. Soon, the tea was brewed and brought in. Here, brother Bai, give it a try. Bai Zhou lifted a cup, first inhaling the tea's aroma, truly exceptional. He offered a compliment before taking a light sip. Truly excellent. At that moment, Lu Ying, who had remained silent behind Bai Zhou, spoke up. This Taiping Hokue isn't from Hokeng, is it? Still, the flavor is decent. Could it be from Hogang? Mayor Zhou was stunned. This very tea had been procured at great effort and expense through personal connections from Hogang. It wasn't that he didn't want the finest Hokeng tea, it was simply that the Hokeng tea was bloody expensive. Even with this, he felt like weighing every sip with an electronic scale. May I ask, young lady, who might you be? He wasn't quite sure of Lu Ying's status. At first, seeing her follow Bai Zhou, he'd assumed she was a secretary or something similar and hadn't paid much attention. But what secretary would know about this? This sounded like someone who regularly drank Taiping Hokue from Hokeng. Recalling that price that made his liver tremble, Mayor Zhou couldn't help but want to ask Lu Ying. What kind of family is that? Fortunately, reason reigned in that thought, and he could only look at Bai Zhou with curiosity. Bai Zhou set down his teacup and shot Lu Ying a disapproving glance. Lu Ying suddenly remembered she couldn't reveal her background. Quick-witted, she replied. Mayor Zhou, it's like this, my family runs a business. My father enjoys this tea, so we buy it often. I picked up a bit through osmosis over time. Please forgive my ignorance. Mayor Zhou's heart leapt with delight. Business. That's excellent. How could someone who frequently deals with merchants from Hokeng's Taiping Hokue tea be anything but reliable? Where exactly is your family's business? Are you collaborating with my friend Bai? Any interest in expanding to Jiangxia? We definitely offer favorable policies. Lu Ying's expression faltered, about to speak, when Bai Zhou interjected. It's not quite what you imagine. Her family has some connection to mine, so her father sent her here to gain experience. Oh, and Mayor Zhou, regarding the current situation in Jiangxia. Bai Zhou quickly filled in the gaps for Lu Ying, then shifted the conversation to the main point. Mayor Zhou slapped his forehead. Right, let's get down to business. Here's the situation, leveraging the materials you provided, Brother Bai, combined with the urgent public outcry, we've decided to launch a large-scale, thorough investigation starting mid-month. The primary targets will be foreign nationals visiting China. We'll scrutinize their activities during their stay. If any illegal or criminal behavior is uncovered, we'll implement centralized detention and punishment. Mayor Zhou, have you considered how to handle the increasingly fierce public backlash? As you've surely noticed, public sentiment has taken a sharply radical turn over the past few days. At this point, Mayor Zhou fell deep in thought. After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. It's all because these foreign trash aren't human. What they've done is utterly unacceptable, otherwise, public outrage wouldn't be this intense. Bai Zhou observed his expression and understood immediately. It seemed Mayor Zhou hadn't yet formulated a plan to address this public outcry. To be honest, Brother Bai, I haven't figured it out yet. Bai Zhou smiled faintly, his tone confident. Then why not hear my proposal, Mayor Zhou? Oh? What insights might you offer, Brother Bai? It's hardly a brilliant idea, just a small suggestion. You see, I wonder if you've noticed that behind all this radical rhetoric, there are actually some rational voices. They're just being drowned out by the more extreme opinions for now. What does that tell us? It shows that most people can see the facts clearly. The majority? How could that be? Yes, indeed the majority. But then why do those radical voices command such high visibility? Doesn't that seem contradictory? You're wondering about that, right? It's simple. Bai Zhou raised a finger and shook it gently. Because the cost of evading responsibility online is too low. Coupled with people's tendency to join the crowd and revel in the spectacle, it's not that everyone actually agrees with these views. Rather, they know such ideas will never be realized, so they might as well indulge in the thrill. What if it actually happened? People always cling to that sliver of hope. Brother Bai, are you saying we should just ignore all this? Exactly.
Right now, there's only one thing we need to do. Let the bullets fly for a while. 170, close the net. Just as Bai Zhou had anticipated. Public sentiment in Jiangxia has been boiling over these past few days. Following Bai Zhou's suggestion, Mayor Zhou and his team have not yet released the solution directly. The method for handling those foreign waste materials is not yet suitable for public disclosure. After Bai Zhou and Luing concluded their meeting with Mayor Zhou that day, Luing remained in Jiangxia, waiting quietly for the right moment to emerge. She also wanted to verify whether events would unfold exactly as Bai Zhou had predicted. It wasn't that she didn't trust Bai Zhou, it was simply that what he had said that day was truly astonishing. In Bai Zhou's account, he seemed to have foreseen the entire sequence of events, even pinpointing the exact timing with precision. This is downright terrifying. Luing wasn't unfamiliar with strategic masterminds. In fact, she encountered such individuals regularly. But if Bai Zhou's plans actually came to fruition, it would be utterly terrifying. This wasn't merely a matter of strategic prowess, it bordered on divine foresight. What astonished Luing more and more, however, was that she found events unfolding precisely as Bai Zhou had described, advancing step by step. Today marked the first pivotal turning point in Bai Zhou's plan, the moment Mayor Zhou and his team would make their move. Of course, all this hinged on the tide of public opinion shifting. That's why, from the moment she woke up this morning, Luing had been monitoring the situation closely. And then she witnessed a scene that left her utterly convinced of Bai Zhou's abilities. After watching for days, I've noticed everyone's fallen into a misconception. Yes, those foreign trash have committed acts that outrage both heaven and earth. No one can tolerate it. But we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Remember, not all foreigners are like those dark-skinned beasts. While the proposals regarding this trash aren't unreasonable, we can't lump together those truly capable, moral foreign friends who uphold internationalism. The previous commenter is right. Our task now is to sweep out the trash while welcoming guests. So I believe the most crucial change we need to make is learning how to distinguish between trash and guests. We should welcome guests with open arms, but we absolutely cannot tolerate trash. As a foreigner born and raised in China, seeing everyone's intense emotions these past few days has actually made me a bit sad. I've always felt that aside from my skin, eyes, and hair being different, I'm no different from anyone else. I am a Chinese citizen. I have a Chinese ID card. My grandparents were scientists who came to aid China during the war. After the victory, they settled here and have lived here ever since. As their grandson, I'm now engaged in scientific research projects, preparing to serve China. But these past few days, the looks I've gotten walking down the street have been deeply upsetting. Similar messages suddenly began popping up like mushrooms after rain today. In contrast, a large number of long-time, rational netizens who had been lurking have started liking, commenting, and sharing these posts. Their posts quickly overshadowed the earlier inflammatory comments. This scenario mirrors exactly what Bai Zhou told the mayor and others just days ago. Even the timing aligns perfectly. How did he manage this? Luing was dumbfounded. Could Bai Zhou really predict the future? Actually, no. After initially spreading the news, Bai Zhou had not participated in this matter at all. All of this was a spontaneous movement by netizens. The reason Bai Zhou could accurately predict all of this stemmed entirely from his precise grasp of human nature. While Luing was reeling from Bai Zhou's revelation, Mayor Zhou and his team executed their prearranged plan. The moment public sentiment shifted, they unveiled measures to address the foreign trash involved in the incident. The moment this statement was released, it garnered widespread public attention and overwhelming approval. Well done. Those scoundrels deserve what's coming to them. Support. Mayor Zhou is awesome. Step up the crackdown. Don't let these trashy people off the hook. Amidst the chorus of praise, Mayor Zhou was over the moon. All those extra tea sessions hadn't been wasted after all. Just as Bai Zhou had said, following his advice would significantly boost his reputation. At this moment, he found himself looking at Bai Zhou with newfound respect. Though he had valued Bai Zhou from the start largely because the company under his name paid an enormous amount in taxes, making it impossible to ignore he hadn't truly believed in the young man. But now, things were different. Even Mayor Zhou, who had navigated the bureaucratic world for half his life, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe toward Bai Zhou. This youth, barely older than his own children, possessed not only formidable capability but also an extraordinary intellect. For someone like him, Jiangxia would never be the end of the road. To put it in trendy terms, Bai Zhou's journey would reach for the stars and the sea. This thought brought Mayor Zhou's own son to mind. He was about the same age as Bai Zhou, even 2 years older, but compared to Bai Zhou, they were worlds apart, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. He's old enough to be out on his own, yet he still asks me for living expenses every month. What a gap! Mayor Zhou couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Unlike the exasperated Mayor Zhou, Director Jean wasn't frustrated, but he was swamped to the point of exhaustion. As the public safety chief, all those troublemakers were now in his hands. Even with solid evidence, processing such a large group of arrests at once meant endless paperwork and procedures. His bureau staff hadn't been home for days straight. If you asked them to name the most hated thing right now, they'd all shout in unison. Black. Anything black. No wonder these days, all they see is a sea of murky black.
The staff are nearly sick of it, their eyes blurring from staring at it so long. Currently, nearly 1/3 of these criminals are facing serious charges, with over 40 individuals alone facing sentences exceeding 20 years. The reason that suburban prison was emptied ahead of schedule was precisely to make room for them. The process was nearly complete. The evidence was clear, they were merely going through the motions. These scoundrels have now grasped their predicament, and not a single one dares to make a sound anymore. Once, relying on their status, they had been arrogant and tyrannical in China. But now, facing imminent punishment, their once reliable backing proved useless, leaving them stunned. Facing imminent legal punishment, the more mentally fragile among them have already begun to freeze up.
Mom, I want to go home. 171 This isn't a dumping ground.
Early the next morning, Bai Zhou rose from the sofa and gently lifted Long Ling, who was clinging tightly to his arm, freeing his limb. Without needing Bai Zhou to call her, Long Ling woke up instantly. Her condition had improved significantly now, and she rarely had nightmares during sleep like she did at first. However, she had developed a habit that was hard to tell whether it was good or bad.
She couldn't be separated from Bai Zhou for even a second.
It was as if she had a switch installed inside her. The moment Bai Zhou moved away, that switch flipped, and no matter how deeply she slept, she'd wake up instantly. So now Bai Zhou had grown accustomed to waking her without a word. Simply removing his arm or her clutching hand was enough to make her eyes snap open. This time was no different. Groggily, Long Ling glanced at the clock on the wall and exclaimed in surprise.
This early? Bai Zhou, what are you doing? Why get up so early? I haven't woken up this early since high school. Let me hug you, I need to sleep.
With that, she yawned widely without a care, beckoning Bai Zhou over to pick her up.
Bai Zhou wasn't falling for that.
He'd noticed that ever since Lang Ling's dependence on him had grown stronger, this once unapproachable beauty had become increasingly unguarded around him. Yawning and passing gas had become commonplace. If her admirers ever found out that their perfect goddess Lang Ling also defecated and passed gas, who knew if their hearts would break?
But why had Bai Zhou woken up so early today? Because today was a very interesting day.
This morning, the group that had been rounded up would be publicly escorted to the prison specially cleared for them in the suburbs. Officially, it was to appease the public and quell the uproar. But in truth, it stemmed from Bai Zhou's own twisted sense of amusement. He simply wanted to give the people a chance to spit on this trash. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't miss witnessing today's spectacle. And it wasn't just him. Bai Zhou glanced at Lang Ling, who was still drowsy and disoriented, then walked over, grabbed her by the back of her neck, and dragged her into the bathroom. A blast of cold water hit her face, instantly sobering Lang Ling.
Hurry up and wash up. Once you're done, I'll take you somewhere to see something interesting.
Yes, Bai Zhou intended to take Lang Ling along. He wanted her to witness with her own eyes how those who had once hurt her were now receiving their just punishment and would never again have the power to harm her. This was also to help her overcome the lingering shadows in her heart. After all, it wasn't sustainable for her to cling to him like this every single day. Bai Zhou constantly feared that if he ever lost control, things would spiral out of hand. He pursued the highest ideal, navigating through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. That's why Sunmmary was the only one so far, and even then, it was because she was good in bed and not clingy. As for Lang Ling, it was the same story. She was attractive, with a great figure, but those with icy exteriors often harbored fiery hearts. If someone like that ever fell for him, it would truly be a case of until the mountains crumble and the heavens and earth merge, I dare not part from you.
Bai Zhou had no intention of doing that.
After Bai Zhou doused her face with cold water, Lang Ling snapped back to her senses. Hearing him say he'd take her out later, she let go of any resentment over him forcibly waking her. Strangely enough, Lang Ling used to have a terrible morning temper, but ever since that incident, Bai Zhou had been waking her up daily, and she hadn't once gotten angry.
After a quick wash, Lang Ling didn't even bother with makeup. She rushed over to Bai Zhou, grabbed his arm, and asked, "I'm all ready. Where are you taking me? What fun stuff is there? Is this a date? If it is, I need to put on some makeup properly."
Bai Zhou rolled his eyes.
"What the hell kind of date? It's not a date, I'm just taking you to see something fun."
Lang Ling pouted, her voice full of hurt.
"Oh, fine then."
Without waiting to see if she was genuinely upset or just putting on a show, Bai Zhou grabbed her hand and pulled her out the door. They got into the car, where John was already waiting, having brought breakfast for both of them. "Mr. Bai, this breakfast is fresh off the grill.
You two should eat while it's hot. Shall I get going?"
"Driving from here now should get us there just as things are starting over there." Bai Zhou took the breakfast, handed Lang Ling a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk, and said with a fried dough stick in his mouth, "All right, let's go." John drove smoothly, and they reached their destination shortly. The moment they arrived, Lang Ling was stunned by the scene before her.
"Wow, there are so many people. What's going on here? It's not even Sunday today?"
Yes, on a weekday morning, in this outlying suburb far from the city center, there was a sea of people. People lined both sides of the road, gazing intently toward the direction they had come from, as if waiting for something. Bai Zhou smiled faintly.
"They're doing something very meaningful. You'll see soon enough. Come on, get out of the car. Let's go take a look."
After speaking, Bai Zhou pulled Lang Ling out of the car and headed toward the spot they'd had someone secure in advance. This spot wasn't on the front lines, so there was no need to worry about being accidentally caught up in the enthusiastic crowd. Yet it offered a perfect vantage point to take in everything unfolding, while still being close enough to clearly feel the crowd's fervor. Protected by a group of staff members, the two took their places. Bai Zhou glanced at his watch and said to Long Ling, "Just a little longer. It'll be ready soon." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. "They're here!" The densely packed crowd nearby instantly erupted with excitement. Lang Ling strained her eyes to see a heavily guarded convoy slowly approaching in the distance. As the vehicles drew nearer, she realized they weren't carrying cargo but her former nightmare. Or rather, the kin of her nightmare. The sight stirred the crowd further. Bai Zhou noticed some who appeared to be relatives of victims weeping uncontrollably, while the majority of the people treated these creatures once the scourge of Huagua with a raw, unfiltered attitude. In an instant, countless rotten vegetables and stinking eggs flew toward the open cargo compartments, splattering onto the creatures' bodies and faces. Green, yellow, black like a canvas, it was soon painted with a rich palette of colors. Those creatures in the truck dared not resist. They hung their heads, mouths tightly shut, terrified that showing their pearly whites might be mistaken for provocation. But no matter how pitiful they pretended to be, the crowd felt not a shred of sympathy. Instead, they poured out their raw emotions while shouting, "This isn't a dumping ground. Get out of China." 172 Massive backlash. To Lang Ling, this scene felt like a dream. In her eyes, the deepest, darkest evil gradually dissolved, vanishing like her own nightmare amidst the deafening roar. Slowly, her emotions stirred too. She clenched her fists, her face flushing crimson. Bai Zhou watched her, sighed softly, then leaned close to whisper in her ear. "Shout it out. Just let it out." With Bai Zhou's encouragement, Lang Ling finally summoned her courage and roared at the demons that had once kept her awake night after night. "This isn't a dumping ground. Get out of China. Get out of my life." Strangely, after shouting those words, Lang Ling felt the entire world suddenly brighten. The sky, which had seemed gloomy ever since that night, turned azure blue once more. Her entire being seemed rejuvenated, her spirit and energy completely transformed from before. Witnessing this, Bai Zhou smiled with a sense of relief. All his effort hadn't been in vain. After this, Lang Ling's issues would likely be resolved. The thought of no longer enduring the agony of watching from afar without being able to act brought Bai Zhou a deep sense of relief. He resolved to seek out Shin Mei that evening for a thorough discussion. With this thought, a smile spread across Bai Zhou's face. Just then, Lang Ling lifted her head and looked toward Bai Zhou. Bathed in the crisp morning sunlight, Bai Zhou stood with a gentle smile, gazing into the distance, the rising sun behind him. Lang Ling found the scene unexpectedly beautiful. It felt as though something had struck her heart, making it skip a beat. She quickly pressed her hand to her chest, yet her feet involuntarily took another small step closer to Bai Zhou. "Oh no, I think I've completely fallen for him." The thought suddenly flashed through Lang Ling's mind. At that moment, Bai Zhou, feeling utterly content, had no idea that after shaking off the shadow of her inner demons, Lang Ling's situation hadn't improved one bit. If anything, it seemed to have gotten worse. Previously, she only needed to hold him to fall asleep. But after today, Bai Zhou was astonished to discover Lang Ling now clung to him constantly, no matter what they were doing. But that was all later. Right now, Bai Zhou's focus was entirely on the matter at hand. Even though the driver deliberately slowed down, the road was long enough that they would eventually reach the end. When the last vehicle pulled into the prison, the gathered crowd finally dispersed in silence. Surveying the mess left behind on the road after the crowd departed, Bai Zhou instructed John to find someone to clean up the area. Then he drove home, waiting for the next developments in this matter. Everything unfolded exactly as Bai Zhou had anticipated. Though the incident itself had concluded, its repercussions were only just beginning. With the rise of short-form video platforms, many among the morning crowd had filmed the scene with their phones while participating. Once they returned home, they uploaded their footage to the internet. Now, the entire nation witnessed Jiangxia's crackdown on the trash. Many who didn't know the full story initially criticized the videos. But when video bloggers compiled the full story and posted it online, everyone was outraged by the trash's so-called reasons. People began saying, "You guys are useless. If it were me, I'd have pelted them with rotten eggs. What good are those things? I'd have smashed bricks right into their faces. Let them learn why the flowers are so red. Exactly. What they did deserves to kill them 10 times over. Disgusting. We have plenty of this trash here too, but they're impossible to control. They get away with all kinds of atrocities because of their special status. So satisfying. Jiangxia did the right thing. When will Yangdong learn from Jiangxia? This trash is running rampant here. They're practically making it their second home." In an instant, news of Jiangxia's crackdown on foreign trash swept across the nation like a storm, sparking massive reactions. The incident sparked widespread debate, its intensity escalating at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Bai Zhou ordered Lu Ying, who had been stationed in Jiangxia for a long time, back to the capital to prepare the report for submission immediately.
Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan were also sent back with Lu Ying.
The two brothers had been lingering in Jiangxia all this time.
After learning Bai Zhou couldn't return home, they even moved into his residence. With nothing better to do, they spent their days pestering Bai Zhou, claiming they wanted to learn from his brilliant and heroic example. But Bai Zhou wasn't about to indulge them. Each time the brothers arrived full of enthusiasm, they ended up being sent back with their tails between their legs. Yet they persisted like addicts, relentless in their pursuit. Now that he'd finally managed to send these two troublemakers back to the capital, Bai Zhou felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Back in the capital, Lu Ying wasted no time, immediately diving into work mode. She efficiently organized the materials she'd brought back from Jiangxia. Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan weren't idle either. Though they couldn't directly assist Lu Ying, they could certainly build momentum for her within their own circles. Heard the news? Sister Ying's planning something big. If she pulls this off, Sister Ying will be the most badass among us. Are you kidding? No matter how capable Lu Ying is, how could she compare to Brother Qian? What kind of status does he have now? Even Lu Ying's superiors treat Brother Qian with utmost respect. Hey, don't believe me? Want to bet?
Within half a month, Sister Ying will be the top dog among us.
You got the guts to take that bet? Bet. Why not? What could a mere Lu Ying possibly do to turn things upside down? Fine, what's the wager? You name it.
If Lu Ying doesn't reach the level you described within 2 weeks, you two will address me as sir whenever we meet.
Dare you? But what if Sister Ying succeeds?
Gu Qingji gave his stubborn older brother a mischievous look. Then I'll call you both master from now on.
Deal? Then it's settled. Get ready to be our little brothers. Ha!
While they were fooling around, Lu Ying, who'd been working non-stop for days to finally finish the report, carried it home, her face ringed by massive dark circles. Before submitting it, she needed to show it to her family first. After all, such a major undertaking was beyond her current capabilities and standing. Before she left, Bai Zhou had explicitly told her, before taking action, you must first convince your family and secure their support. Otherwise. Though Bai Zhou hadn't spelled it out, she understood the implication perfectly well. She didn't feel Bai Zhou was underestimating her. Such a monumental task truly wasn't something she could decide on her own. Clutching the thick stack of reports in her hands, Lu Ying took several deep breaths before her own front door. She clenched her fists and gave them a light shake, rallying her courage.
This one, I must win. 173 without them, it's crucial to me.
Lu Ying mustered her courage and stepped inside. She placed such importance on this matter for 2 reasons.
First, as Bai Zhou had said, this presented an unprecedented opportunity.
If she handled it well, the chance to soar to new heights lay before her. Though her background meant she didn't need to rush, she preferred relying on her own abilities rather than her connections. The second reason was tied to her family. They had always held high expectations for her, as she was consistently the most accomplished among the younger generation. This pressure was precisely why she carried herself with such fierce determination around friends like Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. This opportunity offered her hope to fulfill her family's expectations. They always wanted her to do better, to excel even more. Now, holding the documents in her hands, Lu Ying thought, they should think this is good enough now. She pushed open the door and stepped into the living room. The entire family sat stiffly, their eyes fixed on her. Lu Ying wasn't surprised at all, because she had already informed her family beforehand that a formal family meeting was needed to discuss something. Her family had always maintained a tradition: whenever someone faced a significant matter, a formal family meeting would be convened. Attendees ranged from her grandparents down to her 13-year-old nephew. This time was no exception. After receiving Lu Ying's report, her grandfather had organized this family meeting. Now seated at the head of the table, her grandfather stared at her with a stern expression. Lu Ying had always been somewhat afraid of her grandfather, or rather, there was no one in the entire Lu family who wasn't intimidated by this elderly man. The old man was over 80 and had been retired for several years, but before his retirement, he had been a powerful figure of immense authority. Having overseen the nation's finances for decades, the authority cultivated through years of high office meant that Lu Ying and the rest of the family couldn't even tell a lie in his presence. Even though he was usually a kind-hearted old man, when he turned serious, no one dared to deceive him. Seeing his most cherished granddaughter enter, carrying a thick stack of documents, the old man silently nodded to himself. Plan thoroughly before acting. Lu Ying has this down perfectly. He then addressed Lu Ying. Little Ying, we've all been waiting for you. Whatever you have to say, speak now. Lu Ying first scanned the room, taking in her uncles, aunts, parents, her uncle-in-law, and the younger generation. Each pair of eyes was fixed on her. Her little nephew even made a mischievous face at her. She exhaled slowly, her gaze settling on her grandfather. Well, everyone should be aware of the recent events in Jiangxia. What I'm about to discuss today is related to that matter. The moment she spoke, the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Everyone exchanged glances, none quite sure what Lu Ying intended to do. At that moment, Lu Ying's grandfather spoke up. I know a bit about the Jiangxia situation. In my view, what was done there was commendable. Those trash acting so brazenly on our Chinese soil simply cannot be tolerated or ignored.
They handled it well. However, from what I understand, it seems someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Hearing her grandfather speak thus, Luing felt no surprise. Though Bai Zhou had maintained strict secrecy on this land, figures of her grandfather's stature could uncover anything they sought to know. Moreover, from his words, it seemed they still didn't know Bai Zhou's exact identity, only that someone was deliberately orchestrating events behind the scenes.
It's like this, Grandpa. Remember when I went to Jiangxia recently? Actually, it was that very person you mentioned, the one pulling the strings, who invited me. Oh? Is that so? No wonder.
I was wondering why Xiaoying suddenly decided to go to Jiangxia.
Exactly.
I've been saying it, her workplace has been so busy lately. For her to put aside her work and travel, it must be something major. Lu Ying's family members chattered away in a flurry of discussion.
After a moment, Grandpa cleared his throat softly. The living room instantly fell silent. The old man looked at Lu Ying and said, "So, Xiaoying, what exactly is this person inviting you for? To leverage your influence and make this matter have a more far-reaching impact?"
One could only say he was a seasoned veteran. Grandpa Lu Ying had instantly seen through Bai Zhou's intentions.
Lu Ying had no intention of hiding anything, and frankly, she couldn't hide it anyway. "Yes, that's exactly what he told me."
She recounted everything Bai Zhou had told her to her grandfather, seamlessly leading into the purpose of today's family meeting, the document she held in her hands. Lu Ying handed the document to her grandfather and continued. "So, based on what the person behind the scenes, his name is Bai Zhou, told me, I was instructed to compile relevant materials as soon as I returned to the capital. Combining this with the events in Jiangxia, I completed this report. It details how, over the past 5 years, the extremely low barriers for studying abroad have led to low-quality international students and those who came to China through various means. It outlines the disruption they've caused to local public order and the lack of corresponding punitive measures." The old man slipped on his reading glasses and silently leafed through the documents. After a long while, he gently closed the file, removed his glasses, and sighed. "Truthfully, I've always been somewhat prepared for such matters. Yet I never imagined the reality would be so unbearably grim. So, Grandfather, I must do this. I will see this through. It's not for fame or political gain, it's to seek justice for those innocent victims. Eliminating this scum is what truly matters to me." The old man rubbed his temples and said to Lu Ying, "Very well, proceed. In principle, the family supports you in this matter. However, there is one thing requiring your consent." "Go ahead, Grandpa. The Bai Zhou you mentioned, is he the one behind the Jiangxia incident? Tell me in detail about him. What kind of person is he?" Lu Ying was taken aback. She hadn't expected her grandfather to inquire about Bai Zhou. Her undertaking was so significant, with such far-reaching implications, yet he'd nodded his approval without hesitation. Yet here he was, showing such intense interest in someone he'd never even met. For a moment, Lu Ying couldn't fathom her grandfather's intentions. She couldn't tell whether this would be good or bad for Bai Zhou. The old man instantly saw through her thoughts and chuckled to his granddaughter. "Don't worry. I just want to understand what this resourceful, worldly wise individual is really like. If possible, this old man would love to meet Bai Zhou himself. From what you've told me, he seems right up my alley." 174. This guy is only 18? Hearing her grandfather speak thus, Lu Ying finally felt at ease. As long as he wasn't going to cause trouble for Bai Zhou. After all, Bai Zhou had been the one to guide her through this whole affair. After wrapping up the serious business, the rest of the time was spent more casually. Lu Ying pulled up a chair beside her grandfather, ready to have a proper chat with the old man about Bai Zhou. "Grandpa, you'd never guess what kind of person Bai Zhou really is. Here, take a guess, how old do you think he is now?" A sharp gleam flashed in the old man's eyes before he replied with a smile. "From what you've said, he can't be that old, right? 30? Or maybe 27 or 28. Lu Ying's smile broadened. "Wrong. He's only 18 this year. He hasn't even turned 19 yet. He's just a freshman in college." The old man was taken aback. 18? That young? The aunt who had been eavesdropping chimed in. "Wow, 18. You're kidding, right? An 18-year-old could pull off something like this? Hey, big brother, what were you doing when you were 18? Lu Ying's father, hearing his sister ask him this, stammered. "Well, back then. I was busy chasing after your sister-in-law. Bai Zhou? Right? That's his name, isn't it? This kid is such a prodigy. He dares to dream and act on it, and most importantly, he actually pulled it off. Heroes emerge in youth." Lu Ying's uncle chimed in immediately. For a moment, the mere mention of Bai Zhou's age left the entire Lu family in awe. But Lu Ying knew that despite their words, they didn't hold Bai Zhou in particularly high regard. After all, for her family, geniuses were rare but not extraordinary. A genius without achievements was just that, a genius. She paused, then turned to her grandfather and added. "Yes, and what's more, he now owns an internet company worth 20 billion yuan. Oh, and that app my mom loves playing on her phone? It's from his company."
And this company wasn't handed down to him, he built it himself. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire living room, including the old man himself. You mean he founded a company worth 20 billion yuan? And he's only 18? That app is from his company? The whole family uses it. And it's super popular. That must make a ton of money, right? Look at someone else's 18-year-old. Son, you should learn from this Bai Zhou brother of yours. Lu Ying's older brother seized the moment to lecture his younger son, while Lu Ying's 13-year-old nephew felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Dad! Snap out of it. That's 20 billion. Come ask me when you can earn 20 billion yourself. The young nephew argued his point. Lu Ying's brother was rendered speechless by his son's retort. If he possessed Bai Zhou's abilities, would his grandfather still place such importance on Lu Ying? He looked up at the sky, speechless and choked with emotion. 18 years old? Is this something an 18-year-old could possibly accomplish? Lu Ying chuckled softly. Brother, if you don't believe me, why not go to Jiangxia tomorrow and see Bai Zhou for yourself? As if suddenly remembering something, Lu Ying glanced once more at their grandfather, who sat silently deep in thought at the head of the table. Oh, and I also heard that Gu Qingji from the Gu family and Lu Xinhuan from the Lu family have partnered with Bai Zhou on an investment. Those two lads willingly acknowledge Bai Zhou as their big brother now. This whole thing was actually relayed to me by Bai Zhou through them. Those two practically hang on his every word. The Gu family, the Lu family. Recalling the backgrounds of these two families, the old man murmured softly before breaking into a hearty laugh. Ha, Xiaoying, you should keep in touch with this Bai Zhou. It won't hurt you. And next time he comes to the capital, invite him over for a meal. Lu Ying nodded obediently. With the family meeting concluded, Lu Ying's primary objective was achieved. She had secured her family's backing. Little did she realize that introducing Bai Zhou into her grandfather's sphere of influence would prove far more impactful for her future. But that was a story for another time. Upon leaving home, she threw herself wholeheartedly into advancing the plan's implementation. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangxia, Bai Zhou remained unaware that he had already caught the eye of a top-tier power player. Soon, his name began circulating within that highest echelon of influence. But none of that mattered much to him right now. Bai Zhou was locked in a battle of wills with Lang Ling. Senior Lang, I really can't go home with you today. The doctor said you're fine now. The main reason you're afraid to sleep alone is just you scaring yourself. Relax, okay? Besides, it's been so long since I've been home. Who knows what state my place is in now? You've got to let me go back and check on it, right? Bai Zhou sighed helplessly at Lang Ling, who was blocking the classroom door to prevent him from leaving. But I really can't sleep without you here. I'll have nightmares. The school's unattainable beauty, the ice queen idolized by countless boys, Senior Lang Ling, who'd always presented herself with icy detachment, now stood before the entire classroom, her voice trembling with unshed tears as she pleaded with Bai Zhou. This scene, reminiscent of Dayu burying flowers, had the male students in the classroom nearly unable to contain their primal urges. They could only imagine how they would have immediately agreed if they were the one before Senior Lang. Yet Bai Zhou still looked so unwilling, it was truly infuriating. Bai Zhou felt prickles running down his spine, as if countless murderous stares were fixed on him from behind. This senior classmate, who had dropped her act to trick him into going home with her, was truly giving him a headache. Lowering his voice, Bai Zhou leaned close to her ear and whispered. Senior Lang, this is going too far. Don't think I don't know you. Last night when I snuck out to use the bathroom, you were sound asleep. Not a trace of that can't sleep act from earlier. Back then, you'd have woken up if I'd so much as twitched my finger, let alone slipped out. You were perfectly fine. You're just lusting after me now, you shameless woman. Caught out, Lang Ling's fair face flushed slightly, but she lifted her head immediately and met Bai Zhou's gaze. Yeah, I'm craving your body. I just don't want to leave you. So what? With a girl like Lang Ling, whose personality was usually so cool and aloof, once she truly fell for someone, the fiery passion hidden beneath that cold exterior would pour out completely for that person. That moth to the flame kind of reckless devotion was overwhelming for Bai Zhou. If you don't want to go home with me, that's fine, you can take me to your place instead. I don't mind. Staring into Lang Ling's unwavering gaze, Bai Zhou had only one thought. Oh no, this girl means business. 175 Talk about being psychic. Bai Zhou was utterly perplexed. What on earth had attracted Lang Ling to him? He hadn't really shown her much of himself at most, just his looks. Could it be that her feelings for him started with looks, deepened because of his character, and were sustained by his constant companionship? Sigh, it must be because I'm too soft-hearted. I didn't want this girl to suffer too much from the psychological trauma left by that incident. I stayed by her side during her toughest times and ultimately helped her overcome her shadows. That's why she became so madly infatuated with me, even abandoning her own persona. So, good deeds really do come back around. Everyone should keep doing one good deed a day. You never know when a beauty might take a liking to you. Smacking his lips, Bai Zhou decided to play his final card. Glancing around, he saw the entire classroom staring at them. Stealing his resolve, he grabbed Lang Ling by the shoulders and shoved her out of the classroom. Then, pulling her along, he led her out the school gate to his car.
Lang Ling thought he'd finally caved in. She followed Bai Zhou with a happy smile. Just as he opened the car door and she was about to get in, Bai Zhou whispered behind her. Senior Lang, think carefully. You should know I'm no Shangyu. If you keep this up, I can't guarantee I'll be able to resist temptation. Lang Ling's body froze mid-motion, then she swiftly climbed into the car. Turning to Bai Zhou outside, she flashed a bright smile. Well then, that's perfect. I can just stick to you. Bai Zhou had no retort. He closed the door and drove her home. Meanwhile, Lu Ying had already submitted her report. With backing from her family, the documents swiftly advanced through the system. Today marked the briefing session for this very report. In attendance were her former superiors, along with several heavyweight figures, the very people Lu Ying needed to convince at this briefing. If she could persuade them, the matter would be as good as done. Despite thorough preparation, facing such a critical moment still made Lu Ying feel a slight tinge of nervousness. She took several deep breaths to steady her nerves, then stepped forward with her prepared speech in hand. Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to present this document and will elaborate on the relevant issues during this meeting. After bowing to the audience, she formally began. As we all know, our nation has always placed great importance on foreign relations. In earlier years, while building our national strength, we opened our doors wide to cultivate a positive international image. We welcomed international students and others eager to come to China, enabling many to study, work, and live here. This significantly enhanced our global visibility and improved our international standing, a highly effective initiative. She then shifted her tone. However, as our national strength grew, we discovered that a significant portion of these visitors were exploiting policy incentives. Lacking the requisite skills and character, they caused considerable disruption to our citizens' daily lives. Some even engaged in serious criminal activities. Yet, for various reasons, these individuals remained largely unpunished, encouraging more foreigners to follow their example. Lu Ying shook her head regretfully and said, Today, it's clear that such individuals not only fail to contribute to our strategic goals but also consume substantial resources in managing the severe consequences of their misconduct. Of course, it must be acknowledged that even under these circumstances, many capable and knowledgeable international friends still choose to come to our country and contribute their talents, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Therefore, my proposal does not seek to dismiss their value entirely. Her gaze grew sharp as she declared with unwavering resolve. What we must do is establish entirely new standards for our international friends coming to China. We can no longer tolerate incompetent, uncultured, and unprincipled individuals coming here to cause chaos among our people. What we should advocate is attracting high-caliber foreign talent, not indiscriminately accepting everyone regardless of merit. Hearing this, a prominent figure who had come specifically for the briefing gave a soft round of applause. Comrade Lu, your points are well taken. But how exactly do we attract these high-caliber foreign talents? Faced with this question, Lu Ying showed no sign of fluster. Instead, she felt even more admiration for Bai Zhou's uncanny foresight. Bai Zhou had already told her how to respond to such questions, she just needed to recite the answer. Lu Ying replied with confidence. This is easily resolved. We can collaborate with high-tech enterprises. For instance, during my recent visit to Jiangxia, I reached an agreement with a company called Hongxing Network. They will fund a recruitment drive offering salaries 153 times the global standard to attract top talent worldwide. Crucially, this initiative isn't limited to foreigners, it extends equally to our domestic talent pool. Moreover, the company's CEO assured me that if this plan succeeds, he would secure housing for these high-caliber professionals in Jiangxia and guarantee fulfillment of their reasonable research requirements. After a pause, Lu Ying began to explain. This approach would achieve two objectives simultaneously, attracting top international talent while incentivizing the cultivation of high-caliber domestic talent. This proposal genuinely swayed the influential figures present. They began exchanging low murmurs, and after a moment, the same leader who had asked the initial question posed a second. Implementing this would certainly be beneficial, but if executed as proposed, it's foreseeable that the company's expenditures in this area would reach astronomical figures. Are they truly willing to invest such substantial funds annually into projects with uncertain prospects? More critically, can they guarantee the company will remain profitable under such massive annual expenditures? Rest assured, gentlemen. I've personally inspected this company. Their owner possesses immense wealth. Beyond this venture, he reportedly holds a staggering amount of shares elsewhere. Crucially, his primary profit source currently lies in financial markets. In his own words, he understands that investing massive funds into research now would yield minimal short-term returns. Yet, he insists that profitability shouldn't deter such endeavors, for research capabilities represent the future. When Bai Zhou's name came up, Lu Ying's expression grew animated. The CEO stated that his company's primary purpose is technological R&D, with profit-making taking a secondary role or even lower priority. He aspires for this company to become the sharp sword that breaks through the various academic barriers imposed on our nation in the future. He also mentioned that compared to making money domestically, he prefers to make money from foreigners. Moreover, he emphasized one point that can be written into the contract. Every year, he requires Hongqing network companies or de-investment to be no less than $5 billion US. From what I understand, the company is currently constructing its first laboratory and preparing its inaugural research project, with a development budget of 1 billion yuan. After hearing this, the expressions on those bigwigs' faces seemed to tell Lu Ying that this matter was a sure thing. With his ambition secured, Lu Ying now had only one thought. What does it mean to be prescient? That Bai Zhou is incredible. Everything unfolded exactly as he predicted. How did he manage that? 176 Did Bai Zhou pull some strings? After the meeting, Lu Ying couldn't contain her excitement and called Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou. What kind of brain do you have? How did you know they'd ask me those questions? And did you have all this planned out long ago? Lu Ying couldn't help but suspect him. Bai Zhou was simply too terrifying. It seemed every reaction at the briefing was exactly what he'd anticipated. What's more, he'd told her all this back when she was still in Jiangxia, before Tsangzhou. She refused to believe Bai Zhou could predict the future that wasn't scientific. So she could only suspect he'd planned this all along. But that wasn't the case. At most, Bai Zhou was going with the flow. He hadn't driven this initiative from Jiangxia to nationwide to attract top talent. His sole purpose throughout had been one, to drive those things that provoke the wrath of both heaven and man out of China. As for the current situation, if it were merely about venting frustration without any tangible benefit, Bai Zhou would have had no reason to escalate matters to such a degree. Handling the Jiangxia incident alone would have sufficed. However, Bai Zhou keenly recognized the broader implications, and thus the entire plan grew progressively larger until it reached its current scale. In this sense, Bai Zhou had indeed been plotting for quite some time. He never forgot his ultimate goal, using Hanhuali Residential District as a foundation to build a premier, high-tech hub for talent. From there, he would strengthen Hongqing Network's R&D capabilities, forging his own core competitive edge. Then, wielding technology as a scythe, he would reap wealth from abroad. Just as foreign capital had done to China. His ultimate goal was to become a tycoon, but what kind of tycoon he would be was entirely up to Bai Zhou himself. If it were merely about achieving the status of the wealthiest individual, Bai Zhou wouldn't need to expend such immense effort. A few rounds in the financial markets would quickly make him rich enough to rival a nation. But would that be meaningful? None whatsoever. Since Bai Zhou possessed this capability, he intended to unleash it to its absolute limit. To make his life increasingly spectacular. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Hearing Lu Ying's question, Bai Zhou gazed out the window and smiled calmly. Whether I prepared in advance or not is none of your concern. I'll ask you this, did I fulfill what I promised you back then? I did. Then that's all that matters. All you need to do now is ensure the follow-up goes smoothly. As for what comes next, leave it to me. After hanging up, Bai Zhou returned his gaze to the open book on the desk. Yes, he was studying at school. Don't ask why he remained there studying when he'd already mastered every course from the first half of his freshman year. The answer is simple, addiction. The top-tier learning ability granted by the system was incredibly powerful. The positive feedback loop was so strong it left Bai Zhou utterly addicted to studying. Even now, as he neared completing his sophomore-level coursework, he couldn't tear himself away. But today, he couldn't indulge in studying all day. The stock index futures he'd bought earlier were about to settle. That's right, tonight would be the darkest night for US stocks. Since Bai Zhou bought those futures contracts, the US stock indices had plummeted over 30%, reaching a staggering 314 points. With 10x leverage after deducting costs, Bai Zhou stood to earn over $1.7 billion in profits on his $1.5 billion principal. Even Bai Zhou had to take this windfall seriously, so he decided to head home early to complete the settlement process. Closing his book, Bai Zhou rose and walked out of the classroom. With plenty of time before needing to rush home, he strolled through campus. While pondering how to deploy this substantial new capital after the trade, he made his way leisurely toward the school gates. Suddenly, beneath a tree, Bai Zhou overheard a conversation in French. He turned his head and saw two young men conversing in French. They looked at him with friendly expressions, yet their words carried a less hospitable tone. Why did Bai Zhou notice them? Because after mastering English through self-study, he had nothing better to do and had picked up several other foreign languages. The French conversation between those two boys, translated into Chinese, went like this. See that guy? Our school's goddess, Lang Ling, has been chasing him relentlessly lately. But he just acts like he doesn't care, like he's being beaten. What a jerk. Pfft, I bet he already got what he wanted and just got bored. What a jerk. Who can argue with that? Bai Zhou found it amusing, but since it involved Senior Lang, he couldn't just let them tarnish her reputation. So, in flawless French, he addressed the two. First off, it's true that Senior Lang had feelings for me. But I never actually got her. My aloofness toward her was purely because she was way too enthusiastic. I just couldn't handle it at the time. That said, compared to you guys, I definitely had a shot at winning her over, whereas you. Bai Zhou glanced at them and said. You guys? You could only get her to sleep with you. Hearing this, both boys flushed crimson. They wanted to retort but couldn't think of what to say. Worst of all, as French majors, they'd been caught speaking ill of someone in French by a non-major they felt like dying. But they couldn't swallow their anger. Bai Zhou had snatched their goddess. This was a matter of stolen love. They exchanged a glance and muttered a few words in Japanese. Bai Zhou nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. Those two unlucky kids he picked up Japanese too. In other words, the only languages he hadn't mastered yet were the truly obscure ones. Any language worth learning, Bai Zhou had taught himself. What could you do? With such strong learning abilities, he was just that spoiled. He overheard the two boys mutter in Japanese. I don't know if those girls are blind or something. Everyone says this guy is handsome, but honestly, he's not that much better looking than me. Yeah, I think he falls short compared to me, especially in charisma. But girls these days are just too shallow. Bai Zhou chuckled mockingly, then switched to a perfect Kansai delinquent accent. I don't know if the girls are blind, but I know your eyes must be seriously messed up. How can you two be so confident when you're clearly just average? The two boys were nearly speechless. Once they snapped out of it, they didn't dare utter another word. They hung their heads, hunched their shoulders, and slunk away. They couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Seriously, how does Bai Zhou know everything? French? He understands it. Japanese? He speaks it. He's got this killer looks, tons of girls are into him, and even Lang Ling, the whole school's unattainable beauty, is all over him. What the hell is wrong with this world? Did Bai Zhou pull some strings when Manhwa created humanity? 177 candle at dinner? Watching the two jealous losers trudge off, Bai Zhou chuckled softly. He felt more convinced than ever that top-tier learning ability was incredibly useful. Next time he encountered this kind of situation, he could just curse them back in 18 languages, guaranteed to leave them completely dumbfounded. He had no intention of engaging with these two boys. For one, he was about to head home to earn money. For another, it was utterly unnecessary. To Bai Zhou, their behavior was nothing but the whining of defeated dogs. Had they not initially insulted Lang Ling, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. But for now, his priority was getting home. Once this deal was closed, he'd deal with other matters. Soon, Bai Zhou drove back home. The moment he pushed open the door, he remembered Lang Ling had told him that morning she had no classes today and hadn't gone to school with him. Could it be? Still at home? Stepping inside, Bai Zhou found Lang Ling was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, barefoot and completely engrossed in the TV. The coffee table was piled high with snacks. Spotting Bai Zhou, she didn't even bother putting on her slippers. Barefoot, she scrambled across the floor toward him, then leaped up and threw her arms around him. Bai Zhou sighed helplessly. Senior, have you been holed up in my place all day? Lang Ling wrapped her arms around Bai Zhou's neck, her legs wrapped around his waist, her head resting on his shoulder. She took a deep breath and said happily. What do you mean your place? It's because you didn't want to come to mine, so I had no choice but to come here. If you don't want to, then go to mine. Just stay right here. Bai Zhou thought to himself, at least my place has extra rooms. I won't have to crawl onto the couch to sleep in the middle of the night. Sleeping on the couch is so uncomfortable. Sighing, Bai Zhou patted Lang Ling's back and said, Senior, get down. I have serious business to attend to. Then you can't kick me out later. Or I won't let go. Fine, I won't kick you out. Stay as long as you like, I won't even charge you rent. That's more like it. Lang Ling finally nuzzled Bai Zhou's shoulder and gave it a light bite, then provocatively licked her lips before climbing down from his lap. Bai Zhou took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and growled fiercely. Senior Lang Ling, don't overestimate my patience. If I didn't have work to do, my magic staff would have tamed this little demon right now. Lang Ling stuck out her tongue. Come at me if you dare. Full subdue whom remains to be seen. Patting his forehead and glancing at the time, Bai Zhou realized further delay would miss the optimal delivery window. He tapped Lang Ling's head and declared. Just you wait. With that, he turned and entered the study. Lang Ling stared at his retreating figure. Those last 3 words he'd uttered suddenly clicked into place, and her face flushed as she dashed into the bathroom. Once inside the study, Bai Zhou shook his head, pushing aside distracting thoughts. He opened his laptop, ready to focus on the upcoming transaction. Though Lang Ling, still in the bathroom, had no idea what Bai Zhou was doing, he trusted his claim that it was serious business. Yet Lang Ling couldn't quite maintain his usual composure. Mainly, Bai Zhou's final words you wait were far too suggestive. Honestly, Lang Ling was struggling to hold back. She was being brutally honest with herself, she craved Bai Zhou's body, she wanted to be with him. So all that aloofness, that Ice Queen persona, vanished completely in his presence. All Lang Ling could think about now was getting Bai Zhou into bed as soon as possible. A touch of shyness, a hint of anticipation, but mostly the exhilaration of her wish nearing fulfillment. Lang Ling hummed softly as she stepped into the bath. She wasn't worried at all that Bai Zhou might discover her bathing. In fact, she secretly hoped he would. But Lang Ling's little schemes were destined to fall flat. Bai Zhou was completely focused on making money right now. After a series of skilled maneuvers, Bai Zhou finally closed the deal. Gazing at the $1.5 billion now sitting in his account, a deep sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Every penny of this was earned through his own labor. Yet an unshakable worry followed. Though he'd shifted his battlefield to the international financial markets, his growing principal brought increasing influence. It wouldn't be long before capital noticed him, perhaps it already had, or rather, noticed the offshore financial company he and Gulu had registered. He wondered if those two brothers could hold their ground. After all, his previous two trades had leveraged 10 times, harnessing the power of capital. Moving forward, playing it safe and steady was the wiser course. Having made up his mind, Bai Zhou leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling for a moment, trying to clear his mind. After calming his nerves, he gathered his resolve and stepped out of the study. The moment he stepped out, Bai Zhou was startled. The living room had transformed beyond recognition. The lights were off, replaced by several candles flickering on the table. 2 sets of meticulously arranged tableware and food were placed upon it. Bai Zhou was utterly baffled. What was going on? Senior Lang? Senior Lang? Did you set this up? He called out a few times, hearing footsteps approaching from the bedroom. Turning his head, he saw Lang Ling with her hair slightly damp, droplets still clinging to it as if she'd just stepped out of the shower. She wore a silk sleeveless gown, the sheer fabric hinting at her exquisitely curved figure beneath. She approached Bai Zhou with a smile and said, "I had John call and arrange this for me. He also bought this dress. Do you like it?" With that, Lang Ling spun around, the hem of her dress fluttering in the air. Bai Zhou's lips twitched, his thoughts tangled. Should I reward John or punish him for this? He certainly knows how to make things interesting. Perhaps it was this enchanting atmosphere that made Bai Zhou feel unusually relaxed. He soon forgot all about John. Since things had come to this, he might as well enjoy himself. He strolled over to Lang Ling, took her hand, and guided her to the dining table. In the candlelight, her lovely face glowed with a rosy radiance, whether from the flames or something else, he couldn't tell. Bai Zhou sat across from her, a smile playing on his lips as he watched her. As if sensing the hidden aggression beneath his gentle gaze, Lang Ling's slender frame trembled slightly. Yet she deliberately straightened her posture, lifting her chin to meet Bai Zhou's eyes directly. She had always been confident in herself. Yet, after spending so much time with Bai Zhou, she had come to doubt that confidence. During the worst of times, it made sense that he wouldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. But even after she had emerged from her psychological shadow, he still hadn't crossed any boundaries. This persistent restraint had severely shaken her self-assurance. Today, however, that confidence seemed to return to her body. She felt certain that tonight, she would witness Bai Zhou's utter devotion to her. Though who would be madly in love with whom remained to be seen. The 178 centimeters ice queen turned into a pendant? With the atmosphere building to this point, Bai Zhou dismissed all his lingering doubts. What kind of man would let petty concerns stand in the way of a beautiful woman? He certainly didn't want to be that kind of beast. The meal held a unique flavor for both of them. Lang Ling tasted her own bashfulness, anticipation, and the pounding of her little heart. Bai Zhou, meanwhile, used the candlelight to savor the beauty as an accompaniment to his wine, experiencing firsthand what it meant to find beauty as delicious as food. As they ate, neither could say who lost control first, and gradually, they drew closer together. Fingers gently plucked the strings, as if pouring wine over a red candle-lit nightboat. When he awoke, daylight streamed through the window. Bai Zhou felt refreshed and invigorated, the pent-up frustration of many days drained away, leaving him exceptionally light-hearted and joyful. Turning to look at the sleeping beauty beside him, her lovely face betrayed unmistakable weariness. Gently kissing her forehead, Bai Zhou rose silently, dressed, and stepped out of the bedroom. Cold Ling, still wrapped in the blankets, slowly opened her eyes only after hearing Bai Zhou push open the door. She dared not face him, for the thought of her shameful state from the night before filled her with dread that he might mock her. She couldn't understand what had come over her. It was her first time, yet she'd acted so wildly. She couldn't control her own body. Burying her face in the pillow, Lang Ling let out a muffled sob of shame and frustration. Leaning against the door, Bai Zhou heard the sounds from the bedroom and chuckled quietly to himself before turning to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. By the time Bai Zhou finished making breakfast, Lang Ling had recovered from her shyness. She emerged from the bedroom in her pajamas, looking perfectly normal except for a slightly awkward gait and a faint blush on her cheeks. Whether it was his imagination or not, Bai Zhou couldn't shake the feeling that Lang Ling looked especially beautiful today. He found himself staring at her throughout breakfast, making her blush intensely. After finally enduring breakfast, both Bai Zhou and Lang Ling were about to head to school. However, Bai Zhou noticed how difficult it seemed for her to stand up. He understood the reason and said to her, "Senior Lang, how about I call in sick for you? Why don't you just rest at home today?" Sang Ling flushed crimson and shot Bai Zhou a glare, gritting her teeth. "It's all your fault." Bai Zhou looked apologetic, about to speak, but Lang Ling cut him off. "But I still have to go to school. I have a major class today, it's important." But in this condition, she really wasn't fit to go to school either. Walking was difficult. What to do? As Bai Zhou pondered solutions, Lang Ling's sly voice cut in. "So you're accompanying me to class today?" "Huh? But senior, I have classes too?" "I don't care. You have to accompany me to class today." With that, Lang Ling grabbed Bai Zhou's arm, pulled him to his feet, and wrapped her arms tightly around him, refusing to let go.
Well, there was no helping it. Her current state was largely his doing. Her constitution was just too robust. Sometimes it really did. Fine, consider me skipping class today. Is it okay if I just go to class with you? Bai Zhou gently took Lang Ling's hand and spoke softly. Then, carry me into the bedroom first. I need to change clothes. Sure thing, happy to oblige. At school. Ever since everyone noticed Lang Ling and Bai Zhou getting so close lately, the gossip about them hasn't stopped. It was inevitable. One was the school's famously unattainable beauty, the goddess in every boy's eyes. The other was the freshman who'd already made waves with several earth-shattering deeds, the heartthrob in every girl's dreams. Seeing these two together was enough to throw anyone off balance. What made it even more unbearable was that, judging by their interactions, it seemed like Lang Ling was the one pursuing Bai Zhou. This sent the boys who secretly harbored feelings for Lang Ling into a complete meltdown. No, I refuse to believe it. My goddess Lang Ling would never pursue that Bai Zhou. Sure, he might be a bit handsome and capable, but it's impossible. I just can't accept it. It must be a rumor. I know Senior Ling better than anyone. She cares about nothing but her studies. The only reason she's gotten close to Bai Zhou is because that guy is a genius at academics, nothing else. Senior Ling invited Bai Zhou to her place for studying. For academic purposes. It doesn't matter where you study. Can't you study at home? Your minds are way too dirty. Disgusting. Such talk flooded the school forums. None of them believed Lang Ling could possibly like Bai Zhou. So, to prove their point, these people camped out at the school gates early in the morning, waiting to see Bai Zhou and Lang Ling return to campus. They swore to passers-by that the two definitely hadn't been together yesterday and absolutely wouldn't show up at school together today. Where they got that confidence from was anyone's guess. Maybe it was just wishful thinking. Soon, they'd be brutally slapped in the face by harsh reality. A Carmen King slowly pulled up beside the gate. Bai Zhou stepped out alone from the driver's seat. The faces of those lurking at the entrance were filled with uncontrollable excitement. They exclaimed happily. See? I knew Senior Lang wasn't with him. He's alone. I told you. Senior Lang and this Bai Zhou have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Now you believe me, right? But their joy was short-lived. Instead of heading toward the gate, Bai Zhou walked to the back seat, opened the door, and slowly helped someone out. The moment they caught sight of that person, their faces turned deathly pale. That person was none other than the very Lang Ling they had been pining for. Ha! Now you finally believe it, right? See that? Lang Ling arrived in Bai Zhou's car. Why do you think that is? Have you figured it out yet? At that moment, the onlookers mocked the group waiting by the school gate. But it didn't end there. When they saw Lang Ling step out of the car, clinging tightly to Bai Zhou's arm and nestling into his embrace, the group's composure shattered completely. No, impossible. My goddess. How could this be? This can't be real. A chorus of wails erupted near the school gate. Bai Zhou and his companion, slowly approaching the area, were drawn by the commotion and glanced over curiously. One guy, his mind completely shattered, had lost all rationality. He charged straight up to Lang Ling and shouted at her. Lang Ling! Tell me this is all a lie. That you're just deceiving me. You don't like Bai Zhou, you're just playing games with him. Quick, tell me. Bai Zhou stared at the guy in surprise, utterly baffled. Lang Ling, however, remained expressionless, her voice icy as she addressed him. Sorry, but I do like Bai Zhou. I really like him. But what does that have to do with you? With that, Lang Ling turned her head away from him, burying herself in Bai Zhou's embrace. In a sweet, syrupy voice, she murmured to Bai Zhou. I can't walk anymore. Carry me, please. Bai Zhou chuckled softly, scooped Lang Ling up in a princess carry, and strode confidently through the school gates. This left not only the guys lurking by the gate dumbfounded, but even the bystanders were stunned. Wait, is that our aloof campus beauty? How did she become Bai Zhou's accessory now? 179, delivering food with Lang Ling. This day was destined to be etched into the school's history. On this day, the goddess of all the boys publicly confessed to the heartthrob of all the girls. On this day, both boys and girls felt as if the sky had fallen. Outside the school gates, the barbecue stall suddenly became incredibly busy. It was packed with all sorts of heartbroken boys and girls, guzzling beer and loudly declaring their broken hearts. While the stall owner was thrilled about the booming business, he couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. What the heck is going on? Does this school have some weird tradition of breaking up on the same day? Talk about broadening my horizons. Meanwhile, the instigators of this whole mess, Bai Zhou and Lang Ling, couldn't care less about the chaos unfolding around them. Bai Zhou was busy accompanying her to class. Even though it was a junior-level course outside their major, after flipping through Lang Ling's textbook, Bai Zhou realized he'd already grasped most of the material. He could even answer some of the questions she encountered. This only deepened Lang Ling's admiration for Bai Zhou. And, being in the throes of infatuation, she never questioned how he'd grasped the material so quickly. She simply attributed it to his brilliance.
A woman in love-struck mode, no matter how sharp she usually is, struggles to see clearly at such times. What the other students in the classroom found most unbearable was that even during class, Lang Ling still held Bai Zhou's right hand, their fingers intertwined. Who could stand being force-fed a mouthful of lovey-dovey stuff right in the middle of class? Lang Ling couldn't care less about others' opinions now. She wanted the whole world to know she was into Bai Zhou. As for Bai Zhou, he couldn't care less about the commotion. After all, no matter how much drama unfolded in this school, it wouldn't reach Chen Yueying's ears. He wasn't worried in the slightest. After mastering this course, Bai Zhou felt somewhat disinterested. The only reason he remained in the classroom now was because Lang Ling wouldn't let him leave. He was pondering what he could do next. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into his head. Right. I could take Lang Ling out to deliver takeout. After a couple rounds of that sunbaked, wind-blown drudgery, she'd probably give up. That'd be the perfect excuse to send her home and breathe easy by myself. Yes, that's exactly what I'll do. With that thought, Bai Zhou smiled at Lang Ling and said, Senior Lang, I'm heading out to make some money later. Want to come with me? Earn money? How? Delivering food. I've been doing it all along. Look. Bai Zhou pulled out his phone, opened Kangaroo Delivery, and showed Lang Ling his order history. Oh my, you work so hard. Lang Ling didn't think much of it. Seeing the dense list of orders on Bai Zhou's phone, she just felt deeply heartbroken. If you need money, I can give you some. I have money, you don't have to keep doing such hard work. Lang Ling imagined Bai Zhou sweating buckets under the blazing sun, racing frantically to earn a few bucks per order. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Bai Zhou felt both amused and exasperated. First off, do I look like the type to live off someone else? Second, sure, it's tiring, but not nearly as bad as you imagine. Here's what we'll do, come ride with me a few times and see for yourself. Lang Ling nodded. All right. After class, Lang Ling clung to Bai Zhou's side, following him step by step out of the school gates. They drove back to Bai Zhou's place, where he even found her a helmet. Then, the two of them hopped on the Harley and started delivering takeout. Bai Zhou wanted to bring Lang Ling along for two reasons. First, he hoped this relatively demanding job would make her lose interest, giving him a breather from her intense affection. Second, he had a tiny bit of mischievous fun in mind. He'd take the orders, drive Lang Ling to the destination, then have her deliver the food. This way, he'd earn the blessings of the food delivery god, meaning extra tips while saving time and effort. Plus, customers were far more likely to leave positive reviews when a beauty like Lang Ling delivered their meals. Bai Zhou felt like he was winning big. He even specifically checked on Lang Ling to confirm her health was fully recovered. Once satisfied, he set his mind to taking her out on delivery runs. He called it experiencing life. The first few orders went smoothly. Lang Ling wasn't directionally challenged or prone to getting lost. As long as he delivered her to the location and gave her the exact address, she always got the meals up quickly. They never encountered awkward situations like incorrect addresses or unanswered phone calls. Though exhausting, this was Lang Ling's first taste of earning money through her own labor. Even though the money belonged to Bai Zhou, it ignited an even greater drive within her. The thought that she'd contributed to every penny Bai Zhou would spend in the future filled Lang Ling with uncontrollable joy. She's absolutely head over heels for Bai Zhou right now. But this blissful state didn't last long. While delivering food to an upscale residential complex, an unexpected incident occurred. The order was for the 7th floor, and without an elevator card, Lang Ling had to take the stairs, which would take a bit longer. Bai Zhou parked his bike under a tree and lay on the seat, waiting for Lang Ling to come down. But as she waited, over 10 minutes passed, and Bai Zhou couldn't help but start to wonder. Why hadn't she come down yet? Had she run into trouble? But since he'd let Lang Ling take his phone upstairs in case no one was home and she needed to call, Bai Zhou had no choice but to pull out the car keys and head up to check. He strode up the stairs. Around the 4th floor, he faintly heard an argument coming from above, a man and a woman. The woman's voice sounded remarkably like Lang Ling's. Bai Zhou's heart sank. He quickened his pace, and the voices grew clearer the higher he climbed. He could make out a sleazy male voice saying, "Hey, sis, you're out delivering food, what's the point of pretending? Need cash? Just come inside. You'll have money in no time. 1,000? Fine. 2,000? If that's not enough, 5,000. What do you say? I'm being generous, right?" At that moment, Lang Ling's furious voice rang out just as clearly to Bai Zhou. "You shameless bastard. Get lost. Don't come near me. Get lost." An unnamed rage instantly flared within Bai Zhou. He charged full speed up to the 7th floor, straight toward the fat man closing in on Lang Ling. Lang Ling felt a blur before her eyes, followed by a loud thud. She looked up to see the lecherous fat man pinned against the wall by Bai Zhou. Bai Zhou's elbow pressed hard against his throat, his eyes blazing with fury as he coldly demanded, "You fat bastard, you got the guts to say that again? You think you can run wild in Jiangxia?" The fat man, choked by Bai Zhou's elbow, felt suffocation closing in. He couldn't even register the burning pain in his back. His hands clutched Bai Zhou's arm desperately, trying to pry it away, but it was futile. Instead, his already flushed face began turning purple.
Just like Thanos.
His mouth gaped open like a fish out of water, gasping for air but drawing in no oxygen. Veins bulged across his face. This made his already chubby face look even more grotesque and terrifying, startling Lang Ling beside him. Bai Zhou, let go. He's dying. Lang Ling tugged at Bai Zhou's sleeve. Bai Zhou turned to glance at her, meeting eyes filled with worry for his safety. Fearing Bai Zhou might do something irreversible in his rage, she urgently urged him to let go. To avoid frightening Lang Ling, Bai Zhou reluctantly released his grip. But before letting go, he drove his knee hard into the fat man's stomach. The blow nearly took the fat man's life. He felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, his lungs completely deprived of oxygen. His vision went black, and the moment he was released, he collapsed to his knees. For a split second, he didn't know whether to gasp for air or cry out in pain. At that moment, Bai Zhou turned to face Lang Ling. How are you? Are you okay? What happened? Lang Ling shook her head. I'm fine. I delivered the meal, knocked on the door, and this fat guy came out. The moment he saw me, his eyes looked off. Really disgusting. Then he kept trying to trick me inside, but I refused. He got angry, started saying vile things, and tried to get physical. At this point, Lang Ling threw herself into Bai Zhou's arms. Thank goodness you got here in time. I'm so relieved. Bai Zhou clenched his fists. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a beast. You wait. You stinking delivery guy, you dare lay a hand on me. You'll pay for this. The fat man kneeling on the ground finally regained his strength. Struggling to his feet, he pointed at Bai Zhou and yelled. Bai Zhou glanced back at him. His gaze was cold and sharp, radiating murderous intent. The fat bastard flinched in fright, scrambling backward as he threatened. What else do you think you're doing? Don't you know who I am? Ha? Go ask around who doesn't know my uncle is the chief of police? You've got the nerve to cross me, Du Fei? You're dead meat. In Jianxia, I can walk around with my head held high. No one can save you now. His words were arrogant, but his tone gave off an air of all bark and no bite. Besides, Bai Zhou didn't care about this anyway. He turned, pulled Lang Ling behind him, then stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick straight to Du Fei's midsection. The 200+ pounds of flab were instantly sent flying. Though Bai Zhou's kick carried considerable force, one had to admit that thick fat had its advantages. Du Fei lay on the ground clutching his stomach, writhing in pain, but it didn't look too serious. You dare hit me. You're finished. You're really finished. Du Fei's voice cracked, becoming unnaturally shrill, like a eunuch from the palace. He fumbled for his phone and made a tearful call. Uncle. My nephew got beaten up, are you gonna do something about it? I got attacked by some stinking delivery guy right outside my own door. Uncle, you gotta help me get revenge. Hurry up and bring people to save me, or I'm gonna get beaten to death. Seeing this, Lang Ling hid timidly behind Bai Zhou and whispered. Bai Zhou, maybe we should leave. He said his uncle is the chief of police. We can't afford to cross him. Just because he says so? Don't be scared. It'll be fine. After calming Lang Ling, Bai Zhou sneered at Du Fei and pulled out his phone to call Mayor Zhou. Hello, Mayor Zhou. Is there a bureau chief in the city named Du? Does he have a nephew named Du Fei? Oh, there is such a person, huh? Well, he sure has some authority. Oh, nothing much. His nephew, the one I mentioned, Du Fei, tried to molest a woman. I stopped him, and now he's threatening to have his uncle deal with me. Impulsive? I'm not impulsive. Fine, I'll be waiting. After hanging up, Bai Zhou looked at Du Fei with a faint, mocking smile. What, you think you're the only one who can call in favors? Du Fei didn't know who Bai Zhou had called, but upon hearing the name Mayor Zhou, he sneered at Bai Zhou. Try to at least pretend convincingly. Mayor Zhou? You're just a stinking delivery boy. If you know Mayor Zhou, then I know a minister. Who are you trying to scare? Think I'm some scaredy cat? Bai Zhou didn't respond, merely lifting his right leg as if to kick. Instantly, the pig-like Du Fei cowered into a defensive crouch, clutching his head. I see. You really aren't easily intimidated. Just you wait. My uncle is bringing people over right now. I'll see if you can still be so cocky then. One word from my uncle, and you won't be able to survive in Jiangxia. You'll regret messing with me. Bai Zhou couldn't stand this kind of weakling who loved to show off. Ignoring Lang Ling's attempts to stop him, he stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar with one hand, and immediately delivered over 1,600 hard slaps across his face. Before he could finish, Du Fei's pig-like head had swollen several times over, nearly as thick as his shoulders. Bai Zhou nodded with satisfaction. This should shut him up for good. Just then, the elevator doors slid open. 7 or 8 men filed out, the leader striding purposefully toward them. Bai Zhou assumed this burly man was the fatso's uncle and watched him leisurely. But the man walked straight past the swollen-faced, hippopotamus-headed creature and headed deeper into the elevator, shouting. Nephew! Nephew, are you okay? Where are you? Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed Du Fei's real uncle, but he didn't recognize his nephew whose face Bai Zhou had manually plumped up at all.
It was truly hilarious. Hearing Bai Zhou's laughter, Director Du furrowed his brow and turned to ask. Young man, what are you laughing at? Oh, and have you seen my nephew? Du Fei, a little chubby guy.
Bai Zhou laughed heartily, pointing at the hippo-headed man whose eyes were spinning.
Ha! Your nephew's right over there, ha! This is literally a real-life version of you wouldn't even recognize your own mother, ha!
Bai Zhou laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, while Long Ling behind him covered her mouth and giggled along.
Director Du's expression darkened upon hearing this. He hurried forward to investigate, and what did he see? Du Fei! Du Fei, how did you end up like this? Who did this to you? Suddenly, Director Du whipped his head around to stare at Bai Zhou. Was it you? Did you do this to him? Bai Zhou's smile vanished, his expression turning cold as he stared back. Yes. It was me.
The expression on Director Du's face instantly twisted into a hideous grimace.
You? How dare you? Why wouldn't I? By the way, I heard from your nephew that you've been running rushot over Jiangxia. Well, I just happen to love eating crabs. 181 in person. Eating crabs? What a bold claim. Director Du sneered coldly and ordered his men. Seize that brat. He beat my nephew into this state, I'll make him pay tenfold. And that woman too.
My nephew suffered because of her. When he wakes, she'll beg forgiveness at his bedside.
Bai Zhou was taken aback. Was Director Du really this arrogant? TSK, he really is domineering. Looks like he's used to getting his way. Director Du sneered arrogantly. In Jiangxia, who doesn't give me some face? You, a lowly delivery boy, dare to pull my tiger's whiskers? You're asking for death. Take him down. His henchmen roared in unison and immediately pounced on Bai Zhou and Lang Ling. But then, Director Du witnessed a scene that sent shockwaves through him. No sooner had 7 or 8 burly men approached Bai Zhou than several muffled thuds echoed. Instantly, figures flew backward, crashing into the ground or walls, unable to rise. Before Du could turn back, 2 more bodies lay motionless on the ground. Now truly alarmed, he quickly shifted his gaze to the main battlefront. Only 2 men remained facing Bai Zhou head-on, and their state was less a standoff and more a trembling retreat. Having witnessed Bai Zhou dispatch their comrades with a mere 3 punches and 2 kicks, the remaining pair lacked the courage to advance another step. Their bodies trembled as they turned to look at Director Du, their eyes burning with a fierce will to survive. Their unspoken pleas seemed to say, "Boss, how about we retreat? We're no match for him." Director Du swallowed hard, his mind racing. This kid's trained? No wonder he's so cocky. I need to stall him until the precinct guys can handle him. With that thought, a practiced smile spread across Director Du's face. Now, young man, it's all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Bai Zhou's lips curled into a wicked smile. Oh? Director Du, how did this suddenly become a misunderstanding? Didn't you just say I'd pay tenfold for this? No longer necessary? Not necessary. Not necessary. I was just joking with you, young man. Director Du, that was quite the joke you played on me. Bai Zhou sneered coldly as he slowly closed in on him. Seeing the situation turn sour, Director Du immediately changed his tune, realizing this young man played by no rules. Young man, I advise you to show some restraint. I am the director. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll make you regret it. Stop. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Bai Zhou paid no heed to his words. Misunderstandings? Threats? Ha! Ridiculous. He raised his foot and stomped it straight into Director Du's face. Poor Director Du, once so imposing, now bore a clear shoe print on his face, frozen in a state of stunned rage. He never imagined Bai Zhou would actually attack him. This wasn't a matter of intelligence, it was sheer audacity. With his dignity utterly trampled, Director Du now harbored only one thought. This debt of blood shall be repaid. Fine, very fine. You've got guts. Kill me today if you can, or tomorrow I'll make you pay in blood. Bai Zhou shot a sidelong glance at the enraged Director Du, sneering. Killing you is unnecessary. As for making me pay dearly, that depends on whether you'll even get the chance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elevator doors slid open again. This time, however, more people emerged. Leading the way was Mayor Zhou, accompanied by Director Jean and several uniformed officers. Seeing this, Director Du felt a chill run down his spine. Why would Mayor Zhou be here? And bringing old Jean? Could it be, this delivery guy really knows him? Stepping out of the elevator, Mayor Zhou didn't even glance at Director Du. He walked straight toward Bai Zhou and asked with concern. Brother Bai, how are you? Are you alright? Brother Bai. Hearing Mayor Zhou address the delivery guy that way, Director Du nearly blacked out. He knew he'd hit a brick wall this time. Gritting his teeth, Director Du stood up, about to step forward, when Bai Zhou's icy glare froze him in place. Mayor Zhou followed Bai Zhou's gaze and only then noticed Director Du's presence. Director Du? Seems like you've got plenty of free time on your hands? Bitter inside, Director Du bowed deeply to Mayor Zhou. Mayor Zhou, this is truly a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. I had no idea this young man was acquainted with you. This matter is entirely my fault.
I will personally come to your door tomorrow to apologize. His words were quite telling. Up until now, Director Du hadn't really taken Bai Zhou seriously. He was merely puzzled as to how Bai Zhou knew Mayor Zhou. But since they were acquainted, he would pretend nothing had happened. He dared not, and could not, pursue the matter further. Yet those words caused Mayor Zhou's expression to turn distinctly peculiar.
Damn you, Du Song. You're putting me on the hot seat. How dare you say you'll apologize to me after offending Bai Zhou? What if he misunderstands and thinks I'm involved with that guy?
His mind raced, and Mayor Zhou quickly devised a plan.
Nonsense. Who says we're family? What unintended consequences nonsense?
Let me tell you, Du Song, we received a public report that your nephew attempted to assault a woman.
Young brother Bai Zhou was merely acting as a righteous citizen. And you, a public official, are leading the retaliation? Utterly unforgivable. Director Jean. Present.
Take all these people, including Du Song's nephew, back with you. Then conduct a thorough investigation into Du Song.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Zhou and Director Jin's coordinated attack completely threw Director Du Song, soon-to-be former director, for a loop.
What's going on? Why is Mayor Zhou trying to destroy me over such a minor matter?
He looked blankly from Mayor Zhou to Director Jin, utterly bewildered by the situation. Seeing his expression, Director Jin shook his head, stepped closer, and leaned in to whisper.
Old Du, just accept your fate.
This time you've crossed someone even Mayor Zhou dares not provoke.
Du Song's pupils contracted. What? He's just a delivery guy.
Mayor Zhou cut him off with a sharp slap across the face, glaring coldly as he declared.
Insulting me? That's an added offense. Take him away.
Director Jin waved his hand. The uniformed officers who had followed him swiftly seized everyone present, including Du Song and his nephew, and escorted them downstairs. Once the scene was cleared, Mayor Zhou smiled and said softly to Bai Zhou. Brother Bai, I truly apologize for this. I neglected my duties and never imagined such scum would infiltrate our ranks. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory resolution.
And I guarantee this will never happen again.
Holding Long Ling's hand, Bai Zhou smiled back and replied. We'll leave that to you, Mayor Zhou. My pleasure, my pleasure. Speaking of which, we owe you for helping us catch this scum.
How about this, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? It'll help calm this young lady's nerves too. Who the hell was 182 strutting around like that?
Du Song, being escorted into the police van, still hadn't fully grasped the situation. He'd come today to deal with a lowly delivery guy who dared bully his nephew. How had things spiraled into this?
This doesn't make sense. No wonder he felt that way.
After all, in Jiangxia, only Mayor Zhou and the two bureau chiefs who'd met Bai Zhou knew his true identity. As for Du Song, if not for today's incident, he'd never have been privy to such information. Director Jin, having known him for years, pondered briefly before deciding it best to let Du know exactly who he'd offended.
That way, at least he wouldn't harbor any resentment.
Old Du, your past arrogance and tyranny could be overlooked. People could turn a blind eye. But this time, you've truly proven the saying, he who walks by the river is bound to get his shoes wet.
Du Song asked in a hoarse voice.
Old Jin, spill the beans.
Who exactly is that delivery boy? What's his connection to Mayor Zhou?
Seeing his demeanor, Director Jin knew he still harbored resentment, even believing he wouldn't face serious consequences this time. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he stated bluntly. You know, I'd advise you to stop clinging to illusions. Everyone knows you have connections with higher-ups, but it won't help.
Let me be blunt, do you really think Mayor Zhou values that guy because of his connections? Is that not the case? Wrong.
Mayor Zhou would love to have connections with that person, then he wouldn't have to curry favor.
But is that even possible?
Let me put it this way, that person's public identity is the behind-the-scenes owner of Hongsheng Network.
As for what lies deeper. What? Hongsheng Network is his company? You've got to be kidding me. Why would someone like that be delivering takeout? Don't interrupt me.
What business is it of yours or mine what he chooses to do?
Tell me, did you hear about that big scandal a while back? You mean the whole garbage disposal thing? Exactly. Then you should also know someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, I know about it.
Then did you hear?
Just yesterday, the higher-ups issued a notice about implementing a new policy?
I know.
What if I told you the person behind it all is the very person you crossed today?
What?
At those words, Du Song's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared blankly at Director Jin and stammered.
You mean that delivery guy? Director Jin nodded silently.
Du Song's face instantly drained of color. Only one thought remained in his mind. It's all over. He knew exactly what offending such a powerful figure would mean. He could already see where the rest of his life would be spent. After a moment, Du Song suddenly let out an eerie laugh, one that sent chills down the spine. Ha ha ha. I used to brag that I could walk all over Jiangxia. Now it seems I'm no match for him at all. He's the one who truly walks all over people. As he spoke, his voice abruptly cracked into sobs. He wailed heart-wrenchingly inside the car.
But why would someone like him be delivering takeout?
After the outburst, he paused, as if suddenly realizing something. No, someone in his position can do whatever he wants.
The problem isn't with him, so where does it lie?
Glancing around, Dutsong finally spotted his nephew, his face swollen like a hippopotamus's head, and a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up inside him.
It was him. That bastard. That little bastard.
If that scum hadn't lusted after her, I wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all his fault, all his fault.
Like a man possessed, Dutsong lunged forward, grabbing his own nephew by the throat.
Eyes bloodshot, he looked like a raving madman, clearly intent on strangling him to death. Director Jean gave his men a subtle signal, and they immediately pulled Dutsong away. But Dutsong was still flailing wildly inside the car, as if determined to kill his nephew.
Dutsong, that's enough. Director Jin's thunderous shout struck Dutsong like a bolt of lightning.
He stared blankly at him. Dutsong, let me make this perfectly clear, Mayor Zhou intends to investigate you thoroughly.
You know exactly what you've done.
I advise you to spare yourself the effort now, or you'll suffer inside. At those words, Dutsong finally calmed down. He slumped dejectedly in the car, gradually lowering his head as if trying to bury it deep into the dirt. Watching him now, Director Jean murmured as if to himself.
What good is repentance now?
By crossing Bai Zhou, your fate was sealed the moment you crossed him. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou ultimately declined Mayor Zhou's dinner invitation. His main reason was that what he wanted most right now was to get Ling Ling out of his sight, to have some breathing room alone. Besides, he genuinely disliked dealing with politicians, they were too bothersome. Despite Bai Zhou's refusal, Mayor Zhou showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he patted his chest and assured Bai Zhou that Dutsong would be dealt with severely, guaranteeing Bai Zhou's satisfaction.
Ling Ling witnessed every moment.
Her eyes sparkled with wonder. She knew Bai Zhou was capable, but no matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't fathom why even the esteemed mayor of Jiangxia would go out of his way to curry favor with him, bordering on deference. Once Mayor Zhou departed, Ling Ling wrapped her arms around Bai Zhou's and shook him gently, her voice brimming with excitement. Bai Zhou, Bai Zhou.
Was that the mayor? It was the mayor, right? I've seen him on TV. He's the mayor.
Bai Zhou found her reaction rather amusing.
Yes, Mayor Zhou. What's the big deal? Why are you so excited? The mayor.
Why is he so respectful toward you? Not only did he come personally to help, but he also seriously dealt with the bureau chief because of you. Why is that? Watching Long Ling, who looked like a curious little kid, Bai Zhou shook his head and chuckled softly. Don't go spreading rumors.
The strict disciplinary action against Director Du wasn't because of me. You need to get your facts straight.
It was because of his own poor conduct that the decision was made to deal with him seriously. It had nothing to do with me.
Don't go spreading rumors. He has no intention of meddling in politics. But even so, Long Ling's curiosity remained unsatisfied. She began to act coy. A former ice queen now clinging to your arm, acting all sweet and needy, could you really bring yourself to deny her?
Well, Bai Zhou certainly couldn't.
Fine. I'll tell you. Just stop rubbing my arm against your chest. Keep it up and you won't be able to walk tomorrow.
The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Zhou regretted them.
Ling Ling, hearing this, rubbed even more vigorously. 183 A delivery sent to the gymnasium.
A moment later, a disheveled Ling Ling and Bai Zhou emerged from the stairwell. Bai Zhou feigned a fierce expression as he said to Ling Ling,
I'll let you off this time. Play with fire again, and next time won't be so easy.
Ling Ling, her cheeks still flushed, gave a lazy snort through her nose.
Poof. If you're so tough, why not go all out? A few kisses are nothing.
Bai Zhou felt a surge of irritation.
Beneath that seemingly frozen exterior lay a volcano ready to erupt. Who could resist that?
If not for his own iron will, he might have given in to temptation right there in broad daylight.
Gritting his teeth, Bai Zhou retorted. I'm busy delivering food now. No time to deal with you. Wait till tonight when I get home. Fine. Ling Ling, showing no resistance whatsoever, tightened her grip on Bai Zhou's arm once more. He was utterly helpless against this girl. Mentally reciting the Ice Heart mantra he'd seen on TV, he let her pull him out the building entrance.
The deliveries he'd made so far, except for this last one, had all gone smoothly.
And this little incident clearly wasn't enough to deter Ling Ling.
He had no choice but to keep going with his deliveries, hoping to get a few exhausting orders next so this girl would finally give up. Sitting on the motorcycle, Bai Zhou felt the delicate, slender body press tightly against his back.
His mind raced with thoughts. How had this ill-fated entanglement even begun?
After much pondering, he finally had to admit he harbored similar thoughts. What could he do? With such a beautiful girl standing before him, who wouldn't he be tempted? Besides, wasn't her behavior toward him simply because she was so infatuated with him? With that thought, Bai Zhou stopped agonizing over the question. All that remained was to enjoy the beauty's favor, something he excelled at. Soon enough, just as Bai Zhou had hoped, he received a delivery order that looked particularly challenging. It was a delivery to the city sports stadium, carrying a full crate of water. Although Long Ling could handle the weight, Bai Zhou insisted on picking it up himself. They had agreed, he'd handle the pickup, and Lang Ling would carry it during delivery. The innocent Lang Ling thought this arrangement was perfectly fair, completely unaware of the situation she was about to face. Bai Zhou chuckled to himself as he drove her toward the stadium. Bai Zhou reckoned that after this delivery, Lang Ling's little arms and legs would be too exhausted to carry on. That would be the perfect moment to drop her off at home, leaving him free to savor a long-awaited afternoon of solitude. Plan A-OK. Seeing Bai Zhou's beaming smile, Lang Ling couldn't fathom why he was so delighted. Yet, seeing him happy, she couldn't help but feel joyful herself. And so, laughter spilled from them along the entire journey. Upon reaching the gymnasium, Bai Zhou ultimately couldn't bear to let Lang Ling deliver the water alone. He followed behind her, partly worried she might truly run out of strength, requiring him to take over, and partly concerned she might encounter another situation like earlier. After all, the gymnasium was brimming with testosterone, and seeing a young woman like Lang Ling might tempt those brutes to do something reckless. Maintaining a comfortable distance behind her, Bai Zhou followed as Lang Ling gradually entered the gymnasium. Even over this short distance, sweat had already beaded on her forehead. Only then did she grasp Bai Zhou's intention behind suggesting they take turns carrying the water. Turning back, she rolled her eyes playfully and paused to catch her breath. Bai Zhou stepped forward. "What's wrong? Tired already? Should we call it quits? You don't have to deliver with me. I'll take you home first, then continue on my own." Lang Ling rubbed her slightly aching arms and stubbornly replied. "No, I'm not tired. I'm just, a little worn out. I can keep going." Bai Zhou's lips curved upward as he thought. "Alright, I love this stubborn, never give up attitude of yours." But aloud he said. "Alright then, keep it up." Lang Ling turned and hugged Bai Zhou, tugging his shirt to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Pouting, she picked up the water and continued walking inside. Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly and followed her inside. Stepping into the stadium, the lively scene instantly lifted both their spirits. A basketball court occupied the center, where a game was underway. Surrounding it, crowds of men and women sat, cheering and shouting encouragement for the players. Lang Ling pulled out her phone and called the client. Amidst the clamor, they finally managed to clarify the location. Lang Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Now they just had to wait for the customer to find them. Before long, a young man in a jersey approached from the sidelines. He'd been surprised to hear a woman's voice on the phone earlier, joking with his friends that such a demanding delivery must be handled by a tomboy. But when he got closer and saw the crate of water at Lang Ling's feet, or more accurately, saw Lang Ling standing beside that crate, he froze in place. "Lang Ling? Is that you, Lang Ling? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Why are you out delivering food?" The young man looked utterly shocked, while Lang Ling, who saw him, appeared completely baffled. This left Bai Zhou feeling a bit confused too. Seeing Lang Ling's reaction, the young man gave a wry smile. "It's me, Lang Ling. Your senior from high school. Remember when we competed in that debate tournament together? I was the fourth debater, Su Yuanhao." Lang Ling remained expressionless as he pondered for a moment. Then, looking at the Su Yuanhao who claimed to be his high school senior, he murmured doubtfully. "Senior? Yes. You finally remember. It's me. Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Su Yuanhao's face lit up with excitement and concern as he hurried forward, extending his hand to shake Lang Ling's. But Lang Ling frowned slightly, sidestepping him and landing directly in Bai Zhou's arms. She looked up at Bai Zhou with a hint of caution before speaking. "Bai Zhou, I don't know him well. Don't read too much into it." Bai Zhou chuckled at her teasing, ruffling her hair gently as he replied. "Why would I overthink it? Old classmates meeting up is perfectly normal. If anything, you're the one who shouldn't overthink things. Or do you really think I'm that petty?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face lit up with a smile. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Bai Zhou's lips. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire gymnasium faded into the background, all the scenery converging on the radiance of her smile. Su Yuanhao, watching this unfold beside them, was frozen in place. This was Lang Ling? The Lang Ling who never showed a shred of warmth to anyone? The ice queen he'd secretly adored for 5 years without daring to confess? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed this delicate young woman before him was the same person etched in his memory. Yet, bearing witness to this scene only deepened Su Yuanhao's devastation, as if his entire worldview had crumbled. Lang Ling. Who is he? Who is this man? A thunderous roar erupted from the noisy gymnasium. 184, you wanna mess with me? After that roar, every pair of eyes in the stadium turned toward them, or more accurately, toward Su Yuanhao, who had completely lost his composure. Bai Zhou scratched his ear, about to speak, when Lang, still in his arms, turned to face the man and said calmly. "First, your voice is too loud. It's rude and I find it annoying. Second, who he is has nothing to do with you. But I'll tell you anyway, he's the person I like. Any more questions?" Cold Ling's appearance now was exactly as Su Yuanhao remembered it, but he had no time for reminiscence. The raging fire of jealousy burning within him had long since drowned his reason. 5 years? Did she even know how he'd endured these past 5 years? To be fair, Su Yuanhao wasn't bad looking and he was quite capable. Fresh out of university for just a year, he now earned 200,000 yuan monthly. Not just among his peers, but across all of Jiangxia, he was considered relatively accomplished. Girls who pursued him weren't scarce, in fact, there were many. Yet, he had always held on to his admiration for his high school goddess, the one he longed to pursue, so he had never dated anyone. He planned to wait until Lang Ling entered the workforce, weathered society's harsh realities, and then appear before her like a savior. With overwhelming force, he'd resolve every problem in her life. By then, how could she not fall for him? Thus, despite his frequent, unanswered inquiries, he remained unfazed. He never imagined Lang Ling could be claimed by another during university, a confidence rooted not in his own merits, but in his deep understanding of her character. It could be said that Su Yuanhao, confidently sitting on his fishing platform, had abandoned an entire forest to pursue the single flower that was Lang Ling. Yet today, he discovered that someone had already beaten him to the punch. How could he not lose his mind? Rage, jealousy, and confusion swirled in his mind. Lang Ling's current coldness only fueled his frustration at being denied. With so many emotions tangled together, he felt like he'd explode if he held it in any longer. But this rage couldn't be directed at Lang Ling, he couldn't bear it. She was his goddess. So his spearhead could only be aimed at Bai Zhou, the man who had swept his goddess into his arms. Yes, in Su Yuanhao's eyes, Lang Ling hadn't thrown herself at Bai Zhou willingly. It had to be Bai Zhou who'd schemed and plotted to win the beauty's heart. Kid! Get your filthy hands off her! Do you think Lang Ling is someone you can just hold? Bai Zhou watched the man, now utterly consumed by rage, and gave a cold, mocking smile. His expression mirrored Lang Ling's perfectly. He tightened his grip around her waist and retorted. What? I can't hold her, but you can? Didn't you even ask if Lang Ling agreed? Lang Ling expressed her stance through action. She turned around, wrapping herself completely around Bai Zhou, burying her face against his chest as she murmured softly. Bai Zhou, let's go. I don't want to see him anymore. Bai Zhou lifted Lang Ling's legs upward, cradling her entire body in his arms. Fine, let's go. Just as he turned to leave, Su Yuanhao shouted angrily. Lang Ling! What did that guy do to you? This isn't like you. It's not. Bai Zhou halted, sighing. No, I mean, do you have to be so persistent? You're a man, aren't you? Can't you show a little grace? It's fake. It's fake. Lang Ling, tell me, why do you like him? What makes him better than me? The moment these words left his mouth, the onlookers let out a meaningful chorus of TSK sounds. Two young girls whispered to each other. Ugh, I don't know where this guy gets his confidence. What makes him better? Sure, he's got some looks, but that guy over there totally outshines him in the looks department, right? Exactly. So disgusting. When I find a boyfriend, I'll never pick someone so clueless. But Su Yuanhao was oblivious to these whispers, his gaze fixed intently on Lang Ling and Bai Zhou's arms, as if clinging to the last shred of hope. But Lang Ling offered him no such hope. This is the last time I'll speak to you. Please don't bother me again. Let me tell you, Bai Zhou is better than you in every single way. Impossible. He's just some lousy student, a penniless bum who takes you out to deliver food just to make ends meet. How could he possibly be better than me? I earn 20 grand a month now. I'm a mid-level manager at the company. I have a house and a car. How am I worse than him? Hearing Su Yuanhao rant like this, Bai Zhou nearly burst out laughing. Seriously, why compare yourself to me? Why pick this? He pulled out his keys, pressed them, then pointed to the Harley responding outside the door. Bai Zhou said to him. Recognize that bike? I rode this thing to deliver food with her. Su Yuanhao didn't recognize it, which was understandable. His worldly experience wasn't enough to identify a motorcycle worth tens of millions. But among the onlookers, there were those who knew a thing or two. Holy! A Harley Davidson CosmicStarship. A collector's edition motorcycle worth over 10 million. With that exclamation, the entire stadium collectively gasped in awe, the temperature inside the venue seemingly rising instantly. Riding a 10 million yuan motorcycle to deliver food? What kind of family is this? That bike alone could make me financially free, yet he's using it to deliver food? The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Listening to the surrounding crowd's murmurs, Su Yuanhao's long-lost rationality finally returned. As clarity returned, the flush on his face drained away, leaving it pale. Stammering and trembling, Su Yuanhao pointed at Bai Zhou. So what if you have money? What's the big deal? I. Su Yuanhao's mind raced, desperately searching for any way he could be superior to Bai Zhou. This wasn't just about Lang Ling anymore, it was about his dignity. He had to regain his pride. But in terms of ability? How could his monthly income of 20,000 compare to Bai Zhou, who rode a Harley to deliver takeout? Status? Forget it. Education? With his net worth, what use is a degree? Status? That would probably just be humiliating himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Su Yuanhao blurted out. My body's stronger than yours. I work out every day. I'm better at basketball than you. Hearing this, both Bai Zhou and Lang Ling froze.
Then, after holding back for so long, Bai Zhou finally burst out laughing. Truth be told, this was the first time he'd ever met someone who claimed to be physically stronger than him. As for Lang Ling, her face flushed as she recalled how Bai Zhou had worn her out last night. His stamina was simply inhuman. Wasn't it supposed to be enough with just 2 or 3 times? Why did Bai Zhou go at it so many times with her? And each time lasted so long. It took Bai Zhou a long moment to suppress his laughter. Wiping away the tears of amusement, he turned to Su Yuanhao and said, "What? By the look on your face, you're challenging me?" 185. Mind-blowing. Perhaps realizing his words were utterly unbecoming, Su Yuanhao now wore an expression of utter recklessness, like someone who'd given up and was just going to break everything. "Yeah. If you've got the guts, come challenge me to a one-on-one game of bullfighting. If you lose, you better stay away from Lang Ling." Bai Zhou shrugged indifferently. "Well, setting aside whether Lang Ling would even agree to this challenge, what about if I win? What then? Will you truly stop bothering Lang Ling? If you win, then, just like you said, I'll stop bothering Lang Ling." Bai Zhou gave a cold laugh. "I hope you keep your word. Otherwise..." He didn't finish his sentence, but Su Yuanhao could probably read the unspoken meaning from his expression. Bai Zhou lowered his head and whispered to Lang Ling in his arms, "I'm just going to have a little fun with this kid. I'll be back soon." Lang Ling's face betrayed unmistakable concern. "I remember that guy was pretty good at basketball. He was even on our high school team back then. You better be careful." Bai Zhou chuckled. "Don't worry. I may not know how to play basketball, but taking him down will be a piece of cake." He stripped off his delivery uniform and handed it to Lang Ling before following Su Yuanhao onto the court. The original players had already cleared the court, now watching the spectacle with excited expressions. Some of Su Yuanhao's chatty friends started cheering him on. "Go Su! Even if you win, it doesn't guarantee you'll win the girl's heart, but you've got to beat this kid at least once. Where'd your pride go otherwise? Yeah, old Su. Just look at that kid's ball handling, he clearly can't play basketball. You gotta crush him, score 10-0. Just as they said, Bai Zhou, standing across from Su Yuanhao with the ball, truly didn't know how to play basketball. Strictly speaking, this was his first official game against another player. Yet Bai Zhou felt not a shred of panic. Because he possessed elite physical abilities and a remarkable capacity for learning. The game began. Su Yuanhao took the first possession. Beyond the three-point line, he executed a series of smooth between-the-legs dribbles, switching hands with dazzling speed. Bai Zhou's performance perfectly matched the spectators' expectations, no defensive posture whatsoever. He stood rooted to the spot, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed intently on Su Yuanhao's every move. "See? I told you so. This kid really can't play basketball. Even though old Su was being a jerk today, pounding him relentlessly, this kid is just too full of himself. Playing basketball with his hands in his pockets? He's more full of himself than a cruise ship. Exactly. He's got no respect for anyone." Su Yuanhao was also provoked by Bai Zhou's attitude. He made up his mind to thoroughly toy with Bai Zhou. So instead of rushing the attack, he began wildly dribbling around Bai Zhou, zigzagging left and right while throwing in occasional taunts. Yet Bai Zhou remained utterly unmoved, still staring expressionless at him. His gaze seemed to say, "Go ahead, I'll just watch you." Finally, Su Yuanhao couldn't hold back any longer. He came to a screeching halt right in front of Bai Zhou and launched a perfectly executed fadeaway jumper. The ball swished cleanly through the net, a beautiful swish. "Nice shot! Nice shot, old Su! Teach this kid a lesson." Su Yuanhao grinned triumphantly, taunting. "What's the matter? Scared stiff? Come on, at least move a little." Having memorized every detail of Su Yuanhao's movements, Bai Zhou silently rehearsed them in his mind. Once he felt he had fully grasped the dribbling technique, he turned to pick up the basketball lying on the ground. He tossed it up and down with one hand, gauging its weight and estimating the force needed for his shot. Only when everything was clear in his mind did Bai Zhou look up at Su Yuanhao. "Next, you won't make a single shot, while I'll sing 10 in a row." Before Su Yuanhao could react, the surrounding crowd erupted. "Wait, did you hear what that kid just said?" "I heard it. That kid's got some nerve. Old Su might not be the best around here, but his skills are definitely top 3. And this guy, who clearly hasn't touched a ball in his life, dares to say he'll make old Su miss every single shot after this. That's not cocky, it's plain stupid." Su Yuanhao finally registered the remark, his face shifting from shock to thick mockery. "Did I hear that right? You think I won't make a single shot after this? And you can sing 10 straight? Seriously, where'd you get the nerve? Did Fish Liang give it to you?" The Lang Ling knew nothing about basketball. Hearing others doubt Bai Zhou made her worry. She hadn't planned to enforce the bet, it was between Bai Zhou and Su Yuanhao, after all, but she couldn't bear seeing Bai Zhou bullied, even on the court. Her gaze toward Bai Zhou was filled with worry. Bai Zhou, however, returned a smile. He moved his lips, and from the shape of his mouth, she could tell he was telling her to relax. After withdrawing her gaze, Bai Zhou gestured for Su Yuanhao, who stood across from him wearing a sneer, to continue. Su Yuanhao curled his lip and declared,
Don't even think about touching the ball in this game. Then he instantly lowered his body and launched a swift attack from Bai Zhou's left side. This time, Bai Zhou didn't stand rooted like before. Instead, as if anticipating Su Yuanhao's path before he even started, he moved ahead of him. With a light scoop, the ball flew from Su Yuanhao's hands. Bai Zhou then took a diagonal step, gathered the ball with his right hand, and it landed in his grasp. It all happened in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Bai Zhou had nearly scooped, stepped, and gathered and Su Yuanhao's ball was stolen. They were stunned. Did I just see that? What just happened? Old Su got stripped? How is that possible? Wait, is he that skilled? Didn't he say he'd never played before? Mirroring the crowd's reaction, Su Yuanhao stared at his empty hands, then at Bai Zhou calmly dribbling beyond the three-point line, his face frozen in utter disbelief. What just happened? I got stolen by this Bai Zhou? Bai Zhou watched his dazed expression, chuckled, and called out. Hey, keep spacing out like that, and I'll shoot this thing. Su Yuanhao clenched his fists, trying to reassure himself. It's fine. I was just too careless earlier, and he got lucky with that steal. As long as I stay focused now, it shouldn't be a problem. He slapped his own cheeks, his eyes flashing with determination as he sprinted toward Bai Zhou. Just as he was about to close in, Bai Zhou mimicked Su Yuanhao's earlier stance, leaping high into the air with a sudden burst of speed. Shielding the ball with his left hand, he flicked his right wrist lightly. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, sinking straight through the net. 186 Bai Zhou, you cheater. Watching the ball bounce on the court, the crowd fell silent in stunned disbelief. Perfect shooting form, perfect arc, perfect swish. Even the harshest critic couldn't find a single flaw in this shot. More importantly, Bai Zhou had perfectly replicated Su Yuanhao's earlier basket, same spot, same form, same swish through the net. To these regular players, this act was a blatant provocation, a direct slap in the face. Su Yuanhao's teammates all felt a pang of recognition. Putting themselves in his shoes, if they'd faced such a shot from an opponent, their composure would have shattered. The guy scored using your exact same move, only it looked even cooler and more effortless. It was enough to make you want to spit blood. Sure enough, upon witnessing Bai Zhou's goal, Su Yuanhao's face turned every shade of color, pale, flushed, and white like a spilled dye vat. His trembling finger pointed at Bai Zhou. You. Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow he hated being pointed at. If you don't retract that finger immediately, you won't be able to use that finger anymore. The words barely left his mouth when a palpable aura of lethal intent erupted from Bai Zhou's body. To Su Yuanhao, already driven half-mad by Bai Zhou's provocation, the man now resembled a bloodthirsty demon brandishing a slaughtering blade poised to cleave his throat. Terrified, he shrieked. Ah! His legs buckled, and Su Yuanhao actually collapsed to his knees in terror. Those around them, unaware of the situation, only saw Su Yuanhao point at Bai Zhou. After Bai Zhou spoke a single sentence, Su Yuanhao was so terrified his legs gave way. What the hell? How could Su Yuanhao be such a coward? Yeah, whatever that kid said, it couldn't have scared him this badly. When we played ball together before, I thought he was a decent guy. Who knew he was such a spineless coward? Seeing Su Yuanhao's pathetic state, Bai Zhou lost all desire to engage with him. He reined in his hostility and shook his head. With that kind of attitude, what gives you the nerve to pursue Lang Ling? Su Yuanhao, still kneeling on the ground, hadn't regained his composure yet, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Blah blah blah. In this state, Bai Zhou couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. He tapped the basketball casually and said, "If you want to back out of this bet, you can do that. You can leave right now. And remember what you said, don't bother Lang Ling again. Otherwise." The mere mention of Lang Ling seemed to jolt Su Yuanhao back to his senses. He shuddered, finally realizing how utterly pathetic his earlier behavior had been. But things had come this far, giving up now meant losing even the last shred of goodwill he might have left with. Lang Ling continuing the fight at least showed her he wasn't the type to quit easily. Of course, this was merely wishful thinking on his part. As for Lang Ling, had never harbored the slightest affection for Su Yuanhao. The king dreams, but the goddess has no heart. Watching Su Yuanhao struggle to his feet, Bai Zhou curled his lip. A sucker really does have tenacious vitality. But this suited Bai Zhou just fine. He'd just learned to play basketball and was in the thick of it. He beckoned Su Yuanhao with a finger, flashing a wicked grin as he instantly accelerated. Like a ghostly apparition, Bai Zhou appeared before Su Yuanhao in an instant. By the time Su Yuanhao reacted, crossing his legs and spreading his arms to defend, Bai Zhou's left hand gave a light push, sending the ball through Su Yuanhao's legs. With a quick sidestep, Bai Zhou appeared behind him, scooped up the ball, and charged toward the basket in 2 strides. He planted his feet, twisted his hips, and spun 360 degrees midair, slamming the ball through the hoop with precision. Holy, a dunk. Holy, bro. I've been playing on this court for years, and this is the first time I've ever seen anyone dunk. That vertical leap. That hang time. How freaking cool is that? Unlike the guys on the court, the girls in the gym weren't focused on technique or athleticism. All they saw was Bai Zhou soaring through the air like a celestial being, effortlessly dunking the ball with an ethereal grace. Wow. So freaking handsome.
Handsome guy, I'm yours. Handsome guy, look at me. Jianxia Rukawa Wakid. What the hell is Jianxia Ruokuma Fuji?
Hearing the girl's blood-curdling screams, Lang Ling became as alert as a cat, eyes wide as she scanned the gym. She was determined to see which fox spirits were plotting against her Bai Zhou. But to her dismay, she discovered that every single girl in the gym seemed to have designs on Bai Zhou. Not even the resentful glances from their boyfriends could stop them from cheering him on. Yet, fueled by her own confidence, she didn't feel particularly threatened. Instead, she felt a small, secret thrill. Her crush was such an outstanding guy. Lang Ling silently gave herself a mental high five. After landing softly after his dunk, Bai Zhou paid no mind to the gymnasium's current uproar. He didn't acknowledge the enthusiastic girls either. He merely glanced at Lang Ling, whose eyes were sparkling with stars, before turning to the dazed Su Yuanhao and asking, "Continue?" Su Yuanhao nodded mechanically, his expression as blank as a zombie's. A faint smile played on Bai Zhou's lips as he dribbled forward once more. Soon, the one-on-one showdown, a nightmare Su Yuanhao would recall for years to come, came to an end. Bai Zhou defeated him 10-1. After sinking his first shot, Su Yuanhao never touched the ball again, exactly the opposite of what he declaimed. Don't even think about touching the ball in this game. Now, those words felt like a harsh slap across Su Yuanhao's own face. Indeed, someone couldn't touch the ball, but that someone was himself. This game shattered Su Yuanhao's dreams. Not only did he lose his goddess, but his basketball dream vanished too. After that day, no one in that stadium ever saw him again. Unlike Su Yuanhao, however, Bai Zhou was having the time of his life. By studying Su Yuanhao's basketball techniques, he had mastered the sport completely. Without exaggeration, his physical prowess now allowed him to rival some professional athletes in this game. Feeling physically and mentally refreshed, Bai Zhou wrapped his arm around Lang Ling's waist as they walked out of the stadium, his face beaming with a broad smile. As they mounted the motorcycle, Bai Zhou was about to start it when Lang Ling murmured softly from behind him, "Bai Zhou, you lied." He froze. When had he lied? "Ha? Did I lie to you?" "You did. Where did I ever lie to you?" Bai Zhou was baffled. "You're such a great basketball player, yet you claimed you couldn't play. You had me worrying about you the whole time." Though Bai Zhou couldn't see it, Lang Ling still pouted and hurt. Bai Zhou suddenly recalled saying something like that at the beginning, but back then, he really didn't know how to play basketball. How could he explain this? 187. How many more surprises does Bai Zhou have in store? Bai Zhou rode his motorcycle with Lang Ling on the back, cruising leisurely down the road. "It's true, I wasn't lying back then, I really couldn't play basketball." "No way. Except for that first shot where you didn't move, everything after that was pure showmanship. You have no idea, watching you play nearly mesmerized every girl in the gym." "Oh, Miss Lang getting jealous?" "Put. Who's jealous?" "I'm angry. You lied." "Ha, I really didn't lie. Do you know why I stood there motionless on that first shot?" "Why?" "Because I was watching how Su Yuanhao played basketball. I was learning the game by studying his moves." "Really? But how do you learn something like that?" "By observing his muscle movements. Besides, even though I'd never played basketball before, I'd seen others play a few times. So as long as I watched his movements clearly and combined them with what I'd seen before, I could synthesize it all and learn it." Although Bai Zhou's explanation sounded exaggerated, for some reason Lang Ling found herself instinctively believing him. Truthfully, her sulking stemmed more from how Bai Zhou's performance had drawn so much attention. Those girls had genuinely startled her, their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Even though she was confident in herself, she couldn't stop those girls, drawn to Bai Zhou, from throwing themselves at him. Having someone you like be so charismatic meant your taste was good, but when that charm was too overwhelming, it brought its own set of headaches. Frustrated, Lang Ling lightly pounded Bai Zhou's back, half complaining, half whining. "Why do you have to be so perfect? It's driving me crazy." Bai Zhou chuckled and shook his head. "Just playing basketball makes you this nervous. If you knew my full identity, you'd probably be scared to tears." At that thought, Bai Zhou's expression suddenly turned grave. He realized that while he had many women in his life now, none of them knew his full identity. Chen Yueying knew the most, but still not everything. Lang Ling, meanwhile, only knew he was capable and wealthy. She had no idea what his actual background truly was. A sudden impulse seized Bai Zhou. He wanted to confess his true identity to Lang Ling. He longed for someone who understood him completely, someone he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally revealing something that might frighten her. That way, he could be completely open around her, shed all pretense, and simply be his authentic self. The thought had taken root in his mind and was growing stronger by the second. He decided to try. But not now. They were still on the road, and he still had to ride his bike. If he told her and scared her, and something happened, that would be bad. He'd wait until they got home. With his mind made up, Bai Zhou twisted the throttle. The Harley engine roared beneath him as he accelerated forward. Racing home at breakneck speed, Bai Zhou pulled Lang Ling off the bike. She'd been about to act coy, but seeing the gravity on his face, she said nothing and obediently let him lead her home by the hand. Bai Zhou pulled her onto the sofa, drew her into his embrace, and stroked her hair as he asked softly,
Senior, do you know who I am? Lang Ling was puzzled by the question. You're Bai Zhou? Who else could you be? Bai Zhou shook his head and continued. I mean, do you know my identity? Identity? Lang Ling thought carefully. Well, you're a freshman and already a campus sensation. You took a long leave of absence right after enrollment, then returned to kick that black sheep Professor Ji Wenkai out of school. After that, you even crossed the notorious old Qi the demon and still walked away unscathed. Plus, your academic skills are top-notch. That's you. Bai Zhou lowered his head to inhale the faint orchid scent in Lang Ling's hair. Resolved, he said. Yes, senior, everything you said is true, just not the whole truth. Incomplete? Well, beyond my roles at the university, I also. Ah. I know. You're also close with Mayor Zhou. And you have a foreign assistant named John. Lang Ling gave him a look that said, I know all this already, so hurry up and compliment me. Bai Zhou tightened his grip, pulling her closer. Yeah, but do you know why I'm close with Mayor Zhou? Why I have a foreign assistant named John? As if sensing Bai Zhou was about to reveal something important, Lang Ling lifted her head and met his gaze directly. I don't know. I've never thought about those things. Have you heard of Hongqing Network? I've heard of it. My father mentioned this company to me. Oh? What did your father say? He said this company owes its success entirely to its behind-the-scenes boss. My dad really admires this person, calling him the most visionary and capable individual he's ever encountered. He managed to transform a company worth just a few million into a giant with a market value exceeding 20 billion in such a short time, truly remarkable. Bai Zhou smiled. Wow, I had no idea my uncle would praise me like that. What are you talking about? My dad was praising the mastermind behind Hongqing Network. When did he ever praise you? What are you saying? Bai Zhou smiled without responding. Lang Ling finally caught on. You're the mastermind behind Hongqing Network? Bai Zhou nodded. Lang Ling, clutched in his arms, was utterly stunned. The business tycoon her father held in such high regard was actually this young man under 20 whom she admired? Bai Zhou gently rubbed her cheek, continuing with a statement that was nothing short of astonishing. I'm also the second largest shareholder of LVMH Group. John is the assistant sent by LVMH headquarters to support me. Plus, I'm collaborating with the young masters of the Gu and Lu families in the capital to make money in the international financial markets. Recently, I've also connected with the Lu family in the capital, yes, the very Lu family that proposed the new standards for coming to China. In just one sentence, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, causing Lang Ling's brain to feel like it had crashed. When Bai Zhou revealed himself as the mastermind behind Hongqing Network, Lang Ling felt an immense surge of delight. Her father was also a businessman who had achieved modest success in Jiangxia. She had always worried he might not approve of Bai Zhou, but learning that Bai Zhou was the business tycoon her father most admired instantly dispelled all her fears. Yet, Bai Zhou's subsequent words gradually transformed that surprise into sheer terror. Bai Zhou's identity was this terrifying? 188 back down? No way. I'll chase relentlessly. The fact that he was the mastermind behind Hongqing Network was manageable. While it surprised Lang Ling, it mostly filled her with joy because the man she liked was as capable as he was handsome. But the subsequent revelations left her bewildered. They surpassed everything she could comprehend. Second largest shareholder of LVMH Group? That fashion industry giant? LVMH Group, with a market value exceeding $100 billion? What did it even mean to be the second largest shareholder of such a colossal conglomerate? Honestly, Lang Ling couldn't fathom it. While her family possessed modest wealth, their assets amounted to mere tens of millions. Not only did they pale in comparison to LVMH, they couldn't even hold a candle to Hongqing Network. Not to mention, Bai Zhou had business ties with the Gu family and the young master of the Lu family in the capital. Both families wielded immense influence across China's political and business spheres, possessing first-rate capabilities and status. The caliber of individuals qualified to partner with them was beyond Lang Ling's reach. Even her father lacked the standing to be acquainted with them. Add to that the Lu family, currently riding high on their recent success. Suddenly, Lang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of unreality as she looked at the boy holding her. She couldn't help but ask herself, was she truly worthy of this Bai Zhou? She herself was a capable student, reasonably attractive, and in good shape. But ultimately, she was just a 20-year-old girl who hadn't yet stepped into the real world. And the person she loved? To put it simply, his current wealth and status surpassed 99% of all people in China, and perhaps even the entire world. The gap between her and Bai Zhou was truly as vast as heaven and earth. Like Cinderella finding her prince in a fairy tale, Lang Ling had found hers too. But the problem was that was a fairy tale. Facing the chasm between her status and Bai Zhou's, she felt only one thing. Anxiety. Endless anxiety. The gap was too vast, so vast Lang Ling couldn't even fathom its true magnitude. How could a firefly ever compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Her eyes, once vibrant with spirit, now lay still as stagnant water. Though she hid it, Bai Zhou saw it and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow.
He knew that if he revealed his true identity to Lung Ling, she might struggle to accept it at first.
But he hadn't anticipated the blow would be this devastating.
He even glimpsed a flicker of fear in Lang Ling's eyes. This pained him deeply. He never wanted Lang Ling to feel any sense of distance or alienation toward him because of his identity. But he desperately needed someone who could accept all his identities and still get along with him normally.
Sighing, Bai Zhou kissed Lang Ling's forehead and said, "Don't overthink it.
I'm telling you this not for any other reason, simply because I don't want to hide it from you." As if awakened by Bai Zhou's kiss, a thought suddenly exploded in Lang Ling's mind.
Right now, I'm undoubtedly not worthy of Bai Zhou. But I'm still young. I have time. I can work hard to become worthy of him.
He runs a company, he's a shareholder in LVMH, he has partnerships with the Gu and Lu families, none of that matters.
What does he need? Lang Ling's mind raced.
As a sharp young woman, she swiftly found a solution. She didn't want to cling to Bai Zhou's side merely because of her youth and beauty. She wanted to become someone he truly needed. Bai Zhou was startled to see Lang Ling's demeanor shift dramatically in his arms. Her earlier confusion and helplessness gave way to fierce determination.
Before he could speak, Lang Ling took the initiative.
I'm going to study hard from now on, Bai Zhou. I might not be able to stick to you every day anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't like you or that my feelings have lessened, not at all.
Don't overthink it.
I just want to enrich myself, to catch up to your pace. Even if I can't walk beside you, I hope I can at least be someone who can help you in some small way. Hearing this, Bai Zhou's face flashed with surprise before gradually softening. He sensed the immense resolve behind her words. His voice grew tender as he murmured,
"But that will be so hard.
I'm not afraid of hardship.
No matter how hard it gets, I won't be afraid. What I fear is that someday I won't even be able to see your back anymore." Lang Ling showed no sign of backing down.
I know it will be difficult, but I know even more that I cannot back down.
Otherwise. Lang Ling gazed at him with unwavering devotion, reaching out to gently caress his cheek.
Otherwise, sooner or later, a girl younger and prettier than me will take my place.
Bai Zhou gave a bitter smile. Do I seem that fickle to you?
No, it's just that I know, with your abilities and status, you'll never lack for beautiful women.
I don't want to be a mere ornament by your side, I want to be needed by you. Complex emotions swirled within Bai Zhou at that moment.
He brought Lang Ling along to deliver takeout, hoping she'd give up and leave him alone for the afternoon to catch his breath. But she'd persisted. What he hadn't anticipated was that a sudden impulse would actually achieve his original goal.
It just turned out a little too well.
After uttering those words, Lang Ling pressed herself tightly against Bai Zhou's chest one last time.
She took a deep breath, then mustered immense willpower to stand up from his embrace.
With a forced light-hearted smile, she said,
"All right, I'm off to study.
I might not come see you as often from now on. I'm afraid I'll lose control and want to stick to you like glue whenever I see you.
But if you miss me, you can come find me anytime."
Bai Zhou watched her walk out the door, completely caught off guard. His hand, suspended mid-air, along with the words of protest that had risen to his throat, retracted silently. He shook his head and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Here she was, making such a huge sacrifice just to be with you, and this is how you respond with some half-hearted pretense of trying to keep her? But hey, maybe it's for the best.
Hang in there, Lang Ling.
I'm looking forward to the day you stand by my side, facing everything together. It must be said, being liked by a girl like Lang Ling was truly a stroke of luck.
But soon after, rumors began circulating around school that were unfavorable to Bai Zhou.
When he heard them, he found himself both amused and exasperated because he couldn't even refute them. The rumors claimed Bai Zhou started things only to abandon her.
Lang Ling returned to the library to study alone.
The school's beauty weeps over her desk in the library, her heartbreak deep and profound.
Step into the gossip. Uncover the full story of Bai Zhou and Lang Ling's romantic entanglement.
He hadn't abandoned her, but Lang Ling had indeed returned to the library to study alone. And he really wanted to know what that weeping over her desk business was all about. There were even photos. They looked so real, but Bai Zhou had no clue. The funniest part is that Step into the Gossip claims their relationship isn't even over yet, and they already have the whole story.
What the heck is going on here? 189 Taekwondo Club President.
Bai Zhou did consider seeking out Lang Ling to directly clear up these rumors and ask her about that crying incident at her desk. But Lang Ling had just declared she'd defocus on studying and minimize their meetings to avoid losing control and getting too cozy with him again. All this fuss over rumors that were never important to begin with. Bai Zhou thought it over and decided against it. Though he didn't go see Lang Ling, he did give her a call.
"Senior Lang, why were you crying over your desk in the library? Did something happen? Or is someone picking on you?" "Ha? When did I ever cry over a library desk? Don't deny it, someone even took a photo. Don't believe me?
I'll send it to you." Bai Zhou sent the photo to Lang Ling. After seeing it, she giggled.
"What nonsense! I was just resting my head on the desk because I was exhausted. How did that turn into me crying over my desk? Who took this picture? How annoying."
Hearing Lang Ling's response, Bai Zhou was utterly speechless.
What a waste of worry, so the whole story was just made up from that one photo. Whoever snatched that photo better pray they don't get caught by Bai Zhou, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Just then, Long Ling's tone on the phone suddenly turned coquettish. Didn't I tell you not to contact me so soon? Do you have any idea how much willpower it took me these past few days to resist seeing you? Bai Zhou felt a twinge of reluctance as he said. If it's too hard, maybe we should just call it off? You don't have to study anymore. I promise I won't let you down. No, I still have to study. Even though I want to see you so badly, I need to keep improving myself to be able to stay by your side longer in the future. Sighing, Bai Zhou gave up trying to persuade her. Then, make sure to rest properly. Don't push yourself too hard. Got it. Unlike the peaceful exchange between Bai Zhou and Lang Ling, rumors about the two of them were now swirling like a storm throughout the campus. Boys and girls alike had become lively again, especially the male students secretly infatuated with Lang Ling and the female students who harbored quiet crushes on Bai Zhou. They all secretly rejoiced. The barbecue stall by the school gate saw another surge in business. Unlike last time, this time they grilled skewers and drank alcohol while chanting. My youth is back. I'm in love again. He still loves me. He's just been temporarily blinded by that little vixen. This scene only reinforced the barbecue stall owner's belief that the students at this school were extraordinary. Breaking up and falling in love simultaneously, could it be a school-wide arrangement? If only my son had gone to this school, he wouldn't be in his late 30s and still single. Sigh. Beyond those celebrating their idol's single status and renewed hopes, the school forum buzzed with even more excitement. They were locked in a heated debate over one question. Is Bai Zhou really a jerk? The debate had two sharply divided camps. One was the self-proclaimed goddess guardians, a group of Lang Ling's admirers. Their unanimous stance: Bai Zhou is a total jerk. He toyed with Lang Ling's feelings, used her, and then dumped her. He's not even human. The opposing side, however, is formed by a fan club spontaneously organized by girls who adore Bai Zhou. Their viewpoint is, if Lang Ling hadn't been the one persistently pursuing him and throwing herself at him from the start, how could Bai Zhou have ended up with her? So this is all Lang Ling's own doing, and has nothing to do with Bai Zhou. How to put it, this has a distinct fandom vibe. The two factions clashed fiercely on the school forum. But in terms of firepower, the boys simply couldn't match the girls' battle-hardened fandom experience. The young men were utterly crushed by their barrage of snide remarks, not a single swear word in sight, yet packed with maximum sarcasm. Their frustration spilled over, fueling even deeper resentment toward Bai Zhou. Among them was a heavyweight figure. Lin Fining, president of the school's taekwondo club. Lin Fining was a classmate of Lang Ling's. Ever since he enrolled, he'd openly harbored feelings for her, publicly confessing his love 6 times in various settings. Lang Ling had ignored the first 5 attempts completely, walking away without even glancing at him. The only time they'd actually spoken, she'd uttered just one question. Who are you? Lin Fining was instantly overcome with emotion. How does that saying go? Perseverance pays off. 3 years, 3 whole years. He finally got to speak with Lang Ling. That night, according to rumors circulating within the Taekwondo club, their 7th degree black belt president got completely drunk. He was dancing around joyfully in their training room. It was well known that the 7th Dan rank was only awarded to individuals of exceptional scholarly achievement and significant contribution to the development of Taekwondo. The fact that Lin Fining had attained this rank at such a young age was testament to his extraordinary ability. Yet when faced with Lang Ling, he willingly transformed into a fawning sycophant, a sycophant so insignificant that Lang Ling didn't even know his name. One could only imagine how he felt upon learning Lang Ling had been abandoned by Bai Zhou. While preparing for his grand 7th confession, he simultaneously unleashed a torrent of online abuse against Bai Zhou, branding him a scumbag and venting Lang Ling's anger. Thus, he naturally became the frontman of the goddess's online defense squad in the virtual debates. Consequently, he endured the most relentless, densest, and fiercest barrage of sarcastic jabs from the girls. This directly caused Lin Fining's mental breakdown, a fit of impotent rage that had him slamming his fist on the table in frustration. His furious roar echoed throughout the entire Taekwondo club. Ah! Why are they so good at insulting people? Why? Why do their reports against me always get through, but mine never get through when I report them? His timid underling whispered from the sidelines. President, it's because you used profanity. They didn't. Damn it! I only cursed. They're insulting my character, insulting my family, insulting my very DNA. Is the forum admin an idiot? Can't he tell who deserves to be banned more? The kid looked out the window in despair. He figured their Taekwondo club president must have been brainwashed by the other side's insults. At that moment, Lin Fining suddenly fell silent. He leaned on the table, taking a few deep breaths, then looked up at his younger brother. A flash of sharp intelligence flickered in his eyes. I admit I can't out-troll them online. A gentleman fights with his fists, not his mouth. They want to defend that scumbag? I'll just challenge that Bai Zhou to a real-life showdown. I'll make them see that scumbags don't get away with it. And who knows, maybe Lang Ling will remember me for standing up for her. Ha! The junior members stared at their president's daydreaming expression, utterly speechless. He sighed wearily. President, you've got it backwards. It's gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists. Bull. If you don't fight, why the hell did you learn Taekwondo? 190 you're going to stand up for Lang Ling?
With his mind made up, Lin Fining wasted no time.
Dressed in his Taekwondo uniform, he dragged his little brother along to confront Bai Zhou.
Seeing his president looking a bit daft, the subordinate rubbed his forehead, shook his head helplessly, and pulled him back.
President, going like this isn't standing up for Lang Ling, you're just heading out to beat Bai Zhou up. Yeah, I'm going to beat the crap out of him. Oh man, you can't just go like that.
If Bai Zhou isn't stupid and reports this to the school, you'll get at least a major disciplinary warning. Besides, Bai Zhou managed to drive away Ji1 Kai, and even old Chi couldn't handle him.
What does that tell you? It means he's got special connections with the school.
If you lay a finger on him, you'll get expelled for sure.
Lin Fining thought about it. That makes sense. Then what should I do? Is there any way I can beat him up without getting expelled?
You're definitely the kind of guy he values. Your brain works fast.
Just listen to what he said. Sure. Our school has tons of people who dislike Lang Ling, and plenty willing to vent their anger for her.
I heard the presidents of the boxing club and kendo club next door are also itching to beat Bai Zhou up.
Captain, why not team up with them?
Have those two provoke Bai Zhou first, then you step in pretending to be fair and impartial, proposing a friendly spar with him.
Just a light exchange, you know? Problem solved. Bull. I'm going to beat him up. How can I stop short of finishing him off? Hey, Captain. Going easy is just the line to trick Bai Zhou into agreeing to spar with you.
When the time comes, a few well-placed punches and kicks will explain everything.
Lin Fining's eyes lit up.
He chuckled happily, slapping his subordinate on the shoulder and saying,
"Yeah, you're the one with the cunning ideas. Alright, I'll go find those two right now."
With that, Lin Fining grinned and headed out to find them. Upon arriving at the boxing club, he was surprised to find the kendo club president was there too.
What's a kendo club president doing in the boxing club? Looking to challenge us? Pfft, then what are you, the taekwondo club president, doing here?
Lin Fining and the two club presidents exchanged knowing smiles. They all understood that their thoughts were apparently the same. Still, things needed to be made explicit.
So, you two are here to get revenge for Lang Ling too, right?
Of course.
Who wouldn't?
And who knows, maybe we can take down Bai Zhou and win Lang Ling's heart in the process.
Just so you know, I'm going first. The boxing club president declared with a carefree grin. No way. We all have the same goal, why should you go first?
The kendo club president slammed his fist on the table, his tone sharp. Lin Fining had also been about to confront the boxing club president, but he remembered the specific instructions his younger brother had given him before leaving. Suppressing his temper, he stepped in as a peacemaker.
Hey, what's with all the bickering? Don't start infighting before we even get to take down Bai Zhou. Here's the plan. First, we all go recruit as many people as possible to be our audience. Then the three of us will challenge Bai Zhou to a fight. Once he accepts, we'll decide who goes first. Sound good? Fair enough.
But first, tell us how you plan to decide.
Easy. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes first. It's settled then. Best of 3.
After finalizing their plan, the three agreed to meet at Bai Zhou's classroom door in 15 minutes. They then split up, each heading off to recruit supporters to cheer them on and spread the word about the challenge.
Lin Fining returned to the taekwondo club and immediately sought out his sidekick.
Together, they first gathered all club members, then mobilized them to bring along their roommates and friends. Soon, they had assembled a large group.
Lin Fining offered each person 50 yuan to follow him to find Bai Zhou. Don't worry. You'll just follow me to Bai Zhou's classroom door. Once he agrees, you'll come back with us. You only need to watch the sparring, no need to lift a finger. Afterwards, you'll just need to post online and spread the word quickly. Make sure the whole school knows, this time, it's our taekwondo club taking revenge for senior Lang Ling.
After Lin Fining's underlings explained everything to the group, he led the large crowd in a grand procession toward Bai Zhou's classroom. Along the way, they encountered members of the boxing club and kendo club. Like the taekwondo club, both had gathered large groups. Once the three clubs converged, the crowd swelled to an enormous size conservatively estimated at no fewer than 200 people. Such a large group naturally drew attention as they walked. Some curious onlookers even followed behind, wanting to see what would happen. When they finally reached the door of Bai Zhou's classroom, the three club presidents leading the group noticed something peculiar. Unlike the stunned expressions of the others inside, Bai Zhou sat at his desk reading a book, never once lifting his head. He seemed completely oblivious to their presence. This infuriated the three club presidents. Wasn't Bai Zhou deliberately ignoring them? Where was their pride supposed to go? The boxing club president, known for his explosive temper, took the lead and bellowed. "You scumbag Bai Zhou! Get out here! We're here to avenge Lang Ling." The roar carried the same thunderous force as Zhang Fei's legendary shout at the Dangyang Bridge. Everyone in the classroom felt their eardrums nearly burst, Bai Zhou included. He'd been happily immersed in the ocean of knowledge when this outburst abruptly shattered his train of thought. He shot a dark glare at the boxing club president and asked coldly, "Did your parents never teach you manners? Or did you come straight from an orphanage?" Stunned by Bai Zhou's retort, the boxing club president was thoroughly confused. Wait, how dare this kid talk back? Can't he see how many people I've got behind me? How does he have the nerve to insult me? The kendo club president, clutching his bamboo sword nearby, also felt a pang of unease. Is this Bai Zhou out of his mind? Can't he see we've got over 200 people here? Isn't he scared? Lin Fining was puzzled too, but when his henchman nudged his arm, he remembered the plan they'd discussed earlier. Stepping forward, he affected a nonchalant tone. "Mr. Bai Zhou, it's like this. Your recent actions toward Ms. Langling have upset many students on campus. So I, Lin Fining, have decided to step forward and stand up for Ms. Langling. Of course, I don't intend to harm you. I simply wish to invite you to a sparring match, nothing more than a friendly exchange. If you lose, you must apologize to Ms. Langling." As he finished speaking, his henchman behind him shouted loudly, "Way to go, Lin. Standing up for Langling while keeping it civil, you're a true gentleman." Spurred on by his sidekick, others gradually voiced their approval of Lin Fining's approach. Some girls even started cheering him on. Bai Zhou heard Lin Fining's words and laughed bitterly. He asked coldly, "What? You lot are going to stick up for Langling? 191 Everyone here is trash." "Yes. I stand up for Langling," Lin Fining declared, chest puffed out proudly. But before he could finish, the boxing club president and kendo club president beside him snapped out of it. Pointing at Lin Fining, they both exclaimed, "Damn it, you bastard. This was supposed to be about all of us standing up for Langling. When did it become your decision alone? And it's not you sparring with him, it's the winner of the rock-paper-scissors match between the three of us who gets to spar with Bai Zhou. You're breaking the rules of martial honor." Hearing their accusations, Lin Fining lost his temper. "You two are bad-mouthing me in front of everyone? You two are talking nonsense. The most important thing right now is to stand up for Langling, yet you're arguing over who should go first? I suggested it first, so of course I go first. Don't you have any sense of the bigger picture? Fighting amongst ourselves at a time like this. Fine, Lin Fining. You stand on your moral high ground, taking liberties everywhere, completely disregarding us, huh? Let me tell you. Don't think we don't know what you're up to. You just want to be the first to show off, to make a deep impression on Langling, right? Do you think Langling would like someone who plays dirty tricks like you? Exactly. And you're the one who started this fight. What does it have to do with us? You call yourself a gentleman? I say you're nothing but a complete scoundrel. Spit." Lin Fining couldn't stand hearing that. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. But just then, Bai Zhou let out a scoffing laugh. "Ha! That's it? That's the look you're going with to stand up for someone? How about this, you three fight it out first. Once you've reached a consensus through your brawl, then come back to discuss taking a stand? I'm busy. No time to watch your monkey show." With that, he turned to leave the classroom. Lin Fining and his two companions were dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, then shouted in unison at Bai Zhou. "Stop. We've reached an agreement." Bai Zhou halted, his voice dripping with mockery. "Well then, how about we change the venue? This place is clearly too cramped to work." Lin Fining might not be much else, but his reflexes were sharp. He blurted out, "Let's go to our Taekwondo club's training hall." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he turned to the presidents of the kendo and boxing clubs, pleading earnestly. "Let's get there first, stop arguing. If we keep bickering, Bai Zhou will leave." Though grudgingly, the two club presidents reluctantly agreed. While they said nothing, they secretly vowed to outdo each other. "Damn it, picking his own turf, huh? Advertising for the Taekwondo club, huh? You bastard, I'll make sure every single spot in your Taekwondo club is filled with my boxing club members." The boxing club president signaled his members to rush over and stake their claim, making absolutely sure not a single Taekwondo club member could get in. The kendo club president wasn't about to be outdone. He'd thought of this too, sending his own people to follow the boxing club members. Thus, a large group marched toward the Taekwondo club's training hall. Bai Zhou strolled casually at the front, his relaxed demeanor bearing no resemblance to someone about to face a major battle. It felt more like a spring outing. Those behind him watched Bai Zhou's demeanor with growing resentment. That Bai Zhou was such a phony. Yeah, no way he's not nervous at a time like this. He's the president of one of the school's 3 major martial arts clubs. Exactly. I bet Senior Langling fell for his act too. She probably dumped him after realizing he was just putting on a show. What a jerk. What a jerk. I can't figure out why those girls like such a loser. They're still working so hard to defend him online. If they'd spent that time liking me instead, they'd have found someone by now. Who can argue with that? Amidst the sour grapes complaints of a group of 4 no youth, no looks, no height, no physique, no skills, they finally arrived at the Taekwondo club's training hall. Lin Fining, now on his home turf, wore an air of smug confidence, his victory already assured.
He declared triumphantly. What do you think, Bai Zhou? Choosing this place to defeat you isn't that incredibly considerate of me?
Before Bai Zhou could respond, the two club presidents beside him erupted again.
What kind of bull is that? Are you so confident you can win rock paper scissors against both of us? What do you mean defeat Bai Zhou? It's clearly the boxing club president who's going to defeat Bai Zhou. Me, the kendo club president.
Originally, he'd planned to leverage his home turf advantage and overwhelming numbers to pressure them into letting him go first. But glancing around, Lin Fining realized not a single member of his own taekwondo club was present, only their supporters surrounded him.
His clubmates were all blocked at the entrance, unable to get in. He had no choice but to back down. Alright, stop arguing. It's just rock paper scissors. Come on, best of 3.
Just as the three of them huddled together to prepare for the game, Bai Zhou, who had been stretching, lightly hopped up and down, shook out his arms, then addressed the trio.
No need to fight over it. Here's what we'll do, I'm in a hurry. How about you both take me on together?
The three club presidents, who had been about to start the game, all turned to Bai Zhou. Lin Fining looked astonished and said, "You got some nerve, kid.
Do you even know who we are? Me. 7th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Me. 8th degree black belt in Kendo. I. A class 1 boxer. You want to take on all 3 of us? Are you seriously underestimating us? Think I'm trash?"
All 3 glared at him, their eyes wide with fury. The crowd below the stage, dragged in against their will to watch the spectacle, looked utterly bewildered.
Is this Bai Zhou some kind of idiot? This is way too cocky. I bet he can't even beat 1 person. Let alone 3.
He'll soon find out why the flowers bloom so red. I'll be damned if he can keep up that cocky attitude then. But Bai Zhou in the center merely shrugged, then explained earnestly.
Don't misunderstand.
What I mean is, everyone here is trash. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the quick-witted Lin Fining couldn't hold back. He lunged forward in a single stride, delivering a full-force kick straight at Bai Zhou. He put every ounce of strength into that strike, enough to shatter 3 stacked wooden planks. He'd already envisioned Bai Zhou's reaction, crashing to the ground, writhing in agony and wailing in pain. But before his fantasy could fully play out, Bai Zhou casually lifted his foot and met Lin Fining's with a single, effortless kick. A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air as Lin Fining was sent flying like an arrow, crashing right into the 2 club presidents who hadn't had time to intervene. The spectators below had just followed Lin Fining's trajectory to look at Bai Zhou, only to snap their gaze back 3 times faster to where Lin Fining had been sent flying. For a moment, the entire venue was filled with nothing but a collective gasp.
As for Lin Fining, he was knocked unconscious. 192 Long Ling, don't flatter yourselves. The entire Taekwondo club training hall fell deathly silent.
Spectators' jaws dropped to the floor, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired.
Lin Fining charged forward, then flew back? If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that's exactly what happened. So what was Lin Fining doing? Performing acrobatics? He seemed to be kicked out by Bai Zhou. But isn't Bai Zhou supposed to be a martial arts novice? What the hell do you mean he can't fight?
I walked in and saw Bai Zhou beating up Lin Fining.
And you say Bai Zhou can't fight? Holy, that kick from Bai Zhou was kinda badass.
Unfazed by the gasps from the crowd below, Bai Zhou slowly withdrew his foot. He then extended a finger toward the stunned kendo club president and boxing club president standing opposite him, beckoning them with a flick.
I said, hurry up. I'm in a hurry.
The 2 men exchanged a glance at the unconscious Lin Fining lying on the floor, then looked at each other. In each other's eyes, they saw the same grim resolve.
Go, he shouted. He's only 1 man. I'll attack him head-on with kendo, while you use your footwork to circle around to his back.
We'll pincer him from both sides.
Got it. Charge.
The 2 charged at Bai Zhou with wild shrieks. The kendo club president swung his bamboo sword down at Bai Zhou's head. Bai Zhou didn't dodge or block. He simply formed his fingers into a blade and thrust a karate chop through the bamboo sword, piercing the kendo club president's chest. He then snapped his fingers back and delivered a powerful punch to the same spot, knocking him out instantly. Meanwhile, the boxing club president, who had been darting left and right seeking an opening to flank Bai Zhou, saw the kendo club president who had just sworn to tie Bai Zhou up front completely crushed without even a scratch on Bai Zhou. A sense of dread instantly gripped him. Just as he began to retreat, Bai Zhou twisted his waist and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that struck the boxing club president squarely in the shoulder. The force of the blow instantly sent him crashing to his knees. Having knocked out 3 opponents in the blink of an eye, Bai Zhou shook his head.
Not very satisfying. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you've already fallen.
Sliding his hands back into his pockets, Bai Zhou turned his gaze to the crowd below the stage.
You lot, anyone else want to try their luck?
Those who had earlier boasted on forums about beating Bai Zhou to defend Lang Lang now stood frozen below the stage, silent as mice. Not a single one dared lift their head, terrified Bai Zhou might spot them and call them up for a fight. Seeing their cowardly demeanor, Bai Zhou felt his enthusiasm wane. After all, he'd been studying in the classroom for so long. While it was interesting, sitting still for too long made him want to stretch his legs. He just happened to run into a few people who wanted to spar with him, so he'd gone along with it for some fun. But he hadn't even started warming up before they all started passing out, getting dazed, or questioning their very existence. Take that boxing club president, he still hadn't gotten back up. Kneeling on the floor, his eyes glazed over, he was muttering something. If you'd leaned in close, you'd have heard. Why did I learn boxing? Why did I challenge Bai Zhou? Why didn't I just run away earlier? Damn it, my legs are giving out. I can't stand up. Not a single one of you can hold their own. Bai Zhou was thoroughly disappointed. I gave you guys a chance, but you're useless. With a deep sigh, Bai Zhou was about to leave when suddenly the gym doors swung open. Everyone turned to see a slender figure rushing in, frantically scanning the room. Spotting Bai Zhou standing unscathed on the platform, she finally relaxed. Bai Zhou. Are you okay? You scared the life out of me. It was Long Ling. She'd been studying in the library when one of her roommates rushed in and told her. Bad news, Long Ling. That Taekwondo club president Lin Fining teamed up with the Kendo and boxing club presidents to go after Bai Zhou. The three of them said they're going to stand up for you and beat Bai Zhou up. They brought a huge crowd. Hearing this, Long Ling immediately tossed her books aside and dashed out of the library. All the way, she was deeply worried about Bai Zhou. Though she knew Bai Zhou was physically strong, in her eyes, those three were all professionals. And with their numbers, she feared the worst might happen to Bai Zhou. At the same time, her loathing for the ringleader, Lin Fining, grew even stronger. Who asked you to take sides for me? Why are you taking sides for him? What gives you the right to do that? If Bai Zhou gets so much as a hair out of place, I'll never let you off the hook. These thoughts raced through her mind the entire way. Only upon arriving at the Taekwondo dojo and seeing Bai Zhou completely unscathed did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. She immediately threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly to him. You scared the life out of me. Are you crazy? With so many of them, couldn't you have at least tried to hide? Bai Zhou wrapped his arms around her and said softly. See? I'm fine. Don't worry. Those punks aren't a threat to me. What if you'd gotten hurt? What then? Feeling the deep concern radiating from the woman in his arms, Bai Zhou smiled and said. Alright, I'll take this as a lesson. Next time something like this happens, I'll run first, okay? By the way, didn't you say you'd be seeing me less for a long time? Why did you come running over now? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to control yourself? Long Ling's face flushed and she clung tighter. I am afraid. I've already lost control. But I couldn't not come. What if you? He kissed Long Ling's forehead and said. Well, actually, your timing is perfect. The whole school is buzzing with rumors that I dumped you after leading you on, that I abandoned you, that I'm some kind of jerk. You've got to clear my name. Lang Ling nodded, peering out from Bai Zhou's embrace at the stunned onlookers below. The crowd below had watched as Lang Ling rushed in with a look of worry on her face, then threw herself urgently into Bai Zhou's arms. In his embrace, she was as gentle as a little woman. When had they ever seen Lang Ling like this at school? And towards a man. Weren't they supposed to be broken up? This is broken up? So what were we here for again? Weren't we here to stand up for Lang Ling? What the hell kind of stand are you taking now? They're so in love, how dare you demons and monsters try to intervene? Woo, the clown turned out to be me. Ignoring the commotion below the stage, Lang Ling resumed her usual aloof, unapproachable expression and addressed the entire audience. Everyone, I don't know who started the rumor that Bai Zhou and I are having problems. But let me tell you this, don't flatter yourselves. The person I love is Bai Zhou. Even if one day he stops loving me, I will still love him. So, please spread the word, Bai Zhou and I are perfectly fine. I don't need anyone to take sides for me. With that, she turned back to Bai Zhou with renewed tenderness and walked out with him, leaving behind a crowd of self-important meddlers in the training hall, exchanging bewildered glances. 193, a terrifying number. After leaving the training hall, Bai Zhou and Lang Ling paid no further attention to the commotion. Yet those inside the gym spread the entire incident far and wide. Lin Fining could never have imagined she'd become yet another stepping stone in Bai Zhou's meteoric rise. Taekwondo club president Lin Fining challenged Bai Zhou and got knocked out with a single kick. When Lin Fining woke up in the hospital and saw this pin post on the school forum on his phone, he was so enraged he fainted again. The presidents of the Kendo club and boxing club suffered the same fate. According to incomplete post-incident statistics, within a week after the uproar, nearly 60 members withdrew from the three clubs combined. Those who remained hadn't chosen to stay, they'd simply forgotten they'd ever joined. In other words, virtually all active members had quit, leaving the three presidents as lone commanders, helpless and heartbroken. Faced with this situation, Lin Fining and the other two club presidents were utterly helpless. They now dared not even appear before Bai Zhou. Furthermore, after hearing what Lang Ling had said to people in the training hall, the last shred of hope in their hearts shattered. This led to a long period where no one saw these three guys around. Rumor had it that occasionally, one might spot the three of them, looking utterly lost and dejected, sitting together at an off-campus barbecue stall, drinking in silence. But none of this had anything to do with Bai Zhou or Lang Ling. After returning home together, Bai Zhou fully experienced what it meant to be passionately consumed. Though they'd only been apart for a few days, Lang Ling's longing for Bai Zhou had reached its peak. Finally reunited, she let herself go completely, revealing her wild side to him without restraint. Even Bai Zhou found himself supporting his own waist afterward, watching the exhausted Lang Ling who had fallen asleep with a wry smile. His constitution was strong, but the old saying held true, there's no such thing as overworked land, only overworked oxen. Thankfully, Lang Ling had exhausted her energy first. Otherwise, Bai Zhou suspected he'd be drinking goji berry tea the next day. Taking a sip of water, Bai Zhou shook his head as he watched Lang Ling's deep, peaceful sleep. He pulled her close and drifted off himself. The next day, Lang Ling reaped the bitter rewards of her indulgence. She genuinely couldn't get out of bed, so she had to ask Bai Zhou to bring back some books she needed to review from school. While eating the lunch Bai Zhou had prepared, she stole glances at him as he studied, his mind wandering. Bai Zhou, why don't you go sit in the study for a while? Finally, Lang Ling resolved to study seriously. She whispered to Bai Zhou. Huh? Why? Isn't it better for me to stay here with you? It is nice, but I can't concentrate with you here. Bai Zhou laughed heartily, ruffling her hair as he said. Relax, I couldn't do anything to you in your current state anyway. No, that's not it. Lang Ling blushed slightly. She knew exactly what Bai Zhou meant. If you're here, I'll just be too busy looking at you to focus on my book. Get out, get out. Bai Zhou could only shrug. All right then. If anything happens, just call me. I can hear you from the study. All right, now get out. Finally, Bai Zhou gently kissed her cheek before leaving the bedroom for the study. Truth be told, he had planned to spend some time in the study today anyway, as it was another future settlement date. Ever since his last massive win of $1.5 billion, the funds in the company account he co-founded with Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan had ballooned to $16.5 billion. He quickly identified a new target and gone all in once more. Honestly, even Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, men who'd weathered such events multiple times, felt their hearts leap at Bai Zhou's approach. It wasn't fear of loss, but the sheer terror of seeing $16.5 billion vanish from the account in an instant. This thrill far surpassed bungee jumping or skydiving, something the two brothers still couldn't stomach. Yet after today, they would discover that while Bai Zhou's spending habits were hard to stomach, his money-making prowess would leave them equally stunned. This time, Bai Zhou chose not to leverage further. With his current capital reserves, leveraging for profit would easily attract international financial market scrutiny. At that point, both hot money and institutions would significantly influence his next moves. Therefore, he had to stay as low-key as possible. Later on, he would even need to diversify his investments to further reduce attention. Sometimes, being too good at making money is a real headache. Sitting before his computer, Bai Zhou sighed with a touch of self-deprecating humor. Then, he deftly opened the trading interface and began executing orders with practiced ease. Before long, Bai Zhou completed the transaction. Leaning back in his chair with satisfaction, he closed his eyes in deep thought while silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. The moment the words left his lips, Bai Zhou's phone rang. He picked up the phone with a smile. Sure enough, it was Gu Qingji calling. What the hell do you want? Holy, bro. You're amazing. Holy. $3.2 billion. You made $3.2 billion. We've got nearly $5 billion in our account now. That's almost 40 billion renminbi. Gu Qingji's maniacally excited roar blared through the phone. Bai Zhou instinctively held it away from his ear with a look of disgust. He dug his fingers into his ears and casually replied. All right. Why are you yelling so loud? It's just $5 billion. Is it embarrassing to get so excited? Dude. For you, $5 billion is nothing, but for us too, this is the ultimate proof of our foresight. And that $5 billion includes our 500 million each. That's nearly 4 billion yuan. Who would have thought that in less than half a year, our 50 million yuan could turn into 500 million bucks? At that moment, Lu Xinhuan chimed in. Yeah, bro. If we can get our hands on this money, I'll have more cash than my dad. I'll see if he still objects to me working with you this time. After the initial excitement subsided, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan finally calmed down. They said to Bai Zhou. Brother, we've made up our minds. We're heading home immediately to show our families what you're capable of. I refuse to believe those old men could remain unmoved by such a staggering figure. On the other end, Bai Zhou pondered silently. He realized he did need to meet the elders of the Gu and Lu families soon. Relying solely on Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan's words wouldn't suffice. Their influence alone couldn't shield him from the growing curiosity surrounding him. With that thought, he told them. All right, go ahead. I need to prepare anyway. It's time I paid a visit to the capital. 194. An invitation from the capital. After hanging up, Bai Zhou stretched lazily.
It was foreseeable that the true power holders of the Gu and Lu families would take an interest in Bai Zhou. They would undoubtedly want to meet this man who had amassed staggering wealth in less than half a year. Coincidentally, Bai Zhou also had plans to deepen cooperation with them, making this a perfect match. Moreover, the initiative still lay firmly in Bai Zhou's hands. After resting briefly in his study, Bai Zhou headed to the bedroom to check on Leng Ling's condition. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the imperial capital, the Gu family was about to stage a grand drama. Given their long-standing friendship with the Lu family and the fact that this incident had been orchestrated by both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinyuan, both families had gathered at the Gu residence. They intended to deal with the two brothers collectively. Gu Qingji returned to the home he hadn't dared approach for so long, striding in with Lu Xinyuan who hadn't seen his family in ages either, both brimming with defiance. The elders of both families, having received word in advance, were already waiting, eager to see what new mischief these increasingly reckless young men would stir up today. As the door swung open, the elders watched the two brothers stride in with a look of utter disregard for their elders, their brows already knotted in disapproval. Gu Qingji. Lu Xinyuan. What manner is this to walk in? Slouching about like that, what kind of example is that? These two clearly need a good scolding. Brother Gu, where's your feather duster? Hold on, little brother, I'll go find it. Gu Qingji and Lu Xinyuan instantly sobered up upon realizing their father was about to give them a good scolding. They initially thought the money earned from Bai Zhou would let them show off in front of their family, so they gotten a bit carried away. Seeing punishment was imminent, they quickly fell into line. Hey, Dad, Uncle Lu, don't get so worked up. We were just joking. Calm down, calm down. Yeah, Dad, Uncle Gu, put down those feather dusters. We won't mess around anymore. But the grim-faced Gu Dad and Lu Dad paid no heed to their pleas. Each gripped a feather duster tightly and marched toward the brothers. Hey! Dad, what are you doing? Let go, let go. Don't hit my back, it hurts. Hit my butt, hit my butt. After receiving their well-deserved spanking, the brothers clasped hands and gazed at each other tearfully, speechless with emotion. Should have known better than to act like that. Wouldn't it have been better to just keep a low profile? After disciplining their sons, the two dads felt refreshed. They tossed aside the feather dusters, smoothed their slightly disheveled hair, and asked, "All right, you little brats. How dare you come back this time?" At this mention, Lu Xinyuan perked right up. He sprang to his feet, chest puffed out, head held high, and declared proudly, "Why wouldn't we dare come back? Listen up. Half a year ago, Gu and I each invested 50 million yuan, right? You guys know about that, right?" Lu Dad watched his son's teasing manner and felt his hand itch again. Silently, he picked up the discarded feather duster and weighed it lightly in his hand. Lu Xinyuan caught his father's murderous glare out of the corner of his eye and instantly cringed. He hurriedly nudged Gu Qingji, urging him to stand and respond. Gu Qingji had no choice. If he didn't speak up, he'd likely get another beating. He stood up and smiled ingratiatingly. Well, our return today is actually related to this matter. Just yesterday, our partner, the company our older brother runs, received a new deposit. This money represents what our brother has earned recently, and it's precisely because of this deposit that we've come back. That's right, my brother's earnings are precisely why we're back. Father Gu chuckled with amusement, asking casually, "Oh? Just how much money must it be for you to be so confident? Brother Lu, take a guess, how much did they make to act so brazenly?" Father Lu playfully weighed the feather duster in his hand and chuckled darkly. "I'd wager it's no small sum. 50 billion? If it really is 50 billion, that would certainly give them plenty of confidence." After speaking, both fathers fixed their sons with piercing stares and demanded, "Still playing coy? Spill it. How much did you make?" Gu Qingji shrank back, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, Uncle Lu's guess is pretty close. It's just that the unit is a little off." Lu Xinyuan, unfazed, winked at his father and said, "You got the number right, but the unit's wrong. My big brother didn't earn Chinese yuan, he made dollars. $50 billion. The two brothers' faces regained their haughty expressions, radiating a triumphant air that seemed to say, "You look down on us back then, refusing to let us partner with our eldest brother. How about now?" True to form, the moment that figure was uttered, everyone including the fathers of Gu and Lu fell silent. The sheer magnitude of the number stunned them all. $50 billion? Over 30 billion yuan? Even if the brothers split it evenly, each would still walk away with over 3 billion yuan. Even with their family's considerable resources and connections, such a colossal sum couldn't be ignored. This was equivalent to nearly 5 years' worth of their family's income. Seeing their elders staring in stunned silence, the brothers couldn't help but revert to their old ways, their smug satisfaction returning. What do you think now? Still underestimating us? Exactly. If it weren't for our keen insight in investing in our eldest brother, would we have reaped such rewards today? Big brother is big brother. One move like this and he's got all these old fossils in the family speechless. Big brother rocks. At that moment, Grandfather Gu, who had been quietly observing from his chair, glanced at Grandfather Lu and cleared his throat softly before addressing the two brothers. "You keep talking about your big brother, your big brother.
Clearly, you both recognize his character. You say all this money is his doing, so he must be quite capable.
But I wonder, do you two have enough clout to get your big brother to come all the way to the capital? He came.
The brothers exchanged a glance, inwardly marveling once more that their elder brother had been right all along.
Grandfather, no problem. My eldest brother should be free soon.
If you wish to meet him, I'll mention it to him later. Emerging from the house, the brothers walked with heads held high like victorious generals, practically gazing skyward with pride. Under the watchful eyes of their family, they stepped into the car.
Instantly composed, Gu Qingji quickly pulled out his phone to report to Bai Zhou. Big brother. You're amazing. How did you know our family would definitely want to meet you? Yeah, bro. You really saw it coming.
Bai Zhou remained non-committal to their flattery. In that case, I'll head to the capital tomorrow.
I've got some business to attend to there anyway. You two come pick me up when I arrive.
Got it, big brother.
Rest assured, we'll be your personal chauffeurs. We won't hold you up. 195. Why not transfer to Imperial Capital University?
Fortunately, Lan Ling's condition had improved significantly by the next day, allowing her to return to school early. After settling some matters for John, Bai Zhou also headed to the airport. Thanks to John's arrangements, Bai Zhou enjoyed top-tier VIP treatment, boarding the plane without a single hitch. Meanwhile, upon learning Bai Zhou had boarded, the Gu brothers Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan were already speeding toward the airport in their top-of-the-line S-Class AMG, completely oblivious to the fact Bai Zhou wouldn't arrive in the capital for several more hours. Throughout the drive, the brothers' excited expressions never faded. The thought of how their family would react upon meeting Bai Zhou made them chuckle uncontrollably. They had deliberately omitted mentioning Bai Zhou's age to their family, leading everyone to believe this elder brother they spoke of was a successful, middle-aged man in his 30s or older.
Successful?
Absolutely, that description fit Bai Zhou like a glove.
But his age?
Yeah, once they meet our big brother, I bet they'll be shocked to their core.
Yeah, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe you either that a kid not even 20 could rake in $5 billion in half a year.
I mean, Big Brother really lives up to his name.
Seriously, he's so damn impressive, I don't even know what to say.
Anyway, meeting him is the biggest stroke of luck we've ever had in our lives.
You bet. So now that Big Brother's finally made it to the capital right into our turf, we've got to treat him like royalty.
Xinhuan, don't you dare drop the ball when it counts.
Hey, relax, second brother.
The two brothers excitedly discussed how to make Bai Zhou's stay in the capital memorable, all while waiting for his flight to land. 2 hours later, the brothers, who had been waiting impatiently, finally met Bai Zhou.
Big brother. You're finally here. Come on, let's grab a bite first. Welcome home. Bai Zhou waved them off.
No, I'm not hungry yet, and it's still early. Just take me straight to your place.
Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan exchanged a glance and decided to defer to Bai Zhou.
All right. We'll do as you say, big brother. Third brother, call home first and tell your family to come to my place. Have them get ready there, just say our big brother has arrived.
Got it, second brother. With that, Lu Xinhuan pulled out his phone to call home.
Gu Qingji took Bai Zhou's backpack, opened the car door for him, then settled into the driver's seat and started driving home.
The entire drive, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan chattered non-stop.
They introduced Bai Zhou to all the delicious food and fun places in the capital while sharing stories about the quirks of their respective elders. At first, Bai Zhou listened attentively. But as the conversation drifted further and further off topic, even touching on the most outlandish subjects, he finally shot them a disgusted look and told them to shut up. When the car came to a stop, Gu Qingji personally got out to open the door for Bai Zhou. The moment he stepped out, Bai Zhou's gaze fell upon the antique courtyard before him. He teased Gu Qingji. Not bad, kid. Living in a courtyard like this must be pretty comfortable.
Gu Qingji let out a sycophantic laugh and said, Nah, this is nothing.
Big bro, you could buy a whole neighborhood with a wave of your hand. If you like this place, just wait a few years until I'm in charge at home, I'll give it to you outright. Bai Zhou reached out and gave him a sharp smack on the head.
What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?
Gu Qingji gave a silly chuckle and led Bai Zhou through the courtyard gate. Passing 2 men at the entrance who looked like security guards but were actually professional soldiers, Bai Zhou gained a rough understanding of the Gu and Lu families' standing. Once inside the courtyard, upon seeing a framed group photo in the study, Bai Zhou understood even more clearly. As long as they remained within the country, the Gu and Lu families could absolutely ensure he wouldn't be targeted by capital in the early stages. As for later on, it was anyone's guess who would be targeting whom. Inside the study, Old Master Gu and Old Master Lu had been waiting for quite some time. The fathers of Gu Qingji and Lu Shihan stood behind their respective elders, their imposing presence commanding respect as they observed the 3 young men entering. Their gaze lingered particularly on Bai Zhou in the center. Despite their best efforts to suppress it, the astonishment in their eyes was undeniable. Bai Zhou's gaze swept lightly over everyone present, his mind already forming a plan.
Mr. Gu, Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure. Uncle Gu, Uncle Lu, it's good to see you both. I'm Bai Zhou. You're the big brother Xinhuan kept talking about? Like father, like son.
Lu Xinhan's father, just as impatient as his son, blurted out the question only to receive a fierce glare from old Master Lu, causing him to slink back in defeat. Bai Zhou smiled faintly. Ah, yes, that's correct. I am the one who collaborates with both young masters and whom they refer to as their big brother. Since his son had already asked, the elder decided to drop the pretense. Old Master Lu's gaze sharpened as he inquired. Young brother Bai, how old are you?
I'm not yet 20.
Though Bai Zhou's youthful appearance was evident, the actual revelation stunned not only the fathers of Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, but even the usually unflappable elder Gu and elder Lu.
Not yet 20? How could that be? How could someone not yet 20 turn over $20 million into $5 billion in just half a year? How could someone not yet 20 accomplish such a monumental feat for that Lu family girl? Even the usually straightforward Lu father couldn't contain his astonishment.
A barrage of questions spilled out, his voice cracking by the end. Even Lu Xinhuan felt his father was embarrassing himself.
Covering his face, he protested. Dad, what are you doing? Control yourself. Why would my brother lie to you? He really is under 20.
He's still in his freshman year of college. As soon as he finished, Lu Xinhuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. He watched his father's face darken as he took a step closer, then delivered a sharp slap across his face.
With a voice full of disappointment, he snapped. You know nothing. Act more restrained? What do you expect your old man to restrain? Look at what he's accomplished before even turning 20. What were you doing at 20, you good-for-nothing brat? Ha? Nothing worthwhile.
As his father pinned him down and beat him, Lu Xinhuan could only turn to his grandfather for help. Old Master Lu, after all, doted on his grandson. The old man stood up, leaning on his cane, and delivered a kick to Lu's father's leg, nearly sending him flying.
What right do you have to speak of my grandson? At least by his 20s, my grandson had met a benefactor like Brother Bai. And you? In your 20s, you were still busy chasing after your wife. It takes one to know one. Scolded by his own father, Lu's father finally quieted down.
Yet the shock in his eyes as he looked at Bai Zhou remained unmasked. He shook his head in a daze, muttering to himself.
Not even 20, not even 20. Old Master Gu remained unfazed by the commotion.
He knew the Lu family's temperament inside out, spanning 3 generations. Ignoring the grandfather and grandson, he turned to Bai Zhou with a kindly expression and asked. Young Bai Zhou, are you still in your freshman year? Studying in Jiangxia? Would you be interested in transferring to Imperial Capital University? 196 open and honest. The moment old Master Gu finished speaking, the entire scene fell silent. A thought flashed through old Master Lu's mind. Right. Regardless of whether this Bai Zhou truly possesses talent or merely seeks to stir up trouble by leveraging our family's connections, the fact he can produce $5 billion alone proves his capabilities are no small matter. Rather than letting him secretly develop in a place like Jiangxia, it would be better to keep him under our watchful eye. That way, no matter how capable he is, how could he possibly cause trouble? With that thought, old Master Lu quickly chimed in. Indeed, Brother Bai Zhou, Imperial Capital University is among the nation's most prestigious institutions. Why not transfer here? You'll meet far more capable and accomplished peers than in Jiangxia. And rest assured, this won't be an issue. My old friend Gu was the top official overseeing education before his retirement. Even now, he retains considerable influence. Arranging your transfer would be a mere formality. Old Man Gu stroked his beard in unison, projecting an air of authority. The 2 old foxes secretly gloated inside. As longtime friends, they understood each other's thoughts with just a glance, a gesture, or even a single word. Their coordination was seamless. Not just a teenager under 20, but even a seasoned veteran of the underworld wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even if this youngster possessed genuine skill, navigating the complexities of human relationships and social etiquette wasn't something sheer ability alone could overcome. Both old men felt certain of victory this time. They only needed Bai Zhou to nod his head, and the 5-finger mountain would be sealed shut. Then, no matter how capable the youngster was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Yet, to everyone's surprise, after hearing old Master Lu's words, Bai Zhou showed none of the excitement they had anticipated. Instead, he slowly shook his head and said, Thank you both for your kindness, but I have no intention of transferring schools at this time. This response surprised not only the 2 elders, but also Gu's father, Lu's father, Gu Qingji, and Lu Xinhuan. Lu Xinhuan blurted out. Why not, bro? Imperial Capital University is amazing. It's one of the top universities in the country. Sounds impressive, right? Plus, the girls there are both high quality and plentiful. And once you're there, Gu Qingji and I can come find you every day. Why wouldn't you come? Gu Qingji also looked as if he wanted to say something but held back. While he too wished to persuade Bai Zhou to transfer to Imperial Capital University, he understood Bai Zhou had his own convictions. Once Bai Zhou made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would sway him. So in the end, he remained silent. Bai Zhou took in everyone's reactions. He understood perfectly why the 2 elders had suggested this, but such things weren't easily stated outright. He merely smiled faintly and said, Gentlemen, you may not be aware, but besides the company I run with Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, I also oversee a high-tech internet firm in Jiangxia.
That venture requires my presence, so I can't be away from Jiangxia for too long.
Attending Imperial Capital University would be an incredible opportunity, but I simply don't have the flexibility right now.
Besides,
Bai Zhou glanced at Lu Xinhuan and quipped. With my skills, degrees don't mean much to me.
And as for girls? I've got more than enough of those. He winked at Lu Xinhuan, who suddenly understood.
Yeah, Big Brother has absolutely no need for Imperial Capital University. There's no point for him to study here.
Sigh, it's a shame I won't get to see him often, but what can you do? Ultimately, it's his decision. Lu Xinhuan's mutterings weren't exactly quiet, everyone present heard them.
Old Master Lu's face darkened with frustration.
Who could stand their own grandson undermining them like this?
Old Guyi also sighed inwardly. He saw things more clearly than Old Master Lu. He knew Bai Zhou had already understood the intent behind his suggestion. But this was for the best.
At least it proved Bai Zhou possessed genuine talent and expertise.
Having Qingji and Xinhuan follow him wouldn't be detrimental. With this thought, Old Master Gu acknowledged he'd lost this silent test of wits. Though young, Bai Zhou acted with remarkable cunning, coupled with his terrifying ability to make money. The old man decided to stake his future on Bai Zhou. Once his decision was made, the old man's demeanor shifted. Gone was the amiable elder, in its place was a solemn and formal presence.
He first addressed Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. Qingji, Xinhuan, we need to discuss some serious business with young Master Bai Zhou.
You two step outside. While you're at it, inform the household that no one is to disturb us until we emerge.
Ha? Grandpa, what kind of serious business? Can't we listen in? Gu Qingji asked in confusion, but his grandfather's piercing gaze forced him back. He understood that the matters ahead were not something he and Lu Xinhuan could meddle in.
Sighing, he lowered his head and exited the study. Once the two younger members had exited, the atmosphere in the study instantly grew heavy.
Bai Zhou knew the main event was about to begin.
Brother Bai Zhou, to be honest, when we first heard Qingji and Xinhuan were partnering with you, we were both against it. But those two stubborn kids dug their heels and they'd rather run away and live in nightclubs than compromise with us.
We just let them be, thinking they'd learn their lesson the hard way.
We plan to have them come to you personally to settle the score later. At this point, Old Master Gu took a sip of tea and glanced at Bai Zhou's expression. Yet he detected no change on the young man's face, still wearing the same gentle smile he'd had upon entering. After a pause, Old Master Gu continued. But what we elders never anticipated was how badly we misjudged them. Who would have thought those two would actually pull off something so monumental? To be honest, when they told us they could take a 10% cut from your earnings, that's $500 million each, even I felt like I was dreaming. It seemed too unreal. Indeed, that's $500 million US. Over 3 billion yuan. Even for families like ours, that's an enormous sum that can't be ignored. Old Master Lu sighed in admiration. Both Mr. Gu and Mr. Lu recalled that same stunned, dreamlike state they'd felt back then. But Bai Zhou remained unmoved, still waiting for Old Man Gu to get to the most crucial part. Sure enough, after a moment of sighs, Old Master Gu posed the question that concerned him most and the one Bai Zhou had been waiting for. Young Bai Zhou, I believe you have great confidence in your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't go all in every time you make a move. This shows you always act with purpose. But this leaves me with one puzzling question. Why did you choose to partner with Qingji and Xinhuan back then? They didn't seem to contribute much to your profits, did they? 197 partnerships sealed. Finally, the crux of the matter had arrived. Bai Zhou's expression finally shifted. Gone was the gentle smile that hadn't left his face since entering the room. Now, his countenance radiated unbridled confidence. He stretched lazily and cracked a joke. Ah, Old Master Gu, you finally brought up the topic. If you hadn't, my back would have gone stiff from sitting so long. The two elders, Gu and Lu, exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. It seemed Bai Zhou had anticipated the purpose of their conversation today all along. After stretching, Bai Zhou's lips curved into a smile as he continued. When I was preparing to enter the international financial markets, I was constantly searching for suitable partners. However, what I sought differed from the conventional approach. I wasn't focused on how much capital they could provide, nor how much assistance they could offer in decision-making. In fact, I specifically requested that Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan refrain from interfering in specific operational decisions. I wanted them to simply act as hands-off investors. This is because what I truly needed and valued was their background, which is to say, both of you, the two elders. Us? The two elders felt a jolt in their hearts. So this youngster, Bai Zhou, had targeted them from the very beginning? Yes, as you said, Mr. Gu, I am well aware of my own capabilities in making money in the financial markets. Precisely because of this, I need someone to shield me from the gaze of capital that has discovered me. This is the greatest assistance Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan provide me, and it is also the reason I came to the capital to meet with you too. As my capital accumulates, my operations will only grow larger. With their capabilities, they'll soon be unable to assist me further.
Therefore, Bai Zhou stated candidly, I require the assistance of you two elders. The two elders, Gu and Lu, felt a wave of realization wash over them. So Bai Zhou had calculated them into his plans all along. His true target had always been the influence of the Gu and Lu families. What real help could Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan offer? Wasn't it simply leveraging their family clout to indirectly benefit Bai Zhou? Now that his power was growing, he decided to lay his cards on the table. That's why he'd approached the Gu and Lu families. The funny thing was, it seemed like they'd invited him over themselves. Old Master Lu, with his fiery temper, shot Bai Zhou a hostile glare once he pieced it all together. So you've been eyeing us for ages, huh, Bai Zhou? And you had the nerve to say you needed us old farts' help? As if we had a choice? Did you even give us a choice? Those good-for-nothing brats, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, you could sell them out and they'd still count your money for you. They've made so much off you, they're already tied to you. How could our families not help you? Unless we want to lose those two good-for-nothings. At this point, Old Man Lu seemed to suddenly grasp something. He turned and smacked his son on the head, demanding, well, can you still produce an heir? If you can, hurry up and make me a grandson. That Xinhuan grandson of yours is clearly done for. Facing his furious father, Lu the elder looked utterly miserable, at a loss for words. At that moment, Old Man Gu spoke up. Young Bai Zhou, our two families have agreed to this matter, but I have one request. Go ahead, grandfather. Those two good-for-nothings, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, our families are entrusting them to you. We don't expect you to turn them into your exact copies. If they can reach even 2/3 of your abilities, we'll be satisfied. Bai Zhou, who had expected the elder to demand a larger share, was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly grasped the elder's intent and couldn't help but marvel, old foxes are indeed cunning. Better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. Bai Zhou bowed respectfully. Rest assured, old man, I'll take full responsibility for them. As he opened the door, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan immediately rushed over, pulling Bai Zhou into a barrage of questions. Bro, what did the old guys tell you? Bro, did the elders give you a hard time? Brother, if there's any problem, just tell us, we'll go give them hell. Bai Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Emerging from the study, he saw Gu's father, Lu's father, and the two elders trailing behind. They'd clearly overheard the brothers' exchange and now wore expressions of utter exasperation. Old Man Lu thumped his cane hard on the floor. Father Lu sprang into action, snatching a feather duster and swiping it at the brothers while shouting. They say girls are outward-leaning, but you two big men are turning your backs on your own family? You good-for-nothing brats. The brothers fled in disarray, but not before shouting at Bai Zhou as they reached the doorway. Big bro, we're outta here. We'll wait for you outside. Bai Zhou finally couldn't hold back any longer. He burst into loud laughter, and the two old men couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. After the laughter subsided, Bai Zhou bowed respectfully to the two elders and the fathers of Gu and Lu, saying, This junior will take his leave now. Please stay here. Old Master Gu nodded and said, Young people are truly formidable. Feel free to visit the capital city more often when you have time. Come chat with us old folks. Certainly. With that, Bai Zhou turned and walked out the door. Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, the two lively characters, were peering in from outside the courtyard gate. Spotting him emerge, they waved frantically. Bai Zhou walked over and said to them, Alright, now that the important matter is settled, how do you two plan to entertain me? Hey, big brother, you've asked the right person. But how long can you stay in the capital? Probably 3 to 5 days. After handling one more thing, I can head back. What is it, big brother? Need our help? Bai Zhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Might actually need you two local guys to help out, but not right now. Been busy all morning, let's rest first. Lu Xinhuan chuckled. You just watch, boss. Me and second brother Gu may not be good at much, but when it comes to knowing the best spots in the capital, we're the experts. That's right, boss. You've come all this way, and we'll make sure you have the time of your life. Just sit back and let us show you around the capital. Watching the two brothers fawning over him, Bai Zhou shook his head and laughed. Alright then, you two take charge from here. I'll just sit back and enjoy the ride. Don't worry, big brother. We'll make sure you're satisfied. Oh, right. Once in the car, Bai Zhou suddenly remembered something and said to the two brothers up front. There's something I need to discuss with you first. According to your two elders' wishes, you'll be following me from now on. The brothers froze for a moment, then slowly turned to look at Bai Zhou. Seeing him nod, their faces lit up with excitement. Awesome. We've been dying to work under you, big brother. Old man. I love you. Watching the excited brothers, Bai Zhou tapped his fingers and said softly. Don't get too excited just yet. Following me around isn't as easy as you imagine. 198 Imperial Capital Residence, no easy feat? That evening, after dinner with the brothers, Bai Zhou chose not to go out. He didn't want his schedule overloaded, so he returned early to the luxurious hotel arranged by Gu Qingji. The brothers, still buzzing with excitement at the prospect of serving Bai Zhou, clung to him relentlessly. Exasperated, Bai Zhou finally feigned anger to send them back to their rooms.
The brothers believed that tagging along with Bai Zhou would mean living the high life, enjoying all the perks and privileges. Not that they were entirely wrong, Bai Zhou certainly wouldn't shortchange them. But they wouldn't exactly be living it up. Bai Zhou chuckled to himself. He already had plans for what these two would be doing, and he only hoped they wouldn't come complaining to him later. The brothers' commotion had eaten into the night, but Bai Zhou drifted off peacefully, resting up for the important matters awaiting him tomorrow. Early the next morning, Bai Zhou had barely opened his eyes when Gu Qingji's call came through. "Big brother. You're awake? Did I wake you?" "No, I just got up. Have you arrived yet?" "We're here. We've been here for over half an hour." Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. "You guys got up this early?" "Hee hee, bro, you wouldn't believe it, I came home yesterday and passed out. This morning I woke up right on time. I was afraid I'd oversleep and mess up your plans." With a silent chuckle, Bai Zhou replied. "Alright then, wait for me a moment. I'll be down shortly." After hanging up, Bai Zhou shook his head. Why were these two brothers so excited? After getting up and washing up, Bai Zhou went downstairs to find them. "Big brother, where are we going? Any decent new developments in the capital?" "Not too far out, and preferably spacious." "Brother, you're buying a place in the capital?" "Not exactly. We're mainly looking around first. Nothing's finalized yet. If we don't find anything suitable here, we'll make time to check out Shanghai." Bai Zhou still remembered his plan to build a tech talent hub. Hongsheng Network wouldn't stay in Jiangxia forever. As for the next destination, he currently had 3 options: the capital, the Magic City, and Shenzhen. The final choice will depend on specific circumstances. Gu Qingji pondered for a moment before asking Lu Xinhuan. "Third brother, do you know any places that meet Big Brother's criteria?" Let me think. Large area, not too remote." "Got it. The Taiha Tower in the capital fits the bill." "But..." Lu Xinhuan gave an awkward chuckle. "But the price is a bit steep, a unit there costs nearly 50 million. Gu Qingji immediately smacked him on the head and snapped. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think 50 million is expensive to our big brother?" Lu Xinhuan clutched his head and muttered. "I was just thinking about you, boss. What if you want to buy more than one?" Bai Zhou smiled and said nonchalantly. "True. I wasn't planning on buying just one." Gu Qingji whipped his head around and stared at Bai Zhou. "Ha? Big brother, how many are you planning to buy then?" Bai Zhou shot him a disdainful glance. "Turn around. Why are you suddenly twisting that big face around to scare people? As for how many I'm buying, we'll see when we get there." Only then did Lu Xinhuan catch on. "Bro, where are we going to look? The imperial capital's Taiha Tower? The rooms there are so expensive." Bai Zhou waved his hand, cutting him off. "It doesn't matter. I don't care how expensive it is, as long as it meets my requirements." Lu Xinhuan and Gu Qingji exchanged glances, once again stunned by Bai Zhou's extravagance. Big brother is big brother, even spending money radiates an air of unrivaled confidence. Exactly. Sitting in the back seat, Bai Zhou watched the two guys up front singing in unison to flatter him, finding their chatter nothing but noise. Alright, focus on driving instead of all this praise." "Got it, boss." "At your service, boss." And so, without further ado, Lu Xinhuan drove Bai Zhou and Gu Qingji to the Taiha Tower in the capital. The sales office's decor matched the prices here, luxurious and elegant, clearly costing a fortune. The staff were highly professional, showing no sign of looking down on the 3 young people just because of their appearance. Instead, they greeted them with genuine warmth. As Bai Zhou listened to the saleswoman detailing the floor plans, a middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire entered, followed by a young man. The moment the man in traditional Chinese attire entered, the young man behind him bellowed. "Hey, everyone! Mr. Huang is here to buy a property. Hurry up and greet him. What are you all standing around for?" The man in the traditional Chinese robe snapped his paper fan shut and tapped the young man on the head. "What kind of behavior is this, shouting like that?" At that moment, someone came running out from inside, fawning. "Oh, Mr. Huang. What brings you here? Are you looking to buy another property?" Mr. Huang, fan in hand, seemed pleased with the again in the greeting. He nodded and swayed his head, saying, "Well, it's all part of the game. Who can resist when money's tight? You know my greatest passion is buying properties. Ever since the demolition, sitting idle all day isn't right. Better to buy some fine homes for fun. What do you say, Manager Qin?" Manager Qin nodded repeatedly. "You're absolutely right. Everyone in the capital knows how restless you are, Mr. Huang. If I had all that money sitting idle, I'd be out partying every day, not running around collecting rent like you do." Mr. Huang clearly relished this flattery from Manager Qin. But the young man trailing behind him lifted his chin, glaring at Manager Qin through narrowed eyes and snorted. "Of course. That's why you're just a property agent. How could you possibly compare to a proper Manchu like our Mr. Huang?" Manager Qin immediately apologized, bowing repeatedly to Mr. Huang and the young man behind him. Oh my. My fault. I spoke out of turn. Mr. Huang gently waved his fan, adopting an air of magnanimity as he dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand.
Ah. No need for that, Manager Chin. I'm not one to hold grudges. Alright then, tell me all about the properties you have here.
Manager Chin wiped his brow in relief, thinking to himself, this old man sure knows how to put on airs.
If he didn't have a few stinking bucks, I wouldn't be serving him. But what could he do? This was his livelihood.
The old man was a major client in the capital's real estate circles, having purchased over 10 properties.
Would he manage to sell one to him today?
If so, he wouldn't have to worry about money for 3 years.
This one property was priced at 50 million yuan.
Just the commission alone would be enough to buy him a place outside the 6th Ring Road.
His child's formula money and future tutoring fees would be covered.
Sighing inwardly, Manager Chin forced himself to serve the old man with utmost respect, despite his reluctance. He could only silently mutter to himself.
Living in the capital is no easy feat. No need for building 199, just bundle the rest.
Manager Chin led old Huang and his entourage to the sand table, preparing to give him an overview. But the attendant behind Huang Yi started causing trouble again. Seeing Bai Zhou watching his master with an amused expression, a sense of when the master is disgraced, the servant dies welled up within him. Pointing at Bai Zhou, he stomped his foot and shouted, "Hey!
What are you staring at, you brat? What kind of look is that? Do you think Mr. Huang is someone you can be insolent to? Apologize to Mr. Huang right now."
His words were no small matter.
Gu Chengji and Lu Xinhuan instantly bristled.
Never mind their boss's status, just consider them, one the young master of the Gu family, the other the young master of the Lu family. In the capital, they might not exactly walk around with their chests puffed out, but few dared to provoke them. Those with the guts and clout to do so, they knew well.
Who the hell was this Huang?
Without a word, Lu Xinhuan snatched an object from the sand table and hurled it at the young man.
The latter, likely unprepared for such an attack, couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely on the nose.
Tears and blood streamed down his face. The young man froze, only realizing something was wrong when blood filled his mouth. Instantly, he burst into wails.
Master Huang! Master Huang, you must avenge me! This savage dared to strike me! He wasn't hitting me, he was slapping your face! Master Huang's gaze instantly darkened.
His name, Huang Yueqiang, carried weight in the capital. Beyond the official bigwigs, who wouldn't give Master Huang face? Today, his little brother had been attacked by a bunch of young punks. If word got out, where would his face be? But Mr. Huang, being a man of his stature, couldn't very well take on a bunch of young punks himself.
What if he got beaten? That would be a huge embarrassment. So he resorted to verbal taunts instead. Where did these brats come from? Not a shred of manners. Didn't your parents teach you any respect? And Manager Chin, what were you thinking? How could you let these greenhorns into a place of this caliber? It's a disgrace. Do they even have the money to buy a place here?
Manager Chin was flustered, inwardly cursing Bai Zhou and the others for their lack of restraint. He knew this Mr. Huang was the most troublesome kind. Once he got the upper hand, he wouldn't let go.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Huang, absolutely right.
I'll go talk to those 3 young men right away.
What communication? Be firm.
Tell them it's Mr. Huang's orders.
Get them out of here. With no other choice, Manager Chin approached them.
Serving this Mr. Huang was already infuriating enough, and now Bai Zhou and his crew had gone and caused this trouble.
He snapped. Didn't you 3 hear what Mr. Huang said? Get out of here already.
Gu Chengji had never encountered anyone who dared speak to him like that.
Furious, he laughed bitterly. Ha, Mr. Huang? What kind of Mr. Huang is that? A nouveau riche who made his fortune off demolition? He deserves to be called Mr.? Then we'd have to be called ancestors.
Before he could finish, Bai Zhou patted his shoulder, cutting him off.
Alright, Chengji, Xinhuan. Why waste your energy on this guy?
If your families heard about this, they'd laugh their heads off. After calming the 2 brothers, Bai Zhou ignored Manager Chin and turned to the saleswoman who'd been diligently explaining everything to him. What's the largest deal you can close? The saleswoman paused, then replied softly.
I have quotas for 10 units. How many units do you have in total? We have a total of 273 units here. Bai Zhou nodded. The number was a bit low, but it was acceptable. Alright, here's the deal. First, go get the contracts for those 10 units. Then find someone who can actually make decisions. I want to buy, put it this way, except for that 1 unit in front of the guy who's pretending to be sophisticated by waving a fan in this weather. I don't want that one. The rest? Bundle them up, I'll take them all.
The young lady didn't immediately grasp what Bai Zhou meant and was still spacing out when old Huang, the one who'd been waving that paper fan purely to look cultured and show off, burst into laughter, dragging Manager Chin into the giggles too.
Ha! That's hilarious. Young people sure are bold. 273 apartments, he wants all but this one? Ha! Does he think this is a restaurant? Taking leftovers home? Ridiculous. Manager Chin chimed in. Exactly. Ha! Our average unit price is 50 million yuan. Over 200 units? That's over 10 billion yuan.
I can't imagine anyone shelling out over 10 billion to buy all 200 plus units.
Huh? Wait, what did you just say?
Mr. Huang, who had been reveling in his triumph, suddenly froze and turned to Manager Qin.
Manager Qin also froze. Huh? Did he say something he shouldn't have? You said the average price per unit here is 50 million yuan? Yeah. Is there a problem, Mr. Huang?
That question made Mr. Huang grind his teeth.
Holy cow, over 50 million per unit? He'd thought he could snag it for just over 10 million.
50 million, he wouldn't even fetch that much if they sold him.
This was going to be a huge embarrassment.
While Mr. Huang fretted over his inability to afford it, Bai Zhou paid no attention to the commotion. He gently nudged the somewhat dazed saleswoman.
Go get the contract. Bring it over and I'll pay immediately. We can settle in USD, right?
Yes, sir.
Then hurry up.
Okay. The saleswoman snapped out of her daze and hurried upstairs.
Meanwhile, Mr. Huang, desperate to hide his nervousness about being broke, stopped mocking Bai Zhou.
He forced himself to stay calm as he asked Manager Qin about the pros and cons of the apartment in front of them. Listening to Manager Qin's explanation, Mr. Huang found himself increasingly convinced that you get what you pay for. This apartment, priced at over 50 million, was undeniably superior to the one he'd bought for several million.
It was hard to find any flaws, no matter how you looked at it.
But this only made Mr. Huang more anxious.
He had to come up with an excuse. Otherwise, how could he possibly tell them he wasn't buying this place after seeing it? He couldn't possibly say he didn't have the money. When had Mr. Huang ever been in such a predicament?
Finally, the fan in his hand proved useful. To prevent sweat from dripping down his forehead, Mr. Huang waved the paper fan vigorously, sending it fluttering. While waiting for the saleswoman to come down, Bai Zhou watched the scene unfold alongside Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. I'll bet you too, our respectable Manchu gentleman here is definitely running low on cash. Look at his neck sweats pouring out.
Yeah, you're right.
Big brother's got sharp eyes.
Let this old guy keep putting on airs, he'll be mortified.
Wonder what face he'll make when he sees Big Brother wave his hand and buy up every single unit here.
Poof. Bai Zhou pointed at the two of them and scolded with a laugh. You two are just up to no good. All you care about is watching the show. Just then, the saleswoman finally came running downstairs, accompanied by an elegant and dignified middle-aged woman. 200? That's just asking for trouble.
As the two approached, Bai Zhou withdrew his amused gaze and turned his attention to the middle-aged woman beside the saleswoman. She wore an all-white business suit and pearl-white high heels. Evidently well-maintained, her skin remained fair and smooth despite her age.
Though not exceptionally beautiful, she exuded a warm and approachable aura. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Han Shi, the manager here. May I ask your name?
This woman was clearly highly capable. Most people, upon learning of a potential deal as large as Bai Zhou's, would likely jump straight to discussing the business regardless of whether they believed it was possible. But Han Shi was different.
She remained calm and composed as she greeted Bai Zhou. My name is Bai. Miss Han, if I were to purchase every unit in this development, would you have the authority to approve it?
Han Shi maintained her smile.
Of course I can.
However, for a transaction of this magnitude, Mr. Bai, you would need to provide proof of funds first. After all, initiating such a deal would require significant manpower and resources.
I hope you understand.
Dealing with high-caliber individuals was refreshingly straightforward.
Bai Zhou chuckled softly and gave Gu Qingji a knowing glance. Gu immediately understood, pulling out his phone to open the company account and display its funds to Han Shi. He stated, money isn't an issue. It's just that my brother won't be staying in the capital for long, so I hope you can complete the handover as soon as possible. Truthfully, when Han Shi first heard the sales agent mention someone wanting to buy every unit in their development, she hadn't taken it seriously. Thinking it was some kind of prank. She was about to call security to have Bai Zhou and his group kicked out when a young man in her office spotted Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan standing beside Bai Zhou downstairs through the window. He instructed her to come down personally to investigate and secretly recorded the entire scene on his phone. Though Han Shi didn't know Bai Zhou's identity, she had no choice but to comply with the young man's instructions. After all, he belonged to the highest echelon of the third-generation elite in the capital. Moreover, he happened to be at odds with Gu and Lu. The mutual dislike between him and the two brothers had been festering for years, a childhood grudge, really. Yet precisely because their status and influence were nearly equal, neither could truly bring the other down. Most of the time, they simply avoided each other, meeting only when absolutely necessary. Today, upon hearing that someone intended to purchase over 270 apartments, the young master initially assumed it was a joke. But when he stood up and looked down, he saw his sworn enemy. A plan immediately formed in the young master's mind. He instructed Han Shi to go downstairs and entertain the three men thoroughly, ensuring the entire encounter was recorded. He specifically emphasized that she must get them to explicitly state their intention to purchase over 270 properties. He knew the Gu and Lu family's financial standing all too well.
While they could certainly afford the purchase if they truly intended to, such a massive transaction was far beyond the decision-making power of their young heirs. The young master was utterly convinced that neither Gu nor Lu could possibly come up with that kind of money. He just had to wait for the video evidence, then use it to thoroughly mock them.
As for Bai Zhou, who was that? A nobody, probably just some low-level nobody.
Thus, adopting a spectator's mindset, the young master stood by the second-floor window with keen interest, watching the scene below. After Gu Qingji uttered those words, Han Shi felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. He'd only intended to handle matters for that young master, but now it seemed
this deal might actually be legit?
Han Shi was startled by his own thoughts. This was a project worth over 10 billion yuan.
Over 10 billion.
If it could truly be sold in one go, forget the group's bonus, the commission alone would grant him financial freedom. The sudden rush of happiness overwhelmed Han Shi. She was a career woman still unmarried in her 40s, but the thought of achieving financial freedom after closing this deal made her feel all her hard work had been worth it.
With that kind of money, what kind of young hottie couldn't she find? Why would she need to envy Xiao Yashuan?
So this time, she poured out 120,000 points of earnestness, pulling out all the stops to entertain Bai Zhou and his two companions. Bai Zhou, however, paid no attention to her thoughts. While she was lost in her own musings, he had already signed the 10 contracts the saleswoman had brought over and was now following her to swipe his card. Han Shi snapped out of her daze and immediately trailed behind Bai Zhou, deferentially asking if he needed anything else, what else she could do for him, and assuring him that even if the entire company worked overtime, they could close this deal within 3 days. If he was in a hurry, they could push even harder. Bai Zhou remained silent throughout. As for Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, they were now circling around that Huang Yi, observing him closely.
Mr. Huang overheard Han Shi's exchange with Bai Zhou.
It felt like a dream. All his savings combined wouldn't cover a single apartment here, yet this young man he'd looked down on and mocked could silently produce over 10 billion yuan? What kind of concept was that? It was a concept beyond Huang Yi's comprehension. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. As these thoughts swirled, a chill ran down Huang Yi's spine. Only then did he realize how foolish his earlier mockery of the young man had been. It was like a fly landing in a toilet and sucking up, utterly self-destructive. At that moment, Huang Yi couldn't care less about preserving his dignity as a proper Manchu noble. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and began banging his head against the floor in the direction Bai Zhou had departed, wailing as he did so. Sir, please forgive this petty offense. Little Huang here didn't recognize a mountain when it stood before him. My offense deserves death. I beg you, spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. My entire family depends on me. Please, have mercy. Wah! Seeing the former Huang Yi now reduced to this state as little Huangzi, both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan burst out laughing.
Lu Xinhuan remarked. Oh? So you're not the big shot anymore? Not anymore, not anymore. You lot are the real masters. I'm just a nobody. Please spare me. Gu Qingji stifled a laugh. Alright, stop wailing like that. My big brother wouldn't bother with a clown like you. Now get lost.
Master Huang, as if granted a royal pardon, scrambled to his feet and dashed out the door, leaving behind both his fan and the young man. Even as he reached the doorway, he turned back to bow deeply to Bai Zhou and the two brothers.
Gu Qingji laughed until tears streamed down his face.
What else could this guy do but come strutting in front of our big brother?
Isn't that just asking for trouble?
Lu Xinhuan was equally amused, his grin stretching wide enough to show his teeth.
Exactly.
By this time, the transaction for the 10 apartments had been completed. Bai Zhou instructed Han Shi to draft the remaining property transfer contracts promptly before returning to him, then departed with the Gu and Lu brothers. When an excited Han Shi returned upstairs and relayed the news to the young master who had been watching the whole scene from the second floor, she didn't notice his expression had turned dark. Gazing in the direction Bai Zhou had departed, he narrowed his eyes slightly and gritted his teeth, muttering,
"Buying up every single unit here? Talk about a grand gesture. Pure arrogance. Asking for trouble. 201 What the hell kind of surprise is this? What is a surprise?"
Manager Qin didn't know what a surprise was, but he certainly knew what a shock was now. He thought the commission from Mr. Huang was a sure thing, but instead, by following Huang's lead, he ended up offending a major player.
Though Bai Zhou and his crew showed no intention of causing trouble, he'd scared himself half to death.
To him, someone like Bai Zhou who could casually pull out over 10 billion yuan crushing him would be easier than breathing. After that day, he couldn't even bring himself to go to work, terrified that Bai Zhou might one day decide to come after him. But without work came no income. His wife and children still needed food on the table. For survival, Manager Qin had no choice but to start delivering takeout. Never again would he look down on people with such contempt. Manager Qin silently admonished himself as he pedaled his electric bike.
So what exactly is a surprise? The sales agent could probably answer that.
That day, she was just killing time on her phone as usual when 3 young people walked in.
The leader was exceptionally handsome.
She quickly put down her phone to greet them. Her thought was simple: even if she didn't sell any units, chatting with such a handsome guy was far better than playing with her phone. So she cheerfully stepped forward, earnestly explaining the properties and their development to the handsome man. Watching him listen intently to her descriptions, she felt deeply satisfied today as shift hadn't been wasted. But the biggest surprise was yet to come. When she heard him say he wanted to buy every single unit in the complex, she thought he must be joking. Yet, to her astonishment, when she handed him 10 contracts, he signed them without hesitation. He even paid for all 10 units in one lump sum. The young lady couldn't help but feel that when Bai Zhou swiped his card, he wasn't swiping it through the machine, he was swiping it straight into her heart. Honestly, if she hadn't braced herself against the counter, she probably would have collapsed into his arms after he swiped his card. But thinking about it now, maybe collapsing into his arms back then wouldn't have been so bad? Lying on the beach in Bali after cashing in on the massive commission from those 10 properties, the saleswoman pondered this. So what the hell is a surprise, anyway? The person best qualified to answer that question was undoubtedly the young master who had watched Bai Zhou and the other two from the second floor that day. His name was Fang Yuan, the third-generation scion of the Fang family in the capital. Like the Lu and Gu families, the Fangs were among the most powerful and influential clans in the capital, wielding immense sway in both political and business circles. But as mentioned earlier, Fang Yuan didn't get along with Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. Lately, for some reason, his elders kept comparing him to those two. They'd say those two were his age, yet they already knew what careers they wanted to pursue and had made something of themselves. This infuriated Fang Yuan's grandfather. He constantly harped on Fang Yuan, urging him to get out there and start his own business instead of loafing around chasing women all day. This made Fang Yuan look utterly disgraceful in front of the old men from the Gu and Lu families. Fang Yuan was utterly helpless in this situation. He couldn't very well talk back to his grandfather, could he? But starting a business was easier said than done. Especially since his grandfather demanded he replicate those two brothers' success with only 50 million yuan and without leveraging family connections. How was he supposed to pull that off? Fang Yuan had been racking his brain lately. One day, while sitting on the second floor of the Taihe Tower sales office in the capital discussing business, he spotted those two men he despised to the core, along with an unfamiliar person, coming to buy property. They even boasted about wanting to buy up all the units in Taihe Tower? Fang Yuan nearly laughed himself silly. Had Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan gotten so big-headed after making a little money? Didn't they realize how much it would cost to buy up the entire building? Overjoyed, Fang Yuan eagerly grabbed a small stool and perched by the window to watch the show. But what he witnessed filled him with both hatred and envy. That stranger waved his hand generously, snapping up 10 units first, then summoning Han Shi back to draft the remaining transfer contracts. Especially after seeing the balance in that guy's account in Han Shi's video, Fang Yuan was furious beyond words. Why? Why would such a wealthy individual choose to befriend those two losers, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan? How was he, Fang Yuan, any worse than those two? Why couldn't he find friends like that? Fang Yuan was beyond furious. He couldn't do anything about those two brothers, but surely he could handle some rich guy who'd popped up out of nowhere? So what if he was loaded? In the capital, he knew everyone you couldn't mess with. Beyond those untouchables, there wasn't a soul he couldn't handle. Staring at Bai Zhou and Han Shi's video, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Just you wait. You think you're rich? I'll make you hand over every last penny. It'll become mine. I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing Fang Yuan. With that, he let out a sinister chuckle. Heh, dealing with rich outsiders like you is a piece of cake. Just you wait, this young master is about to cook up a little surprise for you. With that, he rushed home to seek his father's help. It wasn't that he was backing down. In his eyes, Bai Zhou was worth a fortune. He couldn't use the same tactics he'd used against ordinary rich outsiders. A fortune this big was enough to warrant his father stepping in personally. Back home, Fang Yuan immediately sought out his father. The two foxes, one big, one small, huddled in the study, whispering and scheming. It was clear the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Fang Yuan's father was cut from the same cloth as his son, petty and vindictive, with a hint of greed. Were it not for Fang Yuan's grandfather keeping them in check, who knows what mischief the father and son might have gotten up to. No wonder the brothers Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan couldn't stand Fang Yuan. But just as the father and son were deep in their eager discussion, Fang Yuan's grandfather kicked open the study door. The old man stormed in, furious beyond words. He grabbed his cane and began lashing out at his son and grandson, shouting as he struck. Well, you two good-for-nothings. I've been listening outside the door for ages. So you dare set your sights on Bai Zhou? Think the Fang family has it too easy and want to stir up trouble? Have you both gone blind and deaf? Don't you know Bai Zhou is the one collaborating with the Gu and Lu families? Don't you know Bai Zhou is the one helping that Lu family brat climb the ladder? You too. Go find Bai Zhou and apologize. The father and son, dazed from the barrage of blows, protested in unison. Father, grandfather, we were just discussing it, nothing was actually done yet. Go apologize anyway. Mark my words. You'd be wise not to even think about crossing Bai Zhou. If you do, I'll personally kick you out of this house before he even lifts a finger. Go apologize. The pair wilted instantly, especially Fang Yuan. This was the first time he'd felt such crushing defeat among his peers. No, Bai Zhou seemed younger than him. He'd never felt such crushing defeat at the hands of someone his own age before. But grandfather had issued a strict order and he was powerless to resist.
At that moment, Fang Yuan finally understood what the hell a surprise really meant.
Turns out, the surprise was that he had to personally go to Bai Zhou's house to apologize and make amends.
202 surprise means compensating you with a private jet.
No matter how unwilling they were, Fang Yuan and his father still had to go to Bai Zhou the next day to beg for forgiveness. As Grandpa Fang Yuan put it, with certain people, you have to apologize even if you merely harbored ill will toward them. Otherwise, you'd never know how you'd meet your end. After locating the hotel where Bai Zhou was staying, the father and son arrived at his doorstep early in the morning. They dared not knock, fearing they might disturb his rest and earn another scolding from the old man. The pair stood before Bai Zhou's door like two gatekeepers, dejected and silent, not daring utter a word. They'd arrived far too early, mainly because the old man had kicked them out at first light, declaring they wouldn't be allowed home if they failed in this mission. Fang Yuan and his father couldn't wrap their heads around it. No matter how talented Bai Zhou was, he couldn't possibly be worth the old man's such intense regard. It was beyond comprehension. Just as the father and son stood there, clasping hands and gazing at each other tearfully, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan emerged from the elevator.
Gu Qingji immediately spotted Fang Yuan and his father standing outside Bai Zhou's door.
His eyebrow arched as he pulled Lu Xinhuan aside and whispered,
"Third brother, look who's standing at big brother's door."
Lu Xinhuan followed his gaze, his eyes widening as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward.
Gu Qingji quickly grabbed him. "Don't be impulsive.
They look like they're here for our big brother.
Don't mess things up.
What good could this guy possibly want with my brother?
Second brother, don't hold me back. I'll make him understand who the flowers bloom for. Calm down. Don't say a word, and definitely don't touch him. Watch me handle this." After much persuasion, Gu Qingji finally calmed Lu Xinhuan down. What could he do?
The two of them had never gotten along with Fang Yuan, not since childhood.
Straightening his clothes, Gu Qingji hailed Fang Yuan from across the room. "Yo! Fang Yuan? What a surprise! What are you doing standing here? Working as a security guard? And bringing Uncle Fang along? Father and son teaming up for battle, huh?"
Fang Yuan, lost in thought, instantly stiffened at Gu Qingji's familiar voice, his face hardening into haughty disdain.
But when he caught the words, his expression turned as if he swallowed a fly. Not just him, even his father winced. Gu Qingji's barbed remarks were cutting. "If you can't speak properly, just shut up. Nobody thinks you're mute. And what business is it of yours why I'm standing here? Why are you sticking your nose in everything? I like standing here, so what? Oh ho, your temper's grown fiercer in just a few days. Is it because your dad's here that you feel so bold? Taking advantage of someone else's power? Oh, and Uncle Fang, please don't take offense at my words, I'm not referring to you. You're a decent person. What kind of talk is that?" Fang Yuan's father's eye twitched violently. The implication was clear: his son was a dog. If his son was a dog, what kind of father was he? But given the generational gap, he couldn't possibly pick a fight with the younger generation that would just make him look ridiculous. So he forced a smile and replied, "Young Gu, you sure have a sharp tongue, just like your father." Gu Qingji took it as a compliment. "Well, it runs in the family, runs in the family." "Hey, Fang Yuan, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing blocking my brother's doorway? You're not up to no good, are you? You. Don't make things up. My father and I came to discuss business with Mr. Bai Zhou. Now get lost, both of you. Don't waste our time." Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. "TSK. But we're the ones handling my brother's schedule these days. Never heard of him needing to discuss business with some self-important big shot like you. Yeah, second brother, you don't think these two guys are up to no good with our big brother, do you? No way. I gotta call big brother right now and warn him to watch out for these two. Stop. Lu, don't call. Uncle Fang begs you." Fang Yuan's father felt his heart sink halfway when he heard Lu Xinhuan was about to call Bai Zhou to report them. He hurriedly stopped him. If that call went through, what if Bai Zhou really thought they were up to something? That would be the end of them. Once they got back, wouldn't the old man tear them both apart? "Wait, Uncle Fang, you have to tell us why you two are here. If you just ambush us like this and something happens to my brother, what then?" Gu Qingji calmly took over the conversation and pressed on. Glancing at his son, whose fists were clenched tight, the father knew full well that Fang Yuan and these two young men didn't get along. But now wasn't the time to spare his son's feelings. If they didn't handle today's business properly, neither of them would have an easy life going forward. Just how much clout did this Bai Zhou kid have? That he could make his own old man treat him like this? Even he sensed a hint of apprehension in the air. Sighing, Fang Yuan's father confessed honestly. "Alright, I won't hide it from you. The main reason Fang Yuan and I came here today was to apologize to Mr. Bai Zhou." "Apologize? Why apologize? The two brothers asked in unison, utterly baffled. Fong's father flushed red. It was awkward to admit that his scheme to manipulate someone had been thwarted before it even began, and he'd been dragged here by his family to apologize. But if he didn't explain, he could see they were in for a rough time today. So he steeled himself and spoke up. Well, it's like this. When you were buying that apartment with Mr. Bai Zhou at Taihe Tower in the capital, that kid Fong Yuan was there too, though he was on the second floor. After explaining the full story of how Fong Yuan came to resent Bai Zhou, Father Fong continued. After that, he came back to me, scheming about how to get back at Bai Zhou. Hey, Lu, calm down. Don't lose your temper. Let me finish. The moment Father Fong mentioned their father-son plot against Bai Zhou, Lu Xinhuan lost control. He leaped up and delivered a swift kick to Fong Yuan, sending him crashing to the floor. Gu Qingji barely managed to restrain him, gesturing for Father Fong to continue. Helping his son up, a cold gleam flashed in Fong's father's lowered eyes before he continued. Then, our old man overheard it, didn't he? That's why the two of us came today to bear the blame and apologize to Mr. Bai Zhou. Gu Qingji suddenly understood. No wonder it was the Fong family patriarch. His insight and approach were truly spot on. Lu Xinhuan, however, couldn't care less. After hearing Mr. Fong's account, he chuckled as he approached Fong Yuan and said, "TSK. Talk about striking out before you even get started. You had the nerve to target our big brother? Oomph. You'll be backing down before he even has to lift a finger." At that moment, startled by the commotion outside, Bai Zhou pushed open the door. To his surprise, besides the two goofy brothers, two unfamiliar figures stood before his door. The younger one bore a fresh shoe print on his chest. Fong's father was the first to react. He stepped forward, bowed to Bai Zhou, who was still trying to figure out what was happening, and said, "You must be Mr. Bai Zhou? My son and I have come to apologize and bring you a surprise." Apology? Surprise? What kind of surprise? The surprise is this: the Fong family has decided to compensate you with a private jet. 203. This is what you call a true hero with a tender heart. Bai Zhou had no idea why these two men were apologizing to him, let alone offering him a private jet. He'd never even met them before. He glanced at Gu Qingji, who stood nearby chuckling to himself, his eyes seeking answers. Gu Qingji cleared his throat and continued to showcase his mastery of the art of ambiguity. "Uncle Fong, you just jumped straight into apologies and surprises. Who could possibly understand that? You need to explain it properly to our boss." But I just explained it. But my boss wasn't even present when you explained it." Fong Yuan's father pursed his lips, then recounted once more to Bai Zhou the reason behind their father-son apology. After listening, Bai Zhou stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before chuckling softly. "So you two came bearing this surprise, the private jet, as your apology?" "Yes, we hope you'll forgive us for our past mistakes." "Ah, no need to be so formal. You two were merely considering it, not actually carrying it out, right? You were stopped by your old man while still discussing it." "It's fine." Mr. Fong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied. "So you're willing to accept it then?" "But I won't accept the plane. After all, I don't have anyone around who can fly it. Accepting it would be useless, it'd just be a giant toy. Besides, I don't have anywhere to store it in Jiangxia either." Bai Zhou stared at him blankly, his tone flat. Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Mr. Fong broke out in a cold sweat. Refusing the apology meant this matter wouldn't be easily dismissed. When he and Fong Yuan had discussed the apology, they'd had ulterior motives. Most young people would jump at the chance to receive a private jet. After all, it was a private jet. The dream of countless men. Little did they know the ongoing costs of maintaining a private jet were astronomical. Just the upkeep alone was a staggering expense. Add in hangar fees and miscellaneous costs, and while a small private jet might only cost a few million to just over 10 million, the long-term storage and maintenance expenses could easily exceed that. He and Fong Yuan had been scheming to watch Bai Zhou's humiliation after accepting the plane, hoping to vent their frustration. But unexpectedly, Bai Zhou wasn't taking the bait at all. This made things difficult. If they couldn't even deliver the apology, how could they possibly pull this off? While Father Fong's mind raced, Bai Zhou leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched the father and son in silence. Fong Yuan and his father grew increasingly certain that Bai Zhou's gaze held profound meaning, as if he could read their very thoughts. The pressure on them mounted until Fong Yuan's father finally couldn't bear it anymore. Resigned, he spoke. "Mr. Bai Zhou, you've misunderstood. Our Fong family isn't just providing you with a private jet, we're also offering a professional aircraft maintenance team and pilots. As for storing your plane in Jiangxia, we can handle that too. We'll even cover the fuel costs." "Dad, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much that would cost? The plane alone is at least 50 million. And then there's the fuel. 1 or 2 flights, even 8 or 10, might not be a big deal, but 50? 100? You know perfectly well how expensive aviation fuel is." Fong Yuan was stunned by his father's words. He couldn't fathom why the esteemed Fong family would show such fear toward a mere Bai Zhou. Sure, he had connections with the Lu, Gu, and Lu families in the capital, but those were merely business partnerships.
Even if this man had some ability, based on what Feng Yuan knew, it didn't warrant this level of caution. So when his father finished speaking, Feng Yuan blurted out an attempt to stop him. Unexpectedly, his father not only rejected his argument but also slapped him across the face.
Shut your mouth. If you hadn't come to me demanding we deal with Bai Zhou, would we father and son be in this predicament?
I know you don't understand why we must treat Bai Zhou this way. Truth be told, I don't understand it either. But mark my words, once we return, your grandfather will praise my actions and then give you a thorough scolding.
So from this moment on, you say nothing more. Shut your mouth.
After scolding Feng Yuan harshly, Feng's father turned to Bai Zhou and bowed his head humbly, saying,
My apologies, Mr. Bai Zhou.
I'm afraid I've made a spectacle of myself.
I wonder if what I just said has satisfied you.
Bai Zhou gave a faint smile and turned to walk into the room. Lu Xinhuan and Gu Qingji followed closely behind. After entering, Gu Qingji glanced back at Feng's father, who stood frozen in place, and let out a mocking laugh.
Still standing there? Come on in.
Only then did Mr. Feng snap out of his daze. He exhaled deeply. It seemed Bai Zhou was prepared to accept their apology. This matter was finally settled. Pulling Feng Yuan along, who was clearly resentful but had no choice but to keep quiet, the father and son entered Bai Zhou's room one after the other. The two brothers sat on either side of Bai Zhou on the sofas, while Bai Zhou occupied the seat of honor, lifting a cup of tea and sipping it lightly.
Tell old Master Feng when you return. I understand his meaning. It's not that we can't talk, but it's best if he comes to see me personally. And by the way, your son. Bai Zhou shook his head. If you're capable, I suggest you create a secondary account. Your main account is ruined. Understand? Such a narrow-minded person will never achieve anything significant. Therefore, I will inform old Master Feng that he absolutely must not be present in any future collaborations between me and the Feng family. Father Feng showed no reaction yet, but Feng Yuan's heart had already turned to ashes. No matter how harsh Bai Zhou's earlier assessment had been, it wouldn't affect him at most. It would deepen his hatred for Bai Zhou. But that final line, about informing old Master Feng, instantly chilled Feng Yuan's soul. He was certain, if Bai Zhou relayed his assessment to his grandfather, given the old man's temperament, there would be no chance of redemption for him. No! Bai Zhou, you can't do this. You can't say that to my grandfather. You. Before he could finish, Lu Xinhuan and Gu Qingji had already grabbed him and tossed him out the door. You don't mind me doing this, do you? Bai Zhou calmly observed Feng's father, who wanted to move but dared not. No, I don't mind. Very well, let's continue our discussion. Not long after, when Mr. Feng emerged from the room drenched in sweat, leading a grief-stricken Feng Yuan back with him, he suddenly shuddered. The words Bai Zhou had spoken to him in the room earlier came flooding back. No wonder. No wonder the old man held him in such high regard, even feared him. After the Feng family left, the Gu and Lu brothers, who had been holding back for so long, finally couldn't contain themselves. Big brother. You're incredible. How did you figure out those two came to apologize because old Master Feng wanted to talk to you? Brother, I'm starting to seriously wonder if you can see the future. Big brother, I always thought third brother and I were just lucky to have found a powerful ally. But now I realize we've found something extraordinary, a true hero with a heart of gold. Yeah, big bro. 204. If money can solve it, it's not a problem. Bai Zhou had grown immune to the brothers' flattery by now. He dismissed their words as nothing but nonsense. But honestly, this never-ending praise is getting on my nerves, especially since these two are so damn loud. Shut up. One more word and I'll dock $1 million from your share later. Money? Now that's something to perk us right up. The brothers' eyes lit up. They'd assumed the dividend payout was still far off, and since they didn't have any major expenses coming up, they hadn't been in a hurry. Hearing Bai Zhou was handing out dividends now caught them completely off guard. Long live the big brother. Big bro is awesome. Ah. Over 3 billion yuan. I gotta think hard about how to spend this. Ha. Lu Xinhuan certainly lived up to his name. He was practically grinning from ear to ear. Gu Qingji was also excited, but he soon realized a problem. Hey, boss, why are we splitting the profits now? We're not in a rush. Why not hold on to more cash so we can make even more next time? Gu Qingji's reminder snapped Lu Xinhuan back to reality. Yeah, bro. We don't really need to spend money on anything right now. It'd be so much better to keep the money in your hands to make more money. Bai Zhou shook his head. Do you know why I put so much money into buying that house this time? This question stumped the brothers. They hadn't given it any thought, and in their minds, whatever Big Brother did was right. They never questioned it. I honestly have no idea. Bro, isn't it because you like the houses there? Lu Shihan's answer made Bai Zhou laugh. He scolded playfully. Bull. Even if I did like it, why spend over 10 billion on it? There are two reasons for this move. I'll share one with you. It's actually to reduce the amount of capital we hold. Our company had $5 billion on the books earlier. I spent less than half of that, then distributed dividends to you guys. That leaves us with roughly $2 billion.
This capital scale is the absolute limit we can maintain without drawing attention from the capital markets before we further consolidate our cooperation with your two families. Taking a sip of water to moisten his throat, Bai Zhou continued. Moreover, the dividends I distributed to you also serve as a gesture of sincerity toward the two elders. This will facilitate our next step of expanding our investment scale. The two brothers nodded, looking as if they understood yet didn't quite grasp it. Bai Zhou knew clearly that Gu Chengji probably understood, while Lu Xinhuan definitely didn't. But it didn't matter. The biggest strength of that kid Lu Xinhuan was his carefree nature. If he couldn't figure something out, he simply wouldn't dwell on it. He'd sleep it off and forget about it by morning. So I'm about to become a billionaire with $500 million, that's over 3 billion yuan? Though Lu Xinhuan didn't grasp the rationale behind the distribution, he understood one thing: the money was coming his way. Bai Zhou suppressed a smile and nodded. That's right. Both you and Qingji are about to become billionaires. Lu Xinhuan grinned widely. Suddenly, he held out his right hand toward Gu Qingji, mimicking a reporter's interview style. So, Mr. Gu Qingji, what are your thoughts on your good buddy about to become a billionaire worth over 3 billion yuan? Gu Qingji showed no intention of playing along with the charade. He tilted his head back, eyes narrowed, and said, "My thoughts are this: if he dares to act like a jerk around me, I'll slap him with a few of those big slaps he loves so much." Lu Shihan instantly fell silent. But Gu Qingji, his expression suddenly serious, bowed deeply to Bai Zhou. "Brother, everything we have today is thanks to your support. Though great kindness needs no thanks, I'd feel guilty if I didn't say it now." "Brother, thank you." Lu Xinhuan snapped out of it and followed Gu Qingji in bowing to Bai Zhou. "Thank you, brother." This time, Bai Zhou didn't refuse. He accepted their gratitude with composure. After all, it was true. Those he had mentored back then were now raking in fortunes. His decision to partner with these two brothers stemmed partly from their formidable backing, but equally from his belief in their integrity. "Bro, no question about it. From now on, if you ever need anything, just say the word, I won't hesitate for a second." "Same here. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't go west. I'll follow your lead in everything." "Same here. Big brother." "Same here. Here we go again." These two are great in every way, but those two mouths of theirs, they're truly a pain. Bai Zhou waved his hand impatiently. Enough, enough, enough. Shut it already. You two just love to keep yapping. Keep this up and I'll dock your pay. Lu Shihan grinned. "Bro, we're sitting on 3 billion huayuan now. Deduct $1 million per character, go ahead. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems at all." Bai Zhou gave a cold chuckle. "Oh? So having money changes everything, huh? Fine, I'm raising the rate now, it's 100 million per word. You just said 41 words. Alright, you now owe me 1.1 billion. Huh? No, please don't. Big bro, I'm sorry." That evening, the two brothers, now billionaires, brought Bai Zhou to the bar where they'd once stayed for months. The bar owner, Mr. Zhu, was a friend of the brothers. Upon learning they were bringing a very, very important guest, Mr. Zhu immediately mobilized the entire staff to prepare a grand welcome. The third-generation scions and scionesses partying inside, who were peers of the brothers, were all curious who could possibly be so important. When word spread that the guest was brought by Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, the third-generation crowd looked at each other with disdain. Who in our circle doesn't know who's who? Not only is the guest they brought unworthy of such treatment, but even they themselves don't deserve it. Yeah, I think old Zhu just trusts those two too much. He actually takes whatever they say at face value, calling them very important guests. How many people in the whole country get treated like VIPs in old Zhu's bar? Probably just some con artist. Exactly. The third-generation members all wore expressions of utter disdain. And why wouldn't they? Such grand receptions were usually reserved for them, and not just at old Zhu's, the undisputed top venue in their circle. Now someone outside their circle was getting such preferential treatment right on their turf? What gives them the right? Just because they're Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan? While they were among the elite third-generation members, slightly stronger than most present, their edge was limited. However, this discontent didn't last long. Soon, the two brothers arrived here with Bai Zhou. Then, the third-generation members witnessed a scene that stunned them. The two brothers, whose family background and status far surpassed everyone present, were actually bustling about serving someone else. Lu Xinhuan was the driver, while Gu Qingji opened the door. Out stepped a dazzlingly handsome young man. That young man was none other than Bai Zhou. The third-generation heirs of 205, a collective humiliation. The moment those third-generation members saw who stepped out of the car, the group that had been united in their resentment instantly split into two factions. One was a team of female fangirls, the other a team of resentful men. The men wore expressions of sour grapes, mockingly remarking, "I thought it was some VIP guest, but turns out it's just about looks. Ah, you don't get it. It's not just about the face. Look at how those sycophants Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan are fawning over them. Maybe the rear end is even more important." That makes sense. Over on the women's side, the scene was quite different. Wow. He really is an important guest.
Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan weren't lying. He's the most important guest I've ever seen. Ah. He's looking over here. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Ah, I'm dying. Bull. He's clearly looking at me. Stop arguing. My husband is looking at me. Look, he's walking this way. Should I hug him or just kiss him? Guo Qingji and Lu Xinhuan guided Bai Zhou toward the bar entrance. As he walked, he wondered why a girl was blocking the doorway, frozen in place. Meanwhile, the starstruck girl was still fantasizing about whether to act coy and throw herself into Bai Zhou's arms or just bravely kiss him when he arrived. Just then, Bai Zhou stopped right in front of her and said calmly, "Miss, could you please move aside? You're blocking the entrance." Faintly, Bai Zhou thought he heard someone's dreams shatter. The girl stepped aside in a daze. Bai Zhou withdrew his gaze from her and walked straight inside. From behind him, faint murmurs drifted back. Oomph. Wishful thinking. If you weren't blocking my husband's path, he wouldn't even glance your way. Bull. He's clearly mine. My husband. Uft, you better pray he really is your husband. You know, other people's husbands are so much more interesting. Bai Zhou gradually sensed this place wasn't exactly respectable. What were Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan up to, dragging him here like this? After Bai Zhou entered and witnessed the girls who hadn't even known him for 3 minutes skipping the plastic sisterhood phase and diving straight into a fight, the jealousy burning in the men's hearts intensified. That tacit understanding born of male nature made them unconsciously become comrades in arms in the same trench. Today, they shared a common goal, to disparage Bai Zhou as much as possible in front of the girls. It must be noted that among these men present were several who fit the traditional definition of success. They were either CEOs of publicly listed companies or young executives who had risen to senior leadership positions. In their daily lives, each of them was a powerful figure who could command respect and influence. In their eyes, how could someone who relied solely on his looks possibly compare to them? Today, they intended to show those shallow women that looks alone couldn't put food on the table. Exchanging knowing nods, the men strode in unison into the bar. Finally, the girls who had finished tearing things apart also trickled inside, still hoping for one last glimpse of Bai Zhou. Once inside, Bai Zhou realized the place truly lived up to the brothers' description. It had a higher class than other spots, evident in the overall layout and the obvious effort put into the decor. "So, big bro, how's this place?" Bai Zhou gave a slight nod. "Not bad. Heh, as long as you're satisfied." "Old Zhu." Lu Xinhuan bellowed at the boss, who came running at the sound of his voice. "Hey! Young Master Lu. What can I do for you?" "Old Zhu, I'm bringing our big boss here today. I'm covering the entire bill. Let everyone have a blast." "Wow, Mr. Lu, you're so generous," shouted out Mr. Lu's covering all expenses tonight. A nearby waiter scrambled onto the stage, grabbed the microphone, and shouted with passion. "All expenses tonight are covered by Mr. Lu Xinhuan, the young Master Lu." Applause. Screams. Cheers. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd below the stage, punctuated by shouts like "Young Master Lu is so generous," and "Mr. Lu is so open-hearted." Lu Xinhuan basked in the crowd's cheers, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He'd wanted to do this for ages but never could at Old Zhu's place. Picking up the entire tab for one night would easily cost 5 or 6 million yuan. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it before, but explaining it to his family afterward was impossible. Now, however, things were different. With over 3 billion yuan in his pocket, he could pull off such feats as often as he pleased. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he heard Bai Zhou's low voice beside him. "Since Mr. Lu is so wealthy, does that mean we won't need to give you your share of the profits next time?" Lu Xinhuan immediately deflated at the remark. No, big brother. I was just pretending. Just this once. Just this once. Please spare me." Bai Zhou was about to say more when a voice from behind interrupted him. "Tisk, Lu Xinhuan, you struck it rich, haven't you? Daring to pull this kind of stunt in this place. No wonder you had the inclination to bring out such a handsome young man to play. To be honest, I never saw you as so shameless before." Bai Zhou and his two companions turned in unison to see the speaker glaring at them with a sneering expression. Gu Qingji was the first to recognize the face, his expression darkening instantly. "Wang Lei, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all. Young Master Gu, don't get the wrong idea. I was just wondering when young Master Lu got so loaded he could just snap up Old Zhu's place like that." Wang Lei, his tone dripping with sarcasm, stole glances at the girls nearby, the ones Bai Zhou had just slapped in the face, now gazing at him with starry eyes. Their expressions grated on him, so he decided to up the ante. "Or are you two planning to sell this little hottie you brought along to those ladies over there who've been drooling over him? Trying to use that money to settle your debts?" Just as Gu Qingji was about to retort, a hand landed on his shoulder, silencing him. He turned to see Bai Zhou narrowing his eyes at the group of men led by Wang Lei. Seeing Bai Zhou's expression, Gu Qingji knew he was getting angry. He dared not say another word and silently stood behind Bai Zhou. "You're Wang Lei?" Bai Zhou tilted his head, studying Wang Lei as he asked. "It's me, your grandpa. What's that supposed to mean?" "I have a little something to say." "Oh? You've got something to say? You hear that, guys? This kid actually has something to say to me? Ha! We heard that. That's hilarious. Smack. Ah.
Almost simultaneously, every single person standing behind Wang Lei who had been laughing, including Wang Lei himself, got a hard slap across the mouth. Everyone clutched their mouths and knelt on the ground, blood slowly seeping through their fingers. They felt something extra in their hands as they covered their mouths. Pulling their hands away, they saw it was their front teeth. My take is this: if your mouths exist only to spew crap, you're better off without them. What do you think? The third generation members, collectively humiliated, were left kneeling in shock and pain, unable to move. Meanwhile, the starstruck young ladies saw nothing amiss in the scene. Their minds held only one thought. He's even handsome when he hits people. 206, you dare hit me? I'm going home to tell my parents. Among them, Wang Lei suffered the worst beating. Only a few molars remained in his mouth, the rest had flown off into the world. Blood gushed incessantly from his mouth. Had Wang Lei, pampered since childhood, ever endured such treatment? His parents wouldn't even scold him harshly at home, let alone hit him. One could only imagine how Wang Lei felt now. The others weren't quite as badly off, but at least their front teeth had vanished without a trace. As fellow spoiled brats, they now harbored a deep-seating hatred for Bai Zhou. It made sense. While these third-generation scions weren't exactly notorious for extravagant debauchery, they certainly ruled the roost in the capital. They were always the ones doling out punishment. Who could have imagined Bai Zhou would turn the tables and leave them with faces blooming like peach blossoms? The pain and shock left them momentarily frozen. Only when they felt the burning sting on their lips did they clutch their mouths and howled at Bai Zhou, Wang Lei being the most furious. You're finished. You're done for. Mark my words, even the King of Heaven himself couldn't save you now. No one can help you. Gu Qingji. Lu Xinhuan. I advise you two to stay out of this. This kid beat up so many of us, it's not something you two can handle. Though seething with rage, Wang Lei hadn't completely lost his head. He knew better than to provoke the Gu Lu brothers directly. After all, while those two might seem unreliable, their standing was still a notch above Wang Lei and his crew. But Bai Zhou had offended far too many people this time. Wang Lei could leverage their numbers to intimidate him. After all, a swarm of ants could bring down an elephant. And their group wasn't just a notch below the Gu Lu brothers, it was nowhere near the disparity between ants and elephants. Wang Lei and his crew were certain, as long as those two brothers weren't blinded by greed to meddle, dealing with a newcomer like Bai Zhou would be a piece of cake. They'd already planned their revenge. First, they'd rip out every single one of his teeth, not leaving a single one behind, and they'd do it one by one, pulling them out by force. Then, since he'd struck them with his right hand, that hand itself was no longer needed. Chop it off and feed it to the dogs. Finally, they'd make Bai Zhou crawl between their legs 3 times around. Only then might they consider sparing him. But while the plan was sound, the first step went awry. The moment Wang Lei finished speaking, Gu Qingji let out a cold laugh. Not something we two can handle? What's so big about this that we can't handle it? Wang Lei, you little punk, are you overestimating yourself? And you lot. You dare speak disrespectfully to my big brother? Getting a few slaps and losing a few teeth is already a blessing. Instead of being grateful, you're plotting revenge? Looking for death? By the end, Gu Qingji's eyes blazed with fury as he barked the last words. Lu Xinhuan wasn't about to back down either. But he didn't waste words. Rolling up his sleeves, he caught Wang Lei off guard and landed 2 swift punches, one to each cheek, knocking out the last few molars still clinging to his jaw. Spitting contemptuously, he declared, I'm getting involved in this. Got a problem with that? After beating the guy up, Bai Zhou crossed his arms, rubbing his chin as he watched the show. When both brothers declared they'd get involved, he rolled his eyes. Why are you two butting in? I was looking forward to seeing how they'd deal with me. I was even wondering if I could reel in some big fish. Now you two show up and scare them off. What if that happens? With that, he strode over to Wang Lei, gave his swollen cheek a light pat, and swept his gaze over the third-generation members, covering their mouths. Those two are lying to you. Go ahead and show what you've got. They won't interfere. So pull out all the stops, show off your skills, bring in your connections. But let me make this clear, if your rank isn't high enough, don't bother. I won't be impressed. Got it? As Wang Lei's gaze turned predatory, Bai Zhou chuckled softly. His smile drew another wave of excited squeals from the girls. Don't disappoint me. Give me a little push, let me stretch my legs, okay? Bai Zhou's nonchalant yet thoroughly provocative words sent the third-generation members, led by Wang Lei, into a mental tailspin. They yearned to fly home immediately and demand their elders take action, eager to vent their fury on this man they despised. Wang Lei, the worst off among them, didn't even bother picking up his own teeth scattered on the ground. His mouth full of blood, he slurred to the beaten third-generation members behind him. You guys go first. Tell your families there's some out-of-town bastard causing trouble on our turf. Show them how badly we've been bullied. Then have your families bring reinforcements. I'll be damned if that kid walks out of here in one piece today. Someone behind him asked. Brother Wang, what about you? Me?
I'll stay here and wait. I'll keep him trapped so he can't escape. Oh, and while you're at it, swing by my place and tell my dad his precious son got beaten up. Tell him to bring his men and avenge me. His face twisted into a vicious grimace as he glared at Bai Zhou. Don't you dare run. Just you wait. If you don't end up on your knees calling me dad, I'll change my last name. Bai Zhou casually crossed his arms, tilting his head as he watched the three generations preparing to go home for reinforcements. He sneered at Gu Qingji. Why does this whole thing feel so familiar? What do you call this kind of behavior? Gu Qingji understood the implication immediately and chuckled. Bro, you're right to recognize it. Think back when we were kids, didn't those weaklings who got bullied but couldn't fight back always say, "You dare hit me? I'm going home to tell my dad." How similar is that to what they're doing now? Lu Xinhuan opened his mouth wide and sneered. Similar? It's identical. What a bunch of cowards. They're so old, yet they've lived their whole lives in a dog's stomach. Bai Zhou gently laughed and stopped Lu Xinhuan from continuing. Hey, how can you say that? What do you mean living in a dog's belly? Isn't that insulting to dogs? Bai Zhou's words had the three generations of girls watching the show, or rather, watching Bai Zhou roaring with laughter. They couldn't care less about the state of Bai Zhou's argument with those guys. All they wanted was to feast their eyes. As for whether Bai Zhou or Wang Lei won or lost, wasn't their concern at all. If Bai Zhou won, all the better. It would prove this man wasn't just handsome but capable too. When that happened, all the girls watching the show together would become rivals. Everyone would be itching to devour him whole. That would be their moment to shine on the stage. But if he lost? That would just prove he was all flash and no substance. Then they might even plead for Bai Zhou, asking Wang Lei and the others to spare his face when they dealt with him. After all, boys out in the world need to protect themselves. If you're good looking but useless, don't blame us sisters for drawing our swords to cut down the common folk. As for whether their laughter might pour fuel on the fire, making the beaten men resent Bai Zhou even more, they couldn't care less. 207. You still dare to seek revenge? When do men fight the fiercest? Of course, it's fiercest in front of women. Now, in front of a group of women, Bai Zhou had utterly humiliated them, leaving them with nothing but shame. What's more, one of these women was highly likely to become his future wife. In so-called aristocratic families, matches were made based on equal status and background. Precisely because of this, the hatred Wang Lei and his men felt toward Bai Zhou reached new heights. They urged their men to hurry back and bring reinforcements to deal with Bai Zhou. Wang Lei wished his father would arrive immediately with a full contingent to thoroughly punish this man he despised to the core. Bai Zhou, however, paid no heed to their actions. He settled into a comfortable seat, ordered a bottle of wine, and began drinking leisurely with Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. Brother, you really aren't worried? Gu Qingji couldn't help but ask, his hand steady on his wine glass. What's there to worry about? Bai Zhou took a leisurely sip of wine. Wang Lei and his crew take them individually, and each has connections that rival mine and third brothers. But if all these families gang up on you, even we might not be able to hold them off. How about I contact Sister Luing now? Have her bring reinforcements? Bai Zhou smiled, declining the suggestion. No need. Just sit tight. You and Xinhuan don't need to lift a finger. Just watch quietly. Everything will be fine. But? Gu Qingji remained silent, but Lu Xinhuan spoke up only to be cut off after just 2 words. But what? But what? Didn't you get it? Big Brother had this all figured out long ago. We just need to sit back and watch Big Brother's performance. I knew it. Big Brother never fights a battle he's not sure he can win. Huh? You mean Big Brother had everything planned out? When did he prepare? How come I didn't know? Of course. If you could see through it, would Big Brother even be Big Brother? Don't even get me started. I didn't know when he made his preparations either. Truly the man we look up to, effortlessly accomplishing what we couldn't. Exactly. Big Brother is freaking awesome. Ugh. Watching these two start to praise him again, Bai Zhou hurriedly filled their cups to the brim. Not even booze can shut you two up. With the boss personally pouring their drinks, the two brothers stopped chattering. They reverently lifted their cups, their expressions almost religious as they slowly savored the liquor. Finally, they shut up. Bai Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Bai Zhou and the other two chatting and laughing so easily and happily over there, Wang Lei, sitting all alone over here, felt the veins in his head about to burst. He was so angry. How dare he? Wasn't he afraid at all? Didn't he know how terrifying it was for so many imperial capital clans to unite and demand retribution? Did he truly believe relying on the Gu and Lu families alone could resolve this? How incredibly naive. Laugh. Drink. Revel in your freedom now. But when our men arrive, your hell will descend. I'll make sure you never laugh again, never taste wine again. Wang Lei raged inwardly. Suddenly, he caught Bai Zhou's gaze flickering in his direction. He quickly lowered his head, terrified that Bai Zhou would see the malice in his eyes and beat him senseless again. He was alone here now, and revenge was imminent, no need to rush. That's what Wang Lei told himself. But he hadn't noticed that even before the thought formed, his body had instinctively lowered its head.
This revealed that deep down, he feared Bai Zhou to his very core, though he himself hadn't realized it yet. Staring fixedly at the floor, Wang Lei spotted his own teeth scattered on the dimly lit ground. As he stared at them, a sudden thought struck him. These teeth were useless anyway. Why not collect them? Later, he'd make that kid Bai Zhou swallow them one by one, along with his own teeth. The thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through him. He could already picture Bai Zhou's expression later, and a twisted sense of pleasure welled up inside him, his own face growing increasingly contorted. After indulging in this fantasy, Wang Lei resolved to carry out his plan. He quickly bent down, picked up each tooth one by one, and clutched them tightly in his palm. While gathering the teeth, he stole glances toward Bai Zhou. Watching the three of them drinking and laughing together, especially Bai Zhou's faint, almost imperceptible smile, stabbed him like a knife. I hope you can still smile so happily after I knock out all your teeth later. If resentment could materialize, Wang Lei's hatred for Bai Zhou at that moment could likely drown the entire capital city. Meanwhile, Gu Qingji glanced at Wang Lei before turning to Bai Zhou and saying, "Bro, that Wang Lei really seems to hate you to the bone. Look at that look on his face, like he's got a blood feud with you or something." Bai Zhou downed the last of his drink and shrugged indifferently. "No big deal. It's just impotent rage. The angrier he gets now, the clearer he'll see his own incompetence later." Of all people to pick a fight with, he had to go after Big Brother. That Wang Lei kid really brought this on himself. Refilling his cup, Bai Zhou stretched lazily. Misfortune and fortune have no doors, they are summoned by man himself. But he did me a favor in a way. After today, I'll have left my mark on the imperial capital. Gu Qingji understood exactly what Bai Zhou meant. He sighed. More than a mark. After today, every third-generation heir in the capital will know about you, Big Brother, a true dragon crossing the river. Just as Lu Xinhuan was about to chime in, hoping to make his presence felt, the bar doors suddenly burst open. A large group of people streamed in one after another. Spotting the figure leading the group, Wang Lei leapt up in delight. "Dad! I'm here!" The imposing middle-aged man immediately rushed to Wang Lei's side with a look of alarm. Seeing his toothless son covered in blood, the already hot-tempered man flew into a rage. Who dared lay a hand on my son? Step forward. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." At that moment, the fathers from the various families who had followed behind also burst in, each shouting furiously. "Whoever hit my son, step forward. I promise I won't beat you to death." The entire bar fell deathly silent under the pressure of these enraged fathers. At that moment, Bai Zhou set down his glass, rose slowly, and addressed Wang Lei's father and all the shouting fathers. "I did it. Got a problem with that?" The room fell completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Lei's father stared at the standing Bai Zhou, feeling a sense of familiarity. He narrowed his eyes, forcing down his rage, and demanded, "Who are you?" "Me? I'm Bai Zhou." Suddenly, upon hearing the name Bai Zhou, Wang Lei's father and all the other fathers present felt their pupils contract sharply. "Bai Zhou. Dad. What are you standing there for? He's the one who beat me. Avenge me now." Wang Lei didn't know why his father froze upon hearing that name. His urgent desire for revenge drove him to urge his father to act, but then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Smack! Wang Lei's father turned and delivered a vicious slap across his son's face. The force was so immense that if Wang Lei still had his teeth, several might have been knocked loose. Stunned by the blow, Wang Lei stared blankly at his father, utterly confused as to why he'd been struck. His father, now furious, pointed at his son and screamed, "You good-for-nothing, blind fool! Who do you think you are, picking fights with just anyone? If you want to die, go die on your own, don't drag the Wang family down with you. And you dare talk to me about revenge?" 208, the third generation collectively backed down. After Wang Lei's father turned and slapped his son, the other fathers snapped out of their shock at hearing the name Bai Zhou. But then they realized their own brats had caused such an enormous disaster. They actually dared to offend this young man named Bai Zhou. So the entire bar echoed with the sound of slaps, one after another landing on the faces of the third-generation brats. Lu Xinhuan watched with his teeth clenched. Ugh, these guys can't be their real kids. How could they beat their own children like this? Look at that one. Hit him harder, his neck is practically snapping. Gu Qingji sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa, looks like old Master Fan already spread the news. My grandpa and Xinhuan's grandpa must have secretly stoked the fire too, otherwise, the effect wouldn't be this obvious. Big brother, everything's turning out exactly as you predicted, not a single detail off. Bai Zhou glanced at the two of them and said, "This was actually something I privately instructed the three elders to handle. Originally, I planned to have you two find some arrogant, spoiled brat to target in a few days. Who knew we'd get such good luck today, with this group showing up just like that? It saved us the trouble. Plus, this way, the effect is even better. A pleasant surprise, right?" Gu Qingji looked at him with admiration and said, "With this move, brother, you'll likely become the undisputed leader among the younger generation in the capital. The only ones who could challenge you are those two who haven't returned yet. If you decide to develop your career in the capital now, it'll be smooth sailing.
In my opinion, even those two might not match up to they definitely won't. Enough. Stop flattering me.
I'm genuinely interested in those two you mentioned, but I won't be meeting them this time.
We'll see about that later. Alright, their little show has gone on long enough.
If this keeps up, their fathers will start feeling sorry for them. Come on, let's go put an end to this car factory farce.
With that, Bai Zhou strolled over to Wan Lei's father. Old Wang, stop hitting him. Keep this up and the kid'll go dumb. Everyone, cut it out.
Bai Zhou called out to the fathers who were enthusiastically whipping their own sons. Upon hearing this, they immediately stopped, looking at their clueless sons with a mix of heartache and rage.
Useless good for nothing. How dare he provoke anyone? He deserves to be beaten to death.
After glaring fiercely at their own sons to make them behave, the parents then fawned around Bai Zhou, apologizing profusely. Mr. Bai Zhou, my son is still young, and I'm usually quite busy.
I haven't been able to discipline him properly. Please don't take it personally. I'm here to apologize to you personally.
Mr. Bai Zhou, my child has caused you trouble. I've already given him a thorough scolding, but if you feel it's not enough, I'll discipline him further at home. Please forgive him.
Mr. Bai Zhou, please overlook this petty offense. Spare him. Just pretend my son is nothing but a fart, let him go.
This chorus of fathers pleading for their sons grated on Bai Zhou's nerves.
He picked his ear and said flatly, "Shut up. This is too much."
The fathers, who had been chattering like market vendors, instantly fell silent. Bai Zhou's gaze swept over their eager, fawning faces before he declared,
"Alright, let's call it a day. Dad, why did you hit me? Why are you being so respectful to that outsider? Who does he think he is? Why are you afraid of him?"
Before Bai Zhou could finish, a desperate, hoarse scream erupted from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Wang Lei, now toothless, standing before his own father in the crowd. His face contorted in fury as he screamed, emotionally shattered. His father's obsequious smile, which had been fixed on Bai Zhou, instantly turned ashen, and one could even glimpse his entire body trembling with rage.
Just a little more, and this disaster could have been avoided.
If only Bai Zhou had finished that sentence, if only this matter could truly have ended here.
But, that damn brat.
His outburst had sent the situation spiraling downward. Now, not only did his own father want to tear him apart, but even the uncles and elders present were seething with rage, wishing they could rip Wang Lei's mouth off.
You know, Jack. You good for nothing. If you'd paid any attention to recent rumors, you wouldn't have pulled this idiotic stunt today. Do you even know who Mr. Bai Zhou is? He's a senior partner endorsed by the four top families of the imperial capital Gu, Lu, and Feng. He stands shoulder to shoulder with those four clans in glory and disgrace. Going against Mr. Bai Zhou means going against a colossus powerful enough to take on the entire world when united. Even the Feng family's own descendants had to personally apologize after offending Mr. Bai. What right does a mere Wang family, what right does a mere Wang Lei like you, have to defy Mr. Bai? If you want to die, don't drag our entire family down with you. These words from Wang Lei's father echoed through the quiet bar, leaving all three generations present, Wang Lei included, feeling utterly crushed. This time, he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. Wang Lei slowly unclenched his fists, which had been clenched around his knocked-out teeth. A few smaller ones slipping through his fingers. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he shoved through the crowd, slid to his knees before Bai Zhou, shoved the remaining teeth into his mouth, and forced them down. Then, with his now empty mouth, he twisted a grimace uglier than a cry into a smile and fawned over Bai Zhou. "Brother Bai. I was wrong. I accept my punishment. I swear I won't complain again. Please spare me. Spare me." Bai Zhou shook his head. "Shut your mouth. It's too ugly." Wang Lei obediently pressed his lips together, terrified of displeasing Bai Zhou in the slightest. He finally understood who he had offended. He dared not act otherwise. If Bai Zhou refused to forgive him, he could already envision his father kicking him out of the family home to protect their reputation, perhaps even disowning him. He was used to being the spoiled young master. If kicked out, he'd lose access to his sports cars and beautiful women. Compared to revenge, this was far more important. As for his teeth? Just a few bucks for fillings. As long as he remained in the Wang family, money was never an issue. Staring at Bai Zhou, Wang Lei thought to himself. "Spare me. Bai Zhou, brother Bai. Ancestor Bai. Just let me off. I'll be your slave. Don't let my father kick me out." In his desperation, Wang Lei completely abandoned all dignity and banged his head against the ground in submission to Bai Zhou. His mouth kept pleading with Bai Zhou. "Spare me. I beg you." The other beaten third-generation members watched the scene with shared dread, vowing never to provoke Bai Zhou again. As for the girls, after learning Bai Zhou's true identity, they'd already begun sharpening their claws, preparing to strike. Now, looking at the girls beside them who just a minute ago had been the best sisters in the world, all that remained in their hearts was cold laughter and guarded suspicion. Bai Zhou can only be mine. But their little schemes were destined to come to nothing. 209 Brother Bai, wanna try something thrilling?
Not long after those third-generation brats collectively backed down, Bai Zhou's name spread like wildfire throughout the capital's elite circles. Many who'd never laid eyes on him began harboring newfound admiration. The beaten group, after all, were the most despised scions in their own circle's idle wastrels who flaunted their privileged backgrounds while tarnishing their clique's reputation. Proper third-generation members had long been unable to rein them in for various reasons. Now that Bai Zhou had avenged their humiliation, they naturally harbored immense goodwill toward him. Moreover, Bai Zhou's identity had spread alongside his name, making every third-generation heir in the capital city eager to befriend him. The young ladies were even more forward. They didn't just want to be friends, they wanted to take things further. For days, Luing had endured her best friend's incessant ramblings about Bai Zhou, constantly scheming about how to meet him. If she discovered Luing already had Bai Zhou's contact info in her phone, she'd likely go mad. Even though Luing had subtly hinted multiple times that Bai Zhou probably wouldn't be interested in her type, her bestie remained utterly undeterred.
How would you know if you don't try? Luing was utterly speechless. Currently, the entire third-generation social circle in the capital was abuzz because of Bai Zhou alone. Everyone was flocking to him like sardines crossing the river, desperate to meet him. Only Bai Zhou had anticipated this scene and moved to a new residence early on, otherwise, his doorstep would likely be worn down by now. Even so, Bai Zhou hadn't ventured out for 2 days. Anywhere he might possibly go was now packed with people, all waiting for a chance encounter. Even old Master Gu called to tease him. "Little Zhou. Feeling the warmth of our capital city folks yet? Ha! Old Gu, don't tease me. That's not warmth. I can't even bring myself to call them out. They're clearly trying to use my connections to get in with your 4 families. Oh, right, old Gu, I've got a question for you. Go ahead. This alliance between the 4 families, was it a timely move, or had it been planned for a long time?" A moment of silence fell on the other end before a hearty laugh erupted. "Ha! Little Zhou, you're quite sharp, aren't you? Take a guess." Bai Zhou rolled his eyes, though old man Gu couldn't see it. But hearing the elder speak like that, he understood. You had to admire these old foxes who ruled the capital as 4 great families. Their schemes ran deep, their tactics were masterful. It was like they'd woven an invisible thread through everything, keeping it all under their control. "Impressive," he replied with a sigh. "I knew you old codgers wouldn't stay quiet. But I'm not here to question why you've joined forces this time, or what you plan to do next. Just remember what we agreed upon." But old Master Gu showed no sign of letting him off the hook. "Oh, come now. Don't say that. While our 4 families' cooperation was indeed planned long ago, plans change with circumstances. At this point, our alliance has completely diverged from our original strategy. That's precisely why we desperately need your strength now." Old Master Gu's tone suddenly turned serious. "Xiao Zhou, to put it plainly, our alliance is built around you as the central link. Moreover, the very purpose of this union is intrinsically connected to you." "Related to me?" Bai Zhou looked puzzled. "You haven't forgotten about your Honghuali in Jiangxia, or the Taiha Tower you just bought in the capital, have you? What about Professor Qi from your university, the one you lured away, and the recent moves by your company, Hongxing Network? Don't tell me you're unaware." Bai Zhou faltered, surprised by how much old Master Gu knew about him. "I think I understand your perspective, but..." "No but about it, Xiao Zhou. Truth be told, your actions have provoked us too. You see, what you're striving for truly benefits the nation and its people. Whether it's Hongxing Network's recent all-out recruitment of global talent, your vision to transform Honghuali into a world-class hub for high-tech talent, or that laboratory you're building for Professor Qi, each step reveals your ambition. And to us old-timers, that ambition is commendable. Because it shows you're not just chasing profit, you're building something that benefits the nation and its people. Advancing technology, even breaking through scientific barriers. Right?" Bai Zhou paused briefly before nodding. "That's right. Then you must also know how difficult it would be to accomplish this alone. That's why we old-timers want to lend a hand. What do you say?" Bai Zhou exhaled deeply. "Well, since you all feel this way, it would be downright rude of me to refuse, wouldn't it? Ha! Good. So it's settled then?" "It's settled." After hanging up, Bai Zhou fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Who would have thought this trip to the capital would bring such a pleasant surprise? He gazed at the scattered stars outside the window with a smile, as if surveying the journey ahead. A while later, his 2 brothers who'd been cooped up at home for 2 days and were nearly bored out of their minds came to find Bai Zhou. "Big bro. Been bored out of your mind these past couple days?" I'm fine. What's up?" "Well, we promised to play host and show you around the capital, but..." "It's not your fault. But big bro, we've got a great spot lined up for tonight." Lu Xinhuan winked at Bai Zhou. "A great spot?" "Yeah. A super thrilling spot. Speed. Excitement. Collisions. Tumbling. Whoa, hold up, that sounds kinda sketchy." "Hey, bro, trust me. Totally legit. But seriously thrilling. Come on, let's go have some fun." Bai Zhou looked at Lu Xinhuan's eager face and still felt uneasy. After all, this guy was capable of pulling off anything outrageous.
His gaze shifted to Gu Qingji. At least this guy seemed more reliable than the other.
Qingji, do you know this place? Gu Qingji grinned, a rare display of genuine excitement. I know it. Big bro, third brother's right. Totally thrilling, totally intense, let's go. It's so much fun. Ha? Why is Gu Qingji acting like this? Has Lu Xinhuan possessed him?
Bai Zhou looked around in confusion, left and right, before finally deciding to tag along with the two brothers.
Alright, I'll tag along and see for myself just how thrilling it is. 210 Wild Ride.
Picked up by the brothers' enthusiasm, Bai Zhou finally agreed to see what kind of thrill they were talking about. It also had something to do with not having left the house in days. It was just too stuffy.
Let's go then. Let's go, big bro. We're just in time. Lu Xinhuan eagerly pulled Bai Zhou toward the door, and Gu Qingji was just as eager. This genuinely piqued Bai Zhou's curiosity.
Lu Xinhuan was one thing, he'd always been this impulsive, but Gu Qingji was usually so composed. The fact that even he seemed flustered by this matter meant it must be something special. Influenced by the two of them, Bai Zhou found himself developing a hint of anticipation.
Following the two brothers out the door, the trio climbed into the unassuming R8 parked at the entrance and set off. Throughout the journey, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan radiated palpable excitement, their long-awaited anticipation almost comical to Bai Zhou.
Given their status, it was hard to fathom what could possibly captivate them so intensely. The car sped toward the outskirts and soon entered a mountainous region. This area was sparsely populated, with dense forests, and now that it was late, it felt even more vast and empty.
What kind of thrill could be found here?
Bai Zhou pondered silently, then suddenly noticed the car Lu Xinhuan was driving today. It must be his newly acquired V10 model, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.5 seconds and reaching a staggering top speed of 330 km/h.
Could it be that? With this wide-open, deserted highway and such a high-performance sports car, could these two be planning to take him for a high-speed drive? Bai Zhou understood. It would be thrilling indeed.
Although he possessed the top-tier driving skills granted by the system, he'd never had a proper opportunity to race. His Kalman King was a fine car, but its weight limited its top speed.
Today, he was going to have some serious fun.
Bai Zhou suddenly felt his hands itching.
Ha? What did you say, bro?
Gu Qingji, caught up in his own excitement, heard Bai Zhou's mutter and turned to ask.
Nothing. You two brought me here to race, right? Ha? How'd you know, bro? We didn't even tell you.
Rolling his eyes, Bai Zhou retorted irritably.
Do I even need you two to tell me? Driving a car like this to a place like this, what else could we be doing besides racing?
The two brothers in front chuckled and explained.
Bro, you don't know the story.
We were really into this stuff for a while, but there was this guy in our circle who was way too good at it. We could never beat him, so we kinda lost interest over time.
But this time, this time we've got a new ride. I refuse to believe we can't beat him.
Before, he always bullied us because his car was better than ours.
Let's see if he can still act cocky this time. Yeah, boss, that guy gets all his money from his parents. He can buy any luxury car he wants.
If we ever asked our folks for cash to buy a sports car, they'd break our legs.
That's why he bullied us.
But now, thanks to you, boss, we've got our own money.
We've got to get our revenge.
Listening to their back and forth explanations, Bai Zhou grew even more intrigued.
So there was actual bad blood between them.
Once we get to the place, we absolutely have to take it for a spin. As they chatted, the car wound through a forest, twisting and turning until it reached the mountaintop.
The scene up here was completely different from down below. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, the mountaintop glowed brightly.
Row upon row of extravagantly styled, high-performance sports cars lined the roadside. Their headlights sliced through the darkness as young men and women gathered here like a grand party.
Their outfits screamed racing culture.
Bai Zhou noticed many girls in studded leather jackets and smoky eye makeup, snuggled up next to guys in colorful racing suits and vibrant headwear.
Quite the turnout this time. Lu Xinhuan exclaimed excitedly.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people came because that guy's got some special program lined up.
A special event? What kind of event?
I don't know the details, they're keeping it under wraps, but I heard it's going to be a huge surprise. After getting off the bus, Bai Zhou followed the two brothers, who were chatting away, toward the crowd. In this atmosphere, he unexpectedly felt a long-forgotten urge to let loose, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face.
Yo! Everyone, check this out. Who's this? Hey! Isn't that our brothers Gu and Lu? What brings you two here? Didn't you say you were retiring from the scene? What's this? Regained your confidence today and ready to challenge our Chen? Cut the crap. Where's Chen Cheng? Get that kid out here. We came prepared today.
Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait, the title of capital speedstar is mine, Lu Xinhuan, today.
Hearing Lu Xinhuan's declaration, the rowdy crowd across the way showed him no mercy, erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha! Here we go again. Guys, how many times has this happened? At least 7 or 8 times.
Our brother Lu says this every single time he comes.
Who can keep track? Ladies! Come on, let me introduce you all. Ladies?
One of the guys with the most exaggerated laugh, the blonde-haired one, finished laughing and was about to join the girls in another round of mockery. But when he tried to call out to the girls, he found not a single one paid him any attention. It turned out that the girls who had been glued to their group were now all staring intently at one person. Yes, it was Bai Zhou, smiling as he looked down at the pavement. Today, Bai Zhou wore nothing more than a simple white shirt and dark blue jeans, devoid of any flashy accessories. Yet to the girls, he radiated an extraordinary purity and clarity. Paired with his perpetually smiling face, he made each of these rock-hard girls yearn to transform into delicate, fragile women collapsing to the ground, begging Bai Zhou to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Yellow Hair's expression darkened instantly. But before he could speak, a man emerged from behind him possessing about one-fifth of Bai Zhou's looks. Clad in an off-white racing suit and cradling a helmet of the same color, he strolled slowly toward Lu Xinhuan and Gu Qingji. "Long time no see. Thought you two defeated losers wouldn't show up here." His tone was mild, but the content nearly sent Lu Xinhuan into a rage. Gu Qingji steadied Lu Xinhuan and addressed the man. "Chen Chang, you only ever beat us by luck, relying on your car's performance. Today, we'll show you that when we're on equal footing, your driving skills are trash." The man called Chen Chang gave a cold laugh. "You're confident, aren't you? I wonder where that confidence comes from, that stalker 8 of yours." He gestured toward the gleaming new sports car behind Gu Qingji, then shifted his gaze to Bai Zhou, who had the girls collectively mesmerized. "Or that pretty boy over there who only knows how to attract attention? A professional driver? That's it?" Chen Chang didn't lower his voice, and Bai Zhou heard it clearly. He tore his gaze from the road, his smile fading as he turned to face Chen Chang with cold indifference. "So you're feeling brave, huh?" Chen Chang flashed a provocative grin. "Of course I'm super brave, okay? What, wanna try?" The motley crew behind him, yellow-haired, white-haired, purple-haired, green-haired, all stared at Bai Zhou with defiant expressions, flipping him the bird and shouting. "Got the guts to race my bro, Chen? Run a lap." "Yeah. You think you're so tough? Run a lap. Let everyone see what you're made of." Chen Chang didn't intervene. Instead, he smiled at Bai Zhou. "So, wanna play? If you win, I'll hand over the title of the speedstar of the capital. What do you say?" Bai Zhou couldn't help but laugh at his antics. "Huh? Seriously? How cheesy can you get? How old are you, bro? Watching too much Initial D? What the hell would I want with your crappy title?" No sooner had he spoken than the crowd across the street erupted. "Damn it! What's your problem? You look down on us? You know Jack. Speed is every man's dream. You're clearly just some car illiterate nobody. You look like some wimp who's never even hit 120 miles per hour. Trash. Put. How dare you look down on us? Do you even know who Brother Chen is? He's the youngest race car driver in China. A professional driver." One guy blurted this out in his excitement, startling both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. "What? When did Chen Chang become a professional driver?" Since the cat was out of the bag, Chen Chang saw no point in hiding it anymore. His face darkened as he gave a cold chuckle and said, "That's right. While you two were out of the scene these past few years, I secured my professional racing license long ago. I'm now a Class D racer. I've competed in countless domestic races and won titles multiple times. No need to hide it from you right here in the capital, no one can outrun me. A Class D racer." Gu Qingji was genuinely stunned. Though he hadn't followed racing for ages, he still knew the basics. A Class D license alone qualified one for official domestic competitions. The next tier up, Class C? As far as he knew, only about 20 racers nationwide held that rank. Needless to say, Chen Chang's current skill level was truly beyond comparison. He glanced at Bai Zhou with concern, fearing the latter might not grasp the significance and preparing to explain. But just as he opened his mouth, Bai Zhou spoke up. "Oh? A D-class racer? Is that impressive? If he's so skilled, why's he still dominating this little hill? Cut the nonsense, okay? You want speed, right? Come on, I'll give you speed." This Bai Zhou was unlike his usual self. His expression was bold and unrestrained, unlike his typical calm and composed demeanor. Yet this very change made Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan feel their blood boil with excitement. Yeah, Bai Zhou was right. If Chen Chang was really that good, why would he be stuck on this little hill racing with a bunch of amateurs? Bro! Just do it! Charge at him! Bai Zhou smiled faintly, took the R8 keys from him, and addressed Chen Chang, who was seething with rage. "Cut the crap. Let speed do the talking." Chen Chang snorted coldly. Fine. Today I'll show you the true power of a professional driver." With that, the entire mountaintop came alive. People swiftly cleared the track, while those below reported road conditions in real time. Bai Zhou parked his R8 beside Chen Chang's heavily modified race car. Through the window, Chen Chang made a throat-slitting gesture and declared, "You don't seriously think an unmodified R8 can beat me, do you? Come on. Kid, today I'll teach you a lesson. Racing isn't something you can just dabble in. In terms of performance and handling, my car outclasses yours by more than just a notch. If you know what's good for you, just admit defeat now."
It'll look better that way. Otherwise, well.
Bai Zhou narrowed his eyes at him, shook his head, and said,
If racing were just about comparing specs, what's the point of drivers?
With that, Bai Zhou rolled up his window and focused on waiting for the race to begin.
I'm better than you in skill too. I'm a professional driver. Chen Cheng cursed under his breath and angrily rolled up his window too. Seeing the tension between the two, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinuan looked on with concern.
I know Big Brother can drive, but I've never seen him drive fast before.
I wonder if he'll be okay. Please, let's hope nothing happens. Lu Xinuan, however, had complete faith in Bai Zhou. Hey, second brother, why are you fretting over nothing? Is Big Brother the type to take risks? I say, just relax. Trust him. Ha? Makes sense. With Big Brother's temperament, how could he possibly do something he wasn't sure about? Could it be Big Brother actually has a secret skill?
Gu Qingji's eyes lit up and he started to feel hopeful too.
You're not half bad, kid. Foolishness can be wisdom. You're the one who's a moron. You're the one who's a moron. Alright, cut the nonsense. Look, the race is starting.
As the incredibly dedicated young lady waving the flag still in her bikini despite the bitter cold lowered it, the entire mountaintop echoed with the deafening roar of engines. A black and a white car shot out side by side. It must be said, professionally modified cars truly outperform stock models.
Chen Cheng pulled ahead by at least a car length during the initial acceleration phase. Glancing at the R8 in his rearview mirror, he smirked dismissively. Is that all you've got? Thinking you can race me? Go eat my exhaust.
Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, temporarily trailing behind, showed no sign of worry. One hand gripped the steering wheel while the other propped up his face. Maintaining his speed, he stayed firmly on Chen Cheng's tail.
At least the R8's power wasn't a concern. No matter how powerful Chen Cheng's car was, it couldn't completely shake Bai Zhou off. 120 miles per hour, 140 miles per hour, 160 miles per hour.
On the initial straight stretch, both cars accelerated rapidly. Spectators lining the road caught only a flash of red light before a powerful gust of wind swept past them. The cars themselves long vanished from sight.
Chen Cheng's white car currently leads. But Bai Zhou's black car is hot on his tail. The gap between them hasn't widened significantly yet, but they're about to enter the first corner. After this turn, the gap between the two cars should start to open up. Go Chun! Take down that guy who looked down on us. Entering the turn. Entering the turn. The white car takes the corner first. Yes. A beautiful arc. Excellent speed control. The car is incredibly stable. And the black car, let's see how it handles the turn. What? The black car didn't slow down for the turn. He didn't slow down. He's entering the turn.
He's entering the turn at over 170 miles per hour.
My goodness. What am I seeing? The black car didn't slow down at all for the first corner. He perfectly controlled the car, overtaking the white car on the inside line. My goodness. I can't believe it.
As the commentator screamed like he was going crazy, Bai Zhou effortlessly completed the overtake. Glancing at the white car, now barely visible in his rearview mirror due to its reduced speed through the turn, he curled his lip.
A professional driver, and that's it? Car God 212. After the pass, Bai Zhou knew the game was over. He genuinely hadn't expected a professional driver's skill level to be this mediocre. A D-class driver, huh? And he's actually allowed to compete professionally.
He hadn't even exerted himself yet, and Chen Cheng had already fallen. A bit disappointed this wasn't even a walk in the park, it was a massacre. He'd been looking forward to having some fun with him, but just as things were getting interesting, his opponent was done for.
Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible.
Bai Zhou resumed his lazy posture, piloting the powerful R8 as if on a leisurely spring outing. In his hands, the R8 felt like an extension of his own body, responding with the smoothness of an arm moving at will. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng, who had just been effortlessly overtaken by Bai Zhou, hadn't recovered from the shock. What had he just witnessed? An R8 hurtling at 170 miles per hour had darted in from his rear side like a bolt of lightning, overtaking him in the blink of an eye without the slightest hint of deceleration. The moment Bai Zhou's car swept past him, Chen Cheng nearly scared himself out of his pants. If Bai Zhou's car had even flinched at that moment, he would have been buried alongside it. Shocked and furious, Chen Cheng took a long while to recover from his speechless state. Sitting in his car, he no longer had the courage to continue competing with Bai Zhou. He was a professional driver, no doubt, but Bai Zhou's cornering maneuver just now? He could guarantee that fewer than 3 people in the entire world could pull it off. This wasn't just skill, it was man and machine becoming one. Sharing Chen Cheng's disbelief were his entourage waiting atop the mountain. Those guys with their colorful hair, upon hearing the situation relayed over the walkie-talkie, were all dumbfounded. How is that possible? How could Brother Chen get overtaken at the very first corner? Right. It must be a mistake. Who could possibly enter a corner at such terrifying speed without even slowing down? Is he out of his mind? Trust Brother Chen. We have to trust Brother Chen.
Unlike these panicked souls, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan beside them were grinning ear to ear. See, second brother. I told you. Trust Big Brother. He's unbeatable. Holy crap, Big Brother is insane. How did he pull that off? I need to see that with my own eyes. Just as some rejoiced and others fretted, new battle reports crackled over the walkie-talkie. Entering the second corner now. The black R8 is in the lead. The R8 is turning in. Holy crap. The R8 demonstrates masterful cornering again. So fast. The air pressure is insane. His rear end is less than a centimeter from the guardrail. How the hell did he do that? Even more unbelievable, he's driving with just one hand the entire time. Our high-speed camera captured a photo of him through the turn, sending it back immediately. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fax machine atop the mountain began its work. Moments later, a photograph emerged from the machine. Lu Xinhuan darted forward and grabbed the photo first. He stared intently. The image clearly showed Bai Zhou at that moment, his right hand gripping the steering wheel, his left hand propped against the door supporting his head, his face wearing a bored, expressionless look. He appeared as calm as if taking an afternoon nap, a stark contrast to the streaks of light streaking across the frame, caused by the high-speed motion stretching the scenery. The photograph was utterly breathtaking. Lu Xinhuan was dumbfounded upon seeing it. Bai Zhou's state in the photo was beyond anything he could have imagined. He had clearly reached the third level of enlightenment, seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. Speed seemed like nothing more than a toy he could manipulate at will. Pure effortless grace. Seeing Lu Xinhuan standing motionless, Gu Qingji slowly approached, followed by a growing crowd of curious onlookers. Soon, an eerie silence descended upon the group atop the mountain. After seeing the photo, none of the men dared utter another word, all lowering their heads in silence. Meanwhile, the girls' faces flushed crimson upon viewing the image. Speed, that was what everyone here pursued. But the extreme speed coupled with extreme calm? That stark contrast delivered an unparalleled shock to everyone. Perhaps this was the essence of a racing god? In the dead silence, a red-haired man swallowed hard and murmured softly. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Those with similarly vibrant hair colors glared at him angrily at first, but gradually, their expressions softened into agreement. The girls, however, couldn't care less about the politics. They just thought the redhead was spot on. Yes. The god of speed. This guy Bai Zhou must be the god of speed. So cool. The Gu and Lu brothers exchanged a proud glance. Oomph, we told you so. Our big brother is unbeatable. God of the wheels. God of the wheels. Gradually, even those who had initially disliked Bai Zhou joined the cheering crowd. The entire mountaintop echoed with a unified chant. Bai Zhou. God of the wheels. Bai Zhou. God of the wheels. Racing down the track, Bai Zhou remained oblivious to the commotion unfolding above. His rearview mirror no longer showed Chen Chang's white car. With no one left to challenge him, he decided to let go completely and drive with utter abandon. If no one else could challenge him, he would challenge himself. A smile touched Bai Zhou's lips as he pressed the accelerator, pushing the R8 to unleash its full, ferocious power. Under the night sky, the black body blended seamlessly with its surroundings, only the front and rear lights betraying its presence. The relentless acceleration transformed the car into a streak of light. Observers stationed at various corners to monitor the race shouted into their walkie-talkies. Something just flew by. Too fast. What was that? It was like a ghost. A flash of light and it vanished from my sight. God, how fast was that thing? High-speed camera. Where's the high-speed camera? Did it capture anything? Report. The high-speed camera only captured an afterimage. But we've measured its speed. It just hit 320 miles per hour. Approaching the peak performance of the R8. It wasn't running, it was flying. The crowd at the summit gathered around the walkie-talkie, listening intently to the updates streaming in, as if on a pilgrimage. 320 miles per hour? To drive at such terrifying speeds on these complex mountain roads. Truly the god of speed. At this moment, every heart on the mountaintop was fixed on Bai Zhou. They shared a single thought: when they saw him later, they absolutely had to get a photo with him. Better yet, get his contact info, hoping to ride in a car driven by Bai Zhou at least once in their lifetime. Especially the girls, they were rubbing their hands together with excitement. What they wanted to get into wasn't just Bai Zhou's car. As for Chen Chang, who had been the center of attention at the start. Sorry, who was he again? Was there even such a person? 213 Bai Zhou, I'm not that kind of person. After that exhilarating drive, Bai Zhou felt utterly refreshed. The rush of adrenaline from pushing the limits of speed had been incredibly thrilling. Pulling up at the base of the mountain, Bai Zhou grabbed a coffee from a vending machine before heading back up the hill. This time, though, he didn't push the car to those terrifying speeds. After all, he was here to pick up those two lively brothers, no need to rush. Upon reaching the summit, Bai Zhou was astonished to find what seemed like the entire crowd waiting for him. As he drove his R8 up the hill, the large group of men and women erupted into enthusiastic cheers. God of the road! God of the road! Bai Zhou furrowed his brow. Racing god? Who were they talking about? Me? At that moment, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, who had finally fought their way through the crowded crowd, ran to the car. Bai Zhou rolled down the window and asked them. What happened? Gu Qingji took a couple of deep breaths. Squeezing through was brutal, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. He replied. Bro, you've won them all over. Huh? Here's the thing. Gu Qingji recounted everything that happened after they set off for the mountaintop in meticulous detail to Bai Zhou. Only then did Bai Zhou understand why this group, who had initially ignored him completely, was now so enthusiastic. So they were just as starstruck by strength as anyone else. Bai Zhou shook his head. This outing had been an impromptu decision, and since he wasn't a die-hard speed enthusiast himself, he hadn't expected any interaction with these people. He waved his hand, signaling the two brothers to get in the car and prepare to leave. But then he saw the brothers exchange a wry smile and say, Bro, we don't think we can leave today unless you give these guys some attention. Hearing this, Bai Zhou froze. He glanced at the crowd surrounding him and finally noticed the fervor in their eyes, just like fans meeting their idol. Damn, you're right. If we don't deal with them, we really won't be able to leave. Bai Zhou couldn't help but recall the time he'd been mobbed for autographs on Longqing Street. He sighed softly and muttered. What a mess. Resignedly stepping out of the car, Bai Zhou was about to speak when a voice from the crowd shouted. God of the wheel. I want to learn to drive from you. The moment those words left their lips, the entire scene erupted like a drop of water hitting a sizzling hot oil pan. God of the wheel. Me too. Please take me as your disciple. Bai Zhou's eye twitched violently as he shouted urgently. Stop. Everyone, stop. Let me make this clear, I don't teach people how to drive. No sooner had Bai Zhou finished speaking than a girl piped up. You're the driving god. I don't want to learn to drive. Can I just ride shotgun with you? This sent all the girls into a frenzy, the chaos even more terrifying than before. Bai Zhou felt like 10,000 ducks were quacking in his head. Quiet. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Zhou bellowed, and the entire scene instantly fell silent. He looked at them helplessly and said, Guys, don't even think about asking me to teach you to drive. I won't teach you, and besides, you couldn't afford the tuition anyway. I can. Driving god. Name your price. I'll pay whatever it takes. Bai Zhou's eyes instantly turned cold. He addressed the source of the voice. Oh? Very well. I earn $5 billion in half a year. Roughly speaking, that's about $28 million daily, nearly 180 million yuan. If you give me 180 million yuan every day, I'll teach you to drive. What? 180 million? Still want to learn? No, I'm out. Bai Zhou finally withdrew his gaze and turned back to the girls, continuing. As for you girls, don't even think about whether my passenger seat is empty. I'm not that kind of person. Not just anyone gets to sit there. Instead of daydreaming about that, why not take the time to change your outfits? Do you really think all these smoky eyes and studded jackets look good? Alright, everyone, disperse. That's all for today. As Bai Zhou turned to get in the car, a voice stopped him. Wait. Bai Zhou. He turned to see Chen Cheng standing there. Bro Chen? When did you get back? No idea. Didn't notice. The people around them, Chen Cheng's loyal followers, began whispering among themselves. None of them had noticed when Chen Cheng had returned to the mountaintop. All their attention was focused on Bai Zhou. Chen Cheng knew exactly why he'd been ignored, but he couldn't bring himself to resent Bai Zhou. He understood just how vast the gap between them truly was. With a touch of pathos, he approached Bai Zhou and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I apologize for everything I said earlier. You were right, I really am a pretentious fool. I watched a few episodes of a racing anime and fell in love with the sport. Relying on my family's wealth and their willingness to fund my passion, I've been utterly obsessed these past years, unable to break free. After getting my professional racing license, I became even more self-important. I'm sorry. Bai Zhou, brother Bai. I'm sorry, brother Gu. I'm sorry, brother Lu. Chen Cheng bowed to each of the three men, Bai Zhou and the others, his apology sincere and earnest. Bai Zhou waved it off. He'd never taken this guy seriously anyway, so he didn't think much of it. Just as he was about to forgive him, Gu Qingji caught his intention and urgently signaled Bai Zhou to let him speak. So Bai Zhou simply remained silent. Gu Qingji cleared his throat and said, Chen Cheng, you don't seriously think apologizing to my brother will make everything okay, do you? My brother might not care about you, but that doesn't mean you can get away with offending him without paying the price. Here is some friendly advice. Earlier, Bong Yuan and his father were plotting against my brother, but before they could act, their old man forced them to apologize to him. The gift? A private jet with its entire crew, plus a private airfield in Jiangxia. Now, think hard, how exactly do you plan to make amends to my brother? Chen Cheng pondered this seriously for a moment before saying to Bai Zhou. Brother Bai Zhou, I genuinely wish to apologize. How about this, I own a 1,300 square meter courtyard house within Beijing's Second Ring Road. I'll gift it to you as compensation. Would that be acceptable? Bai Zhou gave a non-committal nod.
If he wanted such a property, he could buy it with money earned in just a few days. But with courtyards like this, the hardest part wasn't the money, it was the paperwork. So this wasn't exactly a cheap offer. That's wonderful. I'll arrange for the transfer process immediately upon returning. Brother Bai Zhou, please forgive me. Chen Chang, who had always been the one others begged for favors, finally experienced what it felt like to offer a gift and have it accepted only reluctantly. Yet he felt no resentment whatsoever, only a profound sense of honor. After all, Bai Zhou is a legend. 214, how about my sister? After deciding to gift Bai Zhou a courtyard house as an apology, Chen Chang felt less restrained around him, gradually revealing his true self. Bro Bai, where are you taking my Gu and Lu? Take me along too. Get lost. Who says you're my brother? You're a whole year older than both of us. Ah. Don't sweat the small stuff. Gu and Lu, from now on you're my real brothers. And since brother Bai is your big bro, that makes him my big bro too. Big bro. Little bro will drive for you. Bai Zhou never imagined that Chen Chang, who seemed like such a serious guy, would now be acting like one of those two jokers, looking like a total suck-up. Fine, you drive if you want. Just get us back. Bai Zhou sighed and said. Hee. Thanks, big bro. This is the car my big bro used to drive. Ah, I'm touching the car my big bro used to drive. Is this what happiness feels like? Chen Chang caressed the steering wheel as if fondling his lover. No, even caressing a lover wouldn't be as tender as the way he touched that wheel. Lu Shihan was utterly disgusted. He hurriedly snapped. Stop touching it. Just drive already. Big bro, rein him in. Bai Zhou now even regretted accepting Chen Chang's apology. This kid was way too unpredictable. He already had two unbearable guys by his side, and now this sticky nuisance had joined them. Wait, hold on. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Bai Zhou. Why not hand Chen Chang over to those two brothers? As the saying goes, one evil person is no match for another. He should send this guy to torment Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. At that thought, Bai Zhou imagined their future interactions and couldn't help but chuckle. Alright then, Chen Chang. I know what you're thinking, so I'll be blunt. It's unrealistic for you to tag along with me right now. Strictly speaking, Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan and I are partners. Here's the deal, if you want to work with us, you'll first report to them and learn under their guidance. Your future depends on how you perform. Sound good? Hearing Bai Zhou's words, Chen Chang showed no reluctance whatsoever. He immediately shouted excitedly toward Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan. Brother Gu. Brother Lu. From now on, I'm your guy. Just give me orders. I may not have much, but I've got money. Hearing him talk like that, anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think these three had been inseparable brothers through thick and thin. Who would have guessed they were once bitter enemies who couldn't stand the sight of each other? The two brothers were stunned by Chen Chang's brazenness. Man, I gotta say, Chen Chang, you've got some nerve. Seriously, I gotta say, I kinda admire your nerve, Chen Chang. Chen Chang chuckled, not the least bit annoyed. Thanks for the compliments, Gu and Lu. Little Chang here doesn't have many strengths, but I've got thick skin. Ha. The two brothers were utterly speechless. Still, they didn't object to Bai Zhou bringing Chen Chang on board. After all, this guy had managed to hold his own against them for so long, he clearly had some skill. Plus, his family background, just as he'd said, maybe they were a notch below politically, but their business clout was second to none among the families in the capital. So bringing him on board represented a significant upgrade for Bai Zhou and his crew. Especially for Bai Zhou's upcoming plans, Chen Chang might just prove invaluable. Big brother, brother Gu, brother Lu, I've got an idea, though it's still a bit rough around the edges. The place you're staying at now, it doesn't quite match your stature, big brother. Chen Chang remarked while driving. Gu Qingji found himself agreeing with that sentiment. Yeah, but isn't that because so many people have been looking for our boss lately? We moved here for some peace and quiet. Hey! Why didn't you say so sooner? How about this, let's move to my place. Wait, no, it's Big Brother's now. Let's move into Big Brother's courtyard house. That way, he can check if anything needs fixing, and I'll get people to make the changes right away. Lu Xinhuan looked curious. Wasn't that courtyard house a coming-of-age gift from your family? Giving it to the boss like this, won't that cause trouble? Hey! What could possibly go wrong? I call the shots. Bai Zhou nodded. Alright, let's go take a look. So the group headed toward the courtyard house that would soon belong to Bai Zhou. It was indeed quite decent. Located within the capital's second ring road, it was close to that famous commercial district, offering convenient transportation and a pleasant environment. What was even more valuable was the easy parking. The entire courtyard covered over 1,300 square meters. While not enormous, the inner courtyard was truly a hidden gem. Externally, it exuded classical charm, yet stepping inside revealed a perfect fusion of modern and traditional decor. The furnishings were all made of precious rosewood and wanwali wood, complemented by just the right amount of smart devices, creating an exceptionally pleasant environment. After giving Bai Zhou a tour, the overall impression was highly satisfactory.
This visit also gave Bai Zhou a clearer sense of the new recruit's family's capabilities. The four decided to stay the night here. With plenty of rooms available, there was ample space for everyone. The finest room was reserved for Bai Zhou. With plenty of daylight remaining, they gathered in Bai Zhou's room to chat.
Chen Chang, however, remained largely detached, lost in thought with an oddly pensive expression. Just as Bai Zhou and the others finished discussing a topic, Chen Chang suddenly exclaimed with a look of realization.
I get it. Gu Qingji jumped in surprise, snapping irritably. What's with the sudden outburst? What did you figure out, anyway?
Chen Chang slapped his thigh hard and exclaimed excitedly.
I've been watching us the whole time, and I kept feeling like something was missing from our conversation. Just now it finally clicked. What's the fun in just a bunch of guys chatting here? We need some girls. Wait a sec, guys, I'm going to go get some. Gu Qingji quickly interjected. Alright. Just take it easy. The girls you bring over aren't worth looking at anyway. Our big brother doesn't need too many beauties around him. Don't embarrass us. Bring your little sister over instead. Gu Qingji's offhand remark suddenly struck a chord with Chen Chang. He jumped up and exclaimed. Right. How could I forget that? Big bro, you absolutely have to meet my sister. Seriously. Top-tier human female. Looks, figure, education, conversation skills all first-rate. She's 5 years younger than me, just started college this year. At Imperial Capital University. I'll call her over right now. Hearing this, Bai Zhou rolled his eyes and retorted. Seriously, your sister must have had the worst luck in the world to end up with a brother like you. Gu Qingji chimed in to back Chen Chang up. Bro, he's dead right, his sister is gorgeous. She's the undisputed beauty queen in our circle. Yeah, bro, seriously. Why don't you consider my sister? 215 objective achieved, let loose and act. Faced with Chen Chang's earnest pleas, Bai Zhou was at a loss for words. He firmly rejected this absurd suggestion, leaving Chen Chang disappointed for quite some time. He never would have guessed that Chen Chang, who even at first glance seemed somewhat aloof, was actually a total suck-up. And what's more, a master-level suck-up with some serious skills. Finally, Bai Zhou simply kicked all three of them out of his room and went to bed early. After all, tomorrow was a crucial day for him. Whether his most important objective in coming to the capital would be achieved hinged entirely on how things unfolded tomorrow. Resting up was crucial. He hoped to achieve success at the first attempt. When Bai Zhou awoke, the sky was just beginning to lighten. After washing up, he didn't disturb the three still fast asleep. He drove alone to Gu Qingji's residence. 4 elders were already waiting for him there. These 4 elders were the patriarchs of the Gu, Lu, Feng, and Lu families, the most powerful figures among the capital's 4 great clans. It could be said that if these 4 individuals united within this small courtyard this morning, they could shake at least half the capital to its foundations. Indeed, the power and influence wielded by these 4 elders ranked among the very pinnacle of the entire vast nation of Huagua. Now, these 4 elders sat in quiet anticipation of a young man's arrival. That young man was Bai Zhou. Young brother Bai. You're quite early. Upon seeing Bai Zhou enter, Old Master Gu burst into hearty laughter, being the first to extend a welcome. Old Master Lu, not to be outdone, rose to greet Bai Zhou as well. Smiling, Bai Zhou strode swiftly into the courtyard and replied. Not nearly as early as you 4. I made a special effort to rise early for this, yet it seems I've kept you waiting. Oh, no. We old folks don't sleep much these days, and besides, it's been ages since we all gathered together. It's just perfect for a good chat. No need to mention waiting. Come, brother Bai, let me introduce you to. Saying this, Old Master Lu took Bai Zhou's hand and pointed to the 2 unfamiliar elders. See that gaunt, skinny one? That's the old man from the Feng family. And that broad-shouldered, easy-going-looking fellow? That's the old codger from the Lu family. Both of them are old foxes. You'd better watch your step around them. Hey! Old Lu, you shouldn't treat me like this. How can you badmouth someone to their face? Young brother Bai. Don't listen to old Lu's nonsense. I, Feng, am the fairest of men. Exactly. Our little Ing is so close to young Bai, she raves about you constantly. As an elder, how could I ever betray you? Both Elder Feng and Elder Lu spoke up, expressing their displeasure at what Old Master Lu had just said. Just as Bai Zhou was weighing his words, Old Man Gu stepped in to diffuse the tension. Alright. Everyone sit down. Enough idle chatter. Young Bai has made the effort to visit us. Do you expect him to sit here listening to you old folks bicker? Let's get down to business. Alright, you're the host, we'll listen to you. Let's get down to business. The elders settled back into their seats, and Bai Zhou took a place beside them. Old Man Gu had tea and snacks brought in before saying, Young Bai, I'm sure you know why we old folks are here today. Truth be told, old Lu and I thought just our 2 families would suffice. But then old Lu heard about you from his granddaughter and wanted in. Later, old Feng somehow sniffed out the story too. Well, here we are. Bai Zhou smiled lightly and said. None of that matters. What truly matters is that you elders recognize my worth and are willing to work with me.
So I'll be straightforward, Mr. Gu and Mr. Lu, I won't touch the 10% allocated to your two families. As for Mr. Fong and Mr. Lu, I can allocate 20% from my own shares to your two families. However, you must also contribute corresponding investments. After purchasing those properties, the company's accounts currently hold approximately $2.5 billion. Meaning each of you would need to contribute $2.5 billion. Bai Zhou looked at the two elders. Mr. Lu remained silent, head bowed in thought, while Mr. Fong spoke up. Young Bai, isn't 10% a bit low? How about 15%? We can afford it. Bai Zhou looked at old Master Fong, narrowing his eyes slightly as he smiled and said. That wouldn't be quite right. If I give you 15, what would the other three say? If I gave each of you 15, I'd only have 40 left. Then what would be the point of all this effort? Might as well not do it at all, right? Besides, is that really all I'm lacking, just that bit of investment? 10 each is my absolute best offer. Mr. Fong, don't try to use your negotiation tactics to test my bottom line. This is my limit. If you can accept it, we'll continue talking. If not, no deal, but we can still be friends. What do you say? Old Master Lu saw that Bai Zhou was serious. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Hey, old Fong, let's not push our luck. Getting a piece of the pie from young Bai is good enough. Have we forgotten why our four families joined forces? It's to avoid the worst-case scenario. Exactly. Old Fong. Don't fall back into your old ways. Young Bai, forgive us for laughing, old Fong just loves a bargain. 10 it is. The elders from the Gu and Lu families also stepped forward to speak, while Bai Zhou nodded with a smile. He knew full well this scene wasn't the old man from the Fong family's idea alone. It was undoubtedly a coordinated act by these four old fellows to test his stance. Bai Zhou disliked beating around the bush. His bottom line was 60%. He demanded absolute control of the company. If they accepted, they'd cooperate. If not, then so be it. At worst, he'd personally take the field and fight those capitalists tooth and nail, nothing more than a bit extra effort. Judging by the four elders' current attitudes, however, this deal seemed likely to succeed. Finally, old Master Fong nodded, accepting the 10% condition. With consensus finally reached, the Lu patriarch couldn't contain his eagerness and asked. Young Bai, now that you have the backing and protection of our four families, how much capital could you mobilize at once if you were to operate in the international financial markets? Bai Zhou stretched lazily, flexing his body, and replied with confidence. Since we've established this partnership, with the four of you providing protection, I can now operate freely. With my current principal of $2.5 billion, plus the $500 million investments from elders Fong and Lu, totaling $3 billion, combined with interbank borrowing, we should achieve up to 10x leverage, meaning $30 billion. With this, I am confident we can achieve 10x profits within a month. 216 The king's arrival. Tenfold. Though the four elders had mentally prepared themselves, hearing such staggering figures still sent shivers down their spines. Mr. Fong silently calculated, investing $2.5 billion, a tenfold return would mean $250 million in a month? Not to mention the subsequent snowball effect. His investment would grow exponentially. What could possibly make money faster than this? At first, he thought a 10% stake seemed a bit small, but upon reflection, was 10% really small? It was too much. But then he remembered how the two old men from the Gu and Lu families had initially acquired 10% of the shares with just 50 million yuan. They had long since made a fortune. He'd heard that last time, their two young masters had returned home and handed over 2 billion yuan to their families. Now look at his own grandson. Old Master Fong could just wring his neck. What a gap! Not only did he fail to bring home profits, he nearly offended Bai Zhou. If he really had offended Bai Zhou, how could he have participated in this surefire investment today? Thankfully, he caught it early. Plus, Bai Zhou was magnanimous and didn't hold his grandson's petty schemes against him. Thinking of this, old Master Fong felt a wave of melancholy. Both were young men, yet why was the gap between them so vast? Beside him, old Master Lu grinned, quietly calculating his own plans. Unlike old Master Fong, he was scheming about how to strengthen his ties with Bai Zhou. With the Gu and Lu families now practically Bai Zhou's lackeys thanks to their two accomplished grandsons, his own household. No suitable candidate. He did have a granddaughter, but she was 7 or 8 years older than Bai Zhou. Even if he wanted to arrange a match, he'd have to ask Bai Zhou if he agreed. Old Master Lu couldn't help but feel a bit resentful toward his son. Couldn't he have waited a little longer to have children? If he'd been born 7 or 8 years later, he'd be a perfect match for Bai Zhou now. What a headache. Still, it's a relief that the Lu family fares better than old Fong's clan. At least our younger generation gets along well with Bai Zhou. Word is our granddaughter's quite familiar with him too. As for that Fong family brat? Bai Zhou's being kind not to teach him a lesson. Old Master Lu shot Fong Lao to a mischievous glance, feeling somewhat comforted. Bai Zhou remained utterly oblivious to these elders' inner workings. He had no clue that these four men, whose combined age neared 300, had formed a hierarchy of contempt based on their varying degrees of closeness to him. At the bottom of the hierarchy, old Fong fretted constantly about falling short, haunted by memories of his grandson plotting against him. His nerves were perpetually on edge. As for Fong Yuan, he was beaten by his grandfather every other day, leaving him feeling utterly hopeless lately. Next up was Old Man Lu. He was relatively better off, without excessive worries. Still, he spent his days urging his granddaughter to take advantage of Bai Zhou's 2-day stay in the capital to meet him more often, hoping to become familiar with him. At the very top were the two elders, Gu and Lu. These two were sitting pretty, having been among the first major figures to connect with Bai Zhou. Their own descendants also shared exceptionally close ties with him. The elders constantly flaunted how they'd secured a 10% stake in Bai Zhou's company for a mere 50 million yuan back in the day, completely forgetting that the idea had originally come from their own grandson. They also overlooked their initial reluctance to agree to the deal. But none of that mattered to Bai Zhou now. He had no time to ponder such matters. All his energy was focused on this current operation. This venture represented Bai Zhou's largest and most capital-rich foray into finance since entering the field. With the backing of the four elders, he had shed all previous constraints, free to act with complete freedom. Coupled with the leverage borrowed from the Chuncheng family, Bai Zhou was now fully loaded, ready to execute an unprecedented, grand-scale operation. One final glance at the account revealed a staggering $33 billion. This colossal sum comprised the original $2.5 billion principal, the combined $500 million investment from the Fong and Lu families, and the tenfold leverage secured through Chen Cheng's connections. Together, they formed a figure powerful enough to shake the regional economy. Managing such a colossal capital flow for the first time, Bai Zhou felt a surge of bold ambition. He had already selected his target and, after meticulous calculations, was certain that upon completion of this transaction, after deducting all fees and leverage interest, the net profit would reach a staggering 104 times the initial investment. In other words, after this deal, the funds in his company's accounts would exceed the market value of his 24% stake in LVMH. At this thought, Bai Zhou smiled faintly. Indeed, it was wise to lean on a mighty tree for shade. With that, he initiated the operation. Such a massive capital flow was impossible to execute without attracting the attention of international capital. The moment Bai Zhou initiated his move, renowned international investment banks and major speculators received word. Yet despite their frantic efforts to uncover the source of these funds, they could only trace them back to an offshore financial company in the Cayman Islands. As for who controlled that company, they had no way of determining it. This was inevitable, as the information had been systematically blocked by the joint efforts of the four great families of the imperial capital. This left the eager international capitalists perpetually unable to decide how to handle the funds. Should they swallow it? It wasn't impossible. While $33 billion seemed substantial, it remained within acceptable limits for the global capital market sharks. But they knew nothing about the figures behind this money. What if they hit a brick wall? They could suffer massive losses. Yet watching it feast on the market's offerings with such voracity stirs envy in the capitalists' hearts. What to do? Yet while they dithered and hesitated, Bai Zhou had already completed this harvest with lightning speed. What made it even sweeter was that the majority of his victims were American capitalists. Nearly everyone except the giant conglomerates had been mowed down by Bai Zhou's scythe. Within mere days, the entire American financial market was engulfed in despair. Everyone wanted to know who this person was who wielded such immense capital to harvest the United States. Even on Wall Street, pessimistic whispers spread. They had tried to resist, but each attempt ended in crushing defeat. Except for the giant capital groups, everyone was screaming in terror. The king of finance has arrived. Thus, the day Bai Zhou executed his final move became known among American investors as the day of the sovereign's arrival. Little did they know that the one who had dominated the American financial markets that day was a young man from China, not yet 20 years old. The financial world began trembling in 217. Bai Zhou's swift move sent shockwaves across the globe. From New York to London, and even Hong Kong, the story spread through every financial hub on the planet. A king of unknown origin descended upon the United States that day. Armed with masterful maneuvers and precise foresight, he reaped vast wealth from the nation. This marked the first time the historically prosperous world center suffered such a devastating blow in the financial realm. In later generations, Bai Zhou's move was widely seen as his first challenge to the American financial hegemony led by Wall Street as the new king, marking the beginning of its decline and leaving an indelible mark in financial history. But that's all water under the bridge now. At present, nearly everyone in the financial industry has heard of this incident. Overseas reactions need no elaboration. Domestically, people are equally fervent, frantically trying to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it, although they are destined never to find the answer. Yet this very uncertainty only deepened the individual's aura of mystery. People are always drawn to the unknown, yet it also fills them with dread. Financial practitioners hungrily dissected every move Bai Zhou made during this incident. Yet the more they analyzed, the more they realized his foresight bordered on perfection, each action precisely calibrated to maximize returns, executed with decisive speed. Every counterattack by American capital was deftly neutralized. A renowned expert with 2 decades of prestige in China's financial circles publicly shared his insights after meticulously studying Bai Zhou's actions. While we may not know the identity of the individual behind this series of maneuvers, I can state with absolute certainty that this person is the most formidable financial strategist in history. Compared to this individual, I feel like a mere elementary school student. Truly, many of his moves seemed utterly irrational under the circumstances. Anyone with even basic financial knowledge would never act as he did. Yet, time and again, the outcomes prove him right. The moment this expert's assessment was voiced, the mastermind behind the incident, Bai Zhou himself, was instantly elevated to godlike status. Though no one knew his true identity, this did nothing to dampen the fervor. The entire financial world was shaken by Bai Zhou's intervention. Yet Bai Zhou, the very protagonist who had caused this upheaval, now felt a sense of helplessness. He finally understood why Gu Qingji and Lu Xinhuan, those two fellows, would praise him regardless of whether they understood anything. Genetics. He'd been surrounded by those 4 elders for nearly an hour of uninterrupted praise. Bai Zhou couldn't help but express genuine admiration. It was remarkable that not a single word had been repeated in that entire hour. Brother Bai. This old brother knew my judgment was spot on. Ha! Tenfold returns? Tenfold returns it is. Brilliant. Returns be damned. The main thing is that old Gu here finally got to see the United States get humiliated in finance during my lifetime. Ha! Brother Bai, you did great. You've thoroughly avenged this old brother's grievances. TSK, truly. Every time I think about it, I can't help but marvel. Back then, that 50 million for Xinhuan could only be released with my approval. If not for my brilliant and heroic decision, then how could we have this situation today? Old Lu, you're full of it. Everyone knows that money came from Lu Xinhuan's father. What does it have to do with you? Old Gu, that's where you're wrong. If I hadn't tacitly approved back then, would his dad have given him the money? If outsiders saw these 4 elders, men who held immense power and prestige in China, acting like children vying for credit, they'd be utterly shocked. After all, wherever these 4 elders appeared, they were always revered as pillars of virtue. But now? They're practically pulling each other's beards in a fight. Bai Zhou hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Gentlemen, hold on. There's no need for this. My involvement this time was merely going with the flow. I did anticipate some repercussions, but never imagined they'd be this severe. I must also distance myself from you old fellows. You absolutely must protect my identity. Now is not the time for me to step into the spotlight. Don't worry, brother Bai. We old-timers can handle this for you. Old Lu, who once oversaw education, gave Bai Zhou a knowing wink. But what? Old Lu, just say it plainly. With a few awkward chuckles, old man Lu rubbed his hands and said, the thing is, I accidentally let slip to the president of Wodaeku University that I know the mastermind behind this whole affair. Now he's hounding me, insisting I bring this person, you, brother Bai, to their university. The old men present all felt a jolt of surprise at this statement. Wodaeku University. That's one of China's top 2 institutions. Bai Zhou, however, remained unperturbed. He was merely concerned, fearing old Master Lu had revealed his identity. But old Master Lu quickly added, rest assured, I haven't told him who you are. However, his idea is to invite you to serve as a tenured professor in their finance department. If you have time, you could give lectures to their students. Hearing this, Bai Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, that was fine. As for that lifetime professorship, he wasn't even 20 yet. Giving lectures to a bunch of people who were generally older than him? And as a professor? Forget it. He didn't have the time for that. Shrugging, Bai Zhou told old Master Lu, please decline on my behalf. I simply don't have the time or inclination. I'll be heading back to Jiangxia soon. Final exams are approaching, and I need to focus on that. I won't be staying in the capital much longer. Hearing Bai Zhou was leaving, the old men immediately grew anxious. Oh no! Why go back to Jiangxia? Stay in the capital. If you want to study, there are so many universities here, pick whichever you like. If you get tired of being a student, you could even become a professor. Really? Don't go back. Exactly. Brother Bai, if you want a degree, this old brother will vouch for you. We'll get you straight into a master's program. If that doesn't work, a PhD. What do you say? Looking at the earnest expressions on their faces, Bai Zhou shook his head and smiled. It's not about any of that. Actually, it has nothing to do with these things. I've already said it, now isn't the right time for me to stay and develop my career in the capital. Besides, I have a company in Jiangxia that I simply can't leave. How about this, gentlemen? I promise you this, once the time is right in the future, I will definitely come to the capital to pursue my career. How does that sound? Please stop trying to persuade me to stay here. Elders Gu and Lu exchanged glances. Seeing their efforts were futile, they could only nod. Finally, they said to Bai Zhou, we won't force you, brother Bai. But we're counting on you to look after Qingji and Xinhuan. Let them go with you to Jiangxia.
218, Return and Home Visit.
The two troublemakers had long been set to return to Jiangxia with him, so Bai Zhou wasn't surprised. Still, whenever he saw those two, he couldn't help but smile. It wasn't for any other reason, but because. You two, get ready for a rough ride back to Jiangxia with me.
I'll be handing you some crucial tasks. It'll be hectic and grueling, nothing like your idle days in the capital. You'd better buckle down.
Hearing Bai Zhou agree to take them to Jiangxia, the two had already been over the moon with excitement.
Now they readily agreed. Don't worry, boss. You know how we roll. We'll get it done. Yeah, boss. We've been itching to get back to work, this downtime's driving us nuts. A little hustle and sweat won't hurt. Just take us with you, and we'll handle anything. Bai Zhou suppressed a smile and nodded. Alright, but you two better not back out later. Thanks to the private jet gifted by the Fong family, Bai Zhou and his companions didn't bother purchasing tickets.
Instead, after the Fong family cleared arrangements with air traffic control, they boarded the private aircraft bound for Jiangxia. Though the aircraft itself wasn't extravagantly priced, it was clear old Master Fong had spared no effort in its preparation. From the dedicated crew assigned to Bai Zhou to the luxurious cabin experience, every detail was impeccable. Leaning back lazily in the plush, comfortable sofa, Bai Zhou gently swirled a glass of red wine as he reflected on the gains from his trip to the capital. First and foremost, the undeniably crucial point was finally securing cooperation with the upper echelons of the four great families. This would finally allow him to make his mark on the international financial markets. This single achievement alone made all the time Bai Zhou had spent in the capital worthwhile. Second, he had strategically positioned himself in the capital by acquiring an entire residential complex in one of its most vibrant districts. This property would serve as another crucial hub for cultivating strategic talent. Given its prime location in the capital, its competitive edge was bound to surpass that of Jiangxia. The remaining gains were minor and miscellaneous. Whether it was the private jet he was currently flying in or the courtyard house Chen Chang had gifted him, these could only be considered trivial matters. After all, if Bai Zhou truly desired them, he could have obtained them effortlessly. Oh, right, almost forgot. There were also the profits from his first all-out offensive. Just as Bai Zhou had anticipated, after deducting all the miscellaneous expenses, his original $3 billion capital had ballooned to $31.2 billion. After allocating $10 billion each to the four major families, the portion entirely his own neared $20 billion, reaching the staggering sum of $187.2 billion. With this sum, both his ongoing operations and other expenditures were now fully secured. However, he had no immediate plans to touch this money. His strategy was to let the snowball gather momentum first. As Bai Zhou's thoughts raced, the plane gradually approached Jiangxia. After so many years, stepping back onto this land once more, Bai Zhou felt a long-lost sensation. His time in the capital had allowed him to truly mingle with scholars and avoid the common folk, yet an odd sensation lingered. Only upon returning to Jiangxia did he realize, this place, the starting point of his career, held extraordinary significance for him. Besides, weren't all his beloved confidants here now? Stretching lazily, Bai Zhou boarded the car John had already driven over to wait for them, accompanied by his two lively companions, under the envious gazes of the airport staff. The moment they got in, John said to Bai Zhou, "Mr. Bai, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned, Miss Jiang Yu would have gone to the capital to find you." Bai Zhou froze. Jiang Yu? Why is she looking for me? Is it urgent? Couldn't she just call? John chuckled. Miss Jiang Yu probably didn't know how to broach this over the phone. Your principal has been trying to reach you through her lately. I don't know the specifics Miss Jiang Yu hasn't told me, but from what I gather, your principal is driving her absolutely crazy. Principal Li, huh? Alright then. Don't go home first. Head straight to the school and find Jiang Yu. Let's see what kind of nonsense my Principal Li is up to. Understood, Mr. Bai. So the group changed course and headed straight to Bai Zhou's school. After receiving Bai Zhou's call, Jiang Yu obediently waited in the office for his arrival, taking the opportunity to call Principal Li and inform him that Bai Zhou had returned. Honestly, if Bai Zhou hadn't returned, she might have actually gone to the capital to find him. That Principal Li was just too much. He'd come looking for her 3 times in one day. All to ask when Bai Zhou was coming back. How was she supposed to know when he'd be back? Finally, Bai Zhou appeared. Jiang Yu and Principal Lu, who had been waiting in the office, both stood up to greet him. Mr. Bai Zhou. You're finally back. We've been dying to see you. Principal Li wore a fawning expression, clearly having something to ask of Bai Zhou. Jiang Yu shot him a withering glare and snapped. Alright, you two can handle the rest. I'm outta here. Principal Li, if you need Bai Zhou in the future, talk to him yourself. I'm done with this nonsense. With that, Jiang Yu grabbed her small bag and left. Principal Li looked thoroughly embarrassed, offering an awkward smile. Haha, Comrade Jiang Yu seems to be in a bad mood. Understanding is everything, right? Understanding is everything. Bai Zhou pursed his lips. Alright, Principal Li, cut the suspense. What exactly do you need from me? Principal Li rubbed his increasingly sparse scalp, smiling ingratiatingly as he said,
"Well, it's really nothing major, heh.
"You know, Bai Zhou, our school isn't exactly a priority for anyone.
We have to handle a lot of things ourselves. With the school anniversary coming up soon, the finances, heh."
Principal Li kept rubbing his hands together with an awkward grin, leaving Bai Zhou feeling utterly exasperated. He didn't buy that the school was truly too broke to host its own anniversary, but then again, he wasn't exactly concerned about the money either. A thought struck him, and Bai Zhou came up with a brilliant idea.
"Principal Li, I understand what you're saying. The school needs sponsors for the anniversary, right?" Principal Li nodded frantically. "Exactly.
Student Bai Zhou, the school is struggling too, otherwise we wouldn't be."
Alright, let's not dwell on that. I can sponsor the school. I'll even cover the entire cost of the anniversary celebration. But I have one condition." "A condition? What kind of condition?"
"I'll cover the costs, but I want to oversee the planning of this anniversary celebration."
"The school only needs to provide support." "What do you say? Is there such a good deal?"
Principal Li wasn't too keen on organizing this celebration anyway. He finds it troublesome. Now Bai Zhou is not only offering to cover the costs but also wants to take charge.
"Alright. It's settled. 219 is a star, right? I'll invite them." Stepping out of the office, both Bai Zhou and Principal Li expressed satisfaction with the outcome of their discussion.
Both had achieved outcomes that pleased them. The big fox and the little fox exchanged a knowing smile before going their separate ways. Back in the car, Bai Zhou recounted what had just transpired. After listening, Lu Xinhuan was the first to speak.
"Bro, why'd you agree to that guy's deal?
He's clearly trying to make you spend money and exert effort for him."
Bai Zhou chuckled. "I know exactly what he's thinking. But it just so happens I wanted to use this chance to have some fun."
"Play?"
Bai Zhou nodded lightly, closing his eyes as his fingers tapped gently.
"Right. To put it another way, it's like if you, Lu Xinhuan, were out at a bar, suddenly feeling really happy, and then shouted, 'Tonight, everything here is on me, Mr. Lu.'" A smile curved Bai Zhou's lips. "It's simply because I'm in a good mood right now, and I want more people to share in my joy. That's all." Lu Xinhuan nodded in understanding.
"Oh, I see. That I know.
Big brother, if there's anything you need help with, just give the word."
Bai Zhou thought for a moment.
Actually, there was something he could use their help with. Come to think of it, I do need your help." The brothers perked up at once and eagerly asked. "Big brother, just give the orders.
We'll get it done for you."
Bai Zhou opened his eyes and looked at them.
"I need you to contact some celebrities. As for who to invite, that's up to you. The more, the better. Focus on those popular with today's youth. Don't worry about the cost. If you can get them, bring them all. No problem. Leave it to us, brother." "Just some celebrities? Piece of cake." That same day, a rumor began circulating through China's entertainment industry. "Heard the news?
The two young masters from the Gu and Lu families in the capital are hunting down celebrities for a performance. Word is the pay is incredibly generous."
"Heard it loud and clear."
"Dude, don't be so short-sighted. Forget about the price. This is an invitation from the capital's elite families. Think of the prestige. And if you play your cards right, you might even build connections with those kinds of people. Resources? You'll never have to worry about them again."
"Yeah, makes sense. Should we go check it out?"
"Of course.
Why wouldn't we? It's a rare opportunity. Let's go."
In an instant, the entire entertainment industry began to stir with undercurrents. He Manning had naturally heard the news, though she initially paid it little mind. Having successfully secured the Cillian endorsement alongside Bai Zhou, she had now ascended to become one of the top-tier divas in China's entertainment industry. She no longer needed to make appearances at trivial events, nor did she care about the paltry appearance fees. As for the so-called friendship with the imperial capital's elite families, something as elusive as a moon reflected in water or a flower seen in a mirror, she couldn't care less. In her view, maintaining her relationship with Bai Zhou was more important than anything else. So when her agent first approached her about an invitation from the Gu family's eldest son to attend a gala, He Manning declined immediately.
"I'm not interested," she said.
"Besides, we agreed this period is my vacation.
Could you please stop scheduling work for me?"
Her agent was utterly helpless. As a top-tier diva, she had every right to be capricious. But then the agent received news that forced her to knock on He Manning's door once more.
Braced for potential complaints, she said. "Manling, I really think you should attend this celebration."
He Manling, whose drama viewing had been interrupted at a climactic moment, furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her voice tinged with displeasure.
"I told you I'm not going. I really don't want to."
Her agent gave a wry smile.
"Manling, I'm afraid you really have to go.
The young master of the Gu family just contacted me personally and told me something." Before she could finish, He Manning cut her off.
"Humph. I'm not going. No matter what he says, I'm not going. What's so special about the Gu family's young master? I have my own backer. Mr. Bai Zhou is my backer. Oh, Manning, just hear me out.
The Gu family's young master said it was Mr. Bai Zhou who asked them to invite celebrities.
It's Mr. Bai Zhou who's organizing this celebration.
He Manning, who had been swiping her screen, froze instantly, her entire body going rigid.
What? Mr. Bai Zhou is organizing this celebration? Yes. Agree. Agree. Sis. Quickly restore the Gu family young master's identity and say I agree. I'll definitely attend.
He Manning was nearly in tears with anxiety, terrified that Gu Qingji would tell Bai Zhou she wasn't attending the celebration he was hosting. Her agent smiled at her flustered state and said softly,
I already agreed for you. The moment I heard the Gu family young master say it was Mr. Bai Zhou hosting this celebration, I agreed for you.
He Manning finally exhaled in relief, patting her chest with her palm. A seductive ripple spread across her décolletage as she cooed at her agent.
Thanks, sis. I knew you'd be the best.
The agent shook her head and continued.
Oh, right, Manung.
Young Master Gu mentioned that considering your standing in the industry, he's decided to offer you a performance fee of 10 million per song.
Think it over. How many songs do you plan to perform? What? They're paying me? No way, no way. Sis, please tell them I don't want the money.
This is a celebration hosted by Mr. Bai Zhou. How could I possibly accept payment? And don't ask how many songs I'll perform, I'll sing as many as they want.
Oh, and the host. I can even guest host the event.
Under He Manning's persistent pressure, her agent had no choice but to approach Gu Qingji, stating she was willing to perform for free and even host the entire event. Gu Qingji, unaware of her relationship with Bai Zhou, was utterly astonished.
After all, this was He Manning, one of the top names in China's entertainment industry.
Every appearance commanded tens of millions in fees. Even when her agent initially said she wouldn't come, Gu Qingji hadn't been surprised at all. He'd merely thought it a pity such a heavyweight star might miss the event, prompting his second invitation where he'd accidentally mentioned his older brother's name.
And now she'd agreed. And crucially, this wasn't even a charity performance. How could mentioning his big brother's name make her refuse payment and agree to perform outright? Baffling. Meanwhile, news travels fast. News of He Manning's decision to perform pro bono spread like wildfire. Within moments, the entire entertainment industry knew about it. Everyone began asking, why would the aloof diva He Manning suddenly lower herself like this?
After digging around, they uncovered a crucial detail.
The host of this celebration was a man named Bai Zhou. The entire entertainment industry went wild. 220 all performing for free?
Gu Qingji and Lu Shihan, who had spent the entire afternoon making calls to invite people, were ready to take a break and grab a bite to eat.
Third brother, how many people did you manage to get? A dozen or so. Don't even ask, just some second and third tier minor celebrities. Heard they only came because we offered more money. The top stars either had scheduling conflicts or thought the event wasn't prestigious enough. None of them seemed too keen on attending. Heh, not so great, huh? Still not enough clout. Let me tell you, I've got a heavyweight on board. Who? He Manning. Holy crap, are you serious? She's my idol. How did you pull that off? Second brother, teach me. Gu Qingji chuckled. I can't tell you that. You'll never guess why He Manning agreed to come to the school anniversary. Lu Shihan was nearly beside himself with excitement. It was He Manning. As he said, this woman was practically the goddess in the eyes of most men across the country. Why? Why? Big brother, stop teasing us. Gu Qingji shook his head dramatically. Truth is, when I first called her agent, I got turned down flat. But I just couldn't let it go, so I tried again. This time, though, I accidentally let slip that our big brother was the one organizing the whole thing. That's when He Manning couldn't sit still anymore. She immediately agreed to come and she won't even take an appearance fee. She wants to host the event herself. What? She's not even charging an appearance fee? At her level, a single performance easily brings in tens of millions. Not to mention hosting. It's beyond belief. Exactly. All because I accidentally let slip my brother's name. So, Lu Xinhuan understood. So He Manning has a crush on our big brother? Gu Qingji immediately rolled his eyes and smacked him on the head. What nonsense! What I meant was, He Manning must be doing this because of our big brother. Otherwise, there's no reason for it. Ah, right. But if she doesn't like our big brother, why would she be so enthusiastic? Are you completely brain dead? Couldn't it be for some other reason? Maybe she needs something from our big brother? Lu Xinhuan refused to budge. I still think that woman has ulterior motives toward our big brother. Otherwise, she wouldn't go this far. Gu Qingji was so furious he was fuming. How dare he spout such nonsense? Didn't he fear someone overhearing and spreading it? That would be disastrous for Bai Zhou. Amidst the heated argument, the door suddenly swung open. A staff member who'd been working with them both rushed in, looking frantic. Brother Gu, Brother Lu, you need to get back immediately. Our phones are blowing up. All these big-name stars. They're all coming to attend the school anniversary celebration. The two men, caught in the heat of their argument, froze. Ha? What did you say? Our phones are blowing up? By who? By those celebrities? Who exactly? The staff member was sweating with anxiety. All top-tier superstars. Like the rising king of pop Zhang Lisan, the singing god Qin Xin, the film emperor Du Shengtao, the #1 girl group Wings, plus the 4 leading ladies and a whole bunch of popular idol stars they've all called. They all want to attend, and we're at a loss. With so many people, how are we supposed to handle the appearance fees? We had no choice but to come find you too. Gu Qingji was stunned by this unexpected surprise. He and Lu Xinhuan had considered inviting these very people, but after making a few calls, they'd given up. First, the chances of these top entertainment superstars accepting an invitation were slim. Second, even if someone occasionally agreed, their appearance fees were simply too high. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but it just didn't seem worth it. But what was going on now? Why were these big-name stars suddenly calling him all at once? It seemed like they were practically begging to come. After calming his nerves, Gu Qingji pulled the still-dazed Lu Xinhuan along and followed the staff member back to the office. The moment they pushed open the door, they were met with a scene of frenzied activity. Over 30 staff members were all frantically juggling phones in both hands, completely swamped. The sheer number of people made the place unusually noisy, forcing everyone to raise their voices as if shouting during their calls. This hardly resembled business negotiations with celebrities. To an outsider, it might as well have been a bustling market. Seeing this, Gu Qingji was too stunned to react. Lu Xinhuan was useless in this moment. He'd been completely frozen by the scene. Now, Gu had to take charge. He pulled a megaphone from a box, climbed onto a table, and bellowed into it. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Stop. Listen to me now. Hang up your phones temporarily. Everyone, look my way. Over 30 staff members immediately put down their phones and listened to his instructions. Once silence fell, Gu Qingji continued. Let's take it step by step. For now, everyone should compile and report to their respective team leaders the lists of people who have agreed to attend the school anniversary celebration, categorized by tier. The team leaders will then consolidate these lists and bring them to me. I need to first assess the total number of confirmed attendees. Once I've finalized the corresponding appearance fees for each tier, each of you will negotiate the quotes with your respective contacts. Only after their agreement will we proceed to the next phase. Upon hearing Gu Qingji's instructions, everyone immediately sprang into action. Before long, a thick stack of lists was handed to him. A cursory glance left him speechless with astonishment. Frankly, the vast majority of names on this list were household names in the entertainment industry. Compared to these figures, the so-called traffic stars fell light years behind in terms of talent, popularity, and status. How on earth was he supposed to set the appearance fees? A sense of melancholy washed over him. The names that staff had mentioned earlier, Qin Xin, Du Shengtao, Zhang Lisan, were all prominently listed. Each of these individuals carried star power no less than Yimanings. If they demanded payment, 10 million yuan per person would be the bare minimum. That much money. Though Bai Zhou said there was no budget limit, spending so much on a mere school anniversary celebration might not be appropriate. Just as Gu Qingji was fretting, his eyes suddenly caught the final column of notes on the list. Under each name, a single sentence was neatly printed. This celebrity is willing to perform pro bono, without charging any fees. Ha? Was I seeing things? Gu Qingji rubbed his eyes and looked at the line again. No mistake. It was as if these top-tier superstars had all coordinated beforehand. The notes section was filled with this. 221 were all targeting Bai Zhou. Gu Qingji urgently summoned the person in charge of this list to ask him. What's with these notes? Why does it say voluntary appearance, no performance fee next to every single name? The manager, busy verifying details, slapped his forehead and said, "Oh my, I almost forgot to mention this. We're puzzled too." These stars who usually act so high and mighty today, for some reason, they were incredibly humble on the phone, as if terrified we'd refuse their participation in the school anniversary. And each one specifically instructed us that their attendance is purely voluntary, so no appearance fees need to be paid. Another staff member chimed in. Yeah, brother Gu, you wouldn't believe it. That Lu Xinhuan who called me, she's hailed as a leading figure among the new generation of singers, one of the youngest top-tier female stars. Pretty big name, right? When she called, she kept begging me to put her on the list. Her tone was so groveling, I thought I was hallucinating. Exactly. Those celebrities are hilarious. A few near-a-list stars who aren't quite famous enough tried to bribe me or directly sponsor our school anniversary just to get on stage. It's the first time I've ever seen celebrities pay out of their own pockets to perform. Listening to the staff's reports, Gu Qingji found it all utterly absurd. He glanced at the time. Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Surely no one would play this kind of joke on me? But what were these celebrities after? What were they trying to gain? Visibly, Gu Qingji's expression turned into a classic question mark face. Top tier, elite, outstanding talent. And they don't even charge a dime? Wait. Gu Chengji seemed to suddenly remember something.
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Siamoning perfectly fits this description. Could it be?
The more he thought about it, the more he felt he might have missed a crucial detail.
These top-tier superstars must be after Big Brother Bai Zhou. Absolutely.
It seems information leaked from Hemuning's side, which is why these people are being so proactive. Convinced he'd uncovered the truth, Gu Chengji tapped the table lightly, only to be struck by another question.
But why are they so fanatical about my brother? It's like ordinary fans seeing their idol.
Of course, Gu Chengji didn't know that these celebrities were indeed after Bai Zhou, just as he suspected. But each of them had their own agenda.
Remember, Hemunning was merely a top-tier actress when she first partnered with Bai Zhou. Shortly after landing an endorsement deal with Louis Vuitton's Siren brand, she skyrocketed from top-tier stardom to the ranks of the absolute A-list.
Both her net worth and status multiplied tenfold. Meanwhile, her former arch-rival, the one who had constantly sabotaged her, was crushed by Bai Zhou with a mere flick of his wrist. Such power and such tactics, how could these celebrities not be tempted? Let's be honest, in this profession, to advance and reach greater heights, beyond sheer talent, a powerful patron is indispensable.
After all, among China's vast population of 1.4 billion, capable individuals are a dime a dozen. What makes you think you deserve stardom? Isn't it all down to seizing opportunities and finding the right patrons? Now that Bai Zhou, arguably the entertainment industry's most powerful, influential, and formidable patron, has emerged, how could these celebrities not go wild? Forget the rising stars and near-A-listers, even established superstars who still dream of climbing higher will seize this chance. In their eyes, if they perform well enough to catch Bai Zhou's eye, their career paths and financial futures would essentially become smooth sailing. Previously, they wanted connections but lacked avenues. Now that Bai Zhou's powerful influence is actively extending itself for them to latch onto, they're swarming like sharks, sensing blood rushing in swiftly. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, no one wants to miss. Though he hadn't yet figured out why, Gu Chengji wasn't inclined to dwell on it now. After all, these celebrities were practically throwing themselves at him. Why should he refuse? He instructed the staff. Listen up. You don't need to handle anything else. We've got too many celebrities signing up now. The school anniversary gala is just one night, maybe an afternoon at most. We don't need this many people. Start by filtering the list. Tell the non-A-listers not to bother coming. Even the near-A-listers are out. Got it? Then, his gaze lingered on the most familiar names on the list. He smiled. These were all people who had previously turned down his invitations. He was going to call them back and ask exactly what they were thinking. Why the sudden change of heart? The first call went to Yang Yingxue, a top-tier star he'd admired for years, a leading actress who excelled in film, television, and music. Miss Yang Yingxue, hello. This is Gu Chengji. I called you before to invite you to our school anniversary event. Do you remember? A soft, sweet voice answered from the other end, though it sounded somewhat hurried. I remember. Mr. Gu, of course I remember you. I'm so sorry. Last time, my agent acted on her own and declined your invitation. I've already given her a stern talking to. That wasn't my intention at all. I'd be delighted to attend this anniversary event. Please, let me come. Gu Chengji chuckled softly, feigning difficulty. Well, Miss Yang, you might not know this, but the whole entertainment industry seems to have gone mad lately. Every big name wants to attend our reunion. Forget the minor stars below the A-list. Every A-list celebrity you can name has called us expressing interest. It's putting us in a tough spot. How are we supposed to choose? Gu Chengji's intent was crystal clear, to make this woman regret her decision. When we invited you, you turned us down. Now that you're begging us, don't you think we should make you pay for it? Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Yang Yingxue was so flustered she nearly burst into tears. She was merely a top-tier actress. Remembering Hemuning's terrifying rise after collaborating with Bai Zhou, Yang Yingxue had been consumed by jealousy. Countless nights, she'd dreamt of taking Hemuning's place as Bai Zhou's collaborator. Had that happened, she'd already be the entertainment industry's top diva, free from her agency's constraints, living the carefree life Hemuning enjoyed now. That's why she was determined this time, no matter what, she would seize the opportunity. For Bai Zhou's school anniversary event, Yang Yingxue would fight tooth and nail to get in. Mr. Gu, please choose me. Not only will I participate in this event without charging a single penny, but I will personally cover all expenses for myself and my team during the event. The organizers won't have to pay a dime. 222. Is this really an anniversary celebration? Many others shared Yang Yingxue's mindset. Though these individuals were once high and mighty superstars, held aloft by their fans, now before Bai Zhou they resembled concubines awaiting the emperor's favor, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. They yearned for permission to join Bai Zhou's anniversary celebration. Whether the school was prestigious, worthy of their names, or might tarnish their image, none of that mattered. What counted was the chance to meet Bai Zhou, the man who effortlessly elevated Hemunning to godlike status.
Their apprehension stemmed from the fear that missing this event regardless of whether others might seize the moment first meant they couldn't be certain such an opportunity would ever arise again, no matter how laid back they might be. In short, regardless of their star power, these celebrities shared a remarkably unified stance on this matter.
They unanimously believed that no matter the cost, they absolutely must secure a place at this school anniversary event.
Of course, the vast majority would see their hopes dashed. As Gu Qingji noted, for those below the top tier including near top tier stars, no amount of effort would prevent their efforts from being in vain.
Even so, after rigorous screening, the remaining list was still absurdly long.
When Gu Qingji presented this list to Bai Zhou, the latter was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Qingji to have such impressive connections to actually secure so many people. He hadn't realized that Gu Qingji's outstanding results were entirely thanks to him, a complete free ride. After reviewing the list, Bai Zhou found it difficult to make a choice. After all, every celebrity on it was top tier in the industry, whether in terms of professional skills, popularity, or other aspects. It was truly hard to pick. So Bai Zhou decided to shake things up. He slapped the table and extended the originally planned one-night event to span the entire afternoon and evening, figuring everyone might as well have a good time. With Bai Zhou's command, the entire school anniversary event team sprang into action. The first task, naturally, was launching the promotional campaign. A lengthy list began circulating on campus. At first, students couldn't believe the star-studded roster, dismissing it as a prank by the school administration. But when the second wave of publicity dropped a video featuring well wishes from every single star, students had no choice but to accept it was all real. Visibly, the entire campus began to buzz with excitement.
Wings is coming to our anniversary celebration. Oh my god. My 5 idols are performing at my school. I'm so happy. Zhang Lisan, the new king of pop. I'm dying. My scalp is tingling. How much did the school spend? This lineup of stars, and it's not even a major anniversary this year. What's going on? Anniversary celebration? You're telling me this is an anniversary celebration? Even the Spring Festival Gala lineup isn't this extravagant. Our school's got major clout. Who cares how much it cost? Just getting them here is insanely awesome. Yeah. My bestie who goes to Jiangxia University always looked down on our school. If she knew her idol Qin is coming to perform here, she'd be green with envy. Not just the students, even the teachers are buzzing with excitement. You know, these stars include some national superstars, the kind everyone loves, young and old, like He Munning and Du Xingtao. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the school anniversary celebration. Amidst this buzz, the anniversary date drew ever closer. That list and that video had also made their way online. While they garnered significant attention, the comments and reactions were mostly skeptical and mocking. I wouldn't dare dream of something like this. The content creator is way too bold. School anniversary? What school could possibly afford to invite such top-tier superstars to perform? Could they even cover the appearance fees? Go wash up and go to sleep. This video is definitely fake. Just fooling yourself. A third-rate school dreaming of first-rate glory, truly proving the saying, the size of your dreams determines the size of your stage. Your stage is huge, wow. Enough talk, dare you take a bet, creator? If this is real, I'll livestream eating 3 pounds of Oreo cookies right now. If it's fake, you don't even need 3 pounds, just one will do. How about it? Dare you take the wager? Dude, chill out. You're just exposing the creator's scheme to scam free food and drinks. Even though it sparked massive attention and even trended on social media, none of the celebrities responded. This has led more and more people to doubt the story's authenticity, which is exactly what Bai Zhou intended. Because he knew that if netizens discovered it was real, the school anniversary celebration would likely be cancelled. The campus might even be torn apart by the swarming fans of all the celebrities. Thus, amidst this peculiar atmosphere, preparations for the anniversary proceeded methodically. By Bai Zhou's side now stood a woman wearing a large sun hat, sunglasses, and a scarf. She bustled about all day assisting him, handling all sorts of trivial matters including purchasing professional sound equipment, lighting setups, stage design, and more. She was busier than Bai Zhou himself. This person was none other than the top diva, the nation's goddess, He Manning. She had sought out Bai Zhou early on, leveraging her professional expertise to tirelessly advance the event preparations. Working late into the night daily, Bai Zhou initially urged her to rest, but seeing she seemed fine, he eventually let her continue. That day, after finishing the last bit of work, He Manning sat down beside Bai Zhou, panting slightly. She secretly took off her hat to wipe away sweat. Glancing at Bai Zhou, who was frowning in deep thought, she asked softly, "Mr. Bai Zhou, what exactly is the purpose of organizing such a grand school anniversary celebration?" Bai Zhou's frown relaxed. He turned to glance at her, handed her a fan, and smiled. "Are you implying that I've made this celebration feel less like a celebration?" He shook his head and looked toward the stage. "At first, I never imagined things would turn out this way. But after you arrived, it all clicked. Those people clamoring to volunteer for performances, scrambling to join my school anniversary event? They were all after me. They saw the success we achieved working together, and now they all want to be the next Himaning. With a chuckle, Bai Zhou removed her sunglasses. Staring into her large, expressive eyes, she replied with a hint of amusement. I don't care what they think. What I want is to liven up the school, to make the students happy. That's all. 223 A star-studded gathering. Seeing Bai Zhou's gaze and his deliberately flippant demeanor, Himaning exhaled a sigh of relief, her worries completely melting away. The reason she had come to Bai Zhou so early and taken the initiative to help him with so much work was primarily to confirm his intentions. She feared he might be planning to collaborate with new celebrities, which could challenge and threaten her position by his side. It wasn't that she was petty. She owed her current position largely to Bai Zhou, and she couldn't afford to risk losing him. Though she personally didn't crave fame and fortune excessively, the entertainment industry itself was the ultimate arena for both. The adage "stand still and you fall behind" held true here. If someone replaced her position by Bai Zhou's side, everything she had gained would be taken away. This reality was crystal clear to Himaning. Fortunately, judging by Bai Zhou's demeanor, he showed no such inclination whatsoever. As she breathed a sigh of relief, she couldn't help but feel even more gratitude toward him. Truth be told, navigating the entertainment industry, Himaning had managed to keep herself pure. Yet she wasn't blind to its dark underbelly. In fact, it was precisely her awareness of these shadowy corners that had saved her from being exploited by that Lu Qi back then. She understood all too well that with Bai Zhou's current standing, he could have anything he desired in the entertainment world. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger, just a glance would be enough. The list of celebrities willing to get involved with him would stretch from Jiangxia to Dong Province. And now, even with her by his side, he hadn't hinted at forcing her into those acts she once detested so deeply. This made her feel genuinely grateful to Bai Zhou. Truthfully, she'd noticed something else: if Bai Zhou ever asked her to do something, she'd be more than willing. Honestly, she'd thought about it before, and to her surprise, she found herself utterly unresisting in such a scenario. Only a quiet thrill remained. Just moments ago, when Bai Zhou removed her glasses, Himaning would never have tolerated such an intimate gesture before. Yet when it came from him, she couldn't muster even a flicker of refusal. Instead, she obediently let Bai Zhou remove her glasses, then watched him with a smile. As Bai Zhou gazed at her, she distinctly felt her heartbeat quicken. Just then, Bai Zhou withdrew his gaze, stretched lazily, and said to her, "All right, we're done here. Tomorrow's the big day. You should get some rest too. Didn't we agree you'd be hosting? That's an entire afternoon and evening, it'll be exhausting. Plus, you have to perform. Go get some sleep." Himaning exhaled softly, put on her hat and glasses, and replied to Bai Zhou, "All right, I'll head back then." The moment he arrived on campus that morning, Bai Zhou sensed an unusual atmosphere. Every student he saw wore a look of excitement they were trying hard to suppress. The entire school was on high alert, and the road outside the gates had even been completely blocked off, all to ensure the celebrities could enter smoothly later. Bai Zhou arrived early at the venue with Gu Qingji, Lu Xinuan, and John. They chatted while waiting for the anniversary celebration to begin. Before long, the elegantly dressed Himaning arrived at the venue. Her radiant smile made both Gu Qingji and Lu Xinuan's hearts skip a beat. Bai Zhou smiled softly as he looked at her and greeted her. "You're here so early. Did you get some rest?" Himaning's eyes crinkled into two crescent moons as she replied sweetly, "I'm well rested. As the host, I had to arrive early, but I didn't expect you to be here so soon either." Her words casually revealed her closeness to Bai Zhou. The lively brothers weren't oblivious to the atmosphere either. They exchanged a glance and whispered to each other, "Second brother, what did I tell you back then? Himaning has definitely got her eye on our big brother. That attitude. It's way too intimate. TSK, gotta admit, you've got sharp eyes on that front, kid. Man, being around Big Brother really makes you appreciate how awesome he is. Himaning, the nation's goddess. And she's totally head over heels for Big Brother's genes. I wish Big Brother would teach me some pickup tricks. I want a girl like Himaning to like me too. Dream on, kid. Our big bro doesn't need tricks, he just charms em. Got his kind of charm?" At this point, Lu Xinhuan hung his head in resignation. No way. As they chatted, the celebrities began arriving one after another. The first to enter the venue was the legendary singer Qin Qin. His eyes lit up the moment he spotted Bai Zhou chatting with the others. He couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement, but the setting demanded restraint. He merely greeted Bai Zhou politely before striking up a conversation with Himaning. His tone couldn't hide his envy. Though hailed as the god of song with a thriving music career, Qin Qin still craved more. He wanted to cross over, to become an all-around superstar. That's why he hoped to seize this opportunity to connect with Bai Zhou, preferably to have a private chat. Though it wasn't possible right now, building rapport with Himaning, the rising star in Bai Zhou's inner circle, was a solid next step. Himaning was well aware of his intentions.
Though she maintained her integrity, that didn't mean she was oblivious to the entertainment industry's workings. On the contrary, it was precisely because she understood them and knew how to navigate them skillfully that she had risen to become a top-tier actress despite her earlier struggles. Though she recognized Qin as a competitor, He Manning maintained impeccable surface-level courtesy. After all, whether this man posed a threat ultimately depended on Bai Zhou. She certainly didn't want some unfounded sense of crisis to tarnish her image in Bai Zhou's eyes. Qin's arrival seemed to signal the opening act, as one after another, the glittering superstars of the entertainment world began to arrive. Zhang Lisan, Wings, Du Shengtao, Yang Yingxue. If anyone had entered the backstage area at that moment, they would have been astonished to find the entire entertainment industry's top-tier stars gathered in one place. This scene could truly be summed up in 4 words. A gathering of stars. As for the students, they felt as though they might faint from sheer happiness. They were experiencing a truly dazzling spectacle. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, the mastermind behind it all, sat in the audience, smiling as he watched his classmates and seniors enthusiastically discussing every celebrity in attendance. He murmured contentedly to himself. Well, it's true, happiness shared is happiness doubled. 224, the world's greatest school anniversary. This grand celebration is about to begin. Quiet, quiet. It's about to start. It's about to start. Quiet, everyone. I heard the host is He Manning. Is that even real? I wonder when my Qin will make his appearance. I'm so anxious. What's the rush? This celebration goes on until nighttime. Plenty of time. Ah, she's here. He Manning is here. She really is the host. She looks stunning. That gown suits her perfectly. Her figure is amazing. The moment He Manning stepped onto the stage, the students below went wild, cheering and chanting non-stop. But scenes like this were nothing to her. She'd been through far bigger events. With a sweet smile, He Manning took the microphone and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm He Manning. I'm thrilled to be here for this school anniversary celebration and to host today's event. I'll be keeping you company throughout the afternoon and evening." No sooner had she finished speaking than the crowd of ravenous male students below the stage erupted in a thunderous roar. "Oh! Hooray! Can you stay a little longer? How about continuing tomorrow?" He Manning stole a glance at Bai Zhou below the stage. She thought to herself that she'd love to stay, but wondered if Bai Zhou would want her by his side. After the opening, the entire venue was buzzing with excitement. He Manning formally introduced the first performance. "Now, please give a warm welcome to our rising superstar, Zhang Lisan, as he performs his brand new single, The Girl, a song he's painstakingly crafted over many years." It must be said, the top-tier stars attending this event weren't just enthusiastic, the works they brought were truly first-rate. Originally, Zhang Lisan had composed this song as the lead track for his debut album after becoming a superstar, so the level of dedication was evident. Yet here he was, performing it at a third-rate university's anniversary celebration. This meant his album release would be delayed again, but he still chose to do it. This clearly demonstrates Zhang Lisan's commitment to this event, or rather, to Bai Zhou. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a desperate gamble. Zhang Lisan himself wasn't that old and was very popular among young people. Coupled with his good looks possessing about a third of Bai Zhou's beauty, this earned him a huge female fanbase. Many girls at the university were quite fond of him. Fly bravely, Lisan. Chestnuts will always be by your side. Immediately, the girls who adored Zhang Lisan formed a fan club, waving flags and cheering passionately for their idol. Zhang Lisan's entrance perfectly matched his current superstar status. He began by bowing very gallantly to the audience below the stage. Whether intentional or not, his bow was directed straight at Bai Zhou. Rising to his feet, he flashed a gentle smile, radiating star power. "Thank you for your cheers. The song I'm bringing you today is one I've polished with great care. Every aspect, lyrics, composition, arrangement, reflects the immense effort poured in by myself and my team. I've long sought the perfect stage for this song, and today I realize this is where it truly belongs. So, here's the girl for all of you." Amidst the heart-wrenching cheers from the crowd, especially the young women, Bai Zhou cast an amused glance at Zhang Lisan on stage. Just then, Gu Qingji remarked to him, "Bro, this guy sure knows how to talk. He doesn't think this school anniversary is the right stage. He's clearly here for your sake." Lu Xinhuan, who'd never been fond of celebrities, especially male ones, snorted dismissively. "Unwarranted flattery never comes with good intentions. He must want something from you, brother." Bai Zhou shrugged indifferently. "Relax. They're not stupid enough to think a single song could sway me. There'll be more to come later. For now, just sit back and enjoy the show." With that, Bai Zhou and his companions stopped dwelling on the matter, immersing themselves fully in the spectacular visual feast unfolding before them. Meanwhile, the students had already gone wild. Many social media enthusiasts recorded videos with their phones and uploaded them online, quickly propelling the event to the top of the trending list. The host of the Bai Business College anniversary celebration was He Manning. The first guest of honor at the anniversary celebration was none other than Zhang Lisan.
the king of pop's new song debuted at this event?
Exclusive footage of Zhang Lisan performing his new song Girl. The trending topics were dominated entirely by the school anniversary, with the celebrities' tags spectacularly sweeping the charts. Who could have imagined that Bai Business College would gain fame in such a way and with such a stunning debut? As more celebrities took the stage one after another, netizens watching the livestream exclaimed.
So that list from a few days ago was real. There really are this many top-tier stars attending a school anniversary. Forget everything else, I just need to know if it's too late to transfer here now? Holy crap, it's an all-star lineup of A-listers and above. This is insane. What kind of clout does it take to get this many heavyweights to attend a school celebration? Is this really a school celebration? Even the Spring Festival Gala lineup isn't this extravagant, okay? If you tell me this isn't superpowers, I won't believe you. It's definitely not superpowers, it's pure cash power. Maybe just watching the video wasn't enough to satisfy netizens' curiosity. So, encouraged by others, many students started live streaming.
Now, not only are the trending charts dominated by this event, but even the livestream charts are flooded with content from this school celebration. Every related livestream is packed to the brim, with so many comments flying by you can barely see. Viewers are either cheering for their idols performing on stage or marveling at the sheer scale of this anniversary celebration. With an anniversary celebration like this, how are other universities supposed to compete? Compared to yours, there's just pale in comparison. I'd call this Bai Business College celebration the world's greatest.
Seconded. 1. 10,086.
Thus, amidst the unceasing cheers and shouts both on site and in the livestream, this grand anniversary celebration lasting at least 8 hours gradually drew to a close. Bai Zhou himself had finally had a solid blast. This kind of fun was truly exhilarating. Though a bit exhausting, it was absolutely worth it. As the ever-radiant He Manning took the stage for the final curtain call, this celebration later hailed as unprecedented and unlikely to be matched officially drew to a close. But for Bai Zhou, the story was far from over. 225 high-level liquor. The event stretched on until the very end. Unlike previous occasions when busy celebrities would rush off the moment their segments wrapped, not a single one had left. They all remained quietly backstage. Even those bored enough to play with their phones or doze off didn't make a move to leave. They were all waiting for Bai Zhou's arrival. In the backstage lounge, the surface atmosphere seemed relatively harmonious, but beneath it, dark currents swirled. These old hands who had been in the entertainment industry for years knew it all too well. To win Bai Zhou's favor, one must stand out among this sea of top-tier superstars. Except for He Manning, the stars were wary of each other, always ready to stir up trouble and sabotage one another to climb the ladder. Suddenly, the backstage door swung open. The superstars who had been lazily sprawled on the sofas just moments before instantly sprang to their feet. Their impatience vanished, replaced by fawning and flattery as they anticipated the arrival of the person entering. But the person who entered wasn't the one they'd anticipated. Instead, it was a foreigner. The celebrities' expressions immediately fell. All that anticipation for nothing. The foreigner paid no attention to their reactions, instead speaking in fluent Mandarin. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm John, Mr. Bai Zhou's personal assistant. Mr. Bai has specially prepared a dinner to express his gratitude for your performances. We hope you'll grace us with your presence. The moment John finished speaking, the celebrities whose faces had just been as stiff as wooden planks instantly plastered on warm smiles. The speed and skill of their transformation rivaled the bowing mastery of the neighboring island nation. Oh, Assistant John, we couldn't be more grateful to Mr. Bai Zhou. Being invited to perform for him is an honor beyond words. How could we possibly feel it's hard work? Where will we be dining? A middle-aged man with refined features and scholarly demeanor smiled at John. John recognized this man, a veteran in the music industry specializing in love ballads. Though middle-aged, he still captivated young women with his looks, charm, and voice, maintaining his top-tier star status for nearly 2 decades. Oh my gosh, little brother Bai Zhou is just so sweet. We only sang a few songs and danced a couple of times, and he was already so considerate. He's such a good person. The speaker was a tall, curvaceous girl. She belonged to the popular girl group Wings, known for their sexy style. Judging by her looks and figure, she was indeed quite alluring, though there was a hint of gossip in her tone. More and more celebrities began exchanging pleasantries with John. After responding to each one, he addressed them. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, please follow me. Like a teacher leading a group of children on a spring outing, John guided this entourage of celebrities whose combined fan bases exceeded half of China's population to the location Bai Zhou had pre-arranged. None of the celebrities felt slighted or treated with disrespect. Their sole focus was meeting Bai Zhou as soon as possible to build connections with this powerful figure they perceived as having unparalleled influence. Meanwhile, Bai Zhou, Gu Qingji, Lu Xinhuan, and He Manning had already arrived at the location. They chatted while waiting. So Miss He and I have a business connection. That explains why you were so eager to attend when you first heard my brother's name. Yeah, I was surprised too. You know, ever since your brother and I started working together, he hasn't had a moment to meet with me. He Manning pursed her lips meaningfully.
Bai Zhou smiled and tried to smooth things over.
I knew you were a big star, so I didn't want to bother you. Besides, your endorsements are spot on. I had no reason to seek you out. He Manning clearly wasn't buying Bai Zhou's line.
With a hint of resentment, she retorted. Oh, so if I messed up my endorsements, you'd come see me then?
Bai Zhou chuckled helplessly.
Lu Xinhuan and Gu Qingji watched the two of them with a feeling of toothache, exchanging glances.
Bro, the more I watch this, the more I think that woman, He Manning, has ulterior motives toward our big brother.
Damn, I'm starting to think so too. She's clearly after Big Brother's body.
Just as they were exchanging frantic glances, John arrived with the group of celebrities.
Mr. Bai, everyone is here.
John approached Bai Zhou with utmost respect.
Bai Zhou nodded. All right, you may rest now.
Then, addressing the celebrities whose excitement had begun to boil over upon seeing Bai Zhou in person, he said,
Everyone, thank you for your hard work today.
To show our appreciation, please help yourselves to some food.
Feel free to make yourselves at home.
No sooner had he finished speaking than the middle-aged man who sang love songs piped up first.
No trouble at all, Mr. Bai Zhou.
It's our pleasure to serve you. If there's another event like this, just give the word. As long as I'm still on Earth, I'll rush back overnight to lend a hand. The celebrities who were a step slower inwardly grumbled.
Ugh. He's practically an old man. Still sucking up like that. Doesn't he worry Mr. Bai Zhou will find his tongue too old?
Bai Zhou shot him a glance, gave a non-committal hum, then addressed the restless celebrities.
All right, everyone, take your seats.
With that, Bai Zhou turned his attention away from their movements and turned to ask He Manning.
Is this how everyone in the entertainment industry behaves?
He Manning covered her mouth and giggled softly.
That moment of charm nearly left the onlookers staring at them dumbfounded. Pretty much.
This guy actually holds some status in the industry. You wouldn't normally see him groveling like this. But when it comes to you, Mr. Bai Zhou, well, that's a different story. Bai Zhou smiled, about to respond, when an affectedly sweet female voice piped up from behind. Bai Zhou Gigi, all the seats are taken.
Can I sit here?
Just hearing the voice made Bai Zhou feel queasy. Turning around, he saw a girl who was actually quite pretty, but she was forcing an alluring act, batting her eyelashes wildly at him. She was a member of the Wings girl group, famous for her baby voice. He frowned, pointed to an empty table in the corner, and said to her, There's still space over there. You can sit there. Her doll-like voice froze instantly, the fawning expression on her face solidifying.
Momentarily at a loss, she was eventually pulled away by her teammates.
Bai Zhou picked up the wine glass on the table and swirled it gently as he said to He Manning,
Well, I see it now. This entertainment industry of yours is full of sycophants. He Manning exhaled softly, her breath fragrant, and replied in a low voice.
Yes, but ordinary people rarely get to see them like this. Heh, celebrities.
He Manning gave a self-deprecating chuckle and continued.
At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of people who entertain others with their voices and appearances. In this industry, the most important thing is learning how to climb the social ladder and curry favor with the powerful. So the term lapdogs is really quite fitting. She didn't even notice that by speaking this way, she was essentially condemning herself too. She sighed softly. They're just a bunch of high-level suck-ups, after all.
226 they could elevate you, but they choose not to. They're just playing games.
Facing He Manning's self-pitying sigh, Bai Zhou offered no consolation.
In truth, how could Bai Zhou not understand what she was saying?
In fact, his attitude toward these celebrities was precisely as He Manning had described. Yes, Bai Zhou had always believed that no matter how dazzling these celebrities appeared or how much money they earned, they were ultimately nothing more than entertainers who relied on their voices and looks to amuse others. Not worth mentioning. As for He Manning, she was different. She was at least beneficial to Bai Zhou, having put in tremendous effort to promote Hongxing Network's corporate image. Combined with their collaborative relationship, Bai Zhou's attitude toward her was noticeably better than toward the other celebrities here. But this didn't change Bai Zhou's view of most celebrities. He still couldn't bring himself to respect them. What monumental contributions have you made for the nation or its people? Have you defended our territory or bravely fought enemies? You've done nothing of the sort, yet you constantly hog public resources all day long. It's this breakup or that affair. Worst of all, you post a Weibo today and it trends, and the content is just a high residential selfie. How disgusting. So he gave these people nothing but cold shoulders, showing zero intention of catering to their feelings. He focused solely on eating and chatting with He Manning and Gu Qingji, completely ignoring the desperate, expectant stares from the surrounding celebrities. Strangely enough, those celebrities strained their necks, staring at Bai Zhou without blinking, hoping he might casually glance their way so they could be the first to send him flirtatious looks. But even as their necks grew stiff and their eyes grew sore from staring, Bai Zhou showed absolutely no interest in acknowledging them. Yet not a single one dared to show any sign of displeasure. Can you believe it? During this whole ordeal, Gu Qingji had tried to warn Bai Zhou. He looked at him with genuine concern. Bro, those celebs clearly want to chat with you.
Why not give them some attention? Don't just leave them hanging like that. What if someone gets so embarrassed they snap?
Bai Zhou glanced up at Gu Qingji, chuckled softly, and pointed at Himanong, saying, "Madling, come tell our young master Gu what happens when these people get angry." Himanong shot Bai Zhou a resigned glance before softly opening her lips.
Nothing will happen. Because they wouldn't dare get angry.
They wouldn't dare, young master Gu. Don't be fooled by how glamorous these celebrities look or how many fans they have.
They can only show off in front of ordinary people.
Only those naive young boys and girls worship them as idols, treating their words as gospel. At Mr. Bai Zhou's level, these celebrities are no different from dogs begging for scraps. At this point, Himanong tilted her head and asked Gu Qingji,
"When have you ever seen a little dog get so angry it loses its temper?" This remark left Gu Qingji utterly dumbfounded. So this is what these celebrities are really like.
Suddenly, he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him, as if these once lofty figures had become mere pebbles he could easily pick up from the roadside. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. As the heir to one of the four great families of the capital, Gu Qingji possessed the authority to command these celebrities at will. Yet, his impeccable upbringing prevented him from ever feeling superior or acting on such power. Still, if he ever resolved to make a celebrity do something, not a single soul struggling to survive in the entertainment industry would dare refuse. Previously, they had merely taken advantage of Gu Qingji and Lu Xinawan's straightforward nature. Moreover, families of the Gu and Lu caliber wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a bunch of celebrities. They had simply played fair with the gentleman. After realizing this, Gu Qingji felt even greater admiration for Bai Zhou. His elder brother had long seen through the true nature of these celebrities, no wonder. After the meal, Bai Zhou led his people out first, leaving the remaining celebrities staring at each other in silence. Having navigated the entertainment industry's murky waters for years, they could easily detect Bai Zhou's unfriendly attitude toward them. But what could they do? Absolutely nothing. Resist? Did they have a death wish? Dare to resist? In the eyes of a titan like Bai Zhou, even the biggest superstars, the kings and queens of the industry, could be dealt with in the blink of an eye. If Bai Zhou took a dislike to any of them, truly, all it would take was a single word, and by the next day, the entire entertainment industry would have forgotten those people. How could they dare harbor resentment toward Bai Zhou? And even now, aside from a few stars clinging to their last shred of dignity who decided to leave, the vast majority still clung desperately to Bai Zhou's coattails, willing to sacrifice everything.
Yang Yingxue was among them.
She was indeed a top-tier star, but her ambitions extended far beyond that. At 24, she was in the prime age for a female star. She yearned to reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry during her peak, to claim the throne of a true diva. Yet, as things stood, the dream seemed impossibly distant. She had nearly given up, but witnessing Himanong's journey reignited her hope. Consider this, Himanong was even a year younger than her. Before meeting Bai Zhou, though both were A-list actresses, she had dominated Himanong in every aspect. But because of Bai Zhou, because Himanong had latched onto Bai Zhou, currently the entertainment industry's most powerful and influential figure, she managed to pull off a breathtaking, dazzling comeback in a short time, ascending to the top as the queen of the entertainment world. In Yang Yingshue's eyes, if Bai Zhou could elevate Himanong, he could elevate her too. It was just a transaction of interests. Yang Yingxue was ready to go all in. If Bai Zhou agreed to promote her, so what if she had to become his exclusive mistress? After all, Bai Zhou was handsome, she wouldn't be losing out either way. With this resolve, Yang Yingxue knocked on Bai Zhou's door in the dead of night. A sleepy-eyed Bai Zhou opened the door to find a stunningly dressed woman standing there, her attire revealingly cool. How revealing! Bai Zhou had every reason to believe she wore nothing beneath that sheer, silk nightgown. Seeing Bai Zhou open the door, Yang Yingxue purred. "Mr. Bai, I'm feeling a bit lonely." Bai Zhou appraised her from head to toe with a playful look and said meaningfully, nice figure." Yang Yingshue's heart leapt with joy, thinking her plan was about to succeed. Just as she lifted her foot to step inside, she heard Bai Zhou add, "But that's all it is. I know what you're after, but I can only say you're overthinking it. I don't have time to play along." Yang Yingxue felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head. How could that be? You had time to promote Himanong, but you don't have time for me? Bai Zhou curled his lips and said, "Yeah, I could promote you. I could even make you famous. But I won't. I'm just toying with you. Got a problem with that?" 227 Principal Li, dumbfounded. Objections? What could Yang Yingxue possibly have to say? How dare she have any objections? Even though the humiliation was unbearable, Bai Zhou could see her face visibly turning pale. Yang Yingxue still dared not show the slightest disrespect toward him. She could only force an ugly smile, still unwilling to give up, saying, "Mr. Bai Zhou, I can help you." Bai Zhou never held much regard for these so-called idol stars in the entertainment industry. Each of them earned in a single day what ordinary people work 10, 20, or even more years to make. Yet even then, they remained unsatisfied, constantly complaining about how exhausting and grueling stardom was. How disgusting. Need I say more?
Give any ordinary person the money they earn and see if they'd feel tired. Getting the benefits and still acting all high and mighty, to put it bluntly, that's hypocritical. And to top it all off, this Yang Yingxue actually thinks he's some desperate guy trying to trade her body for his support? She should take a good look at herself. A woman of Yang Yingxue's caliber? Bai Zhou wouldn't give her the time of day. Chen Yueying, Lun Ling, Shin Mei, aren't they all better than her? Not to mention He Manning. He hadn't even considered making a move on He Manning. How could he possibly fancy Yang Yingxue, who'd likely slept her way up countless times? What a joke. He didn't even bother hiding it anymore. Bai Zhou looked at her with disgust and said, "Are you tone deaf? I have zero interest in promoting you, got it?" Seeing Bai Zhou's cold, sharp gaze and expression of utter disgust, Yang Yingxue's heart sank completely. She knew her chance was gone. How could this happen? She was a top-tier actress, after all. Even a selfie could land her on the trending list. In photos, the slightest hint of skin would send the beasts in the comments section practically licking her toes. How could she be utterly useless when facing Bai Zhou, the very person she needed most right now? Yang Yingxue left in a daze, not even aware of how she made it back to her room. Only one thought occupied her mind, questioning her entire existence. She couldn't pinpoint where she'd gone wrong. Why did Bai Zhou harbor such intense hostility toward her? She knew all too well that if she hadn't backed off, Bai Zhou might have even blacklisted her. But could she hate him? She dared not hate. Resentment? Resent whom? Blame herself for lacking enough charm? Blame Bai Zhou for having too much self-control? That night, it wasn't just Yang Yingxue. All the celebrities who had pinned their hopes on using this event to get close to Bai Zhou tossed and turned, unable to sleep. They couldn't fathom why Bai Zhou would promote He Manning, who, at the time, seemed nothing special while remaining utterly indifferent to them, celebrities who considered themselves far superior to He Manning. Bai Zhou offered no explanation, nor did he need to. So they arrived full of hope and left disappointed. Not only did they lose numerous bookings cancelled because of this event, but by eagerly participating, they all claimed it was a pro bono appearance and ended up without a single penny. Yet they dared not harbor any resentment toward Bai Zhou. In fact, if he ever needed them again, all he'd have to do was wave his hand, and this group of celebrities would still come running over like dogs responding to their master's call. Bai Zhou couldn't care less about the celebrities' inner thoughts. His own desires had been satisfied, and he was thoroughly delighted with how much fun he'd had at the school anniversary celebration. But someone else was even happier than he was. That person was Principal Li. Truth be told, Principal Li had agreed to let Bai Zhou host the celebration solely because Bai Zhou had pledged sponsorship, saving the school a substantial sum of money. He never imagined Bai Zhou would pull out all the stops to create such a celebration, one that could be called a nationwide sensation. That day, Principal Li was dumbfounded as he watched the big stars he'd only ever seen on TV walk through his school gates shoulder to shoulder. How much money must this have cost? He'd always known Bai Zhou was influential and wealthy, but this time he truly grasped just how extraordinary this student of his school really was. This single revelation had left Principal Li feeling like he was living in a dream these past few days. No matter how vivid his imagination, he could never have envisioned his school having a student as extraordinary as Bai Zhou. Now he had no idea how to face Bai Zhou. Honestly, he felt a bit intimidated. If Bai Zhou could bring in so many top-tier celebrities for a mere school anniversary celebration, replacing him on a whim would be as easy as lifting a finger. Realizing this, Principal Li sought out Bai Zhou immediately. He had to pledge his loyalty. Ahem, student Bai Zhou, come in. Sit down, sit down. Would you like some tea? Or coffee? A soft drink? Just tell me what you'd like. If the principal doesn't have it, I'll personally go buy it for you. Oh, no need. It's nothing. As principal, it's my duty to properly attend to the students' needs. But there is actually something I'd like to consult with you about, Bai Zhou. No, nothing major. It's just a routine school procedure gathering students' feedback on the school and the principal. I thought you'd be perfect to represent your peers and share your thoughts. Go ahead, speak your mind. In the principal's office, Bai Zhou was thoroughly confused. This barrage of questions left him even more bewildered. He wasn't some model student representative, how could he possibly speak for his peers? Still, since the principal had asked, Bai Zhou didn't feel like refusing. After a moment's thought, Bai Zhou addressed Principal Li. Well, there are a few things. First, our school playground really needs repairs. The cafeteria food could use some flavor improvement, and the prices are a bit steep, they should be lowered. Then there's this pervasive trend of formalism in the campus, from top to bottom. That needs to be addressed. Other than that, nothing else comes to mind. Principal Li took notes while cautiously asking. These are opinions about the school, Bai Zhou. Do you have any personal opinions about me? Bai Zhou raised an eyebrow. Personally? Yes. It's mainly for reference. As the student representative, your feedback on me represents the students' views. Just speak your mind, I promise to make changes. Seeing his earnest expression, Bai Zhou began to understand his motives.
Crossing his arms and leaning back in the sofa, he looked at Principal Lee with a faint, ambiguous smile.
Since you're asking so directly, I'll be blunt.
Principal Lee, my personal opinion of you is quite significant. This single sentence instantly drenched Principal Lee's back in cold sweat.
Exam week is here.
Though the weather wasn't particularly cold yet, Principal Lee felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave right there in his air-conditioned office.
Bai Zhou's slightly mocking gaze seemed to say, "You've done so many despicable things, now your retribution is coming. Feeling good?" Principal Lee panicked. He was utterly terrified.
His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud, sobbing and wailing.
"Bai Zhou, I'm innocent.
I admit I've always enjoyed stealing glances at pretty female students, but I never dared to do anything more than look.
I never touched them.
As for the attractive female teachers I often called to my office under the pretense of discussions, we only chatted, maybe shared a few jokes at most.
I never even touched them. I admit it.
I did take some money, but it wasn't much in total."
"Really? Bai Zhou, you have to believe me. I truly haven't done anything bad."
Bai Zhou, who'd only intended to scare Principal Lee, found himself startled by the man's reaction instead.
Is this really necessary? He knew exactly what kind of person Principal Lee was.
Not long after John had come to work for him, every teacher in the school had been thoroughly investigated. As he himself had said, Principal Lee had his share of minor flaws, but when it came to major principles, he knew right from wrong and hadn't really made any major mistakes.
So Bai Zhou couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Was it really necessary to be this scared? He wasn't some demon or monster, after all. Why was he so terrified?
Little did he know that in Principal Lee's eyes, he was now a powerful figure whose word could decide life or death. Honestly, it was a blessing that Principal Lee was in good health. If he'd had high blood pressure or heart disease, Bai Zhou would have been on his knees begging him not to die by now. Bai Zhou gave a helpless chuckle.
"Principal Lee, why are you acting like this? I never said I'd do anything to you, it was just a joke."
Hearing this, Principal Lee, who had been wailing loudly, froze in place. His expression went blank, then his pupils dilated as the corners of his mouth began to twitch upward.
"Really? You weren't planning to fire me? I can still be principal?"
Faced with that wrinkled old face now twisted in a mix of tears and laughter, Bai Zhou simply couldn't muster the energy to tease him further.
He nodded.
"Yes, Principal Lee, relax, I personally have no issues with you." Principal Lee's emotions were on a roller coaster, experiencing extreme highs and lows in a short span, quite the thrill.
He ran a hand over his face, stood up, and addressed Bai Zhou.
"Student Bai Zhou, from now on, whatever you need, just give the order. Old Lee here can't promise much, but at least within this school, I guarantee every word you say will be carried out with the utmost loyalty."
Bai Zhou sighed. How had things turned out like this?
He'd clearly intended to keep a low profile at school. Perhaps his abilities simply wouldn't allow it. Keeping a low profile was proving difficult. Returning to the classroom after leaving the principal's office, Bai Zhou was astonished to find his classmates actually studying. Usually, they were either glued to their phones, chatting, or simply absent.
What was going on?
Suddenly, Bai Zhou glanced down at the time and realized.
Oh, exam week was approaching.
No wonder these guys were suddenly so diligent. Watching his classmates swimming through mountains of practice problems, Bai Zhou felt not a shred of worry. With his top-tier learning ability, he'd already self-studied his way through all of sophomore year's curriculum in this short time. If he hadn't spent so long in the capital, he might even have mastered junior year's material by now. So he wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, Bai Zhou was actually looking forward to the exams. Earlier, he'd made a bet with Old Chi. If he could rank in the top 10 in the final exams, Old Chi would go work for Hongxing Network. Not only would Bai Zhou aim for the top 10, he intended to snatch first place and rub it in Chi Laoma's face.
Dare to underestimate me?
I'll soon show you the terrifying power of cheats. The thought of seeing the astonished expression on Old Chi's perpetually stern face when the exam results were announced sent a wave of quiet satisfaction through Bai Zhou. He settled happily into his seat and began flipping through his books. He was now looking at a book covering third-year material. The chatty guy sitting next to him noticed and looked puzzled. Bai Zhou, what book is that? Why are you reading it? The exam's coming up, aren't you supposed to be reviewing? Bai Zhou glanced up at him and replied kindly. I'm done reviewing. This book covers material we'll study later, so I'm previewing it ahead of time. If that classmate knew that Bai Zhou's preview meant he'd already studied 2 years ahead to cover his junior year material, he'd definitely think Bai Zhou had lost his mind. Bai Zhou didn't bother explaining further. After all, these ordinary mortals wouldn't understand. As someone with a cheat code, even academics were something he could handle with ease. But clearly, this guy's curiosity was piqued, or maybe he just wanted to chill, so he started chatting with Bai Zhou. Hey, by the way, Bai Zhou, do you know who's considered the undisputed top student in our department? Who? This guy? Word is he's got some serious pedigree. He had the highest entrance exam score in our entire class. He could have gotten into a top-tier university, but for some reason ended up here.
Even so, he hasn't lost a bit of his academic prowess. According to his classmates, since the semester started, he's been living a rigid 4-point life: classroom, cafeteria, library, dorm. He doesn't even go home during breaks, spends every day either buried in books at the library or studying in his room. Seems like he's practically obsessed. Bai Zhou shot him a surprised look and said, "Our department has such a legend? How come I've never heard of him?" The male student sighed and continued, "Ah, well, he's just so arrogant. In the 6 months since school started, he's barely exchanged 10 sentences with anyone in his class. He's like that even in the dorms. People say he looks down on us third-tier university students. Don't be fooled by him being at the same school now, this is just his starting point. He's aiming for a graduate spot at Imperial Capital University. So nobody wants to hang out with him. If it weren't for exams coming up, nobody would even think about him." At this point, the male student seemed to recall something and said to Bai Zhou, "Oh, and he once declared he'd pre-booked first place in his year. Not just this time, every single exam he takes, forget about others aiming for top spot. They should just settle for second place. Now everyone's curious to see what this guy does if he doesn't come in first. But deep down, we all know the chance is pretty slim." Hearing this, Bai Zhou felt a surge of mischief. First place? That kid's got some nerve. 229 challenge? You've got the wrong idea. That said, Bai Zhou had no intention of competing with this person. Let him be arrogant if he wanted to. He just hoped the guy wouldn't be too heartbroken when the results came out. With that thought, Bai Zhou simply smiled and nodded, acknowledging the message. But the chatty male classmate showed no sign of stopping there. Instead, he wore an expression that screamed trouble, staring at Bai Zhou and saying, "Bai Zhou, you heard how arrogant he was, aren't you going to say anything?" Bai Zhou froze. What's that supposed to mean? The guy's expression had a distinct hint of disappointment. Oh my! Didn't you know? Because of your terrifying performance in the library recently, quite a few people now think you're the only one who can compete with that top student. Some are even privately betting on whether you or that guy will get better grades. There's that too? Yeah. Bai Zhou, let me tell you, plenty of people think you're better than him. Your earlier performance was just too shocking, and honestly, that guy's way too arrogant. Nobody really likes him, and everyone's hoping you'll knock some sense into him." Bai Zhou chuckled wryly. He'd never realized his classmates held such high expectations for him. "Wait, if that's the case, you must have placed a hefty bet on me?" Bai Zhou shot a teasing glance at his chatty male classmate. He flushed slightly, scratched the back of his head, and said, "Heh, not that much, just about a month's living expenses." Bai Zhou shook his head, pointing at him and saying, "TSK. You guys, always wasting time on useless stuff. Why not use that energy to study properly? Besides, why are you so concerned about other people's grades? What about your own?" He didn't take that boastful top student seriously at all. To Bai Zhou, that declaration sounded more like the ramblings of someone still stuck in their mid-teen angst phase. With me around, no one else stands a chance at first place. The very thought made Bai Zhou want to laugh. How old was this kid, still pulling that "I'll stand at the peak, waiting for you to challenge me" routine? Besides, first place was already his for the taking. No matter how fiercely that guy jumped, in Bai Zhou's eyes, he was nothing more than a mantis flailing its arms, trying to stop an oncoming wheel. He really didn't need to care, okay? But Bai Zhou's classmate had no idea what he was thinking. Seeing Bai Zhou's dismissive attitude, he grew a bit anxious. "Bai Zhou, big brother Bai. For heaven's sake, please take this seriously. Forget everything else, we were classmates. You can't just stand by and watch me lose a month's worth of living expenses. You have to give it your all." Bai Zhou glanced at him and sighed with a smile. You. This is the only time. Don't get involved in this kind of thing again. How boring is that?" The moment the male classmate heard Bai Zhou's words, he perked up instantly. "Yes. Awesome. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. I'll support you." Then, Bai Zhou watched as he pulled out his phone and started typing away with an ecstatic look on his face. Bai Zhou leaned in to peek and saw he was posting in their freshman class group chat. "Great news. Great news. Bai Zhou has accepted the challenge. The white god is going to face off against that arrogant jerk to see who really is the top freshman." Reading that, Bai Zhou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Who knew this kid had such a knack for stirring the pot? But he didn't really care about it anyway, so whatever. He quickly looked away, pushing the matter from his mind as he focused on flipping through the books on his desk. But while Bai Zhou was studying, the school group chat was already erupting in chaos. First off, Bai Zhou's name wasn't unfamiliar to the students. Ever since he entered the school, he'd gained notoriety for all sorts of reasons, becoming a household name throughout the campus. After acquiring top-tier academic abilities, the effortless brilliance he displayed had won over many students, especially that arrogant top student. With exam week approaching, everything related to the tests was under intense scrutiny. At this critical juncture, that person had uttered such arrogant remarks. While it might not have sparked outright fury, it certainly ignited widespread indignation.
Still, everyone knew deep down that no matter how irritating he seemed, the guy was undeniably talented. So complaints were mostly kept private.
But now that someone claimed Bai Zhou was ready to challenge him, people instantly got hyped.
Holy, finally someone big shot has had enough of that jerk. I'm backing Bai Zhou, the white god.
Take down that arrogant bastard. Exactly. Bai Shin is the only true god. What does that guy even think he is? He's not even worthy of competing with me, Bai Shun. I'm betting half a year's allowance.
White god will win for sure.
Only half a year's allowance? I'm betting a whole year. White god is invincible. In a classroom next door, a student exhausted from studying was taking a break.
He pulled out his phone and idly swiped through the screen to relax.
Suddenly, his movements froze. He stared intently at his phone. After a long moment, the seemingly ordinary student put his phone down and muttered with disdain. Bai Zhou? That Bai Zhou who only knows how to chase popularity? Who'd have thought he'd have the guts to challenge me, Ding Jusin? He doesn't know when to quit.
Glancing at the textbook he'd already memorized inside out, Ding Jusin let out a cold laugh.
Fine.
Let Bai Zhou bring some excitement to these boring days. I'll make sure everyone knows I'm the undisputed top student. With that thought, Ding Jusin stood up and walked out of the classroom, heading straight for Bai Zhou's classroom door. Standing in the doorway, he immediately spotted Bai Zhou propped up, flipping through a book.
Ding Jusin let out another cold snort. Thinking about studying at this hour? Too late.
You, Bai Zhou, take leave every other day, and when you do, it's for 10 days or even half a month at a time. How could you possibly compete with someone like me, who dedicates every ounce of my being and all my time to studying?
An inexplicable confidence surged within him. Ding Jusin strode straight to Bai Zhou's desk and declared loudly. Bai Zhou, I hear you want to challenge me?
Startled by the sudden outburst, Bai Zhou nearly jumped out of his skin. He closed his book with a frown and rose slowly. Standing just over 5 feet tall, Ding Jusin had to tilt his head back to meet Bai Zhou, who towered at well over 6 feet. Bai Zhou looked down at him expressionlessly and said,
You're the one who claimed you'd stay firmly in first place.
Ding Jusin placed his hands on his hips and declared loudly.
That's right, it's me. Come challenge me anytime, I won't lose.
Observing his demeanor, Bai Zhou confirmed his suspicion. This guy was indeed a severe case of adolescent delusion. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Zhou replied calmly.
Challenge you? No, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to challenge anyone. I'm just here to claim the honor I deserve. 230 You're the White King, utterly reckless. Just going to claim the honor you deserve? So you think first place was already yours for the taking? Ding Jusin laughed in disbelief. He'd never met anyone more arrogant than himself. So you're feeling pretty confident, huh? You think you can still take first place with me in the mix? Ha! What a joke! Contempt and disdain radiated from every pore. Seems you have zero self-awareness. You should know I'm not like you losers who could only scrape into third-tier universities. I actually made it into a first-tier school,